Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, continuously drawing on the cigarette in his hand. As the third Hokage of Konoha, he had witnessed countless storms since the First Shinobi War. Yet, the scene before him still provoked considerable vexation. He gazed at the figure of Uzumaki Naruto, who clung desperately to the cabinet, too frightened to venture outside, and felt an inexplicable discomfort. In his initial plan, he intended to leverage the misinformation spread by Danzo, inciting the villagers to harbor ill will towards Naruto, only to later present himself as a benevolent figure, thereby cultivating a favorable impression of the Hokage. However, what Sarutobi could never have anticipated was that this generation's Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails bore no resemblance to his parents. He did not even wish for Naruto to be hailed as the little son like his father, or to exhibit the spirited nature of his mother, but instead found himself confronted with the reality that these two prodigious offspring had bequeathed their child a disposition riddled with social anxiety and reclusiveness. Naruto shunned conversation with others, preferring to remain confined within the small room. Reluctant even to step outside, Sarutobi had initially assumed that the boy was merely traumatized by a particularly fierce caretaker and that he would soon recover, but to his astonishment, Naruto chose starvation over stepping out into the world. Upon hearing the news, Sarutobi promptly dispatched the Anbu to deliver food, while he himself took it upon his shoulders to counsel the boy. This cannot continue, my dear boy. If you persist in this manner, not only will you fail to forge bonds with Konoha, but you will become utterly incapacitated, he expressed with a gentle demeanor, addressing the hooded Naruto. Little Naruto, why do you hesitate to venture outside? There are many children like you playing ninja games out there. Do you not aspire to become a ninja in the future? Naruto, his face obscured beneath the hood, shook his head and quietly murmured, I don't want to go out. Oh? What is it that dissuades you from stepping outside? Sarutobi inquired further. Nothing. It's just boring. Observing the boy's monosyllabic responses, Sarutobi sensed the challenge at hand and decided to alter his approach. What if you were to join your friends outside? Wouldn't you like to enjoy some delicious food? Like Ichiraka ramen or delectable barbecue, there are so many delightful options. I'm not hungry, it's boring, came the disheartening reply. Sarutobi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Realizing that even the allure of culinary delights could not tempt Naruto, he himself was not particularly adept at educating children. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Asuma to rebel for over a decade until he finally returned to Konoha. What could possibly persuade him to step outside? How did I manage to teach those two little monkeys? Sarutobi racked his brain, desperately recalling the methods he had once employed, when suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Naruto, do you realize that if you remain cooped up in here, you might find yourself without food and ultimately starve? If you continue to starve, who knows what might emerge from the shadows to devour you, he said, contorting his face into a rather sinister expression. As his tone took on a darker timbre. It is impossible. With so many people outside, why would it want to eat me? Because you are hungry. Why not eat you instead? Because my great-grandfather filled his belly, and now I have the strength to deter the Kappa from coming after me. Then why would it want to eat me? Haven't you already asked that? A bead of sweat trickled down Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead, yet he patiently replied, because little Naruto hasn't eaten and lacks strength. The Kappa specifically seeks out children who haven't had their meals. If you eat, you will gain strength, and then the Kappa will not dare to come after you. So, if I am hungry, the Kappa will come to my house? Precisely. That is splendid news. Eh? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow even deeper. Could it be that this child is already harboring thoughts of despair? This cannot be allowed. Why is that splendid, Naruto? Are you saying you wish to die? Naruto Uzumaki shook his head and, in his bright, youthful voice, proclaimed, if I am hungry, the Kappa will come to my house to eat me, but I will not allow that. Instead, I could eat it, thus my hunger would be quenched, and it wouldn't need to eat me. Indeed, as long as you consume the Kappa, you shall not go hungry, and the Kappa will not eat you. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized, then quickly shook his head. No, no, no. The Kappa is an exceedingly fierce creature, you cannot eat it. In fact, its mouth is large enough to swallow you whole. Wow, the Kappa sounds incredible. How does it have such a big mouth? What does it look like? Seeing Naruto's eyes sparkle with curiosity, Sarutobi Hiruzen smirked, thinking to himself that he could easily manage this little rascal. This Kappa is a terrifying monster, standing over 3 meters tall, with a shiny bald head, a turtle shell on its back, and a duck-like beak capable of devouring the entire little Naruto. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide, mimicking the Kappa to frighten Naruto. Naruto's body quivered slightly at Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Hiruzen observed Naruto's trembling form and mistakenly believed that he had finally instilled fear in the child, thinking that he could now send him outside to execute his grand plan. A smile crept onto his lips. That is splendid. Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen collapsed to the ground upon hearing this, dramatically exclaiming, "Why is it splendid again?" "Because ducks have no teeth, and with such a large mouth, it would surely swallow me whole. Then I could live in its belly and eat it. SSS. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if he had inhaled all the cold air of this year. The warming of the ninja world had a portion of his responsibility. He thought to himself, as expected of Kushina's child, this is a bit too ruthless, isn't it? It is one thing that the monstrous creations fail to instill fear in him, but the audacity to consider consuming them is quite another. How vividly I recall the time when my tale of the Kappa sent those two little imps in my household scurrying in terror. Yet, here, such tales seem utterly ineffective. With this thought in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen ceased attempting to lure Uzumaki Naruto into a ruse and instead inquired, "What will you do if you find yourself hungry? Shall you expect the Anbu to deliver your meals each time? It is not considerate to impose such burdens on others, my dear child." Indeed, Uzumaki Naruto mused, clutching the cabinet with both hands, resting his head against the wooden surface, lost in a tangle of thoughts. Perhaps it would be best to forego eating altogether. Chapter 2. You've overindulged. Sarutobi Hizashi was on the verge of fainting from exasperation. Communicating with children proved to be an arduous task. Their utter lack of logic and reason rendered it nearly impossible to comprehend their thoughts. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen yearns to return to the office swiftly. He would prefer to engage in 4 or 5 encounters with Danzo there, exclaiming, "You shall regret this. I am the Hokage." The elder was no longer willing to discuss matters of hunger with Uzumaki Naruto. With a resigned sigh, he instructed the Anbu operatives to deliver a substantial amount of provisions to Naruto's residence for the boy to prepare himself. After all, they couldn't very well let him starve. Providing only raw ingredients and having him cook for himself would at least foster some independence, better than raising an incompetent fool. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Anbu operatives had departed, 3-year-old Uzumaki Naruto finally exhaled in relief. He retreated to his room, collapsing onto his bed as his mind wandered. He couldn't quite understand why he felt such overwhelming pressure around the seemingly benevolent third Hokage, nor why he harbored such intense aversion to leaving the house, finding solace only within its walls. Yet, one thing was certain, staying indoors was infinitely more comfortable than venturing outside in search of so-called playmates or food. Why bother going out to eat when I can stay home and enjoy meals without even having to move? Rolling his wide, innocent eyes, Naruto dragged a stool to the sink and began washing the dishes from his meal. The food that Anbu Big Brother brought was so delicious. If only they could deliver it every day. Then I wouldn't have to cook or wash dishes anymore. That should be possible, right? I think I remember Yellow-clad masked ninjas bringing meals before. Next time the old man visits, I'll ask him. Though, I think I was supposed to contact them with some kind of brick, but I can't remember where I put it. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. I am the Hokage. Bam. As Danzo Shimura slammed the door shut with force, a wave of satisfaction washed over Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. Ah. This was the authentic flavor he had been missing. Conversing with Danzo was infinitely more gratifying than engaging with Naruto Uzumaki. Having concluded another day's trivial affairs and the usual verbal sparring with his old comrade and 2 subordinates, an exhausted Hiruzen finally returned home. Gazing into the pitch-black emptiness of his residence, he let out a despondent sigh. His wife, Bawako, had perished in the Nine-Tails rampage. His eldest son had married and moved out, while his second son, now in the throes of rebellion, had left to serve as a guard in the Land of Fire. Alone in the hollow silence of his home, even the Hokage could not escape the creeping tendrils of solitude after such a late night's labor. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat pensively on the sofa, puffing on his cigarette while murmuring to himself, "Sensei. Oh, Sensei. Ever since you entrusted me with the mantle of Hokage, I've trodden on thin ice with every step, my heart trembling with apprehension lest I disappoint you. I've weathered the obstructions of numerous clans, endured the 2nd and 3rd great ninja wars. Yet now I stand alone, isolated even by children. The burden of Hokage is indeed bitter, but I shall persevere. After all these years, only I can guide our people toward a brighter path. Everything is for Konoha, for the will of fire." His lamentations to the 2nd Hokage were both an outpouring of sorrow and a means to steel his resolve. Determined, Hiruzen resolved to deepen Naruto Uzumaki's reliance on him, for dependence upon the Hokage was dependence upon Konoha itself. Thus, he could bind the Jinchuriki firmly to the village. The following day, Hiruzen rose early and returned to his office to attend to affairs of state. Recent skirmishes with Kumogakure hinted at an impending larger conflict. And to compound matters, the Uchiha clan had grown restless once more. Petty disputes among the village's noble houses piled atop greater concerns, leaving Hiruzen's head throbbing with exhaustion. Oh, age has truly caught up with me. Were I but a few years younger, a handful of shadow clones would suffice to settle these matters. Yet now, maintaining them for even a day might leave me bedridden from fatigue. Shadow clones. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen became invigorated, and a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Indeed, the shadow clone technique. No matter what reasoning Uzumaki Naruto employed, he could not persuade him to step outside. However, if he could teach him the art of shadow cloning, he would find a way to deceive him into venturing out. After all, his true self has not ventured outside. It is merely his avatar that has. When the time comes, as long as I clarify the situation regarding the avatar, there should be no complications, regardless of the circumstances. Without hesitation, Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned an Anbu operative to retrieve a shadow clone scroll and hastened toward Naruto's residence. The shadow clone technique is indeed invaluable. It allows memory sharing while consuming minimal chakra. This way, he could foster bonds between Naruto and the younger generation while subtly manipulating oblivious adults into reinforcing Naruto's dependence on him. Moreover, given Naruto's Uzumaki lineage, even a 3-year-old could safely produce a clone without complications. As these thoughts crystallized, Hiruzen's mind involuntarily drifted to Dan's Shimura. Ah, Dan's. Bonds are the truest chains to bind a person. Your heartless methods only destroy geniuses, even yourself. How rigid must your mind have grown after decades entrenched as the leader of Root? Ultimately, I am the Hokage, and thus I am able to conceive such brilliant strategies. Achu. Achu achu. At that moment, Tawanzo, seated at the base, inexplicably sneezed 3 times in succession. It was peculiar. What could have caused such sudden sneezing? Was he perhaps coming down with a cold? Cursed be the daily defeats that have confined me to this grim underground, leaving me susceptible to illness, when I am undoubtedly the one most deserving of the title of Hokage. In no time, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the residence of Uzumaki Naruto. Little Naruto, your grandpa Third has come to see you. Groggy, Naruto stirred from his slumber upon hearing the voice. He typically rose around noon. Grandpa Third, what brings you to my home once more? You two are simply indulging in idle chatter, aren't you? Indeed, indeed. Grandfather has come over for a leisurely stroll. As the saying goes, a postprandial walk extends one's life. Oh wait, that's not quite right. The third Hokage, while leisurely strolling with his hand on his belly, suddenly realized he had strayed off course and promptly exclaimed that something was amiss. Indeed. This young fellow's words have led me astray. A perplexed expression crossed Sarutobi's face as he pondered the meaning of this revelation. What do you mean by not right? Does that imply that something is amiss? Oh dear, is it that you are nearing your end, Grandfather Third? At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki shouted in a state of great panic. Yes, yes. As he coughed, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto with a feeble gaze, uttering, Naruto, you must listen. What on earth is going on? Grandfather, you mustn't say such things. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly diverted the conversation, fearing that if this young lad continued, he might find himself in a grave predicament. Ahem, Naruto, where on earth did you acquire such words? One must not casually use such words to describe others. Uzumaki Naruto drowsily rubbed his eyes, then spoke in a sluggish, unhurried manner. Just now, in my dream, I saw several bald, rotund men telling jokes, something about noodles, soup, and dumplings. Then, they ate until they were stuffed beyond comfort. Ah, never mind, let's not talk about that. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly cut him off, then inquired with a gentle, amused smile, Little Naruto, how about becoming a ninja? Chapter 3, The Bagua Seal, Ninjas? Naruto Uzumaki's eyes sparkled with determination. Whether it was the extraordinary abilities of the shinobi he had witnessed or the profound calling resonating within his soul, everything compelled him to embrace the path of a ninja. Yes, he must become a shinobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi observed the fervent gleam in Naruto's eyes and nodded approvingly, a quiet satisfaction warming his heart. Despite the boy's reclusive tendencies and social anxieties, the indomitable spirit of his parents still burned within him, an innate yearning to rise as a warrior. Splendid. Naruto Uzumaki leaped joyfully from the ground, his laughter resonating with exuberance as he declared, "I shall become a ninja. I shall become a ninja. All right. Don't get too excited now. Calm down and listen to me first." Sarutobi Hiruzen gently patted Uzumaki Naruto's head, urging him to settle down from his exuberant bouncing. "Teaching you ninjutsu isn't entirely out of the question," he continued, his voice measured and wise. "However, there is a condition. Before you can master chakra and the shadow clone technique, you must first learn to behave properly, go outside, and make amends with the neighbors and friends in the village. Understood?" Naruto Uzumaki's eyes twirled with excitement as he contemplated, "A genius like me will undoubtedly master these skills in no time. Thereafter, I shall never need to venture outside again." With a cheerful demeanor, he readily replied, "All right, I accept." "Wonderful." The two then took their seats as Sarutobi Hiruzen unfurled 2 scrolls across the table, facing Uzumaki Naruto. He explained, "The foundation of a shinobi lies in chakra. At your tender age, you needn't comprehend the origins of this energy. Your academy instructors shall elucidate that in due time. Presently, our objective is to guide you in successfully extracting chakra. Once you possess this ability, you shall be recognized as a proper ninja trainee." With a gesture toward the second scroll bearing the bold inscription Shadow Clone Technique, the Hokage continued, "This contains a ninjutsu. Should young Naruto demonstrate exceptional progress in chakra extraction, I shall personally instruct you in its mastery. Acquire this technique, and you may dispatch clones to attend to outdoor errands while remaining comfortably indoors." Upon hearing of this indoor convenience, Naruto's excitement erupted. "Enough explanations, third grandpa. Teach me chakra control right away," he exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm. Chuckles mischievously seeing Naruto Uzumaki so impatient, Hiruzen Sarutobi secretly smiled to himself. Of course, he wouldn't mention that even if this clone mastered the technique, its memories would still return to the original body. So even if Naruto learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu, he'd still have to go outside. This was just another way to get the boy out of the house sooner. Swiftly, Hiruzen personally taught Naruto the method of gathering chakra. Yet as he watched the boy sit cross-legged on the ground, straining fruitlessly for what felt like an eternity, a faint flicker of disappointment stirred within him. "Perhaps I was too greedy. With parents of such prodigious talent, I assumed he might inherit their gifts. But for an ordinary person, 3 days to manifest chakra is already commendable. It's only natural Naruto can't summon it instantly." Observing the anxious Naruto Uzumaki rolling about in distress, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a tender smile. He gently patted Naruto's head and reassured him, stating that there was no need to be overly concerned. It was entirely normal for the process to take time, as even the third Hokage had spent several days mastering it. However, Naruto seemed oblivious to this advice, his urgency palpable as he contorted his legs in a desperate attempt to find a solution. "This is absurd. I refuse to believe it." "Well, possessing such fervor is commendable. Thus, let us diligently strive to gather chakra." With that, the third Hokage took his leave from Naruto Uzumaki's humble abode. Of course, he did not take the 2 scrolls with him. It is worth noting that even if Naruto manages to gather chakra today, as a 3-year-old illiterate child, simply observing the hand seals would be of little benefit, and there is no concern about causing any chaos, leaving Naruto to spin in circles. Several hours later, the exuberant Naruto finally found himself exhausted, panting heavily as he lay on the ground. Why is it so arduous to gather even a single chakra? This is exceedingly difficult. Naruto Uzumaki gazed blankly at the ceiling, his exhausted body gradually succumbing to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, he was inherently blessed with abundant chakra. However, at birth, his father had sealed the Nine-Tails within him using the 8 trigram sealing technique. This formidable seal could maximize chakra utilization to contain tailed beasts. Initially, the 4th Hokage sustained the seal with his own chakra, but as his reserves dwindled, Naruto's innate chakra took over this burden. In the original timeline, Kakashi once deduced that Naruto's chakra capacity, including what was used to suppress the Nine-Tails, was hundreds of times greater than his own. Yet, during Naruto's childhood, when his chakra reserves were still underdeveloped, the seal's efficacy weakened, allowing traces of the Nine-Tails chakra to leak and disrupt his ninjutsu. This was why, at 12 years old, Naruto still struggled with the basic clone technique. His inability was not due to lack of talent, but rather because every wisp of chakra he mustered was swiftly drained by the seal. For Naruto to truly harness his chakra, his overall reserves needed to sufficiently sustain the 8 trigram seal. One might call this the butterfly effect. After all, in the original timeline, Naruto began refining chakra at 6 years old, granting him 3 additional years of growth. Now, he would have to wait longer before accessing his full potential. Despite Naruto's relentless daily efforts, half a year passed without him successfully condensing chakra. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been closely monitoring the situation, found himself chain-smoking in distress, his wrinkles deepening with worry. The village's supposed ultimate weapon might turn out to be a dud. What was to be done? The urgency weighed heavily upon him. I am the Hokage. You will regret this. After Shimura Danzo forcefully exited once more, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression finally eased slightly. Just moments ago, Danzo had audaciously suggested that since Naruto Uzumaki was unable to gather chakra, they should eliminate him and find another to serve as the Jinchuriki. Enraged, Hiruzen had promptly expelled him from the room. How could such a thing transpire? With the extraordinary talents of Watergate and Kushina, their offspring could hardly be considered ordinary. Moreover, the Nine-Tails remained in a state of tranquility, and Naruto exhibited no signs of discomfort. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself utterly perplexed. Yet, it was understandable, after all. The 8-trigram seal was a novel creation, a combination of two 4-symbol seals, pioneered by the 4th Hokage and his wife. It was not surprising that he struggled to comprehend it. After all, Naruto was merely 3.5 years old. There was no rush. As long as he mastered it before turning 6, that would suffice. However, as Sarutobi gazed into the crystal ball at the sight of the small boy, masked and cloaked, carrying a basket of vegetables, he couldn't help but let out a weary sigh. Chapter 4. The Mask for the Past 6 Months. Uzumaki Naruto's life had been nothing short of miserable. Since agreeing to Sarutobi Hiruzen's terms, he had devoted himself daily to the painstaking task of gathering chakra, yet not a single wisp would coalesce. According to their agreement, if he failed to master chakra, he would have to fend for himself. At first, things weren't so bad. People took pity on such a small child buying food alone, offering him kindness. Some children even readily agreed to play with him. But within days, attitudes soured. Whispers reached Naruto's ears, words like demon fox. A month later, the hostility worsened. Restaurants refused to serve him, market vendors hesitated to sell him food, and the very children who had once played with him now hurled stones and insults, branding him a monster. After a week of enduring this torment, Naruto resigned himself to his fate. Confused and despondent, he couldn't fathom why everyone had turned against him. His nights were plagued by nightmares, two voices warring in his mind. One urged him to love others, to earn their acceptance, insisting that kindness would return. The other hissed that survival was all that mattered, that strength alone would command respect. These shadowy figures clashed endlessly in his dreams, leaving him haggard, his eyes hollow with despair. On the brink of collapse, Naruto found inspiration in the masked Anbu operatives he often glimpsed. Mimicking them, he concealed himself beneath a mask and cloak. With stilts and a writing slate, after 2 weeks of practice, he perfected the guise of a mute Anbu shinobi. By purchasing supplies in bulk every few days, he finally escaped 3 months of relentless torment. He owed particular gratitude to a silver-haired stranger, a masked figure who had taught him subtle tricks to refine his disguise. Honestly, just let me awaken my chakra already. I never want to see these disgusting faces again. Balancing groceries on his stilts, Naruto slipped into a dim alleyway, his usual spot for transforming before heading home. But this time, his secluded corner was already occupied by unwelcome guests. Look, it's the white-eyed freak. Ugh, those eyes are so creepy. Hit her, hit her. A vivid scene unfolded before Naruto's eyes, depicting 4 or 5 children encircling a girl with striking white eyes and a bowl-cut hairstyle. Observing the triumphant expressions on the faces of the children, along with the derogatory words spilling from their lips, compounded by the girl's tear-filled gaze, it was evident that this was an act of bullying. Hey, what are you all doing? Upon witnessing the scene before him, Naruto Uzumaki instinctively yearned to put an end to it all, a sentiment that evoked memories of the torment he had endured over the past 6 months. Yes, sir. One of the young boys gazed up at the imposing figure of Naruto Uzumaki, cloaked and masked, his stature instilling a sense of dread within him. No. We're merely playing, replied another boy, emboldened by his courage. Get lost. You are clearly bullying us. If you do not leave at once, I shall strike you. Naruto, observing the effectiveness of his disguise, commanded them to depart with authority. Run. Flee. Upon hearing those words, several diminutive figures immediately took flight, vanishing in an instant. However, one stout lad, perhaps due to his greater distance from the alley's entrance and a slower reaction, was the last to realize the necessity of retreat. As he noticed his companions had disappeared, a wave of trepidation washed over him, intensified by the daunting presence of the cloaked figure before him. Overwhelmed by fear, he shut his eyes and hastily attempted to flee forward. Alas! Observing the chubby little figure rushing towards him with closed eyes, Naruto Uzumaki silently lamented in his heart. He hastily maneuvered his stilts, yet how could he possibly react in time? All that could be heard was a startled cry. With a resounding thud, the chubby boy collided directly with Naruto Uzumaki, causing him to tumble to the ground. The impact sent the boy crashing onto the stilts, simultaneously yanking down Naruto's robe. Ouch! Both individuals collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads in agony. It was the stout boy, resilient and robust, who first regained his senses. As he rubbed his head and turned to look back, he found that the menacing figure in the black robe who had threatened to strike them had vanished, leaving behind only a small child clad in athletic attire and wearing a fox mask. At that moment, even the slow-witted boy grasped the absurdity of the situation. They had been frightened by a mere child. How infuriating! How dare you deceive me? The furious little fellow broke free from the stilts and black robe weighing him down, clenching his fists as he charged toward Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto himself had just regained his bearings after the painful headfirst landing from the high-altitude fall. Seeing this compact whirlwind suddenly barreling toward him left him momentarily stunned. As Hinata Hyuga's alarmed cry rang out beside them, another solid punch landed squarely on his face. Damn it, that really hurts. After being bumped and receiving a punch, Naruto Uzumaki was utterly infuriated. Once he regained his composure, he sprang up from the ground and charged at the chubby boy, intending to deliver a blow. This little boy, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years of age, was quite portly due to his hearty appetite. In terms of both height and weight, he imposed a significant presence over Naruto. In the face of Naruto's furious strike, he merely extended his plump right hand to catch it, tauntingly asking, "Are you still not convinced?" The chubby boy spoke through clenched teeth, raising his left hand as if to strike Naruto Uzumaki. However, having completely grasped the situation and prepared for a fight, Naruto would not grant this little chubby boy the opportunity to land a blow. With a swift motion, he withdrew his fist from the grasp that ensnared it, subsequently blocking the incoming slap. In a sudden lunge forward, he threw himself at the rotund boy, lifting his head to deliver a fierce blow to the bridge of the boy's nose. This brings us to the mask of Naruto Uzumaki. A certain enigmatic and silver-haired member of the Anbu, in an effort to prevent damage to the mask, deliberately employed a specially crafted material of considerable durability. Fueled by Naruto's fury, a powerful strike, augmented by the unique enhancements of the equipment, sent the chubby adversary reeling, his eyes swirling with stars. In an instant, blood gushed from his nose, and with his legs giving way beneath him, he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 5. The Sapphire. As the chubby boy fell to the ground after being struck, Naruto Uzumaki uttered incomprehensible words, propping himself up on the ground, and launched a flurry of punches at the chubby boy. This chubby lad had clearly consumed 2 more bowls of rice than Naruto, rendering the latter's feeble strikes utterly ineffective. Instead, they only served to ignite his fury. With a thunderous roar, he propelled himself forward with a mighty kick that landed squarely on Naruto's abdomen, sending the boy sprawling backward, pressing his palms against the ground. The rotund child hauled himself upright, wiping his face with the back of his hand. The sight of crimson stains upon his fingers seemed to shatter whatever remained of his composure. With mindless rage clouding his vision, he charged forward intent on pummeling the orange-masked boy before him. Indeed, the tempers of 5 or 6-year-olds burn brightest, particularly in the heat of battle when all reason abandons them. Within moments, the two were entangled once more in their childish brawl. Yet the sheer advantage of mass soon told. Naruto found himself pinned beneath the heavier boy's bulk, immobilized while enduring a flurry of poorly aimed blows. The overweight assailant used his right hand to pin Naruto's wrists while his left fist rose and fell in clumsy arcs toward the masked face. Fortunately, the protective covering absorbed much of the impact, sparing Naruto the worst of the punishment. "I'll kill you. Kill you. I'll arg." The chubby boy suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, causing his strength to wane in an instant. Instinctively, he clasped his hands to his back, yearning to see who had struck him, yet Naruto Uzumaki would not let this opportunity slip away. With a determined struggle, he pushed himself forward, breaking free from the chubby boy's grasp. He turned around and kicked him, causing the chubby boy to stumble back. Attempting to retaliate, he lunged for Naruto, only to be met with a heavy blow from behind, this time a strike to the head. The chubby boy immediately curled up on the ground, cradling his head in pain and crying out. At that moment, Naruto, now free, turned his attention to the figure who had assisted him. He noticed the young girl with white eyes, Hyuga Hinata, who stood there, breathless and holding his stilts. As if sensing Naruto's gaze, she shyly tossed aside the stilts, her fingers fidgeting as she stammered, I wanted to help you. Thanks a lot. Upon realizing that the young girl he had previously assisted was now coming to his aid, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but smile with joy. He swiftly bypassed the chubby boy, meticulously packed the groceries he had purchased, and hurriedly departed from the scene with Hinata Hyuga. As for the stilts and robe, it was all a jest. After the chubby boy had received a beating, it was certain that the vest had been discarded. What difference did it make, whether to keep it or not? On the bustling street, Uzumaki Naruto strode forward with a vegetable basket in one hand, while tenderly holding Hyuga Hinata's hand in the other, cheerfully making his way toward their home. What is it? Hinata Hyuga felt her cheeks flush crimson as she gazed at her hand being held by Naruto Uzumaki. The moment she looked into his azure eyes visible through his mask, words eluded her completely. She stammered in disbelief, but Naruto, oblivious to her embarrassment, casually expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much. Were it not for your assistance, I would undoubtedly have been unable to triumph over that fellow." Delivering a few blows to him was truly exhilarating. No, not at all, it is I. I wish to. What are you speaking about? I could hardly hear anything. As Naruto Uzumaki leaned in closer, he discerned a sound akin to that of a buzzing mosquito in his ears, and he exclaimed, "Thank you." Gazing into the cerulean eyes that were mere inches from her own, Hinata Hyuga felt as though steam were rising from her entire being. In truth, wisps of white vapor did emanate from her head, as if she were on the verge of fainting. How impolite this is. This group of individuals frequently bullies others. I have confronted them on multiple occasions. One should not be intimidated by their threats, but rather aim to strike back. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly opened up, seizing Hinata Hyuga's hand, and began to chatter away, sharing a multitude of thoughts. She was the first person in 6 months with whom he could converse so freely, and he eagerly expressed all the words he had been holding back. As they continued their conversation, the two arrived at Naruto's home. It was not until he placed the groceries into his kitchen refrigerator that he suddenly had a realization. How can I bring her into my home? This is troublesome. She will soon discover my true identity. Alas, I fear she will once again refer to me as the fox spirit. As this thought crossed his mind, Naruto Uzumaki's gaze darkened, and with a hint of trepidation, he cautiously peered out from the kitchen. At that moment, Hinata Hyuga also found herself in a state of unease, her fingers and toes fidgeting restlessly as she dared not cast her gaze around her surroundings. Is this how I ended up being brought home? Is everything all right? At this moment, the courageous Naruto Uzumaki finally emerged from the kitchen, and with great caution, inquired of Hinata Hyuga, and no, it's nothing. At that moment, Hinata Hyuga abruptly stood up, startling Naruto Uzumaki, who fell to the ground in shock. Subsequently, Hinata deeply bowed, expressing her gratitude, arigato. Arigato gozaimasu. It's nothing. Really? Besides, you've helped me as well. We are mutually supportive. Naruto pretended as if nothing had occurred, rising from the ground and casually brushing the dust off his clothes. At that moment, the atmosphere in Naruto Uzumaki's home was strikingly quiet. Following Hinata Hyuga's recent expression of gratitude, an unexpected chill settled between them. Naruto pondered whether Hinata was aware of his true identity. If she were unaware, should he inquire? And if he did ask, what would he do with the curiosity that followed? Concerned about the possibility of Hyuga Hinata distancing herself, yet uncertain of how to proceed, an uncomfortable anxiety gnawed at his heart. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hinata herself was devoid of any particular thoughts. Moments ago, Naruto Uzumaki had once again grasped her hands, transitioning her from a bowing posture to a seated position. This sudden shift had left her utterly flustered. This is too awkward, she mused. Perhaps I should refrain from asking for now. I can wait until she brings it up. What if she has always known but simply doesn't care? That would make my inquiry even more embarrassing. How is it that you found yourself cornered and bullied by them in the alley? The sight of Naruto Uzumaki has ignited yet another discussion. Hinata Hyuga has only just emerged from a state of despair, and I secretly yearned to slip away for some amusement. However, I lost my way and could not find the path back. By chance, I collided with one of them, and upon gazing into my eyes, they encircled me, insisting that I was a monster. As she spoke, Hinata lowered her head in self-doubt, unable to meet Naruto's gaze. How infuriating. They are the true monsters. I find your pale eyes quite beautiful. Oh. Hinata Hyuga lifted her head abruptly, gazing at the boy before her, whose fox mask glimmered with eyes reminiscent of sapphires. Chapter 6. Just slightly cheaper than the ping-pong paddles next door. After chatting for a while, Uzumaki Naruto offered to escort Hyuga Hinata home. Over the past 6 months, he had practically traversed the entire village just to find good places to buy groceries. So, those really beautiful houses are yours? I've passed by a few times while shopping for vegetables, but the produce there is a bit pricier, so I don't go often. Naruto remarked as he walked hand in hand with Hinata toward the Hyuga estate. Listen, I've been to every single grocery spot in the village. I know all the cheapest places. If you ever want to shop, just tell me, and I'll take you there. Oh, okay. Hinata, dazed from holding Naruto's hand, barely registered his words. The only thing that stuck was that he didn't frequent her family's market because it was too expensive, leaving her with a faint sense of disappointment. There's south this one place I go to often. It's got a whole wall of ping-pong paddles behind it. Their vegetables are great, and they're cheap. The seller's a bit cold, but at least he doesn't try to rip me off like the other market uncles. Hey, what's on your mind? Why do you seem a bit dazed? Have you recently suffered a blow that causes you discomfort? Observing Hinata Hyuga, who appeared to be distinctly distracted, Naruto Uzumaki could not help but gently press the back of his hand against her forehead, reminiscent of the silver-haired elder who had tended to him during his fever. As the coolness enveloped her forehead, Hinata's entire being flushed a deep crimson, rendered speechless in the presence of those azure orbs. Suddenly feeling quite feverish. It seems you have indeed caught a fever from the blows. Hurry, we are almost at your home, just a little longer. Sensing a palpable rise in temperature, Naruto believed that Hinata Hyuga had succumbed to a fever from a recent altercation. Without uttering a word, he swiftly seized Hinata's hand and embarked on a sprint, covering 100 meters in haste. By the time Hinata regained her composure, they had already arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga residence. At that moment, Naruto was fervently conversing with the 2 guards, urging, "Hurry, your family member has just been struck and is burning with fever. Please, rush to her aid." Upon hearing these words, the 2 members of the Hyuga branch hurriedly touched Hinata's forehead, only to find it indeed burning with fever. In a state of panic, they swiftly scooped her up and rushed towards the interior. If the esteemed heiress were to suffer misfortune at the threshold, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences, akin to caged birds meeting their untimely end. Alas, as she was being carried away by the 2 members of her family, Hinata Hyuga desperately wished to speak to Naruto Uzumaki. However, in her anxious state, words eluded her. Take care, rest well, and recover. Next time you encounter someone who bullies you, muster your courage. I see you possess considerable strength, and you are surely capable of overcoming them. As Hinata Hyuga gradually distanced herself, Naruto Uzumaki waved his hand and called out. Once the figures were no longer visible, he lowered his head in solitude, kicked a pebble by his feet, and made his way home. At the Hyuga residence, he pondered, who could have inflicted such harm upon you? Hinata? How infuriating it is that I have been reduced to such a state of fever. Hinata Hayashi was seething with rage, utterly astonished that his daughter had been bullied to the point of falling ill without his notice as she ventured outside. If he did not vent this pent-up frustration, it would undoubtedly turn the entire Hidden Leaf village into a laughingstock, leading them to believe that the Hyuga clan was devoid of protection. Hinata Hayashi lowered his head with a slight headache, gazing silently at his reticent daughter before him. He knew this child all too well. She scarcely spoke, and when she did, her voice was but a faint whisper, timid as a mosquito's hum. Even if she were bullied, she likely wouldn't be able to articulate what happened. How could such a temperament ever inherit the leadership of their noble house? Perhaps one could cultivate a secondary account. Father, that, Startled by the sudden exclamation of his daughter, Hinata quickly regained his composure, pondering how her voice could be so loud. Is it possible that my daughter is actually going to reveal who has been bullying her? Just watch as I summon 100 elite ninjas to pay him a visit and teach him a lesson. Father, might we consider selling our vegetables at a slightly lower price? Just a bit cheaper than the table tennis paddles next door, if you please. In the days that followed, Uzumaki Naruto found life considerably more tranquil. He had braced himself for the inevitable aches and bruises after the previous day's scuffle. Yet to his astonishment, not a single mark marred his skin, as though the altercation had never occurred. This unexpected boon buoyed his spirits throughout the day, sparing him medical expenses he'd anticipated. Moreover, the silver-haired Anbu operative had discreetly returned his misplaced cloak and stilts, his anonymity preserved. This allowed Naruto to continue his grocery runs undisturbed, though his recent fortnight stockpile had rendered such errands temporarily unnecessary. Thus passed another uneventful fortnight, until dwindling supplies finally compelled him to venture out once more. The village, however, teemed with unusual activity. Visiting envoys from foreign lands had drawn crowds away from the marketplace, leaving stalls nearly deserted. Rumor led Naruto to the Hokage district's evening market, where prices had plummeted. Seizing the opportunity, he amassed provisions for an entire month under the cover of nightfall, when discounts deepened like shadows. By 10:30, Naruto inched homeward at a tortoise's pace, his stilts wobbling beneath the weight of bulging sacks stuffed within his voluminous cloak. The sheer bulk strained both his balance and endurance, each laborious step a testament to his precarious skill. Huff, huff, just a bit further. Surely on nearly, his hopeful glance upward deflated. What? Only this far? As Naruto Uzumaki struggled to inch his way home at a snail's pace, he suddenly noticed a dark figure darting across the rooftops behind him. His expression changed instantly, abandoning his groceries and wooden clogs without a second thought. He scrambled up a utility pole onto the roof, for the shadowy figure was carrying someone. And to Naruto's shock, he recognized the unconscious form of Hyuga Hinata, with whom he'd shared many conversations just half a month prior. The sight of her limp body left no doubt. This pursuer was no ally. Without hesitation, driven purely by instinct, Naruto lunged to intercept the black-clad assailant. His relentless 6-month training in chakra control, though failing to produce even a wisp of excess energy, had instead awakened the dormant physical prowess of his Uzumaki lineage, granting him strength far surpassing that of an ordinary child. Yeah. Chapter 7, Electric Therapy Duo Package. Upon her arrival in Konoha, Mako had but 3 intentions: to steal, and once again, to steal. As a member of the Kumogakure village, notorious for their bandit-like tradition of plundering valuable assets from others, their latest mission under the guise of signing a peace treaty with Konoha was to steal the Byakugan, a coveted bloodline limit they lacked. To their surprise, the operation proceeded with uncanny ease. Slipping unnoticed from their guest quarters with their subordinates, they infiltrated the Hokage compound without raising any alarms. Even more fortuitously, they stumbled upon a young girl in the training grounds, her forehead unmarked by the caged bird seal. Without hesitation, they seized her, rendered her unconscious, and swiftly made their escape. The thought of presenting this Byakugan-bearing girl to the Raikage upon their return, and the subsequent promotions and rewards awaiting them, curled the leader's lips into a smug grin. Huh. Suddenly, a diminutive figure lunged toward her, causing her to startle and swiftly retreat. A mask? Could it be a member of the shadowy faction? Damn. They arrived far too swiftly. As the figure lunged towards her, Mashingi instinctively assumed it was a member of Konoha's Anbu, especially since they wore a mask. Without hesitation, she swiftly drew her weapon, readying herself for confrontation. Have the Anbu grown so young now? Mao-san gazed at the swirling Naruto standing atop the rooftop, a sense of astonishment stirring within her, yet she remained cautiously vigilant. Humph. Knowing I'm from the Anbu, you should immediately release the hostage and surrender. Otherwise, I'll show you the true power of my ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Masato's lips curled into a smirk as he visibly relaxed. With a mocking laugh, he retorted, I actually thought you were a real Anbu. Turns out you're just some brat playing ninja games. Don't you know, you little fool, that genuine Anbu operatives never speak so carelessly? Hearing these words, Naruto was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. He never anticipated that his bluster would lead to his own exposure. Quickly, let's deal with this little brat. Otherwise, if the ninjas of Konoha discover us, we shall have no means of escape. At this moment, the ninja trailing behind Misu, resembling a puppet, spoke up. Although it was not his first experience in such dubious endeavors, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety while operating within Konoha. Very well, allow me to handle this. You little brat. Remember this in your next life. Do not put on airs before a true ninja. The hemp rope responded with a sound, tossing Hinata Hyuga, whom it held, to its companions, while it turned back, clutching its pain, and charged towards Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki found himself enveloped by the ominous aura emanating from the rope, paralyzed by fear, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Damn it! Move, my body! How could one simply resign themselves to this fate? As the cry of Naruto echoed within, his body instinctively began to harness chakra. Humph. Cursed imp, consider this a debt owed to me. As a voice echoed within his heart, Uzumaki Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being. Glancing at the shuriken perilously close to him, he leaped away in a sudden burst of energy. Is this chakra? As Naruto beheld the crimson chakra enveloping his form, a delighted smile graced his visage. This was yet another advantage of the 8-trigram seal. As long as the tailed beast willingly bestowed its chakra, it could be readily harnessed by the Jinchūriki through the seal. Crimson chakra, indeed? Is this little rascal truly a Jinchuriki? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. As a veteran of the Third Shinobi World War, he was acutely aware of the terrifying power embodied by the Jinchuriki. Heh, now it is my turn to deal with you. As if sensing an inexhaustible reservoir of power within, Naruto Uzumaki felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. He clenched his fist and charged towards the rope, exclaiming, "Damn it! What does it matter if I'm a Jinchuriki? After all, he is merely a fledgling, unable to even manage a single tail." With a surge of determination, Maromi steeled herself and immediately charged forward, ready to face the challenge head-on. Prepare yourself. Naruto Uzumaki, devoid of strategy, recklessly charged forward, relying solely on the physical enhancement afforded by the crimson chakra enveloping him, and swung his fist. However, knowing the formidable power bestowed by the tailed beast chakra, Masashi had no intention of engaging him directly. With a graceful leap, he swiftly rotated in midair, positioning himself behind Naruto. He then cast the bitter object in his hand skyward and began forming hand seals with both hands. Cho, Yu, Shin, lightning release, lightning binding. The anguish of the heavens is divided into 3 parts, scattered across the 3 corners of the swirling Naruto. Subsequently, 3 pillars of lightning ascend, forming a triangular barrier. What? Naruto Uzumaki found himself utterly unable to control his speed. As he beheld the towering column of light rising before him, it was already too late. He collided with it directly. The ensuing thunderous strikes of lightning rendered the minuscule amount of chakra bestowed by the Nine-Tails into mere vapor, dissipating into the air. Observing that the tailed beast chakra had nearly vanished, Meropii promptly dispelled the technique and approached, delivering a swift chop that rendered Naruto unconscious upon the ground. At the end of the day, he remains merely a child. The bounty from this encounter is indeed substantial. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Mashi swiftly evaded an oncoming assault from behind. It was none other than Hinata Hyuga, who had just regained consciousness after being rendered unconscious moments earlier. To her astonishment, she found Naruto Uzumaki incapacitated on the ground, and without hesitation, she activated her Byakugan, breaking free from her captor's grasp and launching an attack against Mashi. Hey, what is your perspective on the situation with the young spirit? Are we truly incapable of withstanding even a mere child? This child exhibits unusual characteristics. Just moments ago, an invisible force seemed to push me away. How intriguing. These little imps are truly troublesome. How infuriating. Release Naruto, please. Since Hinata Hyuga returned home, her unusual reactions were immediately noticed by Hisashi Hyuga. After a series of indirect inquiries, Hisashi realized that his daughter had indeed come into contact with the Jinchuriki. In the course of their conversation, Hinata also learned the name of Naruto Uzumaki. Inspired by Naruto's words, she had been diligently training for the past half-month, but unexpectedly, she found herself captured today. The 8 trigrams 16 palms. As Hinata Hyuga assumed her stance, her Byakugan activated, and she fiercely charged towards Shino Aburame. In the next moment, she was once again rendered unconscious by Shino's technique. Phew, I have finally dealt with these 2 little brats. Let us hurry, Hinata. 8 trigrams air palm. Chapter 8 unfolds amidst a surge of electricity. With a swift whoosh, the figure behind, clutching Hinata Hyuga, is mercilessly reduced to a pulp, while the delicate Hinata herself tumbles from the rooftop. This is dire. Upon witnessing his precious daughter about to tumble from the building, Hinata Hayashi had no time to grasp the rope. He leaped from the balcony to catch Hinata Hanabi. This is disastrous. Without even turning his head, Masashi knew exactly what had transpired. Swiftly clutching Uzumaki Naruto in his arms, he dashed toward the outskirts of Konoha village. As he fled, he deftly scattered dozens of smoke bombs in an attempt to obscure Hyuga Hayashi's vision. TCH, he's surprisingly fast. Hyuga Hayashi, cradling his daughter Hyuga Hinata, watched Masashi's retreating figure. Though his Byakugan could effortlessly pierce through the smoke, he made no move to pursue. His attention had been wholly fixated on Hinata, causing him to overlook Naruto in Masashi's grasp. Now that he had secured his daughter, the choice between chasing the enemy and ensuring her safety was clear. He chose the latter. Once confirming Hinata was unharmed, events unfolded as they had before. The Hyuga clan swiftly arrived at the scene, followed by Anbu operatives and the diplomatic envoy from Kumogakure. When the envoys discovered only one corpse and not the other, they realized their scheme was in motion. Immediately, they played the victim, accusing Konoha of murdering their subordinate, demanding to know if this was an attempt to sabotage the peace treaty and incite war. Hyuga Hayashi, already seething with rage, especially after the abduction of the clan's young princess, nearly clashed with them. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived just in time to quell the rising tensions. He assured the Kumo delegation that they would receive an answer, urging them to await further communication. Yet, the envoys seized the moment to demand what they had originally sought, the corpse of the one who had killed their comrade, Hyuga Hayashi himself. Under Hiruzen's silent directive, the Hyuga clan once again adhered to the original arrangement. Hyuga Hisashi, Hayashi's twin brother, would sacrifice himself in his stead. But just before Hisashi's death, Hinata finally awoke and uttered words that left everyone stunned. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand heavily onto the desk. The long-cherished mask of kindness he wore as the benevolent Hokage finally torn away. Damn it, the Cloud Village had actually abducted Naruto. They actually expect us to surrender the remains of the Hyuga clan. This matter is my responsibility. I was so preoccupied with my daughter that I inadvertently allowed another intruder to escape, never imagining that this individual would abduct Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, Hinata Hisashi stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen, his head bowed in profound relief that he had focused solely on protecting Hinata Hanabi rather than pursuing the other assailant. Had he done otherwise, his younger brother would surely have met a grim fate. It is only when one is faced with personal turmoil that one truly comprehends the weight of sorrow. Perhaps now, those arrogant individuals shall soon face the wrath of the furious Hokage. I have previously informed you that the Jinchuriki should be entrusted to me for proper control. Had this been done, such unfortunate events would not have transpired. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was lurking nearby, seeking to undermine Sarutobi Hiruzen's authority in front of the leaders of the various ninja clans and the elite Anbu with his words. Be silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a fierce glare at Shimura Danzo before addressing all the high-ranking officials of Konohagakure seated before him. The audacity of the rogue ninjas from Kumogakure is intolerable. They not only attempted to abduct the heiress of the Hyuga clan, but also captured our Jinchūriki, Naruto Uzumaki. Immediately, mobilized the Anbu, Jonin, and reconnaissance teams to thoroughly pursue the spies from Kumogakure, and promptly issue a stern warning and express our discontent to Kumogakure. At this moment, Narashikahiza inquired. Lord of the third generation, given the speed of the Cloud Shinobi, it seems exceedingly difficult for us to catch up and retrieve the Jinchuriki. If they have already transported the Jinchuriki to the hidden Cloud Village, it will be rather challenging for us to. Then let us declare war on the entire hidden Cloud Village. They must be made to feel the wrath of Konoha. Indeed, upon receiving the orders from the third Hokage, the various ninja clans and divisions promptly dispersed to commence the mission of retrieving the Jinchuriki. Danzo pondered. The spies from the hidden Cloud Village are entrusted to you. Rest assured, I shall make full use of those individuals. Immediately, all the troops were mobilized. The Pig, Deer, and Butterfly Squad, the Oil Woman clan, the Inuzuka clan, and notably, nearly the entire Hyuga clan, all vowed to avenge the grievances of the previous night. At the moment when the entire village of Konoha seemed to surge forth, within the dim confines of the Hyuga residence, a solitary candle flickered upon the table, casting faint shadows of two figures. As a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hisashi remained in the village, yet it was even more peculiar that Hinata Hayashi, as a member of the branch family, also chose to stay. Hayashi, did you observe the demeanor of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Indeed. Merely a change of person results in an entirely different demeanor. This distinction transcends the mere difference between the Jinchuriki and the disdainful. It encapsulates the disparity in the weapons at their disposal and the hounds that surround them. I wonder, should the Hyuga clan consider enacting some changes? Upon hearing these words, Hinata Hisashi abruptly lifted his head to gaze at his elder brother, while the eyes of Hinata Hajime reflected the flickering flames of the candle burning brightly. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Hinata residence, Hinata, concealed within her room, was engulfed in a harrowing nightmare. You are too feeble, and it is precisely for this reason that you have remained reliant on his injuries. Strengthen yourself. Hinata Hyuga abruptly opened her eyes, her Byakugan instinctively activated. Yet her gaze was strikingly different from before. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki had, as predicted by Nara Shikaku, long since departed from the reach of Konoha's pursuit. Masashi, an expert in lightning release, had honed his chakra-enhancing techniques since childhood, endowing him with remarkable speed. Within the span of a single night, the duo had traversed to the edge of the Land of Fire. Masashi afforded no opportunity for Konoha's forces to apprehend him. After 3 days and nights of relentless running, they finally arrived at the gates of the hidden Cloud Village. Meanwhile, the fourth Raikage, awaited their arrival at the village entrance. The moment Masashi entrusted Naruto to the fourth Hokage, tears streamed down his face as he proclaimed, "My subordinate has fulfilled his mission. Although we did not capture the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, we have secured the Jinchuriki." I gazed upon the incapacitated Naruto. Reminiscent of the encounter he had once had with Manado Namikaze on the battlefield, he then gently handed Naruto over to his secretary, Mabui, before embracing Masashi tightly, exclaiming, "Welcome back, hero of the Hidden Cloud Village." Chapter 9. Felines and Canines. As Naruto Uzumaki was abducted, the embers of the Third Great Ninja War were rekindled, leading to renewed hostilities between Konoha and Kumobikure. At this juncture, Konoha found itself in a transitional phase, while Kumobikure had also suffered significant losses. Fortunately, Iwagakure and Sunagakure, having sustained considerable damage, refrained from intervening and instead chose to recuperate. Consequently, although both sides were engaged in combat, they were reluctant to escalate the violence, primarily due to their diminished military strength and the lingering fear of opportunistic acts from the remaining two nations. Meanwhile, Kurogakure was in disarray, having been mysteriously ravaged by the enigmatic figure known as the Romantic Man, leaving them in silence. However, none of these events concerned Naruto Uzumaki, for he had been clandestinely confined within a hidden mountain peak. "You little rascal, you are indeed the most peculiar child I have ever encountered. In this unfamiliar setting, you neither weep nor wail." At that moment, Naruto sat cross-legged beneath the shade of a tree, diligently refining the chakra he had painstakingly acquired. The individual who had spoken perched upon a branch above, observing Naruto with curious intrigue. "It matters not where one resides. I have never been fond of wandering aimlessly. Besides, even if you were to cry or scream, it would yield no effect, would it?" At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki no longer exhibited the childishness of his earlier days. Instead, he responded to the question posed by the figure perched in the tree with a nonchalant demeanor. "Well, you seem quite mature. It appears you've endured considerable hardship back in Konoha, which is only to be expected." The individual on the branch, with legs gracefully draped over the limb, executed a somersault and descended effortlessly, landing before Naruto. He then turned onto his side, propping his chin on his hands as he regarded the young boy before him. After all, the treatment received by Jinchuriki in their formative years is invariably similar, yet it is evident that you have matured significantly. Naruto gazed at the blonde-haired girl before him, recognizing her as the Two-Tails Jinchuriki from the village of Kumobikure, Waigao. However, he had little interest in engaging with her, as his focus remained solely on diligently training to enhance his strength. Observing the indifferent attitude of this golden-haired boy, Waigao felt a mischievous urge to tease him. "Do you know? For a cat, the most delightful mouse is not the one that succumbs to its fate upon sighting its predator, but rather the one that desperately strives for escape. To a cat, no matter how furiously a mouse attempts to flee, it remains ensnared within the cat's grasp. Thus, the frantic darting of the mouse transforms into the most captivating of playthings. It is not uncommon to witness a scene where 4 or 5 cats surround a single mouse, toying with it without the intention of consuming it, merely relishing the sight of it scurrying in a panicked frenzy. When the mouse dares to entertain the hope of evasion, it is met instead by the looming shadow of a colossal paw. "So what is it that you wish to convey?" The two wooden figures rose from their positions, stretching luxuriously, their exaggerated arcs accentuating their striking physiques. To the sister, you, who tirelessly refined your chakra, resembled a little mouse persistently seeking an escape route within this playground. Yet, no matter how fervently you attempted to flee, you would ultimately confront the paw of your sister, the cat. As he spoke, he placed a hand upon Naruto Uzumaki's head and playfully ruffled his hair. In response, Naruto displayed no sign of resistance, merely replying with a calm demeanor, "Well, allow me to share something with you as well." The two wooden figures halted the hand that was poised to strike the furious fox, subsequently brushing off their disdain as they recalled that it had been 3 full days since they last washed their hair. For a cat, a dog is indeed a terrifying entity. In the wild, a cat would scarcely dare to extend its claws towards a dog. I have witnessed on several occasions the brutal tearing apart of a cat by 2 dogs, leaving nothing but a bloody mess. As he spoke, Naruto Uzumaki lifted his gaze, revealing his striking orange eyes. It is worth noting that a fox also belongs to the canine family. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the 2 wooden figures, for at that very moment, it seemed as though Naruto had caught sight of a fox baring its teeth at him. This little brat, has he really mastered the chakra of the tailed beasts at such a tender age? Humph, regardless of the circumstances, You are but a mere pup at this moment, still obediently nurtured by others in this place. With that, the two you individuals dismissed their earlier trepidation. After all, they too were hosts of formidable powers, not to be perpetually intimidated by this undeveloped whelp before them. Such a young creature, baring its teeth like a playful puppy, is hardly well behaved and would likely find itself confined to a cage. TCH, at the end of the day, it is merely a village notorious for its capability to ensnare others, truly incapable of altering its predilections. With a sudden splashing sound, the two wooden figures doused the swirling Naruto with a bucket of water seemingly conjured from nowhere, causing him to cough violently. "What are you doing, you madwoman? Wash your hair obediently, you little golden-haired pup. I just touched your head, and my hand is covered in oil." With that, I placed the water bucket atop Naruto's head. "You should remain here on Raikage Summit, and if you think of escaping, rest assured, there is no chance of that. Besides, our surroundings are undoubtedly superior to those of Konoha. Wouldn't you agree? To treat others with kindness and loyalty, devoid of the monstrous intrigues and deceptions characteristic of Konoha, is a virtue. Yet, despite your claims of camaraderie, you have become, like me, a vessel of the tailed beasts. Attempting to provoke me into leaving is futile. I shall remain here, observing you for the next few days. You cannot return to Konoha. So it would be wise to accept the reality that you are a citizen of the hidden cloud village. Otherwise, you must be aware of the grim fate that awaits you. As a rather mature young soul, you should possess some semblance of understanding in your heart, should you not?" Sigh. The two Yuzu people gazed helplessly at the sight of Naruto, who was feigning slumber beneath a bucket. With no other option, they conjured a flicker of azure flame to dry the moisture from his form. Subsequently, they leapt to a nearby tree to indulge in their reading. Yet, despite their focus on the text, a glimmer of pity flickered in their eyes. "Oh, young one, it would be wise to accept this reality sooner rather than later. As a Jinchuriki, one is devoid of the luxury of choice." At this moment, the seemingly slumbering Naruto Uzumaki was indeed deeply immersed in the realm of his own consciousness. "Damn it, you shameless little thief." In the dark and oppressive confines of the sewer, the Nine-Tails, confined within its cage, roared in fury. "Can't you be a bit quieter?" The great fox, while this sentiment may seem somewhat audacious, we are indeed in a state of coexistence and mutual prosperity, so perhaps you might temper your fierce demeanor? Are you expecting me to cooperate with you, you wretched thief? The eyes of the Nine-Tails reflected a seething anger, revealing the silhouettes of three figures, two large and one small. Chapter 10, Mechanical Naruto, Part 1. Let us rewind time to a few days prior, when Naruto Uzumaki, after condensing his chakra, was rendered unconscious. Countless fragments of souls surged into Naruto's essence. Gradually, he opened his eyes, surveying the dank, sewer-like surroundings, murmuring to himself, "Ah, so this is what it means to be cherished?" Within Naruto's spirit resided not only the soul of a transcendent traveler, but also the chakra of Ashura. When the nameless traveler entered Naruto's body through his extraordinary abilities, a fierce battle erupted between him and the Ashura chakra dwelling within Naruto's soul. Ultimately, the traveler infused his abilities and memories into Naruto's essence, while Ashura merely infused his chakra traits. Thus, Naruto Uzumaki now embodies the essence of both a half-transcendent and a half-divine prodigy. Brushing off non-existent dust, Naruto began to inspect his sealed space. Possessing the memories of the traveler, he understood its purpose. "Hey, you little brat, come here." Was that voice the Nine-Tails? Turning around, Naruto beheld a massive fox, lounging behind iron bars and fixating its gaze upon him. "Yo, Nine-Tails." The sight of the grand orange fox evoked a sense of familiarity within Naruto. After all, in his memories, this splendid creature was his closest companion. "Hey, what's with that disgusting look?" The Nine-Tails, feeling uncomfortable under such a scrutinizing gaze, was taken aback, as it had not been regarded with such familiarity in thousands of years. Just as in my memories, it appears fearsome, yet is truly a proud fox. I wonder what its fur feels like. By the way, do foxes have paw pads?" The Nine-Tails shivered, sensing a nefarious intent directed toward it, then shifted its gaze to the little brat before it. If anyone were to harbor ill thoughts towards it, it would undoubtedly be this child. "Hey, you don't seem afraid of me at all." The Nine-Tails opened its enormous mouth, drool cascading down in long streams, attempting to appear fearsome in hopes of terrifying Naruto into tears. "No, I simply find you rather appealing. That fur must feel delightful to touch, right? Your tongue is quite sharp for a little brat. Come here, since you're not afraid, why don't you help me remove the seals above?" Noticing the child's apparent lack of fear, The Nine-Tails grew less serious and began to coax him into unsealing its prison. No, no, no. Well, I'm not scared of you. I'm not foolish either. If I unseal you, we won't be able to converse like this anymore. Roar. The Nine-Tails bellowed at Naruto, the force of its roar sending him tumbling several times. Then I have nothing more to say to you wretched humans. Upon articulating his intent to frighten Naruto into vacating the sealed space, an unexpected turn of events ensued. The ever-spirited Uzumaki Naruto swiftly interrupted the Nine-Tails' archaic rhetoric, asserting, "My presence here, although serendipitous, transcends mere observation of you. There are other matters at hand." With that, he formed a series of hand seals: dog, boar, serpent, rat, boar, horse, snake, tiger, and invoked the shadow clone technique. With a resounding thud, a shadowy figure materialized beside Uzumaki Naruto, while a new cage emerged adjacent to the iron cell that contained the Nine-Tails. Indeed, success has been achieved. I had faith that utilizing chakra would make mastering the shadow clone technique a trivial endeavor. As the smoke dissipated, the clone revealed itself to be a mechanical version of Naruto, an artificial construct crafted by Orochimaru, while the newly conjured cage contained a mechanical counterpart to the Nine-Tails. This was the extraordinary boon borne by the traveler. By mastering the corresponding ninjutsu, he could summon a version of Naruto and the Nine-Tails from a parallel realm, their souls possessing the autonomy to choose whether to manifest or remain hidden. As Uzumaki Naruto countered with the Nine-Tails chakra, the system recognized that he had successfully honed the shadow clone technique through countless repetitions, thereby illuminating the mechanical Naruto by drawing upon the Nine-Tails chakra. Wow. Is this truly the mechanical version of me? How incredibly dashing! Gazed Naruto at the towering figure before him, his eyes sparkling with the wonder that befalls every young boy, especially upon beholding the mechanical Nine-Tails. It is easy to envision any lad refusing the allure of a personal chariot, particularly one as striking as this. Wait. Hey. What on earth is this? Who is this loathsome creature before me? The Nine-Tails, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the mechanical counterpart, felt an instinctual wave of animosity emanating from its polished exterior. Fear not, great fox. They are my summons. This humanoid figure is a mechanical version of me, while that one resembling you is a mechanical version of yourself. However, I must say, you look quite stunning in this form. Nonsense. The Nine-Tails was incredulous at Naruto's claims. Despite possessing their chakra, the materials constituting these bodies were evidently derived from the Ten Tails, making them more akin to instruments of his own demise than reflections of himself. Naruto shrugged, believe what you will. After all, my grand fox cannot be ridden yet, so I shall commandeer this mechanical version myself. He continued, furthermore, this system allows for the summoning of their souls. The fusion of body and spirit will facilitate my learning, and I find this system quite appealing. With that, Naruto summoned the soul of the mechanical Naruto, pondering, where am I? The mechanical Naruto gently cradled his head, and then slowly illuminated his electronic eye. Subsequently, he beheld another version of himself. Hey, you're awake? Welcome to another world. What? Another world? How can this be? Have I ultimately failed? The mechanical Naruto, upon hearing these words, widened his electronic eye in astonishment, then murmured to himself with a hint of despondency, no, wait, who are you? Why do you resemble me so closely? The swirling Naruto hastily clarified. There has been a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is that this is an alternate parallel world, and you have been summoned here by me. Chapter 11. The Mechanical Naruto, Part 2. After 3 arduous years of training under Jiraiya, Naruto Uzumaki finally returned, intent on seeking out Sasuke while undergoing trials to harness wind-style chakra. Unexpectedly, during his training, another version of himself emerged in the village. Following a fierce battle between the two, Naruto discovered that the mechanical Naruto was a creation of Orochimaru, who sought to steal his Nine-Tails chakra. Ultimately, ensnared by Itachi Uchiha's Jinjutsu, the two Narutos became allies. However, at that moment, the mechanical Nine-Tails, under Orochimaru's control, launched a surprise attack on Naruto, draining him of a significant portion of his chakra and leaving him on the brink of death. Mechanical Naruto, please help me. Bring Sasuke back. In return, I will entrust you with everything I have. If you are like a brother to me, you can surely do it. With those words, Naruto collided his head with the mechanical Naruto's. And in that instant, whether by the miracle of chakra or fate, Naruto's memories and the remaining Nine-Tails chakra were transmitted to the mechanical Naruto's body, along with a fragment of his soul. Thus, a dual-core Naruto was born, embodying both the spirit of Naruto Uzumaki and the form of the mechanical Naruto. With the assistance of Kakashi Hitaki and Jiraiya, the mechanical Naruto succeeded in sealing the mechanical Nine-Tails within himself, vowing to carry on its will and reclaim Sasuke Uchiha. Is this what they call a bond? Naruto pondered, moved to tears by the resonance of memories and souls through such a miraculous connection. After thoroughly explaining everything to the mechanical Naruto and hearing his tale, Naruto was overcome with emotion. It seems that even in another world, my bond with Sasuke Uchiha remains profound, transcending even death. Cough, cough, cough. The mechanical Naruto, caught off guard by Naruto's sudden banter, emitted an electronic sound. What love? Sasuke and I are comrades, but I heard that you two shared your first kiss. Uffed. The mechanical Naruto unexpectedly spewed forth a black liquid, unsure if it was tree sap or machine oil. Where did you hear such nonsense? No, that's not right. Those were accidents. I still prefer Sakura-chan. Sakura-chan? Oh. You mean that pink-haired girl named Haruno Sakura? Naruto scratched his nose, flicking away an imaginary booger. What is so appealing about that flat-chested girl? I truly don't understand why another version of me from this era would have such feelings. Nanny. The mechanical Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, transformed into exclamation marks. You don't like Sakura? I thought you were 3 years old. At 3 years old, I didn't tea like Sakura. Please, what is so surprising about that? I can't comprehend your notions of love. With perfectly good chakra, why waste time on such trivial matters? Upon hearing those words, the mechanical Naruto appeared to freeze in place, utterly astonished by the notion that the original Naruto could harbor feelings other than affection for Sakura. As clarity dawned upon him, denoted by the illumination of a light bulb above his head, he began to comprehend the intricacies of his existence. It became evident that, due to his reclusive nature and youthful age, he had yet to experience the profound sensation of love. With a sympathetic expression, he gazed mockingly at the original Naruto, who, feeling a wave of irritation wash over him, protested, "What is that expression you wear? You seem so proud and condescending. As if you were mocking me with your robotic visage." "Not at all," replied the mechanical Naruto. "I am merely a machine. You will understand in due time." He then whimsically mimicked a robotic gesture and affectionately patted Naruto on the head. "You are clearly laughing at me and haven't ceased since." The original Naruto exclaimed in frustration, although he remained oblivious to the source of the mechanical Naruto's amusement. "Enough of the jests," the mechanical Naruto said, regaining his composure. "What are your intentions moving forward? If you wish to return to Konoha, I can certainly assist you in that endeavor." Naruto fell silent. Truth be told, having inherited the memories of a traveler, he had no desire to return to the decaying village of Konoha. The original Naruto had always maintained an optimistic outlook. Yet he was haunted by dark memories of suffering that plagued his past, a burden that felt even heavier now, free from the influence of Ashura's spirit. "I think I shall remain in the outside world for a while and focus on enhancing my skills," he finally declared. The mechanical Naruto too fell into contemplation. Though he possessed Naruto's memories and emotions, he was not the true Naruto, having never fully been accepted by his companions. In his recollections, the childhood of the original Naruto was marked by considerable hardship. "Let us proceed this way then," he suggested. "With my presence, your safety should not be a concern. If you encounter foes you cannot defeat, simply take to the skies. There are not many ninja in the world who can fly. Should you require further assistance, feel free to summon me." "Thank you, my other self," Naruto replied gratefully. "There's no need for gratitude. After all, we are one and the same," the mechanical Naruto remarked. "Before we part ways, allow me to lend you a hand, for I recall the suffering I endured in my youth due to this very matter. What is it that you seek?" Observing the enigmatic demeanor of the mechanical Naruto, the original Naruto could not help but inquire with curiosity. The mechanical Naruto gradually rose, abruptly rotating its head a full 180 degrees to gaze at the Nine-Tails behind it. Witnessing such an exaggerated spectacle, the Nine-Tails, who had been attentively eavesdropping, was startled into a state of curiosity. "Nine-Tails, having listened for so long, shouldn't you consider paying a bit of interest?" Roar. "Humph, wretched human. What do you intend to do?" It must be said that the Nine-Tails held a certain trepidation towards the mechanical Naruto, for it radiated the essence of the Ten Tails. Moreover, in the preceding tale, it had indeed absorbed its counterpart from another realm. The mechanical Naruto then displayed a smile and remarked, "It is nothing, merely a recollection from my past. The reason I struggled to perform ninjutsu in my youth was due to your incessant release of chakra, which interfered with my insufficient reserves at that age. Therefore, I merely seek to borrow a modicum of chakra from you, who possesses an ample supply, as a form of rent payment." Roar. "You shall not take what is mine." Do not be so stingy, Nine-Tails, after all. This small amount of chakra is hardly a loss for you, merely a few strands of fur, so to speak. As the mechanical Naruto spoke, it formed a gesture that would surely unsettle any man from the land of pickled vegetables, saying, just a little, just a tiny bit. Subsequently, the mechanical Naruto opened its mouth wide, disregarding the Nine-Tails protests, and absorbed all the chakra surrounding the seal into its own being, even drawing a bit more from the sealed Nine-Tails within. This should suffice, at least for the next 6 months. The chakra of the Nine-Tails will not interfere with your ability to perform ninjutsu. Chapter 12. The Battlefield. Damn humans. Damn 10 tails. Sensing his chakra being forcibly drawn away, he let out a furious roar, simultaneously feeling a twinge of fear. This being, known as mechanical Naruto, might truly be capable of returning him to that mindless chakra state. How stingy, Nine-Tails. Well, I'll come back another time. Next time, remember to bring my Nine-Tails over as well. Let us all have a chat together. Upon uttering these words, mechanical Naruto's eyes transformed into 2 large crosses, and he subsequently crashed to the ground inoperable. Vortex Naruto, poking at mechanical Naruto's body, pouted and remarked how swiftly he had departed, lamenting the rarity of encountering someone he could converse with. Just then, Vortex Naruto noticed his own hand beginning to fade into nothingness, accompanied by a whispering sound near his ears. Hey, what is happening? My hand. In a flurry of panic, he gazed at his hand, only to find his feet and body also dissolving into the ethereal. Suddenly, he jolted upright. Ouch! Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself seated on a bed, with a black-skinned doctor sprawled on the floor, incessantly touching his nose. The strength of this Jinchūriki is quite formidable. I ended up with a nosebleed from the collision. He chuckled. Welcome to the Hidden Cloud Village, kid. Now aware of his predicament, Vortex Naruto was escorted by 2 wooden figures into the mountains for concealment. The original plan of the Hidden Cloud Village was for Vortex Naruto to remain hidden for a while, awaiting the conclusion of Konoha's counterattack, before gradually integrating him into the village. If all went well, he might even become the right-hand man of the next Raikage. However, the Hidden Cloud was unprepared for the unexpected tenacity of Konoha's counteroffensive. After the assassination of the ambush team member, they received several heads from the prior delegation delivered to the village gates. Subsequently, the entire village's ninjas surged toward the Hidden Cloud Village, experiencing firsthand the resources of a village engaged in war with all 4 great nations. Sighing heavily, the 2 wooden figures set down the intelligence they held. You may have to stay here for some time. The war has commenced, and if you were to enter the village, it would not be safe. In his mental space, aided by the imposing presence of his mechanical body, Vortex Naruto nodded in satisfaction after successfully interacting with the orange fox. Acknowledging his situation without further addressing the 2 wooden figures, I suggest you maintain a respectful attitude towards me. If you think the people of Konoha will solely come to rescue you, you are gravely mistaken. Once they realize that seizing you is hopeless, they will dispatch countless assassins to eliminate you, and only I will be able to protect you then. All right, I understand, Andy. I'll be counting on you to save me then. Possessing the mechanical body of Naruto Uzumaki, the original Naruto remained unfazed. At worst, he could take flight using the mechanics of his counterpart. He was unconvinced that any assassin sent to eliminate him would possess the ability to fly. Even if they did, who could rival him in endurance, especially with the chakra reserve provided by the Nine-Tails? Surely, the Nine-Tails would lend him its chakra in due course. At this moment, the Nine-Tails, seemingly attuned to Naruto's thoughts, let out a frustrated roar from its cage. Damn brat. Auntie. The 2 wooden figures, adorned with hashtags upon their heads, then struck Naruto's forehead fiercely with their veined fists, exclaiming, How dare you? I'm only 17. Call me sister. Rubbing the painful bump on his head, Naruto mumbled to himself. You're clearly 14 years older than me. That makes you an auntie. With the piercing gaze of the wooden figures upon him, he swallowed hard and, with a forced smile, responded, Sister, definitely sister. Upon hearing Naruto's change in address, the 2 wooden figures exhaled, steam rising from their fists, indicating they had calmed down. After all, any young woman would be infuriated to be referred to as an auntie. In the ensuing months, aside from his constant desire to gather more chakra, the mechanical Naruto taught the original Naruto various fundamental ninja skills and the basics of body techniques within the ceiling space. However, due to the mechanical Naruto's limited expertise beyond simple techniques, Naruto found himself in a half-baked state of training. Lacking tools and unable to master the Rasengan, he could only diligently practice transformation and shadow clone techniques, as the substitution technique was hardly useful outside the realm of video game glitches. According to the mechanical Naruto, who frequently visited him, the first ninjutsu he mastered was the multi-shadow clone technique, an advanced version of the shadow clone technique. He would pass this skill on to Naruto once his chakra reached 50 chakra units, equivalent to the total chakra of 50 Kakashis. The original Naruto had required 100 chakra units to subdue the Nine-Tails, but with the existence of the mechanical body, this was no longer necessary. The mechanical Naruto calculated that approximately 50 chakra units would suffice to perform the multi-shadow clone technique without adverse effects. After all, chakra was a fusion of spirit and body. Increasing its total would inevitably enhance the physical form to some extent. Alas, it was a pity that the wooden figures were always lingering nearby, preventing him from even training the Rasengan. As another day of training came to a close, nearly 4-year-old Naruto lay bored upon a tree, lamenting the incessant presence of his sister figure. "Are you secretly bad-mouthing me again?" 2 wooden figures suddenly leapt from the treetops upon receiving their orders. Observing the visibly dejected Naruto Uzumaki, they expressed their discontent with a remark. Upon seeing the unexpected appearance of the 2 wooden figures, Naruto's expression shifted, and he hastily replied, "How could I ever speak ill of my sister, who is as beautiful as a flower? Over the past 6 months, while your skills may not have improved, your flattery has certainly reached new heights. Enough with the laughter, your face is grinning like a flower in bloom." The 2 wooden figures declared that they would not be swayed by a single word from Naruto, though they found his compliments rather amusing. "It's clear you are once again mocking me for watching over you daily, but your good fortune is about to change. Starting tomorrow, I shall no longer accompany you." "What? Why?" Upon hearing this, Naruto sprang to his feet, his words tinged with reluctance. For this was someone who had cared for him for the past 6 months. Although their intentions may have been ulterior, it was still preferable to those who only met him with disdain. The 2 wooden figures sighed in resignation, gazing sorrowfully at the stars above. As the conflict intensifies, I too must take to the battlefield. Chapter 13 Transformation. So even you were to step onto the battlefield? Uzumaki Naruto sighed deeply, realizing that his leisurely days were drawing to a close. "What? Are you reluctant to see me go?" Observing the sorrowful expression on Naruto's face, the 2 Yui Makuzai chuckled. "Nonsense, I can't wait for you to leave. Not only do you follow me around daily, but you also frequently mooch off my grilled fish. Little brat." One of the Yui Makuzai smiled, ruffled Naruto's hair, and then pressed his face to Naruto's forehead, planting a kiss there. "Take care of yourself from now on. During these tense times of war, both our village's Anbu and spies from other villages will harbor hostility towards you. Without my protection, it will be up to you to fend for yourself." Naruto gazed in astonishment at the Yui Makuzai, who had spoken softly to him. The Yui Makuzai lifted his head and glanced at his hands, grinning as he remarked, "Quite clean lately, your hair is remarkably smooth." With that, he leaped away from the mountain peak where he had resided for nearly half a year. Watching the Yui Makuzai's departing figure, Naruto sighed, thinking to himself, "It seems I must hasten my preparations. The conditions awaiting me here are likely to be grim." Indeed, it wasn't long before 4 Anbu ninjas, clad in black masks, arrived. Unlike the Yui Makuzai's casual approach, they confined Naruto within a small wooden cabin, subjecting him daily to the indoctrination of the will of thunder. Had Naruto truly been a mere 4-year-old child, he might have been easily brainwashed. However, thanks to the memories inherited from his past life, he had developed a sufficient worldview and set of values. No matter how eloquently the Anbu ninjas spoke of Kumogakure, he would never accept a village known for repeatedly seizing others' territories. Not to mention, his mother, whom he had never met, had once been abducted. And even his future bride had faced abduction twice in the original narrative. How could Naruto possibly harbor any fondness for this village? At most, he felt a certain affection for the Yui Makuzai, wondering if he might one day turn the tables and abduct her instead. Smack! The ruler struck the desk with force. A muscular man with tattoos etched across his face glared furiously, exclaiming, "Hey, Naruto Uzumaki, can you please pay attention in class? Lord Rakage specifically arranged for me to provide you with private instruction, fearing you would fall behind, and yet you continue to daydream." Assumason, it was now the 3rd day in the wooden cabin, and having confirmed that these individuals offered no substantial teachings, Naruto had begun to slack off. Adopting an attitude of defiance, responding to everything with a dismissive air of "You are right, but I simply refuse to listen." Damn brat, elite ninja instructor Ninjutsu was so infuriated he felt his teeth might shatter. However, as the strictest teacher, he was not one to tolerate such behavior easily. He had once succeeded in berating a parent to the point they spent an entire day in bed, and punishing students was as simple as opening his mouth. Since you are so unwilling to heed my lessons, then go run. I want you to run around this mountain 20 times. Naruto Uzumaki regarded the imposing figure of the stern-faced man with a cold gaze, unwilling to heed the words of such a person. What if I refuse? He challenged boldly. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that a student like Naruto would dare to openly defy him. Without a moment's thought, he raised his right hand and swung the teaching rod toward Naruto. However, Naruto did not flinch. Instead, he effortlessly caught the rod, revealing his fox-like pupils as he stared at Ninjutsu. Over the past few weeks, with the aid of the mechanical Naruto's body, he had harnessed the chakra of the Nine Tails, gaining enhancements in burning, corrosion, strength, and recovery. This 4-year-old child of the Uzumaki lineage was not easily intimidated by a mere chunin who only taught. Confronted with Naruto's beast-like gaze, Ninjutsu swallowed hard, attempting to mask his fear with a feigned fierceness. Do you have any idea what the consequences of defying me are? Adhering to the teachings of your instructor is a rule of the Hidden Cloud Village. If you do not follow this rule, becoming a ninja is not an option. I have heard that you train in chakra every day, but can you truly become a ninja? He continued. Moreover, failing to comply with the rules will incur punishment. You might even find yourself locked away in prison. With a dismissive scoff, Naruto crushed the teaching rod in his hand. The shattered fragments flew toward Ninjutsu's face, causing him to yelp in alarm as he shielded himself. You can fool others with your words, but I will not be deceived. Do you know what they called me in Konoha? The demon fox. At the time, I did not understand why. But now I realize that I indeed possess the power of the fox. You summoned me for this very reason, did you not? Do not speak of disrespect towards someone like me, who is merely a charlatan. Even if your Raikage himself came to apprehend me, what could he possibly do? What? Ninjutsu's eyes widened in shock, an uneasy tone creeping into his voice. Do you even comprehend what you were saying? Naruto surveyed the encroaching Anbu agents, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed that remaining in the Hidden Cloud Village was no longer an option. He had initially intended to wait another 6 months for his body to develop further. But it appeared that the villagers were nearing their breaking point under the pressures of war, resorting to forced indoctrination. Hey, great fox, lend me your power, he silently implored. No way, get lost, came the reply. Honestly, so stingy, Naruto mused. Despite having collected a fair amount of Nine-Tails fur over the past months, who could ever complain about having more? Kid, I advise you to think twice before acting rashly. One of the Anbu, having sensed Naruto's intentions, approached to offer a warning. Stay put, and no one will trouble you. Fine, Naruto conceded. If you can leave, I promise I won't harm you, considering the grace of allowing me a peaceful half-year. Otherwise, why waste time talking to him? Just apprehend him and throw him in a dark cell for a few days to see if he remains so arrogant. In a moment of exasperation, the shadowy figure cast a glance at the loquacious Ninjutsu beside him, before swiftly incapacitating him. Damn it. Back then I was punished with 2,000 squats in a single day, a week-long penance that left me trembling daily. At last, I found an opportunity for retribution. Do not act impulsively, I understand your discontent. This teacher has a certain manner of speaking. If you wish to learn the true essence of numbers, we can certainly instruct you and enroll you in our esteemed ninja academy. It sounded quite sincere. Uzumaki Naruto sighed. Yet my response remains, hang. Chapter 14 Departure from Yunin. As the transformation came to a close, numerous components erupted from the 8-trigram seal upon Naruto Uzumaki's waist, instantly sending the surrounding Anbu flying. The parts subsequently fused with Naruto's body, forming a striking suit of armor, approximately 9 meters tall, adorned in a yellow and black athletic design. With a flash of white light from his head, Naruto struck a charismatic pose, releasing a torrent of white mist behind him. The power of parallel dimensions, Robofox. What? The Anbu who had just regained their footing were taken aback by the sight before them. Could this be the power of the Nine-Tails? It certainly appeared distinct from that of Lord Killer Bee. Why does it exude an inexplicable coolness? Enough with the trivialities. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has lost control. We must apprehend him at once. Seeing the Anbu's reaction, Naruto couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. His meticulously designed moves were indeed impressive. Although the mechanical Naruto's form could envelop him directly and even merge with his flesh, nothing compared to the sheer aesthetic of this transformation. Naruto glanced at the timer on his wrist and then at the encroaching Anbu once more. His 4-year-old body was indeed struggling under the burden of the Nine-Tails chakra. The time until complete loss of control was alarmingly brief, only 3 minutes. It was time for a swift resolution. Immediately, the armor around Naruto's mouth transformed, resembling the jaw of Optimus Prime, encasing his mouth before expelling a thick white smoke that propelled him skyward, charging directly at the Anbu. What? To their astonishment, the Anbu were caught off guard as Naruto's sword, colliding headfirst into one of them, lifting him into the air. As he ascended with the Anbu in tow, Naruto executed a U-shaped spiral maneuver, sending the unfortunate foe tumbling down the hillside. The remaining 3 Anbu, now alert, hastily unleashed their lightning techniques to strike at Naruto. Yet, Naruto extended his mechanical arms, seizing both Anbu B and Anbu C, performing a vertical spiral ascent combined with a collision experiment. Once Naruto deemed it sufficient, he gently descended, releasing the 2 unconscious Anbu. Gazing at the lone remaining adversary, Naruto, through his visor, confidently inquired, "How about it? Care to continue?" Anbu D helplessly surveyed his surroundings, spotting 2 down teammates and 1 missing. With a facade of bravado, he retorted, "Don't be so arrogant. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. You won't escape today." As he spoke, a surge of lightning chakra erupted from his body, bolstering his courage. With a burst of speed, he charged towards Naruto Uzumaki. This technique, utilizing lightning release to enhance physical movement, was almost a requisite skill for the elite of the Cloud Village. Observing the electrifying scene before him, Naruto acknowledged the prowess of this Anbu member. Without his mechanical enhancements, Naruto's body would surely falter against a single move. Yet, alas, there are no ifs. With the mechanical Naruto's eyes processing the scene in slow motion and calculating trajectories, he quickly zeroed in on the path of a bystander. He then raised his right hand and unleashed a brown wooden thread. With a swift thrust, the thread pierced through, drawing a startled cry from the Anbu member as Naruto siphoned away his lightning chakra. The drained Anbu collapsed like a mummy. Suddenly, the mechanical armor emitted an alarm. Lightning release. Thunderbolt. A dark blue bolt of lightning arced towards Naruto. Fortunately, having received the warning in advance, Naruto had already vacated the spot. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a young boy with yellow hair and dark skin leading a group of Anbu towards him. "Could you please stop resisting? Honestly, I've lost all motivation and can only take you down," he remarked. Recognizing the boy's signature phrase and appearance, Naruto realized he was none other than Darui, the future 5th Hokage. Though he appeared to be merely 14 years old and had yet to master the black lightning technique of the 3rd Hokage. "You all arrived rather swiftly, didn't you? I was hoping to enjoy myself a little longer," Naruto complained, glancing at the countdown on his wrist. However, time was running short. "Thank you for your hospitality over the past 6 months. I shall take my leave now." "Don't speak of leaving so casually." Darui, despite his good-natured demeanor, could not contain his frustration at Naruto's audacity. He swiftly executed a technique, wind release, gale palm, launching a torrent of electrified water streams in an attempt to ensnare Naruto. Alas, Naruto leaped high, evading the assaults, and sprouted a propeller atop his head, soaring into the sky, leaving the Anbu members in a state of astonishment. Is he truly human? Don't bother seeing him off. Darui could only chuckle bitterly as he watched Naruto ascend higher, now on par with the heavens. Well, this is splendid. All our efforts over the past year have been in vain. What shall we do now? One of the Anbu members asked. Though I may be of little use, we must continue the pursuit. We must retrieve Naruto Uzumaki within the borders of the Land of Lightning. Having departed from the hidden Cloud Village ahead of schedule, Naruto now found himself ensnared in a predicament. The armor was in a countdown state, with a mere 30 seconds remaining, and he was currently soaring several kilometers above the ground. Should he fail to land safely, this narrative could reach its conclusion prematurely. Had he known better, he would not have indulged in such bravado. Now, the journey that began so well seemed destined to end in disaster. Gazing at the crimson countdown vortex before him, Naruto managed a bitter smile. Desperate times called for desperate measures. He would attempt an emergency descent. In this life or death moment, Naruto retracted the propeller and opted instead for a gliding descent utilizing his arms as wings. The countdown reached 20 seconds. Time was of the essence, and he could now glimpse the surface of the sea. At 10 seconds, he urged himself onward, shouting fervently. 5 seconds remained as he descended to a mere few hundred meters above the ground. For seconds, he skillfully adjusted his body, transforming his vertical drop into a diagonal glide to slow his descent. 3 seconds, a light bulb seemed to illuminate above his head, as if an idea had struck him. 2 seconds, he hastily deployed a colossal parachute from above. 1 second, shut down. The entire armor, composed of mechanical components, severed its connection to the Nine-Tails chakra, entering a state of complete shutdown. Fortunately, in those final moments, Naruto had realized that while the Nine-Tails chakra could succumb to overwhelming dark emotions and spiral into chaos, the mechanical armor would remain unaffected. Thus, severing its power was sufficient. Although he could no longer control the armor, as long as he opened the parachute beforehand, further movement was unnecessary. Subsequently, he drifted gently down to the surface of the sea, carried by the wind. Chapter 15. The Little Matchstick Boy. Alas, the seawater is exceedingly salty. This is the first time that Uzumaki Naruto has encountered the ocean's brine, and the overwhelming stench and saltiness are utterly disconcerting. Where am I? Sigh. It's all that troublesome teacher's fault. Had it not been for him, I would not have been compelled to escape in such haste. As Naruto splashed through the water, he surveyed the vast expanse of the sea, utterly disoriented. With no other option, he decided to choose a direction and swim forward. Without delay, he committed to his course. But soon a wave knocked him off balance, rendering him directionless once more. If only I had practiced treading water beforehand. This wave has thrown me into a complete disarray. I must rely on my other self for assistance. This brings us to the drawbacks of the shadow clone technique. Naruto can summon his otherworldly self and merge their bodies, typically allowing for the simultaneous sharing of chakra. However, the mechanical version of Naruto is powered solely by the chakra of the Nine-Tails, lacking any chakra of its own. If he were to forcibly borrow chakra, it would be akin to unleashing his own Nine-Tails chakra recklessly. Summoning the mechanical Naruto to control the body eliminates this issue. As for why he didn't summon his mechanical self from the outset, it is simply youthful pride. He believed he could resolve the predicament on his own without burdening others. With a puff, the mechanical Naruto appeared beside his counterpart, only to tumble into the water. What place is this from which you summoned me, my other self? The mechanical Naruto exclaimed, scrambling to surface after unexpectedly being thrust into the ocean. He had been comfortably at home when summoned, expecting to find himself still in the ceiling space, only to emerge into the sea. Ah, I'm soaked. I wonder if the seawater will corrode or rust my body. The mechanical Naruto shook the water off, gazing at the droplets cascading from his feet with growing concern. Surely it won't. After all, this body is fundamentally derived from the God Tree, which can absorb the nutrients of an entire planet. How could it fear mere seawater? Realizing he had inadvertently placed the mechanical Naruto in a precarious situation, Uzumaki Naruto felt a twinge of guilt and offered a reassuring comment. Let us hope so. You mentioned this body is from the God Tree? Wasn't it created by Orochimaru? Even Orochimaru requires raw materials. The essence of this body is the God Tree. Oh, such matters can be discussed later. Please pull me up first. The mechanical Naruto, feeling a pang of sympathy for the little yellow-haired boy struggling on the water's surface, extended a mechanical hand to lift him onto his back. By the way, where exactly are we? Were you not in the Cloud Village before? How did we end up at sea? The mechanical Naruto surveyed the surrounding waters, pondering aloud. Perched upon his shoulder, the swirling Naruto flicked his hair, wrung it out slightly, and responded, Alas, there is no other choice. The conflict between the two nations has escalated. The two wood ninjas who once cared for me have now joined the battlefield. And the hidden Cloud Village has dispatched a rather eccentric teacher to indoctrinate me. This individual, though lacking in skill, is excessively arrogant. Frustrated, I decided to venture out on my own. As for where we are now, I cannot say. I flew out using your body and inadvertently landed upon the ocean's surface. The phrase using my body sounded rather peculiar to the mechanical Naruto, who muttered under his breath while extending a colossal thruster from his back, releasing a powerful gust of wind that propelled them toward a certain destination. Let us simply find a place to go, he declared. What did you say? The wind is too strong. With a sudden acceleration, the mechanical Naruto nearly caused the swirling Naruto to lose his grip, forcing him to clutch the mechanical Naruto's neck tightly to maintain his position. Right. Since we have no idea where we are, let us find land first. I can't hear you. Let us locate land first. The wind is too strong. Thus, amidst this miscommunication, the two successfully arrived on solid ground. Finally stepping onto the land, the swirling Naruto leaped off the mechanical Naruto, vigorously shaking his hair. The rapid speed had dried the seawater from his body but left a residue of salt. While the swirling Naruto attended to his appearance, the mechanical Naruto observed the unfamiliar surroundings. The scenery was unlike anything he had encountered before. Had he known, he would have downloaded a map of the various nations beforehand. Regardless of where they were, it was prudent to inquire about their location. Why do I feel a bit cold now that we've reached shore? After being buffeted by the wind, it's no surprise you feel cold. Consequently, the two Narutos utilized a transformation technique to disguise themselves as ordinary passers-by and ventured into the sandy beach. After walking for a while, they stumbled upon a town. Upon asking a local for directions, they discovered they had arrived in the Land of Iron. Now I understand why it suddenly became cold. The Land of Iron. I recall that it snows there all the time. The swirling Naruto exclaimed proudly while observing the sword-bearing samurai around them. Knowing we are in the Land of Iron simplifies matters. We merely need to acquire a map to return to the Hidden Leaf Village. You've been away for so long. It's time to go back, I assent it. The two nations are still at war because of you. I heard during my inquiries that many lives have already been lost. Naruto Uzumaki shook his head and scoffed, stating, as long as I am not in the Hidden Cloud Village, the war will swiftly come to an end. The factions that remain will merely expend their efforts searching for me, the Jinchuriki. Ultimately, in the eyes of the higher-ups, I am but a tool, a weapon. And to the common folk, I am merely a monster. Why should I sacrifice my freedom for such individuals? That is not true. There are many who care for you. Like the third Hokage, Sasuke, Sakura, and Shikamaru. All your comrades are genuinely concerned for your well-being, the mechanical Naruto anxiously retorted. The people you mention. I do not know them at all, Naruto Uzumaki replied, shaking his head. You will become acquainted with them once you enter the Ninja Academy. They are all splendid companions. As he observed the anxious demeanor of his mechanical counterpart, Naruto understood that although he was a version of himself from a parallel world, they were fundamentally different. Despite the mechanical facade, the essence of his being still yearned to become Hokage. Conversely, while he bore the appearance of Naruto Uzumaki, he had inherited the memories of a traveler and was untouched by Ashura's chakra, making him distinct from the Naruto before him. It seems I must hasten to enhance my strength. Even if they are both me, ideological conflicts will inevitably arise. If you wish to debate, then I shall disclose all that I know, but not here. Observing the crowd that had halted their movements to watch the spectacle of their argument, Naruto Uzumaki motioned for the mechanical Naruto to lead him to a more secluded location. Let us begin by discussing the bonds of camaraderie. Even if we are acquainted, what difference does it make? Just by hearing their names, one can discern that the so-called companions you have formed bonds with are all aristocrats, are they not? The Inoshikacho trio, the Hyuga clan, or the Yamanaka clan. How many commoners are there among them? Why is it that my identity, which should be of the utmost secrecy, is so casually known by any commoner who understands that I am the embodiment of the Nine Tails? Furthermore, as the son of the fourth Hokage, why have I been treated so poorly throughout my life, with only one Hokage extending kindness toward me? I am the son of the fourth Hokage? Due to the differing timelines of the two worlds, the mechanical Naruto had only just defeated the enemy and was utterly unaware of his heritage. Thus, upon hearing this shocking revelation, he appeared somewhat bewildered. The fourth Hokage had blonde hair. However, his wife belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Just look at your blonde hair paired with the Uzumaki surname. One could easily deduce your lineage. At this moment, the mechanical Naruto was overwhelmed with frustration, cradling his head in a state of turmoil. Ultimately, everything is orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, guiding you. Whether it be to become Hokage or to place you in a class filled with fellow shinobi to forge bonds. Even the fourth Hokage's information has never been uttered before us. All of this serves to mold us into perfect tools. Allow me to enlighten you. The former master of the Nine-Tails residing within us is our mother, and it was a certain Uchiha Obito who brought ruin to our family. The very architects of our miserable existence post-birth are the Hokage, Danzo, and two other individuals, while the coldness from the populace, whose homes have been ravaged, is directed at us. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who aspires to occupy the Hokage position, offers us warmth, cultivating our admiration for the role while binding us firmly to his chariot of power. As Naruto Uzumaki spoke, his youthful visage twisted with fury and hatred. Truthfully, if only he could utilize the legacy left by his parents, his life would not have been so wretched. As long as his identity remained concealed, he would not have faced such relentless bullying. Who is Uchiha Obito? Were your previous claims genuine? At this moment, the mechanized Naruto gritted his teeth, wisps of white smoke rising from his head. When it comes to his parents, even Ashura's chakra could not sway Naruto Uzumaki's reason. Subsequently, Naruto divulged all he knew to the mechanized version of himself, including the potential effects of Ashura's chakra. Upon concluding the entire narrative, the mechanical Naruto felt as if his processor could barely cope. After hearing your tale, I am now at a loss on how to face my friends. The mechanical Naruto, feeling dejected, lay on the ground, his eyes spiraling in confusion. Why don't you stay in my world for a while? Calmly contemplate what I have just shared, and currently, I lack the strength to survive in the land of iron. It seems fortuitous that you are here to assist me. Thus, it was settled. The mechanical Naruto was not inclined to ponder anything regarding Konoha, particularly the cherished image of the third Hokage, which had shattered in his heart, nearly fracturing his worldview as well. All right, let us rise quickly. I wish to eat. I haven't had a single bite since fleeing from the hidden cloud today, and I feel as though I am on the verge of starvation. Speaking of food, I have a question for you. The mechanical Naruto regarded the young boy earnestly. What question? Inquired Naruto Uzumaki, curious. You fled hurriedly from the hidden cloud, correct? Indeed. You traversed the mountains from Konoha to the hidden cloud. Yes? Yes. Do you possess any money? Money? Money. Oh, no. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, suddenly realizing he had completely forgotten about that detail. Previously, while residing in the Hidden Leaf, one managed to survive on a meager monthly allowance. However, upon arriving in the Hidden Cloud, the arrangement for daily meals was meticulously organized, allowing him to indulge along the creekside. Yet now, having ventured out on his own, he finds himself liberated, albeit devoid of the most crucial element, his financial sustenance. What to do? Robot Cat, please assist me. Uzumaki Naruto implored, grasping the mechanical Naruto's thigh with a pitiful gaze. The mechanical version observed the endearing demeanor of his 4-year-old self and couldn't help but reflect. This is indeed how a 4-year-old should appear. That earlier display of bitterness and negativity starkly contrasts with my intended image. I must admit, my 4-year-old self is rather charming. Had I engaged in such adorable antics more often, perhaps I could have won Sakura-chan's affection. I am at a loss as well, replied the mechanical Naruto, spreading his hands in resignation and shaking his head. I am merely an ordinary clone. How could I possess what you lack? What now? Naruto despaired, collapsing onto the ground. His thoughts wandered to his time in the land of iron, recalling a moment when snow began to fall, and he wandered aimlessly in the wide expanse, clutching an unsellable matchstick. Matchsticks for sale. Matchsticks for sale. Sir, would you like to buy a matchstick? Get away, you filthy little brat. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. He was met with disdain, a kick sending him into a corner. Cold and hungry, he resorted to striking a match to warm himself, leading to an explosive mushroom cloud formed by the tailed beast chakra, engulfing the entire land of iron. Chapter 16. Earning compensation for emotional distress. Naruto Uzumaki shook his head vigorously, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. What if we become hired ninjas? As long as we can secure a commission, we would have sufficient funds for our living expenses, he suggested, pondering how he could earn money. No way, Naruto replied, shaking his head in dissent. When I escaped earlier, you used your body to help me flee. I can only imagine that your likeness is plastered all over the city by now. Even though we are in the land of iron, there are bound to be spies from other nations. If we take on a mission, we might expose ourselves immediately. What does it matter? We can utilize the transformation technique. I'll teach you the multi-shadow clone technique right now. If we disguise ourselves, ordinary people should not be able to recognize us, the mechanical Naruto countered. You're right. Naruto's eyes lit up, realizing the validity of the mechanical Naruto's argument. He continued to elaborate on his escape plan. Moreover, we could accept an escort mission, preferably one that transports us from the land of iron to a more distant country, ideally to the land of water. Right now, the land of fire and the land of lightning are engaged in war, with the battlefield situated between the land of soup and the land of moon. These two small nations are caught in the midst of the conflict, and since the land of iron is too close to the land of lightning, even though it is a neutral nation, being discovered could lead to complications. If we make our way to the land of water, it wouldn't pose any issues. Their ninjas aren't particularly strong, and as a small nation, there should be more opportunities for commissions. With your skills, you could easily secure more tasks, thus resolving our financial concerns. Inspired by the mechanical Naruto, Naruto was animatedly discussing his plans for escape when he noticed the mechanical Naruto staring at him with a peculiar expression. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? He asked. The mechanical Naruto absent-mindedly scratched at the rust on his back. No, I was just puzzled. We are both Naruto. Yet how come your mind functions so well at just 4 years old? And you seem to know an awful lot, much more than I do. Oh, well? Naruto quickly ran through his thoughts, concluding that since he was merely an alternate version of himself from another world, revealing the truth wouldn't harm him. He then explained. Just think of it as me inheriting the memories of a certain prophet. Thanks to those memories, I'm aware of so much. All right, that is quite impressive. To possess the memories of a prophet is remarkable, the mechanical Naruto remarked, demonstrating his characteristic lack of overthinking as he swiftly transitioned past the topic. Subsequently, after gathering information from various sources, the two successfully eliminated 7 groups of traffickers who had underestimated them. What a rarity! After searching for so long, we only encountered swindlers. At this rate, when will we ever find a place to post a mission? Mechanical Naruto gazed with displeasure at the person before him, who had been thoroughly beaten to a pulp. He incessantly grumbled, while at that moment, Uzumaki Naruto had efficiently gathered all the wealth from the unfortunate group into his own possession. One could not deny, albeit we had not located a place to issue tasks. At least our finances had indeed improved. As Uzumaki Naruto counted the banknotes in his hand, he remarked that as early as when the third wave of human traffickers attempted to abduct them, he had conceived the strategy of fishing for opportunities. Accordingly, he had decisively requested Mechanical Naruto to employ a transformation technique, disguising himself as Uchiha Sasuke. Indeed, the presence of an ordinary middle-aged man accompanied by a striking young man with black hair instantly attracted the attention of the traffickers, thereby significantly enriching Uzumaki Naruto's wallet while simultaneously liberating numerous captives. Quickly, tell me where you post your tasks. I refuse to believe that you ruffians are unaware. Uzumaki Naruto insisted, having amassed enough wealth to shift his focus to the matter at hand, threatening the trafficker sprawled nearby to divulge information. The trafficker, his face swollen and resembling a pig's head, lamentably replied, I have no idea what a task assembly is. Impossible. Do you mean to say that no one attends to your trivial affairs or escorts? Mechanical Naruto inquired incredulously. Such matters are handled by warriors. The nobles maintain their warriors, entrusting them with protection duties. As for mundane tasks, how could such responsibilities fall upon the esteemed warriors? It was only after the traffickers' rather enthusiastic and physical explanation that they began to comprehend the environment of the Land of Iron. The so-called Land of Warriors implies that the upper echelons are composed of nobles, each possessing their own cadre of warriors whose sole purpose is to provide combat prowess to safeguard their lords. Meanwhile, the laborious tasks of earning a living are relegated to the ordinary citizens who, unable to cultivate chakra, toil under harsh conditions. The Land of Iron, plagued by a frigid climate and meager agricultural yields, is fortunately rich in minerals and possesses advanced weapon manufacturing techniques, allowing them to trade with other nations for sustenance. Nonetheless, despite the wealth from minerals and manufacturing prowess, the taxation on the common folk remains exorbitantly high, driving them to desperately aspire to become warriors. In their leisure, the warriors indulge in revelry, drinking, fighting, and enjoying life, which over time fosters various vices. The traffickers, as it turns out, are specifically tasked with selecting attractive girls and boys for the nobles and warriors. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto felt a wave of revulsion. I never anticipated their depravity. They do not spare even the boys. Fortuitously, I assumed Sasuke's guise, allowing me to envision him instead. Yet, I realize I have never truly met Sasuke in my life. What now? Our hope of completing tasks and departing seems to have collapsed. It matters not, for the initial pursuit of this task was motivated by monetary gain. However, now that wealth has come knocking at our door, why should we not seize the opportunity to earn a little more before departing? What I mean to convey is that we ought to claim some compensation for our emotional distress. Uzumaki Naruto wore a sinister expression as he regarded the human traffickers before him. That very night, under the guidance of the traffickers, Uzumaki Naruto and Mechanical Naruto stormed the stronghold, breaking down the doors of the local aristocracy. Prior to the confrontation, Mechanical Naruto expressed his trepidation, questioning whether it was truly appropriate to resort to violence without an official mission. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand dismissively, asserting, what does it matter? These nobles are villains, having sent their minions to abduct others. We are merely standing up for the innocent. Consider those ordinary people who have suffered indignities. Moreover, they do not know you. No one would suspect that the assailants hail from Konoha. Very well, Mechanical Naruto sighed, not out of concern for the nobles, but rather reflecting on the disconnection he felt from his village. While he had experienced some disillusionment regarding the village's image, he still leaned towards supporting it. Witnessing another version of himself harbor such sentiments brought forth a wave of introspection. Who are you? During their idle chatter, the drunken samurai, eyes glazed from drink, finally approached. What business is it of yours? Upon noticing their presence, Uzumaki Naruto swiftly leaped towards Mechanical Naruto. With a few deft movements, he entered the body of Mechanical Naruto, a situation quite different from his usual summoning. In this instance, he inhabited a clone, while Mechanical Naruto maintained control, serving merely as a protective vessel. In an instant, the noble estate descended into chaos. Mechanical Naruto wielded 2 wooden staffs, each strike precisely shattering the weapons of the would-be assailants. It could be said that unless a miraculous healer intervened, the martial careers of these men would come to an abrupt end. And the fate of a toothless tiger was all too evident. Behold my spinning wooden projectiles. The back of Mechanical Naruto sprang open, unleashing a multitude of rotating wooden sticks. With the assistance of electronic vision and chakra pathways, he dispatched every attacking samurai with brutal efficiency, leaving them with broken bones. Could you not be a tad quicker? Do you not realize that this esteemed gentleman wishes to indulge in his newly acquired young male companions today? Unable to endure the ruckus in the courtyard, a rotund nobleman flung open the door, unleashing a torrent of invective. Yet, in the very next moment, he froze, eyes widening in shock at the sight of his subordinates sprawled in a myriad of positions, some lying on the ground, others embedded in walls, or even airborne. Before him stood a fearsome armored figure, glaring with eyes as piercing as a flashlight. Let us converse. Surely we can discuss this amicably? Whatever amount you desire, I can provide it for you. The rotund noble before him suddenly collapsed to the ground, not possessing the audacity of the super-rich in the main city who would hurl insults at assassins. His meager retinue had been thoroughly defeated by this armored figure, and to refuse submission now would be folly. He would not wait for the armored man to deliver further punishment. Ahem, how should I articulate this? The mechanical Naruto intended to utter something imposing, but hesitated, realizing he had no experience in robbery. He could only timidly inquire within himself, Vortex Naruto, could you amplify my voice for him? Perhaps enhance it as well, so I may address him. Ah, certainly. I recall that my hardware is indeed equipped with a transformation system. Clearing his throat, Vortex Naruto tested his voice. Is it merely me? Or does this armored figure seem to have a persistent cough? Could there be some hidden truth within? The continuous coughing from both the mechanical Naruto and Vortex Naruto perplexed the rotund noble. You seem to grasp the situation well. Now hasten to surrender all your wealth. The noble gasped in surprise, thinking, is he truly this ruthless from the outset? My lord, if I present everything, I shall have nothing left to eat. Could you perhaps leave me a small portion? Well, that is negotiable. It depends on your performance. Should you acquit yourself well, I might allow you to keep a little. Now, leave me quickly. Thank you, my lord. The rotund noble exclaimed, overjoyed, as he quickly guided the mechanical Naruto to one of his small vaults. As the grand door slowly opened, even with some anticipation, both Narutos were taken aback. The assortment of trinkets and paintings lacked artistic merit, however. The sight of gold and silver piled high into a small mountain was astonishing. Who would have thought you possessed such wealth? The mechanical Naruto remarked, surprised. Oh, it is merely inherited, passed down through generations. The rotund noble chuckled nervously. Very well, I shall graciously accept. With that, a massive mechanical claw emerged from the mechanical Naruto's abdomen, swiftly capturing the pile before him. This was the claw of the mechanical Nine-Tails. And the internal space of the mechanical Naruto served as a storage compartment. Ah, the rotund noble exclaimed, first startled by the sudden appearance of the Nine-Tails and then by the realization that all his treasures had been seized. My lord, did we not agree you would leave me a portion? He lamented. Indeed, I have left you 1 coin, replied the mechanical Naruto. 1 coin. The noble shouted. Is that not too meager? Gazing into the emotionless, mechanical eyes of the Naruto, the rotund noble swallowed hard and shook his head. That is satisfactory. Subsequently, the rotund noble, with a gaze brimming with the anticipation of imminent liberation, swaggered through his abode, carelessly colliding with every corner. He dispersed all those whom he had previously bound, oh no. Not merely slaves, but everyone, after inquiring with great diligence through a mental scanner whether they reveled in comfort within his estate or suffered under his tyranny. The sycophants were unceremoniously dismissed, while the unfortunate souls were generously bestowed with a substantial severance package. Thereafter, he unearthed the remaining treasures concealed within the noble's vaults by means of electronic ocular scanning, and with a flicker of pity in her eyes, he tossed a few coins her way before departing. The corpulent noble, gazing at his desolate residence, was consumed by despair as he recalled the enemies he had incurred during his nefarious reign. He contemplated suicide, yet regrettably, he lacked the courage to act. The following morning, the 2 individuals, having profited from the mental distress compensation earned the previous night, rented a room where they indulged in a sumptuous meal before retiring to slumber. Utterly indifferent to the uproar they had incited in the Iron Nation. In the ensuing days, 3rd, 4th, And fifth, the pair returned to the noble's domicile to liberate slaves and seize wealth, executing their plan with ruthless efficiency. They left no opportunity for the fleeing slaves to face retribution, rendering all accomplice samurai incapable of drawing their swords. They plundered every last coin from the noble's coffers, ensuring that he could no longer hire others to assist in perpetrating his tyranny. Before long, the duo found themselves subject to a bounty, with the cloud of pursuers, knowing that the armored figure of Vortex Naruto had fled, swiftly converging upon them. Chapter 17. Height 198, 199, 200. Ugh. I can't do this anymore. This carriage is already jostling uncomfortably, and doing push-ups is making me dizzy. Naruto Uzumaki lay flat on the wooden plank, unable to rise, as his still-developing body was overwhelmed by the constant shaking of the carriage. Seriously? You're so weak. You've only managed a few. And how do you expect to become a ninja like this? Mechanical Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction from the side. Come on, I haven't fully grown yet. Just wait until I'm a bit taller before I start training. What if I don't grow tall enough? Huh? You think exercising could stunt your growth? Of course. Though I don't know the exact reasoning, children my age shouldn't overexert themselves, and nutrition must keep pace. Otherwise, I'll end up stunted and short. Is that so? Naruto glanced at Mechanical Naruto, then covered his mouth with his hand, smirking mischievously. By the way, did you eat instant noodles every day when you were a kid? Yeah. Mechanical Naruto, unaware of Naruto's expression, nodded earnestly in response. No wonder. Your height is so minimal. I bet you're not as tall as Sasuke, right? Speaking of which, how tall are you now? Hiya, 165 centimeters. What is it to you, hey? Why that expression? Mechanical Naruto turned to see Naruto's face explode with laughter. Although he didn't understand the significance of height, he felt an undeniable annoyance at the expression before him. Nothing, it's surprisingly normal for your age to be around the average male height. Of course, though I might have been a bit shorter back when I only ate instant noodles, these past 3 years, the pervy sage has been feeding me well. Sakura was shocked when she saw me. Haha. Mechanical Naruto beamed with pride at the memory of Sakura's reaction. TSK. Poor thing, so pitiful. Observing Naruto's strange noises, Mechanical Naruto felt a surge of annoyance. Hey, what is with that sound? Did you know? I heard a myth. Mechanical Naruto looked puzzled, questioning if Naruto's thoughts were jumping too rapidly. They had just been discussing height, and now he was speaking of myths. There was once a young boy who killed the Dragon King's son. The Dragon King sought revenge on the boy's parents, and in the end, the boy took his own life. His master resurrected him using lotus roots, but since his body was made of lotus roots, he could never grow. How amazing! He was brought back to life with lotus roots. Mechanical Naruto exclaimed, filled with admiration. No, you've missed the point. The crux is that he was made of lotus roots, so he could never grow. And you, being mechanical. So, I too shall never grow. The Mechanical Naruto, startled, clutched his head with both hands, his eyes bulging out in shock. The small ball fell directly to the ground, and a surge of white mist erupted from his crown. Indeed, your Sasuke and Sakura are still growing. Perhaps they will surpass you in height by then. I was never taller than Sasuke to begin with, if I don't grow any taller. Upon hearing the description from Uzumaki Naruto, a vivid image formed in the Mechanical Naruto's mind. He envisioned a much taller Sakura mockingly saying to him, "Sorry, Naruto, you're just too short. I'm with Sasuke now." She then embraced the towering Uchiha Sasuke, who merely scoffed at him with disdain. No, Sakura-chan, don't go. The Mechanical Naruto, with tears streaming down his face, clutched Sakura's calf, only to be dragged away by the two increasingly taller figures. Let go. What do you want with a nearly 4-year-old child? Uzumaki Naruto disdainfully kicked the sobbing Mechanical Naruto, who was lost in his own world. What should I do? If I don't grow taller, Sakura will be taken by Sasuke. Observing the miserable expression on the Mechanical Naruto's face, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but marvel at Orochimaru's skill in creating such a rich array of emotions. What does it matter? Besides, that Sakura-chan doesn't even like you. Who says that? I can definitely make Sakura-chan like me. But if I'm not tall enough? Upon seeing the dejected Mechanical Naruto and recalling his own debts of gratitude, Uzumaki Naruto decided to offer him a suggestion. How about once you win Sasuke back, you tie up Orochimaru? Let him think of a way to help you grow taller. SGA, that could work. After all, my body was created by Orochimaru. He must have a way to make me taller. With this thought, the formerly despondent Mechanical Naruto suddenly brightened, his smile returning. I really can't tell who the true 4-year-old is here. Uzumaki Naruto silently commented on the dramatic change before him. Speaking of which, how much longer until we reach the capital of the Land of Iron? Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the icy landscape outside and asked the mechanical Naruto. According to our map, and considering the caravan's speed, we should arrive by tonight. That is wonderful. My backside has been suffering from this carriage ride. He rubbed his sore rear end. Endure it. A true ninja must bear what others cannot. Moreover, we must not travel too conspicuously. Scaling walls could easily lead us to encounter the paths of other ninjas. Alas, my poor backside is nearly splitting in two. Rest assured, once we arrive at the capital, we'll devise a plan to blend in. Being a neutral nation, the ninjas from other countries will find it difficult to openly pursue you, giving you ample time to grow. Time. Just give me time. The carriage came to a sudden halt, causing the crouched Naruto Uzumaki to tumble twice inside. What transpired? The mechanical Naruto gestured to halt the inquisitive Naruto from lifting the curtain, and then extended his left eye outside, quietly peering into the world beyond. After a brief moment of observation, the mechanical Naruto sighed. We are in trouble. Cloud Ninja? No, it's Rock Ninja. I spotted their forehead protectors. They are masquerading as bandits to ambush us, likely having deduced our intention to seek refuge in the capital of the Land of Iron, hence their pursuit. Aren't they afraid of the complications? Indeed, it is troublesome, yet they are numerous. The Rock Ninja constitute the most populous among the 5 great nations, and all they need to do is intercept the merchant caravans traveling from the coastal cities. Given the scarcity of caravans in these times, such trivial troubles pale in comparison to your worth. Chapter 18. A temporary sanctuary observing the defenseless warriors ahead, the iron visage of the mechanical Naruto grew solemn. Prepared for battle, he acknowledged the necessity of intervening for the sake of the innocent merchants. Rest assured, with your body, my self-preservation is assured. The vortex Naruto had no intention of hindering the mechanical Naruto. After all, these individuals were summoned for a reason. Moreover, the mechanical Naruto's heroic sense of justice was not easily swayed, prompting him to consider a direct approach against the Rock Ninjas. All right, I shall proceed. The mechanical Naruto charged forth, ready to provoke the Rock Ninjas. Suddenly, from a nearby wagon, an armored old man emerged, charging forward. With a blade in hand, he dispatched the Rock Ninjas with effortless precision, akin to slicing vegetables. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the mechanical Naruto scratched his head and retreated back into the wagon. What is happening? Have you resolved all the Rock Ninjas so swiftly? In response to the Vortex Naruto's inquiry, the mechanical Naruto could only awkwardly reply, someone preemptively engaged them. An exceptionally formidable elder, those Rock Ninjas were no match. Impressive. We are indeed fortunate to have encountered such a master. The mechanical Naruto nodded, still feeling a bit awkward, reflecting on how the previous atmosphere had been set just right before returning to this embarrassing moment. The Vortex Naruto, however, felt no such discomfort, merely appreciating their good fortune in safely arriving without revealing themselves. Outside, the Rock Ninjas masquerading as bandits were nearing their breaking point. Primarily due to the old man's overwhelming presence, even their numbers could not withstand such ferocity. One leader, abandoning his unwieldy greatsword, confronted the elderly warrior with kunai, shouting, "Retreat." Aside from this elder, there are no other formidable opponents. The elder glared at the insolent ninja before him, indignation blazing in his eyes. What do you despicable ninjas take other nations for? With that, he raised his weapon, slicing the kunai effortlessly, and struck downward toward the Rock Ninja. Recognizing the elder's fury, the Rock Ninja conceded his inferiority, discarding his kunai and retreating hastily. The elder, witnessing the retreat, leaped forward thrice, delivering a strike with each bound. As the blinding light flashed before him, the Rock Ninja desperately dodged. Being a seasoned Jainin, his honed physique and extensive experience allowed him to evade the first strike, and he managed to erect an earthen wall to deflect the second. Just as he thought he could catch his breath against the wall, he froze in place, paralyzed by the arrival of the elder's third strike. Swordsmanship, Iato slash. In a fleeting moment, the blinding light revealed the Rock Ninja, along with the wall, cleaved in twain. Once the surrounding ninjas had fled, the elder exhaled deeply, methodically cleaning and sheathing his blade. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in cheers, chanting the elder's name, Lord Mitsubun. Lord Mitsubun is truly formidable. These wretched bandits are no match for Lord Mifyun. He is truly the guardian deity of our iron country. Indeed, he is the guardian deity. In the carriage, mechanical Naruto observes the outside world with his left eye while projecting images for Uzumaki Naruto to view. After witnessing the outcome, Both of them exclaim in exhilaration. Who would have thought that the samurai could be so formidable? That old man is far superior to the warriors we faced in the Land of Waves. Mechanical Naruto shouts. And Uzumaki Naruto recalls Mifune's recent strikes, indeed impressive. The integration of chakra into the samurai's techniques possesses tremendous power. Each strike seems to take down a ninja, planting a seed of thought in Uzumaki Naruto's mind, reminiscent of the Leaf Village's White Fang, who similarly blended swordsmanship with chakra. One wonders if he experiences a similar sensation when confronting foes. As they are en route to the capital of the Iron Country, he ponders whether he might practice swordsmanship alongside honing his ninjutsu skills. However, Uzumaki Naruto shakes his head, deciding to set aside thoughts of swordplay for now. His foremost priority is to master a couple of ninjutsu techniques and enhance his mental fortitude to better withstand the encroaching influence of the Nine-Tails chakra. Once Mifune dealt with the disguised rock ninja, his samurai swiftly cleared away the remnants of battle and the bodies, allowing the merchant convoy to resume its journey. This time, he chose to sit on the outside of the carriage, instilling fear in any would-be miscreants, ensuring the safe passage of the entire group to the Iron Country. Upon reaching the gates of the city, Mifune promptly disembarked, for he was merely utilizing the merchant's vehicle for convenience, not acting as a bodyguard, which bore little relevance to Uzumaki Naruto. Upon entering the capital, the two utilized the documents and wealth acquired from their earlier escapades in Guizhou, coupled with a successful transformation technique, to fabricate identities and settle in. However, Mechanical Naruto departed shortly after ensuring Uzumaki Naruto was comfortably established, as he needed to search for Uchiha Sasuke in his original world and could not linger for too long. Uzumaki Naruto, having assumed the guise of an ordinary adult, adapted quite well. He ventured out daily to buy groceries using transformation techniques while dedicating the rest of his time to rigorous training. Beneath his residence, he excavated a vast training chamber, outfitting it with electrical and ventilation systems, rendering it more comfortable than the dwelling above. Thus, through a balanced regimen of exercise and the ordinary mental training methods that Mechanical Naruto procured from Ino in their mountainous region, half a month swiftly passed. Have you heard? Indeed, the Leaf Village and the Cloud Village have finally ceased hostilities, and both parties have signed a ceasefire agreement. Just as Uzumaki Naruto, who had finished purchasing his daily provisions, was about to depart, he halted upon hearing this news, standing nearby to select a radish while attentively listening. The two individuals nearby engaged in gossip paid little heed to the unfolding events. After all, if such matters had reached their ears, they must have long since become common knowledge. It is said that individuals from both sides have gone missing, inciting the third Hokage to faint in exasperation. I was unaware of that. I merely heard that both parties were poised to cease hostilities. Alas, your information is rather outdated. The conflict reignited when the people of Konoha claimed that the hidden Cloud Village had abducted one of their children during the signing of the peace treaty, which subsequently escalated into renewed hostilities. From what you described, it appears the hidden Cloud Village is quite unscrupulous, resorting to the abduction of children. Indeed, ninjas exhibit a despicable nature, in stark contrast to our samurai's integrity. Chapter 19. In the Iron Nation, one learns to walk like a crab. Undoubtedly, our warriors are far superior to those despicable ninjas. Indeed, please share what transpired thereafter. Subsequently, as the two sides engaged in a fierce battle, the Cloud Village reported that their abducted individuals had vanished. They dispatched numerous personnel to search, and even proposed a truce to the Leaf Village, which, naturally, was met with skepticism. Thus, they continued to clash until it became evident that the individuals were genuinely missing, with neither side harboring a desire to fight further. A ceasefire was eventually established. Oh dear, this child truly possesses remarkable capabilities, single-handedly orchestrating a war. I have heard tales of a fox's incarnation, yet the intricacies of their ninja arts remain elusive to me. Nonetheless, it appears that confrontation is no longer feasible. A lack of conflict fosters tranquility. It is said that the third Hokage of the Leaf Village has fallen ill. Allow me to convey. Excuse me, dear guest. Could you please refrain from loitering if you are not purchasing radishes? You are obstructing others. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki, who had been lost in thought during this critical juncture, was roused by the nearby radish vendor. In a fit of annoyance, he slapped the radish twice and exclaimed, "Do you sell these radishes raw?" The vendor retorted, "Do you think I sell you undercooked radishes? Begone if you're not buying." Ugh, I simply detest radishes. They possess such a peculiar taste. Oh, you're looking for trouble, are you? Noticing that the gossiping duo had been drawn into the vendor's conversation, Naruto decided to take his leave, clutching the vegetables he had purchased. The ceasefire did not surprise me. However, I had not anticipated the third Hokage's illness, which was unexpected. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence, as I am not a resident of the Leaf Village. Adhering to my principle that as long as I do not engage with intelligence, it shall not seek me out, Naruto remained utterly unconcerned, living his life in tranquility. Before long, 6 months passed, and Naruto had finally reached the age of 4. Although his chakra reserves and physical capabilities had not markedly improved, in the absence of the Nine-Tails chakra interference, he was able to showcase his unparalleled talent. Rapidly mastering all the ninjutsu that mechanical Naruto had learned, shadow clone technique, Rasengan, transformation technique, substitution technique, and the multi-shadow clone technique. In an effort to enhance his control over chakra, Naruto Uzumaki took up both tree climbing and water walking. However, his primary focus over the past 6 months has been on increasing his chakra reserves and refining his mental capabilities. During this period, Naruto's chakra has approximately increased by 2 cards, and he has made slight advancements in the realm of in release, barely scratching the surface of its potential. Based on his current mastery of mental energy, he can now withstand the negative emotions emanating from the Nine-Tails chakra for roughly 10 minutes. 10 minutes is a significant duration, capable of concluding numerous battles, especially when considering the presence of 2 Nine-Tails and a mechanical Naruto, who stands as a formidable counterpart to the Nine-Tails. It can be asserted that, barring the emergence of shadow-level ninjas, Naruto can navigate through challenges with relative ease. Recently, the progress in his mental energy seems to be rather sluggish. Alas, as a natural user of yang release, cultivating in release proves to be quite cumbersome. Naruto, contemplating his meager mental energy, let out a long sigh. Ah, you young rascal, destined to thrive on yang release. Yet you entertain the fanciful notion of mastering in release. After all this time, your yang energy has surged several times over. The speaker was Kurama, the Nine-Tails. Over the past 6 months, due to Naruto's inclination to practice his mental energy within the confines of the ceiling space, he had been a frequent source of disturbance for Kurama. Consequently, the Nine-Tails had become more talkative. Oh, that's why I say you're a hair-covered fool with limited experience, Great Fox. What? You dare to claim that my wisdom is lacking? When I was counting hairs, your grandfather's grandfather was yet to be born. In terms of spiritual lineage, at least I was already roaming the world while you were still a mere thought. Upon hearing Kurama's retort, Naruto silently scoffed in his heart but refrained from voicing it. Instead, he asked, "So, what do you think is my greatest strength?" "Ah, your greatest strength lies, of course, in having me by your side," Kurama replied with pride. Upon hearing this, the mechanical Nine-Tails in the adjacent cage seemed to flicker its red eyes in discontent. Ahem, naturally. The entity beside me also possesses considerable strength. Sensing the pressure of the Ten-Tails, Kurama's tone exhibited a hint of caution. Indeed, your power is already formidable. Yet I can summon another mechanical version of myself and the mechanical Nine-Tails as well. Who in this world can withstand 2 Nine-Tails? Following the same reasoning, if I were to summon another version of myself and merge with it, wouldn't my yang release chakra overflow? Why then must I toil so diligently at cultivating yang release? It would be far more prudent to focus on enhancing my in release and augmenting my mental energy, thereby better equipping myself to endure the negative emotions of your chakra. Upon hearing Naruto Uzumaki's words, Kurama felt a surge of astonishment within. According to the young lad, he truly no longer required further training in yang release. If he could summon another version of himself in a single attempt, then summoning 9 times would likely render even the Sage of 6 Paths powerless against him. Contemplating this, the Nine-Tails experienced a twinge of sorrow. This little rascal was already so formidable at the tender age of 4. It seemed he would never escape the grasp of this boy. Ah, well, why should I concern myself with such matters? I shall take my rest now. With that, Kurama turned his back, feigning sleep. Naruto, though perplexed by Kurama's sudden loss of interest in their conversation, clutched the beast's tail and proclaimed, "Look at how strong I've become. Soon enough, I might not even need to exert myself. My power will naturally grow. I could then learn other skills, perhaps sealing techniques. Eventually, I could free you from my body." At this, Kurama's body quivered, and he feigned nonchalance as he turned his head to inquire, "Oh, you actually contemplate releasing me? You have already felt my might. With my power, you are invincible. How could you bear to let me go?" Naruto responded with a casual smile, "What does it matter? Once I truly grow, who knows how many of you, devoid of consciousness, will reside within me. Letting 1 or 2 of the Nine-Tails go is of little consequence." Chapter 20. A blade against the wind. Upon hearing Naruto Uzumaki express his desire to set him free, the Nine-Tails felt a flicker of emotion. Yet his words also stirred feelings of displeasure. Well, I, too, have been confined for an eternity. The only difference lies in the size of my prison. We are not so different, after all. I understand the anguish of losing one's freedom and the sting of prejudice. I suspect you were not always regarded with disdain. I have sensed your chakra, rife with repulsion and animosity, yet intertwined with jealousy, greed, and a myriad of unjust emotions. Thus, I can empathize with your plight. Naruto. The Nine-Tails' eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the young boy before him. The sensation of being cared for and understood was something he had not experienced for millennia. Rest assured, with my talents, I shall master the sealing techniques in a matter of years, and then I will be able to release you. But until that time, you must be patient. My own growth must take precedence. With that, Naruto withdrew his hand, patted his body, and rose to his feet. Today's training is sufficient. If you wish to sleep, then sleep. I shall return to prepare dinner. Just before Naruto's spirit faded from view, the Nine-Tails called out, Kaibai, that is my name. Naruto paused, then smiled brightly. Oh, Kaibai. Shortly thereafter, his consciousness returned to his physical form. He shifted his body, stiff from lying for too long, yet a grin remained plastered across his face. After all, he had received the acknowledgement of a dear friend. In his solitary existence in this world, aside from the other half of himself, the only being he could communicate with was the Nine-Tails. Now that the creature had finally shared its name with him, Naruto could not contain his joy. Performing a jubilant somersault. It had been quite some time since he had encountered his other self. For the past 6 months, that version had been preoccupied with pursuing Sasuke and battling the Akatsuki, neglecting Naruto's side. He was uncertain how to summon the new version of himself. Even though he had mastered the Rasengan, the new persona remained elusive. Reflecting on this left Naruto somewhat disheartened. As his unique ability was to summon another self from an alternate realm, yet half a year had passed without success. Well, chakra development isn't urgent. It hasn't grown at an accelerated pace. My mental energy has also hit a plateau. Perhaps I should practice my swordsmanship? Who knows? Honing my blade might enhance my spiritual energy. With this thought, Naruto felt a surge of optimism. After all, the memory of witnessing the precision of the sword techniques from the Mifune samurai left a profound impression on him. And, being a boy, who wouldn't he be enamored by swords and weapons? In that year, with a staff in hand, one could traverse 10 miles of blooming Konoha without a care. Naruto Uzumaki, with resolute determination, promptly summoned the mechanical embodiment of himself, which adhered to his form. After crafting several miniature surveillance devices from this manifestation, he relinquished the attachment. Naruto intended to discreetly place these monitors in the training grounds of the samurai. The Land of Iron had established a samurai academy akin to that of Konohagakure, situated within the capital to ensure the protection of the daimyo. However, admission to this academy necessitated legitimate certification, a requirement that Naruto's fabricated identity could not withstand under scrutiny. Furthermore, Naruto had little desire to enroll in such an institution. He merely sought to learn a few techniques with a blade. Thus, utilizing the surveillance devices to clandestinely acquire knowledge seemed the most prudent approach, given the lack of reliable sensing abilities among the samurai of the Land of Iron. Naruto swiftly took advantage of the cover of night to discreetly place several monitoring devices within both the academy and the formal training grounds of the samurai. Having toiled throughout the night, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Now, he could simply take a stroll nearby each morning to recharge the devices remotely and retrieve the footage each evening, ensuring convenience without exposure. Truly, I am a genius, he exclaimed. After organizing all the surveillance equipment, Naruto clapped his hands and retired to bed for a well-deserved slumber. The following day, he awoke slowly around noon, having worked tirelessly the previous night. Even a 4-year-old child requires ample rest. The devices, newly installed, were sufficiently charged and required no immediate attention. After completing his morning routine, Naruto utilized a transformation technique to assume his disguised identity. He then prepared a modest lunch for himself before retreating to the underground training room for some meditation and conversation with Kurama. As the sun began to set in the evening, he leisurely made his way to the surveillance point he had established the previous night to receive the video signals. Wahoo! Naruto mused, resting his chin on his hand, while casually observing the training of the samurai students before him. Their practice resembled memories he had retained from his past life, with individuals wielding bamboo sticks, executing uninspired swings devoid of technique. He also captured footage of the higher-ranked samurai's training. However, he recognized the necessity of a solid foundation. Thus, despite his growing boredom, Naruto persevered, diligently examining the sword movements of the trainee samurai and their instructors. After viewing the footage for the third time, he finally rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Grasping the bamboo sword he had prepared earlier, he began to emulate the movements demonstrated in the videos, repeating them with fervor. Slash. Behold my wing-cutting slash. Lightning tornado strike. Arctic ice chop. After an evening of self-entertainment, Naruto Uzumaki gazed contentedly at the slightly skewed wooden post before him and nodded. Yes, I truly worked hard today, practicing for such an extended period. I shall continue to strive tomorrow. Thus, a week passed, marked by Naruto's leisurely pursuits and personal amusements. On this particular day, he finally executed a precise slash against the wooden post, producing a sharp sound. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him, and Naruto was overwhelmed with joy. He hastily cast aside his bamboo sword, for he had finally unlocked the ability to summon a second version of himself from another world after mastering the basics of Iaido. Has it finally arrived? I have waited far too long. Shadow Clone Technique. Chapter 21. Hataki thud, thud, thud. 3 shurikens whizzed through the air, landing precisely where Naruto Uzumaki had just been standing. Had he evaded them? Truly, he was worthy of being the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. It was no wonder he could escape at such a tender age. At that moment, 4 shadowy figures emerged in the courtyard, observing the 2 individuals. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Naruto's cheek as he cast a grateful glance at the green figure beside him, who had just pulled him aside to avoid the shurikens. How brazen to throw shurikens right away. Did they not wish to leave any survivors? How troublesome to be thrust into battle upon arrival. The figure donned a green jounin vest, adorned with the Konoha headband, his eyes obscured by a black cloth. In his right hand, he wielded a chilling white blade, while his left hand busily excavated his nostrils. This was none other than the second clone summoned by Naruto, Kakashi Hatake. Hey, what are you doing blocking my path? Before Naruto could scrutinize Kakashi, the approaching enemy spoke first. Such a tiresome rhyme. Are you perhaps from the Cloud Village's 8 Tails? What? Tiresome rhyme? Allow me to introduce myself. I am the formidable Killer Bee. What? You want to eat my booger? Here, take it. With that, Kakashi flicked the booger from his left hand, sending it flying directly onto Killer Bee. What nonsense is this? Such disgusting rhymes. What are you trying to do? No one has paid heed to your revolting rhymes for ages. If you are a bee, then just gather your honey peacefully and spare us your nonsense. I am Killer Bee, not some ordinary honeybee. The 2 drew their blades, clashing fiercely. Killer Bee swung his dual cleavers towards Kakashi, who parried the strikes with his white blade. Anger flared in Killer Bee's eyes as he sought to discern Kakashi's identity, only to find himself facing his brother, the Raikage, charging towards him with a fist raised. Killer Bee, startled, instinctively attempted to dodge, when suddenly the voice of the 8 Tails echoed in his mind. Be careful, Bee. In an instant, Killer Bee found himself blinded as the Raikage's fist transformed into a streak of white light, moving with such swiftness that evasion was impossible. Damn it. Rara. As the white light flashed past, Kakashi, with a look of disdain, kicked the severed tentacle of an octopus he had just cleaved in 2. Thus, one should remain on the grill, patiently waiting to be cooked, instead of venturing out to sing. Such unprofessional behavior. Meanwhile, the 3 Anbu from the Cloud Village guarded Killer Bee, with 2 wielding kunai and 1 holding a short sword, anxiously shielding him. In this protective formation, Killer Bee's left hand hung limply, blood streaming down, while his right hand clutched his chest tightly. There was a deep gash in his chest, blood oozing forth relentlessly. In that moment, a sense of dread washed over Killer Bee. The attack had come too fiercely and swiftly. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the 8 Tails, who had stretched out a tentacle to shield him, he might very well have met his demise. How dare you, you rascal, employing illusions to ambush me. And you still have the energy to rap? This is truly bothersome. The Jinchuriki possesses thick blood. A single strike cannot vanquish him, and he recovers swiftly. With a serious expression, Hatake Kakashi twirled his blade, gazing intently at the steaming karabi before him. As a fellow Jinchuriki, he recognized this as a sign of the beast's transformation. So how about this? I will take down the large one, and you handle the 3 smaller ones? Agreed. And I can avenge the earlier attack from the shuriken. What an insufferable brat, so arrogant. Suddenly, 8 tentacles erupted simultaneously from Karabi's back, lunging toward Hatake Kakashi. Unfazed, Kakashi deftly evaded them, leaping and sidestepping, preparing to strike Kurabi. In response, Kurabi roared and spun, enveloped in a swirling mass of red chakra, forming a protective barrier akin to a celestial sphere that blocked Kakashi's strike. With a bizarre howl, Kurabi transformed into his semi-tailed beast form, radiating an ominous red glow and sporting a bull-headed visage. Prepare to be vanquished by my 8th blade. Faced with Kurabi's formidable presence, Kakashi remained cautious, gripping his sword tightly as a red chakra surged around him. The blindfold slipped away, and he called out, "Sasuke, lend me your strength." At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki was fiercely engaged with 3 Anbu from the hidden cloud. As the thundercloud-like attack loomed, clad in mechanical armor, Naruto remained composed, tossing a lightning rod into the fray, diverting the storm. Seeing his ninjutsu fail, Darui brandished a large sword and coordinated with his 2 teammates for a triangular assault. As the 3 closed in, Naruto manifested 2 short blades, blocking Darui's strike. With a fiery push from his feet, he launched himself beyond the reach of the Anbu's attacks. What? The 2 Anbu gasped in shock at Naruto soaring above them, while Darui, prepared, swiftly formed hand seals. Lightning release, rising thunder. Darui summoned a lightning clone that darted beneath Naruto. A brilliant blue light erupted from the clone, transforming into a massive thunderbolt aimed directly at Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Ever since you escaped my grasp last time, I have diligently practiced this technique, all to meet Lord Raikage's expectations. Darui, panting, steadied his sword, eyes fixed on the thunderstruck Naruto, explaining, "This technique channels all my chakra into lightning, using the metal on your body as a conduit for an aerial strike." How unfortunate for him, a man who detests trouble, to have trained tirelessly for 6 months to see this technique come to fruition today. Impressive indeed. That move is truly exquisite, exclaimed an onlooker beside Darui, gazing in admiration at the towering lightning strikes. Startled by the sudden voice beside him, Darui swiftly swung his blade, only to find that the agile Naruto Uzumaki had already evaded the attack. Observing the lively figure of Naruto soaring through the air, Darui, filled with a sense of reluctance, inquired, "When did you employ the shadow clone technique, you rascal?" "Ah, that was employed right from the very beginning," Naruto replied with a grin. Chapter 22. Hatake Naruto, Part 1. From the very beginning, Uzumaki Naruto had conjured 2 shadow clones. One transformed into Hatake Naruto, while the other remained an ordinary clone, with his true self concealed. Seizing the opportune moment to showcase his prowess, Uzumaki Naruto could not resist revealing himself and provocatively declared, "Uzumaki Naruto, you 3. Come and taste my wrath." As the 2 sides shouted, the trio from the hidden cloud unleashed a barrage of lightning ninjutsu against Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto activated his armor, with chest, gauntlets, and leg guards deploying countless missiles that surged towards the trio with an explosive fury. The air crackled with energy as lightning ignited several missiles, but against the overwhelming onslaught, the trio's lightning defense proved insufficient, and they were swiftly engulfed. Yikes! Realizing their inability to withstand the incoming missiles, Darui hastily formed new hand seals, invoking water release, water barrier. Boom! A cloud of smoke enveloped the scene. The trio from the hidden cloud was left bloodied and disfigured, 2 of the supporting Anbu having been utterly obliterated, while Darui lay in a crater, his fate uncertain. Well done. I never expected that in this world, my counterpart would possess such strength at merely 4 years of age. As Uzumaki Naruto triumphed over his foes, Hatake Naruto appeared at his side. "I've managed my side efficiently as well, wouldn't you agree?" Observing the fleeing killer bee, who was missing an arm, Uzumaki Naruto curiously inquired, what allowed him to escape? "Well, considering he is a Jinchuriki, if he were to go berserk, I would find it quite troublesome to handle." Hatake Naruto replied with a resigned shrug. "Though I have countless questions for you, we should first tidy up and make our exit. Reinforcements are on their way." Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto activated his sensors and confirmed the approach of significant chakra signatures, prompting him to hastily gather his belongings and retreat. "By the way, how did you come to know that I am your counterpart in this world?" In a cave, the 2 sat by a fire, engaging in conversation. Hatake Naruto lounged leisurely on the ground, nonchalantly picking his nose as he replied, "Well, upon arriving here, I received numerous patches and settings downloaded into my mind, concepts like parallel worlds and counterparts. You bear a striking resemblance to my childhood self. And given that you also possess the 9 tails within you, I accepted it as truth." Nodding in understanding, Uzumaki Naruto acknowledged Hatake Naruto's explanation, realizing that his own powers had perhaps facilitated this connection, sparing him the need for elaborate explanations. Now it's my turn to ask you, why were you being pursued by the ninja from the hidden cloud? What about those from Konoha? In response to Hatake Naruto's inquiry, Uzumaki Naruto recounted his circumstances, and when he mentioned that this world's version of himself held disdain for Konoha, Hatake Naruto fell silent. Well, perhaps it's for the best. Without attachments, one cannot experience loss. Not being a ninja has its merits. At least one is spared from enduring distasteful situations. In light of Hatake Naruto's reflections, Uzumaki Naruto became intrigued and began to inquire about his counterpart's experiences. At the age of 14, Naruto Uzumaki, hailing from the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, found himself homeless at the tender age of 3 due to a tragic house fire. He was rescued by a benevolent masked man who took him in, leading to the adoption of the surname Uzumaki. Raised by this enigmatic figure, Naruto developed a laid-back and somewhat introverted demeanor, notably differing from his guardian by not concealing his face behind a mask. Upon entering the Ninja Academy, Naruto struggled to master ninjutsu, impeded by the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra. Consequently, he was reluctantly taught his family's ancestral swordsmanship by an individual lacking alternatives. By the age of 12, he exhibited remarkable prowess with the blade, joining Team 7 and designating the previously reserved man as his instructor. However, during their first C-rank mission, they encountered the S-rank rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi, and the formidable Haku, resulting in a scene that could only be described as catastrophic. Kakashi Hatake met a tragic end. Sasuke Uchiha lost his left eye, and it was only through Naruto's furious rage that all adversaries were vanquished. In his final moments, Kakashi entrusted his left eye to Sasuke, uttering, "This eye was given to me by my dearest friend. I hope it can protect the last of his clan." Grieving yet resolute, Sasuke accepted Kakashi's gift. Kakashi then passed on his treasured white fang to Naruto, saying, "Naruto, this white fang that you have long desired is now yours. I hope you will utilize it wisely." With tears streaming down his face, Naruto vowed, "I will." Kakashi then revealed the truth about Naruto's parents, the heroes who were the 4th Hokage, who concealed his identity to protect him. "The fire that destroyed your home was set by me, to adopt you with legitimacy. And, Sakura, Kakashi's words were tragically cut short as he succumbed to his injuries. Devastated, the trio returned to the Hidden Leaf after defeating Kato, where all gathered to mourn Kakashi's passing, holding a grand funeral. The 3rd Hokage, during the ceremony, espoused the will of fire, yet Naruto had little interest in such rhetoric. Months later, under the new leadership of Yamato, Team 7, now inheritors of Kakashi's legacy, participated in the Ch-Nin exams. During this time, Orochimaru assassinated the 3rd Hokage. After persuading Gaara, Naruto was suddenly ambushed by a mysterious man wearing a spiral mask, only to be saved by Sasuke's timely intervention. Tragically, this led to Sasuke's accidental impalement on a shattered tree stump. Aware of his impending demise, Sasuke entrusted his eyes to Naruto, demanding vengeance against Itachi Uchiha for their family. Overwhelmed by loss, Naruto was left to grapple with despair. For the next 2 years, he became a mere shell of himself, tirelessly honing his swordsmanship and undertaking perilous missions to acquire strength to confront Itachi. In this relentless pursuit, he ascended to the rank of J-Nin. Yet, due to not being an Uchiha, his Sharingan remained perpetually activated, concealed beneath a black cloth. Known as the Blood Eye, he bore a fate reminiscent of Kakashi's tragic legacy. After listening to the experiences of Kakashi Hatake, Naruto Uzumaki let out a long sigh. It seemed that Kakashi was unaware of certain matters, prompting Naruto to recount the tales of Kakashi, as well as the narratives surrounding Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha. Obito and Itachi. Upon hearing the stories, Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment, his Sharingan spinning wildly, unable to find tranquility. He never anticipated that his dear friend, whom he had harbored hatred for throughout his life, Itachi, had actually loved him and was an undercover agent for Konoha. Furthermore, his arch-nemesis, the masked man responsible for the deaths of his parents and friends, was none other than Kakashi's close companion and also the disciple of his own father. The overwhelming weight of this revelation left his previously tumultuous heart in utter disarray for an extended period. Chapter 23. The ruthless plan and eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Even the crackling campfire fell silent under the overwhelming chakra emanating from Naruto Uzumaki. The eternal spinning of his Sharingan, nearly converging into a singularity of 3 tomo, paused as he let out a deep sigh and slowly closed his eyes. After a moment of reflection, Naruto opened his eyes once more, the three tomo now at rest. Signifying a semblance of tranquility had returned to his heart. I have made my decision. What do you intend to do? Kill Obito Uchiha and capture Itachi Uchiha alive, Naruto declared, glaring at the flickering flames. Obito was responsible for my parents' deaths and the destruction of our village. Moreover, Sasuke and his entire family perished because of him. I must exact my vengeance. As for Itachi Uchiha, he had become Sasuke's obsession over these past 6 years. Despite his actions being purportedly for the sake of Konoha, the incomprehensible rationale that led to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, leaving Sasuke to wallow in remorse, was utterly unforgivable. I promised Sasuke I would use his eyes to witness the execution of our revenge, but Sasuke harbors another aspiration, the revival of the Uchiha clan. In that case, I shall have to make good use of Itachi. Naruto, increasingly perplexed, slowly conjured a question mark, indicating that if he needed to pose such a question, the fault lay not with him, but with the other party. What do you mean? How do you plan to deal with Itachi? Naruto revealed a sinister smile, his voice dripping with mischief. I intend to first collaborate with the perverted sage to capture Orochimaru, and then, after successfully apprehending Itachi, I shall implement the ruthless plan. Continuous collection for 24 hours, followed by the artificial cultivation of a new generation of Uchihas. Gulp. Naruto Uzumaki silently swallowed, contemplating how his upbringing by Kakashi had led to such a twisted mindset, capable of concocting such a terrifying scheme. Speaking of which, considering your extensive knowledge, you must also be aware of Orochimaru and Itachi's whereabouts. Share that information with me. I will commence this plan upon my return. Observing Naruto's malevolent expression, Uzumaki reflected on the words of the second Hokage, realizing how drastically his other self Sharingan had transformed into something so sinister. I cannot assist you in this. I only have a vague understanding of the narrative. With someone as elusive as Orochimaru, how could I possibly know his location? As for Itachi, I advise you to tread carefully. His Manjiki Sharingan and Susanoo are formidable. You would likely struggle to penetrate his defenses. The Manjiki Sharingan presents a challenge, but with the aid of the Nine-Tails within me, I should manage. I will return to my Bokuzen to further hone my sage techniques. That should provide me with the advantage I need. Please relay any additional intelligence you have on him. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at his counterpart, who was incessantly comparing their combat abilities, and sighed in exasperation. Inheriting a pair of eyes, how did he also inherit the arrogant disposition of Sasuke? Without delving into other matters, it was evident that even against Itachi's Tsukuyomi, he had no recourse. Moreover, having been raised by Kakashi since childhood, one could question whether he would ever master sage techniques, given his somewhat dampened resolve to prevent his alternate self from facing defeat. Naruto felt compelled to recount all the intelligence pertaining to the Uchiha clan in its entirety, even elaborating on the Akatsuki organization and the capabilities of his own Sharingan. Indeed, it appears that I cannot currently contend with these two. Perhaps a more strategic approach is necessary. After assessing the strengths of both sides, Kakashi Naruto chose to follow his instincts. After all, he had yet to earn the Kurama's acknowledgement and could not freely wield the Manjiki Sharingan. In terms of raw power, he was indeed outmatched by the two who possessed extraordinary abilities. Thus, further training was essential. However, having information versus lacking it is a world apart. He felt grateful to his other self for this knowledge, as it proved quite advantageous. Ultimately, Naruto's innate optimism shone through. Upon realizing the disparity in power, he was not disheartened. Rather, he pondered how to execute his plans effectively. Well, the only assistance I can offer you lies in this intelligence. Once you arrive, you'll be doing me a tremendous favor. Furthermore, I wish to learn your sword techniques. I've been studying swordsmanship myself and have captured numerous training videos of samurai. You might find them insightful. Oh, Kakashi Naruto was intrigued. He had indeed been practicing sword techniques, having mastered 90% of the prowess of the legendary White Fang's swordsmanship. He could even channel Kurama's chakra to enhance his blade, transforming it into a massive 40-meter sword to vanquish foes. It was this very technique that severed Deidara's arm. The swordsmanship of the land of samurai should hold significant relevance for him. Very well, once we reach a safe location, I would be keen to witness the sword techniques of the land of samurai, and I shall teach you in return. Agreed. It's settled then. The night swiftly passed, and the two departed from the land of iron, arriving in the land of rice. Why venture to the land of rice? This should still be Orochimaru's territory. Kakashi Naruto grumbled, carrying Naruto on his back, while surveying the dilapidated town before them with evident disdain. We're coming precisely because it is Orochimaru's domain. Hiding within the confines of a bamboo basket, the young Naruto spoke softly. The land of rice is Orochimaru's territory. If ninjas from other villages were to venture here, he would undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, Orochimaru has only defected for a mere 2 years. His grasp over this land is likely still tenuous, allowing us to navigate these waters with ease. Furthermore, with our Sharingan, should Orochimaru discover us, a mere glare from our eyes could render him blind. The safety factor is quite high. Listening to Naruto's analysis, Kakashi silently nodded, acknowledging the soundness of his reasoning. Indeed, outsiders would be deterred by Orochimaru, and given that they could contend with him, this region presented an excellent opportunity for growth. The proximity to the land of fire also posed fewer obstacles for travelers from other nations, making it far simpler to face one nation rather than 5. Quite impressive, Kakashi mused, to possess such insight with a mind so young. No wonder you have the potential to become a genius. Observing Kakashi's self-congratulatory demeanor, Naruto's eyes took on a lifeless quality, as if envisioning Kakashi's nose elongating like Pinocchio's. As long as you're happy, he remarked. Chapter 24. The white-haired boy. In no time, Uzumaki Naruto found himself in the land of rice fields. Upon learning that Uchiha Itachi had less than a year to live, Kakashi Naruto hurried back, albeit with little concern, as they were all there to assist. Besides, he had the potential to merge with Kakashi Naruto's body. This time, Uzumaki Naruto had finally acquired substantial enhancements. Unlike the mechanical Naruto, who required the chakra of the Nine-Tails to function, Kakashi Naruto inherently possessed the strength of a Genin. After a complete fusion, Uzumaki Naruto felt as if he could effortlessly overpower dozens of his previous selves. Moreover, the addition of another Nine-Tails chakra and the Uzumaki lineage significantly amplified his yang energy, to the point where now, if Uzumaki Naruto spat on the ground, weeds would sprout instantaneously. His life force was brimming, nearly overflowing, while his mental energy surged several-fold due to the enhancement from 2 pairs of Sharingan. Presently, Naruto could likely roam around for over half an hour with the mechanical Nine-Tails. However, since he wasn't an Uchiha, the Sharingan remained active post-fusion, prompting him to frequently don disguises or masks when venturing out. Both Narutos often came together to instruct Uzumaki Naruto, who, leveraging the muscle memory from their fused body, had successfully learned about 60 to 70% of their techniques. Time swiftly passed, and after more than 2 months, one day, Uzumaki Naruto was roasting corn in the yard when an unexpected visitor arrived. "Hey, young one, your roasted corn looks delicious. Might I trouble you for a bite?" Uzumaki Naruto cautiously raised his head to see a white-haired man half-crouched on the wall, sporting a large oil character on his forehead. Recognizing the unmistakable figure, Uzumaki Naruto retorted, "At your age, aren't you ashamed to be stealing food from a child? Hey, this isn't stealing. I'm merely negotiating with you. Rest assured, I'm not a bad person, and I will surely repay you for a meal." "Absolutely not." "Wow, you're quite resolute." The white-haired man was taken aback, nearly losing his balance, surprised that the boy had so bluntly rejected him. "Hey, little brat, aren't you curious about my identity? I'm quite an important figure. Inviting me for a corn wouldn't be a loss for you." Seeing the man's eager expression, Uzumaki Naruto suppressed his laughter and deliberately replied, "Not curious at all. Oh dear, you truly are a child who cannot recognize greatness. It seems I must teach you a lesson." The elderly gentleman with white hair leaped effortlessly onto the rooftop, dancing with exuberance. The legendary Toad Sage, merely concealing his name from the world, accomplished every task with ease, commanding the entirety of the realm, north, south, east, and west with his flowing white locks. He was the unrivaled sage among the 3. Behold, the white-haired youth, the Toad Sage, who can silence even the weeping child, Lord Jiraiya, he proclaimed, twirling around as his wooden sandals touched the ground. "Indeed, it is I? Oh, I had not heard of you," responded Naruto Uzumaki, devoid of emotion. Alas! Upon hearing this remark, Jiraiya lost his footing and tumbled from the rooftop, landing on his back. "You little rascal, how can you be so ignorant? Have you never heard of the legendary Sannin?" Jiraiya sprang up from the ground, his mouth agape and spittle flying as he exclaimed, "Of course I am known. After all, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, resides nearby, does he not?" Naruto's unexpected comment left Jiraiya momentarily stunned, followed by a resigned smile. "You've truly outsmarted me, you little imp. You knew who I was from the very beginning, didn't you?" "Naturally. Such a distinctive hairstyle. There's no one else in the entire ninja world who bears it," Naruto replied. Ha ha ha. You are indeed clever. Truly deserving of your reputation as a genius who has gone unnoticed for so long. Jiraiya coughed, nearly revealing that Manado was Naruto's father. Nevertheless, he felt genuine joy at Naruto's intelligence and was relieved that the child had managed to thrive during his time away. When Jiraiya learned of Naruto's disappearance, he had been frantic, rushing to the hidden cloud village in search of him. Ultimately, he only encountered the person who had abducted Naruto, and in his fury, he cast the culprit into the ranks of Konoha to deal with. In the ensuing year, he had been torn between searching for Naruto and participating in the war against the Land of Lightning. 2 months prior, he had finally caught wind of a lead in the Land of Iron, only to discover upon arrival that the Cloud Ninja had been captured by samurai. Dejected, he set out once more to search. Recently, he had heard rumors of Orochimaru battling in the Land of Rice, prompting him to pursue both leads. To his surprise, he stumbled upon the long-lost Naruto. Initially, Jiraiya merely glanced at Naruto as he passed by, but the immediate sense of familiarity compelled him to linger and observe the boy for a few days. To his astonishment, despite the mask Naruto wore, he bore an uncanny resemblance to his late student S-son, especially with that tuft of blonde hair, which was strikingly similar. After a few days of investigation, Jiraiya discovered that this little rascal had indeed appeared 2 months prior, arriving as part of a duo, one large and one small. Although Naruto typically ventured out using shadow clones and transformation techniques, such challenges were hardly formidable for Jiraiya. After gathering sufficient evidence, Jiraiya directly approached Naruto Uzumaki for a confrontation. He intended to initiate a conversation by casually inviting himself to a meal, hoping to observe Naruto's demeanor. However, in response to Jiraiya's rhetoric, Naruto had no inclination to reveal his true identity. What genius! Uncle, you must be mistaken, he retorted. Huh? Since we've reached this point, it's rather pointless for you to continue pretending. Jiraiya, facing Naruto's denial, replied with exasperation, I truly have no idea what you were talking about. Your appearance is recognizable to everyone in the ninja world, is it not? Moreover, just days ago, Orochimaru, who shares your name, fought in this vicinity, causing considerable destruction to several of my neighbors' homes. It's not difficult to deduce who you are. He continued, come now? No ordinary child would display such a reaction in the presence of a sage like me. If you insist that you are not the person I know, then do remove your mask so that I may see your face. Chapter 25. The hair of middle-aged men is indeed precious. Jiraiya gazed at the feigned innocence of Naruto Uzumaki before him, his irritation mounting as he prepared to intervene. Meanwhile, Naruto nonchalantly retrieved the roasted corn from the rack, removed the mask from his face, and while munching, remarked, Bull warrior, Munch Munch, never removes his mask, Munch Munch. Just like how Tifa cannot be absent from the 3D realm. Observing Naruto's absurd chatter while he indulged in his meal, Jiraiya's eyes transformed into wide circles of disbelief as he exclaimed, You're clearly a fox, so why are you talking about bulls? In a swift motion, he yanked off Naruto's mask, revealing a face that bore no resemblance to his apprentice's. This. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed into tiny dots as he stared at the unfamiliar visage. How can this be? Oh, you must have used a transformation jutsu. Let me have a look. Hey, showing you my face is already generous. Do you expect me to let you touch it too? Naruto retorted, his expression one of displeasure as he prodded Jiraiya's hand with a metal skewer. The moment the skewer made contact, Jiraiya's face flushed crimson, and he danced around, clutching his hand while exclaiming, Ouch, ouch, ouch. Of course, this slight warmth posed no real harm to Jiraiya. He merely recognized Naruto's obstinance as nothing more than playful antics. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto quickly donned his mask again, having felt a bit of the false skin on his face tugged off when Jiraiya had yanked at it. Here, take this corn. After you've eaten, hurry off to find Orochimaru. If you delay any longer, you might escape, Naruto said, tossing the corn towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya, dropping his pretense, caught it effortlessly and squatted down to nibble on it. Orochimaru is not one to rush, from what I know of him. He won't abandon his stronghold until the very last moment. As for you, I initially thought you had been abducted, but it seems that is not the case. Perceiving Jiraiya's unwavering conviction, Naruto felt a sense of unease. This old man was not like the other version of himself from a different world, who could empathize with him. Though open-minded and kind-hearted, willing to teach his disciples without bias, he was also remarkably stubborn. In his youth, a toad from Mount Myaboku had foretold him as the child of destiny, a quest he pursued for a lifetime. His loyalty to Konoha was profound, just one rogue ninja, Orochimaru had been pursued relentlessly for over a decade in an effort to bring him back. One could only imagine the weight of expectation placed upon Naruto. Being the son of the fourth Hokage and the host of the Nine-Tails, he realized that no matter how he argued, Jiraiya would inevitably take him back to Konoha. Although I am not the person you speak of, I believe I understand who you are referring to. As for that individual, I can only assert that he does not owe Konoha. Rather, it is Konoha that owes him. The burning bamboo suddenly emitted a sound, startling Jiraiya. He beheld a child, barely 4 years old, whose eyes were ablaze with rage. Naruto, once you've finished eating the corn, you should leave, uncle. Your good friend is waiting for you. Uzumaki Naruto bluntly interrupted Jiraiya, showing no desire to heed his words. Perhaps if he stayed in Konoha for a few more years, forming bonds, he might consider returning. However, having faced discrimination from the entire village at the tender age of 3 and knowing the reasons behind it, Naruto had no intention of returning to that wretched village. Especially when the instigators were the higher-ups of Konoha, including the third Hokage, whom he regarded as a grandfather. It was he, the man Naruto held as his most significant family member, who was the root cause of his suffering. This revelation nearly shattered him, as he had just acquired the memories of a traveler. He was the son of the fourth Hokage, with parents who had perished for the village. Yet he remained oblivious to it all, enduring scorn and discrimination. Frankly, Naruto felt that the people of Konoha were unworthy. All he wished for now was to focus on himself. Naruto, do you have any idea how much the people of Konoha have sacrificed this past year to find you? They even went to war with the Hidden Cloud Village, resulting in countless lost lives. Jiraiya was thoroughly perplexed, wondering where this immense hatred in the child stemmed from. Simultaneously, he felt a growing frustration. After all, they had been searching for Naruto for nearly a year, only to encounter such an attitude. It was merely to find a Jinchuriki. Another individual would have faced the same fate. You're not seeking a child, you're seeking a weapon. How can you say that? Do you know how much everyone cares about you? Jiraiya, now furious, recalled that this war was fought for Naruto. Yet here he was, speaking coldly, completely disregarding those who had sacrificed their lives for him. I understand that there are indeed many who care about the Jinchuriki, yourself included. But attributing all the reasons to the Jinchuriki is a grave exaggeration. Naruto, equally enraged, retorted, questioning how many truly cared for him in Konoha. Furthermore, the reality of Konoha was far from what Jiraiya portrayed. Otherwise, how had Hinata Hyuga met her demise in the original timeline? Yet, Naruto could not voice these thoughts, and Jiraiya would never grasp Naruto's feelings. It seemed that during this past year, he had been indulged for far too long. At this juncture, Jiraiya resolved to forcibly bring Naruto back to the village. Rising to his feet, he prepared to take Naruto back to Konoha, believing that the external ninjas had brainwashed him. After all, what understanding could a 3- or 4-year-old child possess? Alas, it appeared that confrontation was inevitable. In that moment, Naruto clad himself in mechanical armor and activated his 2 pairs of Sharingan, striking toward Jiraiya in the next instant. What? Faced with the audacious and proactive Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Naruto would strike without warning. However, being a seasoned ninja, he swiftly evaded Naruto's slash with a deft sidestep and a leap, simultaneously forming hand seals that caused his white hair to coil towards Naruto. The strands cascaded like a waterfall, ensnaring Naruto securely. Yet, Jiraiya refrained from using excessive force. His sole intention was to bring Naruto back to Konoha. Naruto, cease your struggles. Although I am unaware of where you acquired that armor, your strength is insufficient to break free from my jutsu. Observing the white hair enveloping him, Naruto responded through the barrier. I advise you to retract your hair quickly. The hair of a middle-aged man is quite precious. Chapter 26. One after another, as Naruto Uzumaki began to exert his strength, the white hair enveloping his body started to snap one by one. What? Seeing that his hair was unable to restrain Naruto, Jiraiya quickly infused it with chakra, transforming it into the Wild Lion's main technique. If the previous use of hair was merely a playful jest for children, the current Wild Lion's main technique was a formidable combat ninjutsu capable of shredding an adversary's body. At this moment, Naruto could clearly observe the chakra flowing through Jiraiya's hair, intensifying significantly. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. A blazing column igniting Jiraiya's hair and swiftly spreading towards his head. This is bad, dangerous. As the flames threatened to engulf him, Jiraiya hastily ceased the ninjutsu, abandoning his previous hairstyle and retreating swiftly. Phew, this armor is truly impressive, capable of releasing flames of such intense heat in an instant. Noticing the acrid scent of singed hair wafting from his head, Jiraiya's expression grew grave. Naruto, where did you acquire this armor? Did Orochimaru give it to you? Have you already come into contact with him? The thought of Orochimaru lurking nearby, combined with Naruto's current demeanor, made Jiraiya grit his teeth in frustration. He was well aware of his old comrade's brainwashing capabilities, having manipulated countless children over the years to serve him. Why am I thinking this way? Yet, in a sense, it does hold some truth. This armor was indeed crafted by Orochimaru, though not the Orochimaru from this world. In response to Jiraiya's inquiry, Naruto unhesitatingly shifted the blame onto the Orochimaru of this world, as they were hardly acquainted, and it was ultimately irrelevant to him. Damn it, Naruto. Do not be deceived by Orochimaru. That scoundrel sees you merely as a tool for his own ends. The anguish of realizing that his apprentice's child might be exploited by Orochimaru filled Jiraiya with sorrow and guilt. It felt as though returning to Konoha was no different from being used as a tool. Every villager knew me as the Nine-Tails Fox. At this moment, Naruto ceased to feign innocence, recognizing that there was no need to maintain pretense before Jiraiya, who had already made up his mind. Naruto chose to unleash his full power. Instantly, the armor covering his body activated, and countless missiles erupted from his mechanical suit, hurtling towards Jiraiya. Such a technique exists. Faced with the relentless barrage of attacks, Jiraiya did not dare to be complacent. He swiftly formed hand seals to summon Gamabunta. What is it, Jiraiya? Have you encountered Orochimaru? Not quite. But the situation demands your assistance. Observing the onslaught of missiles, Gamabunta's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Hey, this situation is rather exaggerated, isn't it? No time for chatter. Here they come. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, and then expelled a torrent of flames from his mouth. Gamabunta, the giant toad, took a deep breath and released a thick stream of toad oil from his belly. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. The combined ninjutsu of man and toad conjured a vast ocean of fire that engulfed the incoming missiles. The clash of techniques obscured vision, leaving only the crackling sounds of explosions echoing through the flames. After a while, the sounds of the missiles detonating ceased, prompting Jiraiya to halt his jutsu. Huff. Naruto is indeed formidable, launching such a terrifying technique right from the outset. The courtyard lay in ruins, charred remnants of both flames and missiles littering the area, even damaging neighboring houses. Fortunately, as it was daytime, Naruto's neighbors were out tending to their farms, and no one was injured. Observing the inferno and the now-vanished Naruto, Jiraiya realized he had been outwitted. It was no wonder such an extensive ninjutsu was employed, merely for the purpose of escape. This boy had perfectly emulated his father's genius. Standing atop Gamabunta, Jiraiya reflected, what on earth is happening here? Gamabunta, disgruntled by the unexpected bombardment, grumbled, what a nuisance. Jiraiya replied, well, there are various reasons for this. I'll explain when I return to Mount Myaboku. For now, let us help these common folk extinguish the flames. While Jiraiya busied himself with fire suppression and compensating the villagers of the Land of Rice, Naruto had already fled several miles away. Suddenly, a giant snake lunged from the ground, aiming to swallow Naruto whole. Startled, Naruto slammed on the brakes and made an emergency landing. The massive serpent, upon his descent, dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. Impressive, Naruto-kun. Are today's legendary Sannin truly so easily summoned, one after another? After Naruto landed, Orochimaru had been lying in wait, having orchestrated Naruto's landing. Eyeing Naruto's armored form, Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement. After all, you are brimming with secrets, Naruto-kun. I've been watching you for several days, only to be preempted by that fool Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, Naruto sheepishly scratched his head, pondering how ineffective his disguise had been. Sensing Naruto's thoughts, Orochimaru chuckled. Due to a certain individual, I found myself unwittingly battling some Cloud Village ninjas on my own turf. So of course, I must seek the cause. My apologies. Actually, they owe me money. They came to settle a debt, but who knew they would be so rude? I shall certainly give them a piece of my mind later. Confronted by the unwavering gaze of Orochimaru, Naruto Uzumaki shivered involuntarily, yearning to flee at once. Frankly, he found the presence of such researchers to be the most unsettling. They always possessed a knack for ensnaring one unexpectedly. It's merely a trivial matter that I shall not dwell upon. I simply wish for Naruto-kun to accompany me as a guest. Orochimaru unabashedly expressed his desire for Naruto Uzumaki. After all, he was determined to acquire the materials he coveted by any means necessary. TSK. aware of the predicament he found himself in. Naruto recognized the tenacity of this serpent. He understood all too well the lengths Orochimaru would go when something piqued his interest. Regardless of whether his opponent possessed the Rinnegan or the Sharingan, Orochimaru would relentlessly pursue his objective. Unable to best Itachi, he would thus resort to a persistent pursuit of Sasuke Uchiha, intent on obtaining the coveted Mangekyou Sharingan. Chapter 27. The giant snake roasted with mushrooms. Rest assured, it will soon come to an end. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he elongated his upper body, simultaneously unleashing venomous snakes from his sleeves that lunged towards Naruto Uzumaki. Witnessing this maddening spectacle, Naruto felt a shiver run down his spine, urging him to conclude the battle swiftly. "Behold my fiery breath," he declared, as the armor around his mouth opened, revealing a nozzle that erupted with fierce flames directed at Orochimaru. As the inferno surged towards him, Orochimaru contorted his body at a sharp angle, evading the flames and swiftly attacking Naruto once more. Reacting quickly, Naruto adjusted the angle of his fiery assault, but Orochimaru's speed proved too formidable, making it impossible for Naruto to redirect the flames in time. Desperation gripped him as he scanned his surroundings for a solution, until a glimmer of hope appeared before him. With a wicked grin, Naruto noted that Orochimaru's lower half remained stationary. He directed the flames towards it, but suddenly, Orochimaru's lower body sprang back like a release spring, twisting several times before rejoining his upper half. "Ha ha ha, Naruto!" Orochimaru cackled, his expression one of utter insanity, as he closed the distance between them. The multitude of venomous snakes in his hands bared their fangs menacingly. Faced with this terrifying sight, Naruto felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. This was his first encounter with genuine peril. Previous battles had either been won through the sheer force of his mechanical armor or had left him unconscious, devoid of any sense of danger. But now, he was acutely aware of the lethal aura surrounding him. "This is it." Naruto instinctively shut his eyes, shielding his head with his right hand. Dozens of snakes struck his body with a series of sharp snaps. Clenching his teeth, he cautiously opened his eyes, only to find the snakes and Orochimaru staring back at him in shock. The snakes had latched onto his right hand, yet their fangs had shattered upon impact. "Nanny. So this is the power of my armor's defense. The snakes cannot penetrate it." Overjoyed, Naruto quickly extended his left hand, transforming it into a Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards Orochimaru. How dare this happen? Orochimaru could only retreat reluctantly, dodging the onslaught of bullets. "Curse it! I was so close to defeat." As Naruto Uzumaki recollected his recent state of powerlessness, he clenched his teeth in frustration. He had never anticipated finding himself in such a predicament. It was a clear underestimation on his part. Previously, he had easily dealt with foes armed with mechanized armor and rocket launchers, bolstered by the support of two clones that provided him with a cushion of safety. This had led him to the erroneous conclusion that these adversaries were mere trifles, easily toyed with. However, facing a true master had swiftly turned the tide against him. Had it not been for his armor, he might have truly faced ruin. This served as a lesson. Henceforth, he would confront his enemies with unwavering resolve. Observing Orochimaru, who had leaped a short distance away, Naruto's eyes ignited with fervor. Suddenly, a colossal mechanical claw erupted from within him, expanding rapidly to seize Orochimaru's form with a vice-like grip. The sheer force rendered Orochimaru incapable of thought, crushing his lower half into a pulpy mass. The excruciating pain compelled him to unleash a guttural scream, only for a slick, serpent-like version of himself to emerge from his own mouth. In an instant, he transformed, his lower half morphing into a serpentine tail, and hurled a sword towards Naruto with alarming swiftness. At that moment, Naruto found himself momentarily immobilized, having summoned the mechanical tail of the Nine-Tails. Before he could react, Orochimaru's rapid advance brought him face to face with danger. Instinctively, a chakra enveloped Naruto's head, morphing it into that of a gigantic fox, which lunged ferociously at Orochimaru. Faced with the gaping maw, Orochimaru executed a swift spiral maneuver, evading the Nine-Tails' fierce bite. Having failed in both attacks, Orochimaru retreated to a distance, eyeing Naruto with renewed curiosity. "You are increasingly fascinating, Naruto." Those last two moves were undoubtedly the power of the Nine-Tails, yet the peculiar nature of it seems unfamiliar to me. As he pondered the mechanical arm of the Nine-Tails, a fire ignited in his gaze. The arm bore a striking resemblance to the armor adorning Naruto, and for reasons unknown, Orochimaru felt an unsettling familiarity with this technology, intensifying his intrigue. Meanwhile, Naruto had grown weary of exchanging words with Orochimaru. With a furious roar, his eyes ablaze, he unleashed a torrent of blood-red chakra that enveloped him. His upper garment erupted in tatters, revealing the 8-trigram seal upon his navel. The mechanical arm of the Nine-Tails reached towards the ground, hoisting Naruto into the air, simultaneously exposing the majority of the Nine-Tails' shoulder. What is this? Orochimaru muttered to himself, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Is the Nine-Tails attempting to break free from its seal? Could it be that the earlier encounter incited a berserker rage? As the mechanical Nine-Tails began to emerge, Orochimaru felt a mix of tension and exhilaration. The tension stemmed from the unexpected confrontation with the fully manifested beast, while the exhilaration arose from witnessing a form of the Nine-Tails he had never encountered before. This sense of impending danger ignited his scientific curiosity. Just as Orochimaru believed the mechanical Nine-Tails was the entirety of the spectacle, the crimson fox atop Naruto's head began to swell in size. Its blood-red energy enveloping his upper body, gradually transforming him into a scarlet fox. The blood-red fox extended its arms, grasping the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Subsequently, the crimson Nine-Tails leaned forward, flesh and bone rapidly enveloping its form, until a vivid red fox appeared, entwined with the mechanical one. 2 Nine-Tails? Orochimaru trembled at the unfolding scene, acutely aware that the area was about to become exceedingly perilous. The instincts of the serpentine creatures he had modified were incessantly warning him. Yet he found himself reluctant to flee. The spectacle before him had utterly shattered his understanding. The might of the Nine-Tails was well acknowledged, and it was a universally accepted fact that only one existed in the world. Yet, here stood Naruto, harboring not only the sealed Nine-Tails within him, but also a mechanical counterpart of comparable pressure. This evident artifact of unknown technology was as irresistible as a poisonous pufferfish. Despite knowing the risks, it beckoned him to explore further. Naruto, what secrets do you possess? How did this mechanical Nine-Tails come to be? Was it bestowed upon you by the 4th Hokage? Orochimaru had lost count of the number of times he had expressed such astonishment and inquiry today, forgetting everything else as he pursued the truth. Soon, the 2 struggling Nine-Tails broke free from their confinement. At that moment, Naruto emanated a faint red chakra. 3 blood-red tails sprouting from his rear, indicating he was on the brink of a rampage. Roar! Roar! For the first time, the thoughtless, otherworldly Nine-Tails unleashed a howl in this realm. One was the mechanical Nine-Tails, having absorbed the essence of the Nine-Tails from Naruto's world, and the other was the young-released Nine-Tails sealed within him. Suspended between them was Naruto, the 3-Tails, armor, utilizing the power of the Nine-Tails within him as a source of energy. Quickly, the 2 Nine-Tails prepared to unleash what any tailed beast would instinctively do, fire a tailed beast bomb. The 8 yin-yang energy rapidly coalesced at their mouths, aimed directly at Orochimaru. Rather than releasing these thoughtless beings, it would be wiser to free me. At least I could control this body and prevent it from going berserk. At that moment, Kurama, the Nine-Tails residing within Naruto Uzumaki, spoke. The Nine-Tails was strenuously attempting to control its chakra, making every effort to suppress any leakage. However, the release of its chakra had significantly affected Naruto's psyche, overwhelming him with negative emotions. Even the excess energy had caused 3 tails to manifest. And should there be any further leakage, Naruto would surely succumb to a complete rampage. For Kurama, the prospect of its host losing control was initially a nonchalant matter. If the chakra overflowed, it could potentially attach its consciousness to it, seizing control of the body and relishing a fleeting taste of freedom. Yet, due to the emotional bond forged over the past days, Kurama had come to regard Naruto as a friend. The thought of his friend falling into unconsciousness and peril was something Kurama wished to avoid. Thus, Kurama could only watch enviously as the 2 mindless Nine-Tails were free to roam, while he remained trapped in the confines of the sewers, feeling profoundly unbalanced. I wish I could help, but without the key, the 8-trigram seal is beyond my current strength to break, he lamented. Moreover, I do not wish to reunite with my parents under such circumstances. The time we have together would be far too brief if we were solely focused on battle. As Naruto launched missiles at Orochimaru to buy time for the 2-tailed beasts to gather their tailed beast bombs, he explained to Kurama within him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru adeptly dodged the missiles with nimble jumps and contortions. Even as an adversary, this is rather excessive, Naruto thought. Simultaneously, as the 2-tailed beasts released their tailed beast bombs, even Orochimaru could not help but feel a tinge of panic. Come forth, 10,000 snakes, he shouted, leaping into the air and summoning the serpentine creatures, which coiled around him, one resting atop his head. Roar. This time, I demand 200 sacrifices. Upon their appearance, 10,000 snakes began to declare its outrageous demands, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Silence, 10,000 snakes. Quickly stop those tailed beast bombs, or you shall forfeit your life before feasting on sacrifices. Orochimaru commanded, directing the snakes to intercept the two impending bombs. Ha ha ha, this is absurd. What on earth could compel you to summon me for this? 10,000 snakes exclaimed, its eyes nearly bulging out as it cursed. You've called me forth to thwart such things? Are you trying to send me to my doom? I refuse. Yet, it must be said that Orochimaru had timed his command impeccably. In the very moment 10,000 snakes was speaking, the tailed beast bombs had fully coalesced and erupted forth, striking 10,000 snakes directly. SSS, Orochimaru. As the anguished roar of the myriad serpents echoed, the entire form of the colossal serpent vanished within the embrace of two mushroom clouds. The two-tailed beast orbs, having consumed the myriad serpents, did not pause, instead hurtling with terrifying velocity towards a distant mountain, creating a thunderous crash. The sight of two immense mushroom clouds slowly rising, with smoke billowing towards the heavens, was a spectacle that ordinary mortals might never witness in a lifetime. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, the conjurer of the myriad serpents, had already vanished underground, leaving no trace behind. It was indeed a pity for the myriad serpents. However, had he not summoned something to divert attention, it would have been his demise. One could only lament that the serpent's size was too great. Perhaps in the next life, it might be more diminutive. As he burrowed swiftly into the earth, Orochimaru extended his heartfelt wishes to the myriad serpents. Faced with the approaching tailed beasts, Orochimaru regained his composure in the final moments. After all, Naruto Uzumaki remained on the scene, and with his prowess, none could pose a threat to him. Yet, one's life is singular, especially at a time when his cursed seal was not yet perfected. This world harbored countless secrets awaiting Orochimaru's exploration. Thus it was prudent to remain cautious. Regrettably, he could not uncover the secrets of Naruto Uzumaki. How could he manipulate tailed beasts at merely 4 years of age? Moreover, it appeared he possessed the ability to separate the tailed beasts from their hosts without fatal consequence, alongside an array of unknown technologies, even replicating the Nine Tails. Ah, Naruto. My interest in you is truly piqued. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki, who had just created a new vista for the world, was in the process of retracting the two Nine Tails. After struggling to reintegrate the 3 strands of Nine-Tails chakra that had attached to him, he hastily departed towards the horizon, leaving Jiraiya, who had rushed over, in stunned silence as he gazed at the 2 enormous craters left behind. Chapter 28. Freedom. It is clear that with the combined strength of 2 of you and 3 of me, there is no need to fear anyone in this ninja world. So, why do you persist in evading them? Observing Naruto Uzumaki once more fleeing from their sanctuary, Kurama could not suppress the question that lingered in his heart. After all, in his millennium-long existence, prior to being captured, anyone who dared to provoke him met their demise. He had never known the experience of retreating upon being discovered. Ever since he was sealed away by an individual capable of grasping him as easily as a chick, he had led a life of causing chaos, unleashing tailed beast bombs, only to be sealed away again. In essence, he had always been the one to flaunt his might and endure assaults, never experiencing the disgrace of a hasty escape. Therefore, it was incomprehensible to him why Naruto would flee upon being noticed. It seemed excessively humiliating, especially considering he possessed thrice his own power, threefold. If he were to stand before Shikaku, he would undoubtedly revel in laughter for 3 years, taunting Naruto as he unleashed all 3 of them, flaunting their 27 tails in mockery of Shikaku. Just the thought of Shikaku's disgruntled expression elicited a genuine look of sorrow from Kurama. Kurama? Kurama. The repeated calls from Naruto finally shattered Kurama's daydream. Have you grown so bored as to lose your senses? You asked me a question and then fell into a daze of laughter. Nonsense. I was merely contemplating the question I posed, Kurama retorted, sheepishly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. He peered beyond the confines of his cage, relieved to find Naruto's spiritual form absent. You posed a query to me, yet you ponder it alone. It seems you are truly unwell, Naruto sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He thought it prudent to quickly master sealing techniques, lest he inadvertently instill psychological issues in his great fox companion. Stop prattling and provide your explanation. Why do you concern yourself with me? Kurama exclaimed in exasperation. I have reiterated this several times. It was your lack of response that prompted my call. Naruto muttered under his breath before elaborating once more. Although my current strength, if unleashed in its entirety, would indeed pose a challenge to most in the ninja world, my endurance is lacking. Controlling two Nine-Tails in battle depletes my chakra reserve significantly. Moreover, should I rely on your power? The negative emotions within my chakra could lead to uncontrollable outbursts. If the enemy engages in a war of attrition or harassment, it would be nearly impossible to defend against. Not to mention the existence of the Mangekyou Sharingan. With just a glance, even you would find it difficult to escape, would you not? Well, that is indeed a point. The Nine-Tails reminisced about the humiliating moments when he was under the control of Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, shaking his head vigorously. During the previous battle with Orochimaru, as you witnessed, my experience in one-on-one combat is woefully inadequate. Moreover, with my frail 4- or 5-year-old physique, I possess no advantages in physical techniques. While I can barely keep up in terms of stamina and chakra, there are still numerous deficiencies in other aspects. Thus, I require more time, at least a few more years. It truly confounds me. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed indignantly, his eyes gradually turning red. The lingering negative emotions had indeed impacted him. He could not comprehend why those individuals consistently sought to impose their feelings upon him. Their values and interests were not something he owed them by birthright. Each one was determined to capture him and indoctrinate him. At that moment, Naruto had already sprinted away from the previous town and found himself in a desolate meadow. Lying on the grass, gazing at the already darkened night sky, a wave of melancholy overcame him. This incessant life of fleeing was unbearable, and it was disheartening that the only beings he could converse with were himself and the Nine-Tails. Even with the memories of the past, akin to scenes from a drama, they were insufficient for the 4-year-old Naruto to endure the reality. After the events of the day, Naruto, having finally relaxed, could not suppress his feelings of grievance. Jiraiya, too, failed to understand his thoughts. His father had sacrificed himself for those individuals, yet he was the one who suffered such indignities. Recalling the various instances of cold violence and verbal abuse he had endured, Naruto felt a mix of anger, injustice, and sorrow. Now, having barely stayed for a few months, he found himself bereft of his home again. Naruto. Observing the suddenly uncontrollable emotions of Naruto, the Nine-Tails was at a loss. To him, this small child seemed to have endured far too much throughout his life. Despite possessing immense power in the ninja world, he lacked even a home. Wah! Naruto cried out, overwhelmed with emotion. What on earth should I do to comfort this child? Sage of the Six Paths. Witnessing the child he had always seen as strong break down into tears left the Nine-Tails utterly bewildered. Think of something. Think of something. Quickly, Nine-Tails. Use your long memories to devise a plan. As the Nine-Tails clenched his fingers against his head, an epiphany struck him. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed with authority, Naruto, cease your tears. Is it not merely the absence of a home? We can create a new one together. How do we create it? Hearing the comforting voice of Kurama, Naruto Uzumaki momentarily quelled his emotions, eager to listen to his insights. As Naruto finally ceased his weeping, Kurama, filled with joy, hurriedly expressed his thoughts. If you wish to create a family, you must have a father and mother, right? Have you paused to reflect on what you were saying? Upon hearing Kurama's words, Naruto's mind became momentarily clouded, even causing him to forget his tears. What I mean to say is that you could potentially resurrect your parents. I recall that while I resided within the body of the Uzumaki, I had heard of a technique known as the Reaper Death Seal, which can summon the Shinigami. It was this very technique that Manado used to seal me away. Therefore, if we could master this technique, summon the Shinigami, and give him a good thrashing, he would surely comply and release your parents' souls, allowing for their resurrection. After contemplating Kurama's plan, Naruto was left in a state of astonishment. He had never considered such an audacious notion as beating up the Shinigami. However, upon reflection, it did not seem entirely impossible. While Kurama's suggestion to physically assault the Shinigami was rather outrageous, it sparked an idea within Naruto. The notion of compelling the Shinigami to resurrect the deceased seemed far-fetched, given that the entity itself might lack a coherent thought process. Yet, memories revealed that there were indeed several resurrection techniques. If it were possible to revive his parents from those memories, Naruto would undoubtedly welcome it, for who would not desire to have their loved ones by their side? With this thought, Naruto wiped away his tears and gratefully addressed Kurama. Thank you, Kurama. I truly appreciate your comfort. Your words have inspired me immensely. In response to Naruto's gratitude, Kurama merely huffed in a somewhat awkward manner. All right. I just didn't want your cries to disturb me. Facing this proud fox, Naruto joyfully wiped his nose, cherishing the gratitude he felt. Moreover, he realized that for the past few years, he had been aimlessly wandering without any clear objective. Now, he could set a goal for himself. Striving towards it would prevent him from succumbing to such errant thoughts. That makes sense. Naruto nodded in agreement, then suddenly shouted, Yash. I have decided. My next goal will be to resurrect Mom and Dad, and then have them help me teach a lesson to everyone who has bullied me. With a jubilant cheer, Naruto dashed off. Do you know where the Reaper Death Seal is? Just run. Ignoring everything else, he raced forward, feeling the evening breeze against him. He gazed up at the dark night sky, illuminated by the bright stars, took a deep breath, and shouted with exuberance, oh. At that moment, Naruto's heart swelled with joy. It was the happiest he had ever felt in his life. He had never experienced such unrestrained and exhilarating freedom in his running before. Having discovered the aspirations he seeks, and relishing in the freedom he has long pursued, Uzumaki Naruto, after a prolonged journey, found solace as he lay upon the grass, laughing and drifting into slumber. Alas, observing Naruto's sudden repose, Kurama could only helplessly manipulate the chakras spilling forth, enveloping Naruto in a protective layer of tailed beast energy to shield him from the chill and dangers posed by wild creatures. The following morning, an early rising Naruto began to devise a plan. First and foremost, the notion of overpowering the Shinigami and coercing him was certainly futile. However, retrieving the Shinigami's mask was imperative. Recalling the visions etched in his memory, he knew that the other half of Kurama and the spirits of his parents remained trapped within the Shinigami's belly, and thus, it was essential to venture to the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools to reclaim the mask. Additionally, he hoped to uncover any scrolls of sealing techniques, ideally learning the 8 trigrams seal to liberate Kurama. With determination, Naruto struck the grassy ground with vigor, erasing the verdant hue and revealing fertile soil beneath. He then picked up a stick, seemingly plucked from nowhere, and began to sketch his plans. First, he would secure the Shinigami's mask, learn the sealing techniques, and then emulate Orochimaru's method of the impure world reincarnation to release the souls contained within. To execute this, he would need to capture a couple of white Zetsu. For without bodies, resurrecting his parents would be impossible, only ashes remained. Moreover, he mused that he must learn the impure world reincarnation technique or devise a way to clone 2 bodies. As he pondered, he realized that his notes were filled with techniques associated with Orochimaru. Perhaps he ought to seek out Orochimaru for guidance. Once he acquired the mask, he could dedicate himself to 2 years of rigorous study, ultimately subduing Orochimaru to serve as his tool. While mapping out his future, a foolish grin spread across Naruto's face, only to be interrupted by a sudden realization. The most crucial technique for resurrection. This was of utmost importance. When contemplating resurrection, the most vivid memory was of Chiyo's self-revival technique, which had once brought Gaara back to life. Alternatively, there was the Rinnegan's rebirth technique, capable of reviving multiple individuals in one breath. However, the former was intricately linked to an entire village, making it exceedingly difficult to extract information from her. As for the latter, he was not yet strong enough to confront it. He feared he might inadvertently invite Pain's wrath, which would be most unfortunate. He recalled that the village hidden in the grass also possessed a resurrection technique known as the dragon something or other technique. Naruto strained to recall the details, but the memories were too hazy, as the time traveler who bestowed him with these recollections had never watched the films, leaving him only with the name of the technique. I have resolved to first visit the ruins of the Land of Waves, to retrieve the mask and perhaps ascertain if any remnants of sealing jutsu remain. Without further ado, this time Naruto Uzumaki chose not to mingle with the convoy, but instead opted to soar through the skies on his own. After all, leaving a trace significantly increases the likelihood of being found again, while flying allows for an impeccable concealment of his whereabouts. In a mere half-hour of flight, coupled with a full day of rest, 3 days passed in a flash. The place remained as it was, unchanged and just as frigid. As Naruto strolled through the streets of the Land of Iron, nostalgia enveloped him as he gazed at the old house he once inhabited. Given that the Land of Waves was established on an island, traversing through the Land of Iron was indeed the most direct route from the Land of Rice to the ruins of the Land of Waves. Seized by a longing to revisit familiar grounds, Naruto paused, deciding to leisurely explore this nation once more. He even purchased a set of wandering samurai attire. Surely, this must be one of the briefest returns to a former dwelling. Considering he had not been away for long, he chuckled to himself. As he beheld the familiar scenery, Naruto felt a noticeable uplift in his spirits. This place rekindled memories of the two other selves who had offered him immeasurable assistance. However, as time progressed, those two selves were preoccupied with matters concerning the Akatsuki, particularly Kakashi, who faced an insurmountable challenge following Sasuke Uchiha's demise. How could one possibly defeat Madara Uchiha? Alas, he pondered with deep concern for his other self, wishing he could lend a helping hand. Lost in these thoughts, Naruto ambled down the street when suddenly, a dark figure materialized before him, colliding forcefully with his form. Chapter 29, Passing Through. Hey, little brat, are you blind while walking? How dare you bump into me? That hurts. How will you compensate for this? Uzumaki Naruto looked up to see a rather peculiar warrior, whose looks were less than appealing, cursing while clutching his stomach with one hand and extending the other towards him. Haha, what a stroke of luck. This little rascal is clad in an expensive wandering warrior outfit from the boutique. If I manage to extort him, I could live comfortably for years. The oddly shaped warrior had been eyeing Naruto for 5 whole streets, and with no guards nearby, he was feeling quite brazen. He suspected this might be a runaway young master, and if he swiftly snatched the wallet from him and then fled the country, it would be quite a profitable endeavor. As he envisioned a carefree life for the next few years, the warrior could not contain his amusement and quickened his pace. Is this some sort of cosmic joke? Am I blessed with the protagonist's aura? How can I encounter such absurdities just while strolling? Faced with the outstretched hand and the unabashed greed and desire in the warrior's eyes, Naruto unhesitatingly seized his hand, swiftly flipping him over and pinning him to the ground. You clearly bumped into me on purpose, didn't you? And it seems you've been following me for several blocks. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. I was wrong. I accidentally bumped into you. Please spare me. The warrior cried out in agony, desperately pleading for mercy. Humph, I'll let you off this time. Don't be so arrogant. It serves no purpose. Yes, I promise I won't be arrogant again. Hearing the warrior's pleas, Naruto released his grip and prepared to walk away. You little brat, go die. A furious roar erupted from behind as the warrior, enraged at having gained nothing but being pinned down by a mere child, drew a dagger in a fit of rage, aiming for Naruto's life. With a series of cracking sounds, the warrior's hand twisted grotesquely as Naruto had sensed his malice 5 blocks earlier. He had refrained from acting until now, wishing to be a good person. Observing the warrior clutching his mangled hand and howling in pain, Naruto shook his head in resignation. It should be noted that Naruto had already integrated the body of Kakashi Hatake, and responding to danger had become instinctive for him, resulting in a swift and decisive counterattack. Hey, what is going on here? At that moment, several warriors clad in formal armor rushed over, directing their inquiries at Naruto. This guy tried to kill me, and I have him subdued on the ground. Recognizing the armor of the law enforcement warriors, Naruto proceeded to explain the situation to them. Nanny, in the midst of the street, how dare he commit such a heinous act? Capture him at once. Yes, Captain. At the command of the leading warrior, the others swiftly bound the miscreant with a rope. Is it you again, engaging in deceit and trickery, and now daring to murder in broad daylight? Especially as a mere child? You are doomed. It seemed that the miscreant recognized this warrior, and he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Brother, please spare my life. This is no ordinary child. Look, how can a common child possess the strength to snap my hand with a single twist? Silence. I am well aware of your misdeeds. Regardless of the circumstances, you are the one who instigated this trouble, and there is no escape for you. With that, the warrior delivered a fierce kick to the miscreant, causing him to tremble in pain, rendering him speechless. Observing the miscreant's plight, Naruto Uzumaki nodded in satisfaction, for it was evident from their earlier exchange that this villain was finished. A person who resorts to lethal strikes deserves no sympathy. Thank you for your efforts. Your presence brings peace to this city. No need for thanks. However, I must ask you to accompany us for a while, the captain warrior said gravely to Naruto. Why? What does this have to do with me? Naruto stammered, bewildered. This person, capable of inflicting such harm with a single move, was certainly not one to be underestimated. I suspect you might be a foreign spy? Naruto never anticipated this new predicament awaiting him. In a moment of desperation, he pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, a UFO." Startled by Naruto's sudden outburst, the warriors momentarily diverted their attention, allowing Naruto to seize the opportunity to flee. Sighing, he mused. I suddenly realized that possessing a fragment of tailed beast chakra can have its drawbacks. Others' malice is all too apparent, which certainly dampens my spirits while shopping. You have only endured this for a few days. While I have suffered for over 1,000 years, the Nine-Tails retorted without reservation. Ultimately, your human desires are repulsive, always harboring ill will towards others. Indeed, I truly apologize. Alas, it is not easy for you either. Naruto could empathize with the Nine-Tails' anger, a sentiment fostered by their recent heartfelt conversation. Perhaps due to their newfound understanding, Naruto found it easier to manipulate the Nine-Tails chakra now, feeling as if it were part of his own body. In contrast, he did not experience the same connection with the chakra of the other two-tailed beasts. Thus, Naruto had acquired the unique ability to sense others' malice, which enabled him to discern the intentions of those around him with ease. Never mind, I no longer feel like shopping. I should focus on my journey instead. I hope to reach my destination soon. In the swift passage of 5 days, Naruto Uzumaki had chartered a vessel, embarking from the land of Iron towards the land of Whirlpool. It is noteworthy that since the tragic demise of the land of Whirlpool, this territory has languished in an awkward state of statelessness. Initially, the land of Fire and the land of Whirlpool were allies. However, during the fall of the latter, the former offered no assistance. Consequently, due to public sentiment and various other factors, the territory of the land of Whirlpool was not annexed by the land of Fire. When other nations sought to claim this land, the land of Fire staunchly refused, for the proximity of the land of Whirlpool posed a strategic threat, compounded by its insular nature, making it easy to defend yet challenging to invade. Should other nations lay claim to this territory, it would be tantamount to embedding a thorn in their own side, inviting future discord. As time passed, those among the Whirlpool Islanders with the means to escape, primarily those of noble blood, departed, leaving behind the bloodless or the frail to endure a solitary and arduous existence. Thus, the entirety of the land of Whirlpool devolved into a forsaken expanse, devoid of national recognition. Chapter 30, Uchiha Tensei Ka. The cries of crows echoed from above as Naruto Uzumaki trudged through the desolate expanse of land. The roads on this island were overgrown with wild grasses and entangled thickets, presenting a scene devoid of human presence. After much effort, he stumbled upon a village, only to be met with the avaricious gazes of its inhabitants. The village was largely populated by the elderly, with scarcely any able-bodied individuals in sight. Even the appearance of a small child sparked their intent to abduct him, hoping to indoctrinate him for their own future care. Left with no choice, Naruto resorted to a transformation technique, morphing into a formidable figure with a fierce countenance. After delivering a physical lesson to the villagers, he finally inquired about the existence of the Uzumaki ruins. This was not the first time they had received such questions. For years, countless individuals had sought the treasures left behind by the Uzumaki clan, and thus their responses were delivered with practiced ease. The villagers were truly terrifying. Their eagerness to snatch a child was unlike anything he had envisioned of the Uzumaki lineage. Having acquired the information he sought, Naruto hastily departed from the village. With the aid of mechanical armor, he swiftly arrived at the once magnificent estate of the feudal lord of the land of Whirlpools. The estate was now a mere shadow of its former glory, its once white walls faded to a dull gray, bearing several large gaping holes. The grand entrance had long since been removed, and peering inside revealed a hauntingly dilapidated visage reminiscent of a classic haunted house. It was said that few who ventured in search of treasure ever returned, and whispers of ghosts lingered in the air. Recalling the villagers' ominous words, Naruto swallowed hard, feeling an unsettling chill as he gazed upon the open structure before him. His legs trembled as he approached, apprehensive of the possibility that a vengeful spirit might leap forth from the shadows. It was indeed a peculiar sensation, while Naruto was no coward and had vanquished many foes. The thought of encountering a ghost sent shivers down his spine. Crossing the threshold and traversing the front yard, he surveyed the remnants of the estate, imagining the splendor it once possessed. Not a single item remained, no curtains, no decor. The emptiness of the house began to instill a sense of worry within him, though he recalled that the mask of the Shinigami was housed within the Uzumaki clan's ancestral hall. The desolate scene before him provoked fears that it might have been taken by someone else. After what felt like an eternity of searching, Naruto finally arrived at a chamber adorned with an array of ominous talismans, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Creaking softly, he pushed the door open, revealing rows upon rows of terrifying, grotesque Shinigami masks staring back at him. Fortunately, it seems that this place is shrouded in an eerie and terrifying atmosphere, causing even the bravest souls to refrain from dismantling the door. At least, these masks have been preserved. Gazing upon the rows of deathly masks before him, Naruto Uzumaki exhaled a sigh of relief and, with a grand gesture, summoned all the masks into the belly of the mechanical Nine-Tails. Observing the now barren mask rack, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a chill wind swept through, making him shiver. After all, I am an Uzumaki. Surely, it is acceptable to take something belonging to my family? It is far better for me to possess them than for others to seize them. Oh, dear friends, please refrain from startling me with your sudden appearances. While reassuring himself, Naruto hastily fled the mask hall, his fear of ghosts surpassing even his expectations. Yet, as soon as he dashed out the door, he nearly collided with an approaching figure. In a reflexive leap, he vaulted over the stranger's head. "Are you a person or a ghost?" he exclaimed. "Ah, that was quite the classic move. I must remember it for the movies." Facing the middle-aged man before him, Naruto inquired with a quavering voice. However, the man appeared lost in his own thoughts, muttering to himself until, after a moment, he snapped back to reality. "Ah, my apologies. I inadvertently became immersed in my own world." With that, the man retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Naruto. "Tensai Okamura, Special Effects Film Director." "Indeed. I am the director responsible for creating special effects films," he declared with pride. "Although this genre has yet to gain widespread popularity, you may not have heard of it. But mark my words, such films will captivate audiences worldwide in the future." Impressive. A film director. Naruto finally grasped the concept of a special effects film director. He had glimpsed fantastical films in the memories of his past life, which seemed to fall under this category, igniting an immense curiosity within him. This newfound understanding made him feel a kinship with the director. "Haha, so you have heard of them. That's wonderful. You are quite trendy, young man. By the way, that leap you just performed was quite impressive, very much in line with the essence of special effects films. Would you care to join me as a stunt performer? I am in the midst of planning my debut film." Upon hearing Naruto's compliment, Tensai Okamura beamed with delight and, impressed by Naruto's agility, extended an invitation to him. "What? Someone my age can act in a film?" "Absolutely." Tensai Okamura spoke earnestly, expressing his intention to create a film centered around the tale of a deposed princess. He had deliberately traveled to this shattered nation in search of inspiration. "In my narrative, the protagonist is only a few years older than you. If you were to take on the role, you could perfectly embody a loyal guardian who has accompanied the princess since childhood. Your youthful appearance combined with a serious demeanor would undoubtedly captivate a multitude of viewers." "Oh my, I truly am a genius director. I must quickly jot down this brilliant inspiration." As he spoke, Tensai Okamura became increasingly absorbed in his own world. Observing his fervent note-taking, Naruto Uzumaki found it quite remarkable how directors could so easily immerse themselves in their own realms. Chapter 31. Filmmaking. "So, you alone dared to venture here?" Observing Kamimura Tensai, who was wholly absorbed in recording his inspirations, Uzumaki Naruto glanced behind him, only to find there seemed to be no one else in sight. If a mere child can be here, why shouldn't an adult like me be allowed? It was then that Kamimura Tensai emerged from his reverie, asserting, as a director, "It is my duty to seek inspiration in various places. Without a spirit of adventure, how could one ever create a film?" Uzumaki Naruto regarded Kamimura Tensai with a somewhat blunt expression, musing to himself, as expected of a director, responding to a question with another question, deftly sidestepping the point. "I am a ninja, after all. Ordinary individuals stand no chance against me. Yet, uncle, you appear rather unremarkable. Why not hire a ninja for your protection?" "If I had to hire a ninja every time I moved, I would surely be impoverished." "Haha, no worries. My journey here has been quite safe. Experiencing the thrill of danger alone can certainly enrich the storyline." "Well, you seem quite fortunate," Naruto thought, considering the numerous bandits he had already encountered along his path. Hee. "Regardless, I am a director, and a little spirit of adventure is essential. That may not be the appropriate context for such spirit. By the way, little one, where are your family members? Have you considered becoming my actor? Based on your recent movements, I assure you would make a splendid performer, and you would be compensated too." Faced with Kamimura Tensai's proposal, Uzumaki Naruto pondered for a moment. He had nothing else to occupy his time. Experiencing the life of a filmmaker seemed rather appealing. As for revival, he could only pursue that once he had gained sufficient strength, which would come naturally with age. Time was on Naruto's side. "All right, I would like to try experiencing the sensation of filmmaking. I am alone at home, so I can make my own decisions." Kamimura Tensai was taken aback. "You are indeed quite resilient. Then, welcome to my crew. Rest assured, as long as I have food, you shall not go hungry." Kamimura Tensei patted his chest, assuring Naruto. I merely wish to film and savor the experience. Joining your team might be a bit much. I see. No problem. Let us complete this film first. Initially, Kamimura Tensei had thought it pitiful that this child lived alone, but since Naruto had declined, he decided to let it be for now. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto broke into a grin, swiftly forming a series of hand signs. Poof! A cloud of white mist dissipated, revealing a figure that bore a striking resemblance to both Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto himself. I can use this visage for the film. Though it may only be half as handsome, it will suffice for a movie star. As he beheld the suddenly transformed visage of Naruto Uzumaki, Takashi Okamura was taken aback, only to quickly realize that the young boy before him was indeed a ninja. Well, it didn't matter much to him. This face seemed quite capable of captivating an audience. So let it be. Thus, the first actor had been found. Okamura suddenly let out a jubilant shout, celebrating the moment. What? Am I really your first actor? That hardly amounts to anything. What insolence! Okamura huffed, his eyes narrowing in irritation. Do not dare to equate me with those directors who lack funds, have no actors, and possess no script. Observing the director's furious demeanor, Naruto cautiously inquired, So, what do we have then? Okamura shook the script in his hand. We do have a script. It just isn't polished yet. In truth, the storyline has been largely established. But I have been seeking inspiration due to my lack of creativity regarding the depiction of a fallen nation. However, having arrived here, my mind is now brimming with ideas. Once I return and finalize the script, we shall commence our work. Very well. I shall temporarily place my trust in your words. Naruto felt increasingly skeptical about the reliability of this director. Was accompanying such a director on this cinematic venture truly a wise choice? Soon, the two wandered through the ruins. One seeking inspiration amid the ancient remnants, while the other searched for any surviving scrolls of sealing techniques to study. It was evident that one was reaping bountiful rewards, while the other returned empty-handed. After exploring the remnants of the Uzumaki clan's estate, they boarded Okamura's small donkey cart to head to his residence. Ugh, I must say, director, given the steepness of this cart, can't we wait until we arrive to write the script? Your actions have resulted in a veritable mess, which could severely disrupt the local environment. No, this is precisely when inspiration is at its peak. Normally, I would spend ages in the restroom just to conjure such creativity. I cannot afford to let this slip away. Ugh. Naruto, witnessing the disarray before him, could only wrinkle his nose in distaste, striving to focus on the distant scenery. A month later, the film crew arrived in the Land of Fire. During this month, Okamura Tensei busily recruited numerous individuals for filming and special effects, drawing talent from all corners of the globe, inspired by his grandiose rhetoric. However, Uzumaki Naruto remained largely indifferent to these developments. He merely exchanged pleasantries with the crew before immersing himself in his training. After all, filmmaking was but a form of entertainment, while his true calling lay in the pursuit of mastery. Throughout this month, both Mechanical Naruto and Hatake Naruto found brief moments to spare, during which Uzumaki Naruto facilitated their introduction. Upon learning of Uzumaki Naruto's desire to master sealing techniques, Hatake Naruto took it upon himself to bring a scroll for his training. This sealing technique was familiar to Uzumaki Naruto, as it was the same one that Kakashi had employed against Uchiha Sasuke during the Nin exams. Given that Hatake Naruto was raised by Kakashi, it was entirely reasonable for him to possess such a technique. Consequently, Uzumaki Naruto devoted the majority of his time to studying sealing techniques, reserving a smaller portion for physical training, while also seizing the opportunity to practice his acting skills. Alas, without a mentor to guide him, he found the sealing technique challenging to grasp, particularly one designed to seal malevolent chakra. Lacking any malevolent chakra to practice with, he lamented the difficulty of his training. Seated, Uzumaki Naruto continued to voice his frustrations regarding his progress with the sealing technique. Initially believing that possessing the genetic heritage of the Uzumaki clan would allow him to master sealing in no time, perhaps sealing 4 boxes in a day, 8 trigram seals in 2 days, and soon even achieving the 6 paths, Heavenly Star. Yet, who could have anticipated that after a month he would still struggle to grasp a basic sealing technique? The others were of little assistance. One was adept at the Rasengan, while the other was singularly focused on swordsmanship, merely memorizing the sealing technique without any practical application. Come on, stop dawdling. What do you think of the actress's performance? A sudden shout interrupted Uzumaki Naruto's thoughts. Ah, yes, indeed. Chapter 32. Acting, could you please take this a bit more seriously? We're selecting the leading lady. Agamura Tensai said with an exasperated expression as he observed Uzumaki Naruto's nonchalant demeanor. His casual attitude was enough to ignite Agamura's frustration. After all, he was still learning the art of acting himself, and felt ill-equipped to offer any critiques. However, it was essential to establish some chemistry with the leading lady he would be sharing the stage with. All right, I'll focus, Naruto conceded, his irritation dissipating under the director's remarks. What kind of leading lady would require validation from a supporting actor's performance? As Naruto adopted a serious attitude, Agamura nodded appreciatively. Now, that's more like it. Next, please. At that moment, the audition room doors slowly creaked open, revealing a girl of about 13 or 14 years. The instant Agamura laid eyes on her, he was utterly captivated, snapping back to reality only after Naruto called out to him several times. Impatiently, he exclaimed, "Quick! Perform a scene depicting the princess's sorrow at the fall of her kingdom." Upon hearing the director's instructions, the girl began to transform her demeanor, her expression shifting to one of profound sadness as her gaze drifted into the distance. "Father, excellent. That was superb," Agamura shouted, unable to contain his admiration. "You embody the essence of a true princess. From the moment you entered, I envisioned you as the leading lady I had always imagined." Hearing the director's praise, the girl momentarily dropped her performance and, with an impassive expression, stated, "That should suffice to pass, right?" "Absolutely. I cannot think of anyone more suited for this role than you. It's settled. You shall be our princess." As the girl heard the director refer to her as a princess, a flicker of emotion crossed her face before she regained her composure. "Wonderful. At last. We have secured our leading lady." After Agamura's decision, Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief. The uncertainty surrounding the leading lady had been a source of relentless pressure from the old director. Finally, with a princess chosen, he could look forward to a different dynamic. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Agamura then realized he had yet to learn her name. "By the way, what is your name?" "Fujikase Fuyuki," she replied. "Fujikase Fuyuki? What a lovely name." "Splendid. All right, Fuyuki, you are officially our leading lady." "Great," she responded. "Now, allow me to introduce you to our cast. This is Menma, who will be your co-star throughout the production." The director gestured towards the team, introducing Fujikase to the crew. "Hello," Naruto greeted with a smile directed at Fujikase. "Hello," she replied, bowing respectfully, acknowledging her senior despite her youthful appearance. "Here lies another figure amidst our tale. Days have passed, and within a house engulfed in flames, a rotund man, adorned in lavish attire, kneels in agony, exclaiming, 'Alas, it is all over. My wealth, my everything.' Standing nearby, the fierce princess of wind and clouds, clad in gleaming white armor and sporting a single ponytail, rebukes him. 'This is not your doing, Stygla. You have reaped what you sowed.' Stygla retorts, 'Silence, wretched child. All this wealth rightfully belonged to me. Such folly! You shamelessly seized it from my father. The flames that consume it now serve as divine retribution for your misdeeds. Shut your mouth, accursed brat.' With that, Stygla shattered a nearby pillar, charging towards the young girl. 'I am no longer the person I once was. Your actions hold no sway over me.' In a swift clash, the two figures intertwined, and Stygla's pillar crumbled, sending him crashing to the ground. Upon witnessing Stygla's demise, the princess of wind and clouds momentarily faltered, staggering back as her sword fell to the floor. "Wait, stop." The production crew, immersed in the scene, abruptly paused. One member shouting, "What is happening? I drops. I can't seem to cry. Ouch." At this, the crew fell to the ground in dismay. Kamimura Tensai struggled to rise, shouting, "Can't you at least try to shed a tear? It's a fundamental quality of an actor." To his surprise, Fuki retorted without hesitation, "Enough of your rambling. I simply cannot produce tears. It's my constitution." Kamimura Tensai wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished that a seemingly flawless actress like Fuki, embodying both grace and skill, could be incapable of crying. "What now, director? Do I need to say it? Quickly, bring the eye drops." Yes. Complying with the director's command, a crew member hastily retrieved a bottle of eye drops and tossed it to Fuki. Observing the leading lady applying the drops, Kamimura Tensai sighed. Perhaps fate is truly fair, granting her such impeccable talent and innate gifts while burdening her with a body that cannot weep. Once everything was in order, filming resumed. Wah. Aya. Princess Fengyun gazed skyward, her tears flowing freely as she cried out, "At last, I have avenged you, father." Just then, A group of men clad in black burst through the door. Upon seeing the fallen figure of Feng Gu and the weeping Princess Feng Yun, they seethed with rage. How dare she? The king has been slain by her hand. We must eliminate her and avenge our lord. As the assailants charged towards her, Princess Feng Yun hurriedly sought to grasp her weapon, but it was too late. In that critical moment, a small figure leaped in front of her, engaging the black-clad attackers with fierce determination. Shouting, Princess Feng Yun recognized her father's shadow warrior, the protector bestowed upon her in his lifetime. With a newfound resolve, she swiftly joined the fray, wielding her treasured sword in harmony with her shadow dancer. Their seamless coordination proved formidable, and one by one, the assailants fell, unable to rise again. Amidst the fallen bodies, the two warriors leaned against each other, taking a moment to rest. Thank you, shouting. You're welcome. It is the duty of the shadow dancer to protect the princess. Cut, exclaimed director Gongsuan Tiansai, holding a large megaphone, his words of praise pouring forth abundantly. With the director's call, the black-clad figures on the ground dissipated into wisps of white smoke, leaving only a scattering of garments behind. Chapter 33, Dream Yoshi. With this, the final scene has been completed, and now all that remains is the editing before the film's release. Okamura Tensai remarked, gazing at the images on the camera with satisfaction. It's finally over. Filming a movie nearly exhausted me. Naruto Uzumaki instantly relaxed, then promptly shed his costume, tossing it carelessly to the ground. Haha. I owe you big time. I never anticipated that ninjutsu would prove so convenient. Your shadow clone technique and transformation technique have saved me a considerable amount of funds. Okamura Tensai expressed his gratitude exuberantly, yet Naruto felt somewhat disgruntled. Initially, he merely intended to partake in the novelty of filming a movie. But after showcasing his transformation and cloning abilities, he found himself inexorably roped into playing numerous extra roles by this tenacious director, although his paycheck had indeed increased. Performing multiple characters each day was undeniably taxing. Thank you. Thank you. Tonight, we shall celebrate the wrap-up dinner. Let us indulge in the most exquisite cuisine of the Land of Fire. The most exquisite cuisine? Now that sounds promising. Let us hasten our preparations and head out. Upon hearing of the delectable meal, Naruto's spirits soared, and he eagerly assisted in tidying up. After all, during the filming period, he had been relegated to daily boxed lunches, and the prospect of savoring the finest dishes of the Land of Fire awakened his appetite. As night descended, the entire crew of Princess Fuyun reserved a spacious private room for their celebratory feast. Cheers. The crew members joyfully raised their glasses in a toast, though among the clinking cups were 2 glasses of milk, reserved for Naruto and Fuji Fuyuki, as both were underage and prohibited from consuming alcohol. It was amusing to note that despite her mature demeanor, Myanmar was still at an age where milk was her only option. Indeed, and little Fuyuki too. Are children nowadays so mature? Okamura Tensai remarked, speaking on behalf of the two, while secretly contemplating. If only I could reveal that Myanmar is not actually 14 but merely 4 years old, I dare say you all would be utterly astonished. Fortunately, I genuinely enjoy acting. Thought Fuji Fuyuki, who, after exchanging a few pleasantries, lapsed into silence. Meanwhile, Naruto was too preoccupied to converse. He merely wielded his chopsticks, voraciously devouring the food on the table. Haha, you're still just a child. Slow down lest you choke. Despite Naruto's enthusiastic onslaught on the banquet, the others at the table expressed no discontent. They were already aware of his prodigious appetite, and who would begrudge a mere teenager, especially the lead actor, such indulgence? In contrast to the rampant antics of Naruto Uzumaki, Fujiyama Fuyuki exuded an air of elegance, her graceful movements and composed manner of eating prompting admiration from those around her, who could not help but acknowledge her innate talent as a performer, embodying her role both on and off the stage. Before long, Naruto had nearly finished his tasks and engaged in light-hearted conversation with the crew, the atmosphere lively and vibrant. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Fujiyama Fuyuki had quietly slipped away. On the balcony, as she stood amidst the chilling breeze, her gaze drifted into the distance, suffused with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Why isn't Sister Fuyuki joining us for the meal? It's such a rare occasion to enjoy a proper feast after so long of boxed lunches, mused Naruto, who had approached her with a carton of milk in hand, savoring the refreshing coolness of the air and the beauty of the starry sky. I simply prefer solitude. Even amidst the bustle, I find little joy, Fujiyama Fuyuki replied, slightly vexed by the presence of someone her age who insisted on addressing her as sister. Well then, I wish everyone would be a bit more lively together, she added, casting a bemused glance at Naruto. You ought to stay inside and not disturb me. I intend to leave now. As she turned to depart, she unexpectedly stumbled, perhaps due to the prolonged exposure to the cold, and nearly fell. Careful, Naruto exclaimed, rushing to catch her wrist. In that moment of contact, he was inexplicably drawn into the depths of her emotions. What despair! He could sense it. Despair, pain, resentment, and ultimately, numbness. Naruto felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow emanating from Fuyuki's heart. Let go of me, she snapped, shaking off his grasp as if he were an unwelcome intrusion. As if you understand me. After casting a fierce glare at him, she hastily retreated from the balcony. Oh no, I think I might have said something wrong. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly, his intentions merely to reach out to the lonely girl and perhaps forge a friendship, given his own familiarity with solitude. Unfortunately, he had inadvertently tapped into her inner turmoil and voiced it, inciting her anger. Observing her current state, he pondered whether she was truly all right. With a sense of regret, he sighed at the dark night sky before returning indoors. Soon, the rap party concluded, and it was time for farewells. While it was termed a departure, it essentially involved a few actors preparing to leave, as the crew, primarily the steadfast team assembled by Okamura Tensei, would remain together. Are you really leaving, Mame? Someone inquired. It would be wonderful for you to continue filming with us. In the dwelling of the film crew, Takashi Okamura, with a sense of reluctance, addressed Naruto Uzumaki, expressing that since he had nowhere else to go, it would be better to join them rather than continue wandering aimlessly. After spending considerable time together, he hoped Naruto could perceive that he was not a villain. However, in response to Okamura's heartfelt plea, Naruto simply shook his head in refusal. He preferred to pursue his training rather than play the role of an actor, finding it inconvenient to follow the crew from place to place. He planned to purchase a home in the Land of Fire, offering his assistance for any future character portrayals if needed. Observing Naruto's resolute decision, Okamura could only nod in resignation, assuring that he would seek Naruto's help should a second installment be made. He then embraced Naruto warmly, who reciprocated, recognizing the kindness Okamura had shown him over the past few months, akin to caring for a child. This warmth, however, did not deter Naruto from his path. He understood that remaining with the crew would hinder his personal goals. Upon departing from the crew, Naruto assumed the identity of an actor and settled into a residence within the city of the Land of Fire. He felt secure, knowing he had adopted a new persona in a secluded area, having spent considerable time in the crew without leaving any trace of his true identity as Naruto Uzumaki. Once he had established his home, he eagerly excavated a vast space beneath it to serve as his training room. This was a familiar task for him, and he adeptly constructed a spacious and well-lit training area. He decided to consult with his two other selves, realizing that mastering the sealing technique was proving to be a challenge that required their seasoned guidance. In the basement, Naruto swiftly performed hand seals, attempting to summon his clones through the shadow clone technique. However, to his surprise, there was no response. Why haven't they appeared? Are they preoccupied? He mused, before opting to summon Kakashi Naruto for assistance. Come forth, Kakashi Naruto. With another puff of smoke, yet again, no clone materialized. Are they both so busy? He wondered, perplexed by the absence of his clones. Given that their timelines had progressed to the Shippuden era, it was understandable that they might be occupied, and Naruto chose to resume his training undeterred. That night, as Naruto lay in bed, he tossed and turned restlessly, beads of sweat trickling down his face, a grimace revealing that the dreams he was experiencing were anything but tranquil. Beneath the blood moon, with horns adorning his head and the six-path staff in hand, Uchiha Madara stood triumphantly, his foot pressing down on the mechanical Naruto. He ground it relentlessly, dismissing it as nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. With such feeble strength, you shall never thwart my will. With that declaration, he raised his staff, poised to shatter the very skull of the mechanical Naruto. Chapter 34. The Butterfly Effect. No. Uzumaki Naruto awoke abruptly, relieved to discover it was merely a dream. The sheer terror of such a nightmare left him shaken. Suddenly, he sensed an uncanny environment around him. He found himself in a vast pit. As he stood and surveyed his surroundings, he noticed two figures engaged in combat not far away. Upon recognizing their identities, his eyes widened in astonishment. Pain's Deva Path. With a swift motion, Pain's Deva Path unleashed a gravity wave, obliterating the numerous shadow clones of Kakashi Naruto that surged towards him. There were merely 3 seconds left, ample time. As the smoke cleared, a green figure darted forth. In a flash of white light, Kakashi Naruto's blade appeared behind Pain's Deva Path. Simultaneously, as Pain's Deva Path wiped the blood from the blade and sheathed it, the upper half of his body gradually succumbed to gravity, sliding away from the lower half. Now, the objective was to locate the true body. The destruction wrought upon the village in Hinata weighed heavily on Uzumaki Naruto. Bowing his head slowly, his eyes transformed into an eerie crimson hue. He would offer no forgiveness. Is this state dangerous? Observing Kakashi Naruto's furious demeanor, Uzumaki Naruto rushed to intervene. Yet it seemed as though those around him were oblivious to his presence. Even when he attempted to grasp Kakashi Naruto's hand, he merely passed through it. Soon, Kakashi Naruto, guided by the black rods and sage mode, pinpointed the location of Uzumaki Nagato's true body. With a swift motion, a tree composed of paper was cleaved into a doorway. Seeing the formidable Kakashi Naruto approaching, Konan hurried to intervene. Stand back, Konan. Nagato. Very well, stand down. At Nagato's command, Konan reluctantly yielded, allowing Kakashi Naruto to behold Uzumaki Nagato. In stark contrast to the figure from his memories, the reality of Nagato appeared even more gaunt. Yet the overwhelming pressure emanating from him was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Uzumaki Naruto anxiously observed Kakashi Naruto, having come from a prior layer of dreams. He had an inkling of what was to transpire. Please, do not resort to violence. Do you hate me? Your enemy lies before you. Uzumaki Nagato regarded Kakashi Naruto from his elevated position. Kakashi Naruto, fixated on his adversary, recalled the comrades from his village and the bonds he had painstakingly rekindled. Now rendered perilous by Uzumaki Nagato's actions against Hinata Hyuga, who lay in a state of uncertainty. In an instant, his eyes transformed into that of a fox demon. Humph. Almost simultaneously, Uzumaki Nagato launched black rods from his body, aiming directly at Kakashi Naruto. As Hitaki Naruto charged forth with his white fang, a dark rod surged toward him. In midair, he deftly maneuvered to the side. A drop of blood grazed from his face as he ascended above Nagato's true form. Perish. Shinra Tensei. Nagato's Rinnegan flared ominously, unleashing a terrifying gravitational wave directed at Naruto. Kama-sama. In an instant, Naruto's left eye transformed into an eerie kaleidoscopic pattern, black shuriken spinning relentlessly before him. A distorted spatial wave materialized, effectively countering the gravitational assault. As Naruto's right eye continued to whirl, the ever-twisting spatial anomaly attached itself to his white fang, unveiling the newly awakened power of his right eye. Daikokutten, the guardian of the present world and the lord of the underworld, granted Naruto's right eye its true kaleidoscopic form, enabling him to manipulate doors to different dimensions, reshaping them at will. This power was born from his frustration when he could not save Hinata Hyuga with the limitations of his left eye's kamui. Combined with the left eye's ability to open independent spatial doors, its lethality reached its zenith. Observing the continuously warping sword of time and space in Naruto's grasp, Nagato felt a wave of peril wash over him. Perish. Naruto swung the sword upwards, cleaving a tree in twain, before descending with a fierce strike aimed straight at Nagato. Shinra Tensei. Hungry Ghost Path. Faced with the bizarre temporal sword, Nagato dared not underestimate the threat. He hastily conjured a gravitational field for defense while summoning the Hungry Ghost Path to create a blue protective shield before him. Would release. Great would clone. Feeling the gravitational wave surging toward him, Naruto stood resolute, delivering a decisive slash. The gravitational force crashed heavily upon him, causing him to spit blood and be hurled away. However, the temporal sword descended, its distorted wave rendering the Hungry Ghost Path's defense futile. In an instant, Nagato was cleaved in half. Nagato. As his comrade was torn asunder before him, Konan cried out in anguish. Where will true peace be found? With his final utterance, Nagato's body fell apart, marking the demise of the one responsible for the village's destruction. Not far away, Naruto, clutching his chest and struggling to breathe, gazed on with a mixture of triumph and sorrow. Indeed, this is truly remarkable. What person? At the sound of an unexpected voice, Naruto turned sharply. But it was already too late. A black arm lunged to pierce through his chest. Naruto Uzumaki jolted awake once more, abruptly rising to survey his surroundings. To his relief, he found himself back in his own room, only to collapse weakly onto the floor, gasping for breath. The echoes of his recent dual dreams lingered in his mind, strikingly vivid as if they had truly transpired. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Could it be that the other versions of himself in those alternate worlds were in dire straits? With wide eyes, he murmured to himself, realizing that their perilous situations had summoned him. Moreover, considering the timing, they had indeed arrived at the very moment he had just experienced in his dream. Damn it, he lamented. How could he have overlooked this? He had naively assumed they were merely preoccupied. failing to grasp that the myriad of unforeseen circumstances in different realms could lead to the demise of his other selves. If only he had conveyed more details to them. Chapter 35. A strenuous effort. Naruto Uzumaki was engulfed in profound regret. He recalled the assistance he had received from his counterpart in another world. Yet he failed to consider the significant probability of unforeseen events if their reality deviated from the narrative. He lamented his failure to forewarn them of the potential crises that could arise. What was he to do now? If the dream he had was indeed authentic, they might already be in peril. No, calm down, Naruto. This dream must possess deeper significance rather than being a mere whim. Naruto rose and splashed cold water on his face, forcing himself to regain composure. It was highly plausible that this dream was a product of his external aid. Yes, all he needed to do was inquire. With this thought, Naruto promptly settled into a meditative posture, internally calling for his external assistance. Although he was uncertain how to properly summon it, he relied on his instincts. In another world, when your other selves are on the brink of death, time will pause until you can resolve the situation. Eureka! Enlightened, Naruto leapt with joy, exclaiming his gratitude into the air. Thank you, my external aid. Relieved to know that the lives of his other selves were temporarily secure, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. These two versions of himself had aided him tremendously and treated him with unparalleled kindness. He could attribute his flourishing existence in this world to their support. The thought of losing those who cared for him brought him to the brink of despair, yet thanks to his external aid, there remained a chance to save them. Yash! Keep pushing, Naruto. He encouraged himself, patting his cheeks. He realized that he could not afford to be idle any longer. He needed to exert himself diligently to enhance his strength and strive to rescue his other selves as swiftly as possible. Let us start with a 10-kilometer warm-up. With determination, Naruto cast aside sleep, donned his clothes, and sprinted to his underground training facility, where he began running laps. Over the past few days, he had observed a remarkable increase in his stamina, finding it effortless to run dozens of kilometers. Coupled with the life-threatening circumstances facing his other selves, he disregarded any concerns about future development. He was committed to relentless training to expedite his growth. Months swiftly passed, and Naruto had now turned 5. While other children his age might still be engaged in games of ninja roleplay, our Naruto had already mastered the art of scaling walls and could lift a steamroller with one hand. His underground training area had undergone a significant transformation. Equipped with various apparatuses designed for practice, including dummies made from wood, stone, and metal for honing his striking skills. Naturally, most of them were in a state of disrepair, having endured countless strikes from Naruto. With muscle memory and the guidance of Kakashi Hitaki, the techniques of the White Fang were now second nature to him. There are specialized targets designed for shooting practice, yet they have seen little use, as the mechanical armor is equipped with automatic aiming and tracking capabilities. Recently, Uzumaki Naruto has acquired a new set of wooden dummies intended for honing his hand-to-hand combat skills, aiming to enhance his close-quarter abilities. He wishes to be prepared for any situation where he might find himself unarmed. As for sealing techniques, Naruto has decided to temporarily set them aside. The mental exertion required for such arts is overwhelmingly taxing. The various symbols in their transformations demand intricate combinations of formulas that are quite challenging. He has been focusing on advanced sealing techniques like the sealing of evil, but feels at a loss on how to proceed. He will wait until he can acquire a simpler version from the black market. Inhale. Exhale. Uzumaki Naruto closed his eyes, gradually regulating his breathing. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Huh?" With a swift punch, a wooden dummy soared into the air, piercing the ceiling with a whoosh. "Oh, I forgot how strong I've become. Ordinary wooden dummies are hardly suitable for my training." Observing the dummy lodged in the ceiling, Naruto sighed as he wiped his knuckles. With a leap, he ascended to the ceiling, retrieving the wooden post. He needed to find a way to secure it better, and he had to be cautious with the force he applied, lest the ordinary wood could not withstand his strength. Hanging upside down from the ceiling, he gazed at the ground and then at the wooden post in his hands, a bold idea blossoming in his mind. He spat at the base of the wooden post, and it began to sprout, growing several meters in height. Satisfied with the length, he nodded. "This should suffice. Now, I just need to insert it firmly." With a powerful leap, Naruto propelled himself toward the ground, driving the wooden post into the earth with great speed. Boom! Dust erupted as the wooden post shattered, scattering splinters everywhere. "Cough, cough. This wood is far too fragile," he exclaimed, lamenting the half of the post remaining in his hand, which was now unusable. With no other choice, Naruto discarded it and dug a hole in place, inserting another saliva-coated wooden post and securing it in the ground. Now, that should do it. Looking at the ground filled with a dozen wooden posts, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Even with a momentary lapse in caution, he would have ample dummies to practice with, regardless of how much force he exerted. Next came the martial arts manual he had procured from the black market. Mimicking Doraemon, he pulled a martial arts manual from his pocket and began to practice by imitation. Given his current physical prowess, even the lightning 5 strikes would yield formidable results. So the specifics of the techniques mattered little. Any form of physical training would suffice. Let me see what the first move entails, shaking the right hand forward repeatedly. With rapid shoulder movements? Upon a wooden stake was affixed a manual on physical techniques. Naruto Uzumaki practiced diligently, alternating between his right foot and left kick. After half a day, he had nearly mastered the techniques, as the content derived from the black market was not particularly sophisticated. With a final, soaring kick, he sent the last wooden post crashing against the ceiling, thereby successfully completing the cultivation of this remarkable skill. After concluding his training, Naruto felt a sudden jolt in his mind, as if a new facet of himself could now be summoned. Overjoyed by this revelation, he promptly utilized the shadow clone technique to bring forth this new self. As the mist dissipated, a gleaming white grin materialized before him. Chapter 36. Youthful brother, upon my arrival, I was already aware of the entire situation. Another version of myself beckoned, urging us to engage in rigorous training together. Uzumaki Naruto stood, utterly stupefied, gazing at this other self before him, rendered speechless by astonishment. This individual sported a vibrant red watermelon hairstyle, clad in a snug green frog suit, and his mouth gleamed with a dazzling set of teeth. Could it truly be the version of me raised by Might Guy? As Uzumaki Naruto shouted in surprise, Might Guy had already seized him and began sprinting through the basement. Wait, I just finished my workout," Naruto exclaimed. "What are you talking about? Youth knows no bounds. Let us train even harder." "No, please." Night fell, and after an exhaustive day of training, the two lay on the ground, finally pausing their relentless exertion. "Huff, huff. You certainly are quite the talker," Uzumaki Naruto gasped, feeling utterly depleted. "I am considerably younger than you. Aren't you afraid of overexerting me to the point of collapse?" Lying on the ground like a lifeless duck, Might Guy responded in a robust tone. "Not a chance. I was well aware of your capabilities upon my arrival. You have the ability to merge our bodies across parallel worlds. With the strength of the others, I am confident you will prevail." With that, he struggled to rise from the ground, giving Uzumaki Naruto a thumbs up while flashing his pearly whites. XX, overcome by Might Guy's words, Uzumaki Naruto felt a surge of frustration and fainted. Amidst a hazy white mist, Uzumaki Naruto found himself journeying with his master toward the west in search of enlightenment. Along the way, they encountered a lumberjack who had suffered a broken leg. At his master's behest, Naruto reluctantly hoisted the lumberjack onto his back and began to trudge forward. However, he soon found the burden growing heavier and heavier, until he realized he had unwittingly shouldered the weight of Time Mountain itself. With a sudden outburst of expletives, Uzumaki Naruto jolted awake, leaping from his bed, only to witness a green figure soaring away from him. Following a startled cry, the green figure slowly rose from the ground, revealing itself to be Might Guy. "Hey, you're looking quite sprightly this morning, my other self," Might Guy greeted, extending his right hand in a friendly wave as he stood up. "What do you expect? Waking up crushed under the weight of a heavy deadweight? How could I not feel energetic?" Uzumaki Naruto retorted, exasperated at the sight of the very self that had caused him to faint the previous day. Why, he pondered, did the personalities of these two other selves differ so dramatically from this one? All right, enough with the complaints. Now that we are awake, let us embark on today's invigorating morning run filled with youth. Might Guy, while jogging in place, called out loudly to Naruto Uzumaki. "Where do you get all that energy so early in the morning? I still haven't grasped the situation. Could you enlighten me about your circumstances?" The mere thought of having to run again in the morning sent shivers down Naruto's spine, prompting him to hastily change the subject in an attempt to avert this impending ordeal. Fortunately, Might Guy seemed unfazed, settling onto a nearby chair to share his story with Naruto. "It seems I haven't had the chance to tell you about myself, so let me recount my tale. From the moment of his birth, Might Guy was blessed with vibrant red hair and an abundance of energy that began to manifest at the age of 2. When he was 3, he ventured out of his home to explore and encountered Might Guy, who was diligently training. As a child who had never lost in fights or races, Might Guy was astonished to see this green-skinned fellow running backward on his hands, effortlessly outpacing him. Feeling a sense of rivalry, he immediately challenged him. Thus, the two raced around Konoha a few times until Might Guy could no longer keep up and collapsed. Impressed by his innate talent, Might Guy began inviting him to train together daily, and their camaraderie blossomed. One day, when Might Guy witnessed Might Guy being bullied by adults, he sprang into action, delivering a swift kick to the aggressor. Consequently, he took Might Guy under his wing. Although the third Hokage initially intended to prevent this from happening, Might Guy misinterpreted the Hokage's hidden warnings as encouragement, tearfully assuring the Hokage that he would take excellent care of Might Guy. From that moment on, Might Guy became immersed in a cycle of training and youthful exuberance. His fervent spirit was so palpable that even the elusive Dan Shimura remarked that anyone who desired the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki should claim him, but not to send him his way. Years later, Might Guy developed a singularly focused personality and quickly mastered sage techniques from Jiraiya. Fueled by his unyielding spirit, he opened all 8 gates, and, utilizing the sage art, 8 gates D-Jutsu, White Fox, he defeated Pain and successfully persuaded Nagato to join him in striving for peace in the ninja world. Subsequently, he was summoned to this realm by Naruto, imparting to him the memories of the challenges he now faced and some of his abilities. Thus, I am profoundly moved. To strive for the sake of the other two selves threatened by demise, that is the essence of youth. As he spoke, tears streamed down Might Guy's face. He placed both hands firmly on Naruto's shoulders and earnestly declared, "Rest assured, I will train you to become an unparalleled master. Together, we shall rescue the other two versions of ourselves." Looking at the fervent embodiment of youthful spirit before him, Naruto could only respond with wide-eyed astonishment, his 5-year-old mind overwhelmed by the intensity of such passion. "Let's work hard together. First, allow your body to acclimate to exercise. Thus, once it merges with mine, you shall swiftly master my musculature." So that is how it is. I wondered why I was suddenly encouraged to engage in physical training. Upon realizing that Might Guy's intentions were for his own benefit, Naruto Uzumaki's previously resistant expression softened, for he was not ungrateful. After all, someone had come to assist him, and it would be unbecoming to respond with hostility. "Rest assured, I have traversed your age and, with a body not as fit as yours, I am well aware of the remedies needed to enhance your physical condition. I shall ensure you do not develop incorrectly." As he spoke, Might Guy flashed his trademark thumbs up accompanied by a beaming smile. Chapter 37. Watching movies when reminiscing about the medicinal herbs of childhood. One cannot overlook the esteemed third Hokage of the Might Guy lineage. Initially, the intention was to harness the villagers' malice, coupled with one's own warmth, to forge a bond with Might Guy. However, unexpected circumstances arose when Might Guy, emboldened by his own fervor, embarked on a relentless regimen of physical training, focusing solely on muscle development while neglecting mental acuity. His mind became ensnared in a whirlwind of youthful exuberance. Although his loyalty to Konoha intensified, it became evident that this allegiance was not necessarily to himself. Hence, the blade he wielded might not remain entirely under his control. In due course, the third Hokage discerned an alarming trend. Their fervent training methods risked irreparably damaging their bodies. While Might Guy's training was his own affair, the Hokage could not simply turn a blind eye. The 8th gate of the 8 gates technique was inherently a one-time, cataclysmic power. Any residual internal injuries incurred during regular training were inconsequential. However, if their precious Jinchūriki were to be harmed, the third Hokage would undoubtedly be stricken with grief. In his view, the upper limit of the 8 gates was merely a single individual capable of vanquishing 7 foes, even if they were the 7 ninja swordsmen. In contrast, a Jinchūriki represented a formidable deterrent regardless of their condition, as long as they remained alive. What if they were to be subjected to incessant training with this river sprite? What if their foundational health deteriorated? If they were to sustain debilitating injuries, would they then be carted into battle on a wheelchair? Contemplating these scenarios, the third Hokage resolved to retrieve Might Guy. However, upon arrival, he was astounded to witness the duo, one large and one small, engaging in an acrobatic display of running on their hands throughout Konoha. His blood pressure surged at the sight of this entirely transformed river sprite. The Hokage realized that even if he managed to bring Might Guy back to a more conventional lifestyle, the necessity of daily training would remain. Entrusting this responsibility to Might Guy seemed a safer option, as it minimized the risk of improper techniques leading to injury. Thus, he had no choice but to allocate substantial monthly financial support, even soliciting the Nara clan to provide a regimen of physical enhancement concoctions. This was to ensure that Might Guy's body would not develop improperly during his daily training. Furthermore, he arranged for a tutor to impart cultural knowledge to Might Guy, preventing him from becoming solely muscle-bound in intellect. As he matured, he was placed under the care of medical ninjas, such as Suki, who not only monitored his health, but also instilled in him medical knowledge. With daily doses of restorative substances, Might Guy astonishingly awakened the healing abilities of the Uzumaki clan, capable of reviving others with a mere bite. Fearing that this watermelon-haired youth would lack companions, the third Hokage even orchestrated speeches at the Ninja Academy, encouraging a multitude of peers to befriend Might Guy. It can be said that the third Hokage dedicated himself wholeheartedly to ensuring Might Guy's healthy development. In the later stages, he sought counsel from his close friend Danzo, leading to a competitive struggle for power and internal discord, yet ultimately contributing to a period of relative stability in the village. Therefore, beyond being a master of taijutsu, Might Guy emerged as a proficient medical ninja, possessing an intimate understanding of his own physicality. Faced with someone younger yet superior in physical prowess, Might Guy asserted that no one was better suited to guide him than himself. In an instant, a month had elapsed. Under the rigorous training of Might Guy, Naruto Uzumaki underwent a remarkable transformation. Firstly, his skin had darkened considerably. Secondly, after the fusion of their bodies, several strands of red hair had sprouted amidst his once golden locks. Lastly, the most striking change was in his eyes, which now sparkled with vigor, a stark contrast to his previous lethargy. After a month of disciplined living, Naruto's spirit and vitality had soared, reminiscent of a college student who, after months of idleness at home, had just completed military training full of energy. One morning, after finishing a set of exercises, Naruto halted Might Guy's eagerness to continue. "Let us take a break today," he proposed. "Oh, is there something special today?" Might Guy paused, sensing that Naruto, who rarely suggested rest, must have a valid reason. Indeed, there was a reason. Naruto nodded and retrieved 2 movie tickets from his pocket. "The film I directed is ready for release. Let us attend the premiere today." Might Guy, astonished as he received the tickets, exclaimed, "You made a movie? That is incredible! I'm so moved by your excellence. This truly embodies youth." Tears welled in his eyes as he embraced Naruto, shouting, "Youth! All right, let us dash towards the cinema with all our might," he declared, ready to pull Naruto along. Wait. Naruto grasped Might Guy, preventing him from bolting forward. I knew this would happen. Over the past month, Naruto had come to understand this other self well enough to anticipate his impulsiveness. "What's the matter, Naruto? You cannot afford to wait." Might Guy jogged in place, eager for Naruto's response. "Come on, even I know that we must not disturb others while watching a movie. We should at least wash off the sweat and change our clothes before heading out." He felt a pang of shame for not considering this sooner. "Fine. As punishment, we'll do 3,000 squats when the movie is over." After the initial excitement, Might Guy felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Then let us hurry to the shower and cleanse ourselves," he proclaimed, ready to sprint again. This time, Naruto did not stop him and joined the run. Soon transformed, Naruto led Might Guy to the cinema, where their guide, Kamakura Tensai, awaited eagerly at the entrance. Upon spotting them, he greeted with delight. "It's been a while, Guy." "Greetings, esteemed individual." Upon encountering this gentleman who greeted him with an air of familiarity, Might Guy felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, accompanied by a cold sweat. How peculiar it was. He could not recall ever meeting this person, nor did he possess any semblance of recognition. Yet, this stranger had spoken his name. Could it be that, like Kai, he had succumbed to the affliction of face blindness? "Pardon me, but you are..." The renowned director, Tensai Gankomura, found himself momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar face responding to him. "It has been quite a while, Director." Naruto Uzumaki, witnessing the unfolding scene, quickly interjected to clarify, "Director, this is Might Guy, often referred to as Maida. I thought you were addressing him." "Oh, I see. How delightful." The director chuckled, extending his greetings. Greetings. Might Guy promptly reciprocated, realizing that, thanks to Naruto's explanation, he had just experienced a rather comical misunderstanding. Chapter 38. The necessity of a restroom visit after watching a movie with the misunderstanding result. Okamura Tensai promptly ushered Uzumaki Naruto into the screening room while he remained outside to greet the guests. Midway, Might Guy discreetly inquired, "Why did you call me that?" "It made me think the director was addressing me." Uzumaki Naruto quietly replied, "In the world of wandering, one must adopt a pseudonym. Otherwise, given my identity, I would have been approached the very next day after filming." "That seems reasonable," Might Guy murmured, only to suddenly realize with astonishment Then why use my name? He exclaimed, but was quickly silenced by Uzumaki Naruto's gesture for quiet. Please, keep your voice down. I was using this name before you existed, and besides, what's wrong with using yours? When you go out and introduce yourself, people might say, isn't that the actor from that film? Perhaps they would even ask for your autograph. That does make sense. Let us move on and find our seats. The two swiftly entered the screening room with their tickets and located their seats. Just as Uzumaki Naruto was about to sit down, he was startled to discover that the seat beside him was occupied by Fuji Fubuki. What a coincidence, Fubuki-senpai. Uzumaki Naruto awkwardly greeted her. I'm sorry about what happened last time. Fuji Fubuki glanced at the embarrassed Uzumaki Naruto and simply sighed. It's all right. Just don't act like you know me so well. Okay. Heh. Relieved that Fuji Fubuki bore him no ill will, Uzumaki Naruto finally relaxed in his seat. He then turned to converse with Might Guy. What are you doing? Why are you staring at me like that? Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback as he turned to find Might Guy's wide eyes fixed on him. I'm not staring at you. Might Guy regained his composure and explained. Are you looking at Fubuki-senpai? Upon considering this possibility, Uzumaki Naruto's voice softened as he cautiously asked, Fubuki? Isn't your name Fubuki Kasaka? Oh, right, that's her stage name. Might Guy suddenly enlightened, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. The movie you invited me to see. It's not Princess of Winds and Clouds, is it? Yes. Don't you check the title on the ticket? Uzumaki Naruto replied. This is the director's first special effects film. I believe it will be quite spectacular. Despite being the same person, the disparity in their experiences is enviable. Is it perhaps due to the difference in hair color? Might Guy pondered aloud, a hint of envy and jealousy evident on his face. What are you talking about? What hair color? Due to the exceedingly soft-spoken nature of Might Guy, Naruto Uzumaki was unable to comprehend him clearly. Oh, never mind. Let us first finish watching the film, and then we shall discuss it. I am eager to see how the princess of this alternate world compares to those from our realm. Might Guy found the situation somewhat intricate and resolved to watch the movie to its conclusion, as a plan began to form in his mind. Well, I assure you, this film is utterly captivating. It has tormented me for quite some time, and let me tell you, you would never guess the roles I portrayed. As the princess and her attendants strolled gracefully beneath the setting sun, the film drew to a close. This movie remains as enchanting as ever. Indeed, the youth of a ninja ought to be devoted to protecting the princess. Hey, brother, you can't possibly be crying, can you? While the film was indeed masterfully crafted, it hardly warrants such exaggeration. Observing the tears streaming down Might Guy's cheeks like a leaky faucet, Naruto felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into a crevice. It wasn't that he found Might Guy embarrassing. Rather, it was the fact that he himself was among the film's protagonists. Watching a movie featuring oneself in front of acquaintances, especially while weeping so dramatically, sent shivers down Naruto's spine, making him feel as though he could excavate an entire apartment with his toenails. Look at this. The emotional response from Might Guy signifies the triumph of our film. At that moment, director Tenkai Okamura approached with a beaming smile, speaking to Naruto. Might Guy nodded fervently in agreement, seizing Okamura's hand with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "It is truly moving, director. The Princess of the Wind and Clouds never fails to evoke such emotions." Never fails? As the slip began to surface, Naruto swiftly covered Might Guy's mouth, asserting that he still wished to see it again. Indeed, this film is exceptional. It is only natural that some would feel compelled to watch it a second time. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Tenkai Okamura dismissed Might Guy's earlier comment with delight, responding, "Of course. After all, it was directed by a genius like me." He then addressed the audience, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you all immensely. The creation of such a remarkable work was truly reliant on your support. I am sincerely grateful." He bowed to the audience, who responded with enthusiastic applause, creating a vibrant atmosphere. After a considerable time, the audience began to disperse. Just as Naruto was about to leave and return home, Might Guy halted him. "What is it? Do you need to use the restroom?" In truth, he did feel an urge to relieve himself after the film, but that was not the matter at hand. No, it's about Fenghua Xiaoxua. Who is Fenghua Xiaoxua? The name sounded like that of a young lady. Could she be your girlfriend? As he spoke, Naruto's expression turned mischievous, nudging Might Guy playfully with his elbow. "Girlfriend?" Might Guy's face suddenly flushed crimson, and he exclaimed, "Of course not." Soon after, he bashfully imagined, "My one true love is undoubtedly Sakura. He. Yet another admirer of Sakura. Naruto Uzumaki, standing nearby, disdainfully picked his nose and flicked it into a trash can not far away. Of course. Too bad you're not in Konoha, otherwise you would definitely fall for. Could you refrain from interrupting? If you continue like this, I might forget the matter at hand. Realizing he had deviated from the topic, Might Guy could only helplessly request Naruto to keep his mouth shut. All right. I'll close it and listen to you, Naruto replied, making a gesture as if zipping his lips. Seeing Naruto finally quiet, Guy nodded in satisfaction. The one I mentioned, Fenghua Xiaoxue, is the one who just sat next to you, the replicated Fengxue. Wah. Naruto raised his hand, indicating he had something to say. What now? Guy was already exasperated, as every time he spoke, Naruto would interrupt. With a swift motion, Naruto mimicked tearing open a zipper across his mouth and declared, "It's Fujike's Fengxue." And she just left. Such matters are utterly inconsequential. And do you really think she left because of whom? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Guy's head nearly swelled, and he shouted at him frantically, all right, I concede, you carry on. Naruto made a surrender gesture, allowing Might Guy to proceed. Sigh. That Fengshue's real name is indeed Fenghua Xiaoxue. She is the princess of the land of snow, Might Guy stated earnestly. Chapter 39, the princess of the land of snow? Indeed. I recall that we undertook a mission to escort the film crew of Princess Fengyun to the land of snow for a shooting. Along the way, we encountered ninjas dispatched by that very land. It was only later that we discovered the actress playing Princess Fengyun was, in fact, a genuine princess. Her kingdom had been usurped by her uncle, forcing her to flee with her nation's treasures. Under the guidance of our esteemed teacher, Kakashi, we aided the young princess, Fenghua Xiaoxue, in reclaiming her homeland. As Mado Guy leapt across rooftops with Naruto Uzumaki in search of Fenghua Xiaoxue, he provided a brief account of their experiences in the land of snow. So that's how it is, Naruto realized. I wondered why I felt such profound sorrow upon encountering her. It was because she had been driven from her home. Indeed, when I first met her, she had become so numb that she could no longer shed tears. However, with our assistance, she ultimately regained her emotions. With a proud thumbs up, Mado Guy flashed a bright smile at Naruto. So, are we going to find her to help reclaim her kingdom? Naruto observed Mado Guy's exuberance, sensing the direction of their endeavor. Surely, their search for Fenghua Xiaoxue was not merely for idle conversation over tea. Mado Guy nodded affirmatively, stating, of course. We are going to assist her. When I was 12, I helped liberate the land of snow. Now that we fortuitously encounter her in advance, wouldn't it be better to relieve her people sooner? Upon receiving this confirmation, Naruto felt a hint of conflict within himself. He was inherently kind-hearted, and when faced with injustice, he felt compelled to champion the cause. He had no objections to aiding Fenghua Xiaoxue in liberating her country, though the thought of rushing in to assist someone, especially considering his previous encounters with her, left him feeling slightly awkward. It seemed improbable that they would receive a warm welcome, and the notion of offering a warm smile only to be met with indifference felt disconcerting. Unperturbed by Naruto's unusual expression, Mado Guy eagerly contemplated how they would save the land of snow this time. To him, the notion of helping others was an absolute calling, one he believed should be embraced with fervor. On their last expedition to the land of snow, the villagers had perished in their quest to overthrow her uncle. This time, united in strength, they would obliterate the so-called scientific ninja tools, ensuring that no regrets would linger as before. Flames of determination sparkled in Mado Guy's eyes. The prospect of seizing this opportunity for change filled him with exhilaration. Observing the exuberant demeanor of Might Guy, Naruto Uzumaki could only let out a resigned sigh. If I can assist them, then I shall. I cannot allow the malice directed at me by my village to alter my intrinsic nature and prevent me from aiding others. Now that I am aware of their plight and possess the ability to help, it is only right that I extend my hand. Besides, it brings me joy to witness Guy's enthusiasm in potentially altering the past. I still owe him a debt of gratitude, even though he is another version of myself. He approached me without hesitation to offer his support, and I must not let his goodwill go unacknowledged. This is the essence of youth. With that, he declared, all right, let us seek out Sister Yukino and assist her in liberating her nation. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Guy beamed with delight. Interestingly, your title mirrors my own from back then. However, with Yukino being 3 to 4 years my junior, calling her Sister Yukino feels somewhat peculiar. Naruto couldn't help but envision the comical image of the boisterous red-haired man addressing the younger Yukino as sister, prompting a hearty laugh from him. Besides, you have yet to formally partake in a ninja escort mission. So this will serve as an excellent opportunity for you to experience what real combat entails. With a playful raise of his eyebrows, Guy was confident that Naruto had never engaged in an authentic ninja task. The mission's difficulty was manageable, making it an ideal measure of the training outcomes from recent months. This time, try not to rely on the powers of the mechanical Naruto or the Nine-Tails. Instead, employ the sword techniques of Kakashi and the physical skills I have taught you. It's time to put your knowledge to practical use. Surprised, Naruto glanced at the exuberant redhead, not expecting someone so carefree to devise such a method for self-improvement. All right, I understand. Let this be a test of my training results. Excellent. Haha, let us compete. And the loser must run 10 laps around the entire city. Okay, I accept the challenge. Just then, they spotted Yukino walking along the street below and promptly leaped down. Startled, Yukino instinctively tensed at the sight of the two descending figures. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Guy and another of his companions. What do you two want? She asked cautiously, subtly gripping her earrings. How should we approach this? If we directly state our intention to assist her in overthrowing her uncle's rule, we will surely be perceived as suspicious, Naruto whispered to Guy, who had already stepped forward to address Yukino. Do not be alarmed, Yukino. We are here to help you save your nation. He flashed his signature bright smile and gave a thumbs up, having boldly spoken their intentions. Your words may render us suspicious, exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki, voicing his frustrations. The figure before him, with fiery red hair, was occasionally astute, yet often bewilderingly single-minded. As soon as the name Fenghua Xiaoxue was uttered, her countenance drained of color, her eyes dimming with despair. Look. Her complexion has altered, and her gaze is filled with hopelessness, Naruto remarked, hastily attempting to clarify. We are actually the good ones. However, Fenghua Xiaoxue abruptly turned and fled, leaving behind two mortified individuals. She just ran off. Despite my earnest words. Does she still not trust us? It would be unbelievable if she did. With that, Naruto promptly pursued her, resolving to set things right, to elucidate everything to Fenghua Xiaoxue, and ultimately liberate the land of snow. Chapter 40. The guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes with their formidable prowess. Naruto Uzumaki and his companion swiftly caught up to Kaze Hanashuka once more. This time, Kaze Hanashuka brandished a small knife, aiming it defiantly at the two. Do not approach. You minions of Kaze Hananutao, I shall never surrender the hexagonal crystal to you. Observing the agitated Kaze Hanashuka, Naruto, with a firm resolve, attempted to explain, please, listen to me. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to assist you after hearing of your plight. Upon hearing Naruto's earnest words, Kaze Hanashuka appeared somewhat swayed, lowering her guard slightly. Really? You are here to help me? Seeing the flicker of trust in her eyes, Naruto nodded vigorously. Absolutely. After all, we have spent quite some time together. You must have realized that I am a good person. Moved by his sincerity, Kaze Hanashuka gently rubbed the corners of her eyes and spoke with a tender tone. I apologize for my earlier outburst. It seems you truly came to aid me. Hey, it's no problem at all. As long as you can trust us, Naruto replied, though a shadow of doubt lingered within him. The sudden shift in her demeanor felt rather abrupt. Very well, if you intend to help me reclaim my homeland, it would be inappropriate to linger here. Please, follow me to my residence for a discussion. As she spoke, Kaze Hanashuka absent-mindedly twirled her earring and reached for Naruto's hand. We can just walk together. There's no need to hold hands, Naruto remarked, yet he did not resist her gesture. At the moment Kaze Hanashuka grasped Naruto's hand, he instinctively tilted his head to the right with remarkable speed. A cloud of yellow mist whooshed past him. Realizing her attack had failed, Kaze Hanashuka swiftly drew a short blade from her other hand, aiming it directly at Naruto's head. Naruto, stepping back to evade the blade, seized Kaze Hanashuka's wrist to prevent her from launching another assault. I told you, how could anyone easily trust us like this? We ought to devise a plan instead of approaching directly. Even a commoner would be skeptical. From the moment Kaze Hanashuka reached out, Naruto sensed a malicious intent. When their wrists brushed against each other, that malevolence peaked, allowing Naruto to effortlessly evade her strike. Curse you. Let me go, she exclaimed, incredulous that he had dodged her attack. How could you evade my move? I was under your spell for quite a while. Witnessing Naruto's ease in dodging the mist and restraining Kaze Hanashuka, Might Guy muttered in frustration to himself. What? You did that on purpose, didn't you? You spoke in such a misleading manner to lure me into the mist? Naruto Uzumaki stood beside, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at the thick-browed, large-eyed individual. He never anticipated that this fellow would attempt to deceive him. How amusing it is to have fallen victim to a technique only to witness another suffer the same fate. With a chuckle, Mike Guy, feigning embarrassment, remarked, "Isn't this quite entertaining? What about your youth? How did it transform into this peculiar joy?" All right, he continued, adopting a more serious demeanor. "We should first discuss matters with Kazahana and Koyuki." He turned to the struggling duo, addressing them earnestly. "Please remain calm, Miss Kazahana. I am, in fact, a ninja from Konoha. Observe my forehead protector." He then produced the Konoha headband secured to his waist. Upon seeing the headband, Kazahana, who had been thrashing about, momentarily regained her composure. "It's merely a Konoha headband. Such items can be easily replicated, can they not?" Might Guy nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Ordinary headbands can be imitated by anyone, but you should possess some form of evidence, correct?" Turning to Naruto, he requested, "Would you kindly revert your transformation?" "What? You want me to undo my transformation? I've only just begun to enjoy a brief respite. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, Kazahana will not disclose your true identity. Besides, you will eventually need to reveal your true self. Concealment cannot last indefinitely. Trust me, once this situation is settled, I shall assist you with your concerns." "Is that true?" "Your vibrant green attire does little to bolster my confidence," Naruto retorted, all while begrudgingly reverting his transformation. Despite the banter, he knew he could still rely on his other self. "Do not worry, I possess a secret weapon," Might Guy declared, giving a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Kazahana was left utterly speechless, astonished to see that the person she had been acting alongside for so long had transformed into a mere child. "Is this truly your real form? So diminutive." Though she spoke the truth, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her, leaving her perplexed. "You should recognize this blade, right?" Seizing the moment while both were lost in their musings, Might Guy swiftly drew the white fang carried by Naruto. This was a replica crafted by Naruto himself for convenience. Kazahana's pupils dilated as she beheld the blade. Her mind involuntarily conjured memories of that fateful night, engulfed in flames and blizzards. That night, she lost everything, save for her life and the hexagonal crystal bequeathed by her father. The very weapon wielded by the person who saved her was none other than this blade. Its name is White Fang, the sword wielded by Kakashi of the Leaf Village. Before me stands Kakashi's apprentice, who, due to a mission's failure, was forced to flee. Kakashi has always kept this incident in mind. However, recently burdened with an S-rank mission, he has entrusted us to assist you. And this very blade serves as a token of that trust." Fenghua Xiaoxue gazed silently at the White Fang, lost in memories, her belief in Minma's words deepening. Yet, as she beheld the familiar sword, she was engulfed by the painful recollections of her lost home. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki stood beside her, silently nodding in agreement with Minma's remarks, occasionally stealing glances at the red-haired individual. "How is it that I can tell a lie with such composure? This is certainly not the person I remember. The one trained by Guy. Is his intellect vastly superior to that of Lee? Wait, this fellow seems to be me. Well, that is fine. I have always possessed such high intelligence." As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Naruto couldn't help but smile at his own reflection, observing Mato Minma nodding in silent approval. "Truly, I am remarkable, employing a childlike, innocent smile to compliment my words. Indeed, in any world, I remain a genius." Chapter 41. Shackles. "No, I will not return." Sigh. "Why?" Might Guy was taken aback. They had all said as much, yet she remained resolute. Kazahana Yukino's expression was grim as she remarked, "Even if you truly are from Konoha, so what? In the past, Kakashi Hitaki was unable to defeat Kazahana Nato. What can you two possibly accomplish together? I'm not boasting. The two of us are undoubtedly stronger than Kakashi was back then." Might Guy endeavored to persuade Kazahana Yukino, but she interrupted him abruptly. "And what of that? Even if we were to vanquish Kazahana Nato, how could I single-handedly reclaim the land of snow? Would I not merely become a puppet of Konoha?" Kazahana Yukino glared at Might Guy, her body trembling, unmistakably revealing her fear. "For the time being, I shall pretend to believe you are indeed from Konoha. After such a long interval, you have found me and speak such absurdities about aiding me in reclaiming the land of snow. Do you think I am still a mere child? Do you believe I would fall for such words? Do not jest. To overthrow Kazahana Nato in my name and control me to dominate the entire land of snow, your actions are no different from those of Kazahana Nato. How could you think that?" After hearing Kazahana Yukino's tirade, Might Guy was left astounded. He could not fathom why she harbored such thoughts about him. When he had previously aided her, such misunderstandings had not arisen. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki nudged Might Guy with his elbow. "Don't you find this scenario familiar?" It is precisely like the plot with Princess Fungan. My guy began to comprehend that Kazuhana Yukino had never truly believed in them from the outset. Her previous feigned trust was merely an attempt to extract information from them. Truly, she is an actress. Just moments ago, I thought she had come to trust us. With a resigned sigh, my guy lamented his desire to assist Kazuhana Yukino, yet the situation had become so convoluted. Perhaps it is best to abandon this endeavor. Persuading her is far too troublesome. Naruto, unable to endure the melodrama of this misunderstanding any longer, forcefully turned Kazuhana Yukino's face to meet his gaze. What do you? Before he could finish, Kazuhana Yukino's eyes grew vacant, her pupils spiraling with turmoil. Is this the Sharingan? Have you truly ensnared her in a Jinjutsu? Sigh, I simply cannot bear it any longer. The two of you are dawdling. When will she come to believe us? We are merely trying to do a good deed. Were it not for your insistence, I would not have wanted to involve myself in this affair, nor expose my own risks. Rather than explaining everything to her, we could simply take her to the land of snow and directly overthrow the regime there. Oh yes, it could be done this way. After all, it was Kakashi-sensei who hypnotized her with the Sharingan and forcibly took her away back then. Haha. Myanmar experienced a moment of clarity and subsequently recognized that Naruto Uzumaki's approach was indeed commendable. By compelling others to submit, once a situation is established as a fact, there is no further need for persuasion. Let us depart at once. We shall endeavor to reach the land of snow within 2 days and resolve matters before retreating. He declared. Very well, let us commence our journey. With that, Myanmar hoisted Kazuhana and they leapt away. 2 days later, the trio arrived at the borders of the land of snow. During the journey, Kazuhana had regained consciousness, but Naruto and Myanmar did not afford her the opportunity to refuse. She scolded them throughout their travels, exclaiming, "You two fools are merely courting death. With just the two of you, how could you possibly defeat Fubuki? Of course we can prevail. Do not concern yourself with such matters of strength. Simply answer me. Do you wish to liberate the land of snow?" At last, Naruto managed to silence Kazuhana and posed a crucial question. If you desire the liberation of your homeland, then rest assured and leave it to us. If you do not, we shall act as if these past 2 days were inconsequential, and we can escort you back. Upon arriving at the gates of the land of snow, Naruto recalled the necessity of inquiring about Kazuhana's true desires. Previously, he had taken it upon himself to bind her without consideration, a rather presumptuous act. However, it was not too late to ask. The inquiry was not whether she believed in their capabilities, but rather if she was willing to shoulder this responsibility. Should she choose to accept, they would join forces to vanquish the tyrants of the land of snow and entrust the nation to her. If she declined, Naruto would not insist on her involvement. He and Myanmar would defeat the despot and either select a new successor or allow the people to govern themselves without a king. Hey Naruto, Myanmar interjected, growing increasingly anxious. He found it incomprehensible that Naruto would allow Kazuhana to make such a choice, given that in his world, Fubuki was an unequivocal tyrant. Myanmar had shared all accounts of his atrocities with Naruto, so why would Naruto still permit Kazuhana this option? Everyone deserves the opportunity to choose their own path in life. Naruto halted Myanmar's protests and expressed with conviction, from the moment of my birth, I have been a Jinchuriki, a burden bestowed upon me by my father. Later, the villagers and others imposed even heavier shackles upon me. My early days in the village were filled with suffering. Thus, I must grant Kazuhana a chance. She was born a princess, yet lost everything. Now she has the opportunity to choose anew, and I hope she will seize it. With that, Naruto dispelled the illusion binding Kazuhana, granting her control over her own body. Now, if you wish to liberate the land of snow and embrace your duties as a princess, take a step forward. If you do not wish to, a simple shake of your head will suffice. Fenghua Xiaoxue found herself once again able to command her own body, yet at this moment, she remained immobile. If earlier it was an external force that hindered her movement, now it was her own will that restrained her. Observing the earnest demeanor of Uzumaki Naruto, she finally came to trust in their alliance. However, the mere thought of the terrifying Fenghua Nuteo, along with the haunting shadow of the burning castle, instinctively urged her to flee. Just as she contemplated shaking her head, she was halted by the teachings instilled in her by her father from a young age. Furthermore, having heard of the plight of her citizens in the land of snow over the past few years, she recognized her duty as a princess to shoulder the responsibility. What should I do? Father, I desire to vanquish Fenghua Nuteo, yet I am so afraid. Two conflicting thoughts intertwine like chains, ensnaring Fenghua Xiaoxue's body and binding her tightly within. Chapter 42. The battle after much contemplation. Fenghua Xiaoxue finally opened her eyes, breaking free from the chains that bound her thoughts. With determination, she slowly moved her feet, paralyzed by fear, taking a step forward. I must save my people. If you truly possess the ability to assist me, please lend me your aid. Fenghua Xiaoxue resolved herself, regardless of whether the two before her could help liberate her nation. The choice she had just made, inspired by Uzumaki Naruto, fortified her conviction. No matter the outcome, she would no longer evade her fate. I see. Then let me liberate your country. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, pleased with her response, having gleaned the answer he sought. Mate guy, I leave it to you to handle Fenghua Nateo. With that, he dashed towards the castle without a backward glance, leaving Mate guy shouting below. Wait, do you know Fenghua Nateo? Unfortunately, Naruto was too swift to hear Guy's words. He leapt continuously, scaling the castle roof, where he donned the mechanical Naruto helmet. Utilizing its electronic eyes, he pinpointed the location with the highest chakra and surged forward. Who are you? How did you get in here? Before long, guards had noticed Naruto's presence and rushed to intercept him. Yet, their strength proved insufficient to halt him. In an instant, Naruto had evaded them, appearing behind the ranks. Rest assured, I strike with the blunt side of my blade. With that declaration, several guards from the land of snow collapsed at his feet. Inside the castle, Fenghua Nateo was reveling with 3 of his subordinates when one of them burst through the door to report, Your Majesty, an assassin has infiltrated. What? Then seize him at once. Do not let him disturb my enjoyment. Fenghua Nateo replied nonchalantly. The luxurious life he had led over the past few years had dulled his senses in this remote corner of the land of snow. He believed himself invincible clad in his chakra armor. However, the enemy is formidable. One subordinate hesitated to voice his concerns. I say you, Fenghua Nateo began, but was abruptly interrupted by a deafening crash against the wall. The 5 individuals present turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. Witnessing a large hole being smashed through the castle wall, snow and wind swirling into the interior. At the center of the tempest stood a child. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The traveler does not deceive me. You must be Fenghua Nateo? The newcomer was none other than Uzumaki Naruto, who pointed directly at the individual with the highest chakra, inquiring about the other's identities. Damn it, an assassin dares to confront me directly. Seize him. As the wind howled and the tempest roared, the trio of Wolf Fang Avalanche, Crane Wing Blowing Snow, and Winter Bear Freezing Rain hastily charged forward. You, young rascal, possess quite the audacity to confront us alone, boasted Wolf Fang Avalanche with an air of arrogance. Why waste words? Seize him so we can resume our feast. Winter Bear Freezing Rain retorted, eager to act rather than converse, reaching out to grasp Naruto Uzumaki. Do not harm him. Such an adorable little brother is just perfect for my amusement, Crane Wing Blowing Snow called out, captivated by Naruto's striking appearance amidst Winter Bear's brutish demeanor. As Winter Bear's violent intentions loomed, Naruto swiftly evaded the grasp, executing a sidestep and delivering a precise kick to the wrist, contorting it at an awkward angle. Winter Bear howled in agony, witnessing his deformed right hand. Rising Dragon Fist. Following up with a decisive blow, Naruto shifted his weight and unleashed a powerful Rising Dragon Fist, shattering Winter Bear's jaw. Winter Bear. The remaining 2 snow ninjas gasped in disbelief as their companion fell in a single encounter. This is no ordinary child. Blowing Snow. Let us attack together. Agreed. Recognizing Naruto's formidable prowess, Wolf Fang Avalanche and Crane Wing Blowing Snow swiftly formed hand seals to unleash their jutsu. Ice Release, Snow Sparrow, and Ice Release, Great Blizzard. As their seals completed, a flurry of snowflakes coalesced into a multitude of ice shurikens, hurtling towards Naruto at astonishing speed. Simultaneously, Wolf Fang Avalanche inhaled deeply and unleashed a tempest of snow towards him. Caught in the overwhelming force of the blizzard, which included hail and ice shurikens, Naruto, unarmored, could only use his arms and a blade to fend off the barrage, ultimately being propelled from the cave's entrance, spiraling through the air. Naruto managed to regain his balance and landed on a nearby rooftop, while the duo of snow ninjas emerged from the cave, their expressions icy as they regarded him. In this open expanse, we can engage without fear of damaging the castle. The king would hold us accountable, they declared, denying Naruto any chance to respond before forming their seals once more. Ice Release, One-Horned Ice Whale and Ice Release, Snow Demon Wolf were summoned. As a colossal one-horned ice whale erupted from the snowy ground, barreling towards Naruto. How immense! Is this a result of the terrain? In a moment of fierce determination, Naruto Uzumaki drew forth a replica of the legendary White Fang, unflinchingly confronting the colossal ice whale without a hint of retreat. He swung his blade with resolute vigor, and in a dazzling flash, the entire creature was bisected, its remnants scattering like shards across the snowy expanse. Just as Naruto shattered the icy crystals, 5 snow wolves emerged before him, their teeth viciously sinking into his flesh, an unexpected triumph. From a distance, Kureha Tsukuyumi leaped with joy at the sight, causing the nearby snow-capped mountains to tremble in response. Yet, the situation was far from simple. Suddenly, a youthful voice resonated behind her, sending a chill of dread coursing down her spine. In the distance, the body torn apart by the wolves had transformed into a mere fragment of wood. No, with that. She uttered her final words in this world, a blood-red crystal of ice manifesting around her neck. Black Dragonstorm Kill. Chapter 43, The Leaf's Whirlwind. The great tornado, a tempest of black wind, interspersed with countless shards of ice, swept forth like a natural calamity. Confronted by the terrifying vortex of suction, Naruto was unceremoniously drawn into the maelstrom, vanishing within the cyclone. Haha, you foolish brat, perish within the storm. Windflower Fury spat vehemently at the tornado, feeling a sense of vindication after successfully ambushing his foe. Just moments prior, he had shed the chakra armor he wore for indulgent pursuits within the palace, only to witness one of his subordinates fall victim to this detestable little imp, inciting a fury that threatened to consume him. Damn you, little wretch, dying so easily is too merciful, he lamented, reflecting on the loss of his favored warrior. Crane Wing Blowing Snow. What a waste of such a fine physique. As he gazed upon the lifeless form of Crane Wing Blowing Snow, who lay with eyes still wide open in death, his anger boiled over, and he delivered a kick to the corpse. Useless trash, dispatched so effortlessly, squandering my resources. At that moment, the once arrogant avalanche of Wolf Tooth approached, now stricken with fear. My lord, your prowess is unrivaled. Had it not been for you, I might have been the next to perish. Windflower Fury shot a menacing glare at Avalanche of Wolf Tooth. Incompetent fools, 3 of you couldn't even handle a single brat. Thank goodness for you, my lord, the true embodiment of invincibility. Avalanche of Wolf Tooth flattered, eager to curry favor. Yes, yes, let us hasten to collect the body. I'm curious about the origins of this little imp. Of course, my lord, he replied, glancing regretfully at the corpse of Crane Wing Blowing Snow. Shall we not take advantage of the heat of the moment? Windflower Fury. Avalanche of Wolf Tooth. What are you still doing here? Windflower Fury's face contorted with rage, a symbol of ire etched upon it as he roared at Avalanche of Wolf Tooth. My lord, might we cease the tornado? My subordinates cannot approach under these conditions. Avalanche of Wolf Tooth pointed feebly at the distant black cyclone. But it hasn't stopped. What nonsense are you spouting? I had already quelled the avalanche. Besides, my ninjutsu cannot sustain itself for long. Yet the tornado showed no signs of abating, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Avalanche of Wolf Tooth trembled in the biting cold, ice shards pelting his face. What? This is impossible. It was at this juncture that both men recognized the gravity of the situation, their attention sharpened as they scrutinized the swirling tempest. My lord, it appears there is someone within that tornado. Of course, I'm not blind. No good. It is that little brat. Windflower Fury focused intently, and to his astonishment, he beheld Naruto, who had been struck by the tornado, emerging unscathed and approaching in an exaggerated manner. The Great Leaf Whirlwind. At the moment when Naruto Uzumaki acknowledged he had been swept away, a sense of panic did indeed wash over him. However, as he adapted to the onslaught of the whirlwind, he soon realized that such a degree of assault was insufficient to inflict fatal harm upon him. In fact, the damage was considerably less than he had anticipated. This was illustrated by the numbers -1, -1, -1, -1, -10, -1, 10086, 10,000. Even when struck critically, it merely grazed his skin, and in the next heartbeat, his injuries were mended by the diligent efforts of his healing cells. Once he regained his equilibrium, Naruto found himself troubled by how to descend from this predicament. The damage inflicted was trivial, yet the humiliation was profound. As he spun incessantly, his dignity seemingly lost. Nevertheless, a strategy soon dawned upon him. He recalled that Lee had once used this very tactic against the mighty dragon of Konoha. Run fast, he shouted, dashing towards the distance. While the Wolf Fang avalanche, caught off guard, was swiftly engulfed by the tempest. Lord Windflower Fury, As Naruto observed his adversary being swept up within the vortex, he abruptly halted his spinning, leveraging the wind's force to ascend. Within the swirling tempest, the wolf Fang avalanche was battered mercilessly, bloodied, and bruised. Naruto seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive kick. The impact shattered the right shoulder of the wolf Fang avalanche, leaving only sinew and flesh tethering his arm. Propelled by the force of the blow, Naruto pierced through the wind barrier, arriving at the opposite side of the whirlwind, where he once again harnessed the wind's energy to deliver another strike to the wolf Fang avalanche. This time, his kick connected with the adversary's left leg, cleaving him in twain. As the green figure surged through, the severed limbs vanished into the maelstrom. A third kick, buoyed by the winds, shattered the wolf Fang avalanche's lower jaw, sending teeth scattering. Following this upward strike, Naruto executed a 540-degree spin in midair, delivering a crushing blow to the body of his foe. His right foot landed heavily upon the opponent's waist, penetrating his kidneys, while his left foot struck the heart, rendering it a shattered mess. Finally, a last kick pierced through the chest cavity, forcefully slamming the body into the ground. In an instant, the storm dissipated, sweeping away the snow accumulated on the earth, revealing the long-forgotten soil, alongside the disfigured corpse ensnared in a deep pit. Indeed, the power of this technique is utterly terrifying. The strength of the Eight Gates formation within me amplifies exponentially. Amidst the tempest, Uzumaki Naruto, in his quest to master the storm, resolutely unlocked the 8 gates. In an instant, he reached the 6th gate, merging the essence of the 3 yang release techniques. The power unleashed by the 8 gates had escalated to a level capable of altering the very heavens, rendering the ordinary tornado conjured by Kazahana Tika trivial in comparison. After merely 2 rotations, Naruto successfully commandeered the rights to the Black Dragon Storm kill, allowing him to traverse its domain with ease. This technique proved formidable. Not only could he manipulate others under his command, but he could also strike with remarkable speed. He decided to christen it the Leaf Whirlwind Great Tornado, 6th style. Upon naming his newly devised technique, Naruto lightly sprang twice in place to recalibrate his balance on the ground, then swiftly pursued the fleeing Kazahana Tika. The latter, witnessing the relentless advance of this little menace, shouted in defiance, "Who on earth are you? Why do you target me so? You're merely a passing ninja." As he uttered these words, Naruto had already closed the distance, launching a kick. Kazahana Tika attempted to retaliate with a counter-kick. Yet the disparity in their combat prowess was stark. In an instant, he exploded like a valiant warrior daring to clash with Leo, spiraling through the air before skidding along the ground for quite some time before coming to a halt. Coughing, he thought to himself, what manner of monster is this? The sheer ferocity of his taijutsu is terrifying. Even clad in chakra armor, I find myself outmatched. Chapter 44. The new daimyo Fengwa Nuteo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to rise from the ground. You little brat, if you have the ability, refrain from using taijutsu. Do you dare to engage me in ninjutsu? Observing that Fengwa Nuteo managed to stand, Uzumaki Naruto halted his advance, a smirk forming on his lips as he seemed to recall something amusing. He called out to Fengwa Nuteo, "Go ahead, bring it on. Whatever ninjutsu you wish to employ, I will counter it." Huh, this is your own doing, Fengwa Nuteo thought to himself, secretly reveling in Naruto's agreement. He believed that his ice ninjutsu, enhanced by the terrain, could unleash greater power. Additionally, clad in chakra armor that absorbed the damage from opposing techniques, he felt confident. While taijutsu was uncertain, a clash of ninjutsu seemed to favor him. All right, on the count of 3, we begin. 1, 2. Fengwa Nuteo formed a swirling smoke of seals. 3. Ice release, double Black Dragon Storm kill. Uzumaki Naruto, wide-eyed, echoed, "Ice release, double Black Dragon Storm kill. What? How is this possible? How can you use this technique? And faster than I?" As Fengwa Nuteo marveled at his original move being wielded by Naruto, the 4 ice storms collided. 4 black tornadoes intertwined like dragons in a fierce struggle. In an instant, the sky darkened, transforming the world into shades of black, as countless snowflakes were drawn into the vortex of the 4 storms. "You have already lost." Naruto, his eyes adorned with 3 tomo, bellowed, intensifying the chakra flow in his hands, merging his 2 black dragon storm kills into one, magnifying its size exponentially. In a heartbeat, the previously balanced 4 storms were consumed into one, a terrifying blizzard surging toward Fengwa Nuteo. This is impossible. No, the tumultuous storm, infused with countless shards of black ice, engulfed Fengwa Nuteo. In mere seconds, his chakra armor was shredded, his form dissolving into a crimson crystal, merging with the black tempest, vanishing without a trace. Breathing heavily, Uzumaki Naruto exhaled deeply, having expended one of his chakra in this fierce outburst. Oh no. I intended to resolve this with only taijutsu and swordplay, yet I ended the battle with ninjutsu. Now, there was no time to dwell on such concerns. At that moment, Might Guy, observing from a distance, approached with Windflower and Snow. My intention was for you to carry out an assassination mission utilizing both taijutsu and ninjutsu to eliminate Windflower and Fury. Instead, you recklessly charged in, cutting through them with little regard. While you have indeed honed your ninjutsu and swordsmanship, you have failed to employ any of a ninja's techniques. After witnessing the chaotic scene, Might Guy fervently criticized Naruto Uzumaki as the reality diverged significantly from his expectations. Naruto, unperturbed, retorted, "How can you claim my ninja techniques are useless? Anyone witnessing my actions recognizes me as a Leaf Village ninja, and who told you I failed at assassination? Ask anyone here if they know who dispatched their leader. An unparalleled assassination, indeed. Well, I concede that you have a point." Faced with Naruto's sharp rebuttal, Might Guy found himself at a loss for words. Reflecting on his past missions, he realized that Naruto's description was not far from the truth. Each encounter had been marked by a whirlwind of leaf techniques and youthful fervor. Yet, he could not entirely blame himself. After all, his predecessors had set such examples for him, leading him astray. Is this the end? Windflower Snow gazed in disbelief at the chaotic battlefield before her, unable to comprehend that her long-standing nightmare had been shattered in mere moments. Fear not. I assure you that the villains have been thoroughly dealt with. Once you summon your subjects, you will reclaim your status as princess. No, rather, as your majesty, the queen. Observing Windflower Snow's dazed expression, Naruto approached her, leaping to pat her shoulder in consolation. Speaking of subjects, I know where to find the most loyal ones for you. They've been through my hands, so I am aware of their location. However, seeing Might Guy's excited demeanor, Windflower Snow felt a wave of apprehension. Were they truly the people of the Land of Snow? After all, she herself was uncertain if any loyal subjects remained. Her decision to usurp Windflower Fury's reign stemmed solely from the responsibility entrusted to her by her father, as she could not bear to witness their suffering. 3 days later, in the presence of numerous citizens of the Land of Snow, Windflower Snow completed her inauguration as the Daimo. Utilizing the hexagonal crystal to activate the geothermal device, she bestowed upon the Land of Snow a genuine spring. I believe that this geothermal device should be employed for agricultural purposes. For the Land of Snow to flourish, it must rely on its snowfall. Once the inauguration ceremony concluded, Naruto Uzumaki addressed Windflower Snow, who had finally begun to trust them, saying, "Oh, and why is that? I merely offer you this suggestion. Whether to act upon it is entirely up to you." Naruto Uzumaki was evidently still apprehensive about the previous suspicions held by Windflower Xiaoxue regarding their ulterior motives. Thus, he took the initiative to address the matter beforehand. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Windflower Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed, and she bashfully replied, all right, I completely trust you now. Please, go ahead and share what you wish to say." With her affirmation, Naruto seized the moment to present a sudden inspiration that had arisen from the memories of his past life as a traveler. "Consider this," he began. "What is the most renowned aspect of the Land of Snow? Snow, right? Indeed, it is the snow. But aside from the snow, what else is there? Essentially, there is very little." Windflower Xiaoxue fell into contemplative silence. It was only after assuming the mantle of leadership that she truly comprehended the immense hardships her father had endured. The Land of Snow was plagued by scarcity, with food supplies barely sufficient for a few months. Coupled with the extravagant excesses of the Windflower family in recent years, the realm was teetering on the brink of financial ruin, leaving the common folk in dire straits. Chapter 45. Travel plans for the Land of Snow. In order to foster economic development in the Land of Snow, the only resource at our disposal is snow itself. However, snow, while abundant, appears rather unremarkable, accumulating in such quantities that it remains unmanageable. How then could this facilitate national progress? In response to the curiosity of Ka and Koyuki, Naruto Uzumaki offered a mysterious smile. "To my knowledge, there exists a place known as the Snow Family, where snow falls perpetually. Initially, it was an ordinary locale, yet one day, its enchanting snowy landscapes captured the attention of many. Consequently, throngs of individuals traversed great distances, drawn solely to witness and play in the snow, leading to a significant boost in their economy. Are you suggesting we attract visitors from other nations to experience our winter wonderland?" Ka and Koyuki, being well versed in the benefits of the tourism industry, comprehended the potential advantages. Indeed, This is precisely why snow is of paramount importance to the land of snow, even more so than spring. Spring is a commonplace phenomenon in the land of fire, and travelers seeking that experience would undoubtedly choose to visit there rather than our snowy realm. However, for those yearning to embrace winter, especially to revel in high-quality snow, our land and the land of iron are their only options. Yet, the land of iron is predominantly inhabited by samurai, relying on iron mining for their livelihood, resulting in an environment marred by pits and pollution, far inferior to our pristine surroundings. That is undoubtedly true. Our land of snow, with its scant mineral resources, remains largely unindustrialized, ensuring a far superior environment compared to the land of iron. Exactly. We can leverage our high-quality snow to establish a reputable image that attracts visitors. Once they arrive, their impressions will undoubtedly be favorable. I recall my own astonishment upon first witnessing our snowy landscape. Look at the land of hot water and the land of rainbows. They have successfully harnessed their unique geographical features to draw tourists and enhance their national wealth. The land of snow can emulate this by showcasing its natural snowy vistas to allure visitors. Indeed, Hokage and Koyuki have done a commendable deed by laying down railway tracks within the land of snow, facilitating the transportation of tourists. Yes, and we could also establish film studios specifically for productions that wish to feature snowy backdrops. Naruto, sensing the shared excitement with Hokage and Koyuki, nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. We could even invite director Takashi Okamura to film here, which would surely enhance our promotional efforts. Indeed, in an instant, it seemed as though the two individuals had unlocked the same imaginative realm, with a multitude of creative ideas erupting forth, igniting a fervent discussion between them. Meanwhile, the ever-patient Might Guy wore a perplexed expression, embodying a face full of questions. As a practitioner of physical ninjutsu, he could barely devise strategies, let alone comprehend the intricacies of economic matters, leaving him utterly bewildered. With no other recourse, he resorted to performing push-ups to pass the time. Before long, the sky darkened, and the two continued to brainstorm countless proposals for the development of the land of snow. However, these remained mere proposals. The implementation would entail numerous challenges awaiting the nation. Not to mention, given the current circumstances, the land of snow lacked even suitable managerial talent, with the loyal citizens supporting the windflower snow only being a handful. Alas, the scarcity of talent was still a pressing issue. How could one possibly manage such a vast nation? Windflower snow, shedding all semblance of dignity, sprawled on the ground, rolling about in a starfish-like manner, reclaiming some of her youthful exuberance since the nation's restoration. Suddenly, she sprang up, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar light as she regarded Naruto Uzumaki. What if? She mused, chuckling softly. Oh, never mind. It's all Windflower Fury's fault. What on earth am I to do? Observing the young lady's blend of feigned and genuine emotion, Naruto could only marvel at her prowess as an actress, particularly in her role as a queen. Do you realize that sometimes displaying cunning in front of true power can be perilous? He remarked. Yet, he was met with the retort, but you haven't done anything, have you? The queen's eyes sparkled with cunning. She was acutely aware that such brazen attempts to test Naruto were fraught with danger. A single misstep could provoke ire that might spell doom for the entire nation. Yet, it was precisely because he was Naruto Uzumaki that she dared to take this gamble. Had she not trusted him from the outset, she would never have collaborated with him to ascend to the throne. This probing was merely an endeavor to find a reason to fully trust him, to instill confidence in the land of snow. After all, conditions could not be worse than during Windflower Fury's reign, where the populace languished in misery, suffering from hunger and cold. However, should they realize the aspirations Naruto had just articulated, the entire nation could be revitalized, transformed into a place of prosperity and happiness. Oh, is Little Snow troubled by the lack of suitable assistance? During their exchange of glances, the ever-determined Might Guy, while engaged in squats, finally caught wind of a topic where he could interject. I happen to know someone who could be of help. His name is Asama Santayo. Asama Santayo? The name rang a bell, yet she could not place it. Upon hearing Might Guy's interjection, Windflower Snow's eyes sparkled with a warmth akin to sunlight melting crystalline ice, prompting her to engage further in the conversation. You must have encountered him at your registration ceremony, a man with a flat head and glasses. Though I cannot recall his name. Regardless, you should seek him out tomorrow. Upon seeing him, I am sure I will remember his visage. Good sir. Have you been infected by Kai? Have you, too, succumbed to face blindness? Naruto, the whirlwind, also expressed his disdain for Might Guy, deeming recent events trivial. Nothing is as dependable as one's own strength. His mention of the economic development of the Land of Snow was merely a means to ensure that upon his return to the Hidden Leaf, he would possess much to boast about. After all, he will undoubtedly return, but not as a ninja of Konoha. Rather, he intends to return in a manner that is even more audacious and confrontational, inciting the ire of those who have discriminated against and cold-shouldered him, leaving them powerless to retaliate. Having articulated this, Kazahana Yukijetsu placed her faith in Santai, summoning him the following day. After a series of discussions between the two, she resolved to appoint Santai as her aide. This decision moved Asama Santai to tears. He had never anticipated that the esteemed Yukijetsu would place such trust in him, and he fervently vowed to remain loyal to Kazahana Yukijetsu for a lifetime. Chapter 46. Wind and Blossom. Naruto. A year has passed since the coup in the Land of Snow, and Naruto Uzumaki has hastily departed from that desolate place. It is a realm perpetually cloaked in snow, where anyone would soon grow weary of its unchanging white landscape. The prince is soon to arrive at the residence of the Fire Daimyo. Very well, I understand. I shall make the necessary preparations. With that, the minister excused himself. Indeed. Go on, came the casual reply. Inside the carriage, a languid middle-aged man dismissed his subordinate and, stifling a yawn, turned to regard his companion. Honestly, this is quite tiresome. I feel like nothing more than a mere tool, constantly being directed hither and thither. The other occupant, with hands clasped together in gratitude, said, I truly appreciate your help. I cannot handle such matters. If it were left to me, I fear I might, in a moment of vexation, strike the daimyo. Your gratitude lacks sincerity. The first man retorted. Never mind, you owe me for this. The exchange between the two individuals in the carriage was none other than a conversation between two Narutos. One was diminutive, adorned in extravagant noble attire, with golden hair interspersed with strands of red and white. The other, clad in the humble garb of a minister, sported a head of stark white hair. After all, you are quite accustomed to these affairs, Lord Wind and Blossom Naruto, said Naruto Uzumaki with a mischievous grin directed at the formally dressed counterpart. Enough already. For over half a year, you two have only found amusement in ridiculing me. The Wind and Blossom Naruto retorted, visibly annoyed. Time rewinds to 6 months prior, and after a series of final tests, one has wholly embraced the notion of Windflower Naruto. Thus, the title of prince was bestowed upon him, granting him the esteemed rights of the second in the Land of Snow. Under their collaborative efforts, the Land of Snow embarked upon the journey of becoming a tourist nation. Regrettably, despite the brilliance of this idea, both individuals were mere novices, lacking any significant experience. For 3 months, they struggled to advance until one day, boredom from training led Windflower Naruto to casually practice the ice release techniques of the Land of Snow. To his astonishment, he inadvertently summoned another Naruto, who was remarkably distinct from the other versions. This Naruto was devoid of the Nine-Tails and had lived as an ordinary ninja since birth. During the tumultuous Nine-Tails incident, Manado Namikaze, considering the potential darkness within the village, sealed the Nine-Tails within himself, allowing Windflower Naruto to grow up as an ordinary child. True to expectations, he excelled as a common ninja, successfully rescuing the princess of the Land of Snow during a mission to escort a film director. Not only did he provide her with courage, but he also helped her overthrow her uncle's tyranny, thereby winning her heart. Thus, history took a tumultuous turn, as the ordinary ninja Windflower Naruto, under the request of the Land of Snow's daimyo, was naturally released by Konohagakure. The two lived joyfully together, with Windflower Naruto adopting the surname of the Fuyuki family. Meanwhile, their world, with the Nine-Tails sealed away by Manado, devoid of Naruto's connections, witnessed Uchiha Sasuke descend into madness after following Orochimaru, annihilating his entire organization, including Kabuto Yakushi. This unprecedented turn of events led to the absence of the Nine-Tails chakra, causing the Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Kagaya's infinite plans to become unexpectedly stalled, allowing them to peacefully reach Windflower Naruto's 30th year. By this time, Windflower Naruto had emerged as a politician and diplomat with extraordinary strength. Naturally, the summoning of this alternate version of himself brought immense joy to Naruto, who readily entrusted the resolution of the pressing issues to another self. Confronted with the request from the Windflower Naruto, he found it difficult to decline, as it involved another version of himself and the wife of this alternate reality. Consequently, he took the opportunity to manage various affairs of the Land of Snow while simultaneously absorbing insights regarding tourism to implement in his own nation. It is worth mentioning that Might Guy and Windflower Naruto often engaged in heated debates over who had the better romantic interest. However, during these disputes, Might Guy would be humorously countered by Windflower Naruto's declaration that Windflower Sakura was already his wife, leading to the inevitable KO of Sakura, who remained devoted to Uchiha Sasuke. While Windflower Naruto would ultimately face physical defeat at the hands of a frustrated Might Guy. After several months of clamor, Might Guy reached his conclusion. Despite his relentless efforts to prevent it, the formidable Six Paths Madara ultimately manifested in this world. Confronted by this formidable adversary, Might Guy, having called upon the Sage of Six Paths in vain, intervened to stop his comrade, Rock Lee, from unlocking the Eighth Gate. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed the final gate of death, delivering a decisive blow that ended Madara's existence. Consequently, the world was ushered into an era of peace, leaving only Black Zetsu to retreat into the shadows. Exhausted, Might Guy uttered a perplexing farewell to his companions. If the Sage of Six Paths does not save me, I must entrust my other self to you. Thus, the world of Might Guy entered a state of temporal stasis. In the carriage, Windflower Naruto inquired about Vortex Naruto's feelings regarding Might Guy's departure. Even the typically bantering Windflower Naruto found himself mourning for an extended period, while Vortex Naruto's seemingly indifferent demeanor puzzled him. Of course, I feel sorrow, though it is not as profound as one might expect. For I have come to terms with it, Vortex Naruto replied. Come to terms? Windflower Naruto echoed. Yes, I have found acceptance, Vortex Naruto affirmed. Continuously fashioning ice figurines resembling his former selves, a skill acquired after inheriting Windflower Naruto's body and the art of snow release. They have not truly perished. Time merely halted at the precipice of death. My objective is to enhance my abilities to the point where I can rescue them, thus ensuring they do not meet their demise, leading to happy endings in every realm. Such proclamations may sound facile, yet the thought of facing foes that even Might Guy could not overcome sends shivers down my spine. Fortunately, my world is devoid of such terrifying beings. Rest assured, I will reach that pinnacle eventually. By continuously harnessing the powers of my alternate selves, my young release will evolve to the extraordinary level of resurrection. At that time, I shall unlock a gate and vanquish Six Paths Madara. Truly remarkable. I believe my strength was considerable. Yet it appears the versions of me from other worlds are all exceptionally formidable, Windflower Naruto remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm. You should exercise caution, after all. The Akatsuki from your world is likely to descend soon, Vortex Naruto said with a mischievous glint in his eye, observing Windflower Naruto's nonchalant expression. Chapter 47. The Akatsuki Personality. What on earth is that? Suddenly, Kazahana Naruto felt an ominous premonition. He chuckled darkly. That is a being more terrifying than the Sage of the Six Paths. Even I do not know their true identity. You should flatter me now, so that I might come to your rescue later. What the? The thought of his world facing peril sent Kazahana Naruto into a panicked outburst. Uzumaki Naruto was genuinely unaware of the limits of the Akatsuki clan, as the memories of the traveler he inherited contained no images from Boruto's era. He had merely heard of it in passing. Hence, the notion of extraterrestrial visitors compelled Uzumaki Naruto to remain vigilant, eager to learn as much as he could. I'm not worried. You're here, right? At the rate at which your power is growing, I wager that in a few years, you'll be able to vanquish those Akatsuki without a hitch. Kazahana Naruto, like a loyal underling, promptly moved behind Uzumaki Naruto and began to massage his shoulders. TSK, you're quite skilled at this. I presume you've helped little Yuki with her shoulders at home? Not too bad. Merely a matter of familiarity. Occasionally, I massage my daughter's shoulders too. She's nearly your age, so it comes naturally. I can't shake the feeling that you're taking advantage of me. Not at all suddenly. The carriage came to an abrupt halt, accompanied by shouts from outside. The two Narutos exchanged glances and spoke in unison. What is happening? Your Highness. There are two ninjas outside who have gotten into a brawl and are being beaten. Damn, even the capital of the Land of Fire has poor security. Uzumaki Naruto cursed, leaning out of the carriage to witness the commotion. Before him, a masked man clad in black was being pinned to the ground by a Leaf Village ninja, who was mercilessly demanding his surrender. Have mercy. Have mercy. I'll never do it again. In broad daylight, you dare to kidnap children? If not you, then who should be punished? The Leaf Ninja rolled his eyes and brandished a kunai, preparing to strike the begging kidnapper. The desperate criminal, seeing the glint of the kunai, redoubled his pleas, struggling to escape while noticing a little girl in splendid attire standing nearby. Miss, please spare me. I swear I'll never do this again. It's just that my child at home is gravely ill, and I have no money for treatment. Otherwise, I would never resort to such deeds. Please, I beg you. Let me go. Wait a moment. Hearing the kidnapper's desperate cries, the young lady approached slowly, halting her subordinate's actions. Is it truly because of your ailing family that you resorted to this? Observing the noble young lady, who appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years of age, the robber thought to himself that he might have found a way out, perhaps even swindling some money from this little heiress. He nodded fervently, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed. My family is in dire straits. My kin has been bedridden for over a decade, suffering from an ailment that refuses to heal. Our funds have run dry, and I had no choice but to resort to such nefarious deeds. I implore you, spare me. Without me, how will my poor child survive? As the robber earnestly bared his soul, the noble young lady's eyes flickered with a hint of compassion. Yet, witnessing such a scene filled her with disdain. She found no pleasure in this tiresome charade, which left her trembling with indignation, particularly as it unfolded before someone she knew. Not far off, Uzumaki Naruto, peering through the carriage window at the unfolding drama, expressed his discontent, remarking, If you're truly so pitiable, perhaps you deserve to be spared. The noble young lady's gaze brimmed with sympathy. Yes, yes, but it would be better to break every limb and cast you into the dungeon. Suddenly, veins bulged at the corners of her eyes, and her pupils transformed into an ethereal blue. The robber sensed the shift and instinctively attempted to escape. But it was too late. Hyuga Hinata, moving with remarkable speed, struck his limbs with precision. The azure chakra pierced his meridians like daggers, shattering them within. My hands, my feet, why can I no longer feel them? He screamed, as Hinata shattered his shoulder, her cherubic face now twisted with ferocity. I utterly despise kidnappers, especially those who abduct children. Scoundrels like you deserve a life worse than death. The robber, overwhelmed by agony, finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Throw this wretched scoundrel far away, so he does not obstruct the following carriages. How much time has he wasted? Commanded Hinata, addressing her guards while offering a polite bow to Naruto's carriage. I apologize for the delay. I just encountered a vile individual attempting to abduct a little girl and could not resist intervening. The coachman, who had just witnessed Hinata's fierce demeanor, now observed her transform into a gentle noblewoman as she spoke. He swallowed hard and pulled back the curtain to inquire about his master's wishes. Inside the carriage, Naruto nodded, indicating that the matter could be dismissed. It is of no concern, my lady. My master bears no ill will. Hinata performed another courteous gesture before departing with her guards. My lady, in the future, such matters can be entrusted to your subordinates. There is no need for you to intervene personally. Humph. Kidnappers are my greatest aversion. This scoundrel serves as a perfect opportunity for me to hone my skills. I have yet to practice my palm-splitting technique on a living target. Indeed. Observing Hinata Hyuga's fierce expression, Niji Hyuga silently mused. It appears that the young lady is indeed quite enraged. The day is not yet over, and she has already unleashed her alter ego. Why are you stealthily following us? Show yourself. With Hinata's thunderous command, Niji felt a rush of sweat trickle down his back as he instinctively adopted a defensive stance, activating his Byakugan to scan for potential threats. This is truly perilous. Could it be that someone is tailing us? The young lady is a prodigy, a genius who has remained dormant for a millennium. Even I failed to detect the foe before she did. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely intrigued by the dynamic between you two, master and servant. As Hinata fixed her piercing, pale blue eyes upon his concealed position, Naruto Uzumaki realized his cover had been blown and thus stepped forth, declaring his benign intentions. At the very moment Naruto emerged, Hinata gasped in surprise. This individual. Why does he evoke such a sense of familiarity? However, she quickly regained her composure and inquired. No ill will. Then why conceal your appearance with chakra? Chapter 48. Hinata Hyuga. In response to Hinata Hyuga's inquiries, Naruto Uzumaki found himself in a rather helpless situation. Upon witnessing the stark contrast between Hinata's current demeanor and his recollections of her, his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to venture away from the carriage for a closer look. To his dismay, this curiosity resulted in the immediate revelation of his presence, forcing him to retreat in haste, employing a transformation technique to obscure his identity. After all, being a member of the Hyuga clan, he feared the repercussions of being recognized. If he truly wished to evade retaliation from the Hyuga family, he ought to have refrained from following them. Next time, he should temper his curiosity. After hearing Naruto's explanation, Hinata waved her hand, urging him to depart swiftly. Very well. Thank you for your mercy, milady. I shall take my leave now, he replied, leaping away from the eaves of the nearby buildings. Once Hinata confirmed his departure with her Byakugan, she exhaled in relief and promptly addressed Niji, saying, We must return quickly, our presence has been compromised. and it is prudent to avoid attracting any ill-intentioned attention. We have lingered long enough. I do not wish for father to worry. Yes, milady, Niji responded. Just as the two Hyuga members departed, a small stone on the ground sprouted 3 legs and stood upright, revealing a round, shiny mirror that scurried after them. My sincerest apologies, my curiosity got the better of me. I simply cannot fathom why this Hinata Hyuga differs from the one in my memories. Please forgive my deceit. It lamented. At a distance, Naruto, donning a pair of video display glasses, manipulated a surveillance device while feigning an insincere apology. Soon enough, the device trailed behind the two Hyuga as they arrived at a stately residence adorned with traditional architecture. At that moment, Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, sat in the main seat, casually munching on sunflower seeds and sipping tea. Upon noticing Hinata's return, he remarked nonchalantly, "Hinata, you're back?" "Ah, yes, I'm back, father," she replied. Suddenly, a mouthful of tea was forcefully expelled by Hayashi, who hastily dabbed at his mouth. "Oh, it's you, little Hinata. I thought today was not your turn." "Ah, it's nothing," Hinata said, sitting cross-legged without any semblance of grace and pouring herself a cup of tea, which she gulped down. "Ah, I'm parched." Little Hinata, a young lady should comport herself like one, especially in our esteemed Hyuga family. It's best to pay attention to one's appearance, Hayashi advised cautiously. Enough. Such matters can be left to cousin Hinata. Your nagging is insufferable, she interjected, unable to endure her father's words any longer. Very well. You may enjoy your sunflower seeds, he conceded. Rising, she gestured for Niji to come closer and whispered, "What is going on? Why is cousin Hinata here? Wasn't it not her turn today?" Hinata, with a gentle tone, recounted the events of the day while we were perusing the market. We encountered a thief attempting to forcibly seize a young girl. Enraged, Lady Hinata immediately intervened, striking the assailant with a punch. What? Did Hinata get hurt? I mean, did the young lady bring shame upon the Hyuga clan? Hinata Hazashi feigned concern. Observing his father's conflicting emotions of worry for his daughter and the need to uphold family honor, Hinata stifled a chuckle. Rest assured, my lord. The thief fled after receiving a blow from Lady Hinata. I apprehended him and pinned him to the ground, and ultimately, he was incapacitated by Lady Hinata's unique technique. The bone dislocating palm. Hiss, the bone dislocating palm. Just the thought of having experienced that technique sent shivers down Hazashi's spine. Yet he maintained an air of authority as he inquired, "Well, this matter was handled commendably. We did not lose face for the Hyuga clan. Has anyone caused us further trouble?" "My lord, there was indeed an individual who discreetly followed, but Lady Hinata detected him at once, prompting his swift departure." Humph. The cowardly scoundrel was fortunate to escape. Otherwise, I would have ensured he suffered greatly. Hazashi's demeanor radiated a blend of controlled fury and dignity. The clan leader is formidable. Hinata quickly clasped his hands in admiration of Hazashi. The personality of the clan leader's daughter seems to be growing increasingly formidable, a split persona indeed. In a nearby noodle shop, Naruto Uzumaki, having just savored a hearty bowl of broth, reflected on the unpredictable nature of life. He was taken aback to find that the little girl from his memories had transformed into such a fiery individual. Her temperament is quite fierce. The memories of the traveler indicate that she will eventually become my wife. This temperament, the thought of being bound to such a person for a lifetime, sent a chill through him. Thankfully, that future had yet to unfold. The idea of marriage was daunting. He could hardly comprehend why all his other selves had romantic interests. What was so appealing about women? Clearly, Naruto was still too young to grasp their allure. Speaking of which, why did Windflower Naruto favor Windflower Koyuki? It was perplexing. As all his other selves were enamored with Sakura, yet he had married Koyuki. What about Hinata? This is rather strange. Lost in his peculiar thoughts, Hinata Hyuga found herself troubled as well. Thank you for today. The public. Hinata shyly fidgeted with her fingers as she expressed her gratitude to the private Hinata. What is there to thank? Such scum should not exist in this world. If it weren't for his presence, Naruto would not have gone missing. The private Hinata pounded the table in indignation, only to compose herself the next moment, sitting upright. Is there still no news about Naruto-kun? The private Hinata, her legs crossed, furiously downed her tea. Still, there is not a whisper of news. It has been over a year, and I curse the day when someone claimed that Naruto's military presence would emerge in the Land of Fire. I have come personally to seek him out, yet I remain empty-handed. After all, it is Naruto-kun. Humph, mark my words. One day I shall exact my vengeance upon the hidden Cloud Village. Ever since that fateful night when Uzumaki Naruto was taken away, Hinata Hyuga's spirit has been profoundly shaken, rendering her exceedingly unstable. Simultaneously, a fervent desire for strength has begun to take root within her. Her training has become far more arduous than ever before, often leaving her battered and bruised, much to the dismay of her parents. During meals, she no longer concerns herself with how her appetite might draw the attention of others. As long as she remains hungry, she will continue to eat, for she believes that consuming more will grant her greater strength. Chapter 49, The Banquet, Part 1. In the same year, the nations of Fire and Lightning found themselves engulfed in conflict, resulting in significant casualties on both sides. Hinata Hyuga, one of the catalysts for the war, was not spared from the harsh words of the villagers. However, due to the presence of her bodyguards, she had not suffered any physical harm. Nonetheless, her situation within her own family was far from favorable, as she frequently faced animosity from the branch family members who had lost their loved ones to the war. One fateful day, after a rigorous training session, she was unexpectedly attacked by a deranged member of the branch family. "It's all your fault. You wretched main family members are the reason my parents are gone." The assailant, clad in a maid's uniform, lunged at Hinata with a sharp blade. "Am I to perish here? But I have yet to find Naruto. Your disposition is far too weak. A mere blow would suffice to vanquish such a foe." In that moment of profound indignation, Hinata's true strength emerged. With a powerful resolve and the skills honed through relentless practice, she deftly evaded the maid's attack and countered with the gentle fist technique, striking the assailant's pressure point and sending her crashing to the ground, soon apprehended by the hastily arriving guards. Who are you?" I am you. And from now on, I shall protect you." Thus began Hinata's dual existence, where two facets of her personality would interchange, complementing each other in both etiquette and strength, leaving both the main and branch families speechless. "Lately, my appetite has been growing insatiable, yet my weight remains unchanged. The glances directed at me by those around me have become increasingly peculiar." While gently caressing her abdomen, Hinata reflected on the way her family looked at her during meals, feeling a rush of shyness. "What does it matter? As long as I grow stronger, isn't that what truly counts? Haven't you noticed that the more we eat, the farther our sight extends? I believe I should discuss this matter concerning my eyesight with father. What are you saying? Dealing with those old folks from the main family is already a hassle. If you bring this up, they will scrutinize us even more. But father has never mentioned any such changes. Then it simply means he is unaware. What more is there to say? Regardless, seeing further and increasing chakra is undoubtedly a positive development. Such secrets should be kept to oneself." Fine. If I must reveal it, it cannot be now. Perhaps a few years down the line, after we graduate from the Ninja Academy, we can share it then. After all, we must possess our own strength. Relying on others in this world is futile. We must have the ability to protect ourselves. As thoughts of strength filled her mind, Hinata recalled that fateful night with Naruto Uzumaki, her excitement causing her to awaken her Byakugan. Within the once pure and flawless gaze, countless ethereal blue lights flickered, revealing the entirety of the capital from her perspective. That night, she pondered, "How did your discussion go?" Sighing, she concluded, "Without a doubt, it must have gone splendidly." Suitable for both hosts and guests alike. In a dimly lit room, Uzumaki Naruto reclined on the bed, addressing Kazahana Naruto with a hint of exasperation. "Do you think that negotiating at the village gate is as simple as purchasing groceries? Even buying vegetables requires haggling, let alone matters of diplomacy." Kazahana Naruto, weary and sprawled beneath the covers, retorted with irritation, "We've made some progress today. We can discuss the remaining issues at tomorrow night's banquet." "Why must we attend the banquet? I thought we were free to leave," Uzumaki Naruto lamented, his impatience evident. "Thanks to that troublesome tollmate, I feel restless if I don't practice for a day." He sighed. "It's futile to explain things to someone as inexperienced as you. Honestly, it's astonishing that you two even considered sending a 9-year-old to negotiate diplomatic relations. Did you not see the expression on the daimyo of the Fire Nation's face? Well, what choice do we have? The land of snow lacks capable individuals. So it falls upon me, the prince, to make this journey," Kazahana Naruto replied with a hint of pride. Uzumaki Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. "But the trouble still falls on me." Kazahana Naruto snapped back. "While maintaining this transformation, I also have to outsmart those fools. Thankfully, their guards are utterly incompetent." "Your extensive experience in negotiations certainly helps," Uzumaki Naruto conceded. "Besides, assisting the land of snow is akin to aiding your own family. Use this opportunity to gain experience. When you return to your world, it will serve you well." "Thank you very much. In our land, we've even established a rail system. While you still lack basic railway infrastructure, Kazahana Naruto scoffed, then turned to Uzumaki Naruto with a serious expression. By the way, I'll have you perform in person tomorrow. Why? Aren't you worried that you might jeopardize the agreements we just finalized? Uzumaki Naruto questioned, his concern evident. There's no choice. The banquet will not only host nobles, but I've heard that ninjas from Konoha will also be in attendance. Your presence is essential for credibility, Kazahana Naruto explained. Uzumaki Naruto's face reflected his unease. Although he had engaged with political matters over the past year, he felt inadequate compared to the seasoned bureaucrats. Rest assured. I disguised myself using a shadow clone when I entered today. I took on my own appearance, thinking that a 9-year-old alone would lack persuasiveness and would need an adult figure to accompany him. To my surprise, that very disguise has helped us navigate our current situation. Tomorrow, I will accompany you, and we can communicate through these mini-ear devices. As Kazahana Naruto revealed 2 small, round devices resting in his palm, Uzumaki Naruto marveled. Impressive. Truly, you are a master at this. Mini-ear devices? Such technology exists in this world? As Uzumaki Naruto extolled the virtues of Kazahana Naruto, he curiously grasped the spherical device resting in his palm. Naturally, such technology was non-existent in your world. However, I have traversed from 25 years hence, where such devices represent the pinnacle of innovation, specifically designed for clandestine communication. Their convenience is remarkable, simply inserted into your ear, and it remains undetectable to the untrained eye, requiring no chakra to operate, thus eluding the notice of any ninja. Upon witnessing this marvel of technology, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly inserted the device into his ear. Such advanced technology? Let us put it to the test. Observing the childlike enthusiasm of Uzumaki Naruto, Kazahana Naruto's lips curled into a smile as he executed the ice clone technique. The ice clone, having donned the earpiece, began to converse. Tomorrow, my true self will accompany you. Whatever you wish to convey will be communicated through the clone, ensuring absolute security. Chapter 50, The Banquet, Part 2. The following day, an exceedingly lavish banquet was underway within the grand residence, where the elite of the Land of Fire mingled with esteemed guests from various nations. Yet, amid such a sumptuous feast, few paid heed to the culinary delights before them. Rather, they engaged in lively conversation with those around them. Having successfully navigated the earlier discussions, only minor details remained to be painstakingly refined. Fresh from a verbal sparring match, Kazahana Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow and took a sip from his glass, moistening his parched lips. He felt utterly exhausted, particularly due to the incessant chuckling of the feudal lord, which was truly unbearable. Beside him, Uzumaki Naruto, also on the verge of collapse from the charade, indulged in several pieces of cake to replenish his energy, a customary practice among the nobility. Though he could not comprehend the appeal of such laughter, at least the negotiations had been concluded, sparing him from the torment of those maddening sounds. Kazahana Naruto lamented, Indeed, I would rather engage in a brawl than continue this charade. Just now, your clone exhibited no reaction to that movement, nearly giving us away and frightening me terribly. Uzumaki Naruto patted his chest in a gesture of exaggerated fear. Kazahana Naruto rolled his eyes in response. What could I have done? Who could have predicted that the feudal lord would suddenly act so erratically? Fortunately, I was swift enough to describe the action. Enough about that fellow. Just thinking of him makes me uneasy. Uzumaki Naruto hastily interjected, wishing to divert the conversation from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Indeed, he is worse than his son, Kazahana Naruto concurred, equally disinterested in continuing the topic. Their next task was simply to select a location for establishing the Snow Country Embassy, after which their plans for mutual cooperation could officially commence. Yes, once that is established, we can set our next plans into motion, he mused. However, it is still premature to discuss this. Who knows what hidden talents might be lurking on their side? That is indeed a valid point. Just as the two Narutos were engrossed in their conversation, a minister approached, accompanied by another individual. We were just reflecting on the insightful conversation with the esteemed feudal lord. We thought it prudent to exchange ideas. Kazahana Naruto promptly shifted the topic upon noticing the newcomer. The wisdom of the feudal lord often provides me with profound inspiration, he exclaimed. Indeed, and who might this be? He inquired with curiosity after the customary pleasantries. Oh, yes, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Lord Hyuga Hazashi from the Hidden Leaf Village, and this is the Prince of the Snow Country, accompanied by the diplomatic envoy. Before him stood a rather serious young man whom Uzumaki Naruto had already recognized. To say nothing of other features, those striking white eyes were unmistakable. However, he had to wait for a formal introduction from Lord Daching. Hello, hello. Such pleasantries. Amidst the diplomatic exchanges, Naruto noticed a small figure behind Hinata Hyuga, which led him to understand. So that's why they appeared in the capital of the Land of Fire. The entire family has come. But why would the Hyuga clan, being ninjas, come here? As Naruto's gaze drifted, Hinata also noticed a boy of similar age, feeling a strange familiarity in his eyes. Those eyes feel so familiar, just like Naruto-kun. With that thought, Hinata widened her eyes to observe Uzumaki Naruto closely. Yet, a wave of disappointment washed over her. This Naruto did not resemble the one in her memories. This was quite normal, as Naruto had deliberately altered his appearance through makeup, hairstyle, and attire during their time in the Land of Snow. Upon arriving in the Land of Fire, his transformation had only intensified, making his original visage markedly different from his current one. Moreover, Hinata had never seen Naruto's true appearance. She had only glimpsed photos of him altered through transformation techniques. The 2 years that had passed had naturally led to changes that made recognition difficult. But why do I feel he is Naruto-kun? Is it possible that my longing has conjured an illusion? Hinata approached the adults to greet them. At that moment, Heishi Hyuga gently patted Hinata's back and said, "Greetings, esteemed guests." Hinata was adorned in a splendid kimono, a vibrant blend of red and yellow, intricately embroidered with floral patterns, leaves, and clouds in gold. Her hair was adorned with delicate, tasteful accessories that accentuated her beauty without appearing gaudy, rendering her a charming young lady. Hello there. Greetings. I am Kaze Hanakoi. Wow, Lady Haishi's daughter is truly enchanting. Like a little fairy, she will undoubtedly grow into a great beauty. Ha ha ha, you flatter her. Heishi was delighted by the compliments about his daughter, nodding appreciatively. However, after Naruto had just exchanged greetings with Hinata, his doubts deepened. His voice is similar. But how could he possibly be Naruto-kun when he is the brother of the Lord of the Land of Snow? Yet his eyes and hair color match Naruto-kun perfectly. Damn it, why am I hesitating? I should just use my Byakugan to see if he is disguised. That is not permissible. Using the Byakugan in front of nobles might be deemed disrespectful. Father is here for important matters, and our presence is already a result of his concession. I cannot cause him further trouble. TCH, if Uzumaki Naruto is truly him, why has Tigi come to acknowledge us? If he has forgotten us, I will. Rin-chan, Naruto-kun owes us nothing. It is our fault he was taken away. Whether he recognizes us or not is only fair. As I merely express my thoughts, I am indeed aware of the situation. Our search for him is indicative of our indebtedness. While Hinata Hyuga's heart brimmed with complex emotions, the formalities between both parties came to a close, and she was reluctantly led away. In contrast to Hinata's inner turmoil, Naruto Uzumaki found himself devoid of such contemplations. His primary desire was to stealthily savor the delicacies present. Soon, the lively banquet reached its conclusion, and the guests departed, Naruto and his companion included. Upon reflection, I discovered that the intentions of the Hyuga clan in attending this gathering were far from trivial. Observing the Hyuga's actions during the event, Kazahana Naruto mused. Is it not quite customary for nobility to partake in such festivities? However, the Hyuga are not of the typical aristocratic ilk. Their practice of intra-clan marriage, coupled with their status as one of the oldest families, negates any necessity to attend such occasions for the purpose of networking. Moreover, due to their discreet nature and their historical avoidance of political entanglements within the village, it is perplexing that they would suddenly choose to partake in such a gathering. Chapter 51. The assault, is it truly so peculiar? Is it not rather customary for nobles to host banquets and foster camaraderie among themselves? Uzumaki Naruto observed the internal struggle of Kazahana and, perplexed, inquired. No, it is decidedly abnormal, Hinata Hisashi replied. Although the Hyuga clan is indeed noble, this status is confined to Konoha. At least in my experience, even members of the main family refrain from attending such gatherings, let alone the clan head. Regardless, it matters little. The Hyuga clan, despite its reputation, poses minimal threat, Naruto remarked nonchalantly. From the memories he had absorbed, the Hyuga clan's offensive and defensive capabilities were mediocre. A gathering of them did not instill fear. Sigh, one must not merely scratch the surface. The fact that the usually discreet Hyuga clan partakes in such festivities suggests that there is some upheaval in Konoha, which could potentially disrupt our plans. Very well, we shall investigate tomorrow, Hisashi agreed. Indeed, we ought to ascertain the situation, especially since we currently possess little knowledge of Konoha. Following the war, circumstances have undoubtedly changed. An understanding is essential. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted not far away, prompting both Naruto and Hisashi to exchange curious glances before rushing toward the source. They discovered a charred carriage, half destroyed and still ablaze, emblazoned with the crest of the Hyuga clan. Nearby, a group of masked figures clad in black were engaged in combat with members of the Hyuga family. "Who are you insignificant pests, daring to assault my Hyuga clan?" Hisashi demanded, his hands swirling with blue chakra, surging toward the masked assailants like a torrential flood, all the while attempting to distract them with his inquiries. "Humph. Is the Hyuga clan truly formidable? They are merely the second-tier ninja clan within Konoha," one of the masked figures retorted, deftly evading Hisashi's gentle fist while hurling several shuriken in return. "Such trifles are ineffective against me," Hisashi declared, swatting the incoming shuriken aside with a swift motion, then unleashing a barrage of 8 trigrams empty palm toward his adversary like cannon fire. How swift! The masked figure was caught off guard, struck forcefully, and the cloth covering his face was instantly stained a vivid red before he collapsed. "Curse it!" A nearby accomplice, witnessing the swift defeat of his comrade, let out a furious exclamation. He rapidly formed hand seals and unleashed a fiery assault. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from the enemy's mouth, hurtling toward Hisashi. "Humph, merely a trivial skill," he scoffed, attempting to evade, only to find himself immobilized. What? Hisashi discovered that his body was ensnared by countless strands of wire, glimmering in the light of the fireball. The source of the wire was the fallen masked assailant. "Is this the manipulation of shuriken? Are you of the Uchiha clan?" Upon witnessing the wire entanglement coupled with the fierce fireball assault, Hyuga Hisashi's thoughts immediately gravitated towards his longtime adversary, Uchiha. Yet, before he could fully articulate his sentiments, the blazing fireball hurtled towards him, engulfing everything in its ferocious light. "Humph, so what if it's the Uchiha? One must blame the incessant troubles of your Hyuga clan." Reversal of heaven. The searing flames were suddenly shattered into countless fragments, while the body of the masked assailant, previously collapsed on the ground, was whisked away by the wire to an unknown destination. As the blue vortex subsided, Hyuga Hisashi took a moment to catch his breath, his face contorted with rage. "Those Uchiha scoundrels are utterly despicable. How dare you assault comrades within the village?" With his identity now exposed, the combatant discarded his pretense, removing his mask to reveal the mesmerizing Sharingan, adorned with its iconic tomo. "Today, we Uchiha shall make the world recognize that we are the foremost shinobi clan, while you Hyuga will meet your demise." With that, he surged forth at lightning speed, engaging Hisashi in fierce combat. Fire style, fireball. 8 trigrams empty palm. The fireball and the palm clashed midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Hyuga Hisashi, drenched in sweat, realized the overwhelming odds against them. "This is untenable. Lady Hinata is outnumbered, and they are employing fire style against us, leaving us no chance to retaliate. We must find a way to escape." Beside him, Hyuga Hinata struggled as well, fending off the onslaught of shurikens. Though her strength had ascended to the brink of a chunin, the circumstances were overwhelming. "We cannot remain here. Our mutual defense may sustain us for a time, but if I attempt to flee alone, I will surely meet my end at their hands." They are faltering. Seize them swiftly. Capturing Hinata will ensure Hisashi surrenders without resistance. The surrounding masked assailants, sensing the fatigue of the two Hyuga, reveled in their advantage, intensifying their assault to hasten their defeat. I-style Wolf Fong. Iato slash. Suddenly, a towering formation of ice, resembling jagged teeth, erupted from the ground, devouring a significant portion of the attacking assailants and rescuing the beleaguered Hyuga clan members. The foes assaulting Hinata were swiftly cleaved in twain amidst the glinting cold. "You can wield I-style in this arena? Do you think my training over the past decade was in vain? By the way, why are you waiting to leave?" "Well, Hinata is my friend." With the arrival of 2 formidable ninjas, the weaker masked assailants fell like wheat before the scythe, leaving only the ninja engaged with Hisashi on the battlefield. "Damn it, a bunch of worthless fools," collapsing so swiftly, as he beheld the scene in the distance. The wielder of the Sharingan let out a furious exclamation. However, distracted by his own ire, he was swiftly struck by Hinata Hayashi, sent flying through the air. "Consider yourselves fortunate this time. Yet, in the future, the Hyuga clan shall hold no place in Konoha," he bellowed before hastily retreating. "How dare the Uchiha clan engage in such actions? It is we of the Hyuga who shall seek retribution." In response to the enemy's menacing words, Hinata Hayashi retorted without hesitation, gritting his teeth as he watched the assailant vanish into the distance. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the Sharingan wielder collapsed to the ground. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the figure of Kazahana Naruto, who was casually puffing away the smoke from his firearm. What gives? We're not far apart, and after exchanging threats, you choose not to pursue? Am I not allowed to eliminate him? Kazahana Naruto inquired, a look of perplexity crossing his face. 2 fireballs then descended, landing right beside Hinata Hyuga. Chapter 52. The conclusion. The assembled members of the Hyuga clan exchanged bewildered glances. Typically, in their experience, a ninja who had distanced themselves so far after issuing a threat would not be pursued. This reluctance stemmed from 2 primary concerns. First, the adversary's superior strength made it uncertain whether pursuit would yield any success. And second, there was the ever-present risk of ambush awaiting them after they departed. To their astonishment, however, this individual had swiftly vanquished the enemy. Gratitude is due to His Highness and the esteemed envoy for your invaluable assistance. We are immensely thankful to you both, remarked Hyuga Hizashi, quick to express his appreciation upon witnessing the defeat of their foes. Not at all. We merely happened to pass by and witness Lord Hizashi's team under attack. Naturally, we could not stand idly by, replied Naruto Uzumaki, his words laced with humility, suggesting it was merely a trifling effort. By the way, who are these assailants that they would dare launch an audacious attack right after the daimyo's banquet? As Naruto pondered this, he curiously peeled back the clothing of one masked ninja, only to discover that they bore the forehead protector of Konohagakure. Wait, Hizashi exclaimed, attempting to intervene as he saw Naruto's intent. Yet, Naruto's swift hands had already halted their movement. Curse it! These assassins dared to wear the Leaf Village's forehead protectors. They must be attempting to tarnish our reputation. I implore you, your highness and esteemed envoy, to keep tonight's events confidential. Gazing at the corpse adorned with the leaf's forehead protector, Hizashi felt as though his head might explode. Cursing the Uchiha for their foolishness in conducting an assault without even removing their insignia. Holding steadfast to the belief that family disputes should remain internal, he recognized the necessity of presenting a united front to outsiders. Thus, he humbly requested that these foreign dignitaries assist in maintaining the secrecy of the incident. Of course, these individuals must be spies. Their lack of cunning is glaring. Surely, our village would not engage in an attack while still bearing our own forehead protectors, Naruto mused aloud, oblivious to the peculiar glimmer in the eyes of Hinata and Hizashi as they exchanged knowing looks. Having heard that voice once more, it is undoubtedly Naruto-kun's voice. Even after 2 years, I could never mistake it. Moreover, this esteemed envoy seems to be of similar age to Naruto-kun. I can't shake the feeling that he is indeed Naruto-kun. Then I must devise a way to test this theory. After all, I have already heard from Father that they are here to establish a diplomatic station in the Land of Fire. It should be quite convenient to probe him. But what if Naruto-kun does not wish for us to seek him out? What if he prefers to remain distant? I shan't concern myself with such matters. First, I must ascertain his identity. If it is truly him, and he wishes to remain away, I can still seek him out. Hinata's expression fluctuated as her 2 internal personas deliberated over the true identity of the individual before them. Indeed, even though the Uchiha clan may exhibit some peculiarities, it is improbable that they are all fools capable of committing such an outrageous blunder. Furthermore, is it not an affront to us that they would dare to launch an attack with such a meager force? Especially that leading Uchiha. Possessing merely 2 tomo, if only I had a bit more time, I could easily subdue him. It stands to reason that if they intended to assassinate me, they would not dispatch such a paltry show of strength unless they are not truly Uchiha. Hinata Hizashi's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Although he had remained unassertive and unobtrusive in Konoha for many years, his intellect was not to be underestimated. It was evident he had discerned the underlying intricacies of the situation. It seems I must return to the village. New developments may have arisen. If my suspicions are correct, the Hyuga clan may need to reevaluate our stance. The day's events had been overwhelming, and for the sake of safety, he resolved to depart. I shall certainly visit you both personally to express my gratitude for your assistance today. Indeed, we are all acquainted. Mutual aid is only natural. Very well. We shall take our leave. With that, Hinata Hizashi signaled to the surviving members of the branch family to carry the bodies back as he prepared to exit. Hinata. He called out twice, but received no reply. Turning around, he was taken aback to find his daughter still standing motionless. Hinata, what is the matter? Why do you not respond when called? Ah, father. Awakened by her father's voice, Hinata quickly replied, her face flushing with embarrassment at having been lost in conversation with another version of herself. "Oh dear. Come now, my child, let us depart. Today has been far too eventful. We should retreat to a safer location for further discussion." With those words, Hinata Hazashi exchanged polite farewells with the two individuals present and left the scene. Once the parties involved in the deceased had departed, the two Narutos also had no desire to linger in the chilly air and hastily made their exit. I've been saying that Konoha has been rather unusual of late. Just look, not only in your timeline, but even in mine, there has been no instance of the Uchiha ambushing the Hyuga in their residence in the Land of Snow. Windflower Naruto continued discussing the day's occurrences with Uzumaki Naruto. You make a valid point. The current unfolding of events has indeed strayed far from the original history. It appears we must gather more intelligence on Konoha. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to collect information, and while I'm at it, I will return to my own place to check if there are any records of the Hyuga attending festivities in the Land of Fire today. Huh. How can someone from the Land of Snow possibly investigate the records of a banquet in the Land of Fire? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, raising his head in surprise as he observed the broad-shouldered, white-haired figure before him. The notion of espionage slowly crept into his mind. Do rein in that expression. Your imagination runs remarkably wild. Fengwa Naruto spoke with a hint of irritation. Upon observing the expression in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, he surmised that the latter was likely contemplating something unfavorable about him. After all, he had once been a ninja of Konoha, and given his long-standing acquaintance with the 7th Hokage, inquiring about such matters should be a trivial endeavor, merely concerning whether the records still existed. Oh, the 7th Hokage? By the way, who is your 7th Hokage? I should be familiar with them, Uzumaki Naruto remarked with curiosity. In his recollection, he had originally been the 7th Hokage of Konoha, and the identity of their 7th Hokage in this alternate timeline genuinely piqued his interest. You certainly know them, after all. Did you not just save them a moment ago? Our 7th Hokage is none other than the Byakugan Princess, Lady Hinata Hyuga. Chapter 53. The Tsundere clan 3 days have elapsed since the assault at the last banquet. Through the diligent investigation of Kazahana Naruto, the current situation in Konoha has finally been unveiled. What exactly is the situation? Speak quickly. As soon as Kazahana Naruto returned, he was seized by Uzumaki Naruto, who fervently inquired. Facing Uzumaki Naruto's incessant shaking, Kazahana Naruto helplessly replied, "Could you at least allow me a moment to catch my breath? I hastened here with this voluminous information. I am utterly exhausted. Come, let us sit and converse." Upon hearing Kazahana Naruto's words, Uzumaki Naruto realized his impatience and quickly urged Kazahana Naruto to sit down, offering him a cup of tea. Ah, this tea is delightful, truly deserving of the high-quality goods served at the daimyo's banquet, far superior to what we previously procured from the Land of Snow. Kazahana Naruto remarked as he savored a sip, exhaling contentedly. Now that you have enjoyed your tea and caught your breath, should you not divulge the specifics? Uzumaki Naruto inquired anxiously. Why have you never shown such concern before? Only when matters are at hand do you seem so eager. Kazahana Naruto gently set down his teacup, casting a pointed glance at Uzumaki Naruto. Konoha is currently in turmoil. The 3rd Hokage has been compelled to step down, and the Uchiha clan holds considerable esteem among the populace. A significant faction wishes for Uchiha Fugaku to ascend as Hokage. Meanwhile, the Hokage lineage seeks to preserve their political power by promoting one of their own, yet with the 3 legendary Sannin absent, there is no one capable of rivaling Uchiha Fugaku. Consequently, they have resorted to hastily elevating Hinata Hazashi of the Hyuga clan to the position of Hokage, as they are, after all, the 2nd most prominent ninja clan in Konoha. Upon absorbing Kazahana Naruto's revelations, Uzumaki Naruto was left in a state of shock. He had anticipated deviations in the storyline, but had not expected it to veer so drastically. When did the Uchiha clan gain such popular support? Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, has changed his surname? Wasn't he previously known for his lack of ambition, aligning with the pacifist faction? How has he suddenly aspired to become Hokage? How would I know? In our realm, the Uchiha clan was long since eradicated. I am unaware of their leader's disposition. Kazahana Naruto poured himself another cup of tea, relishing it, for one grows fond of tea in middle age. He blew gently on the surface of the cup before taking another sip and continued. As for the Uchiha clan's newfound popularity, it is largely thanks to you. Thanks to me? Uzumaki Naruto questioned, pointing to himself in bewilderment. What does this have to do with me? You were abducted by the Cloud Village, which led to the war between Konoha and Cloud. Indeed, Kazahana Naruto conceded. However, At that time, the Third Great Ninja War had just concluded, and the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident had barely transpired 3 years prior. Konoha was in a state of disarray. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Uchiha clan did not suffer casualties during the Nine-Tails incident, rendering them a formidable force in the conflict. Oh, I see now. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly comprehended the transformation in the public perception of the Uchiha clan. Kazahana Naruto nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed." The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had become exceedingly strained. This tension stemmed from the war, which forced both sides to momentarily set aside their grievances. I surmise that the third Hokage, in a bid to prevent the Uchiha from defying orders, assigned each member of the clan to different teams. How audacious of him to conceive such a plan. It's a stroke of luck that those teams did not devolve into chaos. Surprisingly, at the onset, nearly all the teams were discordant. However, as time progressed, almost every teammate developed a commendable rapport with the Uchihas. What? Why is that? This was the most perplexing matter for Uzumaki Naruto, who found it illogical that the Uchiha's demeanor would harmonize so well with their comrades. At this juncture, Kazahana Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. You would never guess which genius uncovered that insight. It turns out that one of his Uchiha teammates is rather tsundere. If you simply stroke their ego, the Uchihas become quite amiable. For instance, offering them occasional compliments and showing enthusiasm for their achievements while overlooking their caustic remarks and stoic expressions often yields favorable results. When faced with decisions, they might merely huff in discontent, yet ultimately acquiesce to your requests. Wow, which genius devised such a brilliant strategy? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, realizing the truth in the observation. Indeed. Kazahana Naruto grinned, then that genius disseminated this Uchiha approach throughout Konoha, leading everyone to discover that there was, in fact, a term, tsundere, specifically crafted to describe a ninja clan. Even bestowing upon them the moniker of the tsundere clan. Ha 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 ha, the tsundere clan? Wouldn't that make the Uchihas feel utterly miserable? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't contain his laughter, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was undeniably displeased. However, they found themselves unable to retaliate against such light-hearted banter. The people of Konoha merely interpreted their retorts as further tsundere behavior. How remarkable! Subsequently, the entire team grew harmonious. And due to the Uchiha's striking beauty paired with their tsundere disposition, they suddenly became the object of admiration and pursuit among many ninjas. Oh, so this is the allure of character archetypes. Bestow a label, and those who are captivated by such traits will ardently pursue them. Uzumaki Naruto contemplated this notion, realizing it aligned with the character designs from the Memories of the Traveler, where individuals embodying specific archetypes often garnered significant adoration. Perhaps this was one contributing factor. However, the more salient reason lay in the formidable prowess they exhibited on the battlefield. Oh, the Uchiha clan, known for their audacity and valor, epitomizes the pride of nobility, often leading the charge into battle. This indomitable spirit has inspired many of their comrades. Most notably, their leader, Uchiha Fugaku, once triumphed against two formidable pillars of the Cloud Village, wielding the power of Susanoo with a force akin to a natural disaster that left the entire village in disarray. Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku, on the battlefield, revealed his Manjiki Sharingan? Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, astonished, for this individual had never once utilized it in his previous world, even in death. You are aware of this? He continued, expressing his own disbelief. Despite possessing such extraordinary abilities, the Uchiha clan faced annihilation in our land. Windflower Naruto could not help but reflect on this tragic irony. Chapter 54. Uchiha Shursui internal threats are often far more lethal than external ones. Since the tumultuous Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha clan, which had only recently regained its reputation thanks to the fourth Hokage, found itself once again plunged into disrepute. This unfortunate turn of events was sparked by the emergence of the Sharingan's three tomo within the eyes of the Uchiha, resulting in heightened vigilance from the higher-ups, at least. That was Uchiha Fugaku's perspective. Thus, despite having awakened his Manjiki Sharingan long ago, Uchiha Fugaku refrained from revealing it, fearing that the already wary Uchiha clan would descend into yet another crisis of trust, regardless of how much they attempted to conceal their strengths. The Uchiha continued to be the target of disdain from the upper echelons. As war broke out between Konoha and the hidden Cloud Village, the Uchiha clan, as Konoha's foremost combat force, found themselves scrutinized by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The entire village's shinobi forces had been nearly depleted, leaving Konoha in a precarious state. Yet, remarkably, The Uchiha clan had suffered little to no losses. Danzo, you truly know how to create trouble for me. When the Nine-Tails emerged, you did not come to assist. Yet you encircled the Uchiha clan, ensuring they remained unscathed. What if they were to turn against Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. Glancing at the list of Uchiha ninjas compiled by the Anbu, contrasting it with the depleted numbers of other clans, which sent a wave of frustration through his mind. Lord Hokage, you summoned me, Uchiha Fugaku announced as he entered, his demeanor tinged with apprehension as he regarded the third Hokage. The suspicion and malice directed towards the Uchiha over the years had made him exceedingly cautious in his dealings with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fugaku, you have arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted, immediately donning a congenial smile and gesturing for Uchiha Fugaku to take a seat before him. I presume you are aware that Konoha is on the brink of war with the Hidden Cloud. Yes, Lord Hokage. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort in this conflict, Uchiha Fugaku declared resolutely. I understand your loyalty, but you must also recognize that the prolonged battles have left Konoha exhausted, with little combat capability remaining. I will certainly do my utmost, Fugaku insisted. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction at Fugaku's repeated vows of commitment. Henceforth, the success of our military endeavors will rely heavily upon your Uchiha. What? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, sensing an ominous undercurrent in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Do not be alarmed, Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Given the current scarcity of ninjas within the village, and the fact that the Uchiha clan comprises the majority among them, I have resolved to adopt a new strategy, 2 ordinary ninjas paired with 1 Uchiha. This approach will not only support the civilian ninjas, but also maximize the effectiveness of the Uchiha. However, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. While the Uchiha clan had numerous members, they were still outnumbered by the ordinary ninjas. Should all of them take to the battlefield, the very foundation of the Uchiha clan may well be obliterated. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan has long suffered from a tarnished reputation. Such a strategy, once enacted on the battlefield, would render the protection of Uchiha members exceedingly difficult. Fugaku, you must recognize that the Uchiha are an integral part of Konoha, and its shinobi are also ninjas of Konoha. Observing the troubled expression on Fugaku Uchiha's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he addressed him. Then allow me to return and confer with my clan. Fugaku Uchiha sighed deeply. In order to avoid offending the Hokage and exacerbating the struggles of the Uchiha clan, he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. I await your favorable news. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and nodded. Of course, once Fugaku Uchiha conveyed this matter to his clan, it immediately sparked a chorus of dissenting voices. What nonsense is this? Indeed, why must we concern ourselves with those civilians? Isn't this hindering us? Yes, the Uchiha clan alone is more than sufficient for battle. Among the voices of dissent was the fervent Kankuro, alongside hushed discussions. Hey, what does this mean? Isn't this arrangement tantamount to sending us to our demise? Exactly, even if all of us go in, it won't suffice. This is tantamount to severing the very roots of the Uchiha clan. How could the clan leader agree to such demands? Witnessing the myriad expressions within the clan, Fugaku Uchiha felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Just as he grappled with how to elucidate this to his clansmen, within the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was conversing with another individual. Shursui, the situation of war is dire. Our village can only prevail against our adversaries by relying on the strength of the Uchiha, and I hope you can assist us. Kneeling before Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shursui Uchiha spoke with utmost seriousness. Hokage-sama, I shall exert every effort. In response to Shursui Uchiha's earnest commitment, a smile broke across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. I have already discussed the Uchiha formation with your leader, but I fear he may feign compliance, or perhaps the entire Uchiha clan may refuse this endeavor. You must devise a means to address this. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan is not of that nature. We are all comrades who care for Konoha. Moreover, upon my return, I shall counsel the clan leader and our kin to prioritize the greater good of the village. Observing Shursui Uchiha's loyalty, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled before suddenly inquiring. Shursui, I fear that by arranging for your clansmen in this manner, they may face considerable peril. You will not hold this against me, will you? Remember, Konoha was originally founded through the alliance of the Uchiha and Senju clans. First came the village, then the clans. After the village amalgamated the Senju and Uchiha, it ceased to belong solely to either clan. Rather, both clans came to belong to a singular village. Sarutobi Izashi nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he spoke to him. Ah, indeed. You truly embody the spirit of my dear friend Uchiha Kagami. Having an Uchiha like you brings me great comfort. Your presence reminds me of my old companion. Alas, he too sacrificed himself for the village, a fact that has filled my heart with profound sorrow. Uchiha Shursui, visibly moved, replied, I firmly believe that my grandfather has no regrets about the choices he made. Yes, I share that belief. He is the true bearer of the will of fire. And you are no different. Indeed, I shall not betray your trust, Hokage-sama. After exiting the Hokage's office, Uchiha Shursui hurried back to the clan meeting. Eager to convey the Hokage's expectations for the clan and the essence of the will of fire. He began to envision a future where the Uchiha clan fully integrated into the village, living harmoniously alongside everyone. Suddenly, a fierce wind began to blow, causing passers-by to hasten their steps. It seemed rain was imminent. I must return quickly, Shursui thought, sensing the dampness in the air and recognizing that a storm was approaching, prompting him to quicken his pace. Chapter 55. Difficulties arise at last. He had arrived. Gazing upon the Uchiha estate that stood before him, Uchiha Shursui exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, I made it back just before the rain. Otherwise, I would have been drenched. As he approached the entrance, he spoke, uncertain whether he was conversing with himself or greeting the guards stationed at the door. Why is it taking so long if there is a clan meeting? Hurry up. The meeting has already commenced. The two Uchiha guards cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Shursui, evidently disapproving of this Uchiha who was close to the Hokage. Nevertheless, one of them reminded him, hurry up. All right, Shursui responded, stepping through the grand entrance and making his way towards the gathering of the clan. Wait a moment. Will it be inappropriate for me to enter like this? He pondered, aware that the clan members were not particularly fond of him. Arriving late to the assembly would surely render them even less inclined to listen to his words. Understanding his less than favorable reputation within the clan, Shursui resolved to linger at the entrance a while longer, eavesdropping on their discussions. He would slip in at a less critical moment. Preserving the remaining strength of their kin was paramount. The village's animosity towards the Uchiha had not arisen overnight. What would happen if they triumphed in battle yet lacked the ability to resist? Surely not. Haven't we always been regarded as incapable of resistance in their eyes? Why else would they target us so relentlessly? Indeed, the village has never held us in high regard. Why should we risk our lives for them? Perhaps we should simply establish our own village. Yes, create our own village. Why should we be the ones to build it? Konoha was originally formed by both the Uchiha and Senju clans. Now that the Senju have faded, Konoha should belong to us Uchiha. Absolutely. Konoha is ours. We shall not become mere pawns. Such scant rewards. What kind of life is that? What is the Hokage without us Uchiha? What significance would Sarutobi Hiruzen hold? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a torrential downpour that cascaded down as if summoned by some unseen command. In stark contrast to the fervent discussions of the Uchiha within, Shursui stood frozen outside, as if encased in ice, engulfed by an overwhelming chill. He felt a profound rift between himself and his clan members, as if a thick barrier separated them, much like the door that stood before him. I pledge my loyalty to the Hokage on behalf of my fellow clansmen, to assure him that we Uchiha cherish Konoha as our home, that we are part of this village, and that we are the inheritors of the will of fire. Uchiha Shursui stifled his rage, his body trembling as his nails inadvertently dug into his flesh, blood gradually seeping forth. Yet, the Uchiha clan, whom he had led the Hokage to trust, had never harbored such thoughts. With formidable adversaries looming, they still focused solely on their own ambitions, even contemplating the overthrow of Konoha, believing themselves to be its rightful heirs. Such a Uchiha. Shursui widened his eyes, his gaze akin to a shuriken, unhesitatingly suggesting that he might charge in to confront his kin about their misguided beliefs. Ultimately, however, he resolved to relinquish that notion, knowing that even if he did confront them, it would yield no fruitful outcome. Yet, these individuals were his kin, and he bore the responsibility for their safety. At this juncture, perhaps there remained but one course of action. Initially, he intended to inform the Hokage of the situation before resorting to this last resort. However, it now seemed imperative to avoid further tarnishing the Uchiha clan's reputation in the eyes of the Hokage. My apologies, Hokage. I must proceed with rashness. Soon. The figures before the gate departed, their destination unknown. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. The clan leader proclaimed. Let the clan leader decide. Yes, we shall heed your words, clan leader. Faced with such fervent declarations of loyalty, Uchiha Fugaku would have preferred to forego this trust. For their request was not merely about whether to rebel against Konoha, but rather whether to abandon Konoha or to seize it. Everyone, we are not yet at that point. Why not first discuss matters with the Hokage? Gazing into the eyes of his enraged clansmen, Fugaku steeled himself to attempt to dissuade them. Upon uttering his words, an immediate silence enveloped the clan meeting. Hey, did I hear that correctly? One Uchiha whispered to a companion. I think I heard it too. Goodness. I can hardly believe those words came from our clan leader. Is this truly our clan leader? Could it be that someone is impersonating the Hokage? Foolish. How could anyone impersonate our clan leader? As whispers filled the air and doubt flickered in the eyes of his kin, Uchiha Fugaku found the words of persuasion that had risen in his throat choking him, ultimately swallowing them down. In any case, we are not yet at that stage. Before we reach that point, I shall do everything in my power to oppose this course of action with the Hokage. Please trust in me. I do not wish to see our kin sacrificed. The clan leader speaks wisely, given the formidable threats we face. If we were to provoke Konoha, we might find ourselves at the mercy of the Cloud Village. Furthermore, Konoha possesses many skilled fighters, though the Uchiha clan is not necessarily afraid of them. It is prudent to minimize sacrifices wherever possible. At this moment, an elder of the Uchiha clan spoke up to support Uchiha Fugaku. Facing the grateful gaze of his clan leader, he could only let out a resigned sigh. Damn it. How could I have been so blind as to elect this man as our leader? He shows not an ounce of responsibility. Nevertheless, he is our chief, and we must lend our support. Engaging in conflict with Konoha would bring us no benefit. Once one elder had voiced his opinion, the others followed suit, providing a way out for Uchiha Fugaku. Upon hearing the consensus among the elders, the Uchiha members begrudgingly quelled their anger, albeit temporarily. However, this meant that the assembly could not continue and had to be hastily concluded. Alas, why has the relationship between our clan and Konoha become increasingly strained? Though I do not wish to target Konoha, I am, after all, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps I shall seek an audience with the Hokage tomorrow. If things do not improve, I shall not be held accountable. Uchiha Fugaku continued to lament the difficulty of the situation as he slowly made his way to his chamber. Chapter 56. The Unforeseen Deity Strangely. Why is the door still ajar? Uchiha Fugaku observed the open entrance with a sense of unease, his instincts heightened as he cautiously drew forth a kunai and stepped inside. Upon entering, he discovered a path formed by water stains, flanked by the unconscious forms of Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Itachi. Makoto, Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku gasped, rushing towards his fallen family members, only to come to an abrupt halt. Before him, a shadowy figure sat with its back turned. Sensing hostility from this individual, Fugaku acted swiftly, hurling a kunai with precision. Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberated as the kunai was effortlessly deflected by the enigmatic figure. Who are you? What have you done to Makoto and the others? Fugaku inquired, his apprehension growing as he cautiously edged closer to his kin while confronting the stranger. Do not be alarmed. Esteemed clan leader, a relatively youthful voice emerged, and the mysterious figure slowly turned to face him. Thunder roared. A flash of lightning illuminated the figure's visage, revealing a grotesquely contorted face, slightly swollen from prolonged exposure to rain. Dark circles hung beneath its eyes, reminiscent of soot smudges, and its expression bore an unsettling, deranged grin, suggesting a capacity for unspeakable acts. They were merely ensnared by my Jinjutsu. I meant them no harm. At this moment, Fugaku reached his family's side, shielding them protectively behind him. Uchiha Shursui, what is the meaning of this? Did the Hokage send you? A flicker of disappointment passed through Uchiha Shursui's nearmanic gaze in response to Fugaku's inquiry. How predictable. I thought you would be different, esteemed clan leader. Yet you harbor the same biases against the Hokage as all Uchiha do. Fugaku regarded the increasingly unhinged Shursui with trepidation, acutely aware of the terrifying potential that lurked within his clan when driven to extremism. You are also Uchiha. How can you speak of your own kin in such a manner? Yes, I am Uchiha, but why should I care about your fate? Shursui erupted, his voice a cacophony of despair. If I were not Uchiha, I would be indifferent to your survival. The Hokage places such trust in us. Yet we Uchiha choose to rebel. That is because the Hokage is sending us to our doom. Do you not comprehend his newly devised combat strategy? I am fully aware. Shursui interrupted, his voice rising in fervor. We are inherently a part of Konoha, sacrificing our lives for its future generations to thrive. The will of fire burns fiercely, Faced with Uchiha Shirsue's seemingly possessed soliloquy, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head in despair. Although he himself was reluctant to wage war against Konoha and sometimes displayed a weakness akin to submission to the Hokage, he would never consider the sacrifice of his clansmen as a mere obligation. Yet, this individual before him was different. He had likely been thoroughly brainwashed, valuing the lives of his kin as insignificant, with only Konoha in his heart, believing that sacrificing for it is an honor. However, we cannot be the only ones to bear such sacrifices. Over the years, how much discrimination has the Uchiha clan endured? Now, they want all our clansmen to head to the battlefield to perish in vain. Do the other ninja clans lack living forces? Furthermore, we have yet to rebel against the Hokage. This is all just an excuse. The Hokage's orders are absolute, and you dare to consult about such commands? You are not rebelling now, but you will soon, aren't you? You are already plotting your course of action, aren't you? Uchiha Shirsue screamed, even more frantically. His eyes wide open, the patterns of his Manjiki spinning wildly. Shirsue, you. Gazing into the patterns within Shirsue's eyes, Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself, as expected. As the clan leader and a wielder of the Manjiki, he understood that once an Uchiha activates their Manjiki, they become ensnared in a profound obsession. An obsession that only grows more terrifying and extreme, diminishing the intelligence of their clansmen, willing to destroy everything for one person. Thus, he had always refrained from using the Manjiki. The Uchiha Shirsue before him had likely succumbed to the extremism of the will of fire. Such eyes, once unleashed, would only grow more frenzied and radical. Even if the will of fire initially bore good intentions, in his distorted interpretation and demand for flawless execution, it could transform into a dreadful curse. Forgive me, clan leader, for the sake of the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Uchiha Shirsue slowly approached, his gaze locked onto Uchiha Fugaku. As Shirsue drew nearer, Fugaku felt the situation becoming exceedingly precarious. Each pair of Manjiki was a terrifying presence. If a conflict were to erupt here, it would spell disaster for the unconscious Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Itachi. Here, Uchiha Fugaku could only feel relieved that his younger son was out training his ninjutsu. For if he were home, the trouble would be far greater. I know what you are thinking, but rest assured, I will only use Jinjutsu swiftly. With that, Uchiha Shirsue widened his Manjiki and stared intently at Uchiha Fugaku. It appears he intends to use Jinjutsu to hypnotize me. However, as a fellow Manjiki user, I am not so easily ensnared. Perhaps I should feign being hypnotized to placate him for now, and once Makoto and Itachi are safe, I can launch a surprise attack. With this thought, Uchiha Fugaku raised his head, meeting Uchiha Shirsue's gaze. I am aware of your intentions to hypnotize me, and with your kaleidoscopic prowess, I fear I may be unable to resist, though I implore you to spare my family from hardship. Observing the composed demeanor of Fugaku Uchiha, Shirsue Uchiha felt a flicker of doubt. However, he swiftly resolved to maintain his determination. Only by completely subduing the clan leader could he hope to govern the clan and safeguard Konoha. Rest assured, no one shall perish. I too am of the Uchiha. Kodo Amatsukami. As the light faded from Shirsue's left eye, the technique had been successfully activated. The plan has succeeded. What? What is this? This is certainly no ordinary Jinjutsu. While discreetly wielding his Manjiki as a means of resistance, Fugaku Uchiha suddenly realized that this was a mental force beyond his capacity to withstand. As blood streamed from his eyes, he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness irrevocably altered. Chapter 57. Dark Transformation Ahem. This is certainly not an ordinary illusion. It is the ultimate Jinjutsu of the Kodo Amatsukami, which allows one to forcibly alter another's psyche. It is also the manifestation of my Sharingan-esque power. Uchiha Shirsue slowly wiped the blood from his left eye, gazing at the fallen Uchiha Fugaku with a surge of delight swelling within him. With this, he had gained control over the clan leader of the Uchiha, ensuring that there would be no rebellion. They could then focus their efforts on dealing with the hidden cloud village with ease. As he approached Uchiha Fugaku, Shirsue intended to awaken him to ascertain whether the alteration of his will had indeed been successful. He crouched down, reaching out to gently tap Fugaku's face. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes snapped open, glaring fiercely at him. In an instant, Shirsue felt as though time and space had ceased to exist. However, he quickly regained his composure and dispelled the Jinjutsu. Upon releasing the illusion, Shirsue felt a chilling sensation in his right eye, which was soon followed by a violent pain, compelling him to clutch his eye and retreat hastily. But it was too late. Impossible. You should have been ensnared by my Kodo Amatsukami. Shirsue exclaimed incredulously, clutching his bleeding eye. To say it was merely his eye would be inaccurate. for his eye socket was now devoid of its orb. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaka stood at a distance, toying with the dislodged eyeball in his hand, declaring with fervor, "Your Jinjutsu has indeed succeeded. My thoughts are now solely fixated on Konoha, yet the current Hokage poses the greatest obstacle to our village." What? Shursui could hardly believe his ears. The Uchiha Fugaku, who had been subjected to Kotoame Tsukumi, had turned against him and claimed his actions were in the name of Konoha. Of course, Fugaku replied, casually retrieving a scroll and sealing the eye within it. He then widened his Sharingan and asserted with righteous conviction, "Konoha is on the decline due to the machinations of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his faction, for they are not the true heirs. Konoha was founded through the union of the Senju and Uchiha clans. From the very beginning, the lesser clans merely accepted our protection, and now they dare to rise above us. Without the Uchiha, there is no Konoha. The Uchiha's Konoha is the true Konoha. Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha." What? What nonsense are you spouting? Shursui shouted, his complexion pale, seemingly unable to stand due to excessive blood loss. "I speak no falsehoods. Anyone can become Hokage. Konoha is a collective of all its people, including the Uchiha, the other clans, and the commoners as well. Yet now the power of the Hokage is so centralized that even the fourth Hokage could not fully wield his authority. This is all due to the self-serving interests of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the so-called Danzo, who have formed a cabal of vested interests. Do not speak such lies. Even the fourth Hokage has acknowledged this." Shursui retorted, "How could the fourth Hokage not control the powers of Hokage? How old are you? What do you truly understand about all of Konoha? How profoundly dark was Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign? These are truths well known among all the aristocrats of Konoha. Impossible." Ceasing to accept reality, Uchiha Shursui, after staunching the blood from his right eye, charged madly toward Uchiha Fugaku. "Humph. The brother of the Hokage is a Hokage. The disciple of the Hokage is a Hokage. The disciple's disciple is yet another Hokage. In such a monopolistic class rule, how could there be any semblance of light? They do as they please." As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, he drew a kunai and met Shursui head-on. The clash of their metallic blades produced a shower of sparks. In the ensuing struggle, Uchiha Shursui clearly found himself at a disadvantage, quickly being pressed to the ground by Uchiha Fugaku. "Cursed fate!" With a shout, Uchiha Shursui braced himself on his kunai, forming a single-handed seal, and then vanished from sight. Faced with the sudden disappearance of his foe, Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "Is this the body flicker technique of Shursui? You, who have secretly trained this sealing technique to such proficiency, even possessing the Manjiki, claim to harbor no ill intentions?" A heavy sound echoed from afar as Uchiha Shursui manifested 5 or 6 shadow clones, each brandishing weapons engulfed in blazing flames. Observing the 7 or 8 fiery blades hurtling towards him, Uchiha Fugaku remained unperturbed, his eyes narrowing as a purple skeletal structure enveloped him, repelling all the flames. "As the leader of the Uchiha clan, must I account for my abilities to you? Besides, with such power, can the mere Sarutobi Hiruzen truly impede me? I merely endure for the sake of peace." A bony claw sprouted from the skeletal frame, fiercely grasping Uchiha Shursui, pinning him firmly within its grip. "Look at yourself. Once so upright and benevolent, now you have become utterly deranged and extreme. This is the curse of the Manjiki, transforming a virtuous soul into madness. A madness that pales in comparison to the will of fire. Do not utter such nonsense." Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted as he observed Shursui slowly breaking free from the grasp of his Susanu's claws. As a green skeletal form appeared beside Uchiha Shursui, the purple claw was finally wrenched free. "What is happening, Lord Clan Leader? What is wrong, Lord Clan Leader?" The commotion from their battle finally drew the attention of their clansmen. "Stay back. This is between Uchiha Shursui and me." Seeing his clansmen rushing forward, Uchiha Fugaku hastily blocked their advance. "Cursed Uchiha Shursui, are you attempting to rebel? How dare you lay hands on the clan leader?" As the number of Uchiha increased, Uchiha Shursui's expression twisted with madness, knowing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control, his objectives now unattainable. "Do not come any closer. Otherwise, I shall take the life of Uchiha Itachi." Uchiha Shursui swiftly executed a body flicker technique, seizing the still unconscious Uchiha Itachi, and then pressed a kunai against his throat. "Look at you. Do you still resemble the person you once were? Are you truly unable to spare even your closest kin, Itachi?" In the face of Uchiha Shursui's threat, Uchiha Fugaku spoke as if it were not his own son being captured, his tone remarkably nonchalant. Chapter 58, Tsukuyami and the God of Food Silence. The situation has escalated to this point, and I can only protect this valuable life for the sake of Konoha and Lord Hokage. Otherwise, who in this world could possibly halt you? Uchiha Shursui, gripping Uchiha Itachi, began to retreat. Why do you seek to stop me? Uchiha Fugaku, undeterred by Shursui's threats, advanced step by step. Do not approach any closer. Do you not care for Uchiha Itachi at all? Fugaku pressed on. Of course I care for Itachi, but my greater concern lies with the entirety of Konoha. The roots of Konoha have decayed, consuming the nutrients of budding life merely to prolong its own existence. Such a travesty cannot be tolerated. Do not come any closer. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku disregarded the warning and quickened his pace. They had endured subjugation for far too long. So long that they no longer recognized the source of their rights. They had come to believe that being a clan gave them the power to manipulate others, losing sight of what the Uchiha truly represented within Konoha. Shursui Eskanai had pierced Itachi's neck, blood spilling forth. Do you truly not fear for your son's life? They were indifferent to Konoha. Their only concern was themselves. But I care. I care for everything Konoha stands for. And I also care for the Uchiha. Thus, the best course of action is to ensure that the Uchiha embodies Konoha, and Konoha embodies the Uchiha. Ultimately, this leads to rebellion. I underestimated the depth of your convictions, for even Koto Amatsukami had no effect on such a deeply rooted individual, as despair enveloped him. Shursui pondered how even the power to alter human consciousness was futile. What could possibly save Konoha and prevent the Uchiha's rebellion? Even if he activated Susanoo to escape, it would change nothing. The Uchiha's insurrection was fated, and Konoha teetered on the brink of collapse. In the end, he gently released Uchiha Itachi, murmuring an apology before plunging the kunai into his own heart. At this final juncture, the desperate Uchiha Shursui felt he had no choice but to end his own life. Determined to at least destroy his left eye, no, everything I do is for Konoha. Transforming the Uchiha into Konoha is the best choice. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is for justice. Witnessing Shursui's suicidal gesture, Uchiha Fugaku widened his left eye. Tsukuyami. As Fugaku's Sharingan spun, the now powerless Uchiha Shursui could not resist and was soon ensnared within the realm of Tsukuyami. Where am I? Shursui slowly regained consciousness, only to find himself bound to a cross, suspended over a vast body of water beneath a colossal blood moon. This is the realm of Tsukuyami, where time and space are entirely under my dominion. Uchiha Fugaku slowly emerged from the reflection of the moon on the water's surface, his expression serene as he gazed at Shursui before him. So, you too possess the kaleidoscope of illusionary arts. No wonder my Koto Amatsukami proved ineffective. I have already succumbed. The fate of the Uchiha clan shall undoubtedly be obliterated by your hands. With these words, Uchiha Shursui bowed his head in resignation, awaiting the judgment of Uchiha Fugaku. You are hardly worthy to discuss the Uchiha or Konoha with me. Konoha is not merely the domain of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku, disinterested in exchanging words with one brainwashed by the most formidable Jinjutsu, the will of fire version of Sarutobi Hiruzen, narrowed his right eye. As Uchiha Fugaku's right eye spun, countless ghostly hands emerged from the blood-red reflection on the water, slowly dragging Uchiha Shursui beneath the surface. As a final courtesy before your demise, allow me to disclose the abilities of my kaleidoscope. My left eye, named Tsuki no Mi, can ensnare a person's consciousness within this realm, even if one lingers here for 3 days and nights, but a mere instant passes in the outside world. My right eye, known as Hoji, permits me to slay a spiritual entity within the Tsuki no Mi space and transform it into a specific delicacy. Consuming this dish grants control over the individual's body. Although I can govern only one person at a time, employing this power on someone like you, who also wields a kaleidoscope, is hardly a waste. Uchiha Shursui gasped in shock, as if realizing something profound, his mouth agape to cry out. However, he found himself ensnared by the ghostly hands, unable to resist, and was dragged into the watery reflection. The deity of sustenance, upon receiving the offerings of various foods from Tsuki no Mi, felt insulted and in a fit of rage, drew his sword to slay the deity of sustenance. Upon the latter's demise, his body transformed into worldly foods, and this is the origin of my right eye's power. With that, Uchiha Fugaku gradually approached, reaching into the water to retrieve a red bean, which he consumed without hesitation. A red bean? Uchiha Shursui, indeed. You are an exceptionally sentimental individual. No wonder you awakened the kaleidoscope, though your judgment may have faltered. In the realm of reality, the previously shattered Uchiha Shursui began to rise, enveloped by a surge of green chakra. Soon, a colossal green figure surged skyward, encased in flesh and armor, manifesting within the Uchiha residence. The presence of this ominous chakra was felt by many in Konoha. What has transpired within the Uchiha clan? This is Susanoo. An Uchiha, powerless, collapsed to the ground, gazing upon the terrifying war god representing the third power. Fear not, my clansmen. The voice of Uchiha Fugaku resonated, the clan leader. This Uchiha could hardly fathom that the voice he had once found so irksome now exuded such strength and reassurance. Rest assured, the Uchiha shall endure with me. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes ignited, revealing a purple skeletal frame enveloping his entire being, followed by a blood-red armor that encased him. Before them stood a colossal purple giant, even more immense than the Green Titan. The clan leader possesses the Manjiki Sharingan. My goodness, the clan leader's Susanoo surpasses that of Uchiha Shursui in size. To think that the clan leader has harbored such power all along. How foolish I was to underestimate him, believing him to be weak and lacking in strength. I am truly humbled. Long live the clan leader. Go forth, clan leader. Vanquish Uchiha Shursui. From his elevated position, Uchiha Fugaku observed the hearts of the Uchiha clan being swayed by his presence, and with a silent nod, he commanded his Susanoo to strike at Shursui before him. Chapter 59. The speech. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui was utterly manipulated by Uchiha Fugaku, standing defenseless as he was struck head-on by the mighty Susanoo. The entire green Susanoo was violently propelled away, spinning through the air while deftly avoiding the Uchiha clan's residences and landing upon a desolate wasteland. Fortunately, following the turmoil caused by the Nine-Tails, the Uchiha clan had relocated from the heart of Konoha to its outskirts, allowing ample barren land for the titanic clash between the two giants. Uchiha Shursui, you have betrayed your kin, turned against Konoha, and even threatened me with the lives of children. Now, in the name of the clan leader, I shall administer the utmost punishment. Do not dare to impede me. From within the green Susanoo, Uchiha Shursui's voice, reminiscent of a marionette, resonated as he unleashed a barrage of 8 Shakujo jewels. Resist. The purple Susanoo conjured a colossal fan, skillfully deflecting all the Shakujo jewels and casually flicking them away. The repelled jewels crashed into the ground nearby, creating numerous deep craters, eliciting gasps of awe from the spectators who marveled at the formidable strength of the two combatants and the cataclysmic power of Susanoo. It's nearly over. My ocular power is waning. Calculating the circumstances, Uchiha Fugaku fiercely directed the Susanoo to strike the green Susanoo's head with the fan. The two chakra forces collided violently, resulting in the green Susanoo's head being severed by the purple fan. In an instant, the green Susanoo vanished, leaving Uchiha Shursui's body reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. As a member of the Uchiha clan, perhaps your demise was the best conclusion for you, Uchiha Fugaku reflected, dismissing the Susanoo and standing before the remains. He then addressed the gathering Uchiha, stating, the one at fault is not Uchiha Shursui. He was merely a victim. The true culprits are the authoritarian figures of the Hokage led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. They have brainwashed the unfortunate Uchiha Shursui with their twisted interpretation of the will of fire, compelling him to serve them. There are many more victims, from the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, and even within the Sarutobi and Shimura factions. There are countless others who have suffered. The will of fire, which should have been a beacon for protecting children and fostering peace, has been twisted into a weapon for the preservation of their own dominion. As the founders and guardians of Konoha, how can we, the Uchiha, stand idly by? How can we allow victims like Uchiha Shursui to emerge once more? Listening to Uchiha Fugaku's words, all present Uchiha were deeply moved. Indeed, Konoha was established by the Uchiha. Why is it that we have become the despised ones? It is the machinations of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his ilk. Precisely. Our conflict stemmed from their disdain for the Jinchuriki. I suspect that their pretense of concern for the Jinchuriki was merely a guise to eliminate us Uchiha and secure their absolute control over Konoha. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi, the time has come to reclaim our legacy. The Leaf Village belongs to us. Observing the impassioned expressions of his clansmen, Uchiha Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. These thoughts had long been simmering in his mind, yet he had lacked the resolve to act upon them. However, with the influence of Uchiha Shursui's Kotoame Tsukumi, his mind became wholly consumed with the belief that everything must be for the sake of Konoha. Armed with this ideological conviction, he firmly believed that the Uchiha clan should lead as Hokage, and thus, he commenced his course of action. This was the very aspect that Uchiha Shursui could never have anticipated. His notion of safeguarding Konoha, prioritizing its welfare above all else, was far too ambiguous. Each individual possesses their own method of protection, Imposing one's will upon others invariably leads to unforeseen consequences. Take Uchiha Itachi. For instance, while Shisui instructed him to protect Konoha and the Uchiha clan, Itachi perceived the annihilation of the Uchiha as the most effective means of safeguarding. This starkly contrasted with Shisui's vision of coexistence between Konoha and the Uchiha. Nevertheless, Itachi's convictions were born from Shisui's teachings. Conversely, Uchiha Fugaku's interpretation of safeguarding Konoha diverged entirely from Shisui's. To Fugaku, Konoha represented the Uchiha, and the Uchiha deserved to be Hokage. Hence, his way of protecting Konoha was to ascend to the position of Hokage himself. With outstretched arms, he addressed his clansmen, proclaiming, "The Uchiha are Konoha, and Konoha is the Uchiha. Fellow clansmen, let us overthrow the long-standing rule of Sarutobi Hiruzen, dispel this oppressive darkness, and restore the greatness of Konoha." The crowd echoed his sentiments. "Down with Sarutobi Hiruzen's tyranny. Konoha belongs to us." Fugaku declared, "Let Konoha rise to greatness once more." The throng responded in unison. "Let Konoha rise to greatness once more." In the distance, numerous families and Anbu ninjas observed this unfolding drama with trepidation. "It's over. The Uchiha truly intends to revolt. We are besieged by troubles from within and without," cried an Anbu member wearing a raccoon mask, his voice filled with despair, only to be restrained by his companion, who donned a fox mask. "Keep your voice down. What if they hear us?" The raccoon-masked ninja then realized the peril of his earlier actions and promptly crouched down. Yet, the impending Uchiha rebellion was indeed alarming. The fox-masked Anbu offered a reassuring smile. "Do not fear. Leave this matter to Lord Hokage to handle." Beneath his mask, the raccoon Anbu wore a troubled expression, pondering whether the Hokage could truly manage such a terrifying force. The fox Anbu replied confidently, "Rest assured. Our Hokage is the strongest in history, and even if we were to lose, it could usher in a refreshing change." Fugaku's arguments hold merit. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo have become excessively corrupt. "Quick, inform the clan leader. The Uchiha truly seem poised for rebellion. Is this the power of Susanoo? Such terrifying strength. It appears we must choose sides soon. Can the third Hokage triumph over such a terrifying power? Perhaps it is wiser for me to pledge allegiance sooner rather than later." As Uchiha Fugaku united his clan, a current of unrest surged through the surroundings. However, it was evident that concerns regarding their rebellion and the apprehension towards Sarutobi Hiruzen were almost non-existent. Instead, they were predominantly worried about their own alliances and personal safety. What on earth is transpiring here, and why has it stirred such a commotion? As time elapsed, the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, Sarutobi Hiruzen, finally arrived on the scene. Chapter 60, Consent, the Third Hokage. Before them stood the very individual they sought to overthrow, igniting an undeniable fervor within the hearts of the Uchiha clan. They awaited but a single command from their clan leader to launch a concerted assault and seize the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, ever vigilant, had been apprised of the Uchiha's impending rebellion by the Anbu prior to his arrival. Having just witnessed the two colossal chakra manifestations, he could scarcely fathom how deeply Uchiha Fugaku had concealed his true intentions. The awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan had transpired in silence, leaving him blissfully unaware of the brewing storm. Were it not for Uchiha Shisui's own Manjiki, which had inadvertently revealed itself during their clash, he might have remained oblivious until the Uchiha's rebellion had fully erupted. Clad in armor beneath his robes, Sarutobi prepared his hand seals, bracing himself for an unexpected onslaught from Uchiha Fugaku. "What brings you, Hokage-sama, to our Uchiha territory?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired, feigning innocence after signaling his kin to await his command. Such a commotion, one cannot help but notice. After all, the Uchiha are a part of Konoha, and I bear responsibility for the safety of our village. As Sarutobi responded, affirming Fugaku's authority while scanning the surroundings for Shisui, he felt a pang of disappointment upon realizing that his search yielded only the remnants of Susanoo's devastation. With Shisui nowhere in sight, it appears Shisui has been defeated. How vexing it is that such power has manifested within the Uchiha. As a disciple of the previous two Hokage, Sarutobi had indeed witnessed Susanoo's formidable might. This terrifying power instilled a profound sense of trepidation in him and his fellow disciples, fearing the Uchiha might usurp their governance. Yet, despite their precautions, each generation of Uchiha still birthed prodigies, and just when they believed the line had been severed with Fugaku, it turned out he was the most cunning of them all. Unlike his predecessors who flaunted their Manjiki, he meticulously concealed his, thereby diminishing suspicion until he was prepared to strike. "Ah, Hokage-sama, fret not. It was merely a useless traitor who sought to betray the village. I have already dealt with him, Fugaku remarked, fully aware of Sarutobi's search for Shursui. Is that so? Sarutobi feigned relief. That is fortunate. I wonder where this traitor might be. Perhaps the Anbu could interrogate him. He may very well be an infiltrator from the Cloud Village. Observing Sarutobi's continued pursuit of Uchiha Shursui, Fugaku could not suppress a cold smirk, and with a casual gesture, he declared, right there, he has already been reduced to ash. Sarutobi's countenance darkened, despite having steeled himself for such news. Hearing it from Fugaku still ignited a flame of fury within him. Surely, the clan leader would not bypass his role as executor without an interrogation. How can we ascertain whether he is truly a traitor? Uchiha Fugaku's face flushed a faint shade of red as he spoke with indignation, declaring, this boy is a traitor of our Uchiha clan. He sought to assassinate me, which is why I ended his life. Is the esteemed Hokage suggesting that I should simply await my demise without retaliating against an assassination attempt? Or is it that a dignified leader of the Uchiha clan can be slain without it being deemed a betrayal of Konoha? I would rather see you dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought grimly, clenched teeth forcing out a few words. Of course not. Speaking of this, while the Uchiha clan members are present, it is an opportune moment for me to make an announcement, he continued, observing his subordinates, along with Danzo and various ninja clans, gathering around. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curled into a cold smile. With so many witnesses, announcing the Uchiha's formation plan leaves no room for refusal. Should they rebel or resist? Even with Susanoo, the Uchiha would stand no chance against such a multitude of ninjas. Panic ensued. The elders of the Uchiha clan grew increasingly anxious. Their experience told them that the younger generation, intoxicated by the power of Susanoo, were mistaken to believe Konoha was easily conquerable. Even with Susanoo, they would struggle to withstand the full might of Konoha's assault. The Uchiha appeared to have unwittingly become like a turtle in a jar. The area surrounding their clan was teeming with Konoha ninjas, and even if the clan leader wielded Susanoo, the clan would still suffer grievous losses. Moreover, it seemed Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to publicly issue commands. The Uchiha, as Konoha ninjas, had little choice but to comply this time. What shall we do, clan leader? The elders turned their anxious gazes towards Uchiha Fugaku. Certainly, the Hokage may speak freely. Uchiha Fugaku replied with an untroubled demeanor, as if oblivious to Sarutobi Hiruzen's impending words. Excellent. Haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed with delight, a look of satisfaction on his face. Indeed, the Uchiha clan leader is a pillar of Konoha. I hereby announce that the entire Uchiha clan shall form teams of 2 to accompany one, utilizing the Uchiha formation to confront the hidden Cloud Village. The Uchiha will unite their strength to defend Konoha and protect our homeland. To everyone's astonishment, Uchiha Fugaku accepted without the anticipated resistance or even a moment's hesitation. As if it were not the Uchiha clan that was about to march into battle. This unexpected compliance left Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily taken aback. While the expressions of the other Uchiha members shifted dramatically, they could not comprehend why their leader, who had previously sought to overthrow the Hokage, would now readily agree to a course of action that could spell the clan's doom. Does the Hokage have any further commands? Uchiha Fugaku's inquiry jolted Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had begun to suspect a hidden agenda. No, there is nothing more. If that is the case, please take your leave. To my esteemed colleagues who wish to observe near our clan's territory, the Uchiha have recently endured an attack, and we are currently preoccupied with organizing the area, leaving us little time to entertain you. With Uchiha Fugaku issuing a dismissal, the ninjas who had gathered to watch realized there was no longer any spectacle to behold, and thus departed in confusion. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, recognizing that the Uchiha were unlikely to rebel and having achieved his own objectives, prepared to leave as well. Before departing, he patted Uchiha Fugaku on the shoulder and remarked with a sense of satisfaction, the Uchiha clan leader is indeed a successor of the Will of Fire. I hope that under your leadership, the Uchiha can serve the village even better. Chapter 61, The Fifth Hokage in the Darkness of the Night. A soulless red eye illuminated the residence of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why did the clan leader agree to such a thing? One of the Uchiha voiced their frustration. Weren't we supposed to unite and overthrow the Hokage? During a gathering of the Uchiha clan, tensions ran high as members confronted Uchiha Fugaku, struggling to comprehend his decisions. Who says I am not working to overthrow the Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku replied dismissively to the inquiries of his clansmen. What? The clan leader claims he is already working on it? Why was I not informed? Fool. I told you to trust the clan leader. If you could decipher his thoughts, you would be the leader yourself. But after Fugaku's response, whispers filled the air among the Uchiha. Clearly, the display of power he exhibited earlier had won over many, and even without a full explanation, they began to form their own conclusions. It should be nearly resolved. Rest assured, from now on, the Sarutobi lineage will no longer be our obstacle. Observing Fugaku's confident demeanor, even those Uchiha who harbored doubts kept silent. After all, their clan leader possessed the Sharingan. The intricacies of his plans were beyond the comprehension of ordinary Uchiha. Now, if there are any further questions, please voice them all at once. I need to attend to Mikoto and Itachi. My little Sasuke is on the verge of tears. Indeed. The clan leader's family remains in a coma, yet he prioritizes our feelings. Clan leader, I truly feel overwhelmed. Despite this, one young Uchiha stood up and boldly asked, I deeply admire you, clan leader, but why did you consent to such unreasonable demands from Sarutobi Hiruzen? I can accept it. But my sister has only just entered the 6th grade at the Ninja Academy. I cannot bear to see her sent to the front lines to face death. To place her in a team with 2 others, is that not a death sentence? The Uchiha clan has always been viewed with hostility. With tears in his eyes, the Uchiha cried out, unable to watch his beloved sister face such peril. Do you take me for a fool? I, Uchiha Fugaku, will not stand idly by while my clan members perish. Under my leadership, this war will not be one of sorrow, but rather a quest for vengeance that forces our enemies to pay a bloody price. Uchiha Fugaku proclaimed passionately, his crimson eyes blazing. Let me clarify. The reason the Uchiha are despised by others in Konoha is due to the flawed operational methods of our police force. Thus, after the war, I will implement reforms within the Uchiha police. Furthermore, the lack of understanding from others stems from the minimal interaction between the villagers and our clan. This war presents the perfect opportunity to break that barrier. At the same time, it allowed the entire world to recognize the sheer might of the Uchiha clan. The patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku, opened his arms passionately, declaring, my clansmen, fight with confidence. Behind you stands me. Yes, patriarch. This was undoubtedly the best course of action for Konoha as well. Soon, the war commenced. The Uchiha ninja squad swiftly demonstrated their formidable combat prowess, employing Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, and the trinity of the Sharingan in conjunction with their 2 teammates, rendering the Cloud Village's teams nearly powerless. The sense of security provided by such reliable allies significantly improved the Uchiha clan's reputation. Meanwhile, the higher-ups in Konoha had lost their voice since Sarutobi Hiruzen was controlled by the Kotoeme Tsukumi. Power became centralized in Hiruzen's hands, with even Danzo Shimura's route fully deployed to engage in battle. The task of handling dangerous decoys was entirely entrusted to Root, while more secure operations, such as assaults and ambushes, were assigned to the larger forces. With the return of Jiraiya, Konoha soon pushed the Cloud Village back to their national borders. Cornered at their doorstep, the Cloud Village, in desperation, dispatched 2 Jinchūriki to infiltrate Konoha's ranks and execute a large-scale massacre. Unexpectedly, before they could make a move, Uchiha Fugaku intercepted them. Had they not fled swiftly, Konoha might have reclaimed 2-tailed beasts. Once the fighting reached the Cloud Village's doorstep, the situation became increasingly tense. The entire land of lightning was built atop high mountains, and aside from ninjutsu, the Cloud Village had also developed advanced technology. The incessant bombardment from chakra cannons inflicted severe suffering on Konoha, who had never encountered such artillery power. Despite their considerable advantages, penetrating the Cloud Village to rescue Naruto Uzumaki proved exceedingly challenging. Thus, the stalemate persisted for an entire year until the other 3 villages began to stir, even incinerating Konoha's supply routes, which brought a glimmer of hope for peace between the 2 villages. Furthermore, upon learning that Naruto Uzumaki had indeed escaped the Cloud Village, the 2 nations formally signed a peace treaty. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having been controlled by Kotoeme Tsukumi, promptly resigned from the position of Hokage due to war fatigue and his deteriorating health, recommending Uchiha Fugaku as the new Hokage. This decision, of course, faced opposition from other factions of Hokage, but Hiruzen, having been thoroughly brainwashed, rendered their dissent ineffective. In their desperation, figures such as Danzo Shimura turned their attention to the second most powerful force in Konoha, the Hyuga clan. Under the duress of Danzo's threats and his own ulterior motives, Hyuga Hayashi reluctantly acquiesced, seeking the favor of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Coincidentally, they encountered Naruto Uzumaki and his companions in the capital of the Land of Fire. To further cement Hayashi's animosity towards the Uchiha clan, Danzo foolishly dispatched assassins embedded with Sharingan, aiming to target Hayashi while simultaneously collecting two Byakugan. Unexpectedly, the plans were thwarted by Naruto Uzumaki and his companions. Fast forward to the third day following the conversation between Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga. The village of Konoha was conducting the Hokage succession ceremony. Following a vote among all the ninjas and the support of the daimyo of the Fire Country, Fugaku Uchiha was officially appointed as the fifth Hokage of Konoha. After Shimura Danzo, in collaboration with Koharu and others, attempted a coup d'etat that was swiftly quelled, the Uchiha clan officially relocated to the heart of Konoha. Concurrently, reforms were initiated, expanding the Konoha police force by integrating other ninjas and fostering improved relations with other clans. Chapter 62, The Night Raid on the Feudal Lord's Mansion in the Darkness. Two shadowy figures stealthily emerged within the sleeping quarters of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Will he truly come here? One questioned. What is there to doubt? This fellow has recently taken a young bride. He cannot escape, the other replied. Very well, our prolonged wait will not be in vain. We must capture him tonight. Indeed, with a Sharingan as refined as mine, we need not linger any longer, the first figure retorted. What can I do? I am a ninja of the Yang release. Shoo. Keep your voice down. The two promptly silenced themselves, cautiously ensuring they had not attracted the attention of nearby guards. Once they confirmed their concealment, they exhaled in relief. Let us proceed swiftly, lest the night stretch on with unforeseen complications. The two figures, shrouded in darkness, were none other than Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga. Their objective was straightforward, to seize control of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. The hierarchical structure of the ninja world is quite peculiar. In a realm where individual prowess reigns supreme, the leader is, in fact, an ordinary man. It would be one thing if this ordinary man were exceptionally intelligent or powerful. But he commands a legion of followers and employs economic strategies to dominate the entirety of Konoha, even dictating the appointments of the Hokage. Naruto, unfazed by the opinions of others, intended to test his mettle. If he could subdue the feudal lord, wealth and resources would be at his disposal. They could demand anything. And Konoha would have no choice but to comply. Cautiously, Naruto approached, skillfully evading the guards before slipping through a window. Creak. A sound emanated from beneath him, startling a woman, unable to sleep due to the feudal lord's presence. Who goes there? She gasped. In response, the woman's eyes revealed 3 tomo, and she gradually succumbed to slumber once more. How extravagant! Naruto marveled at the array of toys scattered below, then quietly approached the bed of the feudal lord. What's happening? The feudal lord murmured, awakened by the commotion. Blinking awake, he was met with the sight of a small boy standing before him, jolting him fully awake. As the feudal lord's eyes also revealed 3 tomo, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He had succeeded halfway. Now, he merely needed to implant a suggestion of closeness into the feudal lord's mind, and thereafter, any request could be made without the need for stealthy infiltration. Normal visits, evading others, would suffice. Moreover, the Jinjutsu cast by his Sharingan would remain undetected unless confronted by the Byakugan. And Naruto had no intention of allowing any Byakugan users to approach. Kamui. With that, Naruto's left eye transformed, the 3 tomo morphing into a scythe-like shape, as he embedded a profound hypnosis into the feudal lord's mind. With a sigh of relief, Naruto Uzumaki gently touched his slightly swollen left eye and released the control he had over the 2 individuals, allowing them to drift into a peaceful slumber before attempting to make his exit. Suddenly, he sensed an ominous presence approaching, leaving him with no choice but to hide beneath the bed. To his astonishment, he discovered that another person was already concealed there, completely unclothed, save for a solitary acorn, cowering in the shadows. Ah, what a peculiar encounter, the bear man murmured, his face flushed with embarrassment after a moment of silence. Who are you? Before Naruto could finish his inquiry, an individual entered the room, prompting both of them to hold their breath in silence. Who goes there? Goodness. This is quite the spectacle, isn't it? What on earth has transpired? Come forth, dream of the moon. As Naruto observed the individual outside the bed, seemingly concluding their business, he stealthily began to weave hand signs in the darkness. Are you all right, my lord? Suddenly, a guard's voice echoed from outside the door. Oh no. The person outside the bed hastily dove beneath it, locking eyes with the 2 hidden figures. Ah, what a curious encounter. What is it? The lord on the bed awoke, warily surveying his surroundings. My lord, we just spotted an assassin outside the house, heading east. What? An assassin? Why are you not pursuing them? The lord erupted with fury. Yes, my lord. The guards responded promptly, rushing away. Wait. The Lord suddenly realized that with the guards gone, what if another assassin were to come and kill him? No matter how loudly he called, the guards had already fled. A pack of fools. To run away so swiftly. The Lord cursed in indignation. What troubles you, my lord? At that moment, the woman beside him stirred awake, her head throbbing painfully, feeling utterly exhausted. Ugh! I must have fallen asleep without realizing it. My head is killing me. All because of that heavy oaf. Not only is he useless, but he also disrupted my rendezvous and crushed me. Fear not, it was merely an assassin incident. What is that gaze you have? As the Lord tried to comfort the woman, he noticed her peculiar expression directed at him. Ah, my lord, you were simply magnificent yesterday. This is the gaze of admiration. Ah, an assassin. My heavens, I am so frightened. As she spoke, she instinctively wrapped her arms around the Lord, suppressing her own disgust as she feigned affection. The Lord, taken aback by the beauty in his embrace, quickly dismissed his doubts and succumbed to prideful delight. Of course, there are few with my prowess in the realm, rest assured. Even if they had 3 times their courage, they would not dare approach. My lord, there is indeed an assassin. You must follow your subordinates to safety at once. The guards' voices rang out once more from outside. I am well aware. Did you not just come to report this? The Lord retorted in exasperation. You all rushed to pursue the assassin, and now you only think of my safety? How late it is. Ah, the guards outside the door, taken aback by the Lord's furious rebuke, responded, No, my lord, we only just discovered the assassin approaching from the west, and that is when we hastened our pursuit. What? The Lord's voice trembled, realizing that another assassin had fled eastward moments ago. So, you mean there are indeed 2 groups of assassins? In a flurry, the Lord hastily donned his garments and urged the woman beside him. Quickly, get up. We must make our way to the safe house at once. They hurriedly fled under the protection of the guards. As the sounds outside gradually faded, the bed suddenly burst open, revealing 3 individuals, each on high alert, eyeing one another. One was entirely shrouded in black cloth, even wearing sunglasses. Another was short, donned in a robe, a knife tucked away, and a mask obscuring his face. The last stood exposed, using only his bare hands to shield his visage. Chapter 63, I am Uchiha Obito inside the room. The 3 individuals regarded one another with heightened vigilance, each ensnared in a delicate balance. Any offensive move against one was met with the peril of a covert attack from the other. However, none wished to depart without resolution. The events of the day must remain cloaked in secrecy, for anyone privy to them must perish. Naruto Uzumaki scrutinized the 2 figures before him, his mind racing with calculations. Among the 2, only this bare man is aware of my actions. If I can eliminate him, my plans will remain secure. The real dilemma lies with the other. He has invoked Tsukuyami. If my suspicions are correct, he must be Itachi Uchiha. The narrative is about to spiral out of control, and extricating myself from his grasp will be exceedingly challenging. Uchiha Fugaka glared fiercely at the 2 men, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Damn it. They must not discover my manipulation of the daimyo. They cannot leave this place alive today, though it seems they are not allies. I cannot dismiss the possibility that they are merely feigning discord. For now, I shall eliminate this bear man. His lack of weaponry should make him easier to dispatch. At that moment, the bear man thought in desperation, Help! 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 I was merely indulging in an affair. How did I find myself in such a predicament? Judging by their gazes, they seem intent on murder. I must divert one to attack the other and make my escape. A gust of cold wind swept through the ajar door, and the 3 men, having plotted their next moves, prepared to strike. The bear man was the first to speak, but the biting wind caused him to shudder. Ladies and gentlemen, achoo. Simultaneously, Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Fugaka sprang into action, launching a barrage of shurikens that pierced the bear man's body, silencing him before he could complete his sentence. In an instant, their weapons turned upon one another, the fake white fang and kunai clashing with resounding ferocity. This short fellow possesses remarkable strength, Uchiha Fugaka thought, startled by the force transmitted through the kunai. Realizing he lacked the upper hand, he swiftly evaded. Yet Naruto would not allow him to escape so easily. Seizing the opportunity created by Fugaku's evasive maneuver, he lunged forward with a blade aimed at the exposed opening. Not good. The 3 tomo spun wildly, but Fugaku's body could not keep pace with Naruto's agility, leaving him to witness the faux white fang's strike descend upon him. With a piercing sound, blood trickled from the wound inflicted by the faux white fang. From a distance, Uchiha Fugaku regarded the gash on his body with trepidation. Were it not for his last-minute activation of Susanoo, he would likely have met his demise. A violet Susanoo? Naruto gazed in astonishment at the purple skeletal figure surrounding Uchiha Fugaku. He had initially presumed that the ability to wield Tsukuyomi belonged to Itachi Uchiha, whose Susanoo was characterized by an orange-red hue. This violet incarnation bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke Uchiha's. Indeed, such discernment is commendable, since you have recognized the Susanoo. Your life shall be forfeit. Uchiha Fugaku, upon realizing that Naruto Uzumaki had recognized his Susanoo, felt his resolve to eliminate and strengthen. If word of his casting Jinjutsu on the daimyo were to spread, his position as Hokage would be jeopardized, and the reputation of Konohagakure would suffer greatly. Tsukinomi, Uchiha Fugaku promptly unleashed his Jinjutsu, and due to Naruto's lack of experience in countering such illusions, he found himself ensnared within it. When he regained his senses, he discovered himself bound to a crucifix. Is this the Tsukinomi space? Observing the dual moons within the realm, Naruto swiftly deduced that he had fallen victim to the kaleidoscope's Jinjutsu. You seem quite knowledgeable about our Uchiha clan, to recognize even the Tsukinomi space. Uchiha Fugaku remarked as he emerged from the reflection of the blood moon. His curiosity piqued. Since you are aware of the Tsukinomi, you must understand that the time and space here are entirely at my discretion. If you wish to avoid suffering, it would be wise to divulge your identity and all that you know without delay. I am rather intrigued by your identity, and surrendering so easily does not sit well with me. As he spoke, Naruto summoned power in his left eye. It's futile. The Sharingan possesses the most potent Jinjutsu, and no matter how you struggle, you cannot escape this place. Not necessarily, he retorted. Kamui, Naruto's left eye transformed into a three-bladed shape, aimed directly at Uchiha Fugaku as he cast his Jinjutsu. However, it was evident that Naruto's Jinjutsu had no effect on Uchiha Fugaku, who effortlessly rebounded the illusion back upon him. Soon, Naruto found himself tormented by Uchiha Fugaku for 3 days and nights, ultimately returning to the real world, where Fugaku tore off his mask, revealing a gnarled visage. Wait, something feels amiss. Jinjutsu, release. In an instant, the space before Uchiha Fugaku twisted, and his consciousness inexplicably returned to the Tsukinomi space. You managed to ensnare me in the Tsukinomi and still impose your Jinjutsu? Could it be that you two are of the Uchiha clan? Only someone of equal caliber in the kaleidoscope could conjure illusions within this realm, Uchiha Fugaku directly questioned. Did you assume I am a member of the Uchiha clan? This presents an opportunity to test my ability to blend in, as remaining here could prove detrimental to me. From what you have said, I can surmise your true identity. You must be the head of the Uchiha clan, now referred to as the 5th Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku. Upon hearing Naruto deduce his identity, Uchiha Fugaku ceased his pretense, dispelling the illusion that concealed his true form. At that moment, as Naruto beheld Fugaku's true visage, he inwardly acknowledged the truth, possessing a kaleidoscope and the ability to manipulate the reading space. Aside from Itachi Uchiha, only his father, Uchiha Fugaku, could achieve such a feat. I have already unveiled my true form. As a fellow member of the Uchiha clan, should you not also disclose your authentic identity to me, the clan leader? In the realm of illusion, everything can be but a fade. What significance does revealing one's true self hold now? Given our lineage as Uchihas, we should be above such deceitful fabrications. Uchiha Fugaku smiled slightly, his words and demeanor radiating a profound sense of pride and honor for his family. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki, witnessing this, could not help but internally scoff. Uchiha Obito truly is an anomaly within your clan. Oh, Uchiha Obito? With this realization, he thought it unnecessary to maintain such a disguise any longer. With that, Naruto harnessed his ocular power to transform his appearance into that of Uchiha Obito. Chapter 64. A world without Rin Uchiha Obito. How could this be? Were you not supposed to have perished in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge? Upon first laying eyes on Uchiha Obito, the leader of the Uchiha clan immediately recognized him. After all, as the hero of Konoha and the first to bestow the Sharingan upon a foreigner, it was nearly impossible to forget him. Transforming into a furious young boy, Naruto Uzumaki coldly responded, after that great conflict, I was half buried beneath the stones, awaiting my demise, only to be unexpectedly rescued by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. He never anticipated hearing his ancestor's name here. Wasn't Uchiha Madara already dead? Naruto feigned deep resentment as he replied, of course not. Uchiha Madara survived by using his right eye as a sacrifice for Izanagi and has been lurking ever since. Izanagi? Indeed, that possibility exists, Uchiha Fugaku murmured, recalling the ultimate ocular technique he had encountered in his family's records. Izanagi and Izanami both achieve reality-altering illusions through the sacrifice of a Manjiki Sharingan. One can alter one's own life and death, while the other can change another's worldview. As Uchiha Fugaka began to accept his words, Naruto chuckled inwardly, continuing to refine his deception while digging a pit for Uchiha Obito. After he survived using that Sharingan, he harbored intense hatred for the Uchiha clan that had betrayed him. However, burdened by grievous injuries and missing a Sharingan, he was unable to retaliate. Thus, he required a successor. Uchiha Fugaku quickly grasped the implication, then inquired of Naruto, "He chose you?" "Indeed, I initially thought the same." Naruto displayed an expression of deep-seated animosity. "He saved me, but due to my severe injuries, I could not return to Konoha immediately. Yet, you survived. Why do you still harbor hatred towards him?" Uchiha Fugaku questioned, puzzled. "Ah, because of Rin." Naruto gritted his teeth. "Oh, I seem to recall, she was the girl in Manado's team, wasn't she?" Uchiha Fugaku strained to remember, and indeed, a girl named Rin did come to mind. Precisely. Uchiha Madara lured the Mist Village scoundrels to abduct her. And even at the moment I was about to reunite with them, he manipulated Kakashi to kill her before my very eyes. As he spoke, Naruto sorrowfully rubbed his left eye. Thus, my Manjiki was born. I see. Uchiha Fugaku indeed believed the words of Naruto Uzumaki. After all, his own Manjiki Sharingan had awakened in the wake of losing comrades and family. It was entirely reasonable that Uchiha Obito awakened his own Manjiki Sharingan upon witnessing the loss of his comrades before me. Wait, so you were the one who orchestrated the Nine-Tails disaster 5 years ago? Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in sudden astonishment. During the Nine-Tails chaos, the unmistakable symbol of the Sharingan appeared in the eyes of the beast, which led to subsequent suspicions that the Uchiha clan had unleashed it. Naruto Uzumaki shook his head, replying, "It was not I." Although I was filled with rage at the time, I retained a sliver of rationality. Upon returning to Uchiha Madara's side, it became evident that he sought to manipulate me to fuel my hatred for Konoha as a means of revenge against the village. Pausing momentarily, Naruto continued with a cold smirk. However, he underestimated me. After spending 3 years by his side, I ultimately uncovered the truth. Upon learning that Rin had died due to his manipulation, I unhesitatingly betrayed him. Following my betrayal, Uchiha Madara became exceedingly furious and attempted to hunt me down. Yet, age had taken its toll on him, and I managed to escape. The Nine-Tails incident 5 years ago was likely his doing as well. Despite Naruto Uzumaki's explanation, Uchiha Fugaku did not fully trust him. Then why did you not return to Konoha immediately? If you truly despise Uchiha Madara, returning to Konoha would be the most effective means of exacting your revenge upon him. That is precisely because I harbor hatred for Konoha as well. Naruto replied promptly. I despise Konoha and the wars with other nations. I resent my teachers for failing to protect their students, and I loathe Kakashi for killing Rin. I detest this wretched world. A world devoid of Rin is no longer relevant to me. Observing Naruto's frenzied demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku found himself somewhat convinced, as every member of the Uchiha clan was known to act so passionately for their emotions. But if that is the case, why have you come here? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly seized upon a suspicion, promptly questioning him. It is because I intend to eliminate Uchiha Madara. For that, I require power. To gain strength without returning to Konoha, I must command the daimyo to issue orders to the village. This aligns with my own thoughts. Upon reaching this point, Uchiha Fugaku had already come to believe 7 parts of Naruto's narrative. Nevertheless, he remained wary of Naruto, as the consequences of today's events leaking out would be dire. Your goals must align with mine, correct? While I was hiding beneath the bed, I overheard you utilizing Jinjutsu. Although I do not know what this Hokage intends to achieve by manipulating the daimyo, I believe we can assist each other. I merely see Konoha's ninjutsu, and you undoubtedly require skilled individuals to undertake tasks that are inconvenient for you. Do you wish to collaborate with me? It is nearly true. You must be aware that even if you were to torment me for 3 days and nights within the confines of the moon reading space, I, possessing the kaleidoscope, would undoubtedly endure. Once we venture outside, the outcome of our confrontation remains uncertain. Furthermore, should the situation escalate, it would be detrimental for both of us. Uchiha Fugaku contemplated the current predicament, realizing that it mirrored the words of Naruto Uzumaki. For the time being, he truly could not contend with Naruto, who wielded the kaleidoscope. It would be wiser to stabilize him first and eliminate him at a more opportune moment, especially with Uchiha Shursui as an ally, mitigating the risk of failure. Indeed, this is the case. Very well, as long as you refrain from harming Konoha, I shall agree to cooperate with you. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's acquiescence, Naruto Uzumaki felt a sense of relief. While he was unafraid of the torment, it was preferable to avoid it altogether. Moreover, he had effectively obscured Uchiha Obito's true identity, allowing him to be perceived as Obito while the latter assumed the role of the notorious Madara. By virtue of this inherited identity, he could relentlessly expose Obito's capabilities. Even if he could not bring about Obito's demise, he could certainly vex him, thus avenging his parents in a manner. Excellent. Let us embark on this collaboration with joy. Chapter 65. Reversal. Upon reaching this point, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly dispelled the illusion, and in an instant, the two returned to the realm of reality. Naruto, you've been ensnared by the illusion. Wait, I shall come to your aid at once. As Naruto Uzumaki's consciousness returned, he heard Kurama communicating with him internally, simultaneously attempting to disrupt the illusion within his body using the chakra of the Nine Tails. No need for that. Kurama, I am back. What? You managed to dispel the illusion directly? When did you become so adept at Jinjutsu? Ah, I will explain later. Glancing at Uchiha Fugaku, who was watching him intently, Naruto decided to postpone the explanation for Kurama. In truth, Kurama's reaction had been remarkably swift, however. A mere second in the real world could encompass 3 days and nights within the Tsukuyami space. Thus, by the time Kurama had grasped the situation, the illusion had already concluded. Now that we are back in the real world, perhaps it's time to reveal your true appearance. After all, are you not Uchiha Obito? I recall that if Uchiha Obito had matured to this age, he would not possess such a modest height. Upon returning to reality, Uchiha Fugaku immediately urged Naruto to unveil his true self. Very well, since you wish to see, I shall oblige. With that, Naruto removed his hood, revealing his original visage, and took off his colored contact lenses, exposing the 3 tomo in his eyes. Wait, you are not Uchiha Obito, yet you bear a certain familiarity. Observing Naruto's true appearance, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. This is certainly not my true form. It would be prudent to utilize effective tools at my disposal. To expose my true self in this world is perilous, for a single misstep could bring me within the gaze of Uchiha Madara. Since we no longer have the need for battle, should we not take our leave? Remaining here might invite unforeseen troubles. After pondering Naruto's suggestion for a moment, Uchiha Fugaku chose to acquiesce. The identity of the individual before him, whether Uchiha Obito or not, had become irrelevant, given that he had also employed the Manjiki to control the daimyo. Disclosing this matter would likely be of no benefit to him. Thus, the two could mutually restrain one another. Then I shall take my leave. Let us discuss the specifics 3 days hence. We shall meet at the Temple of Fire. With that, the two departed swiftly in opposite directions from the daimyo's estate. After Naruto exited the daimyo's residence, Kazuhana Naruto promptly followed suit. The initial wave of assassins had been his disguise, and after drawing the attention of the guards, he had stealthily returned to the vicinity of the daimyo's chamber, catching sight of Naruto as he emerged, and thus he trailed behind. What transpired? While I was on lookout, I noticed another figure enter, yet there was no commotion. So I had to impersonate an assassin outside to create a disturbance. Ah, so it was you behind this. Naruto Uzumaki cast a resentful glance at Windflower Naruto. Had it not been for his unexpected intervention, he would have likely been able to wait under the bed until Uchiha Fugaku departed. What's wrong? Did something happen? Windflower Naruto inquired nervously, as attempting to exert control over a powerful feudal lord naturally filled him with anxiety and guilt. All is well. It seems to have been a fortunate turn of events. I have already implanted a hypnotic suggestion in the feudal lord's mind. But the new Hokage of Konoha has also intervened. I had no choice but to pretend to be Uchiha Obito, stabilizing him and completing our collaboration. However, leveraging the feudal lord to acquire Konoha's forbidden techniques appears unlikely. Uchiha Fugaku seems quite different from my previous impressions of him. Nevertheless, our envoy from the land of snow should fare much better in the land of fire, and I personally should no longer be troubled by Konoha. The following day at the feudal lord's residence, after repeated confirmations that there would be no more assassins, the feudal lord finally returned to his longed-for bed, albeit without the company of a beautiful companion. Those wretched assassins have caused me endless worry, he lamented. These useless guards caught only one assassin. If only my Guardian 12 had not disbanded, I wouldn't have to live in such fear. Perhaps I should gather some ninjas and form a new team. Maybe even recruit 24 this time. The feudal lord continued to devise plans in his mind as he gradually drifted into slumber. As the sounds of slumber filled the room, a small stone beneath the bed suddenly transformed into Naruto Uzumaki. This was a shadow clone he had summoned the previous night while hiding under the bed. Originally, Naruto had the ability to manipulate the feudal lord at will, but now, with the presence of Uchiha Fugaku, he decided to issue his commands promptly to avoid any prolonged complications. Sleep well, he thought, activating his Kamui. The next morning, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire announced a new decision, the reassembly of the Guardian Ninjas. The group, originally consisting of 12, was expanded to 24, with 3 new ninjas already recruited. Simultaneously, he declared a scandal regarding the previous Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, revealing how he failed to act, using the 4th Hokage's orphan son, the youngest hero of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, as a scapegoat to vent the villagers' frustrations, subjecting him to immense suffering. This revelation sparked a tremendous uproar within Konoha. For 2 years, Naruto Uzumaki had been the target of widespread disdain, primarily due to his identity as the Nine-Tails vessel and the additional conflict he inadvertently caused. Yet, the situation took a turn. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire personally endorsed his identity, affirming that Naruto Uzumaki was indeed the biological son of the 4th Hokage and had sacrificed his own body to seal the Nine-Tails within himself, preventing its destruction of the village. His true identity emerged as Konoha's hero. Moreover, Naruto Uzumaki had already been rescued from the Hidden Cloud village by the feudal lord. However, due to the adverse atmosphere within the village and the overwhelming influence of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was reluctant to return. In an instant, the villagers' disdain transformed into feelings of guilt directed towards Naruto, which subsequently shifted towards Sarutobi. In response, the Sarutobi clan promptly justified their actions, claiming that concealing Naruto's identity was for his protection, asserting that once his identity was revealed, he would have been captured by the Hidden Cloud. Yet, the populace was not swayed by this explanation. Instead, conspiracy theories flourished. For instance, if secrecy was indeed paramount, how did they come to know that Naruto was the vessel of the Nine-Tails? Furthermore, why did Sarutobi, who was aware of the truth, remain silent while Naruto was so ruthlessly bullied? This discontent even extended to the neighboring Shimura clan. Chapter 66. The 3 Tomo had dawned upon Uchiha Fugaku that all of this might very well be the handiwork of Uchiha Obito. He finally recognized the familiar visage of that young boy. Damn it, he had somehow managed to control the Jinchuriki. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth in indignation. To him, it was a trivial matter for the Manjiki Sharingan to dominate a mere Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. No wonder the whereabouts of Naruto Uzumaki had remained elusive for the past 2 years. It was because he was under the thumb of a Manjiki ninja. Now, by revealing Naruto's identity through the daimyo, it served as a warning to him not to entertain any schemes. With the Jinchuriki in his grasp, any thoughts of rebellion would necessitate cooperation. How could I, the esteemed Hokage of Konohagakure, ever bow to a mere child? Uchiha Fugaku seethed in rage within his office, summoning his son, Uchiha Itachi. What is your command, father? Itachi replied, his heart a tumult of emotions towards the man before him. Just the day prior, he had been in discourse with his mentor and friend, Uchiha Shisui, contemplating resolutions to the discord between the Uchiha and Konoha. Now, Shisui lay slain, a victim of his father's blade. And it was as if Fugaku had transformed overnight, awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, becoming assertive and aggressive. He had successfully integrated the Uchiha into Konoha, triumphed over the Hidden Cloud, and now even ascended to the position of Hokage. Meanwhile, his dear friend Shisui had become a symbol of Uchiha disgrace. The rapid shifts in this world left Itachi, who had long pondered the meaning of life, utterly disoriented. Itachi, would you be so kind as to copy a few forbidden jutsu from the Book of Seals? I shall need them for my departure. Forbidden jutsu? This. Faced with his father's command, Itachi found himself engulfed in skepticism. After all, these were forbidden techniques. What purpose could his father have for them, and why must they be taken away? Fear not. I am now the Hokage. The entire Book of Seals is accessible to me. I hereby grant you permission to peruse it as well. Uchiha Fugaku believed his son was merely concerned about future access to the Book of Seals, and thus he granted him authorization. Indeed, father is the Hokage now. The Uchiha belong to him, and Konoha does as well. There will be no conflict between the two. With that realization, Itachi felt as if a knot in his heart had been untied, allowing him to breathe easier. Yes, father. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. Having noticed the smile at the corner of his son's mouth, he thought to himself that children still find joy in learning new jutsu. Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly unleashed all of Danzo Shimura's dark secrets. aiming to divert attention away from Naruto Uzumaki by igniting an even larger scandal. In his view, these individuals were nothing but a malignant tumor of Konoha, and their complete eradication would genuinely serve the village's best interests. Following the revelation of Shimura Danzo's nefarious deeds, the entire village plunged into a fervor of indignation. What heinous acts, including child trafficking, coercing orphans from the orphanage to serve as spies, human experimentation, and sending his subordinates on suicidal missions, were all laid bare. The exposure of such vile actions led to a rapid decline in Shimura Danzo's public reputation. Of course, the now defector Danzo was indifferent to such matters, while Mido Gates and Azuma and Chikage were subjected to brutal retribution within the confines of prison. Simultaneously, the entire Shimura clan faced treatment even more horrific than that endured by the Uchiha clan, with the Sarutobi clan sharing a similar fate. However, the Sarutobi, having previously experienced persecution under the Hokage, endured slightly less severity. Unwilling to accept this treatment, the clan sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen for intervention. Yet, by that time, Hiruzen had fallen under the control of the Kotoame Tsukumi, obedient only to Uchiha Fugaku's commands. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen vanished from the village, becoming a mere tool in Fugaku's hands, akin to Shursui. Soon, the two clans united in their rebellion, only to face inevitable suppression and a thorough home raid. This raid, however, yielded an astonishing surplus of 20 years' worth of funding for Konoha, a truly terrifying outcome. Uchiha Fugaku's objectives were thus achieved. Amidst the uproar of these scandals, the populace had nearly forgotten about Naruto Uzumaki and ceased to inquire further into his affairs. As the catalyst for this incident awaited Uchiha Fugaku's arrival outside the Temple of Fire, within the forest, Fugaku approached Naruto's side. "Have you finally arrived? I was growing weary of waiting for you," he remarked. "You, the one who controls Konoha's Jinchuriki, dare to appear here so brazenly?" Fugaku questioned, the three-pronged tomo pattern subtly manifesting in his eyes. Naruto felt a surge of satisfaction. Everything he had done was not only to vindicate himself, but also to lead Fugaku to associate him with being controlled by Uchiha Obito. This connection would effectively explain the Sharingan in his eyes while simultaneously creating trouble for Obito. "Aren't you, the Hokage of Konoha, also absent from your village? Besides, I'm a Konoha citizen, even a member of the Uchiha clan. What difference does it make whether the Jinchuriki is in my hands or yours? These matters are entirely distinct. The Jinchuriki belongs to Konoha. Return him at once." As he spoke, the tomo in his eyes began to spin, casting a Jinjutsu upon Naruto. In response, Naruto's eyes turned red, and he utilized the three tomo to reflect the Jinjutsu back. "You are not as compliant as you appear. The true essence has yet to manifest. The body that has appeared now is likely but a mere puppet. The ocular power within resembles a desiccated well, easily rebuffed by the strength of my three-tomo Sharingan. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku has freed himself from the illusion that had rebounded upon him." Touching his swollen eyes in disbelief, with a surge of indignation, he exclaimed, "How dare you implant a genuine Sharingan within the vessel of a Jinchuriki?" Uchiha Fugaku had always believed that the three tomo reflected in Naruto Uzumaki's eyes were merely an illusion, only to discover that they were indeed authentic. This act, which he perceived as a defilement of the Uchiha clan, filled him with unparalleled rage. Chapter 67. The Temple of Fire. Isn't this a common occurrence? My gaze isn't any different from Kakashi's, Uzumaki Naruto casually remarked, waving his hand dismissively. The Sharingan is merely a plug-and-play item, after all. Uchiha Madara has an abundance of them. An abundance. Uchiha Fugaku inhaled deeply, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, fury propelling him to utter a few terse words. "You have truly incited my wrath, persecuting the lives of the villagers of Konoha, soiling the honor of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Shursui's once dull eyes suddenly shimmered with intensity, as if the fury of Uchiha Fugaku had ignited his own emotions, awakening the latent power of his Sharingan. "Return the Jinchuriki of Konoha." Uchiha Shursui surged forward like a streak of crimson lightning, instantly appearing before Uzumaki Naruto, his fiery blade descending with purpose. The blazing flames halted mere inches from Uzumaki Naruto, his hair, caught in the wind, igniting and emitting an unusual scent. "I knew you wouldn't strike. Have you calmed down?" Uchiha Fugaku could discern the shadow of Shursui within those Sharingan eyes, yet he saw no terror. Evidently, Uzumaki Naruto was indeed under some form of manipulation. Humph. Were it not for the fact that this is Uzumaki Naruto's body, I would have already cleaved down. Uzumaki Naruto retreated a few steps, feeling the oppressive heat radiating from the blade. It wasn't me who extracted the Sharingan. That was Uchiha Madara. I merely seized a few advantages while escaping. As for embedding the Sharingan within the Jinchuriki, it was simply to facilitate control and enhance his self-preservation. What is your true objective? Uchiha Fugaku pondered. Realizing that the true body of this individual was not present, he considered extracting some information before proceeding. My objective is Uchiha Madara. I am aware of that. You seek revenge against Uchiha Madara. Indeed, the most effective method of vengeance is to obliterate his hopes. Uzumaki Naruto grinned wickedly. Although Uchiha Obito was merely a pawn of Uchiha Madara, he had also adopted the Moon Eye plan as a means of redemption, or perhaps an excuse for evasion. From the very beginning, I must dismantle his scheme. Preventing him from capturing the Jinchuriki while masquerading in his guise will surely drive him to madness. Allow me to elucidate the Moon Eye plan. The two engaged in conversation atop a tree, recounting what Uchiha Madara had once shared with Uchiha Obito, omitting only the details regarding the Rinnegan. So, by merging the nine-tailed beasts, one can obtain the 10 tails and initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi to control the entire world, correct? Uchiha Fugaku's gaze flickered with contemplation upon hearing Uzumaki Naruto's explanation. This fellow seems to exude an inexplicable malice. Could he be eyeing the 10 tails as well? Uzumaki Naruto sensed something amiss. He had unwittingly acquired yet another adversary. Never mind, the advantage lies with me, no matter their plans. As long as I can summon my parallel selves, victory is ultimately assured. Uchiha Fugaku seemed to sense his loss of composure and quickly cleared his throat. Ahem. We absolutely must not allow them to succeed in collecting all the tailed beasts. Indeed. Hence it is imperative that we bolster our strength. I need you to procure 700 or 800 forbidden techniques from Konoha to enhance my power. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow and retorted, What nonsense are you contemplating? Why should we amplify your strength when the world is facing a crisis? Of course, it's because I am also a part of Konoha. I, Uchiha Obito, am hailed as the hero of Konoha, leading the charge. I am connected to Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 4th Hokage, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, surely. Acquiring 2 forbidden techniques is not too much to ask. Wait, how do I know you are truly Uchiha Obito? What if you are Uchiha Madara or an imposter pretending to be Obito? If I am indeed Uchiha Obito, then reveal your true self to me. Uchiha Madara would not seek forbidden techniques. Besides, once I master them, I could teach Naruto Uzumaki as well. Everyone benefits. You. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion interrupted their dialogue. Both turned to look, realizing it was coming from the neighboring fire temple. Is the fire temple celebrating today? Why such a cacophony? This sound is unusual. It seems something is under attack. With the experience of a seasoned warrior, Uchiha Fugaku immediately discerned the nature of the disturbance. He swiftly drew a kunai and regarded Naruto Uzumaki with a serious expression, asking, Was this your doing? I wondered why we were conversing here at the fire temple. It appears you had ulterior motives. What does this have to do with me? Naruto exclaimed, shock evident on his face. I chose the fire temple because, apart from Konoha, it is the most renowned place in the land of fire. I blurted it out in the heat of the moment. Are you truly uninvolved? Uchiha Fugaku questioned skeptically. Absolutely. Naruto asserted earnestly. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Uchiha Fugaku sighed and leapt from the trees, racing toward the fire temple. The temple was a part of the land of fire, and an attack upon it could not be ignored. Their collaboration could be discussed later. Naruto hastily followed suit. Although he was an outsider with a penchant for manga, this scene seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of something he had seen in a video. It must be a significant event. Wait, I will assist. What are you following me for? Uchiha Fugaku frowned at Naruto, who was trailing closely behind. After all, I am a hero of Konoha. I cannot stand idly by while the fire temple suffers. Naruto declared with righteous fervor. Humph. Such words will only garner my trust once you have returned the Jinchuriki. As they spoke, the two had already entered the Temple of Fire, where an overwhelming wave of malevolent chakra greeted them at the threshold. This chakra feels eerily familiar. Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brow, unable to recall where he had previously encountered this sinister yet familiar energy. Naruto, that is my chakra. The sudden voice of the Nine Tails within him startled Naruto. What is happening? Aren't you within me? Why is your chakra present in the Temple of Fire? Huh. Perhaps some human sought to usurp my power and has collected the scattered remnants of my chakra. The Nine-Tails remarked disdainfully, its tone laced with contempt for humanity. Chapter 68. A falling out. Apologies, Nine-Tails. There is no need for your apology. You are you, and they are they. I have always maintained a clear distinction in relationships and never misplaced my anger. Only you have shown me kindness over the years. Thank you. As Naruto Uzumaki continued his dialogue with the Nine-Tails, Uchiha Fugaku had already commanded Shursui to charge forward, obstructing the instigator of the assault on the barrier. Oh, is that a mere child? Moreover, this chakra emanates from the Nine-Tails. Uchiha swiftly delivered a kick, sending the rampaging figure of Sora, fueled by the Nine-Tails chakra, flying. Following that, he executed a swift turn and cast a Jinjutsu upon Sora's eyes. With the child collapsing at his feet, the turmoil gradually subsided. Amitba. We owe our gratitude to this hero for his timely intervention. At that moment, the previous abbot, still in service, approached Uchiha Fugaku to express his thanks. There's no need for such formalities. I am a member of Konoha's Anbu. What is the situation with this child? Why does he possess the chakra of the Nine-Tails? Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand to halt the abbot's gratitude and immediately pressed for answers. What, this is truly the Nine-Tails? The abbot appeared taken aback, as if this revelation were entirely foreign to him. What do you mean? Is this child not from your fire temple? I see he is garbed in your temple's attire. No, you misunderstand. The abbot hastily waved his hands in explanation. This child, Sora, is indeed one of our own. But we had no knowledge of the Nine-Tails chakra within him. This is the first manifestation of such anomalies since his birth 5 years ago. What? This is the chakra of the Nine-Tails. It is not something you can dismiss lightly. Uchiha Fugaku scolded, his brow furrowed. Just moments ago, he had learned from Naruto that there were those intent on collecting tailed beasts to bring about destruction, and now the chakra of the Nine-Tails appeared here. Could it be mere coincidence? I believe, Naruto Uzumaki interjected, producing a shuriken and aiming it in a specific direction. Perhaps we should inquire with them. With that, he hurled the shuriken toward that direction, only to hear a series of clinks as it was deftly intercepted. To his astonishment, it seemed there were sensory ninjas concealed within the fire temple. This was indeed an oversight. Emerging from the rocky enclave were 4 figures. The foremost man, with a mane of white hair and a prominent scar across his face, had originally intended to keep Sora within the fire temple to nurture him. However, the exposure of Konoha's presence had become quite the predicament. With a fierce grip, the white-haired man struck his traditional staff against the ground. Laughing heartily as he addressed Uchiha Fugaku and his companions, "You are one of the 12 guardians, Hama?" Uchiha Fugaku strained to recall, eventually remembering that he had encountered this name in past records. One of the original 12 guardians. Later driven by a desire for the jewel in his heart, the daimyo of the Land of Fire sought to assassinate the Hokage. However, before he could even reach Konoha, he was thwarted by Asuma, another member of the 12 guardians. Oh, I am quite astonished that the ninja of Konoha still remembers me, Uchiha Fugaku said with a furrowed brow, addressing Hama. I thought you were killed by Sarutobi Asuma. How is it that you appear here? Humph. Of course. I am here to fulfill the conviction in my heart. Our Land of Fire does not require a second jewel. With that, Hama, accompanied by 3 disciples, brandished their weapons and charged at Uchiha Fugaku and his companions. Uchiha Fugaku met Hama head-on with his flame blade, while several monks from the fire temple surrounded Hama's disciples. If you wish, you can regain your status among the 12 guardians. The current daimyo has even expanded the ranks to 24, Uchiha Fugaku suggested while engaging in combat with Hama. What nonsense! I am not fighting for such a ridiculous reason. Hama's Japanese-style staff transformed into a whip-like weapon, making it difficult for anyone to approach. Uchiha Fugaku deliberately refrained from using his Sharingan to subdue Hama immediately, opting instead to converse while fighting. What is your true purpose? Purpose? Hama replied with a sinister smile, swinging his staff to ensnare the unconscious Sora nearby before retreating. Not good. Realizing that the Nine-Tails chakra was about to be taken away, Uchiha Fugaku abandoned his attempt to gather intelligence and unleashed his full power, swiftly striking Hama down. What? Hama was utterly unprepared for the fact that this mere Konoha Anbu could eliminate him in an instant. His staff slipped from his grasp, and Sora was sent flying. I've got it. Uzumaki Naruto seized the moment to catch Sora, landing him safely. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Fugaku shouted in fury, unable to believe that this brat was attempting to reap the benefits again. Sorry, but I really can't let you have this chakra. After all, the more places that possess Nine-Tails chakra, the more opportunities our enemies have, Uzumaki Naruto declared, as a wooden armor materialized around him. He forcefully broke the seal and absorbed the Nine-Tails chakra from Sora's body. The 5-year-old Sora, unable to endure the excruciating pain of having the Nine-Tails chakra forcibly extracted, woke up screaming before losing consciousness once more. Sorry, but trust me, I'm not treating you any differently, Uzumaki Naruto said apologetically to Sora, who was around his age, gently placing him down on the ground. Naruto, the Nine-Tails within Sora felt a flicker of emotion. Understanding that what it had previously told Uchiha Fugaku was merely a pretext, its true intention was to prevent others from exploiting it again. Humph. I see you are merely intent on monopolizing the Nine-Tails. Uchiha Fugaku scoffed, conveying his dissatisfaction. Say what you will. Naruto Uzumaki replied, instantly appearing behind the three disciples of the horse and swiftly incapacitating them with 3 precise strikes. Their teacher has already been dealt with. These 3 disciples are now mine. Ah, you have quite the imagination. Are you suggesting that the deceased should be revived while the living are taken away? Do not speak so lightly. Konoha has long employed methods to extract memories from the deceased. Is that so? Nevertheless, I must decline. With that, Uchiha Fugaku drew 2 blades and lunged at Naruto Uzumaki. I intend to take these 3 with me today, and I will also take you, Naruto Uzumaki. So this was his true intention. As Uchiha Fugaku advanced with his attack, Naruto faced him head-on, not retreating but instead advancing, his hands enveloped in crimson chakra as he lunged forward with ferocity. You reveal not a hint of your prowess. It appears you truly believe me to be an easy target. Chapter 69. Turning tides the chakra of the Nine-Tails? Have you truly managed to control it to such an extent? Observing the 2 crimson hands reaching for him, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback and swiftly evaded. Being captured would be catastrophic. What is there to be surprised about? For one possessing the Sharingan, this is hardly a challenge, is it? Naruto Uzumaki thrust his chakra hands into the ground, causing 8 additional hands to sprout beneath Uchiha Fugaku, resembling a cage that sought to ensnare him. Damn it! If it weren't for the fact that Uchiha Shursui had nearly exhausted his ocular power, Uchiha Fugaku's hands blurred as he rapidly formed seals, and from his mouth erupted a formidable fire dragon. The colossal creature, with its fierce jaws and claws, forcefully tore through the 2 chakra claws, allowing Uchiha Fugaku to make his escape. Seeing his technique fail to yield results, Naruto retracted his claws. He was simply unaccustomed to battling with the Nine-Tails chakra. Each time he employed it, he felt the sting of pain, truly unbearable. What do you think? I suggest you relinquish your ambitions and consider an alliance instead. Naruto remarked with a triumphant smile, observing the panting Uchiha Fugaku. However, Uchiha Fugaku chuckled in response. Oh, I believe you must still hand over the Jinchuriki today. Just look around you. What? Naruto turned to find himself encircled by the monks of the Temple of Fire, and the 3 disciples of the horse had vanished without a trace. You're aiding him? We are on the same side. Naruto attempted to feign foresight, warning the true premonition. Futile. I have already clarified matters with the monks of the Temple of Fire. At that moment, a child arrived, dragging the unconscious disciples of the horse to Uchiha Fugaku's side. Allow me to introduce our remarkable junior, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku declared with a mocking tone, unlike you, who was once the lowest of the low, Uchiha Itachi is a prodigy. I've been outmaneuvered. Uchiha Itachi glared at Naruto with his 3-tomo Sharingan, stating, your greatest blunder was choosing to meet at the Temple of Fire. The original plan was to surround you during our conversation, but an unexpected incident occurred at the temple. Fortunately, you followed us, walking straight into our trap. Indeed, you have outsmarted me. An embarrassed expression crossed Naruto's face. Being publicly humiliated in front of so many was quite disconcerting. No, we did not outsmart you, Uchiha Itachi shook his head. It is, in fact, your overconfidence in your own abilities that led you to underestimate us, ultimately stepping into your own snare. Now, surrender willingly, Uchiha Obito, even if your true self is absent. You must leave the Jinchuriki behind today. Uchiha Fugaku called upon the others to encircle Naruto, while simultaneously urging him to capitulate. Didn't you consider yourself a hero of Konoha? Then cease to harm the children of Konoha. Just moments ago, you were demanding the Jinchuriki, and now you refer to them as the children of Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, and in an instant, armor enveloped his form, while the mechanical Nine-Tails was summoned forth. However, you have misunderstood one crucial detail. It is I, alone, who has encircled you. A colossal creature materialized within the Temple of Fire, and as it let out a thunderous roar, the monks within the temple stumbled and fell to the ground. Is this the Nine-Tails? Why does it differ from the images I have seen? Itachi Uchiha had encountered the Nine-Tails before, during the night of the Nine-Tails attack. He had cast a fleeting glance at it while fleeing with Sasuke, Be cautious, Itachi. This form of the Nine-Tails has appeared in Jiraiya's intelligence reports. Even Orochimaru could do nothing against it. I initially believed that Naruto Uzumaki was controlled by Uchiha Obito only after fleeing, but in retrospect, he must have been manipulated while in the Land of Clouds. If even the treacherous Obito can summon such a creature, then Uchiha Madara. What unimaginable power does he possess? Regardless, we cannot allow him to wreak havoc here. Itachi regarded the mechanical Nine-Tails with trepidation, his mind racing with thoughts. Why does this transformation of my father's remind me of something familiar? Yet there is an oddness about it. No, this is not the moment for such reflections. Clearing his mind of distractions, Itachi swiftly formed hand signs and unleashed a great fireball aimed at the mechanical Nine-Tails' eyes. It appeared to be a mechanical construct. Targeting its eyes might prove effective. However, although Itachi's fireball was considerably larger than the ordinary size, it dissipated against the mechanical Nine-Tails as if it were merely a spark brushed away with ease. Itachi realized that this tactic would not hinder it. Only sealing techniques could contend with the tailed beasts. Hey, priest, do you know the four purple flames formation? The questioned priest nodded vigorously and gestured to a young man beside him. Lu, among all the disciples, your strength is the greatest. The four purple flames formation requires 4 individuals. You shall join us in the sealing. Lu, with his long hair, nodded and hurriedly moved into position. Despite the discussion, merely 2 or 3 seconds had passed. The priest, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Lu swiftly took their places around the mechanical Nine-Tails, forming hand signs and pressing down simultaneously. 4 purple flames formation, X4. In an instant, 4 violet barriers erupted from the ground, rising above the mechanical Nine-Tails. And beams of light emerged from the corners, sealing it in place. Now, there is no escape for you. Not only have you kidnapped our Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but you have also transformed the Nine-Tails into this abominable form. If your true self were here, I would ensure you receive a thorough lesson. Uchiha Fugaku roared in anger while maintaining the barrier. Naruto Uzumaki, controlling the mechanical Nine-Tails, cautiously pressed its claws against the violet flame wall to test its strength. The purple flames instantly enveloped the mechanical Nine-Tails claws, but the force applied caused the flame wall to remain entirely unyielding. This contraption is indeed quite sturdy, truly deserving of being a barrier capable of ensnaring the most formidable of shadows. However, with the 4 of you sustaining this barrier, who could possibly defeat me? Spare yourself the trouble. It would be wiser for you to prepare for surrender. Although Uchiha Fugaku speaks with such bravado, he finds himself at a loss when it comes to subduing Naruto Uzumaki. Were his original form present, he might attempt to wield the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan to control him, but alas, he currently inhabits the body of Uchiha Shisui. After employing the Kodoame Tsukumi twice, Shisui's Mangekyou resembles a parched well, yielding only a trickle of water, rendering the control of the Nine-Tails an impossibility. Is it only possible to expose him? Chapter 70. Evolution. The ultimate contingency devised by Uchiha Fugaku was the brainwashing of Sarutobi Hiruzen, executed through the use of the Kodoame Tsukumi technique. After having devoured Uchiha Shisui with the Shokubutsu Shin, he manipulated Shisui to command Hiruzen, rendering him a mere puppet, eternally obedient to Fugaku's will. This command effectively stripped Hiruzen of his personality. Ordinarily, he remained unchanged, yet when acting under Fugaku's orders, he became an emotionless marionette. This strategy significantly mitigated the risks associated with issuing erroneous commands that could lead to a drastic personality shift, potentially resulting in betrayal or unforeseen complications. Following the conclusion of the war, Fugaku completely severed his control over Hiruzen, minimizing his presence to the utmost. During the recent meeting at the Fire Temple, Fugaku harbored concerns regarding Shisui's insufficient strength and discreetly dispatched Hiruzen as a safeguard alongside Itachi. After all, while the loss of Shisui was inconsequential, the death of Itachi would undoubtedly cause him profound sorrow, as he was his own son. Hence, caution was imperative. Should I manipulate Hiruzen to utilize the Shiki F gene? It might be possible to extract the Nine-Tails from Naruto's body and seal it within Itachi, thereby augmenting his power. However, such an action would inevitably expose my control over Hiruzen. If this were to be revealed in a public setting, my tenure as Hokage would come to an abrupt end. I would have no choice but to eliminate all witnesses present at the Fire Temple. After all, his duty was to protect Konoha, not the entirety of the Fire Country. I shall see what else you can conjure. Naruto Uzumaki declared disdainfully from within the mechanical form of the Nine-Tails, looking down upon his adversaries. In this scenario, unless Itachi were to suddenly awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, they stood little chance of mounting a defense. Ahem, Naruto. I believe it would be prudent to exercise caution, Kurama interjected. Why do you say that, Kurama? Naruto inquired. The Nine-Tails, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, when I faced your father, I held a similar belief, only to find myself sealed within you, split in two. At this revelation, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. Thank you, Kurama. I had not considered that possibility. It is indeed perilous. Faced with the Shiki F gene, Naruto found himself at a loss. Despite extensive training in sealing techniques, he had yet to master them. With only a single eye of the Manjiki Sharingan, he possessed no means of resisting the Shinigami. If Fugaku were to go to such lengths, contemplating mutual destruction with him would be an utter disaster. Fear not. For now, let us engage in full combat. As long as we remain vigilant, breaking the Shige by Enzen should pose no issue. Very well, Naruto exclaimed. I will unleash my full strength to ensure Uchiha Fugaku is rendered defenseless. With that, the mechanical Nine-Tails let out a thunderous roar as its 9 chakra tails unfurled dramatically. Upon reflection, a novel idea struck him. If the mechanical Nine-Tails were forged from the Outer Path Golem, what would transpire if I infused the remaining 2 portions of the Nine-Tails chakra into it? Within the confines of the sealed space, 2 formless entities of the Nine-Tails chakra were drawn forth by Naruto Uzumaki, continuously channeling their essence into the mechanical incarnation of the Nine-Tails. These twin streams of crimson chakra adhered to the exterior of the mechanical beast, growing increasingly robust and radiant, to the point where the brilliance was blinding to onlookers. Amidst this luminescence, the form of the mechanical Nine-Tails began to transform, expanding in size as the intricate circuitry of its armor became ever more complex. Notably, the visage of the fox, under the infusion of the Nine-Tails chakra, shifted from a purely technological aesthetic to one reminiscent of a living creature. Before long, the swelling body of the mechanical Nine-Tails pressed against the ceiling of the 4 purple flames formation, where the incessantly burning violet flames posed no threat to it. Yet the barriers of the formation appeared on the verge of collapse. Alarmingly, the Nine-Tails was dismantling the 4 purple flames formation. Though obscured by the radiance, the 4 individuals, whose chakra had constituted the formation, could distinctly sense its disintegration. Frustrated, Uchiha Fugaku lamented, It seems we must rely once more on Sarutobi Hiruzen. He signaled for the 3rd Hokage to initiate the Reaper Death Seal. Regrettably, before Hiruzen could act, the 4 purple flames formation was utterly shattered, its chakra cascading to the ground like shards of glass. At this juncture, the fully evolved mechanical Nine-Tails retracted its brilliance, its form roaring triumphantly as if celebrating its rebirth. In truth, it was Naruto Uzumaki who reveled in the newfound capabilities that had emerged from his evolution, for they were intrinsically linked. The mechanical Nine-Tails now towered at a staggering height of 150 meters, akin to the Sage Nine-Tails mode depicted in the manga. Its originally monochromatic body had transformed into a vibrant orange hue, while its 9 tails, once composed solely of chakra, were now enveloped in layers of chakra armor. With a mighty roar, the mechanical Nine-Tails gazed down at the small purple cube that barely reached its waist, casually obliterating the surrounding violet walls with a mere flick of its limb. As the 4 purple flames formation crumbled, the 4 who had been channeling chakra were suddenly struck by a backlash, each spitting blood in its wake. Uchiha Fugaku stared dumbfounded at the colossal entity before him. Incredulity etched across his features. Is this truly the Nine-Tails? Meanwhile, within the mechanical form, Naruto Uzumaki radiated excitement. Incredible, Kurama. The mechanical Nine-Tails can grow to such a size. Puffed, you've pumped an entire portion of my chakra into this counterfeit, so of course it's going to swell, Kurama retorted with disdain. If you were to reclaim the other half of my energy, I could also attain such a stature. Observing Naruto's enthusiasm for the imposter, Kurama scoffed. Ha! Impressive, Kurama. I didn't realize you were this formidable. Hearing a hint of jealousy in Kurama's tone, Naruto hurriedly lavished praise upon him. Humph. Naturally, I am the beast with the most tails, and thus the strongest among them. As the Nine-Tails listened to Naruto Uzumaki's praises, he scoffed. Yet the incessant swaying of his 9 tails betrayed his true feelings. After a brief interlude in his thoughts, Naruto remained acutely aware of the ongoing battle. With determination, he commanded the mechanical Nine-Tails to extend its claws towards Itachi Uchiha. No, stop this at once, exclaimed Fugaku Uchiha, his eyes nearly bulging with alarm as he saw the fox's claws reaching for his son. Without hesitation, he summoned Sarutobi Hiruzen to join the fray. 5 Elements, Great Explosive Wave Technique. Chapter 71. Ka. 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 5 colossal orbs of varying attributes hurtled towards the back of the mechanical Nine-Tails. Each of these energy spheres boasted a diameter exceeding 30 meters. Had they collided with the former mechanical Nine-Tails, it would have undoubtedly sustained grave injuries. However, the circumstances had changed drastically, as the mechanical Nine-Tails had evolved to a formidable height of 150 meters, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities and its ability to absorb ninjutsu. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of 5 energy blasts, Naruto Uzumaki chose to endure the onslaught, determined to seize Itachi Uchiha at all costs. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield had transformed into a standoff. One side featured the mechanical Nine-Tails, suspended in the air, carefully avoiding any inadvertent destruction of its surroundings and the disciples of the Uchiha clan. On the opposing side was Itachi Uchiha, ensnared in the clutches of the Nine-Tails, alongside a visibly anxious Fugaku Uchiha on the ground. Why on earth was the third Hokage present here? I recall that you two were not particularly fond of each other. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was crouched and panting heavily, Naruto felt a sense of relief that he had exerted himself fully, while simultaneously harboring questions. As a former Hokage, did he not realize that the appearance of a Jinchuriki in such a situation was rather unconventional? At that moment, the puppet-like Sarutobi Hiruzen could not respond to Naruto's inquiries. Thus it was left to Fugaku Uchiha to address the matter, who was unaware that the entire Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan bore a notorious reputation within Konoha. It was inconceivable that Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the clan leader, would lend assistance. Upon hearing Naruto's words, even with Itachi captured, a smile crept upon Itachi's lips. What do you understand? This is the will of fire. With that, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Itachi launched their counteroffensive. Hiruzen summoned 5 shadow clones, directing them to unleash a barrage of techniques upon the mechanical Nine-Tails head. Meanwhile, Fugaku seized the opportunity to approach the claws of the Nine-Tails, attempting to rescue Itachi. I will block. Yet, Naruto's speed surpassed all expectations as he swiftly raised his hand to shield Itachi, positioning himself directly in front of his own head. Fugaku urgently shouted for him to halt, prompting Hiruzen to extinguish the techniques from his mouth, thus sparing his ally from harm. How despicable! Fugaku seethed, glancing at his son, now a mere shield, and the exhausted Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was nearly depleted of chakra. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for options. Do you not realize that I am intentionally holding back? Otherwise, I would have obliterated you all with a tailed beast bomb long ago. Observing Fugaku's lack of countermeasures, and fearing the repercussions of the Reaper Death Seal, Naruto boldly proposed a truce. After all, we are all part of Konoha. Would it not be more prudent to adhere to our original agreement? Hand over the entire sealing scroll, and I shall return your son to you. How wonderful would that be? Fugaku felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on his own blood. He reflected on how their initial discussions had not aligned with this proposal. Had he known, he would have brought his true form to demonstrate the prowess of Susanoo against Naruto. At this moment, regardless of whether his son had physically arrived, he had no choice but to comply. Considering that Uchiha Obito was indeed from Konoha and even a member of the Uchiha clan, the sealing book was not something he could withhold. Thus, suppressing his anger, he retrieved the long-prepared sealing book from his robe and tossed it towards Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, upon seeing the sealing book presented by Uchiha Fugaku, joyfully quipped, "What is this?" Claiming to withhold it, "Yet your body is so honest." He then manipulated his chakra to form a small hand, reaching out for the sealing book. Suddenly, a cacophony of cawing ravens filled the air, and the Uchiha Itachi in Naruto's hands transformed into countless ravens that scattered into the sky. An illusion? When did this happen? Staring at the vanishing Itachi, Naruto was momentarily taken aback before swiftly grasping for the replica of the sealing book. However, Itachi had already seized another part of the sealing book. This was not an illusion. It was a crow substitution that I had prepared from the outset. As Itachi prepared to initiate his classic strategy, Naruto acted decisively, fiercely pulling the sealing book towards himself. Simultaneously, Itachi drew a kunai with his left hand and swiftly severed the chakra arm. With his right hand reaching for the spinning sealing book, Naruto commanded the mechanized Nine-Tails to extend its massive hand, the intense wind pressure causing Itachi's garments to flutter violently. Fire style, great fireball technique. Seeing that he could not retain the sealing book, Itachi formed hand seals with one hand and unleashed a fireball from his mouth, intending to incinerate the sealing book. Yet, Naruto was swifter. he flicked his finger, deflecting the fireball and securing the sealing book firmly within the body of the mechanical Nine-Tails. At the same time, he clenched his fist and forcefully slammed Itachi into the ground. The tremendous impact stirring up clouds of dust and causing the distant monks to lose their footing. Itachi, witnessing his son pinned beneath Naruto's fist, Fugaku called out in alarm. "I'm fine." Suddenly, Itachi's voice emerged from behind Fugaku. When he turned in surprise, he was confronted by a blood-red Sharingan. "Itachi, you." It was evident that retrieving the sealing book was futile. Itachi, having ensnared Shirsue's body with his Jinjutsu, spoke calmly. "Upon seeing such a colossal Nine-Tails, I knew we would certainly not reclaim Naruto Uzumaki. I wondered why you had prepared a copy of the sealing book in advance, truly prescient of you. However, there is something I remain perplexed about." As he spoke, Itachi slowly extended his hand towards Fugaku's face. "From the very beginning, I sensed something amiss. Shouldn't we exert ourselves fully to reclaim the Jinchuriki? We have fought for over a year to recover the Nine-Tails. Yet why resort to such a technique when we finally received news of him? Even if the duties of Hokage are demanding, it should not warrant complacency in this matter. Moreover, I discovered that I was the only one among my peers present. It appears that my esteemed father wished to keep this matter concealed from the others in Konoha, thus designating me as his son, as the most trustworthy confidant. Subsequently, I sensed an uncanny familiarity in my father's body, which had been transformed through the body flicker technique. And it seemed his power surpassed that of the clones produced by the same technique. Most astonishingly, I had prepared a crow clone in advance, intending to employ it when the Nine-Tails ensnared me. However, I was utterly taken aback to find that the reclusive third Hokage had emerged in this location, obediently following your commands. With that, Uchiha Itachi tore away the human skin mask from Uchiha Fugaku's face, revealing the emotionless countenance of Shirsue. Indeed, it was as I suspected. Chapter 72, The Death and Life Symbol? Indeed, Uchiha Itachi remarked in a calm tone. Once, Shirsue had spoken to me about the powers of his Manjiki Sharingan, and combined with my father's Manjiki, everything suddenly makes sense. Itachi. All of this was for Konoha. Uchiha Shirsue expressed his father's words with an impassive face. I understand. You too are a victim. Perhaps you were unaware, or have simply accepted this transformation. Uchiha Itachi seemed unable to accept the harsh reality, tightly shutting his eyes. Drip, a tear cascaded down the corner of Uchiha Itachi's eye, landing upon the ground, while his chakra emanated an ominous aura. To an outsider, the figure of Uchiha Itachi at this moment appeared as an entirely different person compared to before. Nevertheless, I still wish for them to find peace. Uchiha Itachi suddenly opened his eyes, the three-pronged shuriken pattern glaring in his pupils. Amaterasu. Black flames instantaneously engulfed Uchiha Shirsue's body. And then Uchiha Itachi turned to the nearly extinguished Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, you have worked tirelessly throughout your life. Please depart without pain. Fully aware that those ensnared by the Kodo Amatsukami were beyond salvation, especially in this puppet-like state with their very souls stripped away, Uchiha Itachi similarly employed Amaterasu on the third Hokage, reducing him to ashes. What is the true meaning of life? Uchiha Itachi contemplated the numerous monks he had rendered unconscious with Tsukuyami, and glanced at the massive crater left by the vanished Naruto Uzumaki. Ensnared in an endless tangle of thought, unlike the black flames that burned in his heart, Naruto Uzumaki was now joyfully soaring. Having not only captured the three disciples of Orochimaru but also seized the sealing scroll, spring breezes and triumphant winds could not be a more fitting description of his current state. Back at the base, Naruto casually tossed Orochimaru's three disciples into a cell and began to delve into the sealing scroll. Ha ha ha, the sealing scroll is finally in hand. Should I first learn the Shiki F gene or the Shiki F of the four symbols? What a delightful dilemma! As Naruto reveled in his triumph, Windflower Naruto approached with a face full of curiosity. He too had longed to examine the sealing scroll, yet as a married individual, he had no right to peruse Konoha's treasures. Hurry, let us open it up. I've wanted to see the Flying Thunder God technique for ages. But the fifth Hokage has always denied me. Hee, I'll unveil it right now. As the two eagerly unfurled the scroll, it was densely filled with text. But just as they began to inspect the words, they all transformed into ink, saturating the scroll. Only the method for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique remained, along with an enigmatic note left by an unknown author. The Flying Thunder God technique is entrusted to you. Please ensure that you teach Naruto Uzumaki diligently. Cough. Gazing at the words inscribed on the scroll, Naruto Uzumaki was rendered speechless with rage. He felt the urge to curse. The individual responsible for this scroll had the audacity to express concern for him, even leaving behind a flying thunder god technique for him to study. He wanted to praise the fact that he was initially supposed to acquire the entirety of the forbidden jutsu, yet now all of that had evaporated into thin air. In exasperation, Naruto could only bellow skyward, "Damn Uchiha." In stark contrast, Kazahana Naruto appeared indifferent, picking up the scroll from the ground and offering words of comfort. "Stop complaining. Why bother learning jutsu that leads to mutual destruction? At least they left you with a technique." Naruto Uzumaki, mouth agape in fury, retorted, "You might be happy, but I simply cannot grasp the sealing technique. The prerequisite for the flying thunder god technique is a sense of time and space, along with the sealing technique to create temporal coordinates and inscribe the flying thunder god mark." "Oh right," Kazahana Naruto chuckled. "I almost forgot that after nearly a year of studying sealing techniques, you still haven't mastered it. I'm starting to doubt whether you're truly an Uzumaki." With a teasing expression, Kazahana Naruto tucked the scroll into his bosom. "You're still laughing?" Naruto Uzumaki sulked on the ground, propping his chin on his hands to convey his dissatisfaction. Kazahana Naruto observed him with a clucking sound. "Only at times like this can one see your childish side." Throwing a tantrum on the ground, Naruto, however, had no desire to engage with him, his face clearly expressing his annoyance. Just then, one of the disciples of the imprisoned Hama, Fubuki, awoke, distracting both boys. "Oh, you're awake. Is it you?" Fubuki's eyes widened as she instantly recognized Naruto. She recalled how her master had been killed upon their first encounter, and how she and her companions had been knocked unconscious by this very boy. Seeing the change in Fubuki's expression, Naruto chuckled. "Just remember that, and I won't need to threaten you again. I have a favor to ask." Fubuki paused, then quickly adjusted her demeanor to one that was gentle and amiable. "I understand. You want us to gather the tailed beast chakra, right? No problem. As long as you don't kill me, I can assist you. So compliant? That is splendid. However, please wait until your companions awaken to inform them." Naruto felt quite pleased. He hadn't anticipated that these three would yield so quickly, which greatly uplifted his spirits. "Well then, since we're helping you, could you let us out first?" "Of course. Kazahana, my good fellow, would you be so kind as to release them?" Naruto readily nodded in agreement. Fubuki's delight was palpable at Naruto's swift consent, her smile nearly reaching her ears. However, upon noticing Kazahana Naruto approaching, she quickly concealed her smile and feigned the demeanor of a vulnerable maiden, looking at him with eager anticipation. Kazahana Naruto promptly opened the prison cage, then, with a swift motion, struck his palm against Fubuki's chest. "Ah, dear sir, there is no need to rush." The lady, with a hand pressed against her chest, feigned shyness while tugging at her collar to expose more skin. However, Feng Huamingren paid her no heed, instead bypassing her to administer a couple of taps on the chests of the two unconscious individuals. "I believe you have misunderstood. I merely placed 2 pieces of ice within your hearts." Upon hearing this, the lady's countenance turned ashen, and she gritted her teeth, demanding, "What ice? What have you done to us?" Feng Huamingren revealed his characteristic politician's fade, a sly smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, these 2 pieces of ice will not affect you under normal circumstances. One will merely induce a relentless itch, causing unbearable torment, while the other will ensure that your hearts are perpetually encased in ice." Chapter 73. The plan with the horse. My goodness, such a tactic is exceedingly sophisticated, isn't it? Far more ruthless than Toby's method of inscribing on the tongue. I never imagined that beneath your handsome exterior, you harbored such malevolence. Upon hearing of this method, Naruto Uzumaki expressed his astonishment with a sardonic remark directed at Windflower Naruto. The latter, caught off guard by Naruto's unexpected compliment that doubled as an insult, struggled to maintain the imposing aura he had cultivated. However, with others present, he refrained from retorting and merely shot a fierce glare at Naruto before continuing to explain to the obedient F. "This substance is less akin to ice shards and more like ice needles, formed by my ice chakra, embedded directly within your hearts, so minuscule that they are virtually invisible. Under normal circumstances, it will not interfere with your lives. It serves merely as an ordinary means of restriction. As long as you comply and assist us in our research, there will be no harm done." Upon hearing Windflower Naruto's explanation, F felt not a shred of fear, but rather an overwhelming sense of delight. Her 2 companions were indeed under his control. However, her true essence resided in her hair, while her physical form was merely sculpted from clay. Losing a heart was inconsequential. She could dispose of it at will without any repercussions. Nevertheless, F maintained a facade of trepidation and loathing, obediently nodding her head. Having established contingency plans and task assignments, Windflower Naruto and Naruto Uzumaki proceeded to inquire about F's origins and their intentions. It was not that they had refrained from questioning earlier. Rather, F's swift capitulation had expedited their process, prompting them to backtrack and gather the necessary information. "We are disciples of Master Uma. We have been working alongside him for many years," F readily divulged, recounting all she knew in one breath. After their failed assassination attempt on the Hokage, which resulted in the loss of 12 shinobi's qualifications due to the Daimo's intervention, Master Uma conceived a plan to obliterate the entire Hidden Leaf village. As F began to reminisce, it felt as though divine intervention had guided them. They easily infiltrated Konoha and pilfered the forbidden sealing scroll containing the reanimation jutsu. Master Uma mentioned seeking assistance from someone, though he never revealed the individual's identity. Moreover, on the very night they succeeded in their theft, the Nine-Tails rampaged, wreaking havoc upon the village. Master Uma was astonished by the sheer destructive power of the Nine-Tails. And with the aid of a shadowy figure, they successfully gathered the chakra emanating from the beast. A shadowy figure? Are you unaware of who it is? Naruto Uzumaki interrupted, his concern shifting from their chakra-collecting methods to the enigmatic shadow. F shook her head in ignorance, explaining that the figure had appeared suddenly, like a mass of water. They could only discern its rough outline, unable to perceive its features. Yet, the techniques it taught for gathering tailed beast chakra were indeed effective. And Master Uma chose not to dwell on the shadow's identity. This shadow, resembling water, could it possibly be Kagaya's black Setsu? Moreover, the ability to harness chakra collection techniques is certainly not possessed by an ordinary individual. It is highly plausible that this is a contingency left behind by either Uchiha Obito or Kurizetsu, intended to prevent the failure of Uchiha Obito in infusing the tailed beast chakra. Uzumaki Naruto pondered incessantly about the identity of the shadowy figure, ultimately deciding to relinquish the thought. Regardless, the apex of this world remains at the Sage of Six Paths level, as long as he attains that pinnacle. Any machinations will be rendered futile. Well then, please proceed. After successfully gathering the chakra of the Nine-Tails, the master forced this chakra into his son, K, hoping to transform him into the Nine-Tails, unleashing havoc akin to the true beast upon Konoha. However, our plans met with failure. The tailed beast chakra was far too dispersed to be contained within K's body. Consequently, we spent a full 5 years condensing the chakra into authentic tailed beast chakra before sealing it away. And then, it must have gone berserk, right? Uzumaki Naruto queried. Being intimately familiar with the rage and darkness within the Nine-Tails chakra, which often led him into a frenzy before he had fully honed his spiritual energy. Indeed, F was left helpless, casting a glance at Uzumaki Naruto. The moment we infused K with the Nine-Tails chakra, he erupted in a rampage, even attempting to demolish the Temple of Fire. Before we could intervene, you all appeared, and the subsequent events are well known to you. Then what was your purpose in utilizing the reanimation jutsu? And do you have no leads regarding the individuals who assisted your entry into Konoha? F asked, aware of the confidentiality surrounding the sealing techniques. It was implausible that they could have acquired it so easily with insider help, especially since the reanimation jutsu did not appear later in the narrative. This, I genuinely do not know. All I am aware of is that they wore animal masks during their discussions with my master. F shook her head in resignation, truly ignorant of the matter. It is highly likely that it was a scheme of Danzo's, perhaps aiming to manipulate the situation to tarnish my reputation. The fourths, rather. Uzumaki Naruto conjectured, asserting that if there were any conspiracies or misdeeds within the shinobi world, Danzo would undoubtedly be the first to bear the blame. Well, I also believe Danzo is a significant suspect. But what about the reanimation jutsu? What did you intend to do with it? Upon mentioning this, F's expression contorted in agony, her voice tinged with despair. After acquiring the reanimation jutsu, we initially intended to resurrect 4 of the original 12 guardian ninjas. These 4 were referred to by the cardinal directions and possessed an extraordinarily powerful combined lightning technique. My master once mentioned that when united, they could obliterate all of Konoha. The other 5 guardian ninjas who had once followed my master met their demise in a mutual destruction caused by this very technique. However, we later discovered that we had no means to control it. The intricacies of the technique were far too complex for either myself or Fuyun to comprehend. While I can grasp a semblance of understanding from my master, I have yet to fully master the intricacies. I have heard whispers of recent endeavors to simplify the approach. Yet the specifics remain elusive. This matter must await the awakening of my master. at which point you may inquire directly. Ah, I see. This indeed bears a resemblance to a rather ruthless strategy, employing two distinct methods to undermine Konoha. At this moment, not only is there a silence enveloping the atmosphere, but there lingers a sense of resignation. Although her surrender came swiftly, she still grapples with her feelings, particularly as she has tirelessly pursued her convictions. Chapter 74. Creating the Ten Tails and contemplating the demise of the two formidable foes, Naruto Uzumaki mused that, perhaps, they had met their end in a manner befitting their aspirations. Indeed, there exist individuals in this world who valiantly fight for their beliefs. Oh, no, not at all. They merely stumbled upon you two harbingers of doom and met an inexplicable end. Inside, Kazekage bluffing scoffed, yet he donned a sorrowful visage, striving to evoke sympathy from his adversaries. Alas, you poor souls, akin to a beleaguered horse, why not join me? Aligning yourselves with me will ensure fair remuneration and favorable conditions. Very well. Wolfing instantly acquiesced with a smile. You fool. My heart feels as though it is encased in ice. Did you even offer a chance to refuse? Very well. Allow your two companions to recuperate. We shall address other matters once they awaken. I entrust you with the arrangements for Feng Hua and his comrades. Naruto seamlessly shifted the burdensome tasks onto Feng Hua. Ah, you certainly have a knack for shirking responsibility. Feng Hua's expression was one of discontent as he pondered the chaos that Naruto had offloaded onto him. What would happen if you were to vanish one day? Please. I am but a child. Naruto clasped his hands in a plea. TCH. Reluctantly. Feng Hua accepted the responsibility for organizing the three individuals, recognizing that delegating the task to Naruto might yield unforeseen complications. Moreover, he was in dire need of such expertise at this juncture. Naruto, what do you intend to do with the ability to gather tailed beast chakra? After overhearing their exchange, the Nine-Tails could not suppress its curiosity towards Naruto. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather a pressing concern regarding its own tailed beast. Rest assured, Kurama. I simply wish to experiment with whether this technique can be utilized to amass and cultivate some tailed beast chakra. Naruto reassured Kurama while articulating his innermost thoughts. Following the infusion of chakra from two parallel worlds into the mechanical Nine-Tails today, an evolution had transpired. I surmise this is due to its original composition as an outer path golem, merging with the chakra that had previously split from you, thereby augmenting its strength. You intend to, indeed. I wish to explore the possibility of collecting chakra from other tailed beasts, nurturing them before integrating them into the mechanical Nine-Tails and armor to facilitate their evolution. The chakra of the nine-tailed beasts combined with the outer path golem might indeed allow us to recreate the 10 tails. Kurama exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely. Naruto nodded, his heartbeat quickening with exhilaration. Even if I cannot attain the same capabilities as the 10 tails from my memories, I could potentially cultivate a miniature version. Furthermore, in the future, I am certain to acquire more of my chakra, perhaps even nurturing this smaller 10 tails to surpass the original that created you. In this manner, I should possess ample strength to rescue the other versions of myself teetering on the brink of demise across different realms. Naruto Uzumaki is perpetually mindful of the other versions of himself who once offered their assistance. Despite his current prowess, which has reached the level of a shadow, it remains woefully inadequate when faced with adversaries possessing the powers of the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, he must strive to ascend to greater heights, achieving a strength capable of overwhelming foes of such caliber. The artificial 10 tails serves as a catalyst for this ambition. Only with it can he embark on the path toward the Six Paths level and seek even more formidable abilities. Well, as long as you do not harm the other tailed beasts, I shall grant you this freedom. The Nine-Tails understands the significance of the other Narutos who aided him, and thus is willing to support Naruto Uzumaki in his endeavors to assist them. Moreover, regardless of other considerations, isn't it true that enemies emerging in the future world will inevitably seek to gather the tailed beasts? Therefore, it is far better for Naruto to enhance his power without harming his own kin, ultimately safeguarding them. Heh, Kurama, you may claim to despise the other tailed beasts, yet you genuinely care for them, you proud fox. Naruto playfully rubbed his nose and teased in a mischievous tone. Proud fox. Oh. Within the ceiling space, Kurama's eyes widened in shock, and he furiously retorted, You are the proud fox. I care not for them. I merely wish to prevent the tailed beast's energy from being misused. Yes, that's it. Listening to Kurama's flustered excuses, Naruto erupted in laughter, wholly unconvinced by his justifications. Alright, I believe you, my proud Kurama. No problem at all, proud Kurama. You. After playfully teasing the Nine-Tails, Naruto, in high spirits, went off to rest. For the battle he had fought earlier had truly exhausted him. The following day, the trio, having been convinced through a combination of magic and physical persuasion by Windflower Naruto, willingly shared their methods for gathering tailed beast chakra and its condensation with Naruto and his companions. Simultaneously, these three individuals voluntarily became subordinates of Naruto's group, tasked with handling matters that required ninjas, albeit not necessarily powerful ones. Thus began a new journey of training for the two Narutos, during which they unearthed a plethora of forbidden techniques over the past few days, including the Flying Thunder God technique, the Tailed Beast Chakra Collection technique, and the Impure World Reincarnation technique. These ninjutsu are akin to a cavern brimming with minerals, awaiting the two to extract their immense value. Meanwhile, a surprising piece of news emerged from the Leaf Village. The recently inaugurated 5th Hokage's son, Itachi Uchiha, had apparently defected. Although labeled a defector, no bounty was issued, as insiders revealed that after a heated argument, the father and son parted ways under less than amicable circumstances, resulting in Itachi's disappearance. According to the rules of the Leaf Village, ninjas who leave without permission are typically classified as defectors. However, given his status as the Hokage's son, the village opted not to declare a defection order, much like the previous allowances made for Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the former Hokage's son, Asuma Sarutobi. On the path from the land of fire to the land of rain, two individuals, one large and one small, were making their way. One of them had his hands clasped behind his head, incessantly chattering, while the other, expressionless, seemed indifferent to the incessant prattle. To be honest, I have always held great faith in you. However, I never anticipated that you would awaken your Manjiki Sharingan at such a tender age. Ah, having such a formidable companion, might the leader commend my choice? When it is just the two of us, do you still feel the need to speak in such a manner? Uchiha Itachi was acutely aware that the frivolous demeanor of the individual before him was merely a facade. Yet he suspected that the persona of Uchiha Madara he had encountered earlier was likely not genuine either. Chapter 75. Juke indeed, a rather unpleasant little demon. The voice of the masked man suddenly took on a somber tone, reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's voice actor. It was merely that you were too loud. Casting doubt on whether Uchiha Madara was truly like this. Oh, so who do you think I am? It matters not. Uchiha Itachi ceased further discussion on the matter and hastened his pace. The masked man, with a resigned gesture, sprinted in an odd manner to catch up. Clearly, this Madara is unaware of Uchiha Obito's affairs. If what Obito claims is indeed true, then this Madara is likely a contingency of the genuine Uchiha Madara. If this Uchiha Madara is authentic, then who is the previous Uchiha Obito? A few days later, several peculiar individuals stood atop the 10 fingers of a colossal magical statue. This one is the newly joined Juke, Uchiha Itachi. Clad in a fiery cloud robe, Uchiha Itachi, with a stoic expression, nodded towards his future comrades. Although not quite what we had envisioned, it is nonetheless a fact that Uchiha Itachi has joined our organization. A carnivorous plant dangled in the cave above, celebrating the addition of yet another formidable ally. However, the Uchiha clan did not face annihilation. Instead, they grew even stronger. A deeper voice resonated within the same body. Uchiha Fugako had now ascended to the role of Hokage, and the clan's territory had returned to its former location. Any further actions would likely be unfeasible. Uchiha Obito repeatedly struck the mask adorning his face, contemplating what steps to take next. Let us first locate the Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails. Otherwise, if the Leaf Village finds him first, our chances of capturing him will be severely diminished. Fortunately, I possess intelligence regarding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, White Zetsu interjected, noticing the silence between the two. Absolutely not. Uchiha Obito promptly dismissed White Zetsu's suggestion, prompting a wail of despair from it. Capturing a tailed beast must wait until the organization's strength has significantly increased. Otherwise, even if we manage to seize one, it would undoubtedly raise their suspicions. Very well. By the way, Uchiha Obito suddenly recalled something and inquired hastily, where is that old fellow Shimura Danzo now? A Danzo? White Zetsu pondered for a moment before responding. The latest intelligence on him is from 3 days ago. Ever since the coup failed, he fled to the land of rice. Ha ha ha, that guy is quite amusing. He just arrived in the land of rice and immediately clashed with Orochimaru, only to be overwhelmed and subsequently chased away with several of his subordinates. As of now, He should be in the land of tea. He had previously left behind quite a few contingencies there. Chased away by Orochimaru? Uchiha Obito expressed curiosity, as his recollection of the old man indicated that he had always held the upper hand in dealings with Orochimaru. How had he come to suffer such a setback this time? Indeed, it was said by Orochimaru that the reason he had previously tolerated Danzo was due to Danzo's wealth and resources that facilitated his research. Now that Danzo has been reduced to a mere stray dog, devoid of everything, Orochimaru naturally has little interest in him. In fact, had it not been for Danzo's swift escape, it is likely that Orochimaru would have captured him as a specimen. In this light, it seems that Shimura Danzo could indeed be of use. Obito Uchiha's mask glimmered with a red light, hinting at his clandestine schemes. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. X2. In the training ground, Naruto simultaneously produced over a dozen clones. You, he directed. Group 1 will handle the Flying Thunder God technique. Group 2. Focus on understanding the impure world reincarnation. Group 3 will follow F and her team to learn the chakra collection methods. Naruto organized his clones into 3 groups, embarking on a systematic study. For Uzumaki Naruto, the immediate value of the Flying Thunder God technique was paramount, hence the majority of learners gravitated towards it. Meanwhile, FK Naruto concentrated his efforts on the impure world reincarnation. Are you studying the impure world reincarnation so earnestly? Uzumaki Naruto inquired, glancing curiously at FK Naruto's training group. With a hint of resignation, FK Naruto replied, I have no choice. Ever since I learned from you about the potential alien invasion in our future, I cannot shake my unease. I was thinking that if I master the impure world reincarnation, I could summon powerful beings from the past to assist us. After all, our world has 100,000 white Zetsu. Using them as sacrifices would incur no loss. You make a compelling argument, Uzumaki Naruto conceded. Moreover, the white Zetsu were originally prepared by Kagaya Otsutsuki for the purpose of combat. Utilizing them against the Otsutsuki is indeed a case of maximizing resources. Uzumaki Naruto was astounded, reflecting on this. He realized that their thoughts surprisingly aligned with those of the Sage of Six Paths. Oh, now that you mention it, this suggests that my plan is sound. Excellent. I must expedite my learning of this technique. Encouraged, FK Naruto even had his original self join in the practice of the impure world reincarnation. However, the truth-seeking orbs can indeed obliterate the impure world reincarnation body, and every member of the Otsutsuki clan is at the Six Paths level. Moreover, each possesses the Rinnegan, rendering ninjutsu ineffective against them unless every reincarnated individual masters the 8 gates and can open the 8th gate. Otherwise, there would be no match for the white Zetsu. Just as Uzumaki Naruto intended to share this insight with FK Naruto, he noticed that FK had already dashed over to discuss fervently with F. Never mind. I shall inform him after today's training concludes. After all, we must learn these techniques regardless, and a day's delay matters not. Having made this decision, Uzumaki Naruto immersed himself in the training of the Flying Thunder God technique. He firmly believed that he would soon master this ninjutsu, for it was his father's signature technique, and there was no reason he should fail to learn it. Thus, 3 whole months have elapsed. During this period of cultivation, the progress of the impure world reincarnation has been notably sluggish, with not a single individual mastering it. Meanwhile, within the trio, Fudd has ingeniously developed a novel ninjutsu based on the impure world reincarnation, Doton, ultimate creation technique, soil of the deceased. This technique involves preparing a soil infused with the essence of corpses, allowing the resurrection of the dead within it to serve as puppets for the caster. The resurrected puppets retain the ability to utilize the jutsu they wielded in life, and unlike the impure world reincarnation, this method does not require a living sacrifice for resurrection. However, the drawbacks are equally pronounced. Soil imbued with the essence of the deceased is exceedingly difficult to procure. Many ninjas have either not been buried or have left behind only ashes, rendering the retrieval of any essence nearly impossible. Furthermore, the reanimated corpses exhibit limited mobility, lacking the versatility of ordinary puppets, and do not possess self-awareness that can be forcibly controlled as with the impure world reincarnation. Additionally, this technique can only resurrect the deceased if their physical remains are available. Without a body, resurrection is utterly impossible. The reanimated corpses are fragile, shattering upon a single strike, much like a ceramic jar. While this technique may serve well for gathering intelligence from the deceased, its utility in combat is limited, primarily functioning to summon those ninjas adept at self-destruction as a one-time missile. Chapter 76. Flying Thunder God. The other two ninjutsu practitioners, Kazuhana and Naruto, have made remarkable progress. He has completely mastered the technique of collecting tailed beast chakra. Furthermore, he has also learned the sealing technique that leaves space-time coordinates within the Flying Thunder God technique. However, he still struggles with the challenging aspect of perceiving space-time fluctuations. In response, Namake's Naruto can only shake his head in resignation, acknowledging that talent is innate and cannot be forcibly acquired. Conversely, Uzumaki Naruto's progress has slowed considerably. His methods for gathering tailed beast chakra and leaving space-time coordinates rely heavily on sealing techniques. Logically, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Naruto should be adept at sealing techniques, yet he finds himself perplexed by the incantations needed for the seals. After 3 months of arduous effort, he has only just managed to release the runes. However, achieving instantaneous release like his father remains a daunting task. How frustrating, Uzumaki Naruto lamented, overwhelmed by the myriad of symbols and their various arrangements, which only served to aggravate him further. After yet another mistake in inputting the space-time coordinate runes, he vented his frustrations. I truly don't understand. Logically, even if you cannot comprehend the runes, isn't it sufficient to simply draw and utilize them? There are only a few runes. Can't you just memorize them and calculate the release points accordingly? Kazuhana Naruto, observing Uzumaki Naruto's turmoil, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Already perturbed by his own inability to sense the space-time fluctuations, the incessant complaints from Uzumaki Naruto only heightened his distraction. Calculating the nodes is what has me at my wit's end, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, frantically tugging at his hair, which had transformed from its usual red and yellow hues to a tricolored mess, nearly streaked with white from stress. I've lost count of how many times I've explained the calculation method to you. Kazuhana Naruto sighed in resignation. Sometimes, no amount of pressure can aid comprehension. That's not the issue, Uzumaki Naruto argued. I have grasped the method for calculating nodes and the technique for imprinting seals. However, combining them into a complete formula requires simultaneous focus, and completing one task is already a struggle, let alone two. With that, Uzumaki Naruto collapsed onto the ground like a defeated crab, utterly exhausted. So, you're saying you cannot multitask, which is why you are unable to complete this sealing technique. Kazuhana Naruto seemed to have caught on to the crux of the matter and promptly inquired. Exactly, Uzumaki Naruto nodded. Well, isn't that simple? Kazuhana Naruto exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in excitement. What do you mean? Do you have a solution? Seeing the spark of inspiration in Kazuhana Naruto's eyes, Uzumaki Naruto eagerly approached, seeking further guidance. Could you not create it by following the method of releasing the spiral sphere? As he explained, Windflower Naruto conjured a shadow clone to demonstrate. First, prepare the sealing technique on your hand, then have the shadow clone calculate the imprint nodes. Finally, once the shadow clone has completed the calculations, let it dissipate while you finalize the sealing technique, thus allowing the imprint to be established. As he spoke, Windflower Naruto revealed the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on the wet snow. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Upon witnessing the demonstration, Vortex Naruto eagerly set to work. Sure enough, on his first attempt, he left a unique imprint of the Flying Thunder God on the ground. The intricate sealing symbols converging into the character for I. Success. Ha ha ha, congratulations. If only I had used this method from the outset. Windflower Naruto exclaimed joyfully. And Vortex Naruto shared in his elation. Ha ha ha. Thanks to you, I've finally grasped the first step of the Flying Thunder God technique. What does this character represent? Is it Gaara? Looking at the inscription left on the ground, Windflower Naruto inquired curiously. Vortex Naruto swiftly waved his hands, denying the absurd suggestion. It has nothing to do with Gaara. I'm not familiar with him at all. This character symbolizes the countless eyes that exist in the world. Oh, so it's you. Thanks to all of you from other worlds, my life has been so vibrant, which is why I shaped the Flying Thunder God imprint in this manner. Hey, you little rascal, who would have thought you could be so touching at times? Acknowledging his own emotional response, Windflower Naruto playfully ruffled Vortex Naruto's hair in delight. Vortex Naruto quickly protested. Hey, don't mess with my hair for no reason. TCH. Well, you can start experiencing the fluctuations of space-time now, right? After expressing his disdain for Vortex Naruto's protests, Windflower Naruto returned to the main topic. After all, merely learning the Flying Thunder God technique is insufficient. The true key lies in perceiving the fluctuations of space-time to achieve teleportation. Otherwise, this sealing technique would merely serve as a gimmick for a tattoo shop, leaving behind everlasting tattoos. I will give it a try right now. Saying this, Vortex Naruto closed his eyes, attempting to sense the fluctuations of space-time as described in the Flying Thunder God records. Don't rush it. Sensing the fluctuations of space-time is quite challenging. Even I, a genius, took over 3 months of practice to barely grasp a hint of the sensation. Whoa. Just as he was about to comfort Vortex Naruto, Windflower Naruto's jaw dropped in astonishment. It turned out that Vortex Naruto had instantaneously teleported right in front of him. While instantaneously teleporting might not be entirely accurate, he had indeed teleported to the ground where he had made the Flying Thunder God imprint, meaning he had learned the Flying Thunder God technique in an instant. You succeeded? Let me see again. This is unbelievable. Windflower Naruto inquired with a mix of excitement and disbelief, questioning whether Vortex Naruto had truly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. At this moment, after the teleportation, Naruto Uzumaki found himself in a state of bewilderment. I have indeed mastered it. I can easily perceive the fluctuations of time and space. As he spoke, Naruto demonstrated his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique to Windflower Naruto, leaving marks with 2 clones before swiftly returning. Remarkable. He succeeded in a single attempt. However, this is perplexing. Despite being the same person, why can I not sense the temporal fluctuations? Don't you think so? Windflower Naruto, feeling disheartened, attempted to sense the temporal fluctuations again, only to realize he truly could not. Defeated, he turned to Naruto Uzumaki, only to find him lost in thought once more. What is the matter? Why do you appear so dazed after teleporting? It's nothing. Naruto Uzumaki snapped back to reality, his expression peculiar as he remarked, after just mastering the Flying Thunder God. It seems I can summon 2 versions of myself from another world. Chapter 77, The Noodle of the Uzumaki Family in Naruto, Part 1. What is this? Is it possible to summon 2 versions of myself from different worlds simultaneously? Windflower Naruto was astonished, but soon his expression shifted to one of delight. Hurry and summon them. After all this time, I can finally consider myself a senior. Indeed, it appears that the Flying Thunder God technique, which encompasses both sealing and space-time ninjutsu, meets the criteria for summoning 2 entities at once. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed with joy while forming the hand signs for the shadow clone technique. I have a strong feeling that the version of me summoned this time must possess the Flying Thunder God and sealing techniques, shadow clone technique. With a puff, 2 clouds of white smoke erupted, revealing 1 red-haired and 1 yellow-haired figure before the 2 Narutos. How fascinating. Is this truly a parallel world? What could be the underlying principle? I am so eager to explore this. Indeed, this is a parallel world. Another version of me has come to assist you. As the red-haired Naruto landed in this realm, he immediately began to survey his surroundings. Upon seeing the 3 Narutos resembling himself, he even excitedly licked his lips. Observing this disheveled red-haired Naruto, clad in a white lab coat with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but envision Orochimaru. Conversely, the yellow-haired Naruto did not exhibit the same exaggerated behavior as his red-haired counterpart, yet he too appeared quite curious as he surveyed this world. Like Windflower Naruto, he bore no fox-like whiskers on his face, radiating a sunny disposition reminiscent of Namikaze Manado. Hello, I am Wave Wind Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you. The yellow-haired Wave Wind Naruto greeted the 3 with a bright smile. Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am Windflower Naruto. After the introductions, Windflower Naruto leaned closer to Uzumaki Naruto and whispered, I've seen photos of my father. In this Wave Wind Naruto resembles him so closely that I feel like I'm not even his son in his presence. Hello there. Wave Wind Naruto flashed a dazzling smile, causing both Narutos to shield their eyes. This move, the lethal technique of the little son of Konoha, an earnest smile, possesses immense power. Suddenly, the sunlight was eclipsed by dark clouds, which gradually coalesced into a crimson moon. Oh, are you all in the midst of introductions? Count me in. The red-haired Naruto cast a disdainful glance at Wave Wind Naruto, then fixed his curious gaze on Uzumaki Naruto. My name is Wave Wind Minma, male, height 179 centimeters. Trained by Orochimaru, fond of bamboo shoots, and detesting Narutomaki. Stop, brother. Just introduce yourself without getting handsy. Uzumaki Naruto forcefully wriggled free from Wave Wind Minma's inappropriate grasp, eyeing the red-haired boy with a hint of trepidation. I hope my sexual orientation isn't in question here. Woofing Minma gazed at the escaping Naruto Uzumaki without a trace of irritation. Instead, he promptly expressed his apologies. My sincerest apologies. Whenever I encounter something intriguing, I cannot resist the urge to study it, he confessed. unable to suppress his enthusiasm. With that, Wolfing Myanmar deposited the hair he had just plucked from Naruto's head into a freshly retrieved experimental vial. Hey, was he just describing that thing? It feels rather ominous to summon such a creature, thought Kazuhana Naruto, observing the seemingly younger Wolfing Myanmar with a sense of trepidation. The presence of this scientific oddity always instilled a fear of the unknown. In response, Naruto discreetly shifted his position to stand in front of Uzumaki Naruto, ensuring he could swiftly intervene should Wolfing Myanmar attempt anything untoward. Wolfing Myanmar, perceptive to Naruto's subtle movements, tucked the vial into his pocket and scratched his head. Oh, rest assured, I assure you, he is but another version of myself. I would never engage in any egregious actions. I adhere strictly to the principle of voluntary experimentation. It is often those who make such declarations that are the least principled. Although the trio remained silent, in their hearts, they echoed the same sentiment. Well, since that is the case, let us take this opportunity to understand one another and dispel any misunderstandings. Speaking of which, our surnames differ quite a bit, which piques my curiosity about each of your backgrounds, Wolfing Myanmar suggested, breaking the awkward tension. All right then, but please refrain from any further physical contact, Uzumaki Naruto concurred, albeit with a lingering apprehension towards Wolfing Myanmar, offering a preemptive caution. Rest easy, Wolfing Myanmar yawned, settling down on the spot. To demonstrate my sincerity, allow me to share my story first. With that, Wolfing Myanmar began to recount his experiences. During the tumultuous era of the Nine-Tails, Uzumaki Kushina gave birth to a quintessential child of the Uzumaki clan. With vibrant red hair and an exuberant vitality, he epitomized his heritage. In this world, Wolfing Manado appeared to be more profoundly influenced by the will of fire than in other realms. When confronted with the Nine-Tails, he opted for the 8-trigram seal instead of the dead demon-consuming seal, sealing the entirety of the Nine-Tails within Wolfing Myanmar's body. This decision ultimately led to the demise of Uzumaki Kushina that fateful night and the emergence of a new Jinchūriki for the Nine-Tails. From an early age, it could be said that Wolfing Myanmar received treatment akin to that of the main world's Konohamaru, even surpassing his status. However, due to Wolfing Manado's overwhelming dedication, their father-son relationship was far from amicable, characterized more by separation than togetherness. Fortunately, Wolfing Myanmar was a prodigy. He awakened the 3 innate abilities of the Uzumaki clan, Kagura's Eye, adamantine chains, and the formidable self-healing capability that could restore a person with a mere bite by the age of 6. He was also a theoretical genius, having confounded the entire Ninja Academy faculty upon his early enrollment. At the tender age of 7, he embarked on a journey of self-study in the art of sealing. That same year, while accompanying his father as a guest at the Uchiha clan, Kagura's keen perception detected the presence of a mysterious onlooker. Upon recognizing this enigmatic figure as none other than Uchiha Obito, with the help of the formidable Uchiha trio, he employed the powerful technique of Kodo Amatsukami to brainwash him, thereby revealing his true identity. Considering the implications for his own student and the overwhelming combat prowess of Obito, the Hokage's faction was understandably reluctant to eliminate him. Instead, they allowed him to return and covertly manipulate the Akatsuki organization. However, this seemingly advantageous decision for Konoha deeply wounded Namikaze Minado's heart, leading him to feel increasingly detached from his beloved village amidst his fervent research. 3 years later, having exhausted all knowledge apart from the techniques inscribed in the sealing book, and finding no support from his father, he resorted to actions reminiscent of a certain descendant from another valley, seeking out the sealing book before ultimately defecting. Chapter 78, Naruto of the Namikaze Clan and Minma, Part 2. The crime of stealing the Book of Seals was indeed grievous, especially since he was the son of the Hokage. Namikaze Manado personally led a team to apprehend Minma, vowing to bring him back to Konoha. However, Minma was no ordinary foe. He had meticulously crafted a plan long before his defection. He had established contact with Orochimaru for assistance, and out of a shared appreciation for research and a deep curiosity regarding the Uzumaki clan, Orochimaru agreed to hide Minma for the price of merely 3 bases. Due to the 4th Hokage's busy schedule and the necessity for the Hokage to remain within the village, the matter was ultimately left unresolved. A bounty was issued, yet the authorities, realizing that even the Hokage had ceased to intervene, also relinquished their efforts. Thus, Minma successfully escaped from Konoha. Now under Orochimaru's protection, Minma was acutely aware of the ulterior motives behind his sheltering. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to such matters, harboring a keen desire to uncover the secrets entwined within his bloodline. Consequently, The two like-minded individuals embarked on a delightful journey of scientific exploration, delving into ninjutsu, their own abilities, and anything else that piqued their interest. They thoroughly absorbed the contents of the Book of Seals, and even devised numerous forbidden techniques of their own. At the age of 16, he had gained notoriety as a distinguished scientist throughout the ninja world, with a bounty reflecting 10 times that of Asuma. The only source of vexation was a certain Uchiha Sasuke, who persistently sought to locate him and return him to Konoha. Upon hearing of Minma's experiences, the three Narutos were left in utter disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Windflower Naruto remarked, "I thought Uzumaki Naruto was already quite extraordinary. But it seems there is someone even more formidable." Uzumaki Naruto concurred, "No wonder I felt an eerie chill upon meeting you. It turns out you are a disciple of Orochimaru." Minma raised the corners of his mouth with a light-hearted demeanor, responding, "To be precise, we are merely research partners. I wish to study his work, and he wishes to study mine. After all, we are both scientific anomalies." Uzumaki Naruto recalled his previous encounter with Orochimaru, feeling a lingering unease, as if confronting a formidable adversary. "And what about you? Surely you cannot be as twisted as he is?" Windflower Naruto cast a wary glance at Namikaze Naruto, apprehensive that they might share the same name yet differ vastly in nature. Minma, under the scrutiny of their anxious gazes, felt his smile falter. He awkwardly scratched his face and said, "My past is rather ordinary. It lacks the excitement of Minma's." "Humph, just look at him. It's evident that he does not harbor the Nine-Tails within him. He must have enjoyed a rather pleasant childhood," Minma scoffed, observing Namikaze Naruto's demeanor with palpable disdain. At this moment, the ever-smiling Naruto Uzumaki appeared somewhat despondent. "Like you, I too lost my mother at a young age, on the fateful night of the Nine-Tails assault." Naruto's mother gave birth to an ordinary child with strikingly bright blonde hair. Unlike the previous incarnation of the fourth Hokage, this version was profoundly devoted to his wife. It was this very affection that led to his distraction during the birth of his son, allowing a mysterious assailant to strike. Despite the fourth Hokage's frantic efforts to repel the masked man within those few chaotic minutes, it was ultimately tragic that Naruto's mother succumbed to her fate. Raised solely by his father, Naruto bore little resemblance to him. Rather, he reflected the spirit of his mother, sunny, caring, and endowed with remarkable athletic prowess. This innate talent caught the attention of Konoha's elite early on, ensuring that he received an excellent education. Naruto enrolled in the academy at the age of 6, where he shattered records by graduating that same year. By 7, he had accomplished countless missions and successfully advanced to the rank of Chunin. At 9, having solidified his foundational skills, he ascended to Jonin and completed an S-rank mission independently. He perfectly inherited the fourth Hokage's will of fire and garnered high praise from his peers, leading to an exceptional opportunity to learn the secrets of the sealing techniques. Naturally, as the son of the fourth Hokage, he was taught the Flying Thunder God technique. True to his heritage, Naruto wasted no time in mastering this ability within mere days. He also took Jiraiya as his mentor, learning sage techniques. Utilizing his abundant chakra and the shadow clone technique, he significantly enhanced his learning efficiency. He devised the sage art, flashing Nine-Tails reincarnation clone Thunderstrike. This technique allowed Naruto to create 100 clones, each launching 100 shuriken, while simultaneously executing the Flying Thunder God technique to strike the target. When unleashed, the battlefield was awash with yellow flashes, as countless clones combined their spatial movements with all attributes of the Rasengan, obliterating their foes without a trace. His most triumphant battle occurred when, at the age of 12, he single-handedly eliminated a mysterious assailant who had attempted to lure him, a traitor from the Uchiha clan, in a matter of minutes. Using the sage art, flashing Nine-Tails reincarnation clone Thunderstrike, he relentlessly attacked for a full half-hour, subjecting the masked man to a grim fate of death and resurrection, only to be annihilated again, leaving not even ashes behind. Now, at the age of 16, he stands as the captain of the Hokage's elite Anbu, a close aide to the Hokage, and the widely recognized successor to the fifth Hokage. Naruto's expression was ashen, his upper teeth clenched firmly against his lower lip, his eyes reflecting a mix of resentment and betrayal. "What is wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Naruto Uzumaki observed the distressed expression on Windflower Naruto's face and promptly inquired with concern, "What seems to be the matter?" "I feel unwell, all over," Windflower Naruto retorted. "Are you not aware of my discomfort?" With a sharp outburst, Windflower Naruto's frustration was palpable, causing Naruto's eyes to widen in surprise. In response to such a display, Windflower Naruto could only helplessly bring a hand to his forehead. All of you are deceivers. I once believed I was strong enough, yet among so many illustrious individuals, I find myself the weakest. Oh, come now. Do not underestimate yourself. Naruto quickly interjected, seeking to comfort Windflower Naruto amidst his lamentations. Chapter 79, Uchiha Sasuke. You are the most absurd. You haven't even attended the Ninja Academy. Not yet 6 years old, and your strength already far exceeds mine. Fengwa Naruto shouted in despair, feeling as if he had squandered over 30 years of his life. Heh, I know, exclaimed Uzumaki Naruto, wearing a cunning expression, clearly intending to provoke Fengwa Naruto for amusement. Fengwa Naruto feigned a dramatic cough, then collapsed to the ground, pretending to be lifeless. Is he all right? Wolfing Minma looked at Fengwa Naruto, who appeared ashen. He's fine. After all, this uncle is the eldest among us. How could such a trivial setback affect him? Ugh. The term uncle from Uzumaki Naruto felt like a sharp blade piercing Fengwa Naruto's very being, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Speaking of which, we are somewhat familiar with your story, but it appears that this uncle hasn't shared his tale with us. Ugh. Wolfing Minma licked his lips, his curious gaze shifting towards Fengwa Naruto. Noticing that each Naruto seemed to possess a unique essence, each with subtle differences. Oh, let me enlighten the two of you then. Judging by his demeanor, he probably wishes to avoid this topic. Just as Uzumaki Naruto was about to speak, he felt his pant leg gripped tightly by Fengwa Naruto, as if he were clinging to life itself. Please, make my story sound a bit more heroic. With that, Fengwa Naruto's head drooped, sinking back into his ashen state. All right. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto recounted Fengwa Naruto's story. It sounded rather ordinary. The only intriguing aspect was his ability to utilize ice release due to the geographical features of the land of snow. However, considering that I have extensively studied ice release, it hardly seemed remarkable. After listening, Wolfeng Minma noted the environmental factors in his notebook and expressed his thoughts. I am utterly worthless. I truly apologize. Regardless, I have no special talents, merely growing up without any extraordinary identity, which cannot compare to you prodigies. Fengwa Naruto seemed to succumb to despair, his resentment palpable. Hey, don't be like that. Just think, at least you are the only one among us who has found a wife. Seeing that Fengwa Naruto truly looked despondent, Uzumaki Naruto hastily offered consolation. That is indeed true. Speaking of which, my little Snow is the most adorable in the world. Fengwa Naruto instantly revived, beaming with vitality and glowing with enthusiasm as he gave a thumbs up. Hey, your expression reminds me of Might Minma. He often has that greasy look and gives a thumbs up. TCH, so a brat like you simply does not comprehend the merits of a wife. Fengwa Naruto wore a proud expression. He was no longer disheartened. In that moment, he declared himself the victor of life. Well, it seems I also have a girlfriend. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head in embarrassment and spoke up. What? Naruto's words instantly ignited the gossiping instincts of his counterpart, Naruto Uzumaki. Who is your girlfriend? It wouldn't be Sakura Haruno, would it? The thought of Sakura, the girl he had previously admired, sent a shiver down his spine. It was truly incomprehensible. What was it about that tomboy Sakura that captivated so many, when he believed Hinata to be far more charming? No, of course not. I would never like a boy. Naruto quickly shook his head awkwardly, then, with a radiant smile, said, It's my childhood friend, Sarada Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke. This revelation left everyone, including Hinata, in utter shock. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Naruto, pinch me. Did he just say Uchiha Sasuke is his girlfriend? Hinata stood there in disbelief. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki was already pinching his companion's thigh vigorously. I've been pinching you all along, and you feel nothing? This must be a dream. I mean, how could it possibly be Uchiha Sasuke? Hinata, with a pale expression, remarked, No, you are not dreaming. That's because you were pinching my thigh. I'm terribly sorry. Naruto Uzumaki sheepishly withdrew his hand. Well, there's no need to react so dramatically, and besides, I was talking about Sasuke, but Sarada. Naruto felt overwhelmed under the gazes of the three, unsure of how to stand. Oh, thank goodness, it's not Sasuke. That name is too similar. Naruto sighed in relief. Who on earth is this Uchiha Sasuke that elicits such a reaction from you all? This seems exaggerated, doesn't it? Naruto was at a loss for words. No. If it were Uchiha Sasuke, that would indeed be a significant problem. Naruto quickly waved his hands, and the other two nodded in agreement. It would be a grave issue. If it were that guy Sasuke, I would have to reconsider my previous impression of you. After all, Manado Namake's taste could not possibly be so unique. Hinata was momentarily at a loss for words to describe Naruto, settling for the term unique. However, just to be safe, let me ask about this Sarada Uchiha. She isn't the child of Fugaku Uchiha, is she? Hinata posed this question, as in his mind, the existence of cosmic differences wasn't entirely out of the question. This question caused the other two to tense up once again. No. Naruto shook his head, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. As long as that's not the case. I knew it couldn't be. Naruto continued. Though I have no idea who you're referring to when you mentioned Sasuke and Fugaku. However, Zenai is the daughter of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. And his wife, Uchiha Mikasan. She also has an elder sister named Uchiha Yuzu, who was formerly my captain in the Anbu and now commands the roots of Konoha. Uchiha Yuzu, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikasan? Naruto Uzumaki stood petrified in place, while beside him, Kazahaname wished fervently to have a pair of unhearing ears. Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru exhibited no expression, yet the cracked table beneath his left hand clearly betrayed his current sentiments. Although I cannot fathom the reason for your intense reactions. My mother and Aunt Uchiha Fugaku share a close friendship, and Zenai and I have grown up together as childhood friends who have since become romantically involved. Surely, this should not pose a significant issue. Chapter 80. At last, the real business begins. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the exaggerated trio before him, feeling utterly bewildered by the immense reaction his girlfriend seemed to evoke. Taking a deep breath, the calmest among them, Mikoto, regained her composure and addressed Naruto. Given their reactions, it is likely that your world mirrors ours in some respects. However, it is not surprising that they are so taken aback. Your previous references to your father and mother led us to form certain assumptions. If I am not mistaken, your father bears the surname Uzumaki, while your mother is a Namikaze. Naruto nodded in affirmation. Is there anything peculiar about that? From the outset, I sense that my world differs significantly from yours. My mother is your father, and my father is your mother. I believe this discrepancy is merely a reflection of parallel worlds, thus it is nothing particularly remarkable. Humph. You have certainly inherited that person's calm demeanor and insensitivity, realizing and accepting it from the very beginning, Mikoto remarked with a cold smirk, before continuing her inquiry. No wonder you wondered how you could possibly be fond of Sakura Haruno, whom I initially thought you referred to as a tomboy. It appears that Sakura might indeed be a man. Naruto nodded again, adding, not only is Sakura a man, but in my world, both Tenten and Hinata are also men. Conversely, characters like Shizune are entirely women. Beside them, the petrified figure of Kaze Hana. Naruto had his mouth agape, as if it could swallow a watermelon. Calm yourself. Your Kaze Hana Yukino should also have transformed into a man, the revived Naruto Uzumaki whispered lightly in Kaze Hana Naruto's ear. With a crack, fissures began to appear on the statue-like form of Kaze Hana Naruto, ultimately shattering into fragments. Humph. You must have deliberately revealed this to witness our reactions. I truly underestimated your character. It is even worse than that person's. At that moment, the ever-optimistic Naruto Uzumaki smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye. Well, I was raised by my father. Although I resemble my mother, I occasionally inherited a bit of my father's wicked sense of humor. Wait a moment. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly exclaimed, darting to Naruto's side to scrutinize him. Logically, if everyone's genders in your world are the opposite of ours, why are you still a man? Indeed, my Yukino has transformed into a man. Why have you remained unchanged? The revived Kaze Hana Naruto demanded loudly, pointing an accusatory finger at Naruto. Naruto could only scratch his head awkwardly, smiling as he replied, I am not quite sure about that myself. Perhaps it has something to do with my father being the Hokage? Indeed, the trajectories of your parents are unlike those of anyone else in the world. As the waves of thought enveloped him, Kazama began to speculate. In our realm, fathers ascend to the role of Hokage, while mothers become the Jinchūriki. Yet, in your case, the roles have shifted. Your father, in our world, is a mother who is a Jinchūriki, but due to a gender transformation or some other reason, he surprisingly becomes the Hokage, while it is your mother who perished on the night of our birth. This does not add up. If it were merely due to a gender transformation, why then does the leader of the Uchiha clan remain Uchiha Fugaku and not Uchiha Mikoto? It is indeed peculiar. Exceedingly peculiar. What could be the reason behind this? Kazama began to mutter incessantly, eventually casting a gaze at Naruto that was laden with a predatory curiosity, as if contemplating extracting some tissue from him. Observing Kazama's insatiable thirst for knowledge, even Naruto, who bore a striking resemblance to Manado, took an involuntary step back in trepidation. Well, if you wish to conduct your research, I can cooperate, but please refrain from looking at me like that. I fear I may instinctively retaliate. Upon hearing Naruto's seemingly gentle yet subtly cautionary words, Kazama finally regained his composure. Fear not, for I am quite principled, he replied with a mischievous grin. Believing that there would be ample opportunities in the future to indulge his curiosity, provided he could study Naruto without too much reservation. Phew, with that settled. Have we completed our introductions? Naruto sighed, feeling as though the brief exchange had stretched far longer than 2 days. Well, now that we've introduced ourselves, let us find something to occupy our time. Kazama was the first to propose a task. I have something. Naruto eagerly raised his hand and presented the method for the impure world reincarnation to Kazama. I can't seem to master this technique, and no one here seems to grasp it either. Could you please take a look? Kazama glanced at the scroll, only to disdainfully cast it aside. This outdated version is not worthy of my attention. It must be decades old. Oh, even if you don't appreciate it, there is no need to discard it. Naruto retorted, swiftly retrieving the scroll. Even a dated version is still a forbidden technique. Dismissing it could lead to others valuing it more than you do. He then produced a blank scroll and handed it to Kazama. What do you mean by this? Naruto responded with a cheerful grin. I kindly asked this genius for a copy of the latest version, preferably with annotations on the training methods. Kazekage glanced disdainfully at the scroll, but ultimately sighed in resignation. Very well, let us consider this an expense for my research in this world. I am willing to assist you in exploring the arts and technologies you desire, provided you prepare the necessary funding and laboratory. Additionally, you and your companions shall serve as my subjects for experimentation. When I encounter something intriguing, I expect your assistance in acquiring it. Absolutely, that is no problem at all, Naruto proclaimed, thumping his chest confidently. That is a load of nonsense. Have you managed anything in these past few years? Windflower, Naruto retorted, rolling his eyes at Naruto. I have been handling the financial flow and resources for the entire base and personnel. Engaging in research, which is an expensive endeavor, could leave us all begging on the streets if we're not careful. I can assist in preparing the funding and materials, but let us not be overly ambitious. After all, we are merely operating on a small scale with limited funds. Chapter 81. Earning money to build a base lacking funds necessitates the pursuit of income. Without resources, how can one expect fruitful research outcomes? Kazekage Manado spoke candidly. Although my world possesses experimental apparatus, the disparity between realms raises questions about data compatibility. Moreover, in this world, I ultimately require a specialized laboratory, whether in Konohagakure, Kumogakure, or any of the other 5 great nations, all of which boast their own facilities. Very well. I shall devise a plan. However, the quest for swift revenue remains fraught with challenges, as we lack a clear source of income. Naruto, the Windflower, acknowledged the validity of Kazekage Manado's assertion and resolved to contemplate possible solutions. Manado nodded in agreement and began to scrutinize the nearby facilities and equipment. By the way, where are your experimental devices? I would like to take a look. To be honest, we don't have any at the moment. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. Well, that is disappointing, Manado sighed. I had anticipated that you lot would be focused solely on training and ninjutsu. I'll compile a list shortly. Perhaps you can assist me in procuring what we need. After a prolonged duration, it is perplexing that this base remains idle while you are unsure of your endeavors. Never mind, I shall take matters into my own hands. I suspect that your base cannot readily allocate funds for such necessities. I am quite familiar with this process. You merely need to assist when the time comes. Manado surveyed the extensive training base, feeling a profound sense of exasperation. Throughout his life, he had been privileged, with his father's support and Orochimaru's guidance. He had never encountered such financial hardship. If acquiring funds is your goal, I could lend a hand. Despite my appearance, several S-rank missions are well within my capabilities. Naruto interjected. Manado cast a disdainful glance at Naruto and retorted, it appears that even in a world dominated by women, individuals like you remain ensnared by the conventions of a ninja's life. What do you mean by that? Naruto inquired. My point is that relying on ninja duties to fulfill tasks is utterly antiquated. While this method may yield quick cash, establishing a genuine economic foundation cannot rely on the ninja village-esque framework. Manado addressed the group. Those who share such narrow-minded views as this individual are destined to become mere tools, just different grades of instruments. Phew. Thankfully, I never intended to be a ninja for life. Naruto and Windflower exchanged glances, secretly pleased to have avoided Manado's scorn. Alternatively, one could exert force to impose control over the Daime, thereby persuading those wielding fiscal authority to allocate funds to you. Upon hearing this, both Narutos lowered their heads awkwardly, scratching their heads, while Manado observed their reactions with keen interest. What you all do is merely another form of Konoha, perhaps larger or smaller. What is the utility of this? Without production, one remains a mere taker, dependent on the whims of the creator. The Windwave Monma gradually shared his experiences gleaned from Orochimaru, along with his insights. To truly profit and expand an organization, one must possess tangible products that compel others to willingly provide financial support. Just as Orochimaru's scientific advancements attracted the eager attention of Shimura Danzo. Alas, it was unfortunate that Shimura Danzo soon found himself apprehended and imprisoned by my family's aged patriarch for embezzlement. The image of Danzo, once audaciously spending money, suddenly flashed in Naruto's mind, his body adorned with eyes and bandages, now behind bars, shackled and clutching the iron bars, incessantly proclaiming, "You will regret this." Amused, the Windwave Monma regarded the suddenly laughing boy, puzzled by the peculiar sense of humor displayed. Furthermore, the failed products from our experiments could also generate revenue. Just like Orochimaru's base, which produced a myriad of byproducts, remnants from his research into ninjutsu. Surprisingly, these items turned out to be highly sought after. Take, for instance, the flesh-repairing agent he developed to expedite the healing of physical injuries, despite its inability to regenerate bones. Its rapid and side-effect-free efficacy in flesh regrowth garnered the favor of many ranchers and seafood suppliers, who annually procured substantial quantities from Orochimaru. In fact, he even established a dedicated facility to manufacture this product for economic gain. Technology and ruthlessness? This term spontaneously emerged in Naruto's mind. Indeed, it aptly describes the operation of the flesh-repairing agent. However, isn't it utterly revolting? The thought of some meats and seafood being produced through such means churned his stomach. But what does it matter? I have personally analyzed these components, and there are no side effects from the agent within the meat, while providing all necessary nutrients. Such a remarkable byproduct is rare. Never mind, please continue. Naruto, wishing to steer clear of this topic, sought to move on quickly. The Windwave Monma felt inexplicably perplexed, deeply sensing the generational gap between the 16 and 5-year-olds. Therefore, relying solely on others for monetary gain through physical labor will not yield substantial profits. We must innovate and develop novel ideas. As long as my experimental base can be established, the issue of funding will swiftly cease to be a concern, particularly with the shared technological resources from both worlds. I firmly believe that, in no time, my laboratory may even provide you with operational funds. Wave Wind Myanmar displayed a confident smile. Please, pose your question. Naruto Uzumaki raised his hand, and Myanmar cast a cautious glance in his direction before shifting her focus to the other two students. She noted that they were diligently taking notes with their heads bowed. Reluctantly, she allowed him to continue with his inquiry. How shall we acquire this initial funding? With a sigh of relief, Myanmar acknowledged that at last, a sensible question had been posed. Even a genius like him occasionally struggles to keep pace with the rapid leaps of thought. Why, of course, we shall pursue the most lucrative ventures in this world. Myanmar replied with a mischievous grin. Chapter 82. I wonder how his health is. I see. Hiya. Naruto Uzumaki instantly comprehended the situation. He chuckled, saying, Leave this to me. I have experience in such matters. With a confident pat on his chest, Naruto enthusiastically volunteered. Hey, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Manado Namikaze attempted to dissuade these two renegades, sensing that the conversation was being intentionally steered in a dubious direction. TCH, you're hardly a saint yourself. We haven't even specified what we intend to do, so how do you know it's wrong? Manado retorted dismissively. That's not the point. Naruto reassured him. Rest assured, we would never engage in anything that would tarnish the honor of a ninja. He patted Manado's thigh in a comforting manner. Right, because you're not even a ninja, and to top it off, you're a rogue ninja. Kaze Hanabi interjected, rolling her eyes. As the one with a modicum of integrity, she could only sit by and provide sarcastic commentary. In response to her, Naruto merely wore a cheeky grin. Come on, boss, which wealthy patron shall we target? Naruto asked with a mischievous glint in his eye. Why rob a wealthy patron? Having that much money would complicate things when it comes to laundering it later. Manado flatly refused. Then who shall we pursue? A feudal lord? Manado licked his lips with an impish smile, adding, "Speaking of which, I have yet to meet the legendary Orochimaru of this world. I wonder how his health is." Several months later, beneath a tree hollow in the land of rice, Orochimaru was diligently engrossed in his research. As he carefully inserted the final component into the mechanical hand before him, his experiment reached a significant milestone. "Finally, that should do it. Once I connect the energy source." This will mark the successful completion of experiment number 3801. Orochimaru's eyes were bloodshot, and with a frenzied determination, he activated the chakra energy switch nearby. With a continuous flow of blue chakra extracted from the captive in the basement, the mechanical hand surged with energy. The first phase of the experiment has succeeded. Now, I can proceed to the second phase. Orochimaru deactivated the energy transfer device and pulled down a red lever. Unlike the tranquil blue chakra of before, a torrent of volatile red chakra began to flow into the mechanical hand through the pipes. "It appears to be withstanding the onslaught of this tailed beast chakra," he observed, watching the experiment unfold smoothly. With a satisfied smirk, Orochimaru shifted the lever to the second gear. The frequency of the mechanical hand's tremors suddenly escalated, and the crimson chakra enveloped it entirely. "Damn it, hold on," he commanded, pushing it to the third gear. Bang! Suddenly, with a thunderous explosion, the entire mechanical hand shattered into countless pieces right before Orochimaru's eyes. As the furious chakra erupted, the entire laboratory was suffused with a crimson hue. It was indeed peculiar, exceedingly strange. The enraged Orochimaru violently tore off his disfigured arm, his gaze fixated on the data before him with a frenzied intensity. What could be the reason? I have meticulously assembled the finest chakra-conducting materials from across the ninja world. Why then, do they fail to measure up to the armor worn by Naruto Uzumaki? What, pray tell, is that perfect material capable of withstanding the tailed beast chakra? Suddenly, a loud knock echoed from outside the laboratory. Who could it be? Sensing imminent danger, Orochimaru instinctively inquired. To his surprise, a youthful voice responded from beyond the door. Although he found the voice vaguely familiar, his instinctual wariness regarding serpents kept him from rushing forward. What surprise? Wasn't it said that I should not be disturbed at present? The surprise is M. The laboratory door was forcefully swung open by Kaze, who swiftly advanced and subdued Orochimaru. Upon subduing Orochimaru, his entire form erupted in a multitude of scales, while his eyes and nostrils twisted in opposing directions. "This is bad." Kaze, swift of hand and foot, kicked the still-forming Orochimaru away, sending him hurtling into the distance, followed by a vacuum sphere. The flung Orochimaru, now torn asunder, transformed into myriad venomous serpents, which were subsequently shredded into pieces by the vacuum sphere. True to his reputation, Orochimaru had anticipated such a moment, preparing a snake substitute to ensnare his foe. Upon realizing the futility of his tactic, Orochimaru emerged from the shadows. "It seems my little trick has proven ineffective against you. How about this instead?" Hidden shadow snake hands. Countless venomous serpents erupted from his hands, lunging towards Kaze. Hiss! Kaze's left hand morphed into a colossal python, which voraciously consumed the swarming serpents. Harnessing the connection to the snakes entwined with Orochimaru's arm, he forcefully yanked him closer. How intriguing! Observing a similar style of attack, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes gleamed with excitement. Seizing the opportunity mid-flight, he opened his mouth and spewed forth a version of himself with a human body and a serpentine tail. This airborne Orochimaru, tail swaying, clutched a Kusanagi sword in his mouth, aimed directly at Kaze. Such an outdated technique, Orochimaru-sensei. Kaze revealed a small serpent from beneath his collar, which, leveraging Naruto's neck, leaped forcefully to the sword's tip and devoured the Kusanagi whole. As I observed, the sword in my mouth was unexpectedly swallowed by a small snake, prompting the colossal Orochimaru, who was about to kiss this very serpent, to relinquish his weapon and gracefully leap backward to the ground. "Oh, you dare to address me as Master Orochimaru? I cannot recall ever having taught a student such as yourself. It defies logic that I would forget an experimental subject as captivating as you." Orochimaru gazed at Namikaze Manado with curiosity, judging by the previous battle style. He believed this individual to indeed be one of his creations. Yet, why could he not remember? Who knows? Perhaps your fragmented soul has caused you to lose your sanity? Namikaze Manado jested, but Orochimaru's countenance shifted, losing its previous calmness. The truth in Manado's words was indeed troubling. He had divided his soul into several fragments, each encased within cursed seals, and each fragment had the potential to evolve into a version of himself. This red-haired youth before him could very well be a manifestation of one such fragment breaking free from the confines of the cursed seal. Perhaps even a product of his own teachings. Yet, that would spell trouble. The world does not need a second Orochimaru. I believe we must engage in a serious conversation. Orochimaru narrowed his serpentine eyes, his demeanor turning grave, as an aura of menace unique to him enveloped the air. Chapter 83. The Beast Crisis. Perhaps you should refrain from such trivial actions. This aura of menace has long lost its effectiveness. In the face of Orochimaru's murderous intent, Kazuki Minama remained utterly unfazed, simultaneously unleashing two serpents that lunged toward Orochimaru from either side. I truly underestimated you. Do you think you can confront me with such a meager number? Orochimaru's visage contorted as he extended his long tongue and bellowed, gripping two kunai in his hands, swiftly severing the two serpents in half. However, the snake heads suspended in midair suddenly gaped wide, and two Kazuki Minama, drenched and glistening, emerged from the serpentine mouths. My substitution technique. Before Orochimaru could process the shock, the two Kazuki Minama, wielding spiraling orbs, simultaneously struck him. The dual twisting spirals from opposing directions effortlessly tore Orochimaru's form asunder, propelling one half upward and the other downward. In the next moment, numerous serpents erupted from the gruesome wounds on Orochimaru's body. These venomous snakes, having obliterated the shadow clones of Kazuki Minama, entwined with one another. And with a powerful tug, Orochimaru's body rejoined as one. At that moment, a trident kunai soared through the air. Orochimaru tilted his head, and the kunai narrowly grazed past him, embedding itself in the wall behind. It has been quite a while, Naruto-kun. It seems your kunai technique has not improved much over time. What brings you to my domain? Orochimaru greeted the suddenly aggressive Naruto Uzumaki with a smile. Yet his eyes remained vigilant, fixated on Kazuki Minama. This individual, brimming with such vibrant life, could they be of your kin? To say they are kin would be somewhat accurate. As for my visit, I indeed have a favor to ask of you. Oh, if you would be so kind as to lend me your armor for research, I am open to negotiations. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with interest. Ready to discuss terms. No. I believe it is far more exhilarating for us to take matters into our own hands. Suddenly, Naruto Uzumaki vanished from Orochimaru's sight. Before he could react, a cold sensation enveloped his chest as a gleaming short blade plunged into his heart. Orochimaru felt an icy chill coursing through him. Uttering a phrase in disbelief. Flying Thunder God. Indeed, it is the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto nodded affirmatively, having fused with two Kazuki Minama. He could now wield this technique freely, and with several months of practice, its application in battle posed no issue. Alas, still not quick enough. What? Orochimaru, under the blade of Naruto, melted away like chocolate, transforming into a puddle of mud on the ground. This was a clay clone. The real Orochimaru had burrowed underground to escape. Kazuki Minama discerned the ruse and promptly formed hand signs to plunge into the earth as well. Keep a close watch on the experimental equipment. Be cautious and ensure nothing is damaged. Observing the two vanish, Naruto merely shrugged, turning his attention to Orochimaru's laboratory. Regardless, the body of Namake's Manado still bears the kunai of his Flying Thunder God technique. Should danger arise, he can teleport instantly by channeling chakra, thus alleviating any concerns regarding Manado's safety. In order to successfully capture Orochimaru, the four Narutos divided into two teams to simultaneously assault the base, where Orochimaru was most likely to be found. Naturally, the two Narutos skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique were assigned to different groups, while the other team was presumably still engaged in combat with Orochimaru's subordinates at another base. A sense of familiarity washes over me. Boredly observing the laboratory, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly felt a familiar chakra and moved forward to investigate. After searching, he discovered that this familiar chakra emanated from a shattered pipe, which continued to channel this energy. Hey, isn't this chakra from that guy Jinchūriki? What? Naruto was taken aback. Upon hearing it was the chakra of the Eight Tails, he immediately wondered if Orochimaru had captured the Eight Tails. Suddenly, the entire experimental facility began to tremble, accompanied by a chorus of roars from below. Oh, that sound doesn't bode well. Listening to the grotesque noises echoing beneath, Naruto decided to adopt a cautious approach and dispatched a shadow clone to delve underground for a closer look. Upon descending, the clone discovered that the entire basement was a vast prison. Countless ragged individuals were confined within, each connected to various tubes that converged back to the laboratory above. The tremors and roars they had just heard were indeed the anguished sounds of these test subjects. The underground prison was suffused with a visible crimson chakra, and several subjects had already broken free from their restraints, launching frenzied attacks on one another. Come on, even as test subjects, you should aim for Orochimaru. What kind of logic is it to attack fellow victims? Witnessing the imminent slaughter of many test subjects, Naruto's compassion surged, prompting him to intervene. Help! 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 Some of the bound subjects, seeing their enraged counterparts being restrained, cried out desperately. Stop urging me. How can I possibly manage so many hands? With a powerful punch, Naruto sent the rampaging test subject flying, only to be met with a thunderous roar from behind, resulting in his explosive defeat. In his final moments, he recalled the sight of the previously restrained subjects breaking free, with two horns sprouting from their heads as they retaliated against him with a powerful strike. Wait, what? Through the shared vision of his clone, Naruto began to grasp the unfolding situation. It appeared that these rampaging individuals had absorbed a copious amount of concentrated Eight-Tails chakra, leading to their transformation into tailed beasts. Upon contemplating these matters, Uzumaki Naruto promptly activated the newly acquired Kagai's Byakugan, eager to ascertain the number of rampaging experimental subjects. To his astonishment, he discovered that beneath him lay hundreds of chakra units, with the chakra of the Eight-Tails incessantly encroaching upon these units, staining them with its own hue. This predicament appeared to be a genuine biochemical crisis. Hundreds of rampaging tailed beasts? Even in the absence of tails, it would pose a significant challenge. Naruto felt the situation was exceedingly precarious. The experimental subjects below were predominantly forcibly captured by Orochimaru, and he was uncertain of their innocence, making it difficult to act with lethal intent. However, if this continued, he would inevitably be confronted by hundreds of tailed, monstrous apparitions. HM? What is this immense chakra unit? Chapter 84. The Dual Serpent's Demise on the Ground. Hatake Minma had successfully pursued Orochimaru. Give it up, Orochimaru-sensei. I've calculated that your Earth-style ninjutsu cannot possibly match my speed. Minma taunted. You little brat. Orochimaru cursed inwardly, furious at another version of himself somewhere for having produced such a peculiar child. The threat he felt from this boy was not as substantial as that posed by Naruto Uzumaki. Yet facing him evoked a sensation akin to confronting his own reflection, one that felt even more perilous. It was as though a colossal python sought to devour him. A mere serpent. Orochimaru-sensei, did you know? I devised a robbery scheme specifically for you. I never imagined those fools would take me at my word, allowing me the ease of capturing you. Minma exclaimed with a disturbingly delighted grin, extending his long tongue. Ha! I truly underestimated you. Orochimaru suddenly burst into laughter, covering his face with his right hand, forcing a smile as he ominously declared, I merely fled in the laboratory out of fear of damaging my equipment. Do you truly believe that now, on solid ground, you are my equal? Are we equals? Let's put that to the test. Minma's pupils began to morph, transforming into a fox eye on the left and a serpent eye on the right. Kyubi chakra? Not merely Kyubi chakra. Minma's right hand morphed into a colossal python, lunging toward Orochimaru. That technique is futile. Orochimaru leaned down, opening his mouth wide. In an instant, countless black serpents erupted from his throat, each one sprouting gleaming white blades, akin to daggers from the depths of hell, hurtling toward Minma. Ninjutsu Fox Serpent. Naruto placed his left hand atop his right, channeling red chakra into it. The skin of the massive python on his right hand quickly disintegrated into ash, revealing a blood-red creature with a fox head and serpent body, enveloped in crimson bubbles. The fox-headed serpent swept its body, incinerating all the sword-like snakes that dared to approach. Hiss. Facing the blood-red monstrosity charging toward him, Orochimaru bit down on his thumbs, slamming them onto the ground. A multitude of intricate runes instantly unfurled. Triple Rashomon. Boom, 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 boom. The three Rashomon gates were swiftly shattered, yet the fox serpent, infused with Kyubi chakra, crumbled to ash under the weight of such immense power. Just as Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief, he noticed a second sun appearing above him. It was Minma, leaping high to strike him with a massive Rasengan. Earth-style, Earth Fortress. A colossal rock fortress rose from the ground, securely enveloping Orochimaru within its protective confines. As the spiral Great Jade collided with the rock fortress, it became evident that despite its seemingly unimpressive exterior, the fortress was, in fact, impervious. Even as the spiral Great Jade exhausted its energy, it failed to shatter the fortress. The rock fortress, crafted from the very materials I analyzed from the formation of the Rashomon, is not so easily broken. Once the sounds of ninjutsu clashing outside faded and his fortress remained intact, Orochimaru exhaled a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that this red-haired individual not only mastered his ninjutsu, but also possessed the chakra of the Nine-Tails, truly a grown-up version of Uzumaki Naruto. Now that I think about it, they do resemble each other quite closely. Could it be? Orochimaru seemed to unearth a revelation, his snake-like eyes widening significantly. And the corners of his mouth curled upward uncontrollably in manic glee. Haha. If that were the case, if such a thing truly exists, Uzumaki Naruto, you truly are remarkable. Suddenly, a chilling sensation gripped Orochimaru's neck, and as his face dampened slightly, he realized a small snake was flicking its tongue against him. Zooming out, it became apparent that Orochimaru was ensnared by several venomous snakes, their fangs embedded in his flesh, rendering him paralyzed. Orochimaru-sensei, do you understand the nature of relationships that occur between snakes in a confined space? Kamizuki Izumo slowly emerged from the earth, his long tongue licking his lips. His gaze filled with an aggressive intensity directed at Orochimaru. Cough, cough, this is of no consequence. You must tell me. Orochimaru's eyes brimmed with madness and an insatiable thirst for the unknown. Are you and Uzumaki Naruto truly the same person? Is that why you resemble each other so closely, and you possess the chakra of the Nine-Tails? You must be him from another world. That is why you call me teacher. Yet I have no recollection of this. Orochimaru's bold and precise inquiries halted Kamizuki Izumo, who was poised to strike. Hee-ha! Kamizuki Izumo laughed maniacally, his mental state becoming increasingly difficult to discern. You truly are remarkable, Orochimaru. Absolutely correct. Your reaction mirrors my own upon discovering the existence of parallel worlds, which is why I eagerly accepted the proposal to traverse these realms. Such a revelation filled Orochimaru's eyes with excitement, as he cast aside all other notions, immortality, mechanical armor. None held a candle to the thrill of traversing parallel timelines. How did you manage this? Please, allow me to join your research. However, Kamizuki Izumo's laughter ceased, and he lowered his head. Do not worry, sensei. You will undoubtedly join me in this research. He suddenly raised his head, revealing the two snake-like pupils within his eyes. At that moment, Orochimaru abruptly realized the implications of what he had just said. In a space constrained by limited resources, when food is scarce, the great serpent may resort to devouring the smaller snakes. Are you implying that you wish to consume me? A cold sweat trickled down Orochimaru's brow, his eyes filled with trepidation. Indeed, this is an extraordinary opportunity bestowed upon me by fate. As the waves of the wind surged, scales densely covered the face of the young man, his gaze fixated on Orochimaru with unbridled hunger. In my world, such an opportunity would never be granted, and I could never hope to vanquish you. However, in this realm, the circumstances are markedly different from the very beginning. I had meticulously devised a plan to locate you and then devour you. Chapter 85, Completion. The white phosphorus serpent is an extraordinarily enigmatic creature, capable of manifesting in the physical realm while simultaneously concealing itself within the depths of the soul. Orochimaru transformed himself into the white phosphorus serpent to execute his forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, seeking an alternative form of immortality. As Orochimaru's disciple, Namikaze Manado naturally could not overlook this ninjutsu. It appears that inspired by Manado, Orochimaru in his world abandoned the notion of using others as vessels. One could even assert that he relinquished the ambition to seize anyone else's body, focusing intently on a mysterious project of his own. This decision, however, has led to a certain purple-haired woman harboring discontent towards Naruto Uzumaki. Despite having mastered the art of transformation himself, Naruto had no intention of exchanging his current physique. He was thoroughly content with his own body, and being still youthful, he felt no urgency to ponder the matter of mortality. Thus, he innovated a new forbidden technique based on the white phosphorus serpent, corpse without body. Unlike impure world reincarnation, which commandeers another's flesh, this technique is designed to extract the essence from the souls of others. Upon transforming into the white phosphorus serpent, he devours his opponent's soul, assimilating all beneficial components and formidable mental prowess, thereby enhancing his own intellect and spiritual strength. Since the inception of this technique, Naruto's primary target has been the most astute individual he knows, his mentor, Orochimaru. He sought to employ the ancestral craft of the ninja world, teacher devouring. Yet, he was unprepared for the overwhelming strength Orochimaru gained post-extraction, a power so formidable that Manado found himself utterly defenseless. To this day, he vividly recalls the moment Orochimaru revealed his true form, red hair, Sharingan eyes, his body adorned with bone spurs, and a tattoo of the first Hokage emblazoned upon his chest. The ability to manipulate bloodline limits effortlessly, devoid of side effects, sparked an insatiable curiosity within him, a desire to whisk his mentor away to the operating room. Though he was powerless to do so, ultimately subdued mercilessly, Manado found himself confined within a vessel, occasionally emerging to study useful knowledge until summoned by Naruto Uzumaki. In the forest, two monstrous serpents, each adorned with serpentine heads, entwined fiercely. Ultimately, the serpent with a fox-like head consumed the one crowned with hair whole. Following their entanglement and digestion, the fox serpent re-entered a corporeal form. Crack! Crack! Manado flexed his limbs, slightly stiff from prolonged inactivity, and then licked his lips. Ah, I feel marvelous. Having acquired a substantial fragment of your soul, I believe inspiration will soon strike, revealing the secret behind your immense strength. I must admit, Naruto Uzumaki, this little world of yours holds considerable value, and their complete lack of vigilance presents an opportunity one am keen to exploit. Boom. In Orochimaru's subterranean base, Naruto Uzumaki shattered the floor with a single kick, creating a gaping hole. Upon leaping into the vast chasm, he was confronted by an immense green container. Within this verdant vessel floated an astonishing 20-meter-long bullhorn. Could it possibly belong to that creature, the bull demon? This might very well be the source of the tailed beast chakra rampaging outside. Orochimaru has indeed cultivated something remarkable. What is your plan, Naruto? We must secure this entity. If the chakra of the Eight Tails continues to spread, the captives outside may soon succumb to madness and death. Naruto Uzumaki advanced briskly, the mechanical armor already enveloping him. With a swift leap, he shattered the green container, and a continuous stream of nutrient fluid gushed forth from the rupture. He sensed a profound yearning from both his armor and the mechanical Nine-Tails. Gently caressing the bull horn, Naruto felt the desire transmitted through his armor. Subsequently, several iron chains sprouted from his body, devoured by the mechanical Nine-Tails. What is this sensation? I perceive an enhancement in my mechanical armor. As the Eight Tails horn was absorbed, the color of the armor dulled slightly, yet it appeared more vibrant and alive. Within the 8-trigram seal, the mechanical Nine-Tails manifested a bulge on its face, as if something were poised to emerge. Kurama, trapped beside the water prison, sensed the transformation of his neighbor with growing unease. This counterfeit increasingly resembles the Ten-Tails. Should it absorb the chakra of the remaining beasts, it might genuinely evolve into the Ten-Tails. Roar. Just as Naruto reveled in the newfound strength of his armor, the laboratory walls were suddenly obliterated. The rampaging test subjects outside, driven by their instinct for chakra, surged forth in search of more Eight Tails chakra. 1, 2, 3, 4. Since you are so eager to deliver a feast, I shall not decline. Naruto eyed the transformed beings, licking his lips. Initially, he aimed to rescue these innocent subjects. But now, he perceived the Eight Tails chakra as a sumptuous banquet, with the rampaging small Eight Tails as his servers. Roar. One test subject, now sprouting horns, charged ferociously at Naruto. He stepped forward, gripping the creature's horns firmly, rendering it unable to advance an inch, then struck its bull-like head with his left hand. The tailed beast extraction technique instantly siphoned the red chakra from the subject, which fell unconscious, burned and battered as the chakra detached from its form. Observing the red chakra in his hand, Naruto directed it toward the mouth of the creature and swallowed it whole. Now, it is your turn. The compartment behind his mechanical armor opened, revealing 8 chains that extended forth. 3 of these ensnared the remaining test subjects, extracting the Eight Tails chakra from within them. 4 chains anchored to the ground elevated Naruto Uzumaki, allowing him to hover in midair, while another crashed heavily against the wall, creating a definitive passage between the experimental subject and the laboratory. Subsequently, Naruto commanded the chains to drag 3 individuals, gradually leading them into the laboratory. The atmosphere within had transformed significantly. Pairs of crimson, blood-red eyes illuminated the space, reminiscent of a beast's cage. It appeared that a feast was about to commence. The 3 chains swiftly drained the chakra from the ensnared experimental subjects, carelessly depositing them onto the floor. Thereafter, Naruto directed the chains into the throng. 8 chains, resembling tentacles, frantically grasped the rampaging bull demons. Those who fell under the chain's reach were stripped of their red energy, leaving behind only scorched bodies. Chapter 86, Shinong Before Long. Orochimaru's laboratory was in utter disarray, strewn with the bodies of experimental subjects. Some of these subjects had been fortunate enough to inhale only a small amount of the Eight Tails chakra, enduring merely a psychological shock, While others had succumbed to the stage of tailed beast transformation, their skin burned away, left to suffer in silence. Be grateful to me. At least you are not dead, said Naruto Uzumaki, cradling a large plate of 8-Tails chakra as he addressed the unconscious subjects. This chakra was intended for Temari, and as Orochimaru's disciple, he believed it could potentially nurture another small 8-Tails. Naruto Uzumaki. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the ceiling. Just as he thought of Temari, she arrived. I'm here. Naruto called out loudly, climbing through a hole in the ceiling back into the upper laboratory. Did you finish so quickly? What happened to Orochimaru? Temari exclaimed, stunned by the chaotic scene that greeted her as soon as Naruto emerged from the hole. The laboratory was a disaster, with vials shattered and wires severed. Electricity pulsating dangerously into the air. Temari's face flushed with anger as she glared at him. I was gone for just a moment, and you've destroyed the lab. Do you have any idea how long it took to assemble this equipment? She lamented, her expression pained as she surveyed the wreckage. A single wire in this lab could be worth a B-rank mission, and acquiring it again was no small feat. It was fine when I left. How could this happen? Could it be? As Naruto began to explain, a realization struck him, and he dashed toward a corner of the laboratory. He moved aside a cabinet, revealing a massive rat gnawing on an electrical wire. The creature had swollen to the size of a cat, sporting horns like a bull and bubbling with red energy. Ah, the culprit has been found. Clearly, this rat is responsible, he declared. Is that the influence of the 8-Tails chakra? Has it gone berserk due to tailed beast chakra? Temari quickly assessed the rat's condition. When you left, I noticed a leak of the 8-Tails chakra. There's a giant horned rat down here and a whole bunch of captives infected by the 8-Tails chakra. Naruto explained, brandishing the chakra he had gathered. I was just about to handle it when you called me up. Unbelievable. That wretched creature. Temari seethed, her frustration mounting as she watched the rat continue to gnaw on the wires. In a fit of anger, she threw a snake from her left hand, intending to devour the offending rodent. As the bull-headed mouse encountered its nemesis, it exhibited an unexpected audacity, baring its teeth in defiance, ready to bite at its vulnerable spot. In response, the serpent underwent a startling transformation, sprouting a fox's head, and with the enhancement of dual adversarial buffs, it swiftly consumed the extraordinary bull-headed rodent. Alas, one mere mouse has wreaked havoc upon my entire laboratory. With that, I shall gather my belongings and assess what remains salvageable. Wufeng Mianma began to clear the remnants of the lab, muttering words of wastefulness and destruction under her breath. I shall head to the base to check on the others. In such a vast facility, there may be other adversaries lurking. Vortex Naruto, sensing his inability to contribute here, decided to investigate elsewhere. And do refrain from eliminating Orochimaru's subordinates. He possesses quite a few intriguing individuals, he advised. In truth, Orochimaru's minions within this base were already few, having been subdued during their prior assault. Naruto was merely tidying up the aftermath of battle, seeking out any remaining threats. He pondered whether there were any valuable talents hidden here, as Mianma and her companions had lamented the scarcity of capable individuals. Though he himself was uncertain of what constituted true talent, Naruto activated his Kagaya's Byakugan, scanning the chakra within the subterranean base. This green chakra, could it belong to a medical ninja? Perhaps it was Kabuto? Suddenly, his scan detected a sizable green point, and considering Kabuto's prowess, which rivaled even Orochimaru's, he hastened toward it. Damn Orochimaru. This underground base resembles a labyrinth. Shinnon cursed as he stumbled through the corridors, intent on technical exchanges and hoping to extract the whereabouts of the Zero-Tail Scroll from Orochimaru. To his dismay, Orochimaru had merely dispatched a clone to deceive him. And while they engaged in what seemed a fruitful discussion, the clone unexpectedly detonated before him, soaked in serpent remnants. Shinnon was overwhelmed not only by humiliation but also by panic. Orochimaru was leagues beyond him in skill, if even a clone could explode. The caliber of threats within this base was surely formidable, and he realized he stood no chance. What could he do? He had to flee. He bore the responsibility of restoring the honor of the Empty Ninja clan and could not afford to perish here, navigating through the chaos. Shinnon dispatched several of Orochimaru's subordinates before, guided by their directions, he finally discovered an exit. Indeed, the ninjas of Konoha proved to be unreliable. It seemed he could only rely on himself. Just as he reached for the door, the adjacent wall suddenly exploded. In his moment of terror, Naruto emerged from the rubble. At last I've caught up. Couldn't you have run a tad slower? All these bases will be mine in the future, and your haste forced me to break through the wall to catch you. Naruto dusted off his clothes and, with an air of displeasure, addressed Shinnon. Oh, It's an old man, not Kabuto? This armor is undoubtedly far superior to the techniques of our own shinobi. Could it possibly be a latest creation of Orochimaru? Perhaps Orochimaru inadvertently donned this armor and thus met his defeat at the hands of this individual. Realizing he was no match for the enigmatic figure before him, Shinon concocted a ruse to blend in as an unsuspecting passerby. He immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, pleading, "Please, do not strike. I am merely a doctor who happened to be passing by, not affiliated with Orochimaru." Chapter 87 Misunderstanding O. The sight of the elderly Shinon, with his white hair and frail appearance, certainly suggested the visage of an old man. However, Naruto Uzumaki maintained his vigilance. An elderly individual who could exhibit such vitality in Orochimaru's lair was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. "Aren't you a doctor? How come you possess such muscular physique?" Shinon glanced at his own brawny biceps, awkwardly smiling. "As a physician, it is quite reasonable for me to enhance my strength through muscle training, wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed." Naruto nodded in affirmation, then posed another inquiry. "But why do you harbor such an immense life chakra within you? This kid actually has some perceptive abilities." Shinon cursed inwardly while maintaining a smile, explaining, "As a doctor, it is essential for me to possess some chakra to better treat my patients." "That makes sense." Naruto acknowledged, "Well done. This kid has bought it." Shinon felt a surge of joy at Naruto's belief. Isn't that Shinon? Damn. Who dares to call my name at such a critical moment? Fury ignited within Shinon, wishing he could eliminate the one who uttered his name 180 times. Yet, in reality, he could only cautiously turn to see who had called him. To his surprise, he encountered a youth with fiery red hair and fox-like features, whose eyes remarkably resembled those of Orochimaru. Could he be Orochimaru's son? Shinon felt a thrill of excitement, knowing that he could collaborate with this ally to outsmart the individual before them. "Oh, it's you." "Indeed, I am the renowned healer Shinon, abducted by Orochimaru." With that thought, Shinon greeted the red-haired boy, named Nameki's Manado. You have arrived too?" Shinon's familiarity bewildered Manado, leaving him to ponder if the Shinon had traversed from his own world. Oh, yes, indeed, I was abducted by Orochimaru." "What? Orochimaru is here too?" Manado exclaimed in alarm. He could confront the Orochimaru of this world, but the one from his own realm instilled genuine fear. Of course, this is Orochimaru's base, after all. Shinon found Manado's dread perplexing, as if Orochimaru were absent from the premises. "Do you two know each other?" Naruto inquired, equally perplexed, questioning the nature of Manado's connection to Shinon amidst Orochimaru's lair. "Yes, we are acquainted, albeit not in this world. We should hasten our departure. The Orochimaru from my world has crossed dimensions to hunt me down." Manado instinctively recoiled at the mention of Orochimaru and, seizing Naruto, prepared to flee. Meanwhile, Shinon's mind raced, piecing together the implications of Naruto and Manado's dialogue. Something is amiss. He possesses the eyes of Orochimaru. How could he possibly be unaware that this is Orochimaru's lair? Could it be that Orochimaru is not present here? Yet, just moments ago, Orochimaru's son claimed that his father traversed realms to hunt him down. Is it conceivable that Orochimaru has perished, slain by his own progeny? Which is why he spoke of crossing worlds to kill him. No, that cannot be right. Then why did he say he knows me, claiming we met in another world? Could it be that I too have? No, such a notion is utterly implausible. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Shinon's eyes widened. A chill creeping from his tailbone to the crown of his head, beads of cold sweat cascading down incessantly. Wait, calm down, Shinon. There is absolutely no way I could be dead. This individual must be feigning familiarity with me. I distinctly recall no one possessing such eyes aside from Orochimaru. Hold on. Perhaps he is indeed pretending, as he donned this mask to eliminate Orochimaru. What could his motive be for acting as if he knows me? Is it to tarnish my reputation? Yes, it must be to slander me, claiming I am acquainted with Orochimaru to escape the clutches of this masked figure. Dreadful. I must take the initiative. I cannot allow Orochimaru's son to speak first. In a moment of panic, fearing that Nameki's Manado might act preemptively, Shinon shouted out, causing the two individuals, who had initially intended to leave due to a misunderstanding, to halt and regard him with confusion. Why did I stop them? They were about to depart. Realizing the folly of his actions, Shinon recognized that the two were not acting as he had surmised. They intended to leave. Now, having called them back, what was he to do next? "Oh, I almost forgot about you. Hurry, join us and share how you arrived here." Nameki's Manado suddenly remembered Shinon's presence and decided to bring him along to gather some intelligence. We can discuss matters later, given your evident fear. Let us first regroup with the others. Wait. Shinnong's words were cut short as Naruto Uzumaki seized him by the arms and transported him to Manado. In an instant, Shinnong felt a brief flash before realizing he had arrived in a new location, unexpectedly accompanied by two additional individuals. Gazing at the trio before him, who, aside from their differing hair colors, appeared to be cut from the same mold, Shinnong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered. Wah! Orochimaru's son has three of them? Huh. Uzumaki Naruto, utterly perplexed, found it strange that while he and his companion were thoroughly searching Orochimaru's base, they were suddenly interrupted by the arrival of Naruto and an elderly man, who boldly claimed to be Orochimaru's son. Not quite. This one appears to be older. And your hair colors are all different. Has Orochimaru perhaps invented cloning technology? After comparing the three individuals before him, Shinnong discerned that there were indeed differences in the details and arrived at a conclusion. Who are you calling old? I'm only in my 30s. Kazuhana Naruto felt perplexed by the old man's inexplicable remarks, one moment claiming to be Orochimaru's son, and the next, declaring his old age. Enough with the nonsense. Wolfing Myanmar forcefully pushed aside Kazuhana Naruto, gripping Shinnong's shoulders and glaring into his eyes. Quickly divulge everything you know, and where is Orochimaru at present? How did you all arrive in this world? Chapter 88, Reassurance in a State of Profound Confusion. Shinnong found himself utterly bewildered by the words of the individual before him. Queries regarding his arrival in this world and the whereabouts of Orochimaru left him at a loss. If he knew where Orochimaru was, why would he need to flee? As Shinnong stammered, unable to articulate a single coherent thought, Kazekage, filled with irritation, swiftly formed a series of hand seals to cast an illusion upon him. Wait. Shinnong recognized the significance of the hand gestures, realizing that his secrets must not be revealed to anyone else. Regrettably, his abilities were insufficient to withstand Kazekage's illusion, and he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. I ask you, how did Orochimaru arrive in this world? Where is he now? Perhaps he was born into this world by his parents. As for his current whereabouts, I do not know. Shinnong responded in a daze. Uft. Ha, that is hilarious. It's true he was born from his parents. Naruto Uzumaki, standing nearby, erupted in laughter at this peculiar exchange, having never encountered such a whimsical dialogue. Quiet down. If Orochimaru discovers our presence, we may not stand a chance. Kazekage shot a fierce glare at Naruto, exasperated that he remained so oblivious to the gravity of their situation. How can you not know where Orochimaru is? How did you end up in his base? I saw you attempting to leave through the base's main gate. Weren't you trying to find him? Shinnong, rendered speechless by the barrage of questions from Kazekage, seemed momentarily paralyzed by the rapid-fire inquiries. Calm down, Naruto urged, placing a reassuring hand on Kazekage's shoulder, recognizing the rising panic in his companion. What do you understand? Kazekage glared at the blonde, ready to retort, but was momentarily subdued by Naruto's determined gaze. Leave it to me, don't worry. Although I am unaware of your concerns, there will always be a solution. With that, Naruto approached the still hypnotized Shinnong and inquired, why were you present in Orochimaru's base? I intended to leverage the guise of technological exchange to extract information about the Zero-Tail Scroll from Orochimaru. That is why I ventured into his base. Are you saying that Orochimaru came to this world from another? No, I have always belonged to this world. Tell us everything you experienced in Orochimaru's base. We were engaged in a fruitful technological exchange when suddenly Orochimaru's clone exploded. I thought we were under attack by enemies, so I attempted to flee, only to encounter a figure clad in armor. Gradually, Shinnong recounted the series of events as he had imagined them, until at last, Kazekage let out a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. The Orochimaru from my world had never crossed over. Wolfing Myanmar kicked Shinnong in frustration, lamenting that this fellow's unclear speech had led to a significant misunderstanding, resulting in the loss of such an important person. Ha ha, I never expected a mad scientist like you to be so fearful of a teacher. A mere just from them sends you into a panic. Fenghua Naruto jested, visibly relieved. Moments ago, he had been startled by the atmosphere conjured by Wolfing Myanmar, genuinely believing that a formidable boss had traversed worlds to confront them. Enough with the chatter. You have no idea how terrifying Orochimaru is in my world, Wolfing Myanmar retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment, acknowledging that he had indeed lost face in this matter. He even found himself less assertive in response to Fenghua Naruto's teasing. No worries. Even if your Orochimaru is formidable, he remains no match for us. The future is in our hands, Fenghua Naruto reassured him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Among all their alternate selves, the two bore the closest resemblance, and this red-haired version of himself evoked a sense of endearing vulnerability that compelled him to care. What do you mean? Wolfing Myanmar, perceptive to the underlying implications in Fenghua Naruto's words, found himself puzzled. Oh, I heard from Fenghua that in our respective worlds, if we face a life-and-death crisis, the timelines of both worlds would momentarily freeze. This means that as long as we assist Naruto in surviving and growing stronger, he will eventually reach a point where he can support us in overcoming formidable foes and crises, ultimately coming to our rescue. While my initial purpose for crossing over was to aid Naruto, this could indeed be seen as an equitable exchange. By helping him, I might ensure my own salvation in the future. Wolfing Myanmar flashed a wink at Fenghua Naruto. You sly one. Wolfing Myanmar was taken aback. He had thought he had successfully concealed his intentions from everyone, but it seemed this fellow had already discerned his purpose without voicing it. Well, since we are essentially the same person, let us continue to support one another. Fenghua Naruto smiled and moved aside, observing Shinong, who lay unconscious on the ground. Speaking of which, what should we do about him? Uzumaki Naruto watched the interaction between the two with a sense of bewilderment, sensing that their dialogue was not as straightforward as it appeared. However, he did not dwell on it, considering they were all the same person. Rather than pondering how to deal with this fellow, I am more curious about what has become of Orochimaru. You mentioned there was a mix-up, and that the Orochimaru from Minma's world did not cross over. What about the Orochimaru from my world? Have you dealt with him? Uzumaki Naruto's concern for Orochimaru was palpable, as it tied directly to his laboratory and finances. Rest assured, your Orochimaru has already been consumed by me, Wolfing Myanmar responded, seemingly having reached an understanding, and exhaled a sigh of relief as he addressed Uzumaki Naruto. Ah, so it appears that all of Orochimaru's possessions now belong to us, does it not? Hiya Uzumaki Naruto chuckled, already envisioning the opulent scene in which he could sell his products handsomely, reclining atop a mountain of gold while counting his riches. Fear not. Unless that individual is liberated from the curse sealed by others who can extract the remaining fragments of his soul, he shall remain irreversibly deceased. Moreover, even if Orochimaru is eventually released, his experimental base, having undergone my modifications, will unquestionably remain under our control. That is splendid. I entrust everything to you. Uzumaki Naruto beamed as he gave Nara Shikamaru a thumbs up. Very well. Rest assured, I shall make excellent use of these experimental facilities. Chapter 89. Sealing Memories. Who is this individual, one might wonder? It seems you have just recognized him. In a daze, Shinong appeared to have overheard discussions about himself. Yet he was so disoriented that he soon lost consciousness again. He is known as Shinong, a member of the Sky Ninjas and a partner of Orochimaru. Many of the mechanical and bodily modification techniques that Orochimaru possesses were developed in collaboration with him. Oh, is he truly that formidable? Uzumaki Naruto gazed at the elderly figure with a hint of astonishment. The mere fact that he could collaborate with Orochimaru indicates a remarkable level of scientific expertise. I am familiar with this person as well. Namikaze Manado reflected upon Shinong's appearance. I recall that last year, the resurgence of the Sky Ninjas initiated an attack on us, causing significant damage to the village while attempting to steal the Zero-Tail scroll hidden within Konoha. Indeed, we experienced a similar incident. I heard that he perfected the dark medical arts to an extraordinary extent, even capable of opening the death gate of the 8 gates without any side effects. Orochimaru even requested my assistance in bringing this individual back for further study. Opening the death gate without side effects. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback. In his mind, the death gate of the 8 gates was a force capable of toppling the likes of 6 Paths Madara. The strength of Shinong's dark medical arts was astonishing, allowing for the unrestricted use of such power. Are you all right? If he could freely open the death gate, wouldn't he be invincible? Namikaze Manado rolled his eyes in exasperation. If you were in trouble, would you still be able to see me here? The 8 gates grow stronger with age. He is merely a man in his 60s. Even if he could open the death gate without side effects, what could he possibly achieve? He had just absorbed the Zero-Tail into his own body, claiming he would conquer the world, only to be thwarted by my old man, who extracted the Zero-Tail using sealing techniques and then unleashed a Rasengan. Very well, so, is this the situation on your end as well? Uzumaki Naruto expressed a hint of disappointment before shifting his gaze back to Namikaze Manado. Namikaze Manado smiled and replied, not quite. I merely sensed something amiss when he appeared in Konoha. I defeated him before he could summon the Zero-Tail. Impressive. What about you, Kazahana Naruto? Has there been any resolution regarding this fellow? Kazahana Naruto shook his head. I left the village long ago. I have no knowledge of subsequent events, and such secrets are not conveyed to me. Most likely, he was defeated by our fifth Hokage. Very well, speaking of which, what exactly is this zero-tail? Is it a type of tailed beast? Uzumaki Naruto realized that the memories of the traveler seemed rather unreliable, as this world contained many things he did not understand. It is merely a trivial accumulation of dark chakra, akin to a form of yin-yang release, yet it pales in comparison to the tailed beast within us. Namake's Manado remarked, fiddling with a fine needle aimed at the unconscious Shinong, seemingly engaged in some peculiar task, regarding his sinister medical techniques and the art of physical regeneration. I have long conducted my own research. When you require them, I shall present them to you. Oh, can I learn as well? Naruto Uzumaki's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of mastering the Eight Gates technique without any adverse effects. He truly wished to acquire this skill, and in the future, when he ventured into Might Guy's realm, he could teach it to him. With his physical prowess, should he unlock all 8 gates, even the formidable sage of 6 paths, Madara Uchiha would likely pose no challenge. In fact, he might not even need to engage directly with his enemies. Indeed, such techniques would synergize splendidly with the power of the Nine-Tails within us. My proficiency in taijutsu is lacking, and even if I were to open the 8 gates, I would still struggle against Orochimaru. However, with your abilities, perhaps you could indeed defeat the Orochimaru from my world. At this point, Kakashi Hatake rose from the ground, stowing away his tools. All done. I have sealed a false memory within his mind, allowing him to guide us to his aerial base. Well, an aerial base? That concept is rather intriguing. Naruto appeared to grasp the significance, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. An aerial base? Is it the stronghold of the Sky Ninjas? Unaware of the concept of Sky Ninjas, the two Narutos remained oblivious to the details. You will understand soon enough. We are fortunate. While seizing Orochimaru's base, we also acquired an aerial base. Since Naruto is familiar with the idea of an aerial base, he may accompany us. Windflower, you and I shall remain here to take control of Orochimaru's base. Me? Windflower pointed to herself, displaying clear astonishment. But I also wish to witness what the aerial base looks like. Enough with the chatter. Once they bring the base over, you will see it. Our primary objective now is to seize Orochimaru's base, which undoubtedly harbors treasures of equal value to their aerial stronghold. Very well. Under the pressure exerted by Kakashi, Windflower reluctantly consented to assist with the menial tasks. Hey, could one of you leave a flying thunder god kunai for me? Once everything is settled, I'd like to teleport over and take a look. Clearly, Windflower was still reluctant to miss the chance to see the aerial base and devised a compromise. All right, I'll give you one. Naruto pulled a kunai from his hand and handed it to Windflower. However, I wonder how far their base is. If it's too distant, I may not be able to sense the kunai's coordinates to come over. Well, we can address that when the time comes. If you can make it, you should first take me over to witness it. Agreed. With their conversation concluded, Kakashi dispelled the illusion cast by Shinong, and the four of them vanished. Ugh, my head aches. Shino groaned, slowly rising to his feet. In his memory, he had been injured during a battle between Orochimaru and others, which had caused him to lose consciousness until now. That scoundrel Orochimaru, often hailed as one of the legendary 3 shinobi, was surprisingly easy to infiltrate. Shinong incessantly lamented as he sprinted towards a singular direction, his memories now entwined with the technical exchanges he had completed with Orochimaru. He had gleaned the information that the Zero-Tails scroll resided within Konohagakure. It was imperative for him to hasten back to his base to confer with his kin regarding a surprise assault on the village to seize the coveted scroll. After Shinong had dashed away, 2 figures stealthily followed in his wake. They did not pursue him too closely, but rather left a mark of Flying Thunder God on his unseen back. By occasionally sensing the location of the mark, they could effortlessly trail Shinong. Before long, 3 days had elapsed, during which they had traversed from the land of rice to the fringes of the land of fire. Chapter 90, Miscellaneous Fish. The Fire Country is renowned as the most prosperous nation in the entire ninja world, largely due to its intricate topography. It boasts forests, plains, mountains, oceans, and even tropical regions. Following Shinong, Naruto Uzumaki and his companion found themselves in a tropical rainforest. They leisurely paddled their boat across the murky, pale yellow waters of the lake, where silence reigned, broken only by the sounds of their oars and the gentle flow of the stream. Towering trees of the rainforest soared above them, reaching heights of over 60 meters, their leaves forming a canopy that shielded the sunlight. Consequently, few low-lying plants thrived beneath the trees. Be cautious, Uzumaki. Not only are there numerous venomous insects here, but even the fish in the river are toxic, warned Manado Namikaze as he rowed the boat. He had visited this place before, though the passage of time had dulled his memory, necessitating Shinong to guide them. Who would have thought the Fire Country harbored such a place? No wonder Shinong could construct flying fortresses within its borders without anyone noticing, mused Naruto, his eyes sparkling with curiosity at the unfamiliar scenery. The Fire Country was indeed vast, featuring not only tropical forests but also majestic mountains, cascading waterfalls, and expansive rivers. During my previous missions, I traversed the entirety of the Fire Country. Noticing the gleam in Naruto's eyes, Manado chuckled and explained, "You shouldn't confine yourself to the city. Besides studying ninjutsu and honing your taijutsu, or causing mischief, you should occasionally venture out to experience the beauty of nature, breathing in the scent of the tropical rainforest." Naruto smiled, feeling that perhaps this was indeed a good idea. Rowing here feels truly delightful. Indeed, children should embrace their youth. Why burden yourself with so much pressure every day? Manado observed, his heart lightened by Naruto's cheerful demeanor. This excursion felt fortuitous. He reflected on the darkness of their world and the several allies who had aided him, waiting for him to rescue them. Well, it's not like I'm unaware of the world's grimness, Manado thought, gazing fondly at his younger brother. There's no need to rush. Time in other worlds is frozen. Whether you arrive late or early, it makes no difference. As for your world, the crisis is still far off. With us here, I assure you, the Akatsuki organization could easily be dealt with. A glint of cold determination flashed in Manado's eyes. Obito Uchiha, or should I say Tobi? That individual is no match for me, let alone the likes of Kakashi and Naruto. As for Nagato, I believe that with a sincere conversation, he would surely comprehend our intentions. Huh, Naruto exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Manado's words. Are you saying that my world can be cleared already? Indeed. It seems that way, Manado replied with a smile. Is there a feeling of excitement? If not, we may as well return and help you deal with these nuisances, so you don't have to constantly live in fear of them. Never mind, I prefer to rely on my own efforts. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand, politely declining the proposal of Namikaze Manado. After all, I can't let you handle everything for me. I also desire to personally avenge my parents by putting an end to Uchiha Obito, since hearing a few casual conversations about family during his leisure time. Uzumaki Naruto has been envious of the familial bonds others possess. Despite his father being busy, he still loves him, unlike Naruto, who feels utterly alone, unloved, and uncared for. From that moment, he began to harbor a deep-seated hatred for the murderer of his parents, Uchiha Obito. He wished nothing more than to rip Obito to shreds to avenge his parents. Rest assured, with your strength, you possess more than enough power to exact your vengeance. Not to mention, you have his Sharingan. Even without it, you could certainly pummel him for half an hour, just like I would, and leave him in pieces. Speaking of this excited Namikaze Manado, what could be more exhilarating than slaying one's enemy? Excellent. In that case, once I return and learn the dark medical techniques from Ino, I will strike. Manado's words instilled confidence in him. It was time for revenge. What a pity. I intended to encourage you to relax, yet instead, I seem to have intensified your motivation. Manado couldn't help but chuckle. This is truly me. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto laughed, his heart brimming with anticipation. As they conversed, their boat had already docked, revealing a forest shrouded in mist ahead. The two Narutos exchanged glances before stepping onto the marshy ground. With Uzumaki Naruto leading the way, they quickly traversed the underbrush and soon spotted a village not far off. What do you think? Should we investigate the village or the ruins nearby? Manado inquired of Uzumaki Naruto, who was using his Byakugan to sense the surroundings. Naruto shook his head. Neither. He is right before us. Manado raised his hand, and with a series of clinks, he deflected several shurikens. Humph. Quite skilled. No wonder he has managed to follow me for so long. Shinong stood on a nearby tree, his expression grim as he watched the two below. He had only returned to the village to be informed by his subordinates that surveillance cameras had detected two tails following him. As the esteemed leader of the Sky Ninja, destined to be the ruler of the world, it was utterly humiliating to learn he was being tracked. Who are you? If you reveal your identities willingly, I might consider sparing your lives. Manado gazed at the shouting Shinong in the tree and smiled faintly. I never expected we would be discovered, however. It is of little consequence, as you have already fulfilled your role as our guide. At that moment, the thick fog gradually dissipated, revealing dozens of sky ninjas perched in the surrounding trees. Shinong smirked triumphantly. Humph, it seems none of you can escape now. We appear to be surrounded. What shall we do, Naruto? The wind whispering through the trees, Naruto turned to seek the counsel of his counterpart, Uzumaki Naruto. You take the minions. The chief is mine. Haha, that arrangement works for me, replied Naruto with a grin, waving his hand and calling out, Come, come, all the minions, over here. He then leapt onto a nearby tree, beckoning the surrounding ninja to follow him. The ninjas encircling the duo, witnessing their audacity, could no longer contain their anger and turned to Shinnon for guidance. You all go. I want to see why this little brat is so arrogant. With their leader's approval, the lesser ninja rushed towards Naruto. Over there. The minions are over there. Thank you for your cooperation, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, adjusting his attire while pointing in Naruto's direction. Ugh. Ah. One of the lesser ninjas shouted as he charged towards Uzumaki Naruto. Stop. What are you doing? I told you the minions are over there. I'm not a minion. Not a minion? With that attitude, you are certainly a minion. I won't say more. Just look in the mirror. Hey. You do actually resemble one. With such a dismal appearance, claiming you are not a minion? Off you go. Oh, wait. The minion had already begun to retreat. But Uzumaki Naruto swiftly grabbed him back. What now? Return my mirror. Oh, my apologies. Truly a minion. Chapter 91. Boredom Little Devil. It appears that you have been tailing me for quite some time, haven't you? To follow me without being detected showcases your perceptive abilities. However, to think that you alone could vanquish me is rather presumptuous, Shinnon declared, drawing his weapon as chakra enveloped the blade. Enough of this, my good sir. I have long since gauged your capabilities. As the mechanical armor encased him, the diminutive Naruto experienced a sudden surge of power. Is this your source of confidence? This technology is commonplace in the land of the sky, and for true warriors, it holds little significance. With a fierce swing of his chakra blade, Shinnon launched a merciless downward strike towards Naruto. In a swift motion, Naruto extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the blade, and, with a powerful flick, sent it hurtling away. Before Shinnon could comprehend the turn of events, Naruto closed in and delivered a punch to his abdomen, rendering him unconscious. Observing the fallen Shinnon, Naruto felt a tinge of boredom. The leader of such a formidable organization had been subdued with such ease. His fist clenched in anticipation. He gazed at the defeated enemies awaiting him, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. After such prolonged preparation, to resolve the matter so effortlessly felt rather anticlimactic. There was no denying that Konoha was the mightiest village, and each of its ninjas possessed the strength to serve as Hokage. This airborne ninja faction was merely a remnant of a village annihilated during the Second Shinobi World War. Their only notable trait was their ability to transport numerous individuals through the air. If a confrontation were to arise, even Shino could obliterate them entirely. This was no exaggeration. In their timeline, even Shino's insects had thoroughly devoured those airships. Such reflections made Naruto realize that he had once overthought matters, always treading cautiously. He had always known of his strength, yet he often felt inadequate, haunted by the memories of Uchiha Madara and the Akatsuki clan from the past. In truth, his power was ample enough to rival 2 of his own, capable of quelling threats before they burgeoned. It was only after effortlessly dismantling a remnant of a village and achieving his objective that he finally bolstered his confidence. Shinnon. Just as Naruto grasped the extent of his true strength, a throng of villagers armed with farming tools rushed towards him. These individuals had emerged from a nearby village. Drawn by the sounds of battle. These are commoners? Naruto mused, noting their simple linen attire and agricultural implements. Yet, the concern in their eyes for Shinnon and their hostility towards him and his companions suggested they were not mere ordinary folk. They are merely ordinary villagers. In an effort to conceal his identity near the ruins, Shinnon took on the guise of a doctor in the village, yet ultimately he slaughtered them all in the future, rendering them innocent victims. Scoundrels! After injuring Dr. Shinnon, how dare you utter such slanderous words against him? A young man wielding a hoe vehemently cursed at the 2 Narutos. Their conversation had not been hushed, and thus their words were distinctly overheard. Despicable fiends! I shall not let you escape after harming Master Shinnon. A small boy, with his head wrapped in a scarf, gripped a scalpel tightly in his hand, his gaze fixed intently upon the 2. This peculiar figure naturally caught the attention of Naruto Uzumaki. Had he already been saved and taken as a disciple by Shinnon at this time? The name of this child, or rather this girl, is Yuliyo, a pupil of Shinnon, who had disguised himself as a doctor in this humble village. Owing to the life-saving grace he bestowed upon her, she harbored an almost obsessive affection for him, ultimately becoming his apprentice after a series of entanglements. However, for Shinnon, this emotional attachment was merely a tool to be exploited. When a person's negative emotions reach a certain threshold, they can be transformed into dark chakra by the Zero Tail, enabling him to achieve the ultimate physical form through the application of dark medical techniques. Consequently, after brutally slaughtering her village before her eyes, Shinong feigned death in her presence. As the adage goes, the best way to deify an individual is to die in the most magnificent manner, and Shinong did just that. Indeed, following his demise, Yuliyo's feelings for him soared to their zenith. Regret and resentment intertwined with admiration and affection, elevating Shinong's posthumous image to an almost divine status in her mind. Once he sensed that Yuliyo's perception of him had reached its peak, he appeared before her in a completely opposite guise, revealing his grand design. The depth of love is matched only by the depth of hatred. The overwhelming animosity shattered Yuliyo's mind, plunging her into profound darkness. Harnessing the dark chakra born from this abyss, Shinong swiftly summoned the Zero Tail. Unfortunately, before he could absorb the Zero Tail into his own being, he was severed by Naruto Uzumaki's flying thunder god slash. However, this incident also unveiled the tragic fate of his young disciple, Yuliyo, to Naruto. Perhaps it is best not to reveal the truth to her. After all, that villain Shinong will likely never appear before her again. Naruto contemplated this, simultaneously conveying to another version of himself that these were merely misled, ordinary people, unworthy of contention. They merely needed to seize the base of the empty ninjas. With a gesture of agreement, Naruto Uzumaki signaled his compliance and proceeded to drag Shinong deeper into the ruins. "Don't go, you murderers!" Yuliyo attempted to advance and stabbed the two with her scalpel, but in an instant, Naruto seized her wrist. His formidable grip rendered her utterly incapable of escaping. "Your instructor, if nothing else, is undeniably a commendable teacher. The surgeon's scalpel, in the hands of a physician, ought to be wielded for the purpose of healing rather than for destruction. Thus, you should aspire to embody the qualities of a good doctor, as he has imparted." With that, Namake's Manado released his grip on Yuli, allowing her to collapse helplessly to the ground. Subsequently, he and Uzumaki Naruto ventured into the ruins adjacent to the village. Swiftly, the two employed the Shadow Clone technique and Flying Thunder God, purging the entire area of the airborne ninjas. They did not annihilate them all, rather, the majority were ensnared within Jinjutsu, for it would indeed be a great loss to eliminate those who possessed the ability to fly. Regrettably, however, the aerial base that resided within Minado's memories was merely an incomplete structure in the present timeline. It lacked a fully operational flight system and various essential facilities, thwarting the two Naruto's aspirations of piloting the base home. In their predicament, they resorted to utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport the entire airborne base back with them. Chapter 92. Rebellion. While a multitude of ninjas fervently observed the aerial base, a minor rebellion erupted within the Fire Nation's stronghold. "Bunfeng, how dare you betray us?" In the vast primordial forest of the Fire Nation, a throng of individuals loomed ominously from the branches, encircling Bunfeng. Both Biyuan and Budong, positioned strategically, sealed off all avenues of escape, slowly advancing towards her. At that moment, Bunfeng's expression was one of palpable distress. She had merely intended to make a discreet escape, yet found herself cornered by her own two former comrades. "Biyuan, Budong, are we not still siblings in arms? How could you bring outsiders to capture me?" Bunfeng glared at her erstwhile friends with a mix of anger and betrayal. "Huh, who is truly betraying whom?" Budong retorted sarcastically. "It was you who disregarded the peril to our lives, thinking only of your own escape. If you flee, do you think those demons would spare us?" Though Buyuan remained silent, her unwavering gaze fixed on Bunfeng clearly conveyed her agreement. "So you would willingly become pawns of those wretches? They are not even citizens of the Fire Nation, but rather from the Snow Country. How can you reconcile this with Master Ma's sacrifices for us? Enough of this nonsense. The one most disloyal to Master Ma is undoubtedly you. You were the first to turn your back on us. We kept your secret from those two for your safety, believing that if they sought to exploit your vulnerability, at least you would survive. Yet, this has turned into your opportunity to abandon us. Humph. It seems there is no room for negotiation, but do you truly believe you can capture me? Do not forget, I am the strongest among us." Bunfeng's crimson hair bristled, signaling her readiness for battle. "Your strength is formidable, yet do you think we cannot apprehend you with our numbers?" Budong swiftly performed hand seals, then struck the ground with a powerful fist. "Earth release, and hell." The earth around Budong rapidly softened and began to swirl, dragging Bunfeng towards its depths. "After all these years, you still resort to the same techniques. That is why you cannot match me. Lightning release, earth walk. Wind release, petal dance." A torrent of lightning was summoned by Bunfeng, crashing violently into the ground beneath her. The once turbulent soil ceased its rotation, returning to its mundane state. In the instant the lightning was unleashed, Bunfeng transitioned her wind-based form, using the wind's properties to counter the lightning and simultaneously unleashed a swift pink flower tornado towards Budong. Earth release, rock pillar prison. Faced with the petite whirlwind of petals, Budong quickly conjured a series of sturdy stone pillars to block it. Your ability to switch between the 5 elements is indeed quite troublesome. Earth release, rock pillar spear. The rock pillars, which had just served as a shield, transformed into a spear that shot upwards, piercing towards the unyielding wind. Isn't it peculiar that individuals from the land of fire, like yourselves, have chosen to cultivate earth release? As the rock pillar spear technique was executed, the unyielding wind reverted to its earth release form, mimicking the very same attack as its predecessor. With a series of resounding collisions, the rock pillars of both combatants shattered into fragments, scattering upon the ground. Indeed, I find myself at a loss against you. The unyielding wind, witnessing the futility of its attacks, could only muster a resigned smile. Recognizing the need to relent, it implored, "Please, let me go." Just as the unyielding wind reveled in triumph, its expression shifted dramatically. The surroundings had subtly transformed. The once dense forest had vanished, replaced by an expansive plain. Did you think I was merely engaging in idle chatter? I was merely affording the unwitting one the opportunity to alter the terrain. The unyielding wind fortified itself with a hardening technique, grinning as it prepared to retaliate with a powerful punch. The unyielding wind, observing the fierce fist, quickly recoiled. While its ninjutsu skills were formidable, its physical form was as fragile as paper. Yet soon, retreat became impossible. The ground, which had been a plain moments ago, now bore a concave shape, blocking all avenues of escape for the unyielding wind. This was the work of the distant unwitting one, who had utilized the 8 gates closing barrier technique to create an earthen wall. Perish. The unyielding wind's fist struck the unyielding wind's neck with brutal force, resulting in immediate decapitation. Unyielding. The unyielding wind, now merely a head, swiftly transformed into an ethereal shadow, while a complete form of the unyielding wind descended slowly from above. Veins bulging, the unyielding wind trembled with rage, its body quaking in fury. It had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the unyielding one. The unyielding wind possessed abilities akin to those of the corpse demon rebirth technique, enabling it to seize the chakra of 5 individuals, thereby granting it 5 lives. However, while the latter claimed hearts, the unyielding wind forcibly acquired chakra through the act of kissing. This technique bore its own vulnerabilities. Should all 5 bodies be obliterated, true death would ensue, as would occur if the unyielding wind's true essence, its crimson hair, was attacked. Had the unyielding one aimed directly at her hair, the unyielding wind would have met its demise had it not swiftly elevated itself using earth release. Now that the conflict has commenced, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Unyielding wind. The unyielding one, eyes bloodshot and frenzied, bellowed. Simultaneously, it commanded the approaching snow ninjas to unleash a barrage of shurikens. In an instant, countless shurikens flew forth at a 360-degree angle, embedding themselves in the unyielding wind's body, transforming it into a spiky pincushion. Gah! The body, pierced like a hedgehog, instantly transformed into a skeletal form, only to stand intact beside it once more. Yet another, it seems, has taken my life. I shall annihilate you. Stay still. Flames enveloped my being as I unleashed a colossal fireball towards my adversary. Fool, do you still not comprehend? You have become a cornered beast. This technique is one I need not evade, for my ally is more than capable. With unwavering confidence, my companion stood firm, anticipating that their faithful ally would conjure an elemental shield to absorb the impending damage. Boom. The fiery pillar struck my opponent directly, igniting the very ground upon which they stood. Chapter 93, A Fortuitous Encounter. With a piercing scream, the motionless figure dashed out from the flames, plunging into the earth, extinguishing the fire that engulfed him. What are you doing, Fuyuan? Why do you merely stand by and watch? Have you betrayed me as well? The figure, now charred and disheveled, bore the remnants of clothing and hair reduced to ashes. Had it not been for the stone armor he conjured through ninjutsu, he would have been utterly exposed. This protective layer had been summoned at the moment he sensed impending danger from the flames. However, even this armor, possessing a degree of defensive capability, could not withstand the searing onslaught, leading to its partial cracking and peeling away, steam rising from his scorched form. Fuming with rage directed at Fuyuan, the pain of the ambush had momentarily dulled his awareness of another presence, Fufeng, who was fixated on him. Ignorance of this presence was preferable. Upon turning his gaze, a chilling sensation enveloped him, alleviating the intensity of the burn upon his skin. In the distance, Fuyuan found himself ensnared by Fufeng, their lips locked in an intimate embrace, reminiscent of an orange blossom in full bloom. Yet, a wave of terror washed over the motionless figure as he observed Fuyuan's visage, which was rapidly transforming into a desiccated semblance of wood. It appears you have forgotten. My body possesses the ability to split into multiples. Fufeng gently placed a hand upon the motionless figure, his sultry voice caressing the air around him. Destroying two of my bodies will merely allow you to replenish your own. Aware of the impending consequences, the motionless figure struggled futilely against Fufeng's control. Having recently suffered severe injuries from the fire, he was bereft of strength to break free from Fufeng's grasp. This face indeed offers little desire to resist. Despite the ashen appearance reminiscent of coal, Fufeng gritted his teeth and pressed his lips against the motionless figure's. The losses incurred today were too grave. Only by restoring life at this moment could he find solace. In utter despair, the motionless figure uttered a silent lament. Soon, as their four lips melded together, Fufeng began to siphon the chakra from the motionless figure, akin to a pump drawing water. Rapidly, he too began to resemble Fuyuan, transforming into a lifeless husk. I can't endure this. I truly have nothing left. Fufeng's relentless extraction blurred the motionless figure's consciousness. And just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, the draining of his chakra inexplicably ceased. What is happening? Could it be that Fufeng has experienced a pang of conscience? Struggling, he forced his right eye open to gaze forward. There, he beheld Fufeng's form, now akin to a desiccated corpse, standing motionless. A gentle breeze swept through, and he disintegrated into dust, scattering into the air. Upon closer inspection, Fuyuan had met a similar fate, having succumbed to unconsciousness sooner due to the earlier extraction of chakra. The very Fufeng who had controlled Fuyuan now lay lifeless as well. Truly, you were not forthright. Concealing such vital information only led to your demise. As a familiar voice echoed, a single droplet of water fell upon the motionless figure's head. In an instant, the sensation of immense power surged through Buodong's entire being. The charred portions of his body began to regenerate, as fresh flesh sprouted forth, causing the scorched skin to peel away like stone. The chakra that had been forcefully extracted from him returned, even replenishing itself significantly. It was only then that Buodong found the strength to rise from the ground and gaze upon his savior, Naruto Uzumaki. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. Buodong expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He was genuinely appreciative, not only for Naruto's act of heroism, but also for the miraculous drop of water that had dripped onto him, alleviating his injuries and potentially healing old wounds, thereby enhancing his future capabilities. The fact that such a potent remedy was used to rescue him, despite his betrayal of their trust, filled Buodong with profound appreciation. If there were a system of affection points, his admiration for Naruto would have soared to 90 at this moment. Regardless of the reasons, you cannot simply let a traitor die before your eyes, Naruto remarked, dismissively waving his hand. He then turned his attention to the lone survivor, Fufeng, who was filled with regret. Had she known, she would never have betrayed or fled. As a witness to the events, she had only seen a flash before both her bodies met their demise. The most absurd part was that this individual had merely spat on Buodong, reviving them to full strength. How outrageous. You've certainly kept your secrets well. And your senior brothers and sisters seem to care for you. Had you not actively betrayed them, I might never have uncovered this matter, Naruto said with excitement. Though not because he intended to do anything to Fufeng. Rather, his excitement stemmed from the extraordinary fact that she possessed 5 chakra attributes and 5 lives simultaneously. According to his memories as a traveler, mastering all 5 chakra attributes was the first step towards entering the 6 paths. Only by uniting the 5 attributes and forming the bloodline net through yin-yang release could one truly ascend to the permanent 6 paths level. For someone like him, a ninja with only wind affinity, developing other attributes would require considerable time and effort. However, if he could thoroughly research Fufeng's abilities, he could bypass that arduous process altogether. Fufeng's powers were distinct. While her abilities resembled 5 different hearts, she possessed 5 complete bodies, all identical to his original form. Why? Why did you return so quickly? I received intelligence this morning that you were in the land of rice. Fufeng exclaimed in a state of hysteria. She had meticulously planned her escape, intending to silently flee and sacrifice one body to lift the restrictions on her heart, allowing her to leave the country. She envisioned a life of freedom in a small nation devoid of ninjas. The outcome diverged significantly from the initial plan. First, he fled only to be discovered and pursued by his fellow disciples. Then, to his astonishment, this formidable adversary returned with such swiftness, and his own body was left with but a single essence remaining. Why, you wonder? Simply put, once the task was accomplished, he returned. Should I really need to elaborate on my ability to traverse the skies like the thunder god? Uzumaki Naruto casually picked his nose and flicked it away, embodying the essence of his mentor, Hatake Kakashi, with a remarkable degree of sarcasm. Indeed, as Uzumaki Naruto noted, they had relocated their aerial base to Orochimaru's stronghold. Observing the flurry of activity around him, he felt rather unoccupied and thus decided to return. Coincidentally, he caught wind of the news regarding the flight of F and hurried over, only to find himself perfectly timed for the encounter. Chapter 94. Opening the 8 Gates. How infuriating. With that thought, F burst forth with a loud roar, leaping high into the air and executing a complete 360-degree spin before crashing down onto the ground, repeatedly pressing his forehead against the earth. I am truly sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Oh. Vortex Naruto, so youthful and inexperienced, had never witnessed such a scene. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a fierce battle, and now, in an instant, he found himself face to face with someone who had suddenly collapsed before him like a tiger descending the mountain. I genuinely regret my actions. I was momentarily possessed by madness, but I vow never to act thus again. Please do not take my life. F found himself at a loss. Given the current circumstances, he could neither fight nor flee, leaving him with no choice but to surrender. Interesting, but what use are you to us now? With a flash of light, all the alternate reality Narutos were brought forth by Kakashi. Kakashi's presence materialized beside F, as he seized a fistful of her long hair and took a deep breath. Speaking slowly, how did you all arrive? Have you already gathered all of Orochimaru's and the Akatsuki's remnants so swiftly? Observing the group that had gathered, Vortex Naruto expressed his bewilderment. How could you have arrived so quickly when you were just so busy? Windflower Naruto shook his head. The remnants are far too numerous and require careful accounting. We simply lacked sufficient manpower, hence the decision to return and gather additional help. Coincidentally, we learned of a betrayal and rushed over to witness the spectacle. Fortunately, it turned out to be quite an intriguing affair, or else I would have remained oblivious to such fascinating developments. Kakashi toyed with F's hair, twirling it around his fingers before yanking a handful free. F, sprawled on the ground, felt an excruciating pain. Her hair was her essence, and having it forcibly plucked was akin to having several fingers broken. You still haven't answered the earlier question. Do enlighten us on your potential value. Previously, Vortex Naruto had kept you around for the purpose of collecting tailed beast chakra. But now that we have mastered that technique, and given your treachery, what do you propose we do with you? Kakashi casually shoved the still quivering red hair into a vial, inquiring further, so, what do you have to offer? I possess considerable strength. You see, so many before could not defeat me. They were all laid low by my hand, F stammered, trembling as she presented her worth, believing that her power was her only asset. Boring. I find such lackeys utterly uninteresting, Kakashi retorted, disdain evident in his expression. Very well, you seem incapable of providing anything of value. I shall keep this one for my experiments. You have no objections, I presume? Kakashi raised his gaze, seeking the consensus of his companions. This was merely a formality, as it was unlikely anyone would oppose such a suggestion. Indeed, in the absence of dissent among the crowd, Namake's Manado took the initiative to spring into action, ensnaring the unsuspecting F with his 8 trigrams chain, effectively binding him like a dumpling and hoisting him upon his shoulder. With the matter resolved, he suggested they return, for a multitude of tasks awaited their attention. Manado was eager to delve into the study of his newfound materials. Mastering 5 elemental attributes and 5 lives implied the potential to absorb 5 distinct bloodline limits simultaneously. Furthermore, based on the information provided by Uzumaki Naruto, the possibility of artificially synthesizing the bloodline net through the incorporation of yin-yang release was tantalizing. Even if these concepts proved unfeasible, the creation of an artificial body resembling that of the Uchiha clan, thereby crafting a personal Rinnegan, was not out of reach. Should he succeed in these endeavors, he would no longer need to fear the legendary Orochimaru of his world. As he contemplated the myriad inspirations bubbling within him, Manado felt an overwhelming urge to return to his laboratory and commence his research. Lost in thought, his gaze ignited with fervor. The figure he carried was not merely a traitor, but a veritable treasure trove of potential. Observing the excitement radiating from his other self, Naruto merely shrugged and waved his hand in dismissal. Alas, how vexing. The anguished cries of Namikaze's Manado echoed within the base of the Land of Fire. Though it was not the original but rather a shadow clone experiencing the frustration. Upon their return to the base, Manado had intended to hastily drag F to the laboratory for experimentation. However, he was unexpectedly thwarted by his own self. That insufferable Naruto had insisted on learning the dark medical arts and the ultimate muscle regeneration technique. Driven by his fervent desire for research, Manado reluctantly created a shadow clone to assist Naruto, while he hurriedly urged the original Naruto to escort him to Orochimaru's base. Thus unfolded the previous scene, wherein the shadow clone left behind was equally troubled. Despite being a mere clone, it harbored a strong desire to engage in research rather than instruct others. Yet, it was powerless, for clones possessed no autonomy. With a grimace of impatience, it began to teach Naruto, lamenting the inadequacy of manpower. The entire base lacked personnel capable of keeping pace with his research, hindering his progress. Had he known, he would not have hastily eliminated Orochimaru, for at least he would have had someone to assist him. Naruto, observing the complaining shadow clone, suddenly conceived a plan. Do you wish for assistance from someone who can keep up with your research level? What do you propose? Manado chuckled, suggesting that if he were to teach Naruto earnestly, there would be a way. Quickly now. Under Manado's meticulous guidance, within merely 3 days, Naruto mastered the ultimate muscle regeneration technique and a portion of the dark medical arts. After all, Naruto did not need to become a true doctor. He merely needed to grasp the relevant sections concerning the 8 gates. Due to his terrifying regenerative abilities and the multitude of talents bestowed upon him by Naruto, he feared not the potential peril of becoming ensnared in the esoteric practices of a single chapter of the divine skill. In the training ground, Naruto Uzumaki had already shed his upper garments, guessing that he might very well rupture them when he unleashed the 8th gate, and thus deemed it prudent to remove them now. Surrounding him were numerous Narutos, with even Kakashi Hatake himself abandoning his experiments to witness this moment. After all, this was the moment when the strongest physical contender in the ninja world would unlock the 8th gate, and everyone was eager to behold the sheer magnitude of this power. Here I go. Naruto exhaled deeply, channeling the chakra of the Nine-Tails, transforming it into darkness as he activated the ultimate muscle regeneration technique. Open the first gate. The floor of the training room cracked under the sheer force of the opening. Open the second gate. Naruto's muscles swelled, reminiscent of Trunks transforming into a Super Saiyan. Open the third gate. Open the fourth gate. By the time he reached the 5th gate, all the surrounding Narutos retreated, as the green aura radiating from Naruto became painfully intense upon contact. Additionally, his hair transitioned from its golden hue to a vibrant crimson, vivid as blood. Open the 5th gate. The green aura morphed into a blue one, and the floor of the training room had already sunk several meters, creating a deep elliptical pit. Unbeknownst to Naruto, mechanical armor had manifested and fused with his being. Unlike previous iterations, this armor was not merely a technological weapon, it had assimilated with his flesh, forming a living biological armor. This was Naruto's instinctive response, utilizing everything at his disposal to liberate his power. This power Naruto felt as though he could cleave mountains with a mere punch or part oceans with a single kick. The concept of overcoming mountains and seas seemed trivial now. Taking a deep breath, his eyes glimmered with the incessant rotation of the 3 tomo. Now, it is time for the final gate. Open the 8th gate. Chapter 95. The Tear in Space, the Dead Gate. Opens. A ceaseless torrent of crimson steam erupted from the body of Naruto Uzumaki. The surrounding Narutos instinctively recoiled, their primal fear directed towards the figure before them, which seemed less like another self and more like a terrifying beast capable of annihilating worlds. Naruto Uzumaki continued to unleash his full power, a dreadful aura coalescing around him into a blood-red barrier. The ground beneath him disintegrated into mere fragments, and as the barrier ascended, it suddenly erupted violently upon reaching its zenith. Naruto's hair shifted in hue, at times a vibrant red, then dimming to white, before transforming again, fluctuating between yellow and red due to the infusion of Nine-Tails chakra and dark chakra. Is this the power of the 8 gates? He gently waved his arm, sensing a resistance akin to that of paper. This was not the resistance of air, but rather the barrier between realms. Yet, with Naruto's current strength, tearing through this barrier felt as effortless as ripping a tissue. In this moment, Naruto realized that this power was meant to transcend worlds in order to rescue other versions of himself. Kurenai, Manado, Hinata, I feel as though I can now save others. My strength is sufficient to shatter the barriers between worlds. What? So that's it. The reactions varied among the onlookers, but Kurenai quickly grasped the significance. The power of the eight gates could indeed reach such heights, capable of tearing apart the fabric of space between worlds. This power was astonishingly formidable, evoking both awe and curiosity. It may be somewhat shameful to admit, but Kurenai found herself utterly captivated by this incredible strength. This was the ultimate force. Born from humanity's primal instinct, a reverence for power combined with her inherent sensitivity to research. The sheer impact of it exhilarated her beyond measure. The potential of the eight gates was beyond imagination. Naruto needed no further words. This state demanded thorough investigation. Kurenai was practically drooling at the prospect. Just moments ago, she had vowed to study the formidable Orochimaru of her world, but with Naruto in this state, who needed Orochimaru? She could simply have Naruto dispatch him and then examine his remains instead. What a fearsome creature. Since meeting you all, I have been astonished more times than I can count, and after over 30 years of life, witnessing such a scene truly makes it worthwhile. Observing Naruto, who effortlessly created rifts in space with every movement, Kurenai could only manage a wry smile at her own circumstances. I apologize, everyone. Though I am in a great hurry, I can no longer wait. Matters of lesser importance will have to be addressed upon my return. What I most desire at this moment is to rescue those who can be saved. Uzumaki Naruto expressed his apologies to the crowd, acknowledging that everyone in this world was bustling about for his sake, yet he now needed to venture into other realms. There is no need for apologies. We understand your feelings. If we encounter difficulties in the future, you would surely come to our aid with your power, wouldn't you? Waved away Naruto, indicating that such matters were inconsequential. Is it possible for you to bring us along? If so, we could assist you as well. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto immediately sensed the situation but then shook his head regretfully. At this moment, I can only ascertain the coordinates of other worlds. But I cannot guarantee that there won't be unforeseen complications during the transdimensional travel, nor can I ensure your safety if I were to bring you along. Let me first proceed and assess the situation. If feasible, I intend to leave a flying thunder god kunai in this world, which should allow me to return, and later, I can bring you across as well. Naruto nodded in agreement, and then proposed a suggestion. The flying thunder god technique sounds like a splendid choice. By the way, you could leave a shadow clone here. If you cannot return from that world and the kunai cannot sense you, the shadow clone might serve as a coordinate. That makes sense. Additionally, you could have this fellow give you one of his flying thunder god kunai, which might facilitate your travel, suggested the ever-pragmatic Nara Shikamaru from the side. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Let us proceed with this plan. Without further ado, Uzumaki Naruto produced a shadow clone and inscribed a flying thunder god mark upon the ground. Meanwhile, the original Naruto retrieved a kunai from his belongings and handed it to his counterpart. Very well, everyone, I shall take my leave. Uzumaki Naruto smiled as he bid farewell to those present, then closed his eyes to sense the coordinates of Might Guy's world. Among the three worlds suspended in time, the mechanical Naruto's realm faced the formidable Six Paths Obito. Given his Six Paths level prowess, even possessing the power of the Death Gate, defeating him would prove challenging. So that would be addressed later. Similarly, in Kakashi's world, although the true mastermind remained obscured, it was highly probable that it was either Uchiha Obito or Kagaya Akatsuki. Overcoming the two of them would be quite manageable for Uzumaki Naruto, yet it would still be a tad troublesome compared to the other worlds. In Might Guy's world, however, he had already confronted the Six Paths Obito through sheer strength, though he was ultimately left breathless due to the activation of the Death Gate. Yet, recovering from the Death Gate was not an insurmountable task, was it? Could it be said that his inexhaustible dark chakra was merely superficial? When it comes to Yang Release and the Eight Gates, Uzumaki Naruto could confidently assert that no one comprehends it better than him, and as for those stronger than him, well, in the ninja world, there is none, excluding the Sage of the Six Paths, who has already transitioned to a different plane of existence. Consciousness gradually infiltrated the sealed space, and through a certain node, the soul of Uzumaki Naruto ascended infinitely, ultimately piercing through a bubble into an expanse of nothingness. In this void, countless colorful bubbles emerged, with his own world being but one among them. As Uzumaki Naruto gazed forth, he discerned that his bubble world was intermingled with 6 others. Among these 6 bubbles, 3 were gently rotating in tandem with his own world, while the remaining 3 had ceased their motion. Through the hues of the bubbles, Uzumaki Naruto's gaze penetrated into the stillness of one bubble, where the image of Might Guy lay sprawled upon the ground. Chapter 96. Revive. I have found you. Naruto Uzumaki had successfully located the world of Might Guy, and in an instant, he felt his consciousness returning to his own body. How is it? The other Narutos gazed at him, suddenly opening their eyes and rushing forward with inquiries. Naruto grinned widely, addressing Might Guy. Wait until I return to share the shape and principles of this world with you. You will undoubtedly be thrilled. With that, Naruto raised a hand and made a sweeping gesture, gradually tearing open the barrier between the two worlds. Ultimately, he stepped forward, entering the rift, while the barrier slowly closed behind him. What are the principles of this world? What does it truly look like? Clarify before you leave. At the scene of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Sakura Haruno and Hinata Hyuga knelt before Might Guy, weeping bitterly. At that moment, having delivered a perplexing last word, Might Guy had fallen into silence. As a physician, Sakura understood that no physical examination was necessary. She could already declare him dead. Was there truly no saving Guy? Hinata, with tears streaming down her face, turned to Sakura, already aware with her Byakugan that his meridians were shattered and his bones were reduced to rubble. Yet, she still clung to a glimmer of hope, questioning Sakura, yearning for a miracle. Beside her, Sakura, equally despondent, emanated green chakra from her hands, pressing firmly against Naruto's heart. However, his body felt as though it were a tattered rag, and no matter how she tried to mend it, the fibers were irreparably torn. Ultimately, she had to withdraw her hands, shaking her head in despair. How could this be? Guy, you haven't even responded to my confession. Damn it. Guy, wake up. Don't you still have feelings for me? If you come back to life, I promise I will accept everything about you, even your eyebrows and taste. Please, just come back to life. Her voice, now nearly hoarse from desperation, echoed as both women collapsed helplessly beside him. The surrounding ninja alliance wept profusely, especially Might Guy and Rock Lee, one having opened the 8th gate, the other the 6th. Tears as large as chestnuts fell heavily to the ground. Suddenly, Manado Namikaze sensed something amiss and shouted to everyone, "Something's wrong. Everyone, be on guard. I sense a spatial disturbance." Upon hearing Manado's words, everyone tensed up, hastily grabbing their weapons. Damn it, Uchiha Obito has already been defeated. Why is there still an enemy? If they dare to show themselves, let them come. I'm infuriated right now. Amidst the anger and vigilance of the crowd, the temporal disturbance gradually opened before Might Guy. Realizing the enemy's target was Guy, the two young women instinctively seized their weapons, positioning themselves protectively beside him. Subsequently, amidst the watchful gazes of the crowd, a diminutive figure emerged from the portal. The terrifying aura that accompanied this presence, gulp, as Naruto Uzumaki arrived in this world, instilled a sense of trepidation among all present, with some even succumbing to despair. Why must such a fearsome adversary exist? The impression he left upon me was even more formidable than that of Uchiha Obito. Halt. Do not approach Manado Guy. Hinata Hyuga was the first to speak, activating her Byakugan and the twin lion fists. Sakura Haruno, not willing to be overshadowed, unleashed her mitotic regeneration, brandishing her fist as a warning to Naruto. Everyone present drew their weapons, aiming them at Naruto Uzumaki. Yet, the enemy, under the scrutinizing stares of the crowd, unexpectedly shed tears. I apologize. Despite my preparations, I could not restrain myself, Naruto admitted. Immediately releasing the 8 gates, and in the next moment, he was at Manado Guy's side, harnessing the enhancements from his continuously destroyed and repaired body. Naruto's speed had become so swift that he was nearly invisible. What are you doing? Sakura yelled, attempting to strike Naruto away, but was promptly halted by Hinata. Wait, Sakura! Hinata exclaimed with joy in her Byakugan. Guy's chakra is recovering, and his body is healing. What? Sakura quickly assessed Guy's condition and found, indeed, as Hinata had said, Manado Guy was recuperating. Who on earth is this child? She pondered, observing Naruto as he relentlessly infused Manado Guy with dark chakra and utilized forbidden healing techniques to mend his body. This must be the forbidden healing art, the very technique employed by the former leader of the Sky Ninja. That's right, the technique used by Shinran during the 8 gates, specifically the Death Gate. I witnessed it in the mission debriefing. Hinata exclaimed joyfully. Is that so? That is splendid. Sakura sighed in relief but continued to gaze anxiously at Naruto. What manner of being is he? At this moment, the battlefield lay in profound silence, with everyone holding their breath, fearful of disturbing Naruto's efforts to save Guy. Yet, though their lips remained sealed, their hearts brimmed with questions. Surely, Guy will be saved. If he is rescued, I must treat this person to a grand feast. Even giving him the last morsel. It's my fault for not stopping you, Guy. Once you recover, I will run 1,000 laps around Konoha upside down. I too. If only my strength had been sufficient, perhaps Guy would not have suffered such grave injuries. Huh. Lee, can you actually hear my thoughts? Indeed. I can fully comprehend your sentiments. This is the essence of youth. Lee, TT, Guy-sensei. Amidst the clamor of thoughts exchanged between two individuals nearby, a sense of familiarity washed over the young child before them. It was not merely a resemblance. The child bore an uncanny likeness to a figure from their past. Can you hear my thoughts, fourth? Indeed, second lord, though I am uncertain as to why, this child appears to resemble me quite closely, he replied with a cheerful demeanor. Is that so? As several minds engaged in this whimsical banter, the healing of Naruto Uzumaki approached its conclusion. The charred and torn flesh of Might Guy gradually mended, enveloped in a cloud of steam. At last, I am nearly restored. Arise, my, cough, other self. Epilogue, Strengthen Naruto, optional. A grievance from the author, Oh, rise and shine. Strengthen Naruto swiftly silenced the alarm clock and emerged from his bed. Surveying his modest room in its entirety, today marked his first day of reporting. And he had risen half an hour early to ensure he arrived at the Leaf's Anbu for his assignment on time. As he brushed his teeth, his mind wandered back over the events of the past few days. Balancing the examination for his ninja license at the academy while simultaneously preparing for the Anbu certification had proven to be a daunting task. But he had finally succeeded in becoming an Anbu. Once he was ready, Strengthened Naruto climbed out of the window, intending to traverse the rooftops. This rental was purposefully chosen, a mere 5-minute journey from the Anbu headquarters. Although the room was compact, so small that one could see from one end to the other at a glance, and the rent was exorbitant, consuming half of his mission funds. Its proximity was invaluable. With these thoughts in mind, Strengthened Naruto set off cheerfully towards his assignment. Upon arriving at the Anbu, he engaged in conversation with the deputy chief before making his way to his designated work area. Hey, Sasuke, what brings you here? Didn't you mention that the route was closer to your Uchiha clan? Uchiha Sasuke let out a dismissive huff. I've decided to remain with the Anbu. Well then, that's splendid. At least I have a familiar face around, Naruto replied. Newcomer, let's go. We have a mission to attend to. Right away. I'm on my way, senior. After a lengthy period, the senior and Strengthened Naruto finally returned to their workspace after completing their task. At that moment, a ninja clad in a Jonin vest approached Naruto. Are you Strengthened Naruto? Yes, senior, he replied. I've heard you're being transferred to the route? What? Strengthened Naruto exclaimed in shock. How could this be? I just reported to the Anbu and even rented a place here. Noticing Naruto's distressed expression, the Jonin offered a comforting response. It's all right. Go speak to the Anbu chief. Perhaps a negotiation can be arranged. Come, I will accompany you. All right, replied Naruto, his heart racing with anxiety. If they transfer me to the route division, just the running alone would take an hour. Upon arriving at the deputy minister's office, the Jonin and the deputy began their discussion, while Naruto anxiously observed from the side. Matters such as these are not as simple as one might presume. Look at this and that. Where's the time to spare? Furthermore, consider this and that. Enough already. You can return for now. I will discuss these matters with you later. Rest assured, this situation will eventually require someone to be transferred. Whether it is you or another, it will happen. But I just arrived, and I've only recently rented a place for a year. Who told you to rent here? Our Anbu is divided into many sectors. There's the route division, the Anbu, and other departments. All adjustments are collectively managed, and when the time comes, who knows where you will end up. But when I reported, I was told I would be assigned to the Anbu. No one mentioned any of this. Who told you not to inquire? From the very beginning, you should have asked. Did you? How was I to know that the Anbu is divided into so many divisions? The notification didn't mention it at all. Besides, the distance from the Anbu to the route division isn't far. It's merely a half-hour journey. Look at me. I have an hour's commute every day. That's because you bought a house. Otherwise, you wouldn't be living so far. Naruto felt a sense of injustice within. But I still have to travel for an hour, and the wear on my shoes is considerable. What does that matter? I, too, had to go to the route division back in the day, when there weren't so many rooftops to tread upon. We traversed muddy swamps and puddles to reach the route. The deputy minister appeared somewhat exasperated. Besides, any transfer is unstable. Even I could be reassigned. It's impossible for you to remain in the Anbu all year long. Ask about your lease. If you can cancel it, do so. We do not keep individuals in the same place indefinitely. If you do not go this month, there is a chance you may be sent next month. And if you perform well, you might return the following month. Furthermore, I understand your predicament, which is why I am only suggesting a transfer within Konoha. Once your work stabilizes, who knows, you may even be assigned to the Land of Lightning or some distant location. Right now, you are merely being transferred within Konoha. In the future, you may find yourself reassigned to as far as the moon. Upon hearing the deputy's words, Naruto seemed to reminisce about the earlier moments spent with his seniors while they worked and chatted. I wouldn't dare to mention it to him. Once I do, I might end up in some desolate place. Indeed, there is such a possibility. As soon as you mention it, you could be transferred. Honestly, if it comes to that, I might as well kick him off the Hokage building. Ha ha ha. Then the Hokage would have to hold a meeting for an entire day. Understanding the gravity of the situation, a surge of anger ignited within Naruto's eyes as he faced this detestable individual, yet he felt utterly powerless. Considering that all his finances had been devoted to rent, he had only a meager sum remaining, insufficient even for next month's sustenance. All he could do was clench his fists in frustration, only to relinquish them in resignation. At that moment, a sudden fluctuation rippled through the space, from which emerged a figure enveloped in a crimson aura. "Who are you?" Naruto inquired, astonished by the formidable presence before him. The vice minister, overwhelmed by fear, stuttered, I am here to rescue another version of myself." With a thumbs up, Naruto unleashed a powerful kick at the vice minister, sending him soaring through the air and crashing into the dark department's building, resembling a turnip lodged against the ceiling. Following this, Naruto executed a series of 3 precise strikes, targeting the vice minister's most vulnerable area. In an instant, the vice minister was left in utter disarray, his head, now stuck to the ceiling, drooled in a dazed stupor. Finally, with a decisive move, Night Guy, a red dragon surged forth, propelling the vice minister out of Konoha. As a meteor streaked across the sky, he landed squarely on Orochimaru's experimental platform in the Land of Rice. "Oh ho ho ho," Orochimaru cackled, eyeing the descending specimen with a sinister grin. Days later, at an auction in the Land of Thunder, a rather unsightly figure, resembling a peculiar hybrid, made an appearance. Chapter 97. What is this feeling of bewilderment? As the crimson steam enveloping Might Guy dissipated entirely, he resurrected completely. With a sudden awakening, he sprang to his feet, executing a flawless 360-degree spin in midair before landing gracefully on the ground, flashing a proud grin that revealed his pearly whites to the onlookers. The third Hokage of Konoha, the Azure Beast, has returned to life. Gaikuin. Before Might Guy could fully comprehend the situation, he was enveloped by 2 large figures and 2 small ones, rendering him speechless and blushing furiously. As Sakura, even Hinata to Might Guy's hands were at a loss, standing awkwardly in place. From a distance, Kiba Inuzuka scowled, exclaiming, "Damn it. That kid is having too much fun." Yet, a smile could not be suppressed on Kiba's face. The surrounding crowd was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces at the revival of the valiant warrior who had saved the world. Only Naruto Uzumaki stood there, entranced by the sight of the 3 embracing one another. Strange, what is this feeling? Why does seeing them together evoke such an odd sensation? As he observed the trio, an unexpected image of Hinata Hyuga from his own world flickered through Naruto's mind, causing his heart to race momentarily. Perhaps it is merely my joy at Might Guy's resurrection. Naruto shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Amid the embrace, Might Guy finally remembered Naruto and stretched out a hand to greet him. "Hey, Naruto, your efficiency is impressive. You just arrived after I called for you." At this moment, the 2 women beside him finally reacted, hastily expressing their gratitude to Naruto. However, upon seeing his appearance, they were momentarily taken aback. Not for any other reason, but because this red-haired Naruto bore an uncanny resemblance to their own guy. No way. Could he be a love child? For you, it may have been but a brief moment, yet for me, it has felt like an eternity. Fortunately, I have managed to save you. It has indeed been a long time. Observing Naruto, Might Guy refrained from any theatrics and simply gave him a thumbs up. "It appears you have matured into someone truly dependable. Your recent mastery of the 8 gates surpasses even my own." In response to Might Guy's approval, Naruto raised his thumb with a smile, stating, "Thanks to your support, many other versions of myself from different worlds have come to mind, each providing invaluable help. The notion of so many selves aiding one another is genuinely touching." This is what youth embodies. After a brief moment of seriousness, the watermelon-headed youth sank back into his literary musings. Who exactly is this guy? During their conversation, Sakura could no longer contain her curiosity and posed a question to the two. It is primarily due to the striking resemblance between Naruto Uzumaki and Might Guy, compounded by Naruto's youthful appearance, which makes him seem merely 5 or 6 years old. It is indeed difficult not to draw parallels between their identities. Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce him. He is. Please, let him not be an illegitimate child or something. Although it seems improbable for Guy. What if he truly is? I have just accepted his confession. Wait, didn't Hinata also confess to Guy just now? How peculiar. What does this imply? I regained my composure, and Sakura Haruno realized she had not quite heard correctly, so she hastily inquired once more. I apologize. I was momentarily distracted. You said he is your what? I am. What do you mean? I am. For goodness sake, can you refrain from being obtuse at a time like this? Sakura was somewhat exasperated. Allow me to clarify, Naruto interrupted, noticing their disjointed exchange. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I am the Might Guy from another world. Huh. Might Guy from another world? They both froze in place. Yet this revelation had not gone unnoticed by others nearby, members of the Fourth Great Ninja War, who began to murmur among themselves. Did I hear that correctly? He claims to be from another world. It seems I did not mishear. I also caught that he is referring to did he perish. Fool. To come from another world implies, well, I confess I am unsure what it means. As the discussions around him unfolded, Orochimaru felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, which he promptly wiped away. It appears that the compulsory education in the ninja realm requires significant improvement. The 5 villages combined could hardly produce a coherent understanding. Never mind. Observing the gazes of those around him, Orochimaru wisely chose to seal his lips. It was not out of fear of these individuals, but rather a desire to avoid stirring up trouble after having finally cleared his name. So, it is just like that Naruto from long ago? Sakura Haruno was the first to react, recalling her previous experience with Might Guy when they traversed worlds. Faced with a different realm, she had been momentarily flustered. Yet Guy seemed to navigate it with ease, successfully integrating her into that world. In that realm existed a Naruto, who, relying on his heritage as the 4th Hokage's son, was arrogant to the point of nearly destroying the ninja world, only to be thwarted by Guy. That experience had fostered a sense of connection for Sakura towards Might Guy. Indeed. Just as we traversed to another world back then, this Naruto has crossed over as well. I had been frequently absent for a while because I was assisting him. Might Guy, delighted to finally find someone who understood, eagerly chimed in. So that is why Guy was often away back then. Hinata Hyuga quietly sighed in relief, as if a realization had dawned upon her. By the way, how much time has passed for you over there? I feel as though you have not aged much at all. Might Guy compared his height to that of Naruto Uzumaki, feeling that he had not grown much. In truth, it has only been a little over a year since I decided to come and rescue you, as I felt capable enough to do so. Oh, it has only been a year. No wonder I thought you hadn't changed much. What? Although Might Guy may seem a bit oblivious due to Might Dai's influence, his intellect remains intact. You say it has only been a year since then. Yet, I recall your prowess in the 8 gates being far superior to mine. Chapter 98, The Sect of Endurance and Truth. The enhancement of strength over the past year has not been substantial. It merely involved the activation of my latent potential through the 8 gates technique, as my body harbors several of my own powers. I see. Might Guy lightly struck his left palm with his right hand, his demeanor suggesting comprehension. Yet his expression betrayed a hint of confusion. Well, never mind. Since this matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Naruto Uzumaki was uncertain whether these individuals truly grasped his words, but with Might Guy having been rescued, he considered his objective accomplished. Wait, why are you leaving so soon? We should at least explore Konoha together, he protested. Perhaps next time, he replied, waving his hand dismissively. I must hurry to rescue the others. Their worlds are frozen. And the sooner I can save them, the sooner I can rest easy. Oh right, I almost forgot. There are several other Narutos waiting for your assistance. Might Guy recalled that there were indeed multiple versions of himself in peril across different worlds. In that case, let me accompany you. Having an extra pair of hands would be beneficial, Might Guy exclaimed, his instinct to aid himself taking precedence. Guy, do you truly wish to fight again? Haruno Sakura interjected, having listened intently to their conversation. The thought of Might Guy, who had just survived a harrowing battle, rushing off to fight once more troubled her deeply, especially given the remnants of their fierce struggle scattered across the battlefield. It's fine, Might Guy reassured her, flashing a bright smile and giving her a thumbs up. After all, they are other versions of myself. How could I not lend a helping hand? Besides, I was just saved by my own self. Wasn't I? Sakura found herself at a loss for words, but Hinata Hyuga chimed in. Then I want to join as well. I wish to fight alongside you. Even if it's just to lend a small hand. You should rest first, Naruto interjected. Sakura is right, after just coming out of battle. You're not in a condition to fight again. He halted Might Guy's eagerness to assist, uncertain whether he could even transport someone to another world, as he had yet to fully understand the mechanics of world traversal. Moreover, I never stated that we should immediately venture into the next world. I must first return to my original world and inform the other versions of myself. That works perfectly. Once I've recovered, I will join you in your world. Sounds good. The two Narutos exchanged a fist bump, and then Naruto Uzumaki remained in place, focusing on sensing the flying thunder god Kunai from his alternate world. No matter how one searches, the result remains a void. The chasm between worlds cannot be breached by mere techniques. Similarly, even his own doppelgangers are beyond perception, as it seems that the ability to sense parallel universes exists solely within his true self. Upon realizing the failure of his traversal, Uzumaki Naruto reluctantly activated the 8 gates once more, subsequently shattering the barrier between worlds and returning to his own realm. It was unexpected to discover the existence of other worlds, and astonishing that this Naruto possessed such formidable strength. After Uzumaki Naruto departed, the onlookers expressed their astonishment regarding the events of the day. At the moment he opened the Death Gate, it felt as though they were once again facing Uchiha Madara, with an intensity that surpassed even his. As they surveyed the battlefield, a mixture of joy and sorrow filled their hearts as they began to collect the bodies of their fallen comrades and clean up the area. This is. The spatial barrier slowly opened, and Uzumaki Naruto stepped back through. Upon witnessing his return, the crowd rushed forward with inquiries. How did it go? Was everything smooth? Why are you the only one back? And it's only been half an hour. So, it has indeed been over half an hour? Uzumaki Naruto calculated that his own time spent traversing was approximately the same, indicating that the flow of time between the two worlds had synchronized once again. I have successfully traversed to Might Guy's world and resurrected his physical form using Dark Chakra. The experiment has succeeded. Wonderful, Naruto exclaimed joyously. Unlike his other two selves, he had previously encountered Might Guy, and he genuinely felt elated at the prospect of saving him. It seems your ability to traverse worlds is indeed functional. And is the 8 gates truly the key to world traversal? Fascinating. Perhaps I must train my physical prowess. Or could it be that Uzumaki Naruto's constitution is peculiar? Should I study his cells? It is not due to the 8 gates. Uzumaki Naruto refuted the speculation of Namikaze Manado. As long as one's power reaches a certain threshold, one can breach the barriers of worlds. Our universe is composed of individual bubbles. My unique trait allows me to observe these worlds. Strangely, you all seem to be silent. Yet I can hear your thoughts. How is it that my inner musings are articulated? What is this? A profound silence enveloped the scene, despite 4 individuals conversing. None moved their lips. I am uncertain of the situation, but this is an ability I inadvertently discovered while rescuing Might Guy. It appears to facilitate unobstructed communication between individuals. Long before rescuing Might Guy, Uzumaki Naruto's powers had awakened. The reason the individuals on the battlefield during the 4th Great Ninja War could understand each other's thoughts was entirely due to Uzumaki Naruto's nascent ability, which had enveloped them all without his conscious control. A group of young spirits truly lacks worldly experience. Kurama, are you aware of this ability? Kurama's sudden utterance piqued the curiosity of several individuals. The voice of the Nine-Tails. It has been ages since I last heard it, ever since I confined him completely. So it is the Nine-Tails? Is that truly how his voice sounds? I had always imagined the Nine-Tails as merely a frenzied beast, never realizing he could articulate words. Indeed, it is my first time hearing the voice of the Nine-Tails as well. Silence, you other little imps. Were it not for the esteem in which I hold Naruto Uzumaki, I would never deign to converse with you. Naruto Uzumaki, take heed. The power you wield belongs to the realm of ninjutsu, created by the Sage of 6 Paths Chapter 99. Can we traverse worlds freely? The concept of the ninja sect? It seems somewhat familiar. In the memory of the traveler, it appears that the Sage of 6 Paths did indeed mention it briefly. Yet this seemingly inconsequential notion was instinctively disregarded by Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, the old man initially conceived the idea of the ninja sect through chakra, fundamentally to foster understanding and communication between individuals, thereby preventing conflict. It seems that even the Sage of Six Paths completely underestimated humanity. Chakra has merely become a weapon for warfare. Upon hearing about the concept of the ninja sect, Namake's Manado scoffed. Noting that the wars in the ninja world have never truly ceased, and even within a single village, there exists both overt and covert strife. Humph. This is precisely why one can only trust half of what the old man says. Even his own sons failed to achieve mutual understanding. Oh, the Sage of Six Paths actually has sons. Naruto's interest was piqued, eagerly awaiting Kurama to divulge more gossip about the Sage of Six Paths. Humph. His two sons were no paragons of virtue either. Cough, cough. Just as Kurama was about to continue, a sudden cough startled him, causing his fur to bristle. The matters concerning his sons are trivial. The focus now is on the ninja sect. Why the abrupt halt? The so-called ninja sect is a school of thought facilitating seamless emotional communication between individuals, allowing them to empathize with one another's feelings and share chakra, thus forming a sect. In response to inquiries, Kurama disregarded them and began elucidating the ninja sect to the other participants. However, the later iteration of the ninja sect devolved into ninjutsu, which instigated the wars throughout the ninja world. The ability that Naruto is awakening may be attributed to the culmination of his yang-release shield, combined with the prevailing camaraderie among the combatants on the battlefield, which fostered an unguarded psychological state, thereby establishing the foundational conditions for the ninja sect. Moreover, the essence of your group is that you are essentially one and the same, both in spirit and physique. You bear striking similarities. Hence, the power of the ninja sect can be awakened among you. In other words, as long as two individuals lack mutual trust, the abilities of the ninja sect will remain dormant throughout history. Precisely, that is correct. This news brought a sense of relief to Naruto Uzumaki, who had been burdened by an unbearable sense of malicious perception that he could not shut off. The prospect of acquiring an ability for unimpeded mental communication with others would have been utterly nauseating. Fortunately, it is something he can disable. Fool. The capacity to employ the ninja sect indicates that you have reached an extraordinary level in your mastery of yang release. Furthermore, the dark chakra you previously utilized to save Might Guy is, in fact, the pinnacle manifestation of negative emotions amalgamated with dark medical ninjutsu and my chakra, resulting in a fusion of yang release. It likely even harnessed the power of a Sharingan, thus enabling you to awaken the ninja sect. This signifies that you are nearing the old man's realm. The old man's realm. The Sage of Six Paths? Indeed, the Nine-Tails felt a sense of joy within. For Naruto Uzumaki was the only human in millennia who could truly comprehend him. It was astonishing that he had now attained the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Nevertheless, that matter could be addressed later. The immediate concern was to rescue myself from the other worlds. At present, Naruto was unconcerned about the Sage of Six Paths' power, as he had yet to fully master the Eight Gates technique. His rapidly increasing strength had already inflated his ego, and contemplating the Sage of Six Paths was almost overwhelming. As he spoke, Naruto settled onto the ground to rest for a moment. What's wrong? Why are you just sitting there? Windflower Naruto inquired, his curiosity piqued by Naruto's sudden repose. Well, considering I just opened the 8 gates, I'm quite exhausted. Although I assisted Might Guy in recovering, I still expended a considerable amount of chakra. I need to recuperate before we engage in further battle, so I intend to rest a while before heading to Kakashi's world. I see. Please rest well. By the way, can you take us to other worlds? Windflower Naruto asked as Naruto lay back on the ground, shaking his head with resignation. I have tested using the Flying Thunder God technique, but it cannot traverse worlds. I can't sense any coordinates within my shadow clones. It appears that transporting you all between worlds is quite challenging. What a pity. If only the spatial barrier were to recover a bit more slowly. Once you activate it, we should be able to cross together. Windflower Naruto sighed, realizing that his hope of simultaneously traversing other worlds was dimming. Wait, perhaps there is still a chance. Wave Wind Naruto suddenly exclaimed, excitement brimming in his voice. What if, at the moment Naruto opens the spatial barrier, while he is halfway in our world and halfway in another, we use the Flying Thunder God technique? Now that you mention it, that could indeed allow us to cross over. Wave Wind Guy nodded in agreement, analyzing the situation. When you forcibly separate the two worlds, they should become interconnected. You mentioned that worlds are like bubbles, but when the bubbles connect, they essentially form a single entity. In that moment, employing the Flying Thunder God might enable us to leap directly from here to there. Exactly, and I could bring you all along. Wave Wind Naruto exclaimed, his enthusiasm growing. This way, they could potentially bridge all worlds, fostering mutual exchange among them. However, could this be dangerous? Naruto expressed concern for everyone's safety. After all, one could traverse dimensions at any time, but life was singular and irreplaceable. Do not worry. I observed that no time-space rifts appeared while you were traversing worlds. So it is likely to be safe, Windflower Naruto reassured him. Naruto Uzumaki's ability to perceive space and time is undoubtedly the finest among his peers. His assertion that the absence of spatial rifts suggests a high degree of safety is indeed reassuring. Furthermore, if necessary, we could employ shadow clones to scout ahead. Utilizing clones ensures there is no risk to life, while simultaneously providing valuable experience for traversing different worlds. Indeed, this approach could very well facilitate genuine connections between realms. Naruto was filled with exhilaration, unlike before when everyone could only retreat to their own worlds. The prospect of interworld connectivity now meant that all could traverse freely across the vast multiverse. Haha. I am eager to restore my chakra, so we can embark on this experiment. Restoring chakra is quite straightforward. We can simply utilize the techniques of the shinobi sect. Can't we? Chapter 100. The Awakening of Wood Release. What is the significance of the ninja sect? Do not underestimate the ninja sect. After all, Ashura, the son of the Sage of Six Paths, was born devoid of power. It was through the strength of the ninja sect that his companions were able to bestow upon him an abundance of chakra and life energy, enabling him to contend with his brother Indra. The Nine-Tails recounted these ancient tales, recalling a time when his relationship with humanity was not as strained as it became following the death of the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, he was well aware of Ashura's circumstances. Oh, the ninja sect possesses such an effect? It can gather the chakra of others, thereby enhancing one's own strength? The protagonist, having only perused the manga version, found himself perplexed by the storyline of the anime and lacked a comprehensive understanding of the concept of the ninja sect. Indeed, in the manga, it is the Nine-Tails, whereas in the anime, it pertains to Wood Release, which leads to the confusion. This explanation suffices. Although you have reached your limits by activating the 8 gates of life, engaging in combat with figures like Uchiha Madara could lead to unforeseen circumstances. However, if you harness the power of the ninja sect to infuse your strength from other realms, even Uchiha Madara would not stand a chance against you. Are we to lend him our strength once more? He has already inherited our body and power, hasn't he? Namikaze Manado recalled the moment he accepted his transmigration, knowing that both his body and strength would amalgamate with Naruto Uzumaki. On this matter, I am uncertain. Yet, I understand that the powers of the ninja sect should be capable of mutual transfer. Why not test this? After all, we are all fundamentally the same. Today I lend you my strength, tomorrow you lend me yours. Frankly, I am quite eager to experiment with the legendary peak of Yang Release. Naruto Uzumaki remarked with a smile, displaying no reluctance regarding the endeavor, especially since they were all essentially the same entity. I have no objections either. After all, sharing power does not compromise my privacy, it merely facilitates the transfer of strength, and ultimately, there is no loss in this exchange, echoed Kazahana Naruto, expressing his agreement. Very well, let us proceed with this experiment. I am curious to see how your strength will evolve once you regain our powers. Namikaze Manado conceded to the use of the ninja sect's abilities. Alright, thank you all. Rest assured, I will wield this power wisely. Naruto Uzumaki did not refuse the suggestion to experiment with the ninja sect, recognizing that it was merely a matter of chakra transfer that would not jeopardize their foundations. Even if it were to be consumed, it could be replenished. Eager to experience this novel facet of the ninja sect, the 4 of them gathered together, intertwining their hands to accumulate chakra. As the network of the ninja sect unfurled, their chakras appeared to connect seamlessly. Indeed, the chakra flowed between them. The combined chakra of the 4, already immense, coalesced into a vast ocean of chakra at their center. It is truly spectacular. I had not anticipated that the combined chakra of just the 4 of us could be so immense. This sensation is akin to that of the sun. Soon, the 4 of us concentrated all our chakra into the soul being of Naruto Uzumaki. As a result, numerous chakra arms sprouted from behind him, intertwining and elevating him high into the air until he opened his eyes. At that moment, the chakra arms behind him shattered instantly, yet their form did not vanish. Instead, they transformed into wood. Is this Wood Release? Countless intertwining chakra arms morphed into timber, twisting and contorting until they formed a wooden Buddha statue. Within the palm of the wooden Buddha stood Naruto Uzumaki resolutely, with 3 orbs of truth-seeking balls floating behind him. It is truly astonishing, even without activating the 8 gates. I am capable of achieving such formidable strength? Naruto tested the solidity of the wooden base beneath his feet, then turned to gaze at the wooden Buddha's visage. I had always believed that gaining wood release was a distant dream, yet unexpectedly, I have awakened it through the strength of my comrades. What has transpired? Why has a wooden Buddha appeared in the embassy of the land of snow? This is a miracle, even under Naruto's restraint. The colossal Buddha has reached a height of several dozen meters, naturally drawing the attention of those nearby. Could this be? It is wood release. Quickly, inform Lord Hokage. Has the Leaf Village awakened wood release once more? Hurry, report to the Raikage, Mizukage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage. Hey, you're making quite the commotion. Our yard has been damaged. After the initial shock of the gigantic wooden Buddha, Naruto's concern shifted to his own yard, pondering the cost of such substantial repairs. My apologies. Naruto chuckled as he began to manipulate the wooden Buddha, transforming it into wooden planks to mend the damage in his yard. With this display, it is likely that everyone in the ninja world will know we are here. As he surveyed the restored yard, Naruhiko remarked with a smile, to which Naruto simply chuckled in response. Should I still be concerned about such matters? How curious. How did you awaken wood release? Shouldn't it be exclusive to the Senju clan? After all, Orochimaru and I failed to successfully transplant it despite our long efforts. Why were you able to awaken wood release? The inquiries from Naruhiko poured forth in rapid succession. Rather than being shocked by the sudden appearance of the wooden Buddha, he was more astonished that Naruto could awaken wood release. I am also uncertain. Perhaps it is due to the Uzumaki clan's distant kinship with the Senju clan? This might be the power of the Sage of Six Paths. After all, Ashura gained the recognition of others through it, leading to his awakening of wood release. Kurama explained the situation to the others. If that is the case, then everyone should be able to awaken wood release, right? Upon hearing the words of the Nine-Tails, Naruto Uzumaki instantaneously reactivated the Sage mode, directly channeling his chakra to the three individuals present. How could one so casually awaken wood release? If such a trivial act could lead to the manifestation of wood release, I would simply devour this wall. Kaido, with a dismissive air, scoffed at the notion. After all, he had invested a considerable amount of time without achieving such an awakening. If one could merely share chakra and attain such a skill, what would become of his efforts? However, upon successfully sharing his chakra, the three individuals simultaneously opened their palms, and to their astonishment, a wooden branch sprouted forth from each hand. Would release? Could it truly have been awakened? Kaido gazed in disbelief at the wooden branch in his grasp, incredulous that an experiment he had labored over for so long had yielded such an inexplicable success. Indeed, this wood release possessed vitality, seemingly distinct from that of Yamado's. Naruto, too, sensed the wooden branch, feeling an undeniable life force emanating from it. This branch was, without a doubt, alive. Chapter 101. Spiraling Sphere. I can hardly recall that the protagonist of this novel is Naruto. It seems implausible. How could one awaken such powers so effortlessly? Holding the twisting wooden stick, Namake's Manado found himself utterly perplexed. The ease with which he shared chakra to awaken wood release rendered his prior research almost laughable. Observing Manado's troubled expression, Kazahana Naruto tossed the wooden stick aside, allowing it to transform into a bush, and then patted him on the shoulder. There is no need to dissect the intricacies of a ninja's abilities. Instead of fixating on how you awaken wood release, perhaps you should ponder how to consume that wall. He gestured towards the recently repaired wall. This wall stands 3 meters tall. I cannot ascertain its length, but thankfully, it has been reinforced with wood. If you were to cook it, you might indeed be able to eat it. Manado glared at Naruto with disdain, then climbed atop the wall. Hey, you can't be serious. I was merely jesting. Don't take it literally. Seeing Manado deep in thought at the wall's edge, Naruto began to feel anxious. Why was he taking this so seriously? If he actually attempted to consume that wall, it could cost him his life. Manado rolled his eyes at Naruto, scoffing. It's merely a wall. Do you truly believe I can't handle it? Calm down, Naruto exclaimed. There is no need for this. It's just a wall. As Manado prepared to take a bite out of the wall, the others hastily moved to intervene, realizing the grave danger he was about to face. I always keep my word, Manado declared, his eyes ablaze with determination. His neck elongated, transforming into a massive fox head, and he took a bite out of the freshly repaired wall. Wow, what a fierce individual. Watching the fox head devour the wall, Naruto felt a profound admiration for Manado. He had heard the saying, one does not turn back until they hit the south wall. But here was Manado, who not only hit the wall, but consumed it whole. Naruto gazed at his doppelganger with immense respect. This fellow was undoubtedly a werewolf, fiercer than any ordinary brute, having devoured the entire wall. Manado reverted to his original form, wiping the debris from his mouth. All right, I'm done. I have always been principled. When I say I'll eat a wall, I do just that. I used to think your principles were merely talk, but today, I truly believe. In the face of such a principled Manado, Naruto raised both thumbs in admiration. Now that my chakra has replenished and I have awakened with release, it is the perfect opportunity to experiment with time travel. Uzumaki Naruto, noticing that the commotion had settled, eagerly prepared for another journey across worlds. Absolutely, I am eager to test the method we just devised. Manado nodded in agreement. All right. Then I shall begin. As he spoke, Uzumaki Naruto once again unleashed the 8 gates, and the sky transformed dramatically, a surge erupting from below, scattering the clouds above. What an impressive display of power, even more formidable than before. This must be attributed to the awakening of the wood release, as they braved the fierce winds. The others couldn't help but just about the overwhelming aura that accompanied Naruto's every activation of the 8 gates. I am ready to open the door, he declared. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto pinpointed the coordinates of Hatake Naruto's world and addressed Namake's Manado. All right, catch the Flying Thunder God Kunai. Without hesitation, Manado tossed a Flying Thunder God axe to Uzumaki Naruto while simultaneously creating a shadow clone. Great. Uzumaki Naruto caught the kunai, then stepped halfway into Hatake Naruto's realm. Meanwhile, Manado began to sense the location of his kunai. He felt it. In an instant, Manado's clone vanished from sight, and Uzumaki Naruto fully entered Hatake Naruto's world. Inside this world, a dark figure attempted to strike from behind. At that moment, Hatake Naruto, devoid of any strength, could only watch helplessly as a hand pierced his heart. Rasengan, a pale blue sphere of spiraling energy struck the shadow's back, the terrifying rotational force shredding the black cloak to pieces, causing the assailant to cough blood onto his mask. Rasen Shuiken, void, caught off guard, Uchiha Obito swiftly transformed his body into nothingness, evading the subsequent attack, leaving a large crater where he had just stood. Damn it, who are you? As he awaited the rapid recovery of his body through the Senju cells, he sought to buy time with words. His expression was grim, not only from the recent ambush, but also due to the haunting memories triggered by the Rasengan and its impact. My name is Namake's Manado. I never imagined I would have the chance to teach you a lesson once more, Uchiha Obito. Unlike his usual sunny demeanor, Manado's face was now etched with frost and bloodlust, the corners of his mouth curling in an expression that revealed his inner exhilaration. Uchiha Obito? I have never heard of that name. My name is Uchiha Madara. Whether it was Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Obito, it made no difference. He was the one they sought. As the two faced off, Uzumaki Naruto had already arrived in this world. Upon witnessing the gaping wound in Hatake Naruto's chest, he immediately activated the ninja art, channeling chakra into him. It has been a long time. How do you feel now? I feel a bit unclean. Observing the chaotic scene before him and the chakra constantly flowing into his body, Hatake Naruto couldn't help but think this to himself. What does this mean? Is there something going on or not? Observing the equally bewildered Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi Hatake slapped his own face in exasperation. His mind was utterly clouded with nonsense. He felt perfectly fine, akin to the sensation of donning a fresh pair of undergarments on a crisp morning. Watching Kakashi strike his own cheek while insisting he was all right, Naruto Uzumaki could only close the ninja forum with lingering skepticism. Sometimes, even if the body isn't scathed, a troubled mind signifies that all is not well. I've already stated I'm fine. I merely, oh dear. Kakashi, blushing, sought to clarify his earlier words, but upon encountering that innocent visage, he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts and reluctantly swallowed his words. Goodness, what am I supposed to say in front of a child? This is utterly frustrating. By the way, who are those two gentlemen? Unable to rationalize the situation further, Kakashi swiftly redirected the conversation. Chapter 102, Reincarnation. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki and Obito Uchiha were locked in a fierce battle, a swirling vortex of black and a brilliant flash of gold flickering incessantly, rendering their combat nearly indecipherable to onlookers. Just moments ago, they had been clashing in the west, and in the blink of an eye, they had dashed to the east. Manado Namake's, with his left hand deftly dispatching kunai, wielded a Rasengan in his right, grazing perilously close to Obito. Obito found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The high mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique rendered his single-eyes Kimyui ineffective. He could only evade damage by continuously phasing out of reality. Yet the duration of his intangibility was limited to a mere 5 minutes. To sustain this ability for longer, he had to intermittently revert to solidity to regain his strength. However, Naruto's speed was astonishingly swift. Each time he materialized, a Rasengan would invariably come hurtling towards him. Though he quickly phased out again, he still sustained considerable injuries. Damn you, Obito seethed. Ever since acquiring Kimui, he had never been wounded to such an extent by anyone other than his mentor. This yellow-haired adversary, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, bore an uncanny resemblance to Manado, which irked him immensely. If you wish to fight, then let us engage in earnest. Would release Hell's Chaos? Obito bellowed, as an overwhelming number of wooden spikes erupted around him. Each spike towered dozens of meters high, radiating outward from Obito's position like a relentless storm. What? Faced with the onslaught of branches, Naruto could only retreat, swiftly utilizing the Flying Thunder God to escape beyond the attack's range. It's time for a major move. The chaos of Hell's Chaos also affected Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi Hatake. However, unlike Naruto's retreat, Uzumaki chose to confront it head-on. Instantly, a biological armor enveloped him, and as red steam billowed from his body, he unleashed a formidable punch against the advancing thicket of trees. Night's Fist. In stark contrast to the flamboyant ninjutsu of a typical ninja, Naruto had reached a level of physical prowess akin to that of the Akatsuki clan. With a simple yet powerful punch, he shattered the oncoming trees into splinters, sending wood shavings swirling through the air, even carving a massive path into the ground from the force of his strike. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Naruto's punch not only halted the wood-release assault but also struck Obito directly, the wind from the blow ceasing only after Obito's startled exclamation. Behind him, Kakashi stood, utterly astounded by the spectacle. When did your martial arts become so formidable? How swiftly times have changed. In my memory, Naruto relied on the power of the tailed beast to inflict damage, yet now, with a mere punch, he has achieved such remarkable feats. Just now, he mused. He merely unleashed his accumulated strength in one go. He wasn't this powerful before. Impressive indeed. Ahem, where have you all emerged from? As the two engaged in conversation, Uchiha Obito hobbled out from a pile of wood, his mask shattered, revealing his grotesque visage. It appears that Naruto Uzumaki's recent blow has indeed struck you. You seem to have died once already, haven't you? Looking at Obito, who had closed one eye and wore a smile, Naruto's expression was one of delight. Yet, to Obito, that smile was laden with sarcasm. Indeed, what a terrifying punch, Obito mused, recalling the moment he had just escaped the depths of hell, only to be caught off guard by a sudden gust of Naruto's punch. Had he not reacted swiftly enough to activate his Anaji, he would surely have met his demise on the ground. Since you no longer possess your protective talismans, you might as well lie down and await your end. I see no reason to continue this conversation with someone like you. Naruto's words resonated with Kakashi, who also felt that there was little point in further dialogue with a person who was so intent on taking his life. Damn it, where do these inexplicable individuals keep appearing from? Obito pondered, scrutinizing the three fierce figures before him, all of whom bore striking similarities to one another. After all, they are merely individuals whom you have harmed. As he spoke, Naruto's expression shifted, for he had been preparing for Sage Mode while evading the chaos. Sage Art, Flashing Nine-Tails Reincarnation, Flying Thunder God Thunderclap Slash. Countless clones of Naruto zipped through the air, enveloping Obito in a golden tapestry. The sensation of killing you once more is still so exhilarating. With the first Rasengan crashing into Obito, his fate was sealed. A barrage of Rasengans followed, the explosive assault enduring for a full 5 minutes, reducing him to mere remnants. Ah, what a refreshing experience. Who would have thought that traversing worlds could be so delightful? Naruto exclaimed, surveying his handiwork with a joyful grin. My apologies, Kakashi. Upon seeing Obito, I couldn't help but take action. Once he regained his composure, Naruto hastily apologized to Kakashi, feeling as though he had inadvertently claimed his enemy's head. I don't mind that at all. Watch out. Kakashi attempted to respond, but as he turned to warn Naruto of the impending danger behind him, it was too late. A wooden stake had already penetrated Naruto's heart, bursting forth into countless wooden spikes, transforming him into a wooden effigy. What? Hey! The onlookers were rendered speechless as they witnessed the scene unfold, particularly Naruto, who watched in horror as his friend fell before him, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Naruto. Obito chuckled. Who would have thought that this would be the outcome? Observing the countless wooden spikes adorning his body, Naruto Uzumaki let out a bitter smile before transforming into a wisp of azure smoke and vanishing. Ah, so it was merely a shadow clone? That certainly salvaged his life. The voice of Obito Uchiha slowly emerged from behind the wooden spikes. He was now markedly different from before, though still clad in tattered garments. His eyes now bore the presence of 6 Tomo. Phew, thankfully it was a shadow clone. I almost forgot that Naruto had arrived in this world through his shadow clones. Upon witnessing Naruto's disappearance, Manado Namikaze exhaled in relief, only to turn his furious gaze upon Obito Uchiha. "I will undoubtedly kill you," he declared. "Is that so? And what can you do? I now possess the Rinnegan." Obito Uchiha found himself at a loss for words. For the individual glaring at him possessed a pair of Rinnegan as well. Chapter 103. The Wrath of Naruto. From the moment Obito Uchiha resurrected himself, using Izanagi, he realized he was no match for the individuals before him. Thus, he promptly instructed Black Zetsu to mimic his appearance, even entrusting it with his Manjiki Sharingan. Meanwhile, he sought out his true objective, Nagato's Rinnegan. As anticipated, all attention was drawn to the disguised Black Zetsu, allowing him to successfully acquire both of Nagato's Rinnegan. In fact, during the celebratory moments of his adversaries, he nearly managed to deliver a fatal ambush to one of them. Unfortunately, it was merely a clone. Yet, armed with the Rinnegan, he believed that even without a surprise attack, these individuals would be no match for him. Such was his initial conviction. "Who on earth are you? Why? Why do you also possess the Rinnegan?" Obito Uchiha gazed incredulously at the pair of Rinnegan before him, nearly driven to madness. He had meticulously executed his plan to obtain the Rinnegan step by step, only to find this young boy in possession of the same. To make matters worse, this wretch was glaring at him menacingly with those very eyes. "Rinnegan, you say?" My eyes seem to have transformed, but such trivialities are of no concern. At this moment, all I desire is to pummel you with these fists of mine. In the blink of an eye, Naruto Uzumaki materialized behind Obito and unleashed a powerful punch. How swift! Though Obito, with his Rinnegan, could perceive Naruto's movements, his body failed to react in time, leaving him merely to watch as the fist descended towards his face. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous gravitational wave erupted from Obito, sending nearby stones flying as if struck by an invisible sphere. The gravitational force collided head-on with Naruto's fist, subsequently enveloping him and propelling him away. What does it matter if my body lags behind? As long as my jutsu can reach you, that's all that counts. Observing the effectiveness of his attack, Obito smirked, confident that in terms of combat experience, this young boy was clearly inferior to him. Meanwhile, Naruto, sent hurtling through the air, executed a graceful spin before gently landing on the ground, thanks to the effects of the Rinnegan's gravitational wave. So, this is the capability of the Rinnegan? Although he was aware of it, experiencing it physically for the first time was indeed convenient. Shinra Tensei. Naruto's eyes widened, drawing Obito towards him instantly. "What?" Shinra Tensei. Obito, airborne, quickly reacted and employed Shinra Tensei defensively, repelling Naruto away. Futile. As one who also wields the Rinnegan, you should understand this truth. With Shinra Tensei as your defense, you stand no chance against me. Who says there's no way? Deiko couldn't. Naruto's Rinnegan immediately reverted to his Manjiki, and he conjured a black sword of space, aiming it directly at Obito. Phasing. This is bad. Confronted by the formidable space blade, Uchiha Obito instinctively sought to defend himself through intangibility, only to realize, regrettably, that he had lost the use of Kamui. Faced with the relentless strike, and having just witnessed Naruto Uzumaki's battle, Obito understood that Shinra Tensei would offer no protection. Thus, he could only tilt his body to the side in a desperate attempt to evade the blow. As the dark light flashed, a deep fissure marred the ground, and Obito found himself almost completely severed. Fortunately, his head remained intact. At that moment, he felt no pain. Yet he was acutely aware that a significant portion of his body had been sliced away, and he was simply relieved that his Rinnegan remained. How would you manage without me? Suddenly, a carnivorous plant, a pitcher plant, burst forth from beneath him, swiftly enveloping Obito and gradually restoring his form. "I owe you my gratitude, Zetsu," he expressed, feeling his body regain its completeness. "No need for thanks. Just let me know next time when you need to relieve yourself," he replied nonchalantly. However, there were pressing matters to attend to first. The enemies before him were still watching him closely. The situation felt exceedingly precarious, particularly due to the pair of eyes that wielded the power to manipulate space, a formidable weapon indeed. Even with his Rinnegan, he found himself at a disadvantage. "Is it possible that you use Setsu to restore your body? Yet, if I can strike you once, I can certainly strike you again. All your efforts are rendered futile," taunted Naruto Uzumaki, gripping a black blade. "Truth be told, I find myself in a dire predicament, but I am curious about the origin of your Rinnegan." Shouldn't the ability to control space belong to Naruto Uzumaki? Obito inquired, seeking to buy himself some time, having exhausted considerable energy from his recent use of Shinra Tensei. I believe I need not explain this to you. Upon his return to this world, Naruto had experienced growth from the remnants of his past self. In gaming terms, it was akin to a version update, where the older version had evolved into the current incarnation of Naruto Uzumaki. A transformation that was ruthlessly selective, discarding the undesirable while retaining the beneficial aspects. Additionally, Naruto had just awakened would release, and within him, a Sharingan belonging to Sasuke Uchiha continuously assimilated the powers of Indra's chakra, seamlessly blending with Kamui, thus possessing both the pinnacle of Yang release and the Mangekyou Sharingan. Naruto had acquired the power of creation itself. The final step to awakening the Rinnegan was marked by the death of a clone of Manado Namikaze, who fell victim to a surprise attack from Obito. Unconsciously forgetting that it was merely a clone, Naruto believed that Manado had truly perished. And the surge of intense emotion and grief triggered a reaction in his Mangekyou Sharingan. The cells imbued with would release within his body seamlessly merged with the kaleidoscope of emotions, giving rise to the unique Rinnegan of Uzumaki Naruto. However, Naruto felt no need to elucidate this phenomenon as Uchiha Obito would. Rest assured, although I am reluctant to elaborate on such matters, I have just sensed that employing the temporal blade to eliminate you will not quell the fury that resides within me. Therefore, you need not worry. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Obito, and declared, "Soon, I shall unleash these fists upon you with relentless force." Chapter 104. The resurgence of Uchiha Obito. Veins bulged on Uchiha Obito's forehead, his entire body trembling with rage. There must be limits to contempt, after all. I possess the Rinnegan. Fueled by fury, Uchiha Obito seethed, for he was still an Uchiha, one who had instigated chaos throughout the ninja world. And this little brat dared to insult him so brazenly. Would release, would dragon technique. Uchiha Obito bellowed, and a colossal wood dragon surged from the ground, lunging fiercely at Naruto Uzumaki. Aura. In the face of the monstrous wood dragon, which was several times larger than himself, Naruto was undeterred, merely raising his fist. With a powerful uppercut, Naruto's fist smashed into the dragon's jaw, piercing it cleanly. What had once been a swift assault turned into a rapid retreat as the wood dragon was sent hurtling back toward Uchiha Obito with even greater speed, crashing down upon him. Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Obito was quick to react, unleashing a gravitational wave that sent the useless wood dragon flying away. Swish. Uchiha Obito's Rinnegan narrowed as a fist encased in armor appeared before him. Hungry Ghost Path. A luminous barrier instantly unfolded, shielding Naruto from his advance. Woodman technique. Countless wooden limbs erupted, entwining to form a colossal wooden figure. Useless. Nani. Aura. Naruto leapt high, his fist poised to strike once more, causing Uchiha Obito to hastily command the wooden figure to counter with its own fist. This was a technique of the original Hokage. Even the Nine-Tails had faltered against it. As the wooden figure's fist loomed over Naruto, Uchiha Obito felt a surge of confidence. The relentless assault had stripped away the grandeur of Uchiha Madara, reverting him to the original, lesser self. Crack, crack, crackle. The sound of splintering wood echoed from below, causing Uchiha Obito's complexion to pale. Could it be? Leaning down to investigate, he was astounded to see Naruto's fist firmly bracing against the wooden figure's punch, deep fissures appearing along the wooden arms. The previous exchange had resulted in defeat for the wooden figure. How could this be? Uchiha Obito, unwilling to accept this reality, frantically manipulated the wooden figure to unleash a barrage of strikes. However, Naruto was no longer inclined to play. He had delivered enough despair to Uchiha Obito. Aura. 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 His small fist rained down like a machine gun, striking the wooden figure at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Although the wooden figure retaliated, it was akin to tofu against stone, swiftly reduced to splinters. In a matter of moments, the wooden figure was left without arms, and Naruto had closed the distance, standing before Uchiha Obito. Wait a moment. The echoes of Aura Aura resounded like thunder, as if the very heavens were responding. Soon, all that remained of the shattered wooden figure was the relentless sound of fists striking flesh, leaving behind nothing but a mangled mass. Apart from the intentionally preserved Rinnegan, there was no intact body in sight. Ah, what a relief! Naruto Uzumaki picked up 2 Rinnegan, shaking off the blood that clung to them. Before leaping down from the wooden Buddha, catch, instinctively called out Kakashi Hitaki, only to recoil in shock upon realizing what was thrown his way. What am I supposed to do with these eyeballs? Can they be eaten like fish eyes? After discarding the Rinnegan, Kakashi quickly wiped the blood from his hands against the stone wall. Of course, I don't need this. I already possess one. Naruto pointed to his own eye sockets, showcasing his own Rinnegan. Why would I want something you don't? I'm not a centipede to have so many eyeballs. Upon receiving those eye orbs, Kakashi felt as if they were glaring at him, sending a chill down his spine. Despite his outward bravado, he harbored a deep-seated fear of the supernatural. Come on. This is a Rinnegan. Did you not see how powerful Uchiha Obito was with it? In response, Kakashi merely picked his nose dismissively, waving his hand. If you like them so much, take them back and enjoy skewers. I'm quite satisfied with the eyes I have. Realizing that Naruto was reluctant to part with the gifted eyes, he refrained from pressing the matter further and simply picked them up, placing them into the cultivation jar given by Manado. Besides, since I just infused you with chakra, your Sharingan 1T Go Blind after awakening would release. You can return to Manado for further study. I'm sure he'll be thrilled to see these Rinnegan. What? Who is Manado? Kakashi exclaimed, feigning heartbreak. So you have a new crush? Oh, how it pains me. I'm utterly heartbroken. He then struck a dramatic pose, crossing his arms in a comical display of sorrow. In bewilderment, Naruto raised an eyebrow, pondering if it was Kakashi or himself who was truly at fault. TCH, you little brat have no sense of humor at all. Unable to catch my drift. Seeing Naruto remain motionless without retorting, Kakashi lost interest in the antics, retreating into the ruins where the battle had unfolded, searching for something unknown. What are you looking for? The body of Nagato. Kakashi's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, a hint of sorrow etched upon his features. This revelation led Naruto Uzumaki to understand that his antics were not born from a desire to be mischievous, but rather a means to veil the anguish dwelling within his heart. No, you are mistaken. I genuinely wish to be whimsical, Kakashi Hitaki remarked, his back turned, as if he could intuit Naruto's thoughts while he grasped the lifeless body. I have endured countless farewells between life and death, and thus, I have grown accustomed to it. The pain I felt when I killed Nagato was real, as was my anger. However, now that he is dead, I must at least ensure that his remains are treated with respect, for he was, after all, a disciple of Jiraiya Sensei. Upon hearing this, Naruto remained silent, merely stepping forward to assist Kakashi. Soon, through their diligent efforts, Nagato's body was unearthed, though it appeared somewhat mutilated, likely a consequence of the recent battle. Alas, his life was fraught with misfortune. Kakashi carefully reassembled Nagato's remains, striving to restore a semblance of wholeness. I shall not return your Rinnegan. After all, these eyes do not rightfully belong to you. When you descend, do remember to seek vengeance against Uchiha Obito. Naruto formed hand seals, causing wooden planks to sprout rapidly, crafting a coffin for Nagato, allowing him a dignified rest. As if to complement the somber atmosphere, paper offerings began to drift down from the heavens. Chapter 105. True peace. Isn't this ambience rather striking? Paper money is actually floating down. But this is not paper money. It is flowers? As the paper blossoms drifted from the sky, the two Narutos immediately became vigilant. The appearance of paper flowers descending from above was clearly abnormal. It was undoubtedly the work of someone skilled in jutsu. Indeed, the master of this technique soon revealed herself, a blue-haired woman with wings gracefully descended from the heavens, standing before the coffin of Nagato Uzumaki. In her hands, she cradled a bouquet of paper flowers, gazing upon the serene form of Nagato lying in the coffin. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks as she gently placed the paper flowers upon him. Are you Conan? Observing the blue-haired beauty made of paper, Naruto Uzumaki instantly deduced her true identity, growing cautious. He was well aware of the terror she could invoke, especially now that both his adversaries and comrades had perished. One could only wonder if she might resort to a devastating explosion with her 500 billion explosive tags in a moment of despair. Is she truly Conan? Kakashi Hitaki had heard Naruto speak of Conan's characteristics and was also aware of the explosive tags. Even he felt a twinge of anxiety in her presence. Conan, with tears in her eyes, cast one last glance at Nagato's lifeless body before revealing a face with one yellow eye and one normal eye, summoning two paper blades directed at the two Narutos. She had been present from the very beginning of the conflict, even when Nagato was cleaved in two by Kakashi's blade, remaining just nearby. However, before she could retaliate, Obito Uchiha appeared, and soon the two Narutos joined the fray. The combatants quickly engaged, entirely overlooking her existence. As she yearned to intervene in the vengeance, both sides were her enemies, leaving her uncertain about whom to confront. Thus, she remained by Nagado's corpse in silence. Suddenly, she was ambushed, a dark mass smeared across her face, and she lost control of her body. Yet, even as she relinquished physical control, her consciousness remained alert, allowing her to witness everything that transpired, including the harsh words whispered by the shadowy assailant in her ear. Originally, the dark figure intended to strike when both parties had lowered their guard, and Konan was content with this, for either side's demise would not be a loss to her. However, upon witnessing the two Narutos excavate Nagado's body from the ruins and assist in gathering his remains, an overwhelming surge of emotion temporarily granted her the strength to break free from Kage's control, thus leading to the unfolding of the initial scene. Both of you, leave this place swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my impoliteness. Seemingly comprehending the essence of peace, Konan threatened the two Narutos to depart. Are you all right? You seem a bit unusual, Naruto Uzumaki remarked, sensing an inexplicable oddity in Konan's demeanor. Stop with the idle chatter and leave at once. Otherwise, I shall take action against you. Konan seemed unwilling to engage in idle chatter with the two individuals. Papers fluttered from her cheeks, swirling around her in a tempest of paper. Enough, let us depart, she thought, recognizing the sorrow of a woman in despair. Naruto Uzumaki wanted to say something more, but was restrained by Kakashi Hitaki's grip on his shoulder. He could discern that this woman had resigned herself to her fate, a state with which he was all too familiar, having once felt like a mere shell of a person, longing for the day he could return to the afterlife. However, after finding solace in his spirit once more, he had liberated himself from such despondency, which explained his fury when Hinata was imperiled by Pain's Deva path. Let us go. Let her handle this, Kakashi declared, turning to leave. Reluctantly, Naruto followed suit, wanting to voice more, but feeling compelled to depart. As the two Narutos vanished from sight, Konan appeared to find a sense of liberation, breaking into a smile. You wretched woman. Why did you have to show yourself at such a crucial moment? If only you had remained hidden, the Rinnegan would have surely been within my grasp. At that moment, half of Konan's face darkened, her anger manifesting through the control of Black Zetsu. She wore an expression of eerie duality, one side smiling while the other contorted in rage, causing blood to trickle from her cheek. Whatever. Even the deepest hatred can be contained. They could bury the bones for Nagato. Hatred only breeds greater animosity. I shall let this hatred cease with me. What nonsensical words are you uttering? The Rinnegan is the Rinnegan. Do you have any inkling of the time and effort I invested to create it? To allow it to be seized by the enemy right before my eyes. Enraged, Black Zetsu seized control of Konan's right hand and drove it into her own heart. You yearn for peace? Then you shall die. Black Zetsu, seemingly unsatisfied, continued to manipulate her hand, thrusting it violently several more times, finally venting its frustration before attempting to relinquish control of Konan's body. Yet, it found escape impossible. Countless papers began to adhere to her form, those she had previously cast away. They enveloped her in a cocoon of paper, securely sealing Black Zetsu within, preventing its exit. Despicable woman, what are you intending to do? Black Zetsu felt an unsettling premonition of dread. I have decreed that this hatred shall cease with me. So you too shall come to a halt. Konan bit her tongue, letting blood spill onto the papers before her, and instantly, the symbols of summoning emerged, unleashing an avalanche of papers from the technique. What is this? 600 billion explosive tags, Konan declared fiercely. Originally intended for the masked man, these explosive tags were now unnecessary, yet they would serve perfectly for their final farewell. No. Please, don't. Release me at once, you madwoman, Black Absolute exclaimed, panic seeping into his voice for the first time in countless years. Essentially a product of the Yin-Yang escape, despite the myriad forms he could assume, he retained a material foundation. Thus, confronted with the relentless bombardment of 600 billion explosive talismans, his demise was inevitable. You must cease this madness. How can I possibly perish here? Do you comprehend the magnitude of my greatness? My mother is still sealed within the moon. I cannot meet my end like this. Black Absolute's voice rose to a frantic crescendo. Hearing his origins, Xiaonan's pupils constricted as she was engulfed in profound shock. Yet, the explosive talismans could not be halted. All 600 billion had already been summoned, and in an instant, they detonated. No. Accompanied by cries of despair. Everything within this vicinity was obliterated. This, perhaps, is true peace. Chapter 106. It turns out I am a failure in this world with a tremendous roar. Flames surged skyward. The explosion instantaneously engulfed the entire forest, reducing countless flora and fauna to mere ashes, leaving behind a vast crater in the earth. The colossal blast even altered the celestial phenomena, causing a sparse drizzle to fall across the sky, as if to guide the children of the rain country back to their homeland. Gulp. Uzumaki Naruto swallowed hard, trembling as he gazed at the horrific scene not far away. What a terrifying woman. Fortunately, she warned us to flee. Had she detonated like that unexpectedly, we would have surely been caught off guard. Wong. Uzumaki Naruto watched as Hatake Naruto's lips moved, but he could not discern the words being spoken. The recent explosion had rendered him temporarily deaf. What did you say? I can't hear you. Similarly affected by the explosion, Hatake Naruto was also unable to grasp what Uzumaki Naruto was saying. Forget it. I'll pretend you said nothing. As effective communication was momentarily lost, Hatake Naruto opted for silence, gesturing for Uzumaki Naruto to follow him away from the scene. Uzumaki Naruto, unable to hear clearly, was in no hurry to depart and simply trailed behind. Soon, the two arrived at the remnants of Konoha, a vast, gaping pit. Is this kind of pit popular in your world? Uzumaki Naruto remarked, gazing at the semicircular depression below. This is all the work of Nagato. He unleashed a Super Shinra Tensei at the very center of Konoha, obliterating the village in this manner. Hatake Naruto surveyed the debris-laden ground with a pained expression. The village he had called home for so long lay in ruins, and the sorrow within him was inexpressible. Naruto. At that moment, Haruno Sakura rushed over. Clad in a white coat, Hatake Naruto eagerly approached her. Are you alright? Is Hinata okay? Both voiced their concerns simultaneously. But Hatake Naruto's immediate inquiry about another woman left Haruno Sakura feeling somewhat embarrassed, although she quickly regained her composure. Rest assured, Hinata is fine. Nagato's black rods did not strike her vital points, though she remains unconscious. Phew, that's a relief. Hatake Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke perished 3 years ago, Hinata had been the only person he truly cared for. If the destruction of Konoha brought him sorrow, Hinata's injury evoked not only anger but also a profound sense of despair and suffocation. You really care for Hinata, don't you? Haruno Sakura remarked with a hint of jealousy. In truth, her own feelings were more rooted in resentment. Ever since Uchiha Sasuke's death, she had been mired in memories of him. By the time she emerged from that haze and recognized the brilliance of Hatake Naruto, he had already drawn the attention of others. Of course, Hinata is. Anyway, let us hurry to see Hinata. Konoha's Naruto was in a state of utter urgency. Upon learning that Hinata was safe, he yearned to teleport directly to her side. All right. He conceded to Sakura's insistence, though his gaze wandered to Naruto Uzumaki. This child is. Oh my. He resembles Naruto so much. Such matters could be explained later. He wanted to see Hinata. Naruto seized Sakura by the shoulders, forcibly turning her around and propelling her forward. Wait. I understand, but please don't be in such a rush. Amidst their playful shoving, they swiftly arrived at the temporary encampment in Konoha. Naruto-kun, is that you? Before they could fully enter the makeshift medical tent, Hinata's voice resonated through the air. It was Hinata. Hearing the voice of the one he cherished, Naruto disregarded Sakura and charged inside, leaving her behind to mutter curses as she spun in place. Naruto. You rascal. Upon entering, Naruto beheld Hinata lying in bed, struggling to rise. He hurried over to support her. Careful. Shouldn't you lie down a bit longer? Are you able to sit up? Naruto-kun's hand is supporting me. Hinata, are you all right? Why is your face so flushed? I'm fine. The nurse just told me I could sit up. Then let me assist you. With Naruto's help. Hinata soon sat up against the pillows at the head of the bed. You're injured, right? Hearing the concern in front of him, Naruto felt the sorrow he had just experienced dissipate, leaving only sweetness behind. I'm fine, really. Pain. That guy Nagato has been defeated by me. And Konoha is safe now. Hee. Naruto-kun, I knew you could do it. Hinata. After a tender moment, Naruto continued, by the way, Sakura just mentioned you were unconscious. I didn't expect you to wake up already. You've surprised me. Actually, I just awoke as well. I had a terrible nightmare where you died, but then you suddenly came back to life, and I woke up feeling joyous. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. He had indeed been on the brink of death, but there was no need to share such details with Hinata. Don't worry, Hinata, he declared, grasping her hand firmly. I promise you I will never die. Mm. Mm. Ah. Naruto-kun's hand again. As she glanced at her hand being held, Hinata's face turned crimson once more, and she fainted. Hinata, are you alright, Hinata? Doctor Nurse. Observing the flustered and disoriented Naruto, the other Naruto quietly averted his gaze. It is quite perplexing, is it not? Why is it that every woman I encounter seems to lose interest in me, particularly when it comes to Hinata? Yet, why do I feel as though I have indulged in a sweet treat? The situation with Sakura Haruno appears to diverge significantly from that in the previous world. Here, she seems to embody the role of a defeated contender. Naruto Uzumaki turned his head to the side. Also peering from the entrance was Sakura Haruno, who did not enter to care for Hinata, as there was already a doctor present, or perhaps she simply lacked the strength to attend to her. How infuriating. Their bond has grown so strong that they can easily disregard my presence. Sakura, biting her handkerchief, uttered with jealousy. My condolences? Naruto, at a loss for how to console her, could only utter this most commonplace phrase of comfort. However, it seemed that the pallid figure of Sakura before him rendered this comfort rather ineffective. Chapter 107. After the hero's return, he must confront several foolish elders prudently recovering. Haruno Sakura realized it was inappropriate to linger at the entrance of the medical tent as an unwelcome presence. Thus, she took Naruto Uzumaki for a leisurely stroll nearby. Unable to quell her curiosity regarding the resemblance between him and the young Naruto, she inquired, "Who are you, really? Why do you resemble Naruto so closely?" "I am Naruto Uzumaki," he replied. "You share his name?" Sakura mused. "Uzumaki, you say? That surname sounds remarkably familiar indeed. It was originally the name of Kakashi Hitaki." At that moment, a somber voice echoed from a distance. Turning their heads, they beheld a bandaged figure limping toward them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sakura's expression shifted dramatically. She instinctively positioned herself in front of Naruto and urged, "Hurry, go find Naruto." "Why the urgency to let this person in? I have numerous questions for him." Two masked root operatives positioned themselves at the entrance of the medical tent, obstructing Naruto's path. "Shimura Danzo, what are you plotting? He is brought here by Naruto." In an instant, Sakura brandished a kunai at Danzo while shielding Naruto with her other hand. "You dare to threaten a leaf elder with a weapon? Is this how Tsunade has instructed you?" "Humph. It is precisely because this individual was brought by Kakashi that I must question him about why, during such calamity in the leaf, he would introduce a stranger. Moreover, I have yet to hold him accountable for his unauthorized departure from the village to pursue the enemy." Danzo's single visible eye fixated on Naruto, completely disregarding Sakura. "Bah, you are clearly up to no good, and I am well aware of your true intentions." Sakura's public denunciation of Danzo stemmed from the incident when, as Tsunade fell into a coma and Kakashi pursued the true culprit. This enigmatic Danzo had seized control of the entire Leaf Village without hesitation. Ignoring the substantial casualties, he had forcefully imprisoned many, including those loyal to the Hokage, effectively placing them under house arrest. Were it not for Sakura's status as a somewhat competent medical ninja, she too would have faced restrictions on her movements, albeit losing her autonomy in choosing patients. Danzo, unperturbed by Sakura's insults, simply waved his hand, signaling Root to take action. "Dare to lay a finger on Naruto Uzumaki, and you shall regret it. Moreover, openly threatening an elder in the village? Seize her as well." With two swift, decisive thuds, the Root members collapsed to the ground. "My apologies, but I cannot tolerate those who attempt to strike from behind, especially masked individuals who trigger most unsettling memories," Naruto remarked, wiping his hands as if the act of vanquishing the two Root operatives had sullied him. "Very well. You audaciously dare to assault members of the Anbu within the Leaf? I hereby declare you a spy. Everyone, apprehend him." As Uchiha Naruto acted with such resolute determination, Shimura Danzo felt an overwhelming sense of joy, pondering what pretext he could devise to apprehend him as a spy. Yet, the justification had presented itself effortlessly. In an instant, numerous Root members emerged from the shadows, encircling Naruto and his companion entirely. Shimura Danzo gazed greedily upon Naruto. Previously, when pain had wreaked havoc within the village, he had long since led the Root into hiding, resulting in negligible casualties. Thus, when Shinra Tensei obliterated the entirety of Konoha, he and his subordinates became the most formidable force within the village. When Hitaki Naruto sought the real body of pain, Danzo had naturally dispatched his operative, Aburame Shino, to track him down. However, Shino had not pursued too closely, merely utilizing his insects for observation, which allowed the combatants to remain unaware of his presence. consequently allowing him to witness the battle in its entirety. Yet, Shino had overlooked a crucial detail. As the two Narutos prepared to depart, he did not intend to retreat immediately. Rather, he sought to eliminate the woman using paper and retrieve the corpse of Uzumaki Nagato. Unexpectedly, that very woman detonated herself without provocation, the terrifying explosion and its extensive range leaving him no time to escape, forcing him to rely on summoning techniques to relay the information back. Humph. I have lost a valuable subordinate in vain, but the Rinnegan can easily compensate for my loss. He scoffed. What are you, an insignificant elder? You were never even acknowledged in Konoha. Where were you when our village was under assault? Humph. You know nothing. I have done all of this for Konoha. Had I not preserved our vital forces, had I not survived unlike those who now lie lifeless, Konoha would have ceased to exist. Danzo's twisted rationale left Sakura momentarily speechless, and seizing the opportunity, all the root members surged forward. Yield without resistance. For Naruto's sake, I shall not make this too difficult for you. Ugh. Lord Danzo! Lord Danzo! Amidst the shouts of concern from the root members, Danzo found himself suspended in the air. Lost in recollection. What transpired? Why am I airborne? And why does my face hurt so? I seem to have been struck away. Perhaps by a certain blonde. Finally regaining his senses, the last image in his mind was that of Naruto's face and his fist. With a thud, Danzo plummeted to the ground, struggling to rise. How dare you lay a hand upon me? Ugh, I find you insufferable, old man. You seem to have offended me in some way. Being struck was your just deserts. Naruto brushed off the dirt from his hands and wiped his knuckles. He had grown weary of the elder's presence, ultimately giving in to the urge to land a punch upon his face. You fools! What are you waiting for? Seize him at once. As Tuanzong issued his command, the root members, who had just missed their target, swiftly attempted once more to seize Naruto Uzumaki. Do not resist any further. Otherwise, you stand against the entirety of Konoha. Before Tuanzang's words had fully resonated, his subordinates were sent flying like refuse. Not due to their ineptitude, but rather because of Naruto's astonishing speed. After unleashing the great wind of Konoha, he spun through the air like a top caught in a tornado, effortlessly casting aside all of the root members. It had been quite some time since he had employed this technique. The last occasion was during the Land of Snow, and it seemed he had not lost his touch. After dispatching the group of insignificant foes, Naruto fixed his gaze upon Shimura Danzo. Chapter 108. Tuanzong lying on the ground, I no longer care about your reasons for attacking me. It is evident that you are not virtuous. In any case, I shall first deliver a good beating. Naruto Uzumaki, without resorting to the eighth gate, charged forward with nothing but his physical strength, cautious not to accidentally kill this wretch. You are too. Uffed. Once again, Tuanzong was struck forcefully on the chin by Naruto, sending him soaring into the air. I want to kill you. A few blows will suffice. In an instant, Naruto leaped skyward, landing on Tuanzang's head. You scoundrel! How dare you humiliate me like this? Tuanzong, unable to tolerate the disgrace, drew a kunai and twisted his body to stab at Naruto above him. With a peculiar shout, his kunai missed completely, and Naruto swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering 7 swift kicks. Ada-da-da-da-da-da. Like a pile driver, Naruto struck downwards, forcing the one-eyed elder into a pit, rendering him immobile. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spewed forth as Tuanzang's vision dimmed. He had not anticipated such prowess from this boy. You scoundrel! I had no intention of using this ability, but now that I control Konoha, eliminating you is worth exposing any secret. With that, Tuanzong, lying in the pit, struggled to release the seal on his hands. However, just as he attempted to form hand signs, Naruto pressed his hands firmly into the ground. You! Tuanzong spat out another mouthful of blood in fury. He could hardly believe that someone would stoop so low, preventing him from even making a move. Come on. Old man, I am not foolish enough to let you execute any devious technique while standing by idly, am I? What difference is there between this and using a kunai against Susanoo? Damn, have all the people of Konoha perished? Seeing me so humiliated by an outsider. Not a single one has come to assist. Faced with this unreasonable boy, Tuanzong found himself utterly helpless and called upon his fellow Konoha members to restrain this brat. Fortunately, this area was not far from Konoha's medical station, and the commotion had already drawn many onlookers. Moreover, the root members who had just been sent flying had summoned more of their comrades, completely surrounding the vicinity. Tuanzong, how dare you lay a hand on Naruto Uzumaki? You must be seeking death. Kakashi Hitaki, drawn by the noise, beheld the unfolding scene and immediately erupted in fury, shouting at Tuanzong. Are you out of your mind? I am the one being trampled beneath his feet. Who is truly attacking whom? Tuanzong bellowed, filled with equal parts anger, shame, and grievance. Kakashi, you scoundrel! Where did you bring this wretched child from? How dare you harm an elder of Konoha? Are you betraying the village? As I gazed upon the pitiable figure of Shimura Danzo, juxtaposed with the flamboyant Naruto Uzumaki, I felt a twinge of reluctance to unleash any vitriol upon him. Thus, I mustered the courage to assert, cease your trivial chatter. He is under my protection. Who permitted you to strike at his soles? You. Humph. I shall not waste words with you. Faced with this brazen individual, Danzo felt a surge of frustration threaten to overwhelm him. Yet he managed to threaten Naruto in a chilling tone. Heh, Naruto Uzumaki. I shall refer to you as such for now. You are currently opposing the entirety of Konoha. I strongly advise you to kneel and surrender promptly. Danzo, panting heavily, attempted to intimidate Naruto with his icy glare, though his disheveled state on the ground rendered him far from imposing. Moreover, Naruto could hardly fathom how an entire village lay in ruins at the hands of pain. The embodiment of the Akatsuki, and here was Danzo, audaciously provoking the very hero who had vanquished him. With a firm stomp upon Danzo's form, Naruto chuckled and declared, I just conceived a splendid idea. By the way, have you summoned the remaining villagers? What do you intend to do? A sudden sense of dread washed over Danzo. With a malevolent grin, Naruto addressed the gathered crowd. Esteemed citizens of Konoha, this self-proclaimed elder named Shimura Danzo claims to possess an unwavering love for our village, asserting that all his actions, including the attempt to capture me, were for the sake of Konoha. However, let us momentarily set that aside and examine his most significant contributions. You scoundrel, what do you plan to do? At this moment, Danzo comprehended Naruto's intentions and felt a pang of regret. Had he not just released the seal on his Sharingan, he would not find himself in this predicament. Desist. Cease this at once, he implored. But Naruto, undeterred, tore away the bandages that enveloped Danzo's arm, revealing the 13 Sharingan that rolled about on his hand. Oh my heavens! Sharingan! Gasped the onlookers. Look at his chest. What is that? Is that the face of the first Hokage? In the glaring light of scrutiny, Naruto laid bare Danzo's secrets. The once proud Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, alongside the visage of the founding first Hokage, was now exposed upon Danzo's person. Before the multitude's watchful eyes, his transgressions were revealed with undeniable clarity. Humph! What do you know? The Uchiha clan has already been extinguished. Moreover, they were inherently malevolent. The fact that their eyes could serve me in death is but a testament to their honor as part of Konoha. Moreover, as one who has lived in the same era as the esteemed first Hokage, what is so absurd about venerating him and tattooing his visage upon my skin? Rather than placing your trust in an outsider, would it not be more prudent to believe in me? I perceive no fault in this perspective. Indeed, while it may not be explicitly flawed, I sense an absence of error. It appears that although Danzo remains prostrate on the ground, trampled underfoot, he has somehow become more agreeable to behold. I share the sentiment. Even his fallen posture exudes a certain nonchalance. Shimura Danzo's thunderous proclamation has unexpectedly yielded significant results. In this moment, it seems that there are indeed many who resonate with his words. How peculiar it is that the intellect of the people of Konoha seems so diminished. Is it truly possible that such reasoning could find belief among them? Chapter 109. Unraveling the trajectory, all citizens of Konoha, capture this intruder. Shimura Danzo thought to himself, secretly amused as he gestured for everyone to attack Naruto Uzumaki. To his astonishment, the surrounding crowd of Konoha inhabitants obediently followed Danzo's command and charged towards Naruto. How astonishing! These villagers truly seemed to have lost their wits. Witnessing the mindless assault from the crowd, Naruto wasted no time. Activating his Rinnegan, he unleashed a powerful technique, sending them all flying with a single strike. It was Pain's jutsu. This man is allied with Pain, as his comrades were hurled away by an invisible force. The convictions of the villagers solidified further, believing Naruto to be a threat. One particularly hot-headed individual resorted to ninjutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Everyone, cease this at once. Seeing his fellow villagers truly assaulting Naruto, Kakashi Hatake felt a surge of anger and swiftly cleaved the fireball in two, positioning himself protectively before the attacking villagers. Kakashi Hatake. Why are you standing in front of the intruder? This individual was brought here by Kakashi. Wait, this person wields the same techniques as the earlier intruder. And he was brought by Kakashi. Does that not imply that Kakashi and the previous intruder are in cahoots? Damn it, he must be seeking revenge. which is why he brought this intruder. He is the Nine-Tails. Nine-Tails? Kakashi's expression darkened, his three-tomo Sharingan transforming into the Manjiki. Do you realize that some words, once spoken, can never be taken back? In this world, Kakashi's connections were already scarce, especially after all bonds had vanished. The emotional ties between him and Konoha, as well as those of Konoha towards him, were never particularly profound. His concern for Konoha stemmed solely from the fact that it was his home, the village where he had grown up, where Kakashi, Sasuke, and Hinata resided. While he cared for Konoha, it did not imply he would endlessly forgive these villagers, especially since they had the audacity to label him as the Nine-Tails after he had saved the village. You would do well to reconsider your stance. An ominous chakra enveloped the area, sending shivers through everyone present, save for Naruto. Could we truly still fear you? Nine-Tails. One individual, stubborn and headstrong, attempted to hurl insults, but before the overwhelming aura, he found himself unable to utter the final word. As the two factions stood at a standoff, Danzo reveled inwardly, wishing for them to clash so he could reap the benefits. He still had a trump card yet to be played. Naruto. A feminine voice pierced through the tense atmosphere. Kakashi turned towards the source of the voice, his expression shifting to one of alarm. It was Hinata Hyuga, limping towards them. Hinata, what are you doing here? You're still injured. At that moment, Hinata disregarded her condition, her eyes brimming with determination as she activated her Byakugan. Naruto and everyone, do not be deceived. Here, someone is wielding illusionary techniques, affecting the entire populace of Konoha. With a mere gesture from Hinata, everyone's gaze followed the direction of her finger, revealing that she was pointing directly at Shimura Danzo. You scoundrel, cease your baseless accusations. My hands are firmly pinned to the ground by this brat. How could I possibly employ Jinjutsu? Do not heed her words. She is clearly in cahoots with these two, Shimura Danzo exclaimed, his temper flaring as if struck by a hidden concern, prompting Naruto Uzumaki to deliver another kick to him. Unfazed by Danzo's desperate counterattack, Hinata Hyuga, supported by a cane and wrapped in bandages, radiated an indomitable spirit that commanded the attention of all present. In truth, I too had fallen victim to the Jinjutsu without realizing it. Only upon hearing the commotion did I attempt to rise from my bed, using my Byakugan to discern the situation. To my astonishment, I found the air thick with green chakra, influencing the minds of every individual around me. A glimmer of sorrow flickered in Hinata's eyes as she spoke. Through my discussions with the nurse, I learned that I was the sole survivor of the entire Hyuga clan. Despite many of our kin having successfully evaded peril during the battle against Pain, it was evident that someone, fearing the potential of our clan, had orchestrated their demise. All these threads intertwined, coalescing upon a singular figure. You, Shimura Danzo. The green chakra emanating from you is as conspicuous as a refuse heap teeming with cockroaches. Enough with your fabrications. You claim I wielded Jinjutsu? What sort of illusion exists that can hypnotize an entire village? Even if such a technique existed, why would Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto rise in rebellion against me? That, perhaps, is because your Jinjutsu merely exerts a subtle influence. At that moment, aided by Hinata, Naruto finally grasped the entirety of the situation. I wondered why the entire village was so gullible, believing your every word, allowing you to seize control with such ease. What? With a horrific scream, Shimura Danzo found one of his eyes plucked from its socket by Naruto. Indeed, it is the source of the disturbance. The Kodo Amatsukami belonging to Uchiha Shirsuke. Scoundrel, return my eye. Danzo shouted, desperation lacing his voice. Silence. Another kick silenced his protests. I almost forgot you possessed Kodo Amatsukami. Listen well. Everyone in the village. Naruto brandished the eye he held. This is called Kodo Amatsukami, belonging to the once mighty Uchiha Shirsuke. After Shirsuke was betrayed and killed by Danzo, this eye fell into his grasp. The so-called alternative deity possesses 3 methods of manifestation. I shall refrain from discussing the other 2, as they bear no relevance to this matter. The crux lies in the 3rd method, which subtly bestows upon individuals a form of psychological suggestion. Psychological suggestion? Surely, such an art exists? Indeed. While this widespread alternative deity may not wield the same efficacy on an individual scale, it nonetheless exerts influence. Thus, one must initially assert dominance, instilling a modicum of belief in one's words. Thereafter, individuals cease to ponder further. Consequently, this illusion has no effect on Haruno Sakura, who harbors animosity towards you from the outset due to the forceful usurpation of her mentor's authority. Chapter 110. Sacrifice for the greater good as for us. We remain unaffected by your illusions, primarily because we have harbored a negative impression of you from the very beginning. Thus, we have no faith in your words and are consequently immune to your manipulations. Who exactly are you? How do you possess knowledge of the Kodo Amatsukami? Could it be? Suddenly, Shimura Danzo began to struggle wildly, shouting, "Do not trust this man. He has plotted from the outset to bring me to ruin, seeking to seize power over Konohagakure." Pa. Naruto Uzumaki spat water onto Shimura Danzo's head. Who cares for your decrepit leaf village? Even at this juncture, you still wish to play the martyr, pretending to love this village so dearly. If you cherish it so much, why did you surreptitiously eliminate the Hyuga clan? You lie. When have I ever laid a hand on the Hyuga clan? Although it was indeed Danzo who had covertly orchestrated their demise to avoid detection while using Kodo Amatsukami to control the villagers, he could never publicly admit to such deeds. Still in denial? Then how do you explain those eyes you possess? The Uchiha clan's ocular organs are embedded within you, and it is hard to believe you disdain me while simultaneously possessing the Byakugan. I doubt the villagers who are not under Kodo Amatsukami's influence would believe you either. Proving your guilt is quite simple. Just search your base for any Byakugan, and the truth will be revealed. Danzo found himself at a loss for words. For indeed, his root base harbored the Byakugan. My base is a closely guarded secret. How can I allow anyone to inspect it? If spies were to infiltrate, Konohagakure would be in peril. Pa, you shameless old man. Even if I am deemed a spy today, I must take a look inside. You treat us as fools, using illusions to manipulate our minds. I cannot tolerate this indignity. At that moment, the brash fox-headed man spoke out against Danzo. Yes, let us see. Let us see. With the rebellion of the headstrong man, the majority of the villagers of Konohagakure also turned against Danzo. It was not that they wished to believe Naruto, but rather, they refused to be controlled by illusions. I dare anyone to make a move. Danzo roared in anger, as the root members surrounding them drew their kunai, aimed at the villagers. This intimidation momentarily silenced the gathered crowd, as while it was true that Danzo had used Kodo Amatsukami to hypnotize individuals, it was also true that he currently wielded the greatest power in Konohagakure. Seeing this, Naruto crouched down and taunted Danzo. It is truly pathetic, is it not? You are of the same generation as the third Hokage, yet you cannot surpass his disciples or even his own students. Now, you resort to threats of violence to intimidate others. Achieving such depths in your life is indeed unprecedented. Even if you are stronger than I, what of it? The entirety of the foundation now relies solely on me. The entire village of Konoha must depend on my strength. If you possess the ability, then go ahead and slay me. It was none other than Uzumaki Naruto, unable to tolerate the vile countenance of Shimura Danzo, who wielded a stick to loosen the old man's grip. TSK, you truly know how to threaten, old man, Naruto retorted with irritation. What would killing you achieve? I now possess a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, and with the Rinnegan, the combined forces of the other 4 ninja villages are no match for us. Merely safeguarding Konoha is well within our capabilities. Do you truly believe yourself to be of any significance? Well said. This world does not cease to turn with the absence of any one individual. You, old man, have merely been indulging in self-deception. Uzumaki Naruto delivered a devastating blow, shattering the old man's heart instantly. If you have the capability, then kill me. Kill me. As he spoke, Shimura Danzo fell into unconsciousness, frothing at the mouth. After enduring such relentless blows at his advanced age, he finally succumbed. Then I shall grant you that wish. Naruto's eyes glinted coldly as he swiftly drew his white fang, intent on ending this man's life. Wait, what is it? Why keep such a repugnant creature alive? The one who spoke was indeed Uzumaki Naruto. Observing the now deranged Shimura Danzo, he conceived a brilliant idea. Simply killing him would be a waste. He could be repurposed. What do you mean? Well, it would be inappropriate to demonstrate such a thing in front of so many people. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the gathered crowd, as well as the root members surrounding them, and found himself in a dilemma. Never mind. I am not one to act in secrecy. I shall proceed openly. Hey, you members of Root, listen carefully. If you wish for your Shimura Danzo to remain unharmed, then stay put and do not move. After delivering his warning to Root, Uzumaki Naruto summoned a crow nearby using the universal pull technique. What do you need a bird for? You'll see shortly. Uzumaki Naruto brought the struggling crow before him and made eye contact using his Rinnegan, causing the bird's eyes to transform into Rinnegan as well. This was the ability of the animal path, allowing one to forcibly control contracted summoning beasts. Uzumaki Naruto had thus turned this crow into his summoning animal. After completing this step, he proceeded to extract the crow's eyes, replacing them with the recently acquired Tenseigin and inputting commands. Did not Shimura Danzo claim that all his actions were for the sake of Konoha? Moreover, he had a point. Your village currently lacks considerable combat strength. Therefore, it is time for him to make a sacrifice for this village. With that, Uzumaki Naruto spat in Danzo's direction. His potent life force rapidly healing the old man's injuries and awakening him. What is this? Gah! As Shimura Danzo slowly opened his eyes, he was met with the gaze of a swirling eye. Wait, no? He cried out in despair. At that moment, his allies could no longer contain themselves and were about to strike at Uzumaki Naruto, but were instantly stopped by others. Although I was unsure of his intentions, it seemed that they posed no immediate threat to us. Lord Danzo, cease this. Just as the two factions were on the verge of conflict, Shimura Danzo spoke up. At that point, Uzumaki Naruto had already released his foot from Danzo's hands, allowing him to rise from the ground. I have come to understand what it truly means to fight for Konoha. I have resolved to make sacrifices for the greater good. Chapter 111. The Outer Path. The Art of Rebirth. Lord Danzo, please awaken. You are under the influence of their illusions. A member from the root shouted, desperately trying to rouse their leader. No, it is precisely thanks to the assistance of the Deva path that I have come to this profound realization. I previously existed not in true life, but merely satisfied my selfish desires under the pretense of serving Konoha. Shimura Danzo stood tall, radiating an aura of righteousness. Now is the time for sacrifice for the sake of Konoha, just as Hiruzen and the previous Hokages did for the village. Lord Danzo, the subordinate from Root was filled with anxiety. Although he was unaware of Shimura Danzo's intentions, it was evident that the man before him was no longer the Danzo he once knew. This individual was clearly resolved to die. There is no need for further discussion. My decision is made. With a wave of his hand, Shimura Danzo silenced his subordinate and turned his gaze towards Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto understood his intent, for it was the very command he had instilled. He promptly produced a Rinnegan he had prepared earlier and tossed it to Danzo. Danzo caught the eye and embedded it into his eye socket, beginning to absorb the myriad of jutsu contained within. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, forming several hand seals, and with a mighty declaration, he shouted, Outer Path, the Art of Rebirth. A colossal King Inma emerged from the depths, opening its mouth wide to release countless souls. These were the souls of those slain by Pain's Deva path. Soon, each soul returned to its respective body, resurrecting them. Though the trajectory of their lives diverged from what it once was, the outcome remained favorable, thus ensuring that Naruto's existence was not entirely bleak. What has happened to me? Shimura Danzo. I am not dead. How strange. Why can I not see? I am alive. Alive. Oh, how wonderful. What transpired? Why is everyone gathered here? Faced with the miraculous return of their loved ones, all those who lived were overwhelmed with joy, weeping unabashedly, utterly oblivious to Danzo's fate. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Shimura Danzo slowly closed his eyes. How delightful. Is that the sound of the people's cheers? Such a melodious sound. I have never heard this before. Hiruzen, was your death also for this sound? At this moment, I truly comprehend the will of fire. The falling leaves transform into flames, nourishing the new sprouts. Gradually, Shimura Danzo's heartbeat faded, and the darkness of Konoha perished alongside him. Captain No, Lord Danzo. In stark contrast to the others who were celebrating the revival of their families, the members of Root stood in bewilderment. They had long been indoctrinated to sacrifice everything for Danzo, and now that he had died, they were at a loss as to what to do. What do you want from me? Lord Danzo, you have died, so I must call out. Lord Danzo. Upon turning around, he was startled to find Shimura Danzo standing right beside him. My lord, you are not dead. He glanced back to confirm Danzo's corpse, only to be astonished to see it gradually vanishing from the ground. It was merely a transient death. I easily deceived him with my Jinjutsu. Long before Danzo employed the outer path for resurrection, he had already cast the Izanagi technique, perfectly reversing his demise through illusion. How wonderful, my lord. You can lead us once more. No, my resurrection merely signifies that a single death is insufficient to atone for the sins committed. Danzo responded with an air of indifference to his subordinate's praises. What do you intend? Naturally, I must die in meaningful places, multiple times. Danzo stated matter-of-factly. Enough of this. The Root organization is hereby disbanded. Those wishing to return to the Anbu may do so, while others may choose to live as ordinary shinobi. No longer shall you linger in the shadows. Go and bask in the sunlight. Subsequently, Danzo extracted his Rinnegan and placed it into Naruto Uzumaki's hands. Using the Rinnegan consumes too much chakra. I shall use it when necessary. Very well. It's not too troublesome to plug and play. Naruto then took back the Rinnegan, storing it in a cultivation tank. Witnessing this spectacle, Kakashi Hitaki was utterly astonished. What command did you impose upon him with the Kodo Amatsukami? He seems utterly transformed. Obedient to your every word. Trust me, you could never fathom it, Naruto chuckled. I configured the complexity of Kodo Amatsukami beyond the imagination of an average intellect, closing all possible loopholes. Just know that I have successfully ensured he is devoted to Konohagakure, acting like a normal person, wholly obedient to me, while simultaneously using other Jinjutsu to instruct him on forthcoming actions. What else do you require of Danzo? There are still 12 Sharingan left. They must be put to use. Setting aside concerns about Danzo for the moment, the entirety of Konoha was engulfed in jubilation. Some matters and individuals are only truly cherished when lost, and the resurrection of the entire village was undoubtedly monumental news. This momentous occasion was attributed to Naruto and his companions, who were consequently hailed as heroes, prompting a grand celebration throughout the village. As for the venue of the festivities, it was crafted by Naruto using wood release, building creation technique, not to be underestimated. Naruto skillfully shaped wood into a structure that allowed the villagers to revel within. Naruto, I owe you my gratitude. You have saved Konoha, and we are immensely thankful for the lives you have preserved. After the grand feast, Hinata Hyuga, her eyes wrapped in bandages, expressed her gratitude to Kakashi Hitaki. During Danzo's resurrection of the villagers, he also revived all members of the Hyuga clan who had been slain. However, since their eyes had been excised by the root before their demise, they required the painstaking process of re-embedding their eyeballs upon revival, resulting in the entire Hyuga clan being swathed in bandages around their eyes. It's all right. Konoha is my village too, and I shall undoubtedly protect it. No need to thank me. I am merely repaying a debt of gratitude. Kakashi helped me, and naturally, he will address these lingering regrets. Moreover, it was not I who sacrificed my life, it was Dan's. Chapter 112, Taking Sides. Shimura Danzo truly deserves his fate. Speaking of which, Hyuga Hazashi felt a surge of anger. He was absent during the village's defense but excelled in underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Rest assured, that man's sins will ensure he finds no peace in death. Uzumaki Naruto remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Hyuga Hazashi raised an eyebrow and then chuckled. That is good to hear. In truth, what Naruto did was not hidden from the masses. However, everyone tacitly regarded Danzo as if he were already dead. After all, among the lower ranks, few knew who Danzo truly was. There was no way they could publicly reveal that he had murdered comrades and manipulated the bloodshed while hypnotizing the entire village. Such a despicable character elicited little concern regarding whether he was genuinely dead or merely unconscious due to manipulation. The higher-ups had long been repulsed by Danzo's actions, as the talented individuals from various clans were frequently abducted by him and subjected to surveillance by his root organization. The demise of an individual so vile and powerful was indeed welcome. Moreover, with Danzo dead, Tsunade fell into a coma, and young Kakashi, only in his teens, might find the power dynamics in the village ripe for contestation. Naruto, be cautious of Yondaime Zeno and Tsunade's classmates. Though Shimura Danzo is deceased, these two have held significant influence over Konoha for many years. Even Tsunade sometimes finds herself compelled to heed their counsel, now that she is incapacitated. And considering your prominent reputation within the village yet lack of foundational support, I fear they may target you, Hyuga Hazashi quietly warned Naruto. Could it be? In response to his prospective father-in-law's words, Kakashi was somewhat taken aback, wondering why these two old men would trouble him if there were no ulterior motives. Naturally, it was to preserve their own power. Who, in Konoha, is most qualified to become Hokage now? Upon hearing this, Kakashi's pupils constricted. He was no fool and quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Sigh. However, I have no desire to become Hokage. I would find more joy in enjoying a strawberry parfait at the nearby supermarket. Kakashi sighed. His dream was never to assume the role of Hokage. After enduring numerous setbacks, he merely wished to live a stable life as a Madao. You cannot escape it. Even if you do not contend, there will always be those who compel you to do so. Some individuals in the village may lack strength, yet their destructive potential can rival even that of pain. Kakashi's gaze hardened, a fleeting aura of killing intent emerging before dissipating. Are those who pressure me, including you, Uncle Azashi? He asked with a bitter smile. If he truly cherished this village, he would long for the position of Hokage. If he did not care for it, no one could intimidate him. Yet, the crux of the matter was that his affection for the village, albeit modest, left him ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. Including me. Hinata Hayashi nodded, directing his gaze towards the makeshift medical station. I am already aware of the situation between you and Hinata. You must comprehend what she represents within the Hyuga clan. No matter how formidable your abilities may be, they are of little consequence when faced with obstinate elders and the clan's regulations. Only power can contend with authority. Moreover, consider this. With your immense reputation, which leader would place their trust in you? If you do not ascend to the position of Hokage, they will exploit public opinion, Hinata, and your friends and family to undermine you. Your adoptive father's father, Kakashi Hatake, serves as a prime example. I will not allow them the opportunity to harm Hinata. The air around Naruto Uzumaki crackled with intensity. Hayashi's words had struck deep, touching upon the only bond he truly cherished. Observing Naruto's fierce demeanor, Hayashi nodded with satisfaction, recognizing the sincerity with which this young man regarded his daughter. However, one cannot remain vigilant forever. If you wish to ensure Hinata's safety or completely eradicate the threat posed by these individuals, you must employ the rules of Konoha. Sigh. Naruto scratched his head in exasperation. Had he known earlier, he would have urged Danzo not to resurrect those two old relics. Their presence had cost him immeasurable effort. Yet, perhaps sparing their lives might prove advantageous in the future? Hayashi chuckled, having discerned Naruto's intent to seize the Hokage position. Now is indeed the opportune moment for you to become Hokage. You have just saved the entire village, and everyone recognizes that it was your comrades who revived the villagers. Your sense of belonging has never been higher. Furthermore, with Gaara from the neighboring village having ascended to Kazekage, you need not worry about others criticizing your age. I understand. I will consider it carefully, Naruto replied, a look of concern etched across his face. Haha, young people should be more spirited. Hayashi felt a surge of warmth at the sight of Naruto's expression. The Hyuga clan had always maintained a stance of non-competition, allowing them to endure from the village's inception to the present. They were indifferent to who became Hokage, as the Hokage would not pose a threat to them. However, circumstances had changed. Their clan had already faced annihilation once, primarily due to their lack of power, while the third Hokage's faction wielded considerable influence. The Anbu dared to eliminate them, yet they could not retaliate against the Anbu. No one could guarantee that the next Hokage would not be another Danzo Shimura, and they might not be so fortunate to be resurrected again. Thus, for the first time, Hayashi chose to take a stand, aligning himself with this young man who had gained immense popularity and had rendered a significant favor to the entire village, Naruto Uzumaki. Although Naruto enjoyed great renown throughout the village, he had previously been a solitary figure, struggling to forge connections with classmates, colleagues, and lacking subordinates. Thus, as long as the entire Hyuga clan lends their support to Naruto Uzumaki, it is likely that the Hyuga clan will ascend to become the true foremost clan of Konoha in the future. No longer will they merely hold the nominal title of the leading ninja clan, while occasionally enduring the disdain of the Sarutobi and Nara clans. Furthermore, given that their daughter has already developed mutual feelings with Kakashi Hatake, it is both a matter of sentiment and reason for them to assist their son-in-law in attaining the position of Hokage. Soon, the two concluded their conversation and returned to their temporary residence. Lord Hayashi, you have returned. The bathwater has been prepared for you. Thank you for your hard work. It was my duty. As Hayashi Hyuga departed, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in the Byakugan of Niji Hyuga. Unbeknownst to the main branch, this branch family, which had been stripped of their Byakugan even after death, has now broken free from their confines. Chapter 113. The Rebirth of Filth. Returning to the perspective of Hatake Naruto. He found himself back in his temporary abode, albeit without Uzumaki Naruto's presence. Could he have returned home? After all, he had the ability to traverse worlds at will, rendering any need to stay here rather unnecessary. The stark wooden house and bed could hardly compare to the comforts of home. Just as Hatake Naruto concluded his thoughts, a thin veil between dimensions was once again pierced, revealing 3 Narutos. This method of travel seemed less intriguing than being summoned. The red-haired Naruto, upon his arrival, expressed his sentiments while surveying the surroundings with keen interest. In essence, we weren't truly crossing worlds. It was merely a peculiar form of flying thunder god technique. Hatake Naruto recognized the blonde-haired Naruto beside him, the one who had previously saved his life. The conversation with the elder has finally concluded. Uzumaki Naruto emerged from the veil, spotting Hatake Naruto's return, and couldn't resist teasing him. Yet, Hatake Naruto was no ordinary individual. His resilience was akin to a fortified wall, rendering Uzumaki Naruto's playful jabs futile. Indeed, my esteemed father-in-law is quite pleased with me and has decided to entrust Hinata to me in a few days. What? He.s. already referring to him as father-in-law? Watching Hatake Naruto call upon his father-in-law so casually left Uzumaki Naruto flabbergasted. In his understanding, such matters were typically accompanied by a sense of bashfulness. What on earth was this fellow about? Alright, enough of this banter. Can we please get down to business? I am quite occupied with numerous research endeavors. By the way, when will you return to your own world? How many parallel versions of Naruto exist, anyway? Kazekage Temari could hardly endure the incessant prattling of the two, having nearly wished to tier 1 into hundreds for his research, daily employing the shadow clone technique for his studies. Had it not been for the Uzumaki clan's robust physique and his recent awakening of wood release, he would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago, yet here he was, listening to their trivialities. Very well, I shall cease my chatter. Let us address the matter at hand. Seeing Kazekage Temari's impatience, Uzumaki Naruto had no choice but to conclude his jesting and prepare for serious business. What do you intend to do? Observing the trio as they seemed poised for action, Hatake Naruto inquired. Oh, how could I forget the introductions? This red-haired individual is Kazekage Temari, a disciple of Orochimaru, and the blonde-haired one is Uzumaki Naruto, adept in the flying thunder god technique. The reason for summoning these two is quite straightforward. Shimura Danzo still has several lives yet to be utilized, and we require the expertise of this specialist. Orochimaru's disciple, proficient in the flying thunder god technique. You both are rather distinctive in your traits. Hatake Naruto noted with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. One was red-haired, the other a brilliant blonde, as if they had perfectly inherited their parents' genes. Enough with the idle chatter, let us proceed. I am positively eager. Faced with the urging of Bofeng Myanmar, the group ceased their procrastination and departed under the cover of night. In the dark, as the wind howled, Hatake Naruto, trembling, questioned, "Is the significant matter you mentioned truly to excavate graves in the dead of night?" Indeed, the group found themselves at the Konoha cemetery, unearthing the earth. The devastation wrought by Pain's Deva path had obliterated the entirety of Konoha, resulting in the cemetery being buried underground, thus leaving it unguarded and ripe for their undertaking. Precisely. Uzumaki Naruto replied while digging, "The timing is impeccable. We will extract the bodily remnants of those we wish to resurrect, and then utilize Danzo to bring them back to life. It is nothing short of perfect. Don't you think? So this is your justification for desecrating your parents' graves? Quite the grand filial piety, indeed," Bofeng Myanmar retorted. "Ah, one must practice, and besides, once we return to my world, I shall dig once more. After all, resurrection is nothing to be ashamed of." "Well, I cannot argue with you on that," Hatake Naruto responded, quickening his pace, his anticipation for resurrecting all his bonds evident. Soon, the group, having gathered the desired bodily remnants, arrived at a desolate area far from Konoha. "Why do you require so many bodily remnants? The impure world reincarnation technique only necessitates one," Bofeng Myanmar remarked, observing the numerous packages in Uzumaki Naruto's hands. "Do not question my expertise as a master tomb raider with your rudimentary knowledge," Uzumaki Naruto replied, shaking his finger dismissively. "You seem to be no older than 5. How can you claim to be a master? Shall I divulge that I gleaned insights from a tomb raiding novel through my travels? You refuse to accept that you lack understanding. Sometimes, tectonic movements can easily confuse these remains, and who knows, I might even summon the right hand of the 4th Hokage. That is indeed a possibility I had not considered." "You make a valid point," Bofeng Myanmar acknowledged, mentally noting this insight, which he had not previously thought of. "All right, enough idle chatter. Let us commence." With a swift motion, Uzumaki Naruto vanished momentarily, only to reappear with Shimura Danzo at his side. Though employing the Sharingan in such a context seemed somewhat wasteful, considering that even the lives of the condemned hold value, he decided to overlook the wastefulness. It is not my world, so I am indifferent to the waste." Once everything was meticulously prepared, Bofeng Myanmar's expression grew serious. Impure world reincarnation. A talisman swiftly connected with the physical attributes of Shimura Danzo, and with a scream, his form transformed into that of Konoha's White Fang. TSK, the first one was a mistake. This is the White Fang of Konoha, not Hatake Kakashi. Bofeng Myanmar was taken aback that Uzumaki Naruto had indeed been correct, realizing that it was possible to misidentify the bodily essence. It seems that the reason they were laid to rest together is due to the influence of Shinra Tensei. Is this not the realm of the dead? Upon awakening, the gray-haired Shikamaru glanced around at the others with an inquisitive gaze. White Fang, young man, what is your relation to our Kakashi? As the foremost master of the Leaf Village's swordsmanship, Shikamaru first directed his attention towards the spirited Naruto, only to discover his own white fang at Naruto's waist. Kakashi is my brother-father. Faced with Kakashi's father, Naruto found himself momentarily at a loss for words, and thus conjured a term that could encapsulate their bond. So it is a relationship that is both fraternal and paternal? No wonder Kakashi entrusted his white fang to you. Chapter 114. The tears of Naruto Uzumaki. Sensing the profound sword intent emanating from Kakashi Hatake, Shigemo Hatake felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It appeared that Kakashi had not neglected his swordsmanship after all. Just look at the remarkable sword intent possessed by his younger brother. All right, dear uncle. You can continue your conversation later. We are about to commence the next round. Masashi Bofo interrupted, indifferent to the emotional exchange, cutting through their dialogue with a firm voice. No worries, let them converse. After all, it concerns Kakashi. We can step aside, Naruto Uzumaki said with a smile as he pulled Masashi Bofo to a corner. Recognizing that they ought not to intrude upon the elder Hatake's discourse. Such a bother. Shigemo Hatake chuckled in mild astonishment as he observed the trio retreating to the side. Are they all your brothers? They bear a striking resemblance to one another, he remarked. Well, one could say so. They are my counterparts from another world, Naruto replied. Another world? It seems the current state of the ninja realm is beyond my comprehension. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream interrupted their exchange. Is that Lord Danzo? Shigemo Hatake inquired, gazing at the anguished Shimura Danzo before shifting his gaze back to Naruto. A sense of unease washed over him. It seemed his junior was not the most virtuous character. Understanding the elder's apprehensive look, Naruto reassured him, do not worry. That fellow is merely a vessel for resurrection. His heinous crimes against Konoha have led him to willingly become a material for revival. Willingly? To become material for resurrection? Shigemo Hatake would have broken into a cold sweat if he were not in a state of Edo Tensei. Was there truly someone who would voluntarily engage in such an act? Even if there were, it should not be someone as power-hungry as Danzo. He clearly did not align with such matters. It seems this world has changed far too much since my demise. Shigemo Hatake could only shake his head with a wry smile, watching with keen interest as Danzo oscillated between life and death. After all, the reason for his suicide stemmed from the chaos Danzo had incited, a realization that had dawned upon him in the afterlife. Meanwhile, Masashi Bofo had directly employed Edo Tensei once more on the recently revived Danzo. After a cacophony of screams, the clay finally transformed into the visage of Kakashi Hatake. At last, it seems correct this time. Huh? Naruto, why do you appear younger and younger? Kakashi exclaimed. Teacher. No, you are also Naruto? As Kakashi returned to life, he instantly recognized the 5-year-old Naruto Uzumaki. However, upon turning around, he noticed another individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to his teacher. By scrutinizing the subtle differences in their features, he realized that this too was Naruto Uzumaki. All right, the family reunion can wait. There are several others in line for resurrection, Masashi Bofo stated as he ushered Kakashi over to Shigemo Hatake. The red-haired Naruto. How absurd. Is it possible to dream, even in the Pure Land? As Kakashi spoke, he noticed his father, Tsukumo Hatake, standing beside him. Father, you are here too? It seems I truly am dreaming. Who would have thought that even after death, one could still dream? This is indeed a novel discovery. However, Kakashi was not dreaming. Rather, we have indeed been summoned from the Pure Land. With that, Tsukumo stepped aside, allowing Naruto Uzumaki to face Kakashi. Kakashi? Another Naruto? Wait. You must be the Naruto I know, right? You've grown up. The scene here sharply contrasted with the warmth of the other side, where the resurrection line of the Naruto factory was still in operation. Soon, Sasuke Uchiha was summoned as well, and before he could grasp the situation, he was eagerly whisked away by the enthusiastic Naruto. Is Naruto all right? I think you should be more concerned about that guy, Sasuke Uchiha. After clearing the impurities from his mind, only the two remained in the resurrection factory, and this time, the one being revived was someone all the Narutos had longed for. Mother. Have I been revived? Before Kushina Uzumaki could fully comprehend her situation after being summoned from the Edo Tensei, she was suddenly enveloped in a fierce embrace. Although they were not from the same world, the fact that she could be revived was indeed wonderful. Instinctively wanting to react with anger, Kushina found herself gently embracing the child before her. Even in her Edo Tensei form, ashes continuously streamed from the corners of her eyes. Naruto, is that you? You are my son. Tightly holding Kushina, Naruto Uzumaki was rendered speechless. He trembled all over, his eyes already soaked with tears. He wished to respond to Kushina's question, but found himself unable to utter a single word, anxiety causing him to shake uncontrollably. Sensing her son's distress, Kushina gently patted Naruto's shoulder in comfort. It's all right. It's all right. I know you are definitely my son. And mother. Kushina initially thought it was her son calling her, but she suddenly realized the voice did not come from him. When she looked up, she was met with the sight of a young man, similar in appearance and hair color to her, gazing at her with reddened eyes. You are also my son? Though she felt it was impossible, Kushina had an undeniable sense that this person before her was indeed her child. Mother. No, you have mistaken. Wiping away his tears, Manado Namikaze turned his head away, unwilling to face her. Despite the depths of despair and the effects of Orochimaru's influence on his mind and body, Manado still harbored a longing for maternal love deep within. Yet, confronted with this unexpected joy, he chose to evade it, terrified of facing it all, afraid of confronting his own feelings and his mother. Just then, a golden chain suddenly coiled around him, forcefully pulling him closer. As Bofeng Myanmar was about to retaliate, she was suddenly enveloped in a gentle embrace, rendering her utterly incapable of resistance. Since he is indeed my son, there is no room for denial. Come, nestling into your mother's arms. Despite her desire to feign defiance, the warmth of maternal affection compelled Bofeng Myanmar to relax her body, fearful that her instinctive reactions might harm this mother figure. Even though she was now a reincarnated entity, perhaps this death was worthwhile. Awakening to find herself with such two robust sons was astonishing. And she wondered if there were more to come. The murmurs of her mother reached her ears, and while she had just been enjoying a moment of clarity, she now realized that her mother possessed such an exuberant spirit. Chapter 115, Family and Betrayal. I have returned. Can you believe that the personality of Uchiha Sasuke is remarkably akin to that of my family member, Sarada? Just as Naruto Uzumaki had finished explaining the current situation to the reanimated Sasuke and brought him to Kakashi Hatake, he was taken aback by the scene before him. A woman with crimson hair was embracing two versions of herself, one large and one small. While the presence of Naruto was somewhat expected, it was astonishing that Kakashi, too, was caught in her embrace. Furthermore, he displayed no resistance. How remarkably compliant. Cough, cough. Upon realizing that Naruto had witnessed his current predicament, Kakashi's face turned the same shade as his hair, prompting him to hastily extricate himself from his mother's embrace. What is this? Shut up. Embarrassed, Kakashi could only utter a harsh remark before swiftly fleeing the scene. Alas, that child truly is too sensitive. Observing her son hastily retreat, Kushina Uzumaki felt a twinge of regret. However, she was grateful to still have one child remaining in her arms. Gazing at the small Naruto, Kushina's heart swelled with joy. No matter how small he was undeniably her child, and she found him utterly endearing. Cough, perhaps he felt embarrassed because I witnessed it. Naruto's expression was peculiar. It was the first time he had seen Kakashi in such a manner, and a wave of delight surged within him. This child has inherited my hair. Yet his demeanor is reminiscent of Manado, so shy. Wait, now that I think about it, you resemble him as well. Are you also my son? I suppose I can be considered. Come here, no need to be shy. Let mama give you a hug. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Kushina ensnared him with an iron chain, pulling him into her embrace. In reality, I am his father. Naruto silently reflected, yet he did not resist. Regardless of whether it was his father or mother, this red-haired woman was still his kin. I wonder if my father's personality is equally eccentric. As Naruto savored the warmth of familial affection, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Looking up, he discovered Kakashi, who had returned unbeknownst to him, glaring at him with a fierce expression. Dude, you were the one who left. What is happening here? Kakashi looked bewildered at the gathering. Through the bond shared between mother and child, he instantly recognized the crimson-haired woman before him as his mother. But why was she holding another version of Naruto? At that moment, Naruto finally emerged from his stupor of astonishment and reluctantly disentangled himself from Kushina's embrace, inadvertently dislodging Kakashi in the process. What? While I am overjoyed to meet my mother for the first time, I believe it is best if you two converse from here on out. With that, Naruto hastily dragged Danzo away. As Naruto departed, the remaining two members of the Uzumaki clan followed suit. That is. Kakashi awkwardly fidgeted with his fingers, unable to articulate his thoughts in the presence of his mother, no matter how unflappable he usually was. Indeed, quite impressive. You have grown remarkably tall. It is rather disconcerting to suddenly have a son of such stature. I have been doing well. Ha ha. Is this truly how you greet someone? Uzumaki Naruto intended to articulate something further, but was abruptly enveloped in an embrace. You have endured much alone over the years. My child, I am managing, I suppose. Uzumaki Naruto endeavored to lift his head, striving to prevent his tears from staining Kushina's back. Meanwhile, the three Narutos walked silently alongside them. Uzumaki Naruto, what is it? When you come to my world next time, please lend me your Rinnegan. Namake's Manado, blushing furiously, finally uttered the words he wished to convey. I thought you were going to say something of greater import. Rest assured, when the day comes that I visit your realm, I shall certainly lend you the Rinnegan. And I will also capture Danzo from that world to serve as a revival vessel. Never mind, I shall simply give you the Rinnegan. For I am no expert in scientific endeavors. It is far more beneficial for you to study it. As he spoke, Uzumaki Naruto tossed a Rinnegan to Manado. I shall reserve another for you once Shimura Danzo has utilized the Rinnegan rebirth technique. By then, when I arrive in your world, I will require your assistance with the Edo Tensei as well. Manado gazed at the Rinnegan in his hands, a smile of anticipation gracing his features. Fear not. Once we return, we shall act. Naruto added, cheerfully patting both their shoulders. Then I must trouble you to assist me. Please help resurrect my father from my world. That is not guaranteed. With that, Manado smirked and quickened his pace. Leaving Naruto in a state of astonishment, he murmured to himself, he actually jested with me. As Kakashi continued conversing with a multitude of revived relatives and friends, the Manado of his world remained trapped within the belly of the Shinigami, unable to be revived for the time being. Thus, they decided to wander about, granting Naruto a moment of respite. Suddenly, a great blaze erupted in the distance, prompting the group to rush toward the commotion. This was the temporary residence of the Hyuga clan, but it was evident that on this night, the family was not enjoying their usual harmony. The entire temporary dwelling had ignited, accompanied by the sounds of fierce combat. Upon entering, they discovered Hinata Hyuga and several other members of the main branch surrounded by a multitude of Hyuga branch members. Today marks the demise of your clan, Hyuga Hizashi. One of the branch members, brandishing a torch, declared with audacity. Despicable fiends to poison the food. Hizashi's condition was evidently dire, his complexion was ashen, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a clear indication of poisoning. You have boasted so brazenly that you have lost even the most basic judgment as a ninja. Otherwise, how could you have fallen victim to my poison? Bah, cowardly scoundrel. You wretched branch family dare to defy the hierarchy. At this moment, an irascible old man beside them could no longer contain his fury and began to curse. Devious? Indeed. I admit my cunning. The Hyuga branch family paid no heed to the old man's vitriol, instead pointing to their own bald forehead and exclaiming, Yet, no matter how devious I may be, I am not as vile as you esteemed main family. Despite my extraordinary talents, I am relegated to a humble member of the Hyuga branch, forever branded as a caged bird, serving your interests. Even my Byakugan is incomplete, with a blind spot that hinders my potential. Had it not been for this, Misaki would not have perished. And all of this is the doing of your main family. Chapter 116. The Rebellion of the Branch Family. A division is merely a division, forever casting one's own frailties upon others. Silence, you odious old man. I have tolerated you for far too long. With that, the enraged member of the Hyuga branch unleashed a powerful 8 trigrams empty palm, sending a fierce gust of air straight at the forehead of the elder from the main family. Yet, such a technique is but a trifling matter. The elder from the main family similarly raised his hand to execute an 8 trigrams empty palm. The two currents of energy clashed, and in an instant, the force of the main family's attack overwhelmed that of the branch, sending the branch member crashing to the ground. Did you all witness that? Anyone who dares to resist shall meet a similar fate. Now, quickly reveal how you liberated the caged birds. We owe a great debt to Shimura Danzo, and that pain of the heavenly path, don't we? Struggling to rise from the ground after being struck, the member of the branch family wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke with a mocking tone. Initially, upon our demise, the caged birds would have automatically activated to destroy our Byakugan. Even upon revival, the caged birds remained firmly affixed upon our foreheads, such is the case for some. Yet, perhaps heaven could no longer bear witness to your malfeasance? After our deaths, Danzo excavated our already damaged Byakugan, allowing the caged birds to automatically cover the voids left by our lost eyes upon our resurrection. The Byakugan we now wield are those that have been reimplanted. Naturally, they remain unbound by the caged birds. What? The caged birds possess such a flaw? The elder from the main family was filled with regret, astonished that such a turn of events had transpired. You would not know, of course, for you have never truly observed us, and thus could not discern such an obvious truth. This serves as our justification for usurping your authority, as your main family has perpetually donned the guise of protecting the branch while actually seeking to control it, treating us as mere slaves. This pair of intact Byakugan stands as irrefutable evidence. As these words were spoken, the surrounding members of the Hyuga branch family erupted with fervor, vowing to eradicate the oppressive main family. Yet within this tumultuous assembly, Hyuga Niji cast a furtive glance at Hyuga Hinata, his heart tinged with uncertainty. It strikes me as peculiar. Why did you seize the Byakugan, only to excavate the branch family's eyes? Were they not safeguarded by the caged birds? At that moment, standing nearby and covertly observing the unfolding events, Uzumaki Naruto quietly inquired of Shimura Danzo. It was precisely due to the caged bird's influence that the Byakugan became exceedingly scarce. Particularly the high-precision variants, which are exceedingly rare. There are hardly a few pairs in existence. Furthermore, lacking prior experimental data on the Byakugan, it is essential to conduct basic data investigations using these discarded Byakugan before proceeding to experiment with the most complete specimens. With so many discarded Byakugan, I feel no remorse in utilizing them. Although they are deemed obsolete, the internal structures and the manner in which chakra is concentrated remain traceable, providing us with valuable data for our research on the Byakugan. Alas, your decision has precipitated a rebellion within the entire Hyuga branch. Beside him, Konoha's Mado guy mockingly remarked, "It seems you have quite the talent. Both of Konoha's prominent ocular clans have rebelled under your influence." To this, Shimura Danzo responded indifferently. "That is precisely why I have resolved to face death multiple times to atone for my past transgressions." TCH, what an old fool, Mado guy scoffed, finding the man's words repulsive even after being brainwashed. At that moment, the main house and the branch house had already engaged in combat. Despite the main house possessing superior strength, they were outnumbered, and soon several members were left coughing up blood. From this day forth, there shall be no distinction between the main house and the branch house. All of you shall perish. With that declaration, countless shurikens flew from the Hyuga branch, prompting several from the main house to prepare for defense. Stop! Stop this at once. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and a green figure descended from the heavens, deflecting all the shurikens. Instantly, the combatants halted, staring at the unexpected visitor. Naruto! Hinata Hyuga exclaimed with great excitement, for the figure before her was her beloved. "Are you all right, Hinata?" Kakashi Hatake turned, his expression filled with tender concern. I'm fine, but Naruto-kun, are you okay?" "Me? Of course I'm fine." In a flash, Naruto removed the kunai embedded in his head. "See, I'm perfectly fine," he declared, blood streaming down his forehead, turning to assure them of his well-being. Cough, cough. "Naruto, I think you should tend to that first." "Don't worry, I'm really fine." He inadvertently revealed 3 kunai lodged in his chest. Cough, cough. "Naruto, please don't interfere. This is a matter for the Hyuga clan. Even though your willingness to shield them is touching, we shall not cease our battle." Finally unable to endure any longer, Niji Hyuga admonished Naruto, who was covered in kunai. "Niji, what a good person." With Niji's intervention, Naruto coughed and asserted, "Indeed, while I may not bear any weapons and can only shield myself with my body, I absolutely cannot stand by as our Konoha comrades engage in mutual slaughter." "Old man." A sudden scream interrupted Naruto, revealing the elder from the Hyuga main house, who had just been boasting, now pinned under a kunai, his fate uncertain. "Humph. Did you see that, Naruto? If you continue to shield them, you shall meet the same fate as that elder whom I personally dispatched with a kunai. I declare you my closest brother, aside from Sasuke. Regardless, I shall never relent. Combat is the ultimate recourse. Perhaps there exists a pathway to peace before that? What more can the young ones say? They have already pierced our dear brother with their kunai." An elder member of the Hyuga clan lamented sorrowfully. "Nonsense. Your brother was clearly struck by a kunai launched by Hatake Kakashi." An enraged member of the branch family, who witnessed the entire incident, retorted. "Hatake Kakashi, ahem. What exactly do you wish to convey?" In light of your having saved our lives, we shall grant you the opportunity to speak. Otherwise, we would rather perish than relinquish this precious freedom once more. Chapter 117. The Rights of Freedom Belong to All Beings, Part 1. As if anticipating the thoughts swirling in Naruto Uzumaki's mind, Niji Hyuga spoke up immediately. The main family had ensnared us in a cage of birds when we were defenseless and mentally immature, confining us in a prison where we lacked even the courage to soar towards the sky. However, we have now tasted freedom and gazed upon the heavens. The sensation of liberty is akin to a potent poison, rendering us incapable of returning to our former confines. How could an eagle soaring in the skies ever resign itself to a diminutive cage? Indeed, I was branded a caged bird at the tender age of 6. And to be honest, I have long forgotten what life was like before this hideous mark. I have always been compelled to endure for the sake of my own life, obedient to the commands of the main family. But now, it is different. Having grasped the essence of freedom, how could I allow myself to be persecuted once more? Absolutely. We have suffered immensely because of the caged bird. I was forced to marry someone I did not love solely because of this curse. Hanabi, what about you? Tika. I have despised you since childhood, yet you relentlessly pursued me, leading the main family to assign me to you. Others believe marrying into the main family is a blessing, constantly whispering it in my ear, but the very thought of it nauseates me. I once thought you had affection for me. Nonsense. Moreover, my father was literally tormented to death by the caged bird. And me. In an instant, the entirety of the Hyuga branch family was aflame with indignation, vowing to eradicate the main family. Cease at once. Why does the Hyuga clan ignite such flames? Are you inciting a rebellion? At that moment, dozens of Anbu arrived, brandishing weapons aimed at everyone present. Following the revival of Danzo Shimura, order had mostly been restored in Konoha after an initial bout of chaos, prompting the Anbu to commence inspections. Anbu, stay out of this. This is a matter for the Hyuga clan alone and has nothing to do with the village. How can it be unrelated? Your flames have already set other houses ablaze. Starting a fire in the dead of night is more than enough to warrant your guilt. It was only then that the Hyuga members realized that their flames had merged into a vast inferno, engulfing everything around them, regardless of your intentions. The first order of business is to extinguish this fire. Otherwise, the entirety of Konoha will face destruction anew. Several members of the Hyuga branch exchanged glances. Truth be told, they were inclined to douse the flames. After all, their conflict was with the main family, not with Konoha. However, if this ended in a whimper, they feared they would never again have such a splendid opportunity to dismantle the main family. With this thought, a leading member of the branch gritted their teeth. We shall save the fire, but before that, clear the way. The main family must be annihilated today. With the leader's decision, all members of the branch armed themselves. Clear the way. Clear the way. Given the circumstances, we must show no mercy to those who set fire to Konoha. With that, the members of the Anbu raised their weapons in unison. Some Anbu were still engaged in extinguishing the flames, creating a scenario where both sides appeared evenly matched, except for Naruto Uzumaki, of course. It was supposed to be a day filled with joy. So why must it be marred by such chaos? Naruto was infuriated. He had finally reunited with Kakashi, Sasuke, and his mother, and yet, before he could utter more than a few words, disaster struck. Truly, it was exasperating. Extinguish the flames? Allow me to take charge. A surge of vibrant green chakra erupted from him, a formidable pressure settling over everyone present. For the first time, Naruto utilized the wood release he had acquired from his ancestor, the Sage of the Six Paths. He instinctively commanded countless wooden tendrils to burst forth from the earth, enveloping the raging flames that surrounded them. In an instant, the temporary residence of the Hyuga family transformed into a tropical rainforest, with countless trees and vines intertwining to obscure the light, plunging everyone into darkness. This fortuitous turn of events allowed both sides to voice their grievances without being seen. Wood release. Naruto Uzumaki could wield the first Hokage's wood release. What of it? It cannot stop me. A furious member of the Hyuga branch family prepared to strike, only to find himself ensnared, unable to move. Is this really my son, Naruto? How could he have mastered wood release? Meanwhile, those ensnared within the forest, comprised of the reanimated, were equally astonished by Naruto's prowess. Naruto, how have you grown so strong? Sasuke Uchiha gripped his thigh tightly, though he felt no pain due to his reanimated state. Kakashi, your brother's strength is quite astonishing. I cannot comprehend it. At that moment, Naruto was busy restoring order. Now, state your demands, but I must clarify that while you two are victims, I shall not permit the slaughter of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Therefore, please think carefully before you speak. Truth be told, after Naruto demonstrated his would release, several leaders of the Hyuga branch already abandoned the notion of killing the main family. The overwhelming might displayed was beyond what they could withstand. Moreover, having just saved the entire village, it was evident that Naruto was destined to be the next Hokage. They aimed to sever ties within the branch family, not the village itself. Thus, it was far more prudent to extend a measure of respect to this future leader of the village. What do you propose? I believe this could work. Very well. After a quiet discussion among themselves, the branch family reached a consensus. Naruto Uzumaki. We agree not to harm the members of the main family, but from this point onward, the existence of these branch families shall not be permitted. Furthermore, we demand access to the secret scrolls of the main family. And those unwilling to marry into the main family or serve as their subordinates must not be oppressed by the main family. Due to the lack of combat prowess stemming from servitude, the village is compelled to assist in finding suitable employment. Those from the branch family who have not succumbed to the control of the caged birds, as well as the members of the main family, are equally forbidden from being dominated. As Hatake Naruto listened to the demands of the branch family, he found their requests entirely reasonable and was on the verge of acquiescence. However, just as he contemplated this, a sudden, aged voice interrupted him, declaring it utterly impossible. Naruto furrowed his brow and, utilizing his Sharingan, directed his gaze toward the source of the descent, discovering that the opposing voice emanated from the direction of the main family. Ultimately, you branch members are merely subservient to our main family. What gives you the audacity to presume equality with us? Chapter 118, The Rights of Freedom, Part 2, Alas. This old man is utterly ungrateful. A member of the Dark Department could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and whispered, Hey, old man. At your advanced age, why are you still so talkative? Go home and chew on some beef jerky instead of interrupting here. Humph. Uzumaki Naruto. You are merely a lowly noble and a mere adopted member of the Hatake family at that. Do not presume that because you saved Konoha and Hinata is concerned for you, you can claim to be one of us from the Hyuga clan. What right do you have to represent our family? The elder of the main branch showed no mercy, launching a furious tirade at Uzumaki Naruto. Indeed, I was not mistaken. The members of the main family do not regard us as equals. They see us merely as slaves. At this moment, a young member of the branch could no longer contain his anger and was ready to retaliate. Wait, let us hear what Uzumaki Naruto has to say. Ultimately, the branch members were more rational than the mindless main family, and they cared more about Naruto's words. Hey, you old. What nonsense are you spouting? Before Naruto could finish his retort, the elder of the main family suddenly screamed. Ouch! Who was pulling my beard? Ah, my hair. In the end, there was a loud thud, and the Hyuga elder fell silent. However, Uzumaki Naruto merely observed, choosing to disregard the old man's cries. For it was his own mother who had come to his defense. Kushina Uzumaki was renowned for her fiery temper, and her disdain for the hierarchical structure of the Hyuga family was well known. It was intolerable that someone dared to insult her son. Thus, taking advantage of the chaos, she decisively dealt with the elder's beard and hair. Humph. Let us see who dares to bully my son again. Kushina Uzumaki cracked her knuckles, ready for action. Ahem. Does anyone else wish to voice their opinion? A faint voice emerged. I agree with the demands of the Hyuga branch. I do not wish for my sister to be treated like a caged bird. It appeared that a member of the main family had acquiesced to this request. Indeed, those with melodious voices often possessed amiable characters. This young lady's voice was so enchanting. Surely she must be a great beauty. Ahem. Some things should not be said too fervently. Upon hearing the word I, Naruto recognized that it was Hinata speaking. With his girlfriend's support, he endeavored to persuade the main family while also finding ways to lavish praise upon her. Of course, Hayashi Hyuga also recognized his daughter's voice. And upon hearing this insufferable boy flatter her so shamelessly, he could not help but express his displeasure. Ah, my apologies. My earlier words were merely heartfelt sentiments that slipped out unintentionally. Humph. Hinata Hizashi let out a cold snort, conveying his warning to Kakashi Naruto while simultaneously expressing his own thoughts. I concur with the notion of separation. I have long wished for the Hyuga clan to evolve into a harmonious and equitable family. Yet, I have harbored numerous concerns. Now, with the prospect of liberating the caged birds, my aspirations seem to be fulfilled. Very well. If even the esteemed clan leader has assented, then this matter can indeed be settled. I refuse to accept this. Another obstinate elder has emerged, cautiously surveying the surroundings. The distinction between the main and branch families has persisted since the Warring States period, designed to safeguard the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan from being seized. If we were to entirely dismantle the caged birds, what would prevent the Hyuga clan from facing the same fate as the Uchiha clan? Losing our Byakugan? The consequences would not merely be minor repercussions. We would confront ravenous wolves and tigers yearning for the Byakugan. If this is a form of protection, why inscribe upon the caged birds seals that induce such excruciating headaches? Is it not merely a means for you to manipulate us, to hold sway over our very lives? This is purportedly to prevent your capture by the enemy, to safeguard our bloodline from being appropriated by foes. All of this is the wisdom of our ancestors. Were the rules not established over time? No, wait. What you speak of pertains to the Warring States era. The situation has already transformed in the present day. I firmly believe that both the main and branch families possess the capability to protect themselves. Hinata spoke once more, infused with courage as she endeavored to voice the concerns of her kin. Initially, upon learning of Niji's father's sacrifice for her, she was overwhelmed by guilt. And now she stood to represent the entirety of the branch family. The value of life for both the main and branch families far exceeds that of the ninja world. There is not even a gram of disparity between our worth. To think that a member of the main family would truly speak on our behalf. Is that the voice of the young lady? It must surely be the voice of Lady Hinata. In that moment, the image of Hinata appeared in the minds of all the branch family members, and she truly became the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan. The future head of the Hyuga family. Hinata, you have truly matured. Hinata Hizashi gazed at his daughter, filled with courage and confidence, and sighed with pride. Yet, some individuals were not so easily swayed, still desperately clinging to their old ways. Silence. Are you not a member of the main family? Enough. My daughter is not someone you can scold at will. As clan leader, I have made my decision. Henceforth, the caged birds are abolished, and freedom and rights belong to all. At that moment, Kakashi Naruto's jutsu was dispelled, and the pure, unblemished moonlight illuminated the entire Hyuga clan through the scattered tree shadows. From this day forward, there would no longer be a distinction between the main and branch families. Uzumaki Kushina stood proudly by, watching her son, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. At this moment, the moonlight gracefully illuminated Naruto Uzumaki's face, accentuating his striking handsomeness. In such moments, he truly resembles your father. It seems that Hinata Hyuga has her moments of bravery as well, quite different from my recollections. Naruto pondered upon the Hinata of his memories, her truly pitiable visage with those large, white eyes resurfacing before him. Suddenly, inexplicably, that pitiful image transformed into that of a rebellious girl, startling Naruto Uzumaki from his reverie. It appears that the matter has concluded, and our assistance is no longer required, he stated joyfully. After all, it is me. I'm not one to be unable to resolve such troubles. Kakashi Hatake remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 119, Departing from Konoha. Returning to Konoha after resolving the matters concerning the Hyuga clan, Konoha experienced a fleeting period of tranquility. During this time, Danzo utilized the Rinnegan to resurrect all individuals who had been reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation technique. The revived included Kakashi Hatake, Kushina Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha, Mikoto Uchiha, Hizashi Hyuga, and Shikaka Nara, essentially bringing back all those who were dear to him. In total, 9 Sharingan were used for the resurrection, including the eyes employed for reviving the entire village. However, only 1 Sharingan remained in Danzo's possession, reserved for the eventual resurrection of Manado Namikaze, who was still within the clutches of death. Regrettably, with only 1 Sharingan left and dedicated to Manado, Danzo was unable to perform further resurrections after employing the Rinnegan's innate technique. Well then, we shall take our leave for now. Once you locate the hiding place of the 100,000 White Zetsu and the Mask of Death, we shall return, Naruto Uzumaki declared, preparing to depart after resolving a series of matters. I owe you my gratitude for this newfound fortune, Naruto reflected, glancing at his friends on his left and at Hinata Hyuga, who held his right hand, his heart swelling with joy. We are family, after all. It is thanks to your care that I stand here today, he added warmly. Goodbye, little Naruto, little Manado, and little Minma. Next time, I shall bring your mother to see your world, exclaimed Kushina Izumaki. I will, Naruto stammered, struggling to respond to his mother's affectionate calling. Your reaction is simply delightful. Rest assured, I will definitely visit your world. I am curious to see what the female version of Manado looks like, Kushina laughed. After bidding farewell to everyone, Naruto opened a thin veil between worlds, and they departed from this realm. In Naruto's world, as he observed the return of his friends, he finally exhaled in relief. You have finally returned. I have been overwhelmed with tasks here, he exclaimed. How did the resurrection go? In response to the inquiry, Naruto gestured an okay sign, indicating that everything had gone smoothly. Excellent. However, right now, I am more inclined towards indulging in a hearty meal. There have been too many events in your world. And I haven't had a proper meal, he continued. Do not worry, the chef has already been preparing the food. As soon as you arrive, it will be ready for you, came the response. I shall pass on the meal. Mima waved his hand dismissively. I still have the Rinnegan to study. I am more eager to unravel the mysteries it holds. With that, he excitedly dashed back to the laboratory. By the way, once you have rested and are ready to return to Konoha, do let me know, Naruto called after him. Certainly. I shall also refrain from eating, as it has been quite some time since I returned to my own world, and there may be matters requiring my attention. As Naruto Uzumaki departed, he couldn't help but lament the fact that no one had eaten the copious amounts of food he had procured. It seemed wasteful to leave such an abundance untouched. No worries, leave it to me. I'm absolutely famished. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, his stomach rumbling in agreement. The following day, Naruto set off early with Temari towards Konoha, having left the base behind. In their absence, Might Guy temporarily took over their duties, keeping watch over the base, though Temari harbored some reservations about this arrangement, fearing that by the time they returned, this rough-and-tumble fellow might have dismantled everything. As they neared their destination, Naruto gazed wistfully at the 5 colossal Hokage faces carved into the mountain. When he had last departed, there had only been 4, now. It felt as though everything had changed. I wonder what you're reflecting on, considering we just returned from Shikamaru's village yesterday, Temari remarked. Ah, you wouldn't understand. It's that bittersweet feeling of being compelled to leave home only to return in glory, Naruto replied. Don't forget, I too have left this village long ago. All right. You win this round, Temari conceded. Before long, they arrived at the village gates, only to be halted by the 2 imposing gatekeepers. Please present your passes. Wait, does Konoha still require passes? Naruto nudged Temari with his elbow, whispering. This seems utterly trivial. Do we really have to follow such formalities just to enter the village? Seeing Naruto's sudden apprehension, Temari sighed and rubbed her forehead. Oh right, in this chapter, we are the antagonists. Antagonists? Are you implying you're here to cause trouble in Konoha? GZ and SH gets tensed at the revelation. Humph, that is precisely how it should be, Temari retorted, elongating her neck and floating gracefully, her tongue playfully lolling as she spoke. Hurry and summon Jiraiya. Orochimaru's apprentice has come to exact revenge. Suddenly, a letter arrived, addressed to Naruto. Oh, why would I receive a letter all of a sudden? Previously, after the explosion in Konoha, we as the featherweight ninjas were hesitant to approach. Now that the village is reopening, we rushed to deliver this, came the explanation. Ah, I see. Thank you, Naruto exclaimed. Who sent you this letter, Naruto? I'm not sure. I'm eager to find out for myself. It's from the village elder of the daughter's village. What is this daughter's village about? Ah, Hinata, please don't jump to conclusions. Let me explain. An explanation would be welcome, but first, please open the letter and see for yourself. Gulu, very well. Esteemed Mr. Uzumaki Naruto, as per our agreement, for children have been successfully born. However, regrettably, they are all boys. I wonder when you shall come to the village of daughters to collect these children? Village head of daughters Naruto-kun. Indeed. Now, I implore you to elucidate the circumstances surrounding these 4 children. Well, the truth is, they are not my children. I had initially intended to adopt them. You planned to adopt them even before they were born? Alas, this is actually related to the pair of Mangekyou Sharingan currently residing in Sasuke's eyes. To unravel this tale, we must begin on a moonless, tempestuous night, when an opportunity arose, the nefarious scheme of Itachi Uchiha. Chapter 120. The fisherman also caught by the fish Orochimaru's apprentice. Steel was taken aback, hastily sounding the alarm, before joining Kamizuki Izumi in their assault against Namake's Manado. Water release. Water candy burst. A colossal wave surged forth, accompanied by a massive staff, directly hurtling towards Namake's Manado and Uzumaki Naruto. Faced with such formidable onslaught, the duo showed no inclination to evade. With a mere flick of their wrists, they effortlessly deflected both the staff and the waves. Their strikes were merciless, indicating that they had indeed forgotten him. As Manado spoke, he ensnared both adversaries with his neck, swiftly rendering them unconscious. Perhaps, in my life here, I have always worn a mask, and after so many years, it is only natural that they fail to recognize me. You seem to be rather accepting of this. It matters little. I have long witnessed the nature of those from Konoha and have ceased to be angered by them. Such magnanimity? Just leave them with a surprise later on. Oh, I quite like this. Manado displayed a sinister grin, clearly intent on leaving Konoha with a memorable mark. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a gargantuan shadow loomed beneath them. Small crumbling hut technique. As the name of the technique echoed, a toad, as massive as a dump truck, descended, pinning the two beneath it. At that moment, the two brothers guarding Konoha were also dragged within the village walls by the looming shadow, breathing, yet unthreatened by death. Narashikaku examined their conditions and, upon finding no injuries, finally exhaled with relief. Who would have thought that Orochimaru's demise would still lead his underlings to Konoha to stir trouble? Jiraiya leaped down from atop the enormous toad, furrowing his brow. This was a perfect opportunity to interrogate these two. Perhaps they could divulge who had slain Orochimaru. Lord Jiraiya, I doubt these two possess any information. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought vengeance here in Konoha. Who says they know nothing? The sudden voice startled the two, raising their vigilance. Under the toad. To their astonishment, the toad began to levitate, soaring into the air. It was then they realized that someone beneath was propelling it upward. It seems we've caught quite a big fish today, Jiraiya remarked, gazing at their airborne adversaries with a smile. Perfect. The fish I wish to catch is also present. Uzumaki Naruto cast the toad aside, gradually descending. Wait, that armor. Are you Naruto? You still recognize me? Although Naruto's armor had undergone an upgrade, its design remained largely unchanged, allowing Jiraiya to easily identify the striking armor. Naruto removed his faceplate, revealing his youthful visage within. How delightful it is to be recognized. Now, I kindly request you, Jiraiya, to hand me the key belonging to my parents. After being missing for such an extended period, my foremost intention upon returning to Konoha is to reclaim the key that seals the Nine-Tails. Naruto, it seems you have had quite an exhilarating time these past few years. Certainly more comfortable than your days in Konoha. Is the person beside you the one who rescued you from Kumogakure? Wait a moment. Manado? No, you are not Manado. Who exactly are you? Upon first sighting Bluffing Minma, Jiraiya mistakenly believed he was witnessing the resurrection of Bluffing Manado, only to realize that the hair color and certain facial features were distinctly different. Whereas Orochimaru's disciple? A sudden, loud voice interrupted the conversation among the group as a scantily clad woman with black hair dashed out from the walls of Konoha. Hee. Jiraiya, it seems our conversation must come to an end. My catch has arrived. What? Before Jiraiya could react, Bluffing Minma lunged forward, his left hand transforming into a massive venomous serpent that swiftly devoured Mitarashi Anko. His right hand morphed into a long, slender snake that slithered away into the nearby woods. Stop. Witnessing the villagers being abducted, Jiraiya and Narashikaka rushed to intervene but were immediately halted by a colossal red hand. Upon seeing their interceptor, they expressed their outrage. Naruto Uzumaki, you were once abducted from Konoha yourself. How can you now resort to forcibly taking others? As Naruto saw Bluffing Minma had moved far away, he retracted his Nine-Tails chakra. Do not misunderstand. We hold no interest in that woman, merely seeking to borrow something from within her body. Once we are done, we shall return her promptly. Borrowing something from Mitarashi Anko's body. Narashikaka's mind raced as he connected Anko's identity to the technique recently employed by Bluffing Minma. Lord Jiraiya, it seems there may be something left behind by Orochimaru within Anko's body. The technique just now clearly bore Orochimaru's hallmark. Indeed, I too recognized it. It appears my initial judgment was flawed. You are indeed still connected to Orochimaru, or perhaps you are the mysterious individuals who brought about his demise. Precisely. We were the ones who ended Orochimaru's life. Upon realizing that the two had immediately discerned his identity, Naruto Uzumaki felt a twinge of surprise but did not conceal his acknowledgement. I underestimated you. It seems your experiences over the years have been even more thrilling than I imagined. Indeed, reflecting on those times, I almost feel I lived more comfortably in Kumogakure than in Konoha. I am aware of the events of those days, but Naruto, your actions were to protect her. You have experienced it yourself. Once the identity of a tailed beast is revealed, it will attract the attention of various organizations. The outcome has indeed been revealed, and I have endured such prolonged discrimination in vain. The sensation of being looked down upon and despised by everyone is one that I fear you have never experienced. It is akin to plummeting into the depths of the ocean, where one can see the light on the surface yet feels powerless to rise. That suffocating feeling, never mind. I did not return to discuss this. Please return my parents' inheritance. Naruto, I will return your parents' inheritance to you, but not at this moment. You have succumbed to the influence of others and lost your reason. Once you regain your normal self, I shall naturally hand it over to you. With that, I gazed seriously at Naruto, who is caught in the whirlpool. It seems you are not aiming to restore my reason, but rather to indoctrinate me into possessing the so-called will of fire. Chapter 121. Naruto boldly ventures into Konoha. 1. What was that about returning my parents' inheritance? Why was I forced to reside in a rented space when I first arrived in Konoha? Despite being the son of the Hokage, I had to settle for the cheapest meals, and yet now I am being confronted with such words. Jiraiya was momentarily speechless, recognizing that this was the fault of his late mentor, and as a disciple, he could not speak ill of his deceased teacher. At this point, I have no desire for further discourse. Please return the key to the seal. Jiraiya gazed at Naruto Uzumaki, the memory of their previous battle still vivid in his mind. Although little time had passed, the child before him appeared transformed, radiating a newfound confidence. Observing the intensity in Naruto's eyes, Jiraiya suddenly chuckled. My apologies, Naruto. I initially thought you had been brainwashed by others, but with that gaze, it seems no one could ever manipulate you. That is the look of a true warrior. Congratulations. Naruto, it appears your parents' aspirations have come to fruition. With Jiraiya unexpectedly praising him, Naruto's expression softened, no longer as grave as before. He sensed Jiraiya's genuine lack of hostility. If possible, I truly do not wish to engage in combat with you. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya smiled brightly, yet he still assumed a combat stance. I am pleased to see you have grown to this level. However, if you wish to obtain the key, I cannot simply hand it over to you. So, we must engage in battle after all. Uncle Jiraiya, you are not my match. How can we know without a trial? If you manage to defeat me, the key shall be yours. Jiraiya-sama. It's all right, Kakashi. I hope you can refrain from intervening for a moment. This is a matter between Naruto and myself. Understood. With Narashikaka's affirmation, Jiraiya smiled at Naruto and formed a hand seal for a confrontation. You may not have attended the Ninja Academy, but you should be familiar with the opposing stance, yes? The opposing stance? Naruto mimicked Jiraiya's gesture, forming the same seal. Then we are enemies from this moment forth. Toad oil bullet. Jiraiya instantly expelled a torrent of yellow toad oil toward Naruto. Wind pressure cannon. Naruto raised his palm, unleashing a powerful gust that scattered the toad oil into oblivion. Lion's main dance. Just as the yellow oil was dispersed, a stream of white, spiraled hair shot forth like threads aimed at Naruto. White fanged, long shredded hair, facing the onslaught of the white strands. Naruto wielded his blade with the finesse of a stylist, deftly slicing through the air. With each swing, clumps of white hair fell, reducing Jiraiya's lion's main dance to a sea of scattered locks. Upon witnessing the long strands of hair strewn across the ground, Jiraiya hastily retracted his hair, his heart aching as he spoke. Indeed, it is unwise to employ such jutsu against you. Even hair as resilient as this can be severed. Enough of the trivialities. It is my turn to attack. Naruto Uzumaki brandished his long blade, instantly appearing before Jiraiya with astonishing speed and delivering a swift strike. In an instant, a complete incision was carved into the walls of Konoha, causing the nearby buildings to slowly collapse under the pressure of the blade's energy. Summoning technique. Sensing the impending danger, Jiraiya evaded the strike and summoned 3 massive toads from the heavens, directing them forcefully towards Naruto. One decisive blow. Nine-Tails. A colossal mechanical version of the Nine-Tails was summoned, and as the toads descended from above, it sprouted a third arm to strike back at them. Danger. The 3 toads, seasoned warriors in their own right, sensed the ominous intent and swiftly unleashed vacuum blasts, using the recoil to propel themselves away to safety. The 3 vacuum blasts converged directly onto the mechanical Nine-Tails. Yet it appeared unfazed, retracting its third arm and glaring menacingly at the toads. You 3 must buy me time. I need to concentrate on gathering sage mode. Jiraiya, with barely a moment to spare for reminiscing with the toads, issued a command for their support and began to channel his sage techniques. You certainly know how to keep us busy, don't you? Is this adversary truly one we can overcome? At this point, we have no choice but to press on. Fukasaku, Shima, and Gamachan drew their weapons, aiming at the mechanical Nine-Tails. How intriguing. You wish to engage me in sage mode? Then I shall, in turn, test the full extent of my power. With that, Naruto's eyes transformed, and a surge of verdant chakra enveloped him, ensnaring him in a multitude of green tendrils that pulled him into the body of the mechanical Nine-Tails. Astonishingly, its form expanded further, sprouting 8 wooden arms from its back, while a blue energy armor adhered to its body, transforming it into a fearsome weapon of destruction. Armament, Azura Nine-Tails. As the towering figure loomed nearly 100 meters high, the 3 toads once again felt the primal fear they had as tadpoles when confronted with colossal beings. Goodness, if we survive this, I shall boast about it for a century. Suddenly, a green figure erupted from the village, crashing violently against the Nine-Tails armor. The tremendous force even caused cracks to appear in the Susanu's protective layer, though they were swiftly mended. What? The Nine-Tails, dismissively swatting at the insect before it. Send her flying. Tsunade. Jiraiya called out with concern from atop the toad. Cough, cough, I'm fine for now. Having been struck to the ground, Tsunade spat out a mouthful of blood, yet before she could wipe it away, she inquired, "What on earth has transpired?" "Do not interfere, Tsunade. This is my battle." "What nonsense! Do you truly believe that your strength can overcome it?" "Indeed, this is the moment when we must all unite." Jiraiya, astonished, glanced around and realized that the entire village had emerged. The individual who had just spoken was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, clad in the Hokage robe. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were swirling with the intricate patterns of the Sharingan. "No, this is a conflict between Naruto and me. It was my fault that he unexpectedly left the village, and as his mentor and father figure, it is my duty to bring him back, even if it costs me my life." Chapter 122. Naruto courageously ventures into Konoha. 2. Never mind, you can all come at me together. At that moment, the mechanical Nine-Tails opened its mouth, echoing the voice of Naruto Uzumaki. "If you all attack me together, it won't count as me bullying you. It will merely serve as retribution for the hatred you directed towards me during those 6 months. Arrogant. As the Hokage, how can I allow you to treat the villagers of Konoha in such a manner?" Uchiha Fugaku swiftly discarded his Hokage cloak, and simultaneously, Susanoo emerged, enveloping him beside the Nine-Tails. To the onlookers, the formidable Susanoo appeared as a cataclysm, yet next to the Nine-Tails, it seemed as diminutive as a child. "Ha!" Uchiha Fugaku disregarded the size disparity and drew his long sword, aiming a strike at the Nine-Tails' cheek. "Wouldn't big." In response to such a terrifying blow, the mechanical Nine-Tails merely used its face to block the attack, then firmly grasped him with both hands. "Damn it, the size difference is too vast." Uchiha Fugaku struggled to free himself from the grip, realizing that ever since he gained the Mangekyou Sharingan, this was the first time he had faced such a disadvantage in size. "Uchiha Obito, how far do you intend to toy with the Jinchuriki of Konoha?" "What? Obito?" Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's voice, the crowd was engulfed in doubt, especially Kakashi Hitaki, who was hesitant to trust his own ears. "You've made a mistake, 5th Hokage. That is Naruto Uzumaki." Jiraiya, having overheard Uchiha Fugaku's words, interjected, "Is it truly wise to speak such words? Do not forget, I have leverage against you as well." "Humph. This is a dire moment for Konoha. What does mere reputation matter? I simply cannot allow you to deceive others any longer." "How dull." As he spoke, Naruto Uzumaki released Uchiha Fugaku, then began to clarify, "I was merely deceiving you all along. There is no Uchiha Obito. From the very beginning, there was only Naruto." Uzumaki Naruto. Nanny? A cold sweat trickled down Uchiha Fugaku's face. If what he said was true, this little brat was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Uzumaki Naruto? That name sounds familiar. Is he the one associated with the Kai-Bai? Look at the appearance of this monster. It resembles the Kai-Bai, doesn't it? My heavens. It truly is the Kai-Bai come to wreak havoc upon our village. So many lives have already been lost because of him. Amidst the cacophony of discussions below, Naruto Uzumaki remained oblivious. Transformed into 100-meter-tall mechanical Nine-Tails, he could only hear Jiraiya's and Uchiha Fugaku's voices. Of course, he paid little heed to the chatter of the insignificant beings below. Initially, it was merely a ruse to assert dominance, ensuring that until I fully spread my wings, you would refrain from attacking me. However, Uchiha Obito does indeed exist. He is the one who claimed to be Uchiha Madara and was responsible for the death of my parents. What? Uchiha Madara? Obito is indeed alive. In contrast to Naruto Uzumaki, who remains oblivious to the sounds below, the voice of the towering Nine-Tails resonates deafeningly for the villagers. In an instant, the entirety of the village has heard Naruto's proclamation. "Hey, Jiraiya, what on earth is happening? Is that truly the Nine-Tails, and is Naruto the one controlling it?" At this moment, Tsunade has regained her composure and leaped next to Jiraiya, inquiring. Indeed, it is Naruto. Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. As two small toads appeared on his shoulders, his sage mode had been successfully activated. However, I too find his words perplexing. Hey, Naruto, have you uncovered the truth from that time? Let us discuss that later. For now, everyone, come at me. Naruto declared defiantly. Otherwise, I shall obliterate Konoha. What? Jiraiya gasped in shock, quickly demanding an explanation. Did you not say you only sought to retrieve the key to the Nine-Tails? Yes, the mechanical Nine-Tails nodded. But I have changed my mind. In the past, I concealed my identity and endured the scorn of all. So I believe a little retribution is not too much to ask. With that, Naruto unleashed a torrent of flames towards the marketplace, igniting the nearby structures. Naruto, how could you unleash your wrath upon the innocent? Witnessing the inferno sweep across the village, Tsunade's indignation flared. Who told them to sell at such exorbitant prices? Naruto retorted. It was my lack of power that allowed you to bully me. Now, prices are subject to change at will. It is time for you to experience what I once endured. The current rule is simple. If you do not defeat me, I shall destroy Konoha, despite possessing immense power. His temperament resembles that of a petulant child, Jiraiya observed with a wry smile. Hey, Jiraiya, Tsunade prompted from the side. I understand. Thus, we must act. They resolved to remove him from the battlefield of Konoha. As the man most concerned for Konoha, Fugaku Uchiha was unwilling to see the village destroyed amidst the conflict. So he swiftly grasped the leg of the Nine-Tails, attempting to pull it away. You wish to drag me away from Konoha's battleground? The Uchiha clan has always enjoyed favorable prices. I shall grant you this concession. With that, Naruto hurled a colossal shuriken, which embedded itself in a distant mountain peak. In the next moment, the massive Nine-Tails, along with its Susanoo, appeared at the mountain's site. Father! 5-year-old Sasuke Uchiha cried out in concern as he witnessed his father being removed from Konoha. Fear not, Sasuke, your father will be fine. Mother! Has he even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? Truly, he is deserving of being Manado's son, Jiraiya mused with a resigned smile, then shouted to the others, everyone. To protect our village, we must engage in battle with Naruto. With that, he directed the 3 toads to leap forward. At this juncture, there is no choice but to charge forth. Onward, everyone. In defense of Konoha, the ninjas within the village surged like a tidal wave, rushing through the gates of Konoha towards the battlefield. Summoning technique. A colossal slug materialized at the entrance of Konoha. What brings Lady Tsunade to summon me? Slug, I implore you to attach yourself to the villagers and assist them with timely healing. Certainly, the enormous slug divided itself, raining down upon all the ninjas like a gentle shower. What is this strange substance? It's sticky and utterly revolting. Fool, have you truly never encountered such a thing? This is Lady Tsunade's summoning beast. Ouch. Why did you strike me, master? I have never met Lady Tsunade. How could I know? Wait, suddenly, the pain has vanished? Chapter 123, Naruto's Daring Venture into Konoha. 3. The Great Slug can provide us with healing powers in real time, ensuring that we do not succumb immediately in battle. Such a summoning beast is indeed remarkable. Enough of idle chatter. We must assist Lord Hokage at once. At this moment, on a distant mountaintop, Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo was being trampled. Why must you complicate matters so? Yet, I find some amusement in this. The mechanical Nine-Tails stomped on the Susanoo twice before delivering a powerful kick, sending it hurtling away. Overwhelmed by such force, Uchiha Fugaku could no longer maintain his Mangekyou Sharingan, blood tears streaming from his eyes as he dispelled the Susanoo. How infuriating! His rate of growth in power is beyond that of a mere human. At this point, I cannot hope to thwart him with sheer strength alone. Had Itachi not incinerated Shursui in the 3rd Hokage's body, perhaps I would have had the strength to fight back. As it stands, I am left with no choice but to resort to the food god technique, similar to Kotoame Tsukumi. The food god also possesses the ability to manipulate another's mind, but can only be utilized once under specific conditions. However, it differs from Kotoame Tsukumi in that upon the death of the previous user, the food god can refresh itself anew. Uchiha Fugaku's mind raced as he pondered how to ensnare Naruto Uzumaki within the Tsukuyami space and subsequently consume him with the food god. The pressing question remained, how to evade his attacks while ensnaring him in the Tsukuyami. Senjutsu, Frog Oil Fireball. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was caught in his thoughts, Jiraiya finally arrived, collaborating with 5 summoned toads to unleash a torrent of flames. The fusion of wind, fire, oil, and sage techniques created a conflagration soaring over 90 meters high, instantly enveloping the mechanical Nine-Tails. Success. Even the Nine-Tails must find this attack unbearable. Jiraiya, panting, gazed at the blazing beast, having been forced to dismiss 3 of the large toads. The summoning of 3 colossal beasts and 2 sage toads had nearly depleted his chakra. Had he not feared that this technique might fail against Naruto, he would have likely dispelled the 2 sage summons already. However, the effectiveness of this technique was indisputable. The combined flames reached temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, igniting the ground around the Nine-Tails, not to mention the creature itself. The oil expelled by the toads clung to the Susanoo, igniting continuously, and the intense heat penetrated the Susanoo, setting its wooden structure ablaze. Little Jiraiya, something is amiss. Nanny? Upon hearing the sage's words, an ominous premonition surged within Jiraiya. He observed the flames engulfing the Nine-Tails, seemingly animated, spreading relentlessly in a singular direction. As the flames ascended with increasing speed, Jiraiya finally discerned the trajectory of the fire's spread. It formed a vortex. Something above the Nine-Tails was absorbing the released ninjutsu. What kind of ability is this? Surprisingly, all the flames were absorbed. Allow me to introduce this. It is known as the Rinnegan. Uzumaki Naruto laughed heartily as he consumed all the flames with the hungry ghost path, then wielded the chakra white fang to unleash a terrifying sword aura. Before the dreadful aura even reached him, Jiraiya was already blown off his feet by the pressure generated by the Nine-Tails sword, his skin sagging. This is bad. If I cannot withstand this move, I might perish. In the blink of an eye, the sword aura approached Jiraiya, who swiftly concealed himself within his shadow, narrowly evading the attack. However, although he escaped, his hair was not spared. Countless silver strands drifted away with the wind as the sword aura passed. Furthermore, after shearing his hair, the sword energy surged towards the recently arrived members of Konoha. What is that? Quickly block it. Earth release. Gazing at the awe-inspiring sword aura that rolled in like a tidal wave, many momentarily forgot to resist. Those with the courage to fight back merely conjured an earthen wall. Trembling in a corner. It's over. This singular thought filled many minds. Suddenly, the sword aura dissipated, leaving behind only a fierce wind that sent everyone flying several meters. Shortly thereafter, Uzumaki Naruto released the Nine-Tails, descending gently with the force of gravity. I have suddenly changed my mind. Killing you all at once would be too unsatisfying. It is far more gratifying to give you all a good beating. Just moments before, Naruto had felt a profound sense of ennui looking down at the crowd. What satisfaction would come from a fleeting moment of slaughter? It would not erase the discomfort he had endured for half a year. Thus, he retracted the sword energy, sparing the lives of those below. Naruto. Naruto. At this moment, Jiraiya was stained with blood, as the first to encounter the sword energy. He was injured despite not having made direct contact. The 2 sages had been forced to dispel their summoning, returning to Myaboka Mountain. Uncle Jiraiya, you should rest. I truly do not wish to fight you. Naruto, do not make another mistake. Jiraiya attempted to counsel Naruto, but was rendered speechless the next moment. He caught sight of an eerily familiar pair of eyes within Naruto's gaze. Those are the Rinnegan. How could this be? Jiraiya recognized the Rinnegan. For his other disciple, whose name phonetically resembled that of Uzumaki Naruto, also possessed the same pair of eyes. How could it be? That he shares the same eyes as Nagato? Could it be that the Rinnegan is, in fact, a bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan? Who, then, is the prophesied child? Or is the significant crisis in the ninja world truly a conflict between these two? You may ponder this matter yourself. As Uzumaki Naruto reached out towards Jiraiya's head, he employed the abilities of the realm of humanity to extract the location of the key from Jiraiya's memories. So it was here. Jiraiya, still yearning to resist, found himself utterly depleted of chakra and incapable of opposing Naruto. With deft movements, Naruto formed hand seals and struck Jiraiya in the abdomen. With a violent convulsion of his stomach, a toad was expelled from Jiraiya's mouth. Observing this, Naruto hastily grasped the wriggling toad, shaking off the viscous residue, sealing its powers before placing it within the realm of Kamui. At last, it was in his grasp. This meant that the Nine-Tails would be freed, and I would also be able to release Jiraiya at once. Chapter 124. Naruto's bold assault on Konoha. 4. A terrifying fist descended from above, akin to a meteorite crashing down from Mount Tai. The 6th gate opened. Green steam erupted instantaneously, and Naruto Uzumaki, undeterred, met Tsunade's descending blow with a punch of his own. What? Tsunade thought, gazing in disbelief at Naruto, who was boldly throwing a punch in her direction. Regret washed over her. Her initial intent was merely to compel Naruto to release Jiraiya, never to take his life. In Tsunade's eyes, Even the strongest opponent would likely be gravely injured or worse from her strike, let alone someone as youthful as Naruto. However, it was too late for reconsideration. Before Tsunade could withdraw her strength, the two fists collided with a resounding impact. Naruto, Jiraiya shouted in concern, only to be hurled back several meters by the shockwave generated from their clash. At the epicenter of this force, both combatants found themselves in dire straits. True to her reputation, Tsunade stood firm, but the ground beneath Naruto cracked under the intensity of their confrontation. Naruto's right fist bore the brunt of the immense force, resulting in some abrasions. Tsunade, too, suffered greatly. Although she had activated her healing jutsu to mitigate some damage, her right hand fractured under the strain, and she coughed up blood as she was sent flying. Cough, cough. Tsunade, are you all right? I'll be fine. It's merely a broken bone, but this little brat certainly packs a punch. You are no match for me. You should rest here. Observing the dismal state of the two seasoned shinobi, Naruto had no intention of delivering a finishing blow. Instead, he charged towards the throng of Konoha's inhabitants. No, he must not reach them. Tsunade, gritting her teeth against the pain, attempted to rise once more, only to be restrained by Jiraiya. It's fine, let him vent his frustrations. Once he does, he will no longer pose a threat to Konoha. We may not be able to turn Naruto into an ally, but at the very least, we must prevent him from becoming our enemy. He will not resort to murder. As for whether he will kill, I cannot say, but if you do not release me, I shall certainly make you. Jiraiya, having inadvertently pulled Tsunade into his embrace due to a moment of excessive force, chuckled awkwardly. Ah, that was unintentional. But was your hand also unintentional? Feeling the warmth of his presence, Tsunade was engulfed in a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Had her right hand not been injured, she would have relished the opportunity to teach this lecherous old man a lesson. I had no choice. That pull exhausted all my strength, leaving me quite unable to move. Heh. Out of strength, is it? I shall render you utterly powerless. Ah, I retract my words. I retract my words. Not there. It will break. It will break. While Tsunade threatened Jiraiya, Naruto had already reached the Konoha camp. What do you intend to do? Most individuals at this moment remained in a state of bewilderment, gazing upon the diminutive yet formidable red-haired demon, their hearts gripped by fear. It was merely retribution. What thud? A powerful punch landed squarely on the nameless ninja, causing him to crumple to the ground, convulsing like a cooked shrimp. Naruto Uzumaki did not recognize this anonymous ninja, nor could he ascertain whether he had previously endured persecution at his hands. Yet, what did it matter? After several years, who could truly recall the identity of those who had wronged them? Thus, he resolved to retaliate against them all. Wait, I didn't tia. Kaibai, get away from me. Ah, my leg. Ah, my hand. Kaibai, release me. Thud. Thud, 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 thud. Like a wolf among sheep. Naruto dispatched the ninjas with ease. Whether they employed taijutsu or ninjutsu, none could withstand more than 3 moves before being sent soaring into the sky. Thanks to the care of the slug, although these individuals fell from above, broken and battered, they miraculously recovered swiftly. However, this presented a dilemma. Naruto could not recall having struck them, resulting in him delivering another vigorous beating. As the altercation progressed, the Leaf Ninjas began to flee in disarray. After all, this was not a genuine battle, and how could several hundred hope to prevail against a single Hokage? Yet, Naruto would not merely watch them escape. He charged directly into the village. Upon entering the familiar surroundings, Naruto's mind brimmed with devious schemes. You would sell me a mask, and instead threw rotten eggs at me, would you? Boom. The entire mask shop collapsed. It was you brats who hurled stones at me, wasn't it? Bang, bang, bang. A massive hole was created in an entire street of houses. You were the ones tasked with keeping watch over me. Yet you slacked off on the very night I was abducted. Where are you now? Oh, wait. This is Elder Komatsu's ancestral land. With dragon. Wait. This is the site of the Shimura clan. Supersized Rasengan. Wait. This is the territory of the Uchiha clan. Planetary devastation. Wait. The Uchiha territory, never mind. Your vegetable prices seem decent, keep it up. Wait. This is the Hokage building. Damn it. I'm trampling your decrepit structure. Halt, Naruto. With my Azure Beast of Konoha present, you shall not harm the Hokage building. With a sudden flurry of movement, the wild Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy made their entrance. Naruto Uzumaki employed the 3-tomo Jinjutsu, which had little effect on Kakashi, while Guy found himself in a state of confusion. Kakashi retaliated with the Earth Release, mind-severing technique. But Naruto countered with Kimui, drawing Kakashi into a vortex. In his disarray, Might Guy inadvertently struck himself. Naruto liberated Kakashi from the clutches of the technique, only for Guy, still bewildered, to attack Kakashi once more. Kakashi, utilizing his shadow clones, deftly evaded Guy's onslaught. Naruto then executed the 1,000 Years of Death technique, striking Kakashi effectively, causing him to collapse. As Guy regained his senses, he unleashed the 8 gates, while Naruto summoned Wood Release, ensnaring Guy in its grasp. Subsequently, Naruto conjured a wooden figure, resulting in the destruction of half of the Hokage building, allowing him to make a successful escape. At the Hyuga residence, Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, awaited Naruto, declaring, "I have awaited your arrival for a long time, Naruto Uzumaki. Even if I am not your match today, as the clan leader of the Hyuga, I must protect our entire clan." With his Byakugan activated and beads of sweat glistening on his brow, he faced Naruto. "But I never intended to harm the Hyuga clan." Naruto replied, "How could that be? You have already laid waste to the entire Leaf Village." Hayashi retorted, "If you have no intentions towards us, then why have you come?" To which Naruto responded, "I came to find Hinata." 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Chapter 125. Naruto's bold venture into Konoha. 5. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms descended like a torrential storm, fueled by Hyuga Hayashi's fury. Lacking the steadiness typically associated with him and instead radiating a fierce intensity. Yet, to Naruto, who possessed the Rinnegan, the attacks unfolded in slow motion, allowing him to effortlessly evade each strike. How infuriating. Again, seeing that he couldn't even graze the hem of Naruto's attire, a flicker of panic crossed Hyuga Hayashi's eyes, swiftly morphing into a more fervent desire to attack. "Enough already, uncle." Just as Hayashi prepared to strike once more, Naruto extended his hands and swiftly grasped Hayashi's palms. With a powerful push from his feet, he vaulted over Hayashi's head, twisting his grip to seize Hayashi's hands. After intertwining their arms, he firmly locked Hayashi's neck, his feet pinning under Hayashi's armpits, positioning himself atop Hayashi's head. "I have stated clearly that I harbor no ill intentions toward the Hyuga clan. Why then do you persist in attacking me? But you are here to see Hinata." Hyuga Hayashi's face flushed crimson, straining with all his might, yet unable to break free from Naruto's hold. What of wanting to see Hinata? Naruto was perplexed. Could this uncle be irked because other versions of Hinata from different realms favored him? "Listen, when you were abducted, Hinata was also a victim. And the pain she endured was certainly no less than yours. If you seek to exact revenge on Hinata due to your own plight, then come at me. Otherwise, any harm done to Hinata must first pass over my body." Father." At that moment, Hinata suddenly dashed out, her attendants trailing behind her. "I apologize, esteemed clan leader, but we simply cannot restrain the young lady." The attendants, chasing after her, wore expressions of regret, genuinely wishing to stop Hinata, but were utterly overpowered by her strength. With her Byakugan activated, her force was akin to that of a rampaging bull, rendering them powerless. "What are you saying? Why would I harm Hinata? I merely came to visit an old friend." Old friend? Friend. Hayashi, who had just moments ago been fierce and imposing with his Byakugan activated, now stumbled over his words, turning flustered as steam rose from his face. "So, Naruto-kun considers me a friend." "Indeed," Naruto replied matter-of-factly. "A few years ago in Konoha, the only one with whom I shared a close bond was Hinata, so it seems only natural to pay her a visit in my current capacity." "So you are not here to take revenge on Hinata?" "Regarding that matter, I no longer wish to elaborate. It appears, uncle, that not only are your eyes white, but your ears are also quite deaf." Naruto-kun, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, could you please release father?" Hinata cautiously inquired, glancing at the two, who remained locked in their peculiar stance. "Releasing him is no issue, as long as this uncle refrains from further aggression." "As long as you do not lay a hand on Hinata, I certainly would not consider harming you. The issue, however, is that you have indeed made a move. Release me. I shall no longer act against you." "As if I were particularly eager to seize you, old man." Uzumaki Naruto disdainfully let go of Hyuga Hizashi and leaped to the ground, striding towards Hyuga Hinata. Naruto approached, and Hinata's eyes swirled in a vortex before she suddenly slumped to the ground. "Hey!" Observing Hinata's apparent faintness, Naruto rushed to catch her, only for her to stand upright again. "Hey, is she really fainting? Don't leave me alone with this. I cannot handle it by myself." Staring at the close proximity of Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata straightened her posture and glared fiercely at him. "What are you staring at? Why are you so close to me? What am I even saying? Why am I being so fierce with him? As Hinata switched personalities back and forth within mere minutes, Naruto found her psyche utterly perplexing. I merely came over to greet you, and to ponder why, in nearly every world, I seem to be paired with you. What is it that makes you so special? Humph. So, is that all settled now? Why? Why is she still maintaining this attitude? No, I must ensure my next words are gentle. Yes, it's settled. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I'll be on my way. Does she seem to dislike me because she senses my ulterior motives? As Naruto turned to leave, Hinata, feeling anxious, blurted out, "Wait, what?" Naruto turned back, looking curiously at Hinata. You mentioned we are friends, so would you like to come over to my house for a while? Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked at Naruto with eager anticipation. Sure. For reasons unknown, when Naruto saw Hinata in this state, he cast aside all thoughts and readily agreed. Observing the interaction between the two, although Hizashi's face remained expressionless, his heart was in turmoil. Daughter, you should have simply let him go. He just caused chaos in Konoha. Why invite him into our home? Wonderful. Then let us go inside together. Upon hearing Naruto's agreement, Hinata joyfully grasped his hand and eagerly led him into her family residence, leaving her bewildered father outside. Look here, and over there. Hinata, while holding Naruto's hand, began to introduce him to her home. As the heiress of the Hyuga clan, a rare genius emerged once in millennia. She could traverse her household freely, indulging in whatever her heart desired. Even due to his extraordinary talent, he garnered unanimous recognition from all the elders of the clan, to such an extent that his status surpassed even that of his father, the clan leader. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto felt an immense joy being led by Hinata, a sensation even more exhilarating than having just bested everyone in Konoha, although he could not quite fathom the reason behind it. He relished the experience of holding her small hand, despite having visited the Hyuga estate on previous occasions. Naruto-kun. At some point, Hinata's demeanor underwent a transformation. The warmth of her delicate hand suddenly intensified, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she gazed shyly at Uzumaki Naruto and spoke. Chapter 126. Naruto bravely ventures into Konoha. End. Thank you for saving me back then. Hinata's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, with warmth radiating from her neck to her ears, reminiscent of a steam maiden. Her azure-tinged, jewel-like eyes occasionally darted towards Naruto, yet upon locking gazes, she instinctively averted her gaze as if jolted by an electric shock. Ultimately, she took a deep breath, steeling her resolve, and faced Uzumaki Naruto, expressing her gratitude. Oh, that? It was nothing. No need to mention it. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. After all, we share a bond forged through battle. If it were anyone else, I certainly wouldn't have intervened. Together, battled? Oh, the young lady truly rolled her eyes this time, astonished that her beloved Naruto harbored such an impression of their relationship. Instantly, a wave of embarrassment enveloped her, causing her to grip Naruto's hand tightly. What's the matter? No, it's nothing. At this moment, Hinata realized she was holding his hand too tightly, yet she was reluctant to let go. Thus, she continued to walk alongside Naruto. All right then. The two strolled hand in hand through the Hyuga clan's territory, appearing completely oblivious to the fierce battle that had just transpired outside. Are we just going to watch these two? A bruised Anbu agent in the distance quietly inquired of Jiraiya. Of course. It is a wonderful thing for Naruto to forge bonds with the villagers, Jiraiya replied softly, his hood drawn low over his face. Meanwhile, those who had been on the receiving end of a beating were temporarily recovering under Tsunade's care. However, they dared not disturb Naruto, opting instead to cautiously observe from afar. As they walked, the pair approached a corner. Due to Hinata's slightly quicker pace, they inadvertently found themselves turning their heads away from each other. Byakugan, all of you step back. Do not interfere with my walk with Naruto. The murderous intent reflected in Hinata's gaze prompted several clan members lingering at the corner to hastily retreat. Once Hinata vanished around the corner, Naruto swiftly turned back, glaring fiercely at Jiraiya and the Anbu. Rinnegan! Shinra-tensei! Whoa, this kid has spotted us! Jiraiya exclaimed just as they were swept away by an invisible gravitational force, disappearing into the sky. Afterward, Naruto leisurely rounded the corner. Shall we go check over there? Sure. Einstein once proclaimed that time is relative. Moments of joy invariably pass swiftly. As the sun began to set, its golden rays caressed the faces of the two young ones. It's getting late. I must take my leave. Okay, then goodbye. See you later. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. Hey, when will you come to play again? In a few days. You may also come to find me. Simply inscribe chakra on the gift I sent you. Alright, if I come to seek you, you must promise to accompany me. Certainly. As the last rays of the sun faded into the depths of the street, the absurdity of this day in Konoha finally drew to a close. Nearly everyone, aside from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, had endured a thorough beating. A certain noodle vendor expressed relief at having narrowly escaped calamity. Several buildings in the village had suffered damage due to the skirmish, and the terrain of the mountains and forests outside the village had undergone a dramatic transformation. Most crucially, their Hokage remained unaccounted for. Alas, what a taxing day it has been. Indeed, Kakashi, who would have thought that Naruto's taijutsu would be so formidable? It is truly moving. Youth. Such vibrant youth fills me with fervor. Come, let us duel, Kakashi. Very well, let us engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Oh, rock, paper, scissors? Where has everyone gone? Just as Might Guy's fist descended, Kakashi suddenly sprinted away. Red Bean, you've returned? Kakashi exclaimed as he steadied the exceedingly weak Mitarashi Anko. Quick! Kakashi, tell the others, Orochimaru. Orochimaru has been resurrected. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Orochimaru has now become your subordinate? Naruto Uzumaki gazed incredulously at the two cold-blooded beings before him. Given the current shortage of personnel, the only one capable of keeping up with me is Orochimaru-sensei. Wolfing Mima chuckled. Wait, so you agreed to this? He was the one who killed you. Such matters are of little consequence. Orochimaru replied with a smile. Rather than concern myself with trivialities, I am more intrigued by the authenticity of what Minma-kun has stated. It is indeed true. I possess a wealth of research on the bloodline limit. Were it not for the constraints of time, I would not need to seek you out. Oh ho ho ho, how exhilarating, Orochimaru said, licking his lips, trembling with excitement. Orochimaru's original ambition was to study all ninjutsu in existence, yet the growth of techniques in the world far surpassed his research efforts, leading him to contemplate immortality. Now, numerous forms of eternal life lay before him, including the most enigmatic, the bloodline limit. All of this was sufficient to make Orochimaru forget his past endeavors, as he became singularly focused on his research. Seeing you like this, I knew my choice was not in vain. After bluffing Minma and Mitarashi Anko had drawn away, he subdued her and extracted Orochimaru's soul, which had been concealed within her cursed seal. Using a portion of his own flesh as a source, he successfully expelled a venomous serpent, releasing Orochimaru. Indeed, the manpower of just the two of us is insufficient. We must summon my former subordinates. I still have a research-oriented talent under my command, whom I initially intended to remain in Konoha as an undercover agent. However, upon reflection, it seems prudent to bring him back. Oh, you are referring to Kabuto Yakushi? It appears you are familiar with him, as you have traversed from another world and, naturally, would possess such knowledge. Orochimaru, true to his nature, has effortlessly discerned the intricate relationship between the two of us, even from mere fragments of his soul. Summoning everyone to assist is quite agreeable. This time, my research will undoubtedly surpass yours. It seems you have suffered considerable setbacks from another version of myself. Observing the conversation between these two cold-blooded beings is rather tedious, prompting Naruto Uzumaki to lift his gaze towards the sky. This evening coincides with the night of the full moon, and that cunning white orb shines as brightly as Hinata's Byakugan. Tsukuyami. Chapter 127. A renewed confrontation with Uchiha Fugaku. The luminous white moon was abruptly transformed into a blood-red orb, as relentless waves swiftly engulfed Naruto Uzumaki, ultimately binding him to a cross. Uchiha Fugaku. Observing the eerily familiar scene and techniques before him, Naruto exclaimed in discontent. Finally, I have found an opportunity. I lack the strength to confront you head-on, thus I am left with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. What do you intend to do? If you wish to impede my progress, I have already dealt a significant blow to Konoha and have no desire to engage further. Silence. Uchiha Fugaku retorted with ire. Konoha possesses its own dignity. You cannot simply come and go as you please, trampling upon it without consequence. There is no way I would allow you to proceed so carelessly. Oh, and what do you propose? Bound to the cross, Naruto gazed down upon Uchiha Fugaku. I will transform you completely into a protector of Konoha. You shall genuinely safeguard the village. Uchiha Fugaku enunciated each twisted word with conviction. Perhaps he himself was unaware that, at this moment, he and the once great Uchiha Shursui were nearly indistinguishable. This was the will of Uchiha Shursui, deeply ingrained in Fugaku's mind after being instilled by the Kotoeme Tsukumi. Even though Fugaku had distorted the very concept of protecting Konoha through the Uchiha clan, ultimately, it could only be applied within the confines of his own village. Thus, whenever faced with the notion of betrayal from Naruto, Fugaku began to distort relentlessly, embracing thoughts akin to those of Uchiha Shursui. It must be acknowledged that it was thanks to Itachi, had he not incinerated the bodies of the third Hokage and Shursui. I fear I would not have been able to employ this technique against you. What technique? Ha. You shall soon witness it for yourself. Become the nourishment of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki. Feast of the god of food. Countless spectral hands surge forth from the waves, slowly reaching for Naruto, intent on dragging him into their watery reflection. What is this? So this is the technique you employ. I am exceedingly familiar with it. Sensing the chakra within those ghostly hands, Naruto realized that it bore an uncanny resemblance to Kotoeme Tsukumi. All were manifestations of the ultimate darkness that twisted and consumed the will of others. Is there really a need for such grandiloquence at this moment? Soon enough, you shall be silenced. Even so, to treat a child in such a manner is truly despicable. I apologize, Naruto. All of this is for the sake of Konoha. An overwhelming multitude of ghostly hands erupted forth, enveloping Naruto entirely. Humph. With this, Konoha shall become the mightiest in the entire shinobi world, with Naruto Uzumaki as an ally. Unification of the shinobi realm is within reach, establishing Konoha as the strongest nation in existence. As he beheld the ever-increasing tide of spectral hands, Uchiha Fugaku was filled with visions of grandeur, already imagining the flourishing future of Konoha. How peculiar. Does it truly require such an extensive period of consumption? As he gazed upon the relentless surge of the spectral hand, Uchiha Fugaku pondered whether the duration of this devouring process was indeed prolonged. The last occasion he had consumed Uchiha Shursui seemed to have transpired with greater swiftness. Yet, what was this terrifying gravitational pull? It was only then that Uchiha Fugaku sensed something amiss, hastily attempting to retract the spectral hand, but it was already beyond his control. Countless ocular energies were being inexorably drawn into the black chrysalis before him. With a series of unsettling distortions, the black chrysalis morphed into a swirling vortex. At this moment, the vortex had grown greedy, no longer content with merely absorbing the spectral hand. It began to devour the entirety of the Tsukuyami realm itself. This was dire. I must swiftly dispel the Tsukuyami. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Uchiha Fugaku collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his cheeks. His eyes now vacant and white. He had succumbed to blindness. How could you possibly have drained my Manjiki Sharingan to its very essence? In stark contrast to Uchiha Fugaku's woeful state, Uzumaki Naruto radiated vitality as if he had consumed a potent elixir. A closer inspection of the Rinnegan encased within his eyes would reveal a blood-red tomo spinning like a satellite within its circles. This was entirely expected. For the hierarchy of power dictates that the superior consumes the inferior, an unyielding law of nature. What manner of rank could possibly surpass the Manjiki Sharingan? A bitter smile crept across Uchiha Fugaku's face. He had calculated every possibility, yet he found himself defeated here. Just as there exists a qualitative leap between the three Tomo and the Manjiki, so too does the Rinnegan reign above the latter. So it is the Rinnegan, is it? I cannot claim my defeat is unjust. It is indeed the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Perhaps out of pity for Uchiha Fugaku's lamentable predicament, Uzumaki Naruto exhibited the patience to elucidate further. The standard Rinnegan may indeed find itself vulnerable to your ocular techniques, as both wield the pinnacle of in release, even amidst varying levels of disparity. However, the Rinnegan, akin to the Manjiki, possesses its own unique capabilities. Thus, it is your special ability that has vanquished me? Indeed. A proud expression adorned Uzumaki Naruto's face as he spread his arms wide and proclaimed, "My Rinnegan harnesses a multiplicative enhancement of power. Whatever the case, it can perpetually amplify itself in boundless increments. Your Manjiki may be formidable enough to defeat a pair of Rinnegan, but you cannot overcome 2 pairs, 4 pairs, or 8 pairs, under the ceaseless accumulation of my abilities. Merely through the Devourer Path's capacity to consume, your Manjiki has already been rendered ineffective. Is it truly so? Such a terrifying force exists in this world." Uchiha Fugaku sighed, relinquishing the hand seals he had been forming. He had entirely forsaken any hope of resistance. Confronted with such might, he was left with nothing but reflection, devoid of the will to contend. "I concede my defeat, in my life. Yet before you do, I implore you to return to Konoha." Uchiha Fugaku, with vacant eyes, directed his gaze towards Naruto Uzumaki and spoke. Konoha is, after all, the village cherished by your parents and the place that nurtured you until the age of 3. I hope you can return there. You truly never cease to think of Konoha, do you? Achieving the position of Hokage to such an extent is indeed commendable. And yet, I must decline. To return to such a place for mere flattering words is utterly repugnant. Ha ha ha. Then there is nothing more to be said. Let us take action. Uchiha Fugaku collapsed to the ground, closing his eyes, awaiting Naruto Uzumaki to deliver the final blow. I apologize, Sasuke. It seems I must break my promise to bring back your brother this time. Caw, 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 caw. Is this the sound of crows? Am I to perish? I have stated that my abilities have been significantly enhanced. Chapter 128, The 5 Divisions of the Shinobi World. I have obtained 1 darkness. Endless darkness. Suddenly, the sun began to rise from the distance, ascending higher and drawing closer. What a brilliant light. So blinding. Wait, wasn't I already blind? Uchiha Fugaku jolted awake from his stupor, struggling to open his eyes wide enough to perceive anything beyond the blinding radiance. Yet all he could see was light. So, this light exists within my mind. At last, Uchiha Fugaku discerned the true nature of the illumination, a colossal shuriken that emitted a continuous glow. Caw, caw, caw. The sound of crows echoed from an unknown source. Uchiha Fugaku felt his body expanding, or perhaps the luminous shuriken was diminishing in size. Ultimately, the shuriken transformed into a Sharingan within the eyes of a crow. Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku awaken, the crow ceased its cawing and flew back to rest upon Naruto Uzumaki's shoulder. Uchiha Fugaku slowly rose from the ground, gazing at the exceedingly blurred surroundings with a wry smile. Is it yet another Kotoame Tsukumi? Let us return to Konoha. I have infused your eyes with a touch of would-release chakra. A few months of rest should restore your previous ocular prowess. Naruto Uzumaki did not directly respond to Uchiha Fugaku's inquiry, for it was no longer necessary. After being illuminated by the enhanced Kotoame Tsukumi, Uchiha Fugaku had irrevocably become Naruto's subordinate, with his allegiance now surpassing even that to Konoha. Cough, cough, cough. Well then, the Uchiha Fugaku who had entirely transformed into the likeness of Naruto Uzumaki limped back to Konoha. With Naruto's care, Hinata Hyuga's image could very well evolve into that of a hero who sacrifices oneself to tame a tiger. Henceforth, the land of fire and Konoha had utterly become possessions of Naruto Uzumaki. Hee, is this the Rinnegan? Truly remarkable. Orochimaru trembled with excitement as he observed everything unfold. He had just experienced the entire process, including the capabilities of the Rinnegan. The potential for multiplicative enhancement was truly terrifying. What manner of being is she? Does she enhance comprehensively, or can she focus on a specific aspect? If this function has both advantages and disadvantages, does she amplify everything or merely accentuate strengths while mitigating weaknesses? Lost in thought, Orochimaru unconsciously reached towards Naruto Uzumaki's eye sockets. Thud. Orochimaru was instantaneously struck away by Shinra Tensei, soaring several meters before crashing into a wall after shattering multiple tree trunks. Truly, one cannot underestimate the uncanny reactions of a master and disciple. Naruto looked at Orochimaru from afar, while his lips murmured the name of Kakashi Hitaki. Ha! Every scientist confronted with such imminent unknowns would falter. Why didn't you react like Orochimaru? Nonsense. I haven't even grasped the basics of the Rinnegan. What use is my curiosity regarding your special abilities? Had it not been for Kakashi Hitaki's prolonged research on the Rinnegan, nearly delaying his other studies, he wouldn't have sought out Orochimaru. Very well then. Naruto had thought that Kakashi Hitaki had altered his demeanor. Speaking of the Rinnegan, after I absorbed the ocular power of Uchiha Fugaku, it seems I have connected to a new realm. Perhaps in this world. I too am a scientific genius of your ilk. Uzumaki Naruto pointed to a tomo within his eyes, unexpectedly awakening the Rinnegan and discovering a new world instead. Oh? The curiosity of Kakashi Hitaki piqued. According to your account, whenever you acquire knowledge, a corresponding world manifests. If this time the world appeared due to the Rinnegan, does that mean it is one inhabited by a version of us possessing the Rinnegan as well? I am uncertain about that, hence I intend to test it. Without hesitation, Uzumaki Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, eager to summon another version of himself from a different realm. Boom. What is happening? Observing the burst of air, Kakashi found it peculiar. Previous summons from other worlds did not transpire in such a manner. Apparently. My counterpart in that world is skeptical about such occurrences and has temporarily declined the summoning. Uzumaki Naruto remarked with an odd expression. Oh, how amusing. Haha. It seems this is your first rejection in a summoning, isn't it? Kakashi burst into laughter, realizing that with the updated summoning mechanism, instances like the mechanical Naruto being summoned without knowledge were no longer possible. Typically, when Naruto was summoned, he would be briefed on the world of Uzumaki Naruto, the form of summoning, and whether to accept or decline. Until now, no one had opted to refuse, making today's rejection a surprising occurrence. Oh well. Perhaps there is nothing of significance in their world, and they simply choose not to come. We shall not disturb them. Uzumaki Naruto has grown immensely. He is no longer the Naruto who required assistance from other realms. His summons now serve merely to foster conversation and mutual aid. Naturally, if merging with another version of himself were feasible, he would not reject the notion. Ahem, truly the power of the Rinnegan is remarkable. What was that ability just now? Orochimaru, limping as he approached, was evidently still intrigued by the Rinnegan's power, though he refrained from further action. That was the power of gravity. The Rinnegan can manipulate the gravitational forces of the world. Noticing Orochimaru's eager gaze, Uzumaki Naruto explained briefly before concealing the Rinnegan, reverting to his ordinary eyes. TSK. Displeased by the disappearance of the eye he wished to observe, Orochimaru turned away, spitting blood. Time to leave. The night has grown exceedingly dark. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the sky, where the stars twinkled fervently. The feeling of wandering in such a night was quite unsatisfactory. Thus, Kakashi disdainfully grasped Orochimaru's hand, then took hold of Uzumaki Naruto's, and in an instant, they returned to their base in the Land of Fire. Oh, is that Manado's flying thunder god? You truly live up to being his son, having inherited such a remarkable technique. It is indeed quite convenient. Orochimaru gazed around at the transformed surroundings, feeling envious of the ease provided by the flying thunder god technique. Had he possessed such a skill, he would not have been so frequently located by Jiraiya. He could have entrusted his whereabouts to his subordinates, merely focusing on the art of teleportation. Enough of the trivialities. Come with me, Orochimaru, for I have a multitude of tasks awaiting your attention. With that, Manado began to pull Orochimaru towards his experimental facility. He had been away for a day, during which many operations had come to a halt, and some that could not be paused required immediate observation of the circumstances. In the Uchiha clan's territory within Konoha, Sasuke Uchiha abruptly awoke from his slumber. Breathing heavily, he pondered the nature of the dream he had just experienced. He lifted his left hand, revealing a striking crescent moon insignia etched upon his palm. Chapter 129, Liberation of Gyulama. Wait. Just as the duo of snake disciples was about to depart, Naruto Uzumaki hastily called out to them. What is the matter? By the way, I witnessed Jiraiya utilizing Sage Mode today. It amplifies one's ability significantly. I see, replied Asuma, who then produced a scroll from his mouth. This scroll is the one from the Dragon Snake Cave. Sign it, and go learn Sage Mode for yourself. Naruto grimaced at the drool-laden scroll and shook his head, putting aside whether your scroll can be used in this world. I have no desire to adopt the Sage transformation of the Holy Land. What do you wish to do then? Asuma inquired. Aren't you proficient in curse seals? Just give me a dose. I feel that using that would flow more smoothly for me. The curse seal is merely a simplified version I developed. It pales in comparison to Sage Mode, Orochimaru interjected as the foremost authority on the subject. That is merely a stripped-down version extracted from Yugo. While Yugo's curse seal might hold some semblance to Sage Mode, mine is simply a means of providing benefits to my subordinates. Have you not noticed that even I seldom use it? Of course, hiding one's soul within the curse seal for the sake of possession and survival represents a wholly different application. All right, to be honest, I'm just too lazy to learn Sage Mode. Considering that the curse seal is a form of Sage Mode, I wonder if obtaining it will result in a mindset akin to Yugo's. If that were the case, I could forego studying altogether. If it doesn't work out, I could always learn Sage Mode later. It wouldn't be too late then. However, if I were to successfully summon it, wouldn't that be a tremendous gain? Ugh, your unreasonable talent always makes me want to dissect you. Asuma exclaimed, elongating his neck to bite Naruto's. Instantly, for teeth marks appeared on Naruto's neck. What kind of skin is this? You shattered my teeth. Asuma groaned, covering his mouth in frustration as he glared at Naruto. My apologies. I instinctively tensed up upon hearing the word dissect. If you bite me again, I assure you I won't react this time. Seeing Asuma's unfortunate state, Naruto quickly apologized, explaining that the mere mention of dissection triggered a visceral reaction. As Asuma shot him a fierce glare, he reluctantly switched to a new body using Orochimaru's substitution technique and bit Naruto once more. This time, the the bite was genuine, and as Asuma released his grip, 3 clumps of black liquid swirled around the wound on Naruto's neck, transforming into 3 tomo that lingered there. Is this satisfactory? Do not disturb me any further. I have numerous matters to attend to. With an irritated glance at Uzumaki Naruto, Orochimaru, who still yearned to witness the summoning of alternate world Naruto, was pushed away. Speaking of which, I nearly forgot. Just as I intended to experience the passage of day and night, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly exclaimed, and soon found himself in a rural area of the Land of Fire. I almost forgot the reason for my journey to Konoha. My apologies, Kurama, I truly forgot. Hey, Naruto, at this juncture, I must confirm once more. Have you truly made your decision? Such inquiries should no longer be necessary, Kurama. Uzumaki Naruto extracted the toad from the space of Kimui, then forcefully tore open its scroll and swallowed it whole. Observing the feeble toad in his grasp, Uzumaki Naruto spat upon it to tend to its wounds before releasing it back into the wild. In the next moment, Naruto's consciousness entered the ceiling space, where he and the beast locked eyes through an iron door. I have long vowed to liberate you and grant you freedom. Humph, you insolent brat. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of the power you are relinquishing? Pray tell, have I not already experienced such matters? Kurama glanced at the towering mechanical Nine-Tails beside him with disdain. Are you truly resolved? In truth, my stay here has been rather comfortable. I am not in such a hurry to leave. No, comfort holds no relevance in this matter. There are far too many pleasant places in this world. Yet, I understand that being forcibly confined in one location can hardly be deemed comfortable. Uzumaki Naruto reminisced about his time in Konoha, recalling how he had deceived himself into believing that residing in a house was comfortable. However, if one could freely roam outside, who would willingly remain confined within a room for 3 years? Regardless of how comfortable this house may be, one must eventually venture out. Today, I shall grant you your freedom, Kurama. May you live more joyfully henceforth. With those words, Uzumaki Naruto soared toward the door, tearing down the ceiling talisman with fervor. Nothing happened. What do you mean nothing happened? My father, I had thought he would appear and thwart me the moment I unveiled the seal. Father, the 4th Hokage. At the mention of Manado Namikaze, Kurama's gaze turned fierce. He could not forget that this man had cleaved him in two and sealed him once more. Very well, let us proceed to unseal. With that, Uzumaki Naruto lifted his shirt, channeling chakra through his fingers as he plunged them into the seal upon his abdomen, beginning to rotate them slowly. As the seal within him spun, the seal upon the iron door began to move as well. The crimson chakra belonging to the Nine-Tails surged forth in an instant, and Kurama stood excitedly at the threshold. Wait, Naruto. Suddenly, a hand grasped Naruto Uzumaki, swiftly transporting him to a location far from the seal. Indeed, his father appeared, demonstrating that even without reaching the level of the 8 tails, he would manifest after the seal was broken. With that, Naruto embraced his father tightly, tears streaming down his face despite his mental preparation. Naruto, how is this possible? Manado Namikaze expressed his astonishment. For the Naruto before him appeared to be merely 5 years old, a stark contrast to the timeline he had anticipated. Regardless of the circumstances, Manado urgently cautioned, Naruto, you must not proceed any further. If you loosen the seal even slightly more, the Nine-Tails will consume your body. Chapter 130. Meeting Manado. Rest assured, that will not happen. Uzumaki Naruto declared confidently, a proud smile gracing his features as he spoke to Namikaze Manado. The Nine-Tails and I are friends. I willingly chose to release it from its seal to grant it freedom. Freedom, you say? Namikaze Manado felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing his son's words. But do you understand that even if the Nine-Tails does not consume you, once a tailed beast departs from its Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki will perish. He gestured towards the Nine-Tails. Even if you consider the Nine-Tails your friend, is it worth sacrificing your life for its freedom? What is going on here? Manado's astonishment was palpable as he pointed towards the Nine-Tails cage, where a wooden representation of the beast, larger than the orange fox itself, lay beside it. Humph. After all this time, 4th Hokage, you remain blissfully unaware. You have no idea what kind of terrifying creature your son truly is. Terrifying creature? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Manado's temple. Could it be that his son had been possessed by something else? Hey, Kurama, stop talking nonsense. What do you mean by terrifying creature? I'm perfectly normal. Naruto immediately voiced his displeasure at Kurama's insinuation. Ha ha ha, you crack me up. Just look at the 4th's expression. Kurama roared with laughter, holding his belly as tears streamed down his face. Observing the warm camaraderie between the boy and the fox, Manado found himself chuckling as well. Haha. It seems you and the Nine-Tails, or should I say Kurama, have indeed forged a friendship. That is truly wonderful. The purpose of leaving behind the Nine-Tails and his spiritual form was to empower Naruto. Now that Naruto had befriended the beast, one could only imagine that when his friend faced bullying or threats, the Nine-Tails would surely intervene. However, as Manado pondered this, a sudden realization struck him. His original purpose might no longer hold significance. Yet, he found solace in the prospect of witnessing Naruto's growth once more. But still, Naruto, is your desire to free Kurama influenced by this creature beside you? Ignoring the voice that protested against being called Kurama, Naruto responded. Manado remained troubled by this inquiry. He felt a sense of pride in Naruto's willingness to sacrifice power for the sake of friendship, yet he also feared for his son's life as a consequence. A wave of guilt washed over him. Had he known his son would encounter such fortuitous circumstances, he would never have sealed the Nine-Tails within him. Not only had he inadvertently increased the risk to Naruto's life, but he could also imagine the limitations imposed on his son's freedom due to the presence of the Nine-Tails within him. Indeed, it is the mechanical Nine-Tails, a gift of power from my counterpart in another world. After merging with numerous Nine-Tails and even other tailed beast chakra, its strength surpasses even Kurama's, ensuring my survival. In another world, the mechanical nine-tailed fox. Although I may not fully comprehend it, it is evident that Naruto, you are thriving, and that is sufficient for me. Manado Namikaze gazed at his son, Uzumaki Naruto, with a face full of joy, yet he felt a hint of regret. Since you have made your decision, continue onward. Once the seal is entirely lifted, your mother awaits you as well. As he spoke, the spirit of Manado gradually began to dissipate. What is happening? Why is the spirit fading so quickly? Naruto looked at Manado, whose presence was already waning, and panic surged within him. He had so much more he wished to convey to his father. Do not be saddened, Naruto. Knowing you can live happily in this world brings me no regrets. Kurama, I thank you for being a friend to Naruto. I apologize for the past. Humph. I did not grant you permission to call me Kurama. And forming a friendship with Naruto is my own affair. No thanks are necessary. Ha ha ha. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Manado chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair before finally fading away. Naruto, you must find happiness. With tear-streaked cheeks, Naruto nodded fervently. I am unsure about regrets, but the happiness I seek is undoubtedly one where my family is united. With that, Naruto once again turned the seal upon his abdomen, and this time, the seal was completely undone. The nine-tailed fox instantly broke free from its confinement, entering the expansive ceiling space. Roar! Finally, I am free at last. Kurama howled towards the heavens, freely twisting his body. Thanks to Naruto's enhanced spiritual energy, the ceiling space had transformed. It was no longer a stinking cesspool. The space was vast enough to accommodate dozens of nine-tailed foxes, verging on being a private Tsukuyomi realm. Congratulations. Naruto beamed at the jubilant Kurama, mirroring his joy with a sincere smile. Thank you, Naruto. Kurama lowered his head, bowing in gratitude to Naruto. He had never anticipated regaining his freedom in the hands of such a small child. Ever since the first Hokage had held him like a mere chick, he had not tasted freedom again. Even when his body was liberated, his spirit remained shackled. Yet now, he finally caught a whiff of the long-lost air of freedom. Now, only the final step remains. Once your spirit exits my ceiling space, we can directly transfer your physical form out. Ha ha ha, I can hardly contain my excitement. Kurama exclaimed joyfully, extending his spiritual form outward. Wait, if you go out like that, you will. Before he could finish, Kurama, whose spirit had just begun to stretch out, was ensnared by dozens of golden chains and dragged back to his original position. You wretched fox, I did not expect you to flee so swiftly. You nearly escaped my grasp. Kushina, the Nine-Tails, ensconced like a dumpling, glared angrily at the red-haired woman before him. To be quiet. This moment is meant for the tender reunion of mother and child. With these words, Kushina Uzumaki deftly manipulated her adamantine chains, binding the Nine-Tails' mouth. Whoa. I believe it would be better to release the Nine-Tails. I think he would cease his protests. Oh, it's perfectly fine. I often kept him locked up for fun before. He won't mind. Naruto Uzumaki, caught in a dilemma, glanced at the Nine-Tails and then back at Kushina, ultimately opting to engage in conversation. The Nine-Tails expressed his discontent with a resigned gesture. Naruto gazed at the red-haired woman before him, his heart brimming with excitement, though it was not their first encounter. This was indeed his true mother. Chapter 131. Meeting Mother Ahem. It may be your first encounter, but I am your mother, Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina. Considering the tender age of the child before her, made an effort to present herself with a semblance of decorum as she greeted Naruto. Ah, this child is so enthusiastic. Is he perhaps a bit too trusting? After all, it was Uzumaki Naruto who, upon receiving Kushina's greeting, immediately rushed forward to embrace her. I have known it was you for a long, long time. I have yearned to meet you. Yet I restrained myself, fearful of succumbing to the loneliness of this world. Tears streamed down Uzumaki Naruto's cheeks as he held Kushina tightly. Having once experienced the embrace of Kakashi's mother, he had longed for his own mother ever since. Faced with her child clinging to her, Uzumaki Kushina too felt the sting of tears. My child, I am so sorry for not being by your side. I understand the hardships you have faced. All of this is that man's doing. Naruto gritted his teeth, refraining from uttering the name of Uchiha Obito in front of his mother, fearful of causing her sorrow. Yet, in his heart, Obito had long since been marked as the epitome of darkness, and he vowed that he would make him truly comprehend despair. Smack! Kushina playfully swatted Naruto's head. You're just a little boy. Do not wear such a frightening expression. All you need to do is smile for your mother. As she spoke, she tugged at Naruto's mouth, coaxing a smile from him. It goes without saying, Kushina is indeed the embodiment of her own essence, inadvertently revealing her true self. Fortunately, Naruto is no ordinary child. Otherwise, he might have been left with a psychological scar from such rough play. Ah, my apologies, my apologies. Haha. It seems I got carried away. Watching her son's face contort amusingly in her hands, Kushina found herself enjoying the moment more than she anticipated. Even in a different world, your personality remains unchanged. Naruto, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his face, realizing just how forcefully his mother had been pulling. Huh? What do you mean? Thus, Naruto began to explain to Kushina the events that had transpired over the past few years. Finally, after recounting everything, the chains that bound the Nine-Tails were released by Kushina. Ha 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 ha. I truly apologize. I thought you had tricked little Naruto into wanting to break the seal and run away. Kushina chuckled sheepishly while offering an apology to the Nine-Tails. Humph. I have no need for your apology. Apart from Naruto, humans merely seek to exploit my power. The Nine-Tails turned its head, for Kushina was once its warden. The kind who would occasionally administer a good thrashing. Not scolding her directly was already generous. How could it possibly grant her a favorable countenance? Kushina, undeterred by the Kyuubi's indifference, tenderly caressed her beloved child's face. To think, Naruto, that you have become friends with the Kyuubi. I only intended to leave behind a spiritual presence to see you once more and assist in seizing the Kyuubi's chakra. It seems that you mortals harbor no noble intentions, only seeking to exploit our powers. Indeed, the reputation of our tailed beasts has been tarnished by your kind. Upon hearing Kushina's words, the Kyuubi erupted in fury, glaring intensely at her. Say what you will, it matters not, for I am no longer present. Whether I seize your chakra or not is of little consequence now. What is paramount is that Naruto finds joy and happiness. As she spoke, the form of Uzumaki Kushina began to dissipate. Alas, it appears my time is drawing near. Naruto, it matters not if you do not return to Konoha, but do make a few sincere friends. Grow quickly, mind your diet, avoid late nights, and remember to bathe daily. And do not forget the 3 prohibitions of a ninja. Steer clear of gambling, and you must be at least 20 to indulge in alcohol. As for a wife, I believe Hinata from the Hyuga clan would be a splendid choice. Be sure to treat her well. With those words, Uzumaki Kushina transformed into radiant light. Dispersing into the ether, one droplet of her essence coalesced upon Naruto's cheek, which he discovered to be a tear. I am still so young, merely 5 years old. Such lectures can wait until you are revived. Naruto stood there for a long while, clutching the tear, while the Kyuubi silently accompanied him. After an indeterminate time, Naruto wiped his tears, beaming a smile at the Kyuubi. Thank you for being here with me, Kyuubi. You were the only one who comforted me. Humph. I merely found your incessant weeping unbearable, the proud fox retorted, shaking its head to dismiss its earlier concern. Huh. I'm perfectly fine now. All right. You should hurry and leave. I know you're eager to escape this sealing space. Humph. I have long tired of this wretched place. The Kyuubi cast a final glance at the sealing space, then dashed out with excitement. Back in the corporeal realm, Naruto tore open his shirt to reveal the seal on his belly. In that moment, torrents of Kyuubi chakra surged forth, swiftly coalescing into a magnificent golden stream. This golden torrent gradually formed the shape of a fox, ultimately coalescing into a complete nine-tailed fox. With a resounding thud, it landed on the ground. Huh. Why are you so small? Kyuubi, have you shrunk? Naruto observed the Kyuubi, now the size of an ordinary fox, and curiously rubbed its head. Do not mess with my head. The Nine-Tails swatted away Naruto's hand with an air of annoyance. As a beast composed entirely of chakra, it is only natural for me to control my size. I simply never cared to shrink myself before, but now that I have broken free from my seal, it's prudent to minimize my presence. After all, I have grown wary of humans. If you wish to accompany me, I shall ensure you savor every delicacy the ninja world has to offer. After all, others perceive me as a Jinchuriki, with you by my side. You need not worry about adversaries, for they cannot defeat me. Naruto chuckled as he lifted the Nine-Tails into his arms. Chapter 132. Cursed Seal, Delicious. The Nine-Tails instinctively perked up its ears, its mouth twitching involuntarily. After being sealed within the Jinchuriki for so many years, it had never had a proper meal. It often watched humans indulge in countless delicacies, which tantalized its appetite beyond measure. Ahem, I merely believe you still require my presence. So I shall remain with you for now. However, you must ensure that those delectable dishes are provided daily. Ha ha ha. I know, Nine-Tails. You simply cannot bear to part with me, and it is certainly not solely for the food. Seeing the Nine-Tails agree to stay by his side, Naruto joyfully spun around several times while holding it. Hey, put me down at once. I am not a pet. For the first time, being reduced to such a small size and toyed with by a human was utterly disconcerting for the Nine-Tails. It quickly urged Naruto to set it down. Oh no. Walking would be a hassle. Why not perch upon my shoulder instead? I shall carry you. With that, Naruto placed the Nine-Tails upon his shoulder, allowing it to survey the surroundings. Although the height is not significantly different from standing on the ground, I suppose I can tolerate this arrangement for the sake of avoiding walking. The Nine-Tails patted Naruto's shoulder, smoothing out the blanket it had claimed as its seat, and comfortably settled down after further shrinking. By the way, do you have any old friends? Perhaps other-tailed beasts or long-lost summoning animals. Now that you have finally broken your seal, wouldn't it be delightful to reconnect with them? Oh, Naruto's suggestion piqued the Nine-Tails' interest. In truth, there exists a special space for tailed beasts to communicate. They simply do not utilize it often. However, meeting in reality is not so easy, especially since they had been sealed within human bodies for so long. But now, things are different. I am free. I must quickly seek out my old companions to boast. Especially that one-tailed raccoon. Your suggestion is quite sensible. It has been ages since I last saw my old friends. It would be best to reconnect with them. Perhaps we should first visit Sunagakure. My relationship with that raccoon is rather amicable. Ha ha ha, smelly raccoon. Watch how I ridicule you. Hee, splendid. Uzumaki Naruto, who is curious about the true relationship between those two brothers, wonders what expression Shikaku will reveal upon encountering Kurama. However, this matter shall wait until I resurrect my parents. I have now acquired the mask of the Shinigami, and I have already glimpsed the spiritual chakra of my parents within the seal. It is time to truly bring them back to life. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the thought of finally meeting his parents in the flesh. As for me, I am indifferent. I am already free, and time is abundant. Splendid. I shall return to resurrect them now. Wait. Just as Uzumaki Naruto eagerly prepared to return to Konoha to dig up graves, Kurama halted him. I believe it would be best if you took a nap first. The dawn is nearly upon us. It's fine. I'm not tired. But you just promised. Your mother said not to stay up late. Very well. Under Kurama's persuasion, Uzumaki Naruto reluctantly returned to his room to get some sleep. In truth, Kurama was not genuinely worried about Naruto staying up late. After all, with Naruto's physique and spirit, he could stay awake for 10 days and nights without fatigue. The truth was, his mental state was overly exuberant tonight, perhaps a tad too much. Having just fought in Konoha during the day and subsequently unsealed himself to meet his parents, encountering so many events in one day inevitably left him mentally fatigued. Typically, this would be manageable, but his next step is to resurrect his parents, and currently, he lacks both the Sharingan and offerings. Kurama feared that in a moment of desperation, Naruto might do something regrettable, which is why he advised him to rest first. Giggle. With a sudden call at dawn, Uzumaki Naruto kicked off the covers and got out of bed. After a night of restorative sleep, he had regained his composure and was no longer in a rush to resurrect his parents. At present, I still lack many Sharingan and the necessary offerings for resurrection. It's not just me who is lacking. Even Sakura and the others are short on them. After all, not every world of Naruto has an abundance of Sharingan. as the Uchiha clan has been decimated, leaving few available for use. Moreover, many individuals have someone they wish to resurrect, making it a complex issue. There should still be quite a few Sharingan with Kakashi, but it remains unclear where Danzo and Obito have hidden them. Yet, this is not the most critical issue. If the offerings for Edo Tensei could be substituted with some heinous death row inmates, that would be one thing. However, the candidates for the Rinnegan are irreplaceable. Those who wield the Rinnegan must be true to themselves, not swelled with power, and must be willing to sacrifice their lives for that power. Such individuals can only be brainwashed through the use of the Kodoame Tsukumi. Nevertheless, there are prerequisites for wielding the Rinnegan. Even Shimura Danzo, who had simultaneously transplanted the wood release and the Sharingan, could only manage to utilize them sparingly. It goes without saying that ordinary individuals would fare even worse. Perhaps those who had just acquired the Rinnegan would find themselves utterly drained. What a conundrum! Where on earth can one procure such an abundance of Sharingan? Sharingan? They are supposedly abundant in the village of Konohagakure. Why not simply eliminate those detestable Uchiha brats? Kurama exclaimed with palpable fury, only to be interrupted as Naruto Uzumaki stuffed a mouthful of grapes into his mouth. No, one cannot resort to the slaughter of innocents for personal grievances. If there were a legitimate vendetta, that would be a different matter. However, the Uchiha clan has not wronged me in any significant way. Thus, I find myself at a loss. Perhaps you might explore other worlds? Alas, that notion holds merit. Naruto Uzumaki perked up at the idea, only to feel disheartened once more. Yet, other worlds do not boast an abundance of Sharingan either. The only unknown lies within the world of Rinnegan Naruto, but he cannot come to us. Nor can we traverse to him. Then let us summon another. Did you not just recently receive a curse mark? Ah, indeed. Speaking of which, I can attempt Sage Mode, while simultaneously searching for new worlds. With determination, Naruto Uzumaki activated his Rinnegan and began to enhance the curse mark. Instantly, countless curse marks enveloped his entire body, leading him to transform into the second stage of the curse mark. Chapter 133. Naturalization. The exact number of types of curse seals remains an enigma even to Orochimaru. However, among all the curse seals, there are only 3, Heaven, Earth, and the original seal of CHJR. The seal bestowed upon Naruto Uzumaki by F. Jean is the Heaven seal. One cannot help but remark on the sheer ugliness of this enormous chicken wing. Naruto gazes disdainfully at the 2 pairs of fleshy wings that have sprouted from him. While his appearance has darkened considerably, his strength has not seen a significant enhancement. Is there a new world emerging? Kurama muses, eyeing Naruto's large wings with a hint of longing, contemplating a dinner of cola chicken wings. It appears that the stimulation from the cursed seal is still insufficient. A further strengthening is necessary. Naruto's eyes shimmer with additional circles, and he activates the enhancement ability of the cursed seal. Double enhancement. The chicken wings gradually retract, and countless cursed seals flicker like flames, once again enveloping Naruto's entire being. This time, there is indeed a semblance of strength enhancement. Clenching his enlarged fists, Naruto is now adorned with barbs all over his body. Several launch ports protruding from his back, and a pair of curved horns atop his head. If someone were to declare that he is CHJR, there would undoubtedly be believers. Yet, Naruto remains unsatisfied. Neither the connection to another world nor the enhancement of his Sage Mode suffices. It is still inadequate. He must push further. For times, an eruption of flesh and blood surges forth, and Naruto's bones and flesh swell exponentially. An unending stream of natural energy being siphoned into the absorption ports on his back, and then distributed throughout his form. With a whoosh, several jets of high-temperature exhaust are expelled, and Naruto's height has now reached 50 meters, standing there like a bizarre creature. Damn. This kid always manages to create something outrageous. Kurama watches this giant from the ground. His mouth twitching, Naruto's current form surpasses even his usual stature. Now at the 4th level of the curse seal, Naruto tightly closes his eyes. Having sensed the existence of a new world, and another version of himself has already responded to his call. However, he is not yet inclined to conclude this endeavor. Seizing this experimental opportunity, he wishes to ascertain just how many times he can strengthen himself. The first time, the consumption from the double enhancement is nearly negligible. The second time, with the 4-fold enhancement, he can already feel the drain on his ocular power. Now, let me see how much will be consumed for the 3rd time, and to what extent the 5th cursed seal can strengthen me. 8 times enhancement. Naruto abruptly opens his eyes, his ocular power dissipating at a terrifying pace. As the enhancement commences, the seals on his back begin to radiate intense heat, ultimately igniting the surrounding air with a resounding explosion. I can't believe it. Upon completing the fifth curse seal, Naruto immediately shuts his eyes once more, as dark tears of blood begin to flow gently from his eye sockets. As the fifth seal began to undergo transformation, the colossal form of Naruto Uzumaki swiftly contracted, soon taking on a humanoid shape of approximately 2 meters. At this moment, Naruto's garments had vanished, leaving only a layer of white keratin to shield his joints and vital areas. His physique resembled that of the sun god from Greek mythology, muscular yet not overly pronounced. A cascade of silvery white hair danced in the wind, obscured from view by 2 prominent horns, while his eyes remained tightly shut, rendering his emotions indiscernible. "Old man." The moment the Nine-Tails beheld Naruto's appearance, he nearly exclaimed. This was solely due to Naruto's aura, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Although the figure stood before him, it inspired an instinctive belief that he was part of nature itself, giving the fox an unsettling sensation that this person might not even exist. Throughout centuries, the Nine-Tails had encountered such an essence only in the Sage of Six Paths, perhaps even more pronounced in Naruto. Yet, the face remained oddly youthful, resembling that of a 5-year-old child. The Nine-Tails' sardonic remark stirred Naruto from his reverie. He opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a pair of cerulean orbs, his lips curling into a faint, bittersweet smile. "Well, I've gone and overdone it. My ocular power has been completely depleted." "Hey, Naruto, are you all right? What happened to your eyes?" The Nine-Tails inquired with concern upon hearing Naruto's troubled words. "I'm fine. Just temporarily out of ocular power. It may take a day or 2 to recover." As Naruto spoke, he opened his eyes fully, displaying their vibrant blue hue. "TCH. I thought you were blind," the Nine-Tails remarked, rolling his eyes. "If your eyes are fine, why keep them closed? You nearly frightened me." "Haha, that's hardly the case. Even the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan doesn't lead to blindness, let alone my single Tomo Rinnegan." Naruto chuckled, reaching out to stroke the Nine-Tails' fur. Hey, don't touch me casually." The Nine-Tails, seeing Naruto's hand approaching, attempted to evade, only to inadvertently collide into Naruto's embrace. "I told you not to touch me carelessly." The Nine-Tails lifted his head to protest, but as Naruto's fingers grazed his neck, his instinctive movement transformed into an unexpected compliance with Naruto's touch. "This is odd, truly odd. What in the world is this form of yours?" The Nine-Tails watched Naruto with suspicion. Everything that had just transpired felt exceedingly unnatural. Rather than Naruto predicting his movements and reacting, it felt more as if he were subconsciously responding to Naruto's actions. "Hee, impressive, isn't it?" Naruto beamed with pride before reclining gracefully into the air. At that moment, a boulder tumbled down, along with the trees and vines that had been crushed during Naruto's transformation, forming a makeshift lounge chair perfectly suited for him to recline upon. What sort of ability is this? Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the Nine-Tails was left speechless. Could this truly be encapsulated as a Sage mode? "This is the ability I have just birthed using the power of the reincarnation eye, which I have named naturalization." Naturalization? Much like how Sage mode is a harmonious fusion of natural energy and chakra, my naturalization also embodies a fusion, albeit with the entirety of natural energy itself. Thus, in a certain sense, all my actions are manifestations of nature itself. Just as an earthquake can trigger a volcanic eruption, my actions set in motion a series of reactions orchestrated by the forces of nature. If I desire to touch your head, your instinctive response will inadvertently facilitate that very act. When I wish to recline, nature will conspire to ensure I find myself comfortably resting in a cozy chair. All these processes may appear random, yet the outcomes invariably align with my expectations. In essence, when I perform an action, the result is already manifest. What follows is merely the unfolding of the process. Chapter 134-9. This ability. For some inexplicable reason, the Nine-Tails shuddered, and a word that had never before manifested in his mind emerged: God. Unfettered by limitations, every action resonated with the world. This was no longer mere ninjutsu, but a capability that transcended even the ninja arts. It was wholly akin to divine power. "Naruto, what exactly will you become?" A gentle breeze swept by, and the once 2-meter-tall Uzumaki Naruto abruptly transformed back into his diminutive self. This form felt far more comfortable. Stretching leisurely, Naruto exhaled contentedly. Seeing the pint-sized version of Uzumaki Naruto brought a sense of relief to the Nine-Tails. "I find this version of you far more agreeable. Your previous form left me hesitant to speak loudly." "Indeed, I share that sentiment. The Cursed Seal's 5th form gradually made me feel alien to myself. It was as if I had become a part of nature. While it may be suitable for battle, adopting that form in everyday circumstances, though devoid of consumption, would inevitably lead to a feeling of assimilation. Naruto understood that within the memories of the Traverser lay a concept, merging with the great Tao, to become one with the world. Possessing invincible power, but ultimately, one would transform into the world itself, becoming an existence devoid of desires, love, hate, emotion, or selfishness. The individual's significance pales in comparison to the entirety of the world. Should deep integration occur, Naruto would eventually become such a being. Unless, at some point, Naruto could surpass the world itself. Only then could he consume the world in return. I should refrain from using this ability in the future. I do not wish to become an emotionless entity. The Nine-Tails nodded in agreement. Very well, let us set aside the matter of the cursed seal. I doubt I shall have much use for it. Now, let us summon a new version of myself. I felt I could summon him even while in the fourth seal. Naruto twisted his head to shake off the previous state and proceeded to summon his new self. I wonder what the new me will be like. Forming the hand seal for the shadow clone, a resounding bang echoed, and a brand new Naruto materialized before him. Haha, a new world has arrived in this new realm. Before him stood a Naruto, bound in bloodied bandages, exuding an air of insanity. His hair had turned a lifeless white, and his eyes were bloodshot. As he laughed maniacally towards the heavens. Naruto, I can't shake the feeling that this newly summoned version of you is a bit unhinged. I share that impression as well. This version of myself emanated an unmistakable madness. Hey, are you the me of this world? How delightful. The mad Naruto bounded over to Uzumaki Naruto, scrutinizing him incessantly, even leaning in to sniff his scent. Clean and devoid of the stench of decay, how enviable. Truly wonderful. Mad Naruto burst into laughter once more, and as he chuckled, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Are you all right? I sense something is amiss with your condition. Amiss? No. I am absolutely splendid. I have successfully escaped that wretched world, and I feel truly elated. Mad Naruto eagerly pressed his face into the earth, intoxicated by the scent of the soil. Goodness, what kind of life have you endured? What life, you ask? Since you are curious, allow me to share my tale. This is a village that plunged Naruto into despair. At the tender age of 4, he faced relentless discrimination throughout the village, living in destitution, with tattered clothing and an empty stomach. On that fateful day, a dreadful news swept through the village. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, unexpectedly passed away in his office, leaving behind only a crystal ball connected to the Konoha women's bathhouse and a pool of blood. In the ensuing chaos, Danzo Shimura swiftly seized control of Konoha, applying to the daimyo for the position of Hokage. In an era devoid of Jiraiya and Tsunade, Danzo easily gained the daimyo's approval, becoming the new Hokage. Thus began Naruto Uzumaki's nightmare. On the very next day following Sarutobi's demise, Naruto was captured and taken to a dim, sinister base, where he was subjected to inhumane brainwashing. To expedite his combat prowess, Danzo conducted a series of experiments on him, administering various growth-enhancing substances and employing brutal training methods. This transformed him into a terrifying being, drenched in blood, earning him the name Nine. Harnessing the power of Nine, Danzo relentlessly assassinated those who opposed him. He even pried open part of Nine's sealing technique, allowing for the better release of negative emotions to manipulate the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Thus, in the 5th year of Nine's existence, the beast erupted in rage, its eyes reflecting the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. The rampaging Nine-Tails annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, sparing only a pair of brothers who fled from Konoha. At the age of 6, a small village named Star Hidden vanished from the map of the ninja world. By the age of 7, the entire Hyuga clan was obliterated, and Nine's eyes were also blinded. It was during this year that Nine's psyche began to unravel. He seemed to communicate with someone invisible to others. If that were not troubling enough, Nine, for reasons unknown, refused to heed Danzo's commands. Thus, deemed mentally unstable due to his blindness and lack of fighting spirit, he was imprisoned by Danzo. With his sight gone, Danzo's thoughts turned to using Nine for research, intending to study him to death and subsequently replace him with another host. Moreover, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, he was considered an exceptional subject for research. Fortunately, through relentless research, the scholars were astounded to discover that Naruto Uzumaki's physique seemed to possess a unique form of yang-release chakra. This extraordinary trait exhibited remarkable compatibility with various bloodline limits, resulting in a significantly reduced rejection rate during organ transplantation compared to ordinary individuals. Overjoyed by this revelation, Danzo promptly orchestrated a multitude of modifications, Countless experimental procedures were conducted utilizing the body of the Nine-Tails, as he perceived it as inconsequential. In his mind, even if the creature perished, it mattered little. He harbored unwavering confidence in his ability to recapture the Nine-Tails, relying solely on the singular eye nestled within its socket. As events unfolded, he even resorted to detaching the Nine-Tails' arms for his surgical experimentation. Eventually, he entered into a collaboration with Orochimaru, delving into the compatibility issues surrounding the Uzumaki clan and bloodline limits. Various elements such as Byakugan, Hashirama's cells, cursed seals, and the Shikatsu were all infused into the body of the Nine-Tails. Chapter 135, My Ghost Girl. This world is shrouded in darkness. Nine has always perceived it this way. Sorrow and despair are his constant companions. In truth, he does not fully comprehend the essence of sorrow or despair, for he has dwelled in shadows since the dawn of his memories. Abandoned, scorned, and ultimately retrieved by someone, he embarked on a path of violence. Subjected to a myriad of substances, by now, he has long forgotten the sensation of pain, as his body has grown numb to it. However, the nine-tailed chakra emanating from him incessantly aids in sensing the anguish of others, allowing him to grasp the profound darkness that resides within their souls. One fateful day, he found himself engulfed in an infinite abyss. While collaborating with his comrades to annihilate the Hyuga clan, his eyes were inadvertently struck, rendering him blind. An overwhelming darkness enveloped his being, and he could no longer see. Yet, within this void, he discovered an unprecedented tranquility. In the depths of darkness, there was nothing, no hope, no light, yet also no despair, no bloodied figures glaring at him. At the moment of his blindness, he attained a sense of peace. Alas, perhaps due to the loss of his sight, he awakened a power known as the Kagura Hard Eye, enabling him to perceive the grotesque world with even greater clarity. What transformed him further was the unexpected emergence of a glimmering light amidst the boundless darkness, a girl with a bowl cut. Her pure white eyes mirrored those of the individuals he had slain, and within Nine's recollections, there lay a girl who had fallen in a pool of blood. Initially, upon encountering him, the girl was taken aback, overwhelmed with surprise and fear, and she wept. Nine longed to assure her that he would not take lives outside the scope of his missions. However, he found himself unable to voice such sentiments during those moments. As time passed, the bowl-cut girl seemed to shed her fear of Nine, engaging him in conversation. What began as a few hesitant exchanges blossomed into lengthy dialogues, until eventually, she could converse with him endlessly. Although Nine had never acknowledged the girl, he found solace in her words, relishing the tales of her life before her demise. Then, one day, the girl revealed to Nine their current whereabouts. They resided in a realm known as the Sealing Space, the sanctuary of Nine's spirit. Just a little further ahead, they would encounter a massive fox imprisoned within an iron cage. When Nine was absent, the girl often conversed with the great fox, who, like her, was reluctant to kill. Yet, whenever the leader cast a glare with his eye, the fox found himself unable to restrain his instincts. Gradually, Nine spent increasing durations within the Sealing Space, his demeanor growing ever more serene. In due course, he even felt inclined to engage in conversation with the bowl-cut girl and the great fox. This is the tale of the great fox imparting wisdom to his pupil. The one-eyed elder forbade communication with others, yet in this realm, where a solitary fox coexists with a female specter, whom could they converse with? Time has passed, and the great fox has taught an abundance of lessons, while the girl with the pot-lid hairstyle has shared many of her parents' teachings. In turn, they have come to know each other's names, Hinata, Hyuga, and Kurama. They have discovered that they can observe the outside world through the seal space, albeit from Kurama's perspective. However, each time Kurama has taken a life, Hinata has been reluctant to converse with him, often suppressing her discomfort to engage in conversation. This emotional turmoil has evoked a profound sense of sorrow within Kurama. I no longer wish to kill, he declared, for the first time expressing a sentiment beyond his assigned tasks since being brainwashed. Subsequently, he was incarcerated, subjected to various forms of torment and transformation. Hinata felt a deep pang of sympathy for Kurama's plight, even urging him to disregard his own feelings. Unfortunately, he rebuffed her. To him, the outside world was shrouded in darkness and tedium. It was within the seal space that he felt a sense of safety, even managing to display a long-lost smile. Is this how one laughs? Your laughter is rather exaggerated. Roar. Young one, that is how you should laugh. Kurama. Your laughter is entirely off. While joy lingered within, the external persecution continued unabated. The elder proclaimed, why would such a qualified weapon suddenly forsake killing? In the midst of their light-hearted banter, the one-eyed elder appeared within the seal space. After enduring years of transformation, Kurama's body had been completely restored. His eyes were augmented with the Byakugan, and the arms that had been extracted were replaced with grotesque limbs fashioned from the bones of the deceased. Flesh infused with cursed seals. To enhance his regenerative capabilities, his very essence was infused with Hashirama cells, white phosphorus cells, in the marrow of the bone of the deceased. These countless modifications rendered Kurama the most formidable biological weapon in Danzo's eyes. Yet, for reasons unknown, this super weapon had begun to resist the act of killing. Even after his transformation, rousing him became an arduous task. In an era of peace, such a weapon could have been left idle, as long as it could provoke the dormant Nine-Tails within. However, the situation was different now. Danzo's aggressive policies had led to the high-ranking officials of the four nations suffering greatly. Enraged, the four nations united and launched an assault on Konoha. Ever the uncompromising figure, Danzo would not concede to the four nations. Thus, he confidently dispatched all his forces to confront them simultaneously. Yet, it became evident that the adage a commander may possess the means but lacks the skill aptly described his predicament. In a standard confrontation, Danzo could claim victory with ease. But against four nations, it was clear he lacked the requisite capability. Soon, the military strength of Konoha was nearly exhausted, and the four nations were on the brink of invasion, with the destruction of Konoha imminent. The sole opportunity now lay in executing a decapitation plan, dispatching four exceptionally powerful ninjas to eliminate the four leaders in one fell swoop. The brash Raikage took to the battlefield, while Danzo sent Might Guy to engage in a one-for-one exchange. The Wind Shadow, known as the Master of Gold, had Danzo deploy his trusted aide, the Oil Woman, to carry out a lethal poisoning. Meanwhile, the elusive Water Shadow had already reached an agreement. Upon eliminating the other nation's shadows, he would switch allegiances, leading to a division of the world between them. Similarly, though the aged Earth Shadow possessed remarkable mastery over dust release, he also had adept Earth release ninjas for defense, making him the most challenging target for assassination. Chapter 136. The Pure Light in the Darkness. In the present day, the number of capable ninjas in Konoha has dwindled significantly. Jiraiya, having returned to the village, is tasked with the formidable responsibility of defending the entire battlefield and finds himself perpetually occupied. Meanwhile, Tsunade, another of the legendary Sannin, has long since vanished, with no trace of her ever being discovered. The elder generation of the village, having previously opposed Danzo, has mostly been assassinated, leaving many dead or in hiding. With no one left to command, Danzo has no choice but to once again resort to the use of Nine, hoping that this modified super soldier could restore his waning hopes. Why has your demeanor shifted so abruptly? Is it because someone is concealed within? Danzo seethes with rage, astonished that a mere presence within could manipulate his instrument. How did you get here? I no longer wish to take lives. Nine, sensing Danzo's instinctive panic, is once again affected by the terrifying memories of indoctrination. As a member of Root, you claim to have no desire to kill? Do not be so naive. Once a member of Root, always a member of Root. You are destined to remain buried in the dark soil. I refuse to be entombed in the earth. Nine, instinctively retorts, turning to Hinata Hyuga, summoning courage to proclaim, I have discovered the light in my life. Even amidst darkness, I am illuminated. How dare you? In an instant, Danzo strides to Hinata, seizing her by the throat and lifting her. Humph. I never imagined that a member of Root would still harbor a yearning for the sun. Is this the light you cherish? Useless. As a member of Root, you should have buried yourself in darkness long ago. What you perceive as light is merely an illusion born of decay. Let me go? Hinata struggles desperately, attempting to strike Danzo with her small fists and feet, but her diminutive stature proves insufficient. Please, sir, release her. I will kill. 9. Witnesses Danzo's sudden appearance in his realm, and the psychological conditioning instilled by Root floods back into his mind, compelling him to implore Danzo to let Hinata go. Release her? A spirit from who knows where wishes to abduct my most valuable tool? That is simply inconceivable. Danzo's eyes glint with malice as he tightens his grip, intent on ending Hinata's life. The psychological torment inflicts excruciating pain upon the already fragile soul of Hinata. As Hinata nears her demise at Danzo's hands. 9's vision blazes crimson. Before the mental suggestion can seize control of his mind, his fist crashes vehemently against Danzo's face. Perhaps it was because Danzo had never anticipated that Q would directly rebel without even a hint of struggle, which left him utterly unprepared and instantaneously cast aside. Meanwhile, The weakened Hinata Hyuga was securely caught in Q's grasp. Are you all right? Q inquired with genuine concern, observing that Hinata was beginning to emanate shimmering lights. Cough. I wish to say, hasten the departure of her soul from this place. If only we could escape the sealing space. Her spirit would return to the Pure Land, thus preventing its dissolution. Before Hinata could finish her thought, the anxious QB interrupted, proposing a solution for their escape. How can we liberate the soul from here? At this juncture, the group began to contemplate this pressing question. Initially, Hinata had fervently wished to leave. But upon realizing the futility of her efforts, and feeling deep sympathy for Q, she chose to remain without ever expressing a desire to depart. Both the Nine-Tails and Q instinctively overlooked this option, as their fear of solitude overshadowed their wish for Hinata to remain. However, circumstances had reached a critical point where her departure was imperative. They feared far more for her soul's extinction than mere loneliness. This is your sealing space to escape. One must possess a formidable mental strength akin to Danzo's to pierce through. Yet, Hinata's mental power was far too frail. She was akin to a flickering candle in the wind, existing in this world solely due to the sealing space, rendering this method utterly impractical. Then what should we do? Unless we utterly destroy the space. After a moment's hesitation, QB finally articulated the solution. How do we break free? Witnessing QB's indecision, Q was on the verge of exasperation. How could one be so hesitant at such a critical moment? We must tear apart the seal, allowing me to break through. Do you think I'm inconsequential after all this talk? Just then, the ambushed Danzo returned, his eyes filled with lethal intent. As the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure, it was a profound humiliation to be struck down by a mere child. I shall not grant you another opportunity, and that young Hugo over there, I will personally eliminate before your very eyes. With that, Danzo unleashed a powerful punch into Q's abdomen, causing him to collapse in agony. And you, little Hugo, shall find no peace even in death. He raised his left foot menacingly, preparing to stomp down on Hinata. No, Q desperately lunged forward, but no matter how swift, he could not reach her in time. Despair once again enveloped Q, as he felt the weight of impending doom. The anticipated sensation of shattering did not manifest. Danzo curiously lifted his foot to gaze below. At this moment, Hinata Hyuga's spirit was enveloped in a crimson chakra, a protective layer that shielded her from the lethal intentions of Danzo's Shimura. Nine-Tails, how dare a mere beast like you aspire to learn the ways of humanity and protect others? Danzo cast a disdainful gaze at the imprisoned Nine-Tails, whose face was marred by contempt. It was only through the forceful eruption of chakra, fueled by the negative emotions of the Nine-Tails, that a portion of the chakra managed to breach its seal and safeguard Hinata. Roar. Accursed humans, if it weren't for that I could crush you into oblivion in an instant. The Nine-Tails glared furiously at Danzo, had he not been manipulated by the Sharingan in the old man's eye. This elder would have been torn asunder long ago. Humph. Wearing the eyes of that malevolent Uchiha makes me feel utterly repulsed. Yet, for the sake of Konoha, I must endure this disgust and wield such a gaze to confront the likes of you, a blight upon the village. Chapter 137. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. In this moment of self-description by Shimura Danzo, even the Nine-Tails was rendered speechless. His eyes widened in disbelief, mouth agape, struggling to muster a retort. You truly have no shame. Danzo, however, dismissed the Nine-Tails' scorn with utter indifference. He had long since thickened his skin to a degree that could withstand the mightiest of blows. Such insults were nothing more than a mere tickle to him. Enough of this idle chatter with you tools. I am weary, he declared. It is time to conclude this matter and return to your rightful duties. With that, Danzo revealed his Sharingan, addressing the Nine-Tails. I suddenly feel that to simply eliminate Hinata's young ward would be too lenient. As punishment for your betrayal, you shall be compelled to extinguish your so-called light. The crimson light of Danzo's single eye flickered, the tomo spinning incessantly, and instantly. A Jinjutsu was thrust into the Nine-Tails' very being. In that moment, the reflection of 3 tomo appeared in the Nine-Tails' eyes, and he staggered forward, step by trembling step, towards Hinata Hyuga. Witnessing the agonized struggle on the Nine-Tails' face, Danzo erupted into a fit of laughter. Hurry, strike. As a mere tool, you are unworthy of such emotions. With immense pain, the Nine-Tails raised his right hand and plunged it downward. A piercing sound erupted, and countless specks of light scattered. Danzo, suspended in midair, gazed in disbelief at the remnants of his own form left upon the ground, begrudgingly retreating from the Nine-Tails' body. Having broken free from his seal, Kurama shook off his claws disdainfully, proclaiming, Do you think I fear your Sharingan? A trifling 3 tomo does not render me powerless. Just moments prior, Kurama had utilized the chakra he disseminated to disrupt the chakra pathways within the Nine-Tails, swiftly dismantling the Jinjutsu. The Nine-Tails' recent strike had merely been a means to liberate himself from his own confinement. Excellent. You are unharmed, Hinata exclaimed joyfully, embracing the Nine-Tails as she saw the villain vanquished and her two friends safe. Yet, the Nine-Tails forcefully pushed her away. In her bewildered gaze, he departed the sealed space. Leaving her with a final message, Kurama asks that you hasten to vacate my body. At the very least, you will gain your freedom, and Hinata's soul shall find peace. Upon regaining his true consciousness, the Nine-Tails swiftly shattered the chains of his confinement. His power, honed through years of transformation, had grown fearsome, even beyond the comprehension of those who had altered him. Meanwhile, Danzo, clutching his bleeding eye, rose from the ground and unleashed a vicious attack on the Nine-Tails. Not wishing to engage further, the Nine-Tails merely turned and entered his cursed seal's second state, delivering a single punch that shattered the wall behind him as he fled. His paramount ambition now is to distance himself from the battlefield and patiently await the moment when the Nine-Tails can break free from his corporeal form, allowing his two friends to escape this harrowing nightmare. Do you believe you can evade your fate? Shimura Danzo swiftly pursued, his figure adorned with wings, resembling a malevolent specter with a darkened physique. The curse seal I have inscribed upon you is but a mere prototype, while I bear the most formidable curse seal of Orochimaru, the heavenly seal. How could a mere chick scuttling upon the ground ever rival a fly soaring through the heavens? You strike me more as a vulture, feasting upon the bones of the deceased. As the distance between them failed to widen, he decisively extracted his cervical vertebra, hurling it vehemently towards Shimura Danzo. Under the influence of the skeletal channel, the vertebra transformed into a whip-like appendage, ensnaring the airborne Danzo and sending him crashing to the ground. The impact was of no consequence to Danzo as he turned to the earth. He simultaneously thrust his chest upward. Suddenly, 8 rib bones erupted from his torso, resembling the 8 limbs of a spider, piercing directly into the body of 9. After years of transformation, did you truly believe that all the fruits of my labor would be bestowed upon you? Allow me to enlighten you. What resides within you is merely an initial experiment, while the perfected results have been seamlessly integrated into my own being. What you lack, I possess, and what you hold is but a pale imitation of my superiority. Observing 9, pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized by the 8 skeletal appendages, Shimura Danzo found himself enveloped in an exquisite euphoria. He had been suppressed by the 3rd Hokage for far too long, stifling his own emotions and convincing himself that he was buried deep within the earth. Ever since his unexpected ascension to Hokage, he had reveled in the intoxicating allure of power, no longer needing to restrain the desires that had long been bottled up. However, prolonged indulgence had dulled his desires, and the relentless burdens of war had left him struggling to rediscover that sense of novelty. Yet today was different. Within the son of the 4th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, whom the 3rd had hoarded away from him, he discovered a long-lost thrill. This intoxicating sensation, one that had once dragged him into the abyss and stripped him of his very name, now reignited a flicker of hope, daring to resist him. This glimmering light amidst the darkness deeply captivated Shimura Danzo, igniting an insatiable urge to extinguish it, plunging him into an even deeper despair, which he believed would deliver him even greater pleasure. This was the reason why Shimura Danzo had delayed in ending his life. He was savoring the hunt. You are finished, including the spirit of the Hyuga clan dwelling within you. It is far from over. The bandage-wrapped youth struggled with renewed vigor, ultimately using his teeth to sever the bone spear that pierced his right arm. Since the moment of my birth, I have been ensnared in a relentless despair. I believed I had grown accustomed to it. After all, what is one layer of hell if not merely a descent into a deeper abyss? The youth strained to lift his right hand and extract the bone spear that had pierced his chest. Yet, it was not until I encountered that singular beam of light, one I had, with my own hands, extinguished, that I realized it still chose to illuminate my path. Turning around, I withdrew 2 more bone spikes. I had long since vowed that I would never again allow anyone to extinguish her light. The youth lay powerless on the ground, bound only by the 2 bone spikes that held his limbs in place, devoid of any further restraints. Merely a tool, you say? What grandiose words are these? I am no tool. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 138. Failure. A blood-red giant hand suddenly burst forth from Naruto Uzumaki's body, seizing Shimura Danzo with a vice-like grip, instantly reducing him to a mist of crimson. Simultaneously, more of the blood-red chakra surged forth, lifting Naruto's battered form high into the air. The next moment, the Nine-Tails re-emerged into this world. However, this time, the beast did not roar in fury nor wreak havoc upon the structures or humanity. It simply sat quietly, its expression steeped in sorrow. Upon its brow lay a human, a being whose legs had vanished, riddled with countless wounds. Ah, how serene it is. Yet how splendid that you are all unharmed. Naruto gazed at the girl floating in the air with his white eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At the last possible moment, Kurama made a resolute decision, forcibly breaking through Naruto's seal without a key, causing his body to be thrown into disarray. In releasing Hinata Hyuga, he liberated himself as well. Thank you, Naruto. What I wish to tell you is this. Your name is Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata whispered gently into Naruto's ear. Naruto, with his face stitched countless times, smiled back. I know, I have always known, yet I never comprehended the true significance of this name. Fortunately, I encountered all of you, allowing me to genuinely understand my name, that it exists to be called by you. I feel that my life has finally found its purpose. Perhaps it is prudent to say less. You are nearing the end. Kurama spoke to Naruto with a heavy heart, marking the first time he felt sorrow for the death of a human host. Ha ha ha. Isn't that splendid? I can accompany Hinata to the Pure Land. And there we can share our conversations. Humph, you all are fortunate, yet I shall be left lonely. Do not worry. You will certainly meet those who understand you again. Want you? Yet, over the millennia, only 3 have truly understood me. Ah, I feel so drowsy. It seems I must depart with Hinata. Naruto's vision gradually blurred, his vitality waning. Sleep now, sleep. Naruto, my poor son. I am sorry for failing to fulfill my duties as a father. Is it an illusion? Do I sense my parents? No. It is the Shiki F gene. Izanagi suddenly, a ghastly white hand seized Hinata's soul, swiftly consuming her within its maw. Danzo! Kurama roared in fury, ready to crush this vile creature. What has happened? What is wrong with Hinata? Naruto, unable to open his eyes, still heard the alarming sounds. No, it is nothing. Just rest easy, Naruto. Kurama hesitated, choosing not to reveal the truth to Naruto. No, I just heard Danzo's voice. Something must have befallen Hinata. In a moment of unexpected resurgence, the seemingly powerless Naruto Uzumaki opened his eyes and summoned the strength to rise. Before him, he witnessed the grim figure of a death god piercing through Danzo's abdomen, gradually fading away. Yet, Danzo promptly resurrected beside him, bound tightly by wood release. And the reflection of the 3-tomo Sharingan danced in his eyes. At that moment, Naruto felt a surge of vigor coursing through him, his gaze fixed intently upon Danzo. You are still alive, Naruto stated, disbelief mingling with determination. For the first time, Danzo sensed true terror in Naruto's unwavering stare, his anger erupting as he shouted. It is merely a fleeting moment. At your peak, you could not defeat me, much less now. What has happened to Hinata? Naruto disregarded Danzo's tirade, demanding an answer. Did you not vow to ensure her soul found peace? I have just sealed her within the belly of the death god using the Reaper Death Seal. She shall never find peace in this life. Danzo cackled maniacally, attempting to instill despair in Naruto's heart. Yet, he found only an abyss of compassion reflected in Naruto's pure white eyes, devoid of emotion. Compassion? You dare feel pity for me? Danzo exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a wretched tool could express sympathy towards him. I do indeed pity you. What have you achieved by sealing Hinata within the death god? You have reduced me to your pawn, yet you suffer more than I. At least I have found my peace. Even if our souls cannot unite, our hearts remain intertwined, providing solace. But what of you? At the root, I heard your countless complaints. Your obsession with becoming Hokage led you to believe you could do better. Now that you have attained the title, you face betrayal from all sides. You have failed to elevate Konoha, instead provoking a coalition of 4 nations against you. Who still respects you? Those who feign respect are but tools of your own making. You have always been alone in your self-delusion, a mere figment of your own boredom. Silence. Danzo, consumed by rage, stomped down upon Naruto's mouth, followed by a flurry of brutal kicks to his face. Yet, even as his teeth were shattered, Naruto's eyes continued to betray only a tranquil compassion. Danzo's composure fractured as Naruto, in his final moments, exacted revenge. He crushed Danzo's pride, vengeance, and dignity beneath his feet, an act of defiance that transformed their roles. The one who was once dominant now lay trampled and humiliated. Do you wish to die? Do you yearn to grant the Nine-Tails its freedom? I shall thwart your desires. In an instant, countless golden chains erupted from Danzo's hands, ensnaring the entire Nine-Tails. Originally belonging to Naruto Uzumaki, these chains had been successfully cultivated and implanted, allowing him to wield the exclusive adamantine sealing chains. Sealing. After narrowly escaping, the Nine-Tails was once again confined within Naruto's body. Did you not wish for death? I shall grant you life, and you seem to relish in your stoic demeanor. Do you not? I will ensure you wear a smile perpetually. Have you not attained enlightenment? Then I shall bind you to this sensation eternally, and witness how I vanquish the other nations. No, Tengu. At last, Shimura Danzo unleashed this long-coveted illusion. He did not alter Naruto's spirit. Rather, he forged a new consciousness, one that would eternally laugh and obey every whim. Chapter 139. Assassination of the Tsuchikage. The plot to assassinate the Tsuchikage was set into motion in accordance with Shimura Danzo's will. With the aid of Orochimaru's transformation technique, Uzumaki Naruto swiftly infiltrated the ranks of the Earth Country. That old man is the Tsuchikage. We will buy you time while you aim for a decisive strike. One of the root members indicated, pointing towards the Tsuchikage, who was conversing with a figure draped in black robes. Very well. Despite being prepared for the ultimate sacrifice, the two root members could not suppress a shiver at the madness emanating from their companion. Charge. Smoke bombs were deployed simultaneously, enveloping the area in a dense black fog as the two root members surged forward towards the third Tsuchikage. An ambush. Protect the Tsuchikage. One of the root members transformed into a giant, clearing the crowd obscured by the black mist, and launched a powerful punch at the third Hokage. You shall not succeed. The Tsuchikage sensed the murderous intent even before the fog descended and had already formed the necessary hand seals. A colossal figure made of yellow earth emerged, countering the giant's punch with its own. This expanding technique is truly a jutsu of Konoha's beasts. Unable to best us in a frontal battle, you resort to sneaking in to assassinate our leader? The Akimichi clan member disregarded the Tsuchikage's words and consumed 3 pills, igniting a fierce determination within him. In the next moment, a pair of butterfly wings sprouted from his back, his power surging exponentially. With a single punch, he shattered the yellow earthen giant and pinned it down, rendering it immobile. How dare you act so brazenly before me, you little brat? Upon witnessing the Akimichi's transformation overpowering the yellow earth, Inoki's murderous intent ignited, and he prepared to unleash a dust release technique to create a gaping hole. What is happening? Just as Inoki aimed his hands at the Akimichi, he discovered that he could not move them. Looking down, he realized his shadow was intertwined with another's. The Ino Shikicho trio from Konoha? It appears you 3 have always operated in unison. Now strike swiftly. Before the words had left his lips, Uzumaki Naruto appeared behind Inoki at an astonishing speed, his right hand morphing into a scythe aimed towards the Tsuchikage's head. It worked. Yamashiro beamed as he saw the scythe swing down, and in an instant, Inoki's head was severed from his body. We did it, Lord Danzo. Now Konoha's safety is assured. Witnessing Inoki's head roll, Yamashiro, who had been pierced by countless shurikens, finally succumbed, having fulfilled his mission, departing with a sense of satisfaction. Mr. Itachi, you truly are merciful, or is it because he was once a comrade of Konoha? As he battled alongside Uzumaki Naruto, Kisame Hoshigaki remarked to Uchiha Itachi, observing Yamashiro's lifeless form, riddled with shurikens. I merely rely on illusions to resolve conflicts. Uchiha Itachi responded with indifference, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Regardless, it is astonishing that Konoha has resorted to such actions. It appears they have truly reached their limits. A satisfied smile graced Inoki's face as he effortlessly dispatched Akimichi's head with a successful dust release technique. Are you still unwilling to surrender, young sir? Your 2 companions have already perished. Haha. Their fate is of no concern to me. My mission remains unfinished. Ha 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 ha. As the scythe struck heavily against Samahada, Naruto Uzumaki's left fist instantly enlarged, resembling a massive hammer aimed directly at Kisame Hoshigaki's head. Oh dear, this is quite perilous. Faced with the terrifying force of the blow, Kisame did not attempt to withstand it. Instead, he executed a swift bend to evade the strike. Simultaneously, he released his grip on Samahada and swiftly turned to deliver a vicious slash with his left hand, carving a substantial piece of flesh from Naruto. Naruto was instantly gravely injured, collapsing to the ground, unable to maintain the shape of his scythe in his right hand. My Samahada is far more adept at slicing than simply hacking. At that moment, Samahada voraciously devoured Naruto's flesh. It appears that Samahada particularly relishes your chakra. It tastes exquisite. Observing his beloved blade enjoying its meal, Kisame's mood markedly improved. Enough, little brat. It is time to cease your struggles. It seems that Danzo truly is incapable. What do you say? Even a child like you has been dispatched. Should you provide me with any valuable information, I may consider sparing your life." Inoki hovered above Naruto, looking down upon him. Ha ha ha, but Tsuchikage actually collaborates with such a terrifying organization as Akatsuki? Trying to extract information before your demise? It seems the interrogation can be entirely dispensed with. Observing Naruto, who was on the brink of death yet still grinning maniacally, Inoki realized that he could not extract any information from him. However, "Danzo, you truly care for me, sending a pair of Byakugan without caged birds right to my doorstep." Gazing at those eyes filled with malice, Inoki wore a satisfied smile. "Although I cannot obtain useful intelligence from this individual, a valuable Hyuga body is still a worthy acquisition. I wonder if Mr. Inoki will allow me to make my move before you slay him? Oh, do you harbor a grudge against this child?" "Not at all. But it seems Samahata is particularly fond of his chakra." I observed Samahata and Kisame's hand eagerly inching toward Naruto. "Well, very well. In light of our collaboration with the Akatsuki organization, just ensure that your blade does not kill him. A living Hyuga is far more valuable than a dead one." Rest assured, I am well aware. There are likely very few Hyuga left in Konoha now. As the enigmatic figure of dry corpse Kisame approached Naruto Uzumaki, he brandished his weapon, Samahata, with an air of menace. "What? Lord Tsuchikage, what are you members of the Akatsuki doing here?" In a moment of utter astonishment, Kisame's fierce gaze fell upon the scene as Samahata voraciously devoured the head of the nearby Inoki. "No, it was not my hand that acted, but Samahata. Is there truly a difference between the weapon's actions and your own?" The fury of the assembled Iwagakure ninja erupted as they realized the magnitude of the offense. "How dare you slay Lord Tsuchikage? Let us annihilate them." In an instant, the enraged shinobi surrounded the trio, launching their assault. Damn it, though the circumstances are unclear, we have no choice but to fight our way out. Chapter 140. Brainwashed, countless stones and shurikens hurtled toward the three individuals. This sudden turn of events forced Kisame and Itachi to fight while retreating. However, it is well known that Iwagakure boasts an abundance of shinobi. And no matter how formidable these two may be, escaping the encirclement was an impossible task. We must eliminate the Akatsuki members. They cannot be allowed to escape. A voice echoed from an unknown source, prompting the Iwagakure ninjas to abandon the lifeless body of Naruto Uzumaki on the ground, redirecting all their firepower toward the duo. "This is truly dire. It seems I have brought you trouble, Mr. Itachi." Kisame, brandishing his sword Samahata to fend off the incoming projectiles, expressed his apologies to Uchiha Itachi. "Let us prioritize our escape. It appears your Samahata has encountered some issues. It seems that after consuming the chakra from the Hyuga clan, this creature has become overly excited and uncontrollable. I suspect it is not merely a temporal anomaly." Itachi had encountered Naruto before. On the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre, the rampaging Nine-Tails had brutally slain numerous clan members, and their collaboration on that night left an indelible mark on him. Had he not discerned Danzo's intention to eliminate both himself and Sasuke, he too might have fallen victim to the claws of the Nine-Tails. "You ought to be cautious with Samahata. I suspect there may be some hidden influence at play." "Very well. I shall remain vigilant. The number of enemies is increasing. It seems I must resort to that." "Is it safe?" "Your body. There is no other choice. This is my final resort." As he spoke, Itachi's eyes transformed into the Sharingan's Manjiki, and a colossal crimson figure materialized upon the earth. What manner of monster is this? Is this the perspective from Susanoo? It appears utterly astonishing. Kisame stood atop Susanoo's shoulder, gazing down upon the throngs of foes below. "I cannot maintain this for long. We must withdraw swiftly." With that, Susanoo began to move, its towering form of over 40 meters causing the ground to tremble and many Iwagakure ninjas to lose their footing. "Damn it! You shall not escape." As the trio prepared to flee, a few skilled ninjas could no longer remain idle. They summoned various earth giants and earth dragons, rushing forward to ensnare Susanoo's movements. "I will not allow you to hinder Mr. Itachi." Kisame, diligently performing a series of hand seals, bellowed, "Who repairs the dam?" As his mouth opened, a torrent of water erupted forth, reminiscent of oceanic tides. Towering waves instantly transformed the land into a vast lake, sweeping away the summoned earth giants and dragons into a muddy oblivion. How infuriating! Such a terrifying amount of chakra. This level of water release is overwhelmingly constraining. "What nonsense are you uttering? He is the one who killed the Tsuchikage." A young girl soared from the crowd, her form enveloped in swirling fragments of rock, fueled by fury as she charged towards the formidable Kisame Hashigaki. "Ah, has she come charging in alone? How commendable! Water release. Water Shark Bullet Technique. From the deluge of water she unleashed, dozens of sharks made of liquid surged forth, fiercely aiming to bite into the ground beneath her. How could such a thing possibly hinder me? Commanding the surrounding debris, I shattered the incoming water sharks, sending countless droplets splashing against the earth. Meanwhile, I, undeterred, coalesced my strength into a heavy fist, intent on striking the head of the lifeless Kisame. Still too youthful. Water Release. Water Prison Technique. The droplets recently splashed upon me expanded exponentially, forming a water sphere that ensnared me within its grasp. What now? As I ponder how to dismantle you, Kisame, wielding his sword, prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, Itachi Uchiha, with a single eye focused on Kisame, ignited his sword with fierce black flames. Perhaps due to simultaneously employing Amaterasu and Susanoo, Itachi's body could no longer withstand the strain, and blood trickled from his eyes. Are you alright, Mr. Itachi? Why did you suddenly use Amaterasu against me? Kisame steadied Itachi as he descended safely, glancing around to find they had escaped the encirclement. Aren't you going to run? What? At that moment, the roaring sword enveloped in black flames abruptly ceased its motion, and then the entire mass of flesh exploded violently. Truly, you are remarkable, Itachi. You saw through it. Emerging slowly from the remnants was Naruto Uzumaki. How could this be? How did you infiltrate my sword? And you should have been incapacitated. Gazing at the laughing Naruto, Kisame was filled with disbelief. Did you truly believe my flesh was so easily consumed? With Hashirama's cells, Uzumaki's cells, sage energy, and a few bones from the dead, I had already devoured your sword. After consuming the flesh, Naruto devised a means of escape. Swiftly manipulating the blood and flesh of the sword to achieve his goal, he then feigned an overwhelming desire to consume his chakra, leading Kisame closer to the Tsuchikage, where he swiftly devoured him. After both escaped the perilous situation, he utilized the reverse summoning technique to bring forth his true form and promptly consumed the entire sword in one go. You are truly more of a monster than I am. Kisame seethed, veins bulging on his forehead, glaring at Naruto upon hearing that his beloved sword had been entirely devoured. I've heard of you. You are known as the tailless beast, correct? However, I wonder, who is truly more powerful compared to the real-tailed beasts? As Naruto spoke, his form began to transform. His nose protruded, and his teeth became exceedingly sharp. With a thunderous roar, the complete form of the Nine-Tails materialized before the duo of the Akatsuki organization. This was indeed perilous. Kisame Hashigaki, gazing at the colossal creature before him, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his shark-like visage. Now devoid of the Samahata, he realized that facing such a formidable beast as the Nine-Tails was undoubtedly beyond his capabilities. Uchiha Itachi, as a rogue ninja of Konoha, today shall be captured and delivered to Danzo for judgment. Hehehehe. As for Kisame, he can simply serve as an accessory. Chapter 141. The probability of instant defeat after boasting confronted by the menacing aura of the Nine-Tails. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward to intercept Kisame Hashigaki. You should retreat. Without your Samahata, you are no match for him. But Itachi-san, do not worry. The Uchiha clan possesses the greatest ability to counter-tailed beasts in this world. As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Very well, you are indeed reliable, Itachi-san. I shall take my leave. With that, Kisame swiftly withdrew. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing Kisame's attempt to flee, the Nine-Tails swung a colossal paw, only to be met with a massive fireball that struck its hand and halted the attack. Defeating you first will suffice. Naruto Uzumaki laughed maniacally, raising his left hand to strike at Uchiha Itachi. In the face of the gigantic assault, Uchiha Itachi evaded with a series of nimble jumps, then unleashed an illusion upon the long-forgotten eyes of the beast. The so-called tailed beast was utterly powerless before the Manjiki. The shape of the Manjiki swiftly enveloped the Nine-Tails' eyes, causing its entire form to come to a standstill. However, in the next moment, the Nine-Tails retaliated with a powerful punch that struck Uchiha Itachi with blinding speed. At that moment, the Nine-Tails' eyes reflected two distinct patterns. One was the Byakugan, the other the Sharingan. I possess a Manjiki as well. Attempting to subdue me with illusions is futile. With that, the Nine-Tails unleashed a flurry of punches upon Uchiha Itachi. It was revealed that, after Naruto was brainwashed by Danzo Shimura, using Kotoa Mitsukami, Danzo had implanted a Manjiki in Naruto's chest to enhance his control over the Nine-Tails. This eye had been seized from Uchiha Fugaku on the fateful night of the clan's massacre. Although it was only one eye, it was sufficient for Naruto to manipulate the Nine-Tails. You must not die, Uchiha Itachi. I still wish to bring you back for Lord Danzo's admiration. Naruto laughed as he delivered another punch, then withdrew his right hand to gaze at Uchiha Itachi, who lay contorted on the ground. Oh dear. It seems I have been too harsh. Cawing echoed, and the Uchiha Itachi who had been struck into the ground suddenly transformed into dozens of crows, soaring into the sky. Illusion? Impossible. I had already. The patterns in the Nine-Tails' eyes were suddenly overshadowed by the Manjiki, plunging Naruto Uzumaki into silence. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi appeared from a distance. Standing atop the nose of the Nine-Tails. A standard Manjiki may not impose illusions upon you, but an eternal Manjiki is an entirely different matter. It was revealed that on the night of the massacre, Uchiha Itachi had taken the other eye of Uchiha Fugaku, which was identical to his own Tsukuyomi. Unlike the eye of the deity of nourishment within Naruto, which could only cast simple illusions, 2 monthly readings combined with the enhancement of a shared lineage successfully allowed Uchiha Itachi's one eye to evolve into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, transforming his Tsukuyomi space into a dual moon. Uzumaki Naruto, as the descendant of the 4th Hokage, you ought not to be this way. Return to your true self. Suddenly, a raven appeared, once again casting its shadow over Naruto's psyche. Die? What? A colossal hand struck fiercely against the fox's nose, and the intense pain forced the Nine-Tails to roll on the ground, cradling its snout. Ouch, 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 I hurt myself. How could this be? Why did Kotoama Tsukumi fail? Sensing the murderous intent, Uchiha Itachi, who had swiftly evaded, gazed curiously at the Nine-Tails before him. How would I know such things? Tsukuyomi. Uzumaki Naruto was once more ensnared, but this time, Uchiha Itachi had no intention of employing Kotoama Tsukumi to alter his mind. Instead, he aimed to delve into his memories. So it is, Shimura Danzo actually birthed a second consciousness. No wonder Kotoama Tsukumi was ineffective against him, for he inherently possessed such mental traits. Ha 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 ha. Go ahead and use your Kotoama Tsukumi to modify me. Transform me into the Uzumaki Naruto you desire. It matters not. For Lord Danzo's true aim is to torment the original Uzumaki Naruto. As long as he remains firmly sealed within my mind, I am utterly indifferent. Ha ha ha. So it seems, however, I am no longer the Uchiha Itachi you once knew. Recognizing that Uzumaki Naruto was indeed beyond redemption, Uchiha Itachi relinquished his intention to modify Naruto's psyche with Kotoama Tsukumi. Instead, he directly took control and returned him to the Akatsuki's base. Since you are no longer Uzumaki Naruto, you shall serve as nourishment for the ultimate weapon. As one who has been utterly betrayed by his village, Uchiha Itachi would no longer remain foolishly loyal to it. His previous desire to save Uzumaki Naruto stemmed merely from the fact that he too was a victim of Shimura Danzo. Now that salvation was unattainable, it would be more prudent to extract the Nine-Tails from within him, facilitating the Akatsuki's creation of the ultimate weapon to achieve true peace for the world. Indeed, this Uchiha Itachi has completely betrayed Konoha, or rather, the Konoha ruled by Shimura Danzo, due to the need to extract the tailed beasts in a specific order. I have remained confined within the Akatsuki until you summoned me, ha 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 ha. Witnessing the maniacal version of Uzumaki Naruto rolling on the ground in laughter, Naruto's heart brimmed with fury. Damn you, Shimura Danzo. You truly deserve to die. Do not speak ill of Lord Danzo. Upon hearing Naruto curse Shimura Danzo, the mad Naruto's laughter abruptly ceased, his left hand transforming into a massive blade that swung towards him. Is this the power of the cursed seal? It seems your mastery of the cursed seal has reached a level comparable to that of CHG. Faced with the formidable blade, Naruto Uzumaki regarded it with indifference. With a mere flick of his wrist, his left hand was severed cleanly in two. Ha ha, how impressive. This world truly is extraordinary. Despite the injury, Naruto continued to laugh maniacally, his fury surging once more. I find it quite peculiar that, although you pledge your allegiance to Danzo Shimura, you still felt compelled to disclose the events that transpired. Ha ha ha, what does it matter? Speak freely, for my tongue is unbound by any curse. And even if I were to divulge my thoughts, what would it change? Can you possibly traverse to my realm to confront my Lord Danzo? Ha 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 ha. Who dares say I am incapable? Ha ha ha, wait, what? Naruto's laughter abruptly ceased. Surely not, surely not. Ha ha ha, then by all means, go ahead. After all, you are no match for Lord Danzo. Your departure merely adds another minion to his ranks. Huh? Truly, your laughter is excessively loud. It has incited a profound anger within me. Summoning Jutsu. Chapter 142. This wave marks the triumph of illusion. Caw, caw, caw. The Tool Crow was summoned once more. The frantic call of the crow plunged the mad Naruto into unpleasant memories. Ha ha. No way. You possess this crow too? Frantic Naruto felt a twinge of frustration, pondering how it seemed everyone had a crow adorned with the power of the heavenly god. It's futile, utterly futile. Even with the heavenly god, what can you achieve? Uchiha Itachi could do little against me. How could you possibly contend? As he gazed at the incessantly cawing crow, disdain flickered in his eyes. Itachi may have deemed you unworthy of his thoughts, but I possess effective strategies to deal with you. Observing the expression of vortex Naruto, it was evident he was not deceiving. Then I shall eliminate you first. With that proclamation, the severed hand instantaneously returned to its original form, and his entire physique began to transform. In the next moment, a monster emerged before vortex Naruto, with disheveled hair, its body adorned with bone spikes, and a human face of Shinja Hashirama emblazoned upon its left chest, crowned with a kaleidoscope eye. Ha. Allow me to crush you to dust. The frantic Naruto's back-mounted thrusters erupted with chakra, propelling him toward vortex Naruto with terrifying force. Vortex Naruto swiftly opened the 7 gates, donning layers of armor as he braced for the impact. A visceral sound echoed as flesh was rent apart, and half of frantic Naruto's body plummeted to the ground. Cough. Hihei. Despite sharing the same name, the disparity is colossal. Ha. Witness me devour you. In an instant, the half-bodied frantic Naruto restored himself, transforming into a colossal Nine-Tails, bearing its gaping maw toward vortex Naruto. With a thunderous roar, a wooden figure surged from the ground, pinning the charging monstrous Nine-Tails beneath it. Roar. Is this merely a wooden technique? Do you presume I lack such abilities? I possess even greater power. It must be noted that since being brainwashed by the heavenly god, frantic Naruto underwent an epic enhancement. Perhaps it was the amalgamation of darkness and madness that allowed him to wield the kaleidoscope eye with extraordinary ease. Concurrently, the chakra of Yin release within him stimulated the Yang release chakra, granting him an innate semblance of the power of all existence. Had it not been for the absence of Indra's chakra within Uchiha Sasuke, it is conceivable that frantic Naruto could have awakened the Rinnegan at this moment. Bone network. The entire body of the Nine-Tails erupted with menacing white bones, causing it to rise upright. Meridians. Countless wooden tendrils entwined around the bones, resembling veins interlinked as one. Flesh. Layers of flesh, conjured by cursed seals, writhed and enveloped this fox giant, granting it corporeal form. Armor. A layer of Yin released chakra enveloped the giant, a manifestation of the Susanoo unleashed through the kaleidoscope eye. Ha. What do you think? Faced with my 100-meter-tall giant, what can your wooden techniques possibly achieve? The frenzied Naruto gazed down upon the diminutive creature before him, erupting into laughter. The enchanting technique of the shackles, with the activation of the Rinnegan's enhanced abilities. This seemingly ordinary illusion instantaneously ensnared the mind of the frenzied Naruto. Bound by the shackles, he could scarcely believe his predicament. Impossible. Why? I, too, possess a Sharingan. Yet I find myself under the sway of your mundane illusion. Within the realm of the illusion, the spirit of Uzumaki Naruto contemplated. Could it be that the eternal Meijiki Sharingan is beyond your resistance, whereas my Rinnegan surpasses it in potency? Just as the frenzied Naruto found himself immobilized by the illusion, Uzumaki Naruto infiltrated the body of the colossal fox, arriving face to face with his frenzied counterpart. The answer to your complete resolution lies within your own being. With that proclamation, the Deva path was activated once more, irrevocably altering the psyche of the frenzied Naruto. Within the confines of the mental prison, the frenzied Naruto and Uzumaki Naruto confronted one another. It appears that Shimura Danzo has once again faltered, and this time at the hands of another version of myself. Ha. It matters not. After all, I am merely a product of your conflict. As his psyche was reformed, the frenzied Naruto continued to laugh, simultaneously commanding the deity of consumption within him to gradually devour himself. How delightful, how splendid. You still have someone who loves you, but who could possibly love me? He. As his laughter faded, the frenzied Naruto's spirit transformed into a dumpling with a wide grin. Having shed his restraints, Uzumaki Naruto stood once more in the realm of the mind, bending to retrieve the grinning dumpling. Even in disappearance, you continue to smile? Ultimately, you are but a reflection of me. With that, Uzumaki Naruto abruptly lifted his head, laughing brightly. In the realm of reality, Uzumaki Naruto and Kurama observed another version of themselves. As his eyes slowly opened, a smile crept upon his lips. Ha. Thank you all. Hearing this mirthful expression, Uzumaki Naruto and Kurama exchanged glances and instinctively raised their hands to strike. Wait, I am already myself. Do not strike, do not strike. Cradling his head with both hands, Uzumaki Naruto urgently implored his other self to cease. You claim to be yourself, yet how can you still wear such a foolish grin? Ha ha ha, truth be told, that fellow is also a part of me. I thought it somewhat pitiable that he was being used by others. So I retained a fragment of him. The frenzied Naruto had intended to continue his laughter, but upon witnessing the size of the fist of his other self, he fell silent. So you retained his most annoying laughter? No, in truth, I preserved a significant portion, which is why I often emerge to laugh, ha 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 ha. Observing the transformation in the frenzied Naruto's gaze, Uzumaki Naruto recognized that this individual was undoubtedly the one from earlier. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki could hardly comprehend that this individual had not, in fact, consumed his other, more deranged self. Instead, he had merely retained his essence. How remarkably naive. He had even spared the one who controlled his own body. Naruto found it hard to believe that there existed such a benevolent side to himself. Alas, he felt no desire to take another's life anymore. Even if that other were a version of himself, it mattered not. The deranged Naruto chuckled bitterly. Acknowledging that even in the absence of the light that once illuminated his life, he remained unwilling to resort to murder once more. Ha ha ha, do not be so glum. Besides, you have transformed me back to my former self with your celestial prowess. We are now of the same realm. He exclaimed with laughter. Silence. Came the response, echoed fourfold. Huh? Where did that fourth voice come from? Chapter 143. Did I scratch off my own face? It's me, the Nine-Tails. I was in the midst of a delightful slumber when I was roused by the laughter of this fellow. The voice I heard belonged to the Nine-Tails, who resided within the tumultuous body of Naruto, henceforth referred to as Crazy Nine. Are you all right, Nine-Tails? The benevolent Naruto cheerfully greeted his friend. Ever since I had been cornered into a state of mental suppression, this companion of mine had also been ensnared by the kaleidoscope. And it had been ages since I last heard his voice. Of course, if you are unharmed, I certainly cannot remain under the kaleidoscope's control. However, I cannot fathom why you chose to keep this noisy fox around. Crazy Nine expressed his dissatisfaction. This reckless Naruto truly unsettled the fox. Not only did he wield the kaleidoscope to control me, but he also commandeered Naruto's body. Ha ha ha, there's nothing to be done about it. Your discomfort means little. For the master of this body is not you. Came the raucous laughter. How irritating. You little rascal. Crazy Nine entered Crazy Naruto's mental space, delivering a playful flick on his forehead. Ouch. How could you reach me? Crazy Naruto exclaimed, clutching his head. Unfortunately, the pain of the spirit could not be soothed merely by physical comfort. Ha ha. Cough, cough. You've infected me. Your body has long since been unsealed. Now I can traverse wherever I please. Not to mention, I can easily give you a little knock on the head with my spiritual form. So, you best keep quiet from now on, or else Crazy Nine threatened while brandishing his 9 tails like an apocalyptic overlord. Alright, I'll refrain from speaking in the future. Ha ha, I was actually planning to yield this body back to the original Naruto anyway. With that, Crazy Naruto exited the group chat, relinquishing the body to the benevolent Naruto. Vortex Naruto, benevolent Naruto. Well, thank you for rescuing me from the mental suppression. Benevolent Naruto awkwardly scratched his face, finally expressing his gratitude to Vortex Naruto, having primarily conversed only with Hinata and the Nine-Tails in his memories. After much deliberation, he managed to convey his thanks to the one who had aided him. It's nothing. We're all on the same side. Vortex Naruto waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. In truth, I intended to leverage some resources from your world, and fortuitously, I encountered you in distress, which prompted my assistance. Had the previous Naruto not disclosed your predicament, I would have remained oblivious to your mental suppression. As he spoke, Vortex Naruto felt a flicker of embarrassment for directly requesting resources, as it bore an undertone of quid pro quo. Resources from my world. Feel free to utilize whatever you require. After all, there's chaos in that realm now. If they use fewer resources, perhaps fewer lives will be lost. For benevolent Naruto, Vortex Naruto's needs were trivial. He held little attachment to his own world, much less concern for what others might do to it. That sounds splendid. Let us proceed forthwith. I find myself quite eager to confront your world's Danzo Shimura. Naruto Uzumaki eagerly declared. You wish to confront Danzo? Upon hearing this, the compassionate Naruto immediately shook his head, firmly declining Naruto Uzumaki's proposition. I truly appreciate your goodwill. Yet I must insist that you refrain from assisting me in dealing with Danzo. His strength far surpasses mine. In addition to his Sharingan, he possesses numerous ocular powers capable of resurrection, And he has also integrated the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. He is adept at utilizing the cursed seals that I bear. Furthermore, he wields Wood Release, the Corpse Bone Path, and a myriad of other abilities. I will seek vengeance on my own. I do not wish to embroil you in this matter. In response to Naruto's concerns, Naruto Uzumaki merely laughed heartily, offering reassurance. Do not worry. The combined abilities of Danzo you mentioned are absolutely no match for me. As he spoke, Naruto Uzumaki began to demonstrate for the compassionate Naruto. Let me provide you with the simplest of examples, something we all possess. What? Without uttering a word, Naruto Uzumaki placed his hand upon the compassionate Naruto, subsequently channeling his chakra into him. Is this your chakra? Wait, why does it feel so peculiar? After receiving Naruto Uzumaki's chakra, the compassionate Naruto felt an overwhelming itch throughout his body, particularly intensifying in his chest, compelling him to scratch incessantly. What have you done? Why am I suddenly so itchy? The sensation escalated, and the compassionate Naruto continued to scratch, to the point of tearing into his flesh. The severed tissue pulsated, especially the visage resembling Hashirama Senju, as if it were on the verge of resurrection. Disturbed, the compassionate Naruto quickly discarded it onto the ground. The flesh landed and instantly transformed into a colossal tree. My flesh has fallen, huh? The previously alarmed compassionate Naruto suddenly discovered that his chest was restored to its original state, save for the visage of Hashirama Senju that had vanished. What is happening? Clenching his fists, the compassionate Naruto curiously touched his chest and inquired, I feel as though my chakra has significantly increased, and my Wood Release seems to have undergone some transformation. Do not be anxious. I have facilitated the awakening of Wood Release through the concept of Shinobi Sect, allowing each of us to attain it. Utilizing Hashirama's flesh is certainly more suitable and comfortable. What is Shinobi Sect? Can it truly enable one to autonomously awaken Wood Release? The compassionate Naruto, gazing at his unblemished chest, recalled the individuals who had been subjected to experiments at the root base. During the initial trials, everyone except him had been consumed by Hashirama Senju's cells, transforming into wood. If everyone could master this concept known as Shinobi Sect, perhaps none would meet their demise. Shinobi Sect? How did you acquire such knowledge from the old man? At this moment, within the body of the revered Naruto, the Nine-Tails, known as Kurama, heard a term that struck a familiar chord, and he emerged to join the discourse. My Naruto has independently grasped the profound essence of ninjutsu, possessing the Rinnegan and achieving a sage mode that even the elder could not attain. Observing the curious inquiries from another version of himself, Kurama proudly extolled the virtues of Naruto Uzumaki. How infuriating. Though you are another version of me, why do you exude such arrogance? The other Nine-Tails, feeling irked by Kurama's boastful demeanor, retorted, Our Naruto is no less remarkable. He wields the Shikatsumiyaku and possesses the Byakugan, virtually every ability the elder possesses. He has as well, and even those the elder lacks. Huh? Kurama, taken aback by the other Nine-Tails' display of pride for his own Naruto, could no longer remain calm. Is it merely the abilities of the elder that you boast of? Do you think our Naruto lacks them? My Naruto is also accompanied by a stunningly beautiful young lady. The refrain of my Naruto, echoed in the heated exchange. Chapter 144. Once again encountering the divine beast after an extensive debate between the two nine-tailed beasts, both panting heavily, they realized that their opponent was indeed a formidable rival. Forget it. For now, I shall not contest with you. I have no desire to engage in this dispute. Kurama mused. Naruto needs to devise a plan to swiftly win the affections of that young girl from the Hyuga clan. After all, they are both around 5 or 6 years old. And just look at her. The frenzied nine-tailed beast thought. Naruto must find a way to revive the girl from the Hyuga clan. It is astonishing that there is indeed another girl present, and she is alive. The inner thoughts of the two Kuramas remained unknown to their respective Narutos, who were currently focused on strategizing how to eliminate Danzo Shimura. So, do you have any understanding of the current situation on your side? Has the crisis in Konoha been resolved? The moment I was captured by Itachi Uchiha, I was imprisoned within the Akatsuki organization, and aside from receiving basic sustenance, no one engaged me in discussions about such matters. Then, we have no choice but to head over and see for ourselves, Naruto Uzumaki said, his face reflecting a hint of urgency. If Konoha had indeed been breached by the 4 great shinobi villages, then it was highly likely that those Sharingan would not survive. Upon learning that Naruto possessed resurrection techniques, the compassionate Naruto's expression was filled with concern. After finally harboring a glimmer of hope for revival, he was unwilling to see it extinguished before it even began. Then let us proceed at once. Regardless of the current circumstances, we shall storm Konoha and eliminate Danzo. I have no objections. The Sharingan must be secured. One Naruto harbored no fondness for the village, while the other was utterly unconcerned for the lives of others. And thus they did not contemplate the potential consequences of Danzo's demise on Konoha. Of course, it was also possible that Danzo's death could indeed save Konoha. Very well. There is no time to lose. We shall depart immediately. After concluding their discussion, the compassionate Naruto returned to his own world, while Naruto Uzumaki activated the 8 gates. Sensing the coordinates of the compassionate Naruto's realm. I've located it. Let us go, Kurama. Awu. At that very moment, the compassionate Naruto, who was bound, suddenly lifted his head, causing the 2 Akatsuki members assigned to watch him to immediately become alert. Hey, this guy has raised his head. Indeed. I have seen horror films where someone who keeps their head down for too long raises it, indicating they are about to break free. And then the 2 guards meet their demise. Is that true? Don't scare me. The compassionate Naruto interjected, interrupting the conversation between the 2 guards. Is there something you need? One guard asked cautiously. I believe you should turn around and flee at this moment. Upon witnessing the sincere demeanor of the compassionate Naruto, the 2 guards exchanged glances and promptly turned to make their escape. Help! The horror film was right. Ha ha ha. Run, run. Let us see how fast you can flee. In a fit of madness, Naruto laughed heartily as he utilized wood release to absorb the sealing chakra that bound him. Ha ha. If I can absorb tailed beast chakra with wood release, what chance do you ordinary beings stand? In an instant, the deranged Naruto broke free from his confines, and several verdant vines pierced through the bodies of the 2 guards before draining their energy entirely. Shoo. I'm pressed for time and cannot afford to engage with those troublesome individuals. Hey, don't go around killing indiscriminately. Stop your nagging. There's no bloodshed. Hinata wouldn't be frightened by this. Just as the 2 Narutos bickered, Uzumaki Naruto transcended the dimensional barrier and arrived in this world. Your appearance is rather striking. But there's no time for idle chatter. We must hurry. Grasping the hand of the saintly Naruto, he kicked through the Akatsuki's wall and soared into the sky. The saintly Naruto gazed at the half-collapsed building below, bemused. Well, there's no need to conceal anything now. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto's speed was unparalleled. Not only could he fly with his armor, bypassing many unnecessary detours, but he also possessed the flying thunder god technique for brief spatial leaps, significantly reducing their travel time. Before long, the 2 found themselves above Konoha. The Hokage monument still stood, indicating that Konoha had indeed withstood the onslaught. It seemed the assassination plan targeting the 3 great leaders had affected them to some extent. Nonetheless, such matters were inconsequential. Whether Konoha survived or vanished did not diminish the irritation he felt gazing at that statue. With that thought, Uzumaki Naruto unleashed dozens of missiles from behind him, directing them toward the Hokage monument. The ninja below, already on high alert, mistook the incoming missiles as an invasion, promptly sounding the alarm and employing ninjutsu to intercept. Yet, the missiles were launched first, and in the ensuing chaos, the defensive techniques failed to save the Hokage monument. Shimura Danzo's visage was utterly obliterated. At that moment, Danzo rushed out from the Hokage building, his face turning ashen upon witnessing his statue reduced to rubble. Who dares invade Konoha with such audacity? It is I. Without the customary prelude of taunts, Uzumaki Naruto executed a descending kick, incapacitating Danzo instantly. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo, now on the ground, was rendered to nothingness, while a terrifying sphere of wind surged toward Uzumaki Naruto from behind. So, you are here. Paying no heed to the vacuum sphere, Uzumaki Naruto charged directly at Danzo. What a madman to forego defense and take my vacuum sphere head-on. Humph. How could my vacuum sphere be trifled with, Nanny? At that moment, the Rinnegan in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes manifested, and Danzo's vacuum sphere transformed into a pure stream of chakra, flowing into Uzumaki Naruto's hands. Now you shall receive my Rasengan. It was futile. There was no escaping. The ever-expanding Danzo had never anticipated that Naruto Uzumaki would be capable of connecting with his vacuum sphere. Consequently, the distance between them had diminished to the point where he could no longer evade the impending Rasengan. How infuriating! Since evasion was no longer an option, Shimura Danzo resolved to abandon his attempts to dodge and instead braced himself to withstand the assault. He summoned the corpse bone technique to manifest a skeletal armor upon his visage, attempting to absorb the impact of the Rasengan with his face. But he had fallen into a trap. Before him, the Rasengan in Naruto's grasp abruptly transformed into a 3-tomo Sharingan. As the patterns intertwined, this 3-tomo Sharingan morphed into a visage he recognized all too well. The Heavenly Deity, Chapter 145, The Super Resurrection Coin, The Eye of the Moon. How infuriating. It is indeed the Kodo Amatsukami. As Shimura Danzo beheld that familiar symbol, it was already too late. His mind was instantaneously transformed by the Kodo Amatsukami. His mental energy swiftly diminished while another minuscule aspect of his psyche was amplified. Much like the previous ordeal of the benevolent Naruto, Danzo now found himself with a dual personality, with his original self perpetually suppressed by the observing persona of the newly formed identity. This was Naruto's revenge against Danzo for his treatment of another self. I shall expose all your misdeeds to the entire shinobi world. Whether the other nations of the shinobi world choose to forgive you is uncertain, but certainly, Konoha will not absolve you. Furthermore, with the Hokage rock's visage obliterated by my hand, it is likely that no one will ever recognize you as Hokage again, is it? You detestable brat. Danzo's spirit roared within his body. Had he retained control, he would have surely been spitting blood in rage. I believe it is more convincing if I admit this myself, as I possess various forms of evidence. The new Danzo proposed. You are also me. Why engage in such actions? I am the Hokage. The entirety of Konoha belongs to me. You need not heed this brat's words. Silence. This is my first and final conversation with you. Henceforth, you shall observe me from the depths of endless solitude. No. Once all matters were resolved, the new Danzo withdrew to a remote mountain, where, due to the influence of the Hashirama cells and cursed seals, he gradually transformed into a tree. Meanwhile, the original Shimura Danzo relinquished any thought in his boundless solitude. Is this how it concludes? The benevolent Naruto gazed incredulously at the dazed Danzo, unable to fathom that such a formidable adversary, who had once humiliated him, was effortlessly subdued by another facet of himself. To put it bluntly, he had not even savored the thrill of revenge. It was as though success had come without sensation. Is the power of Jinjutsu truly so formidable? Despite possessing such physical prowess, it seems one can always be vanquished by illusion. Reflecting on his past experiences, Naruto found himself engulfed in doubt. After enduring such torment to attain this formidable power, he was ultimately felled by Itachi Uchiha's Jinjutsu in an instant. Even Danzo, who was arguably more powerful than himself, had been similarly dispatched by another version of his own self through illusion. If he was defeated by Jinjutsu before his transformation, and again after, then what purpose did the transformation serve? Observing that the benevolent Naruto appeared somewhat withdrawn, the original Naruto quickly approached to offer comfort. Do not doubt. There are but a few Jinjutsu of such strength. You are still quite formidable. The likes of Tsukuyami, Kodo Amatsukami, Izanagi, Izanami, and Shinto deity are merely a handful. Those you mentioned are already quite numerous. The benevolent Naruto responded, somewhat speechless. This consolation was hardly comforting at all. Fortunately, the compassionate Naruto is not one to dwell on his troubles. Having faced numerous adversities throughout his life, he quickly adjusts to the situation. Soon, the two of them, under the control of the malevolent Danzo, find themselves in his laboratory. Within the confines of this research facility, they are met with stark walls adorned with an array of Sharingan, pristine Byakugan, discarded Byakugan, and the lifeless forms of various bloodline wielders from the Leaf and other clans. It is evident that Danzo possesses a sinister expertise in the persecution of his own kin. As Naruto gazes upon the grotesque assortment of organs contained within the jars, his disdain for Danzo deepens, plunging him further into contempt. However, the extensive collection of Uchiha eyes brings a glimmer of hope to Naruto's heart. He envisions the possibility of resurrecting everyone. Can those who dwell within the realm of the dead also be revived? Upon hearing Naruto's thoughts on resurrection, the compassionate Naruto's hope rekindles, for there is a cherished girl he yearns to bring back. Certainly, but patience is required. We must gather all those we wish to resurrect first, Naruto proposes, realizing that reviving individuals from separate worlds would be too time-consuming. Instead, he suggests summoning everyone through the impure world reincarnation technique, gathering them in one realm for a simultaneous revival, an approach that promises to conserve both time and Sharingan. Very well. I am in no rush to revive that girl just yet. Then ensure that Danzo protects this wall. I will notify all the Narutos when the time comes. Of course, this is indeed Danzo's most securely guarded domain. As long as the leaf remains intact, this place shall endure. That reassures me. I shall take my leave now. With a wave, Naruto departs from this realm, determined to rescue the last remaining Naruto. Yet, what purpose would reviving Hinata serve? What do you mean? In the past, the leaf appeared outwardly peaceful, yet countless innocent lives were lost. Not to mention that the current leaf is besieged by 4 other villages, embroiled in war. As he reflects upon his own flawless form, seemingly a result of awakening the wood release. He senses that all the bloodlines within him have merged, as if they were always a singular lineage. The peace of a single village is far from sufficient. There will always be others who seek to disrupt and incite conflict. Even if Hinata were resurrected, it would not suffice. Regardless of the fate of the leaf, troubles will invariably find us. Moreover, I refuse to let Hinata live a life of instability alongside me, especially when she has siblings to consider. Ha 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 ha. I believe I understand your intentions. You wish to become Hokage. Not merely Hokage. I aspire to become the sovereign of the world. The highest authority, eternal peace, bestowing upon Hinata the perfect solace and happiness. I have traversed the darkest corners of the world and encountered its inherent kindness. I firmly believe that only through everlasting peace can we banish darkness to a realm beyond my sight, thus safeguarding the goodness I perceive. I shall bring an end to war. Moreover, I intend to unite the 5 great nations, ensuring the complete tranquility of the entire world. Ha 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 ha, how amusing, how amusing. I have previously professed my aversion to taking lives, yet now I utter the most brutal words imaginable. I perceive that you are even more unhinged than I. The personas of the 2 Narutos incessantly oscillate, yet the chakra emanating from him surges relentlessly, reaching a level that would astonish even the likes of Madara. Do you see that Naruto with the vortex? He possesses sufficient strength to act at his whim. I yearn for such power, and I believe I have already attained it. Naruto lifted his head, and within his eyes sparkled brilliance akin to the stars. Chapter 146, Confrontation with 6 Paths Obito with a Swift Kick. Uzumaki Naruto shattered the veil of reality and returned to his own world. For him, traversing realms had become as effortless as the most mundane acts of eating and drinking. Perhaps this is what others refer to when they say one grows accustomed to extraordinary feats over time. After a brief respite, Naruto resumed his journey, once again arriving in the realm of the mechanical Naruto with another decisive kick. 6 Paths Obito, brandishing his staff, descended with a fierce intent to crush the mechanical Naruto's skull. Meanwhile, the Sharingan-wielding Sasuke, rendered helpless, lamented his fate as every bone in his body had been shattered by Obito's overwhelming power. Damn it, is there truly no hope? Please, Naruto, invoke a miracle once more. The spirit of the Sage of 6 Paths anxiously observed from the Pure Land, yearning to rescue the mechanical Naruto. However, the limitations of Orochimaru's technology were painfully evident. Despite the miracle granting the mechanical Naruto consciousness, he remained a mere artificial construct, incapable of withstanding the sage's yang power. Otherwise, the brothers would not have been so thoroughly bested by Obito. Perish, you heap of scrap metal. With a resounding rider kick, Naruto shattered the veil of reality once more, unleashing a torrent of crimson steam. The force of his kick propelled Obito thousands of meters away. Oh, is there a second 8 gates? Its power seems even greater than the first. Laughter erupted from Obito, who, despite the impact of the kick, managed to regain his footing and brace himself against the ground, attempting to withstand the might of Naruto's kick. A similar technique? If fate allows me the privilege of witnessing it again, show me your true strength. With maniacal laughter, Obito widened his Rinnegan eyes, summoning 4 wood-release tombs that encircled him in a pagoda-like formation, bolstering his power. The 2 forces clashed violently, sending shockwaves that threatened to tear the very fabric of reality asunder. Time lost all meaning as Obito finally withstood the full force of the rider kick and even began to push forward. It appears in this contest of strength, I emerge victorious. Obito gazed arrogantly at the masked figure before him, believing he had triumphed once more. Did you think this was my full power? The youthful voice of the masked man cut through the air, causing Obito's expression to shift in disbelief. What? I say you have yet to witness my true might. A ferocious crimson aura erupted, its overwhelming force causing those spectating from a distance to stagger. Behind Naruto, a blood dragon materialized, soaring rapidly through the sky before lunging at Obito with a vicious bite. This technique is known as Night Howler. What a ridiculous name. The terrifying blood dragon shattered Obito's staff, sending him crashing down into the earth with unrelenting force, like a great earth dragon turning over. These 2 individuals forcefully carved a colossal passage through the very ground. They broke through the bedrock and traversed the magma, arriving in an unfathomable abyss of darkness. As the crimson smoke dissipated, within this pitch-black void, Naruto Uzumaki's foot landed squarely upon the heart of Kagaya Tsutsuki. To call it a heart would be an understatement. It resembled a grotesque meat patty, encompassing Kagaya's internal organs, while his lower half and left hand had been reduced to charred remnants. How about that? My technique packs quite a punch, doesn't it? Naruto, with his Rinnegan gaze fixed upon Kaguya, could still discern his face despite the enveloping darkness. Cough, cough, impressive indeed. But you should spare the banter and strike at my head directly. In an instant, a dark substance enveloped Naruto, rapidly spreading across half his body. What a terrifying physical presence. Given that last shockwave, I would find it exceedingly difficult to even approach him. Black Zetsu manipulated Naruto's body, his mouth moving as if in conversation. Seizing the moment when Naruto was distracted by his dialogue with Kaguya, he launched a surprise attack. An endeavor he had initially deemed a mere gamble, yet it had surprisingly succeeded. Black Zetsu, Naruto exclaimed, realizing too late that he had overlooked this formidable adversary after so swiftly dispatching Kaguya. Heh, as a mere mortal, you are sufficiently powerful. Even I was nearly vanquished by you. However, it is indeed a pity that the mightiest often meet their demise from treachery behind. Kaguya, having regained his staff, slowly rose from the ground, his body fully restored after a brief interval. Are you implying that you are referring to your former self? Oh, you are aware of this matter. It seems the sudden emergence of you is indeed noteworthy. Kaguya, surprised, regarded Naruto. For few knew of the profound words spoken to him by Hashirama Senju. I am indeed remarkable, and unlike you, I possess the means to counteract. With that, Naruto closed his eyes. Caw, caw, caw. What? Suddenly, upon hearing the sound of crows, Kaguya's expression shifted, and he hurriedly attempted to seize one. However, by the time the crow's call reached him, the technique had already been executed. All he caught was a single crow feather. Too late to summon it back. No. While Black Zetsu's abilities were indeed effective for surprise attacks, you talk far too much. As Naruto removed the black mud from his body, he launched a powerful strike towards Kaguya. It turned out that upon being controlled by Black Zetsu, Naruto had hastily summoned the crows. Black Zetsu, as the third son of Kaguya Tsutsuki, was fundamentally composed of pure in release, formed from the convergence of Kaguya's spiritual energy and will. However, since it is a matter of will, there naturally exists a means to distort it. The entity residing within the crow is precisely a fusion of unparalleled shadowy evasion and the ability to manipulate the will of others, Kaguya's divine tree. Upon being illuminated by the enhanced version of this divine tree, the Black Zetsu was instantaneously dismantled, as if its very essence had collapsed, leaving only a puddle of dark sludge to sustain its form. How infuriating! Black Zetsu, as Uchiha Madara beheld the dissolution of his will, he felt a surge of anger for the first time since becoming a being of the Six Paths. Yet, confronted by Naruto Uzumaki's formidable punch, he scarcely had time to seethe with rage before he was brutally struck, his face twisted anew. This time, instead of being sent downward, he was forcibly driven into the ground by Naruto's relentless assault. Chapter 147, The Journey of Hardship Like the Birth of the Stone Monkey, a Volcanic Eruption. The heavens crumbling and the earth splitting, a colossal rift suddenly appeared in the ground, with molten lava surging forth. At the pinnacle of this molten river stood the armored figure of Naruto Uzumaki, gripping the neck of the Six Paths Obito. One might wonder why he was being held by the neck. It was because his body below the neck had been sealed by Naruto into a mere flesh sphere, resting beside them. This ensured not only the preservation of Obito's life but also prevented the tailed beasts from escaping. Cough cough, you have one. Why do you not kill me? Obito questioned Naruto with a voice that seemed to come from nowhere, feeling that sparing his life was a profound insult. Do not be so hasty. The reason I do not slay you is that I wish to present a gift to this world. Naruto replied cheerfully as he soared through the skies, searching for the locations of a few individuals in this realm. After that strike which plunged to the earth's core, it appeared he had inadvertently lost his way. How dare you insult me? Obito seethed with rage, feeling that not only was his life spared, but to be treated as a mere gift for others was a humiliation beyond measure. Suddenly, 4 avatars of the Wheel of Rebirth emerged simultaneously, launching a fierce assault towards Naruto. Your true form is no match for me, let alone these 4 avatars. Naruto effortlessly evaded their attacks, only to realize their true target was the body he held in his grasp. I will not allow others to belittle me. What a nuisance. As expected of Uchiha Obito, he underestimated this ultimate body, a fusion of numerous Uzumaki traits. Even the absurdly swift avatars of the Wheel of Rebirth appeared to move at a snail's pace before him. He deftly maneuvered Obito's head to avoid the assaults of the 4 avatars, simultaneously unleashing several gray bone spikes. These 4 bone spikes struck true, embedding themselves in the 4 avatars, and in an instant, they deflated like balloons pierced by a needle. The ocular technique was shattered, and Obito, blood streaming from his orifices, asked in disbelief, "What technique is this? How could it counter my Rinnegan's ocular technique? Ah, this move? Naruto exclaimed joyfully. It is called the Gray Bone of Mutual Slaughter, bestowed upon me by a new acquaintance. This was a manifestation of his newly awakened abilities, which, upon merging with the essence of the saintly Naruto, allowed him to inherit a significant portion of the Akatsuki genes. Consequently, his body began the process of reverting and assimilating into that of the Akatsuki. With the combination of the Byakugan and Rinnegan, he successfully evolved the corpse bone pulse into the Gray Bone of Mutual Slaughter. This technique could indeed be classified as a 6 paths level product. Even the most refined yin-yang release techniques would meet their demise against the Gray Bone of Mutual Slaughter. Cough cough, a 6 paths level creation. So you are not merely employing standard taijutsu? Ha ha ha, not at all. What truly defeated you was the essence of martial arts. It was not the fanciful techniques of 6 paths or yin-yang ninjutsu, but the genuine mastery of martial arts that even a mortal could cultivate. This moment heralds the triumph of physical prowess. Observing Naruto Uzumaki's proud demeanor, Uchiha Madara erupted into hearty laughter. So, that is your intention, to vanquish me with martial arts in order to demonstrate the path of Might Guy? Uchiha Madara certainly recalled Might Guy's name, for the recent display had indeed astonished him. It is indeed remarkable that a mere mortal could attain such heights. Alas, this mortal ultimately failed to obliterate him, meeting an untimely demise with lingering regrets. Indeed, although much of my physical prowess stems from innate talent, it is precisely for this reason that I must pay homage to the predecessors who achieved the 8th gate of death with only an ordinary body. Ah, a physique attained through talent, you are truly. Uchiha Madara paused, astonished to find himself envious of this young man. He envied his extraordinary gifts, envied the power he possessed to defeat him through sheer physicality. Such feelings were an utter humiliation for Uchiha Madara. Never mind, I feel utterly lost. Naruto Uzumaki soared through the air for a considerable time, yet below him lay an endless expanse of ocean with no sign of land in sight. Naturally, he transformed. Naruto Uzumaki directly entered the 5th stage of the curse mark. Hey, what have you done? Who are you really? Uchiha Madara suddenly roared, for he could distinctly sense that the individual before him had undergone a complete transformation. Although he did not exude the same overwhelming aura as when he opened the 8 gates, the feeling he imparted was far more terrifying. If the earlier encounter had merely been akin to a meteor, now he felt as if he stood upon the very earth itself. It's simple. Even you can achieve this form, it merely requires the ultimate cultivation of sage transformation. Sage transformation. Are you saying that this form is your sage mode? Uchiha Madara was taken aback, having once absorbed the sage mode of Hashirama Senju. However, his sage mode and that of the individual before him could not be compared. They were entirely different concepts. It's quite straightforward. Simply be true to yourself and achieve harmony with nature. With that, Naruto Uzumaki closed his eyes, even relinquishing the act of flying. The rapid descent from the sky caused Uchiha Madara's mouth to flap in the wind, rendering him speechless. Just as the two were about to crash into the water's surface, a sudden tsunami surged forth, engulfing them both. Following this, whirlpools, tornadoes, and volcanic eruptions ensued, continuing for over half an hour. Upon reopening his eyes, Naruto Uzumaki found that they had returned to the battlefield of the 4th Great Ninja War. At this moment on the battlefield of the 4th Great Ninja War, as the endless reading remained unresolved, the mechanical Naruto could only elucidate the origins of Uzumaki Naruto to a few fellow survivors. I must confess, I too find myself perplexed. Just a few days prior, he was remarkably weak. Yet now, astonishingly, he has become so powerful that he effortlessly sent Uchiha Madara flying with a single kick. As he spoke, the mechanical Naruto animatedly gestured, recounting his previous encounters with Uzumaki Naruto. For you, it may have been but a fleeting moment, yet for me, it has stretched into an eternity. The voice of Uzumaki Naruto echoed from behind, prompting the mechanical Naruto and his companions to turn abruptly. There stood Uzumaki Naruto, resembling a celestial being, holding aloft the severed head of Uchiha Madara, greeting them with a casual, it has been quite a while. Chapter 148, Upgrading Mechanical Naruto. It has been quite some time. You have grown so much. Mechanical Naruto greeted Uzumaki Naruto with joy. Although, for him, the time since their last encounter was relatively short, he was still delighted to see Uzumaki Naruto. At the same time, Mechanical Naruto gazed enviously up at the towering figure of Uzumaki Naruto, who stood 2 meters tall. How infuriating. I could have grown to such heights as well. Mechanical Naruto was taken aback that his previous jest had indeed materialized. The little brat, who once barely reached his knees, was now someone he had to look up to. However, he suddenly felt relieved as he glanced back at Uchiha Sasuke, who was still sprawled on the ground. Thankfully, Sasuke hadn't grown to 3 meters tall. Hey, what are you staring at, Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke, sensing mechanical Naruto's gaze, immediately inquired with annoyance. Nothing at all? Heart, fake smile, you fool. Your electronic eyes have betrayed you. Mechanical Naruto quickly tried to explain to Uchiha Sasuke, mentioning things about never growing tall and how he hadn't reached 3 meters. This elicited hearty laughter from everyone present. By the way, you've grown so tall. How many years have passed in your world? As he spoke, Mechanical Naruto became curious about Uzumaki Naruto's age. Perhaps 2.5 years? 2.5 years. The crowd looked at Uzumaki Naruto in astonishment, repeating the question. That doesn't seem like a height that could be achieved in just 2.5 years. That's merely the form I acquired after my sage transformation. Normal humans don't grow horns. As he spoke, Uzumaki Naruto reverted from his sage mode, returning to his 6-year-old self. Although this is much more normal, why do I still feel a sense of defeat? Mechanical Naruto gazed at Uzumaki Naruto's 6-year-old appearance, feeling a complex mix of emotions. At 6, he hadn't even attended the Ninja Academy. Yet this version of himself could already contend with Sage of 6 Paths Madara. I owe it all to you. I have merged everyone's powers too. Enough. How long do you intend to carry me? At that moment, the out-of-place Madara could no longer endure. Being defeated by a 6-year-old brat was an unparalleled disgrace. Forget about infinite Tsukuyomi and everlasting peace. He didn't want to think about any of that. All he desired now was for Uzumaki Naruto to gift him away so he could escape this world. Uchiha Madara is still alive? The sight of this solitary head suddenly speaking startled everyone. It's nothing extraordinary. After all, it is quite normal for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to possess such formidable vitality. However, without a body, he lacks any means of resistance. Uzumaki Naruto explained to the others, assuring them that the current Uchiha Madara posed no threat. Indeed, the harmonious atmosphere has been disrupted by you. Could you not exercise a bit more patience? Uzumaki Naruto cast a displeased glance at the white-haired figure. Nevertheless, given the demands of Uchiha Obito regarding this gift, Naruto felt compelled to acquiesce. Thus, holding his head in the nearby meatball, he addressed the mechanical Naruto. I intentionally spared your life as a gift for you. What do you mean by my gift? Behold, Uzumaki Naruto summoned the biological armor, perhaps due to having acquired another fragment of the Nine-Tails chakra. This armor, now enveloping him, imparted a distinctly organic sensation. This is your original body. Yet after infusing it with a substantial amount of Nine-Tails chakra and a portion of Eight-Tails chakra, it has gradually come to life. Remarkable. The mechanical Naruto approached and touched the biological armor, which felt more akin to skin than wood or metal. Ultimately, this body was still crafted by Orochimaru using the Outer Paths technique, so theoretically, as long as you absorb enough tailed beast chakra, you could transform into the Ten-Tails. The mechanical Naruto imagined a grotesque vision of himself, with bulging eyes and a lecherous grin, frolicking above the village alongside his comrades. Ugh. How revolting. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the nauseating imagery. But becoming the Ten-Tails sounds utterly disgusting. I feel rather content as I am. However, the form of the Ten-Tails can indeed be altered. Sensing the train of thought in the mechanical Naruto's mind, Uzumaki Naruto swiftly elaborated. The Ten-Tails you envision is a monstrous creature covered in spikes. Yet in the presence of Kagaya Akatsuki, it transformed into a rabbit. I believe if you could absorb the Ten-Tails into your being or into the mechanical Nine-Tails, you might evolve into a form resembling your original body. That does seem plausible. Moreover, there may be more enemies invading in the future. With your current strength, even 6 Paths Madara could overpower you. What if? Indeed. This must be contemplated. With a genuine physical form, you might even surpass Sasuke in height. When shall we commence? Uzumaki Naruto's rapid shift in focus infuriated Uchiha Sasuke, who lay nearby in a state of defeat, cursing him as a fool. Alas, Sasuke. The mechanical Naruto suddenly recalled that his dear brother, Uchiha Sasuke, lay on the ground, his body broken and battered. Is there any way to help Sasuke recover? Observing his brother's plight, the mechanical Naruto felt a pang of empathy and turned to the obviously more fortunate version of himself, inquiring about potential remedies. His bones are completely shattered? Indeed. Just moments ago, Sasuke endured a significant portion of the onslaught from Uchiha Obito to shield me. The mechanical Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, recognizing that his dear friend had suffered because of his own shortcomings. This situation seemed straightforward. Perhaps my previous self would have been at a loss. But I have recently acquired a remarkably suitable healing technique from another version of myself. Immediately, Naruto Uzumaki approached and began to showcase his skills beside Uchiha Sasuke. Hey, what do you intend to do? It was evident that Uchiha Sasuke remained skeptical of this youthful incarnation of Naruto. This individual appeared as if he had emerged from nowhere, effortlessly vanquishing Uchiha Obito and claiming to be from a parallel world, which was undeniably suspect. Nevertheless, Uchiha Sasuke found himself at a loss against Naruto Uzumaki. Objecting was futile, as he could not contend with him. Rest assured, it will be swift, Naruto Uzumaki assured Sasuke with a reassuring smile. Chapter 149. I can breathe now. With a piercing gaze, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes transformed into the ethereal white of the Byakugan, allowing him to perceive every intricate detail of Sasuke Uchiha's physique, unveiling the very structure of his bones. Astonishingly shattered, akin to dough, Naruto found himself perplexed by Sasuke's continued existence. Rest assured, it will be over swiftly. Without granting Sasuke a moment to respond, Naruto summoned a sharp bone spike from his fingertip, driving it forcefully into Sasuke's cervical spine. The intense surge of pain caused Sasuke's eyes to widen dramatically, activating both his Sharingan and Rinnegan under the duress. Endure, endure. I am currently employing the corpse bone technique to reconstruct your skeletal framework. Simultaneously, I am infusing a portion of my cells to ensure that while your bones regenerate, your flesh remains unscathed. Fear not, there will be no lingering after effects. True to his word, Naruto swiftly reformed Sasuke's skeletal structure, enabling him to rise once more. However, he had not anticipated that the infusion of his cells would result in Sasuke's daughter possessing crimson hair. This revelation only deepened Sarada Uchiha's suspicions regarding her mother, Karen Uzumaki. All right. With this, Sasuke has made a complete recovery. Naruto stood, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, and joyfully addressed the onlookers. Yet, Sasuke remained motionless. Mechanical Naruto pointed vacantly at Sasuke's still form, lying lifeless on the ground. Although Sasuke had retained some consciousness moments ago, he now seemed utterly devoid of awareness. Perhaps he has succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain? Rest assured, my medical skills are infallible. Even in death, I can guarantee his revival, so all is well. Observing Naruto's unwavering confidence, the mechanical version silently suppressed the question of how many lives he had restored. After all, if he claimed he could revive the deceased, what more could be said? Very well, it's time to receive the bounty from Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha. Mechanical Naruto glanced at the disembodied head of Madara and then at the motionless Sasuke. Reluctantly, he swallowed hard, feeling as though he were heading to the gallows, and declared, "Let us proceed." Why does such a beneficial endeavor feel like a death sentence? With that, Naruto shifted his Byakugan back to the Rinnegan and initiated the sealing technique inherent to the Rinnegan, the Phantom Dragon 9 Seals. As the sealing technique took effect, Madara began to howl in anguish. His head and the massive orb of flesh nearby were being relentlessly drained of the 10 Tails chakra. In truth, the entirety of the 10 Tails was being forcibly extracted. Roar! The unwilling 10 Tails, now forcibly severed from its host, roared within the confines of the seal, striving to break free and reclaim its liberty. Hurry! Summoned the mechanical 9 Tails. Naruto Uzumaki struggled immensely to control the 10 Tails, as sealing techniques were not his forte, particularly when attempting to command such a colossal mass of chakra for the very first time. Come forth, Nine-Tails. Mechanical Naruto understood the urgency of the situation and promptly summoned the mechanical Nine-Tails. As it emerged, the mechanical beast instinctively roared at the 10 Tails, which was, in essence, its original shell, albeit adorned with the visage of the mechanical Nine-Tails. During the initial conflict for the tailed beast chakra, the portion of Nine-Tails chakra that resided within it had been forcibly taken by the 10 Tails. Had it not been for Manado Namake's intervention, lending the 9 Tails within him to mechanical Naruto and the mechanical 9 Tails, their demise would have been inevitable. Old grudges and new enmities intertwined within the mechanical 9 Tails. A creature devoid of intelligence, inciting a primal urge to swiftly consume its adversary. Sealing. In a manner reminiscent of a grand cosmic shift, Naruto forcibly contained the entirety of the 10 Tails within the body of the mechanical 9 Tails. The creature let out a triumphant roar, akin to having consumed a miraculous elixir, as it voraciously devoured everything that was the 10 Tails. Oh, what is this sensation? Perhaps due to the intertwined fates of mechanical Naruto and the mechanical 9 Tails. As the latter evolved, so too did Naruto. The paint that once adorned him began to fade, his barrel-like waist and limbs elongated gracefully. The yellow pigment atop his head transformed into genuine hair, and the electronic screens that served as his eyes rapidly morphed into the form of actual eyeballs. Once the mechanical Nine-Tails fully absorbed the power of the Ten-Tails and returned to mechanical Naruto, a profound transformation had taken place. The once comical appearance had vanished entirely. The new incarnation of mechanical Naruto could be described as an ultimate evolution. If one were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be handsome. My goodness, is that Naruto? He has become extraordinarily handsome. The sight of the newly upgraded Naruto left Sakura Haruno utterly mesmerized. With the enhancements brought forth by the Ten-Tails, all of Naruto's physical attributes directly activated Sakura's infatuation. Faced with such an alluring Naruto, she found herself overwhelmed with emotion, wondering how she could reconcile this feeling with Sasuke. Yet, with Sasuke still unconscious, she reasoned that stealing a few glances would pose no harm. Meanwhile, the unconscious Sasuke Uchiha muttered, "What does it matter to me?" And the yet-to-be-born Sarada remarked, "If you keep this up, I might start to suspect you're being unfaithful." Inhaling deeply, Naruto reveled in the sensation of breath once more. Overjoyed beyond words. "I can breathe." The ecstatic mechanical Naruto embraced Naruto, spinning him around in sheer delight. "Thank you. I can actually breathe." "Haha, no need for thanks," exclaimed Naruto, only to have the mechanical version dash off to Sakura's side. "Sakura, I can breathe." Sakura Haruno, whose eyes were brimming with affection, could scarcely contain herself as she closed her eyes and uttered, "Yes, yes, please hurry and leave. Your handsomeness is rendering me breathless." Unperturbed by her words, the mechanical Naruto dashed over to stand beside Sasuke Uchiha. "Ha ha ha, Sasuke, look at me. I can breathe again." At that moment, Sasuke, who had been transported to another realm, was abruptly returned by a certain figure from a past life. "Naruto, I must teach you a lesson." Fueled by a newfound confidence from his recent upgrade and still groggy from sleep, Sasuke was ready to confront the mechanical Naruto. "Huh? Oh." The sole reason for the astonishment of everyone present was the sheer oversight of both an overly exuberant Naruto and an irate Sasuke, who failed to consider the distance between them. They ended up kissing once more. Chapter 150. The inescapable confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke. The mechanical Naruto cried out in anguish, clutching his mouth as he rolled back and forth on the ground. Tears streamed down his face as he grasped the dirt beneath him, desperate to cleanse his mouth. How infuriating. Having acquired a new body, why did he still end up kissing that insufferable Sasuke? Equally devastated was the recently awakened Uchiha Sasuke, who could scarcely believe that after that fateful encounter all those years ago, he could experience such a moment again. Enraged, his eyes transformed into the two six-pointed tomo of the Rinnegan, summoning the powers of Yin and Yang in his left and right hands, respectively, to unleash a truth-seeking ball towards Naruto. "Sasuke, where did you acquire that truth-seeking ball?" The sphere flew at a leisurely pace, allowing the tailed beast-infused Naruto to evade it effortlessly. In that moment, the third blood-red tomo of the Rinnegan on his forehead instinctively opened, gazing at Uchiha Sasuke in astonishment. Indeed, it was true. Only you, Naruto, could ever keep pace with me. Sasuke observed the evolution of Naruto with joy. "Wait, Sasuke, how can you suddenly wield the truth-seeking ball? And what is up with your eyes?" While Naruto was astonished at Sasuke's transformation, he found it not entirely surprising, given that he had consumed the entirety of the Ten-Tails to manifest a Rinnegan. However, how could his dear friend Sasuke also undergo such an upgrade after merely waking from slumber? "Ha ha ha, just as the Sage of Six Paths granted me the power of Yin. Upon receiving another version of yourselves, the Sage bestowed upon me the power of Yang, enabling me to match you in battle." "What do you mean by match me in battle, Sasuke?" The mechanical Naruto was taken aback by Sasuke's sudden declaration of war. Just moments ago, they had been fighting side by side against Uchiha Madara, and now he was intent on confronting him? So that is how it is. Perhaps due to the perspective of an observer, Naruto began to comprehend the unfolding situation. This world bore a striking resemblance to the memories of the traverser he knew, particularly Sasuke's growth trajectory prior to acquiring the power of Yang, which mirrored his own journey. Thus, it was not surprising that after vanquishing the ultimate foe, Sasuke would seek to battle Naruto for the title of Hokage. However, in his memories, he had forcibly extracted the chakra of all nine-tailed beasts, whereas here, it was his own cells that had been given to him, with the Sage of Six Paths providing the power of Yang, allowing him to attain a genuine Rinnegan. Yet, one lingering question troubled Naruto. The cells he had given were merely an accident, intended to aid Sasuke in his recovery. Such a minuscule quantity could hardly awaken any of his bloodline limits, be it would release or the corpse bone pulse. Those were mere fantasies. However, the Sage of Six Paths openly granting him the power of Yang seemed to indicate favoritism. After all, he and the mechanical Naruto were also reincarnations of the Sage's sons. Why were they not afforded the same privileges? Let it be if there is nothing more to say. We must further empower Uchiha Sasuke. Could it be a means of achieving balance? Indra and Ashura, Hashirama and Madara, the Six Paths Madara and Sasuke, and Naruto have always been in a state of mutual equilibrium. Now that I have bestowed the body of the Ten Tails upon mechanical Naruto, does this disruption of balance compel the Sage of Six Paths to grant Uchiha Sasuke the power of the sun? If that is the case, what transformations shall my world Sasuke undergo? As Naruto Uzumaki became lost in thought, the discord between the two brothers escalated. This conflict embodies a clash of ideals and wills, a discordance that cannot be reconciled without a definitive confrontation. However, neither party moved to engage, for they were acutely aware of a decisive factor present, another Naruto Uzumaki from a different realm. The strength of this Naruto is formidable, even the two, now enhanced, would undoubtedly fall short against him. This was evident from the dismal state of Six Paths Madara in his various forms. Yet Uchiha Sasuke harbors no intention of relinquishing his struggle against Naruto Uzumaki. Should Naruto intervene to assist mechanical Naruto, Sasuke would find himself at a loss. Yet he would not yield easily. Only through a fair battle with mechanical Naruto could they truly comprehend one another. Mechanical Naruto, too, recognizes this truth. Sasuke, must you insist on battling me? If you do, I shall not seek assistance from young Naruto. There is nothing left to discuss. Very well, if this is your desire. Upon hearing mechanical Naruto's agreement to engage in combat, Uchiha Sasuke visibly relaxed. Casting a cautious glance at Naruto Uzumaki, he swiftly departed. Let us find a more suitable arena for our duel. You surely know where that is. Observing Sasuke's hasty retreat after leaving those words, mechanical Naruto sighed. Naruto. Seeing the two in such a tumultuous state, Sakura Haruno approached with concern. Is everything all right, Sakura? This time, I will undoubtedly bring Sasuke back. With no furrowed brow or iron mask, he faced only the radiant smile of mechanical Naruto. My apologies, another me. I had intended to express my gratitude. But it seems I must attend to another engagement. That is of no consequence. You may proceed. My sole purpose in coming here was to save you. Now that my goal is achieved, I find myself with little else to do. Is that so? Then all is well. Haha. Once your battle concludes, do visit my world. I plan to invite all Narutos to resurrect all those of great significance. Upon hearing Naruto Uzumaki's words, mechanical Naruto's expression flickered momentarily before he broke into a smile, responding, Oh, I shall undoubtedly be there. Very well, I shall take my leave. You focus on engaging with Uchiha Sasuke. Wait, but, as Naruto Uzumaki prepared to depart, Sakura Haruno grew anxious. She genuinely wished to prevent Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke from clashing further. Fear not, trust me. The mechanical Naruto halted Sakura Haruno in her tracks, a broad smile adorning his face as he raised his thumb in approval. In response, Naruto Uzumaki mirrored the gesture with his own thumb. Soon after, Naruto Uzumaki returned to his own realm. In the dimly lit laboratory, the one-eyed Shimura Danzo observed the Uchiha Sasuke on the experiment table with a malevolent grin. He had not anticipated that this young Uchiha would seek him out, eager to utilize the last remnants of Hashirama's cells in his experiments. Ha ha, young Uchiha. I sincerely hope you succeed, for then you shall become the most formidable instrument for my vengeance against your father. Chapter 151, Wish List, Defeating Death Kai-Bai. Do you remember our initial pact? Upon returning to his own world, Naruto Uzumaki immediately posed a question to the Kai-Bai perched upon his shoulder. The pact. Are you referring to that one? The Kai-Bai, upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, paused momentarily before swiftly comprehending the gravity of the moment. It is indeed time. Yes, it is indeed time. With your current strength, you are fully capable of accomplishing what you once aspired to achieve. Haha, time has not passed long. And who would have thought you have amassed sufficient power? Indeed, I have long possessed the ability to do so. However, I was unable to rescue my other selves, leaving my heart in a state of turmoil. But now, I can finally relinquish all burdens, aside from oneself who stubbornly refuses to believe in meat. All other Narutos are no longer in peril. At last, I can pursue my own happiness without reservation. What the future holds is uncertain. But the happiness Naruto seeks now is singular, reviving his parents. The first step is to reclaim his father's soul from the clutches of death. Achieving this is remarkably simple. Naruto has long mastered the art of summoning the Grim Reaper and possesses the crucial artifacts. Without hesitation, he retrieved the death mask from the mechanical Kaibai's form and donned it upon his face. Haha. A wave of terrifying and eerie chakra surged behind Naruto. He opened his Rinnegan and glanced back, only to find a towering figure of over 4 meters, the Grim Reaper, standing behind him. Well, it seems we haven't seen each other in quite some time. Although I do not recall you, we likely crossed paths at my birth. Naruto greeted the Grim Reaper. Yet the entity paid him no heed. This Grim Reaper, rather than a deity of myth, resembles a mindless being composed solely of souls. I apologize, but I must take action against you. With that, Naruto swung his fist toward the Grim Reaper. In response to Naruto's assault, the Grim Reaper, recognizing that this individual would not offer his soul as a tribute, brandished a dagger and lunged at Naruto. However, in comparison to Naruto's speed and strength, the Grim Reaper's attack lacked finesse, or perhaps it was simply that it required none. Being a soul entity, it rendered ordinary biological beings powerless to inflict harm. Indeed, you are a mindless creature, while others may struggle against you. I am not so easily thwarted. Naruto effortlessly evaded the Grim Reaper's dagger and landed a powerful punch to its cheek. The struck Grim Reaper held in pain, instinctively reacting to the sudden assault. This vulnerability cannot be blamed on its frailty. After all, it was the first time since its inception that it had experienced harm. One can only attribute the blame to Naruto Uzumaki for possessing the ability to strike at the very essence of the soul, the power of the Rinnegan's human path. However, as long as the mask remains affixed to Naruto, he is unable to depart, rendering him helplessly sprawled on the ground, gazing at Naruto. My sincerest apologies. We harbor no grievances, yet today I must inflict a temporary injury upon you. With that, Naruto dragged the Shinigami before him and seized the deity's dagger, aiming it towards its abdomen. As the dagger pierced the Shinigami's belly, souls began to escape, floating in the air. Nevertheless, Naruto, lacking the ability to perform the Edo Tensei and without the requisite sacrifices, watched as the souls soon returned to the Pure Land after a brief moment. I apologize. My matters are resolved. You may return now. Utilizing the power of the human path, Naruto mended the wound in the Shinigami's abdomen before removing the mask. As the mask was lifted, the Shinigami gradually faded from view. Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief, for he had now gathered all the conditions necessary for resurrection. Congratulations, Naruto. You shall soon reunite with Kushina and the others. Although Kurama remains quite displeased with both Kushina and Manado, after all, they are Naruto's parents. And seeing Naruto happy brings him joy as well. Indeed, at long last, it is about to be realized. Memories of Kushina's gentleness, albeit not entirely gentle, from other worlds in the ceiling space, alongside Manado's concern, flooded Naruto's mind. The mere thought thrilled him, as he would soon have 2 more individuals who cared for him. Yet, he needed to find 2 additional sacrifices. Though uncertain of the truth, he had heard that the superior the quality of the sacrifices used for Edo Tensei, the more formidable the resurrected beings would be. Speaking of which, the finest Edo Tensei sacrifices in this world must surely be the White Zetsu, right? Naruto's recollections of the White Zetsu's lore were rather hazy. At times, it was said that White Zetsu were clones of Hashirama Senju's cells. At other times, they were described as products of Kagaya Otsutsuki's infinite Tsukuyomi. Regardless of the narrative, they were undoubtedly the optimal material for resurrecting his parents. With countless White Zetsu existing in every world, they would suffice for the resurrection. Naruto calculated that the total number of individuals he wished to revive, including his counterparts from other worlds and their relatives and friends, would certainly not exceed 100,000. Alright, time to prepare for the journey home. By the time Naruto was fully prepared, an entire day had passed. During this time, he not only summoned all his counterparts from various worlds but also completed the preparation of all necessary information and materials. Ahem, everyone, we are now fully equipped. We merely require the sacrifices. However, the locations of the 100,000 White Zetsu remain unclear, so I intend to gather everyone to share information. I can inquire about that. The mechanical Naruto raised his hand. His world had undoubtedly transitioned into one of triumph. Although my realm has nearly eradicated the White Zetsu, the whereabouts of their previous hiding places are certainly known to Kabuto. I merely need to return and inquire with him. What need is there for such complications? Naruto Uzumaki has been unable to contain his eagerness to resurrect his mother. For the past few days, he has merely endured the wait under the guise of research. I would argue that does Naruto not possess the power of the Sage of Six Paths? With the multitude of abilities at our disposal, How could we possibly fail to vanquish a mere organization like Akatsuki? We could simply confront them and brainwash them, thereby uncovering the truth. Chapter 152. The Akatsuki moves out. Within a pitch-black cave, Uchiha Obito sat in deep contemplation, scrutinizing the intelligence he had gathered over the past few days. This cannot continue. The rate at which the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is growing in power is utterly alarming. Initially, he and Nagato had devised a plan to capture the tailed beast sequentially, ultimately ensnaring the Nine-Tails host. To him, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was merely a trifling child, someone who had even caused his own father's demise, surely. This little brat could not defeat him. What difference would another decade make? Yet, it appears that even a matter of mere days is beyond his patience now. Is this something a 6-year-old, nearing 7, could accomplish? As Naruto Uzumaki's power steadily escalated, he no longer cared about concealing his identity. Recently, his escapades often showcased his true self, such as his audacious infiltration of Konoha and his fierce battles against renowned ninjas like Uchiha Fugaku and Jiraiya. Just a few days prior, he had engaged in combat with a colossal foe, according to Black Zetsu's description. Even he would require considerable effort to contend with such a size. In a mere 2 moves, the giant had been vanquished. If this continued, the entire Akatsuki organization might find themselves outmatched. So, what do you intend to do? I sense that Naruto Uzumaki's strength now exceeds yours. Black and White Zetsu exchanged taunts beside Obito. Perhaps only White Zetsu was truly mocking, while Black Zetsu genuinely feared whether they could capture Naruto. We must take action sooner rather than later. Obito resolved to seize this rapidly evolving anomaly before it was too late. He would mobilize all Akatsuki members to converge upon him. With a surprise attack, he might not be able to defeat us. Oh, your words lack any semblance of bravado. Nonsense. Even Nagato might struggle to overcome Jiraiya, yet Naruto has succeeded. Moreover, he has several mysterious allies backing him. Obito cursed under his breath before turning to consult Nagato. Given your assessment, it seems the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is indeed quite formidable. Upon hearing Obito's concerns, Nagato was taken aback, surprised that his senior son possessed such remarkable talent. Do not underestimate him, Nagato. He can easily defeat Jiraiya. Obito feared that Nagato might become complacent, jeopardizing his plan to create a world with Rin. I am well aware of Master Jiraiya's prowess, but he is no match for me. I am a god. Pain, the embodiment of the 6 paths, surveyed the landscape with his all-seeing Rinnegan. Since he exalted himself as a deity, his conviction in his divinity had only grown. Nevertheless, we must proceed with caution. Let us not forget that there exists an exceptional individual capable of abducting Naruto from the hidden cloud village and nurturing him to such an extent. Uchiha Obito had previously disregarded them, yet the current situation had completely transcended his control, prompting a sense of urgency within him. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest and mobilize all members of the Akatsuki. Although Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, considered himself a deity, he was not devoid of intellect. He understood when to exhibit arrogance and when to exercise caution. All right, hasten to gather all members of the Akatsuki. I shall escort you to Naruto Uzumaki's chamber in the capacity of an intern. An intern proficient in space-time ninjutsu? The Leaf Village still has those skilled in such arts guarding the gates. Suit yourself. Soon, Nagato, under the guise of pain, summoned all Akatsuki members. The Scarlet Phoenix, Uchiha Itachi, the White Tiger, Konan, the Black Tortoise, Black and White Zetsu, the Jade Maiden, Sasori, the Southern Dipper, Kisame, the 3 platforms, an unnamed individual, and the intern. Toby, why have we been summoned all of a sudden? I had just found a highly profitable target, grumbled Kisame, displeased at the interruption of his lucrative endeavor, as he had nearly defeated that individual. Come now, Mr. Kisame. The leader must have summoned us for something of great significance, replied the honest Kisame, attempting to ease the tension while directing the question toward Pain. We are planning to mobilize ahead of schedule, targeting the former Leaf Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. I see. That little brat from Konoha has been making quite a name for himself lately. His feat of single-handedly challenging the entire Leaf Village has astonished the ninja world. Were it not for his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I would have considered adding him to my collection. However, is it true that even our leader harbors caution towards his strength? At this moment, Sasori had yet to complete his shell, thus he appeared in his true form. Having long coveted Naruto's body, do not underestimate Naruto. He could defeat 2 of the legendary Sannin in an instant. A careless mistake could indeed be fatal. Itachi, you are truly a testament to the prowess emerging from your village. You are frighteningly strong at such a young age. I do not know him well. He has always been an enigma since my time in the village. Itachi had long recognized that Naruto was no ordinary child. His strength far surpassed his own. However, there was no need to disclose this to the Akatsuki. The Nine-Tails was a crucial element of their plans, and he could not be allowed to grow unchecked. Thus, they must capture him before he could adequately respond to their threats. Pain issued the command for this mission. All members were to mobilize with the objective of capturing the Nine-Tails. But we do not even know where the Nine-Tails brat is located? Do not fret. We have already located him. He does not even bother to conceal himself. Very well. Let us heed the leader's call and depart swiftly. Indeed, here I am, the new intern, a Fae. This time, I will lead all of you, esteemed seniors, on a quest to capture the Nine-Tails. Uchiha Obito, feigning ignorance, immediately jumped out, declaring himself the transport for this mission. However, as Deidara was still playing in the village, no one bothered to comment on his peculiar behavior. Everyone silently allowed a Fae to bring them into the realm of space-time. I never expected that an entity as formidable as the leader could have 6 counterparts. How astonishing it is that a mere intern possesses such profound space-time ninjutsu. This individual harbors significant secrets. Hey, everyone, we have arrived. Allow me to take the lead. With that, Uchiha Obito slowly stepped out from the Kamui dimension. Oh, Chapter 153, Selecting Opponents in the Realm of the Future, the ruler, Uchiha Obito, was confronted with a bewildering sight. Clad in a green spandex suit, a mushroom-headed figure, a half-sleeved masked man, a boisterous white-eyed individual, a sun-kissed youth reminiscent of Manado Namikaze, a lanky red-haired man, a lavishly dressed noble, and an eerie three-eyed being. All gazed back at him. Among them was his intended target, the 6-year-old Naruto Uzumaki. What in the world was happening? A chill coursed through Obito as he faced 8 identical faces, feeling his sanity swiftly eroding. Ah, is that you, Obito? The realization struck like lightning. Aside from Naruto and the compassionate version of him, the others instantly recognized this man. Before Uchiha Obito could react, a horde of Narutos lunged at him. Damn it. Despite his confusion, Obito swiftly employed his intangibility to evade the onslaught. Intangibility? Such a technique would prove futile against me. With a swift glance, Kakashi Hatake opened the gateway to the Kamui dimension, revealing the true form of Uchiha Obito concealed within. Take this, shuriken. Wah! Obito was taken aback, realizing that even his invincible Kamui could be countered. He hastily reverted to his physical form to shield himself from the incoming shuriken. As he materialized back into reality, he crashed through the ceiling and landed breathlessly on the rooftop. The brief moments had dealt him a staggering blow. These individuals were merely toying with him. A flurry of sounds erupted as all the Narutos ascended to the rooftop, their gazes fixed enigmatically upon Obito. We were pondering where to find you, yet here you are. Presenting yourself to us, exclaimed Naruto, his enthusiasm palpable. You wish to capture me? Obito initially intended to deliver a menacing retort, but the sheer number of Narutos before him left him feeling uneasy. Consequently, he summoned the members of his small organization from the Kamui dimension. Idiot. What were you doing just now? A shuriken nearly struck my head. As he emerged from the Kamui space, he was met with a barrage of complaints. The shuriken embedded in his head was indeed the very one Kakashi had launched. My apologies, senior, but I believe the current situation takes precedence. Obito could only feign ignorance, swiftly redirecting the attention towards the numerous Narutos present. How astonishing. The sight of so many Narutos left Kisame Hoshigaki marveling at the peculiarity of this world. What is going on, Obito? Why are there multiple Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails? With his Rinnegan, Nagato observed keenly, noting that each of these individuals bore a tremendous chakra within them. Especially the shortest Naruto among them possesses a chakra capacity that can only be described as immense. I am also unaware of such a phenomenon. This is the first time I have encountered it. Uchiha Obito observed the individuals before him with an unsettled expression. Even with the entire Akatsuki organization gathered, he still felt a profound sense of insecurity. He had already resolved that should the situation take a turn for the worse, he would make a swift exit, as Nagato's true body had not accompanied them, and the loss of these Akatsuki members would be inconsequential. Wait, is that a Rinnegan? Having a Rinnegan himself, Pain scrutinized the scene with greater attention than the others. He soon noticed that one of the Narutos had a blood-red Rinnegan embedded in his forehead. No, it was not just one. The boy's eye sockets also contained them, and the pressure emanating from the Byakugan user was no less formidable than that of the Rinnegan. How intriguing. It seems that besides our leader, there are indeed others who possess the legendary eyes. Observing the diverse expressions of the Narutos before him, Some members of the Akatsuki began to feel a sense of dread, while others were filled with exhilaration. Just like the Akatsuki members, several Narutos were equally thrilled to see the members of the organization. How nostalgic. I never expected to encounter members of the Akatsuki again. The one speaking was the mechanical Naruto, from a world where his entire Akatsuki had perished. So, these are the members of the Akatsuki? A few familiar faces among them. There are exactly 8 individuals opposing us, and we have 8 here as well. Let us divide them evenly, shall we? Who said there were only 8 opponents? Aren't there still 6 pains present? I don't care. Since I've never faced Kisame, let me step in for Guy Sensei and have a go at him. Ha 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 ha. Hey, am I the first target? This guy looks like a rare beast. Kisame, undeterred, brandished his Samahata and charged directly at Might Guy. Well then, I'll go after Obito. I was robbed of my kill last time, so it's my turn to enjoy myself, right? Kakashi Naruto, wielding his white fang, confronted Uchiha Obito. Obito, wary of this Naruto who had just countered his Kamui, was reluctant to engage and sought to distance himself back into the Kamui dimension. Useless. You can't escape, for we share the same eyes. Kakashi Naruto sliced through the Kamui space and dove in alongside Uchiha Obito. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Itachi. I finally have the chance to avenge myself. Alongside Kakashi Naruto was the frenzied Naruto, who had been easily subdued by Uchiha Itachi in their previous encounter. This time, having upgraded his Byakugan, he saw it as an opportunity to redeem himself. Thus, the frenzied Naruto laughed heartily as he drew his bone blade and aimed it at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, sensing the unstable mental state of this Naruto, sought to extract information from him while engaging in combat, allowing their battle to stretch further away. Since you wish to engage in this game, I shall confront Scorpion instead, as it presents an opportune moment to capture him and delve into the intricacies of his puppet technology. Sharing the trait of crimson hair and the essence of a technologist, Naruto inevitably chose to approach Scorpion. Am I merely to be regarded as a subject for his experiments? How fortuitous. For I am equally eager to test my new techniques upon you. Scorpion chuckled heartily as he produced 4 or 5 scrolls. Oh dear, whom shall I select? Such a dilemma indeed. Naruto, grasping his yellow locks, offered a wry smile while surveying the remaining individuals. This is quite simple. Are there not only women in your realm? You should contend with Konan, for in your world, she takes on a male form, thus making her fair game. I shall take on the one whose name I cannot recall, Naruto suggested, casting his gaze upon the few remaining large felines. Chapter 154. Having chosen the opponents, Naruto Uzumaki cast a glance at the remaining participants, a wry smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It appears that we are left with no choice. How is it that none of them regard us with any seriousness?" The unknown character, Santai, simmered with indignation. Feeling utterly disrespected by these individuals who dismissed him, a renowned rogue ninja. To make matters worse, he was pitted against that middle-aged man. It was a blatant sign of contempt. Is it not enough to let one's prowess speak for itself? We are all of a similar age. Surely that cannot be deemed an insult? Silence! Santai shouted, furiously brandishing his weapon and lunging at Naruto. Look at your vexed expression. Yet here you are, having chosen me as your adversary. In response, Naruto summoned an ice sword, clashing with Santai in fierce combat. Honestly, if given a choice, I would rather not engage with you. I believe there is still hope for you and Nagato. Shall we discuss the matter of peace first? Naruto beamed a radiant smile. Engaging in conversation with Konan, observing the chaos of battle around them and the striking resemblance Naruto bore to Yahiko, Konan paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. The two then soared to the side, initiating their dialogue. Indeed, growing up among women has shaped a different atmosphere, remarked Mecha Naruto, his jaw nearly dropping at the sight of Naruto and Konan peacefully departing. Is this even possible? Have you little brats finished your selections? It is now my turn, Kakuzu stated, eyeing the dwindling adversaries before him, and he stepped forward, clutching a bounty notice. That 6-year-old brat, you must be the one on this notice, correct? Indeed. That is I. The admission was futile. Huh? Since you have acknowledged it. Kakuzu was taken aback, surprised that such a significant bounty target would openly confess their identity. If it is indeed you, then it is fortunate. Once the leader extracts the tailed beast from you, I can exchange you for a reward. Wait a moment. While it is true that I am the person on this bounty, how outdated is this notice? I received this bounty notice just last month. Are you implying that your value has increased? No. What I mean is that this bounty was issued by the underground market of the Land of Fire, right? It has long since been rendered null, currently. There is no one in the Land of Fire seeking to apprehend me. What? Kakuzu was thoroughly astonished. This little brat, who was worth such a sum last month, is now considered worthless? You cannot be trying to deceive me, can you? Let me tell you, tricking me will not yield any results. That is not the case. This was just issued a few days ago. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. Naruto truly spoke no falsehood. The current feudal lord and Hokage of the Land of Fire were under his control, and he certainly would not permit anyone to place a bounty on his head. TSK. Even if the Land of Fire no longer seeks you, there are still others from different nations who would pay. Kakuzu remains resolute in his intent to confront Uzumaki Naruto. For the wealth he possesses is something he would never relinquish. Perhaps it would be better if I took on the fight, after all. The final boss should ultimately face the final adversary. Mechanical Naruto obstructs Kakuzu, as this arena is fundamentally Naruto's domain, adhering to the principles of kings clashing with kings, and generals against generals, despite the fact that their Naruto could easily overpower the members of the Akatsuki. How did you acquire the Rinnegan upon your forehead? In light of Mechanical Naruto's apparent reluctance to engage in battle, Pain inquired. You should direct that question to the little Naruto beside me, for he possesses a Rinnegan as well. Without waiting for Pain's reaction, Mechanical Naruto swiftly ensnared Kakuzu with a wooden limb, binding him tightly for transport. The scene resembled a cat playing with a mouse. Silence! White Zetsu exclaimed, witnessing Kakuzu being effortlessly captured, and he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Ah! I almost forgot about you. Uzumaki Naruto, noticing the presence of a black and white Zetsu, promptly summoned a crow. Hey, are you really underestimating us? You intend to use this crow to battle us? Not at all, merely to resolve a minor inconvenience. With that, the crow unleashed the Kotoame Tsukumi, instantly dissolving black Zetsu into a puddle of liquid, leaving white Zetsu in a state of panic as Uzumaki Naruto delivered a decisive blow to his head. Now, only the two of us remain. Uzumaki Naruto wiped the sap from his hands and revealed his Rinnegan to Pain. That individual was the one who took you from the hidden cloud, wasn't he? The others were merely his six paths incarnations. While I am unsure why you share such a striking resemblance, he claimed you also possess the Rinnegan. Could it be that the Rinnegan is the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan? Faced with the remarkably youthful Uzumaki Naruto, Nagato chose not to strike immediately but instead posed a question. After all, it was an extraordinary coincidence that they were both Uzumaki and possessed Rinnegan. Though he did indeed lead me out of the hidden cloud, your subsequent assumptions are mistaken. However, there is no need for you to be so well informed. We are merely here to engage in combat. Uzumaki Naruto understood a fundamental truth. Only with a strong enough fist would others heed his reasoning. Presently, Nagato bore no blood debt, and the Akatsuki organization did not yet resemble the terror they would later become. In essence, hope remained. Thus, Naruto was still inclined to reason with Nagato. You are correct. Regardless, I intend to capture you, and extracting your soul will make no difference. The figures of the six paths of pain materialized, forming a hexagonal encirclement around Uzumaki Naruto. Since you too possess the Rinnegan, I shall no longer hold back. Shinra Tensei. Pain initiated the assault with the standard Shinra Tensei, an invisible wave of gravitational force surging towards Uzumaki Naruto. Thus, I proclaim the exhilaration derived from effortlessly vanquishing weaker opponents, as it merely requires a mere one of my prowess to engage in a spirited exchange with adversaries Shinra Tensei. Though both wield the power of Shinra Tensei, the range, velocity, and might of Uzumaki Naruto's technique surpassed that of Nagato's Deva Path by several magnitudes. In an instant, two invisible gravitational waves collided, and in the next heartbeat, Naruto's gravitational wave devoured Nagato's with a devastating swiftness. Simultaneously, the gravitational wave acted as a sphere, propelling the six puppets of pain away with great force. The arm of the Azura Path released a barrage of missiles, aimed at Uzumaki Naruto in a relentless onslaught. Ultimately, the culmination of power was unleashed. Though both wield the abilities of the Azura Path, it appeared as though Naruto had transformed into a cannon, resembling a sea urchin as he unleashed a torrential barrage of fire upon his surroundings. Chapter 155. The Battle of Naruto and Minma. 1. Countless missiles were launched simultaneously, instantly transforming the battlefield into a cacophony of artillery fire, shrouded in smoke that obscured the sun. The tremendous commotion drew the attention of the surrounding Narutos. Each time, they had to create a different spectacle, a display of skills so ostentatious. Windflower Naruto remarked, finding the flamboyance of his counterparts rather trivial compared to his own abilities. Just how much contempt do you hold for me? An unnamed figure swung a massive sword downwards towards Windflower Naruto, who had disregarded him. Clang. Two ice swords crossed in midair, intercepting the unnamed one's colossal blade. You, an unnamed extra, truly failed to ignite my interest. Windflower Naruto's hands wielded the ice swords, emanating an astonishing chill. In mere moments of contact, the giant sword was encased in ice. Had the unnamed one not released his grip swiftly, he might have been frozen in place. How could the disparity be so vast? After all, I am an S-rank rogue ninja. The unnamed one gazed incredulously at his bluish hands, bewildered by the strength of the individual before him, someone he had never even heard of. It must be due to those two swords. If you cannot hold them, victory is surely mine. With a furious shout, the unnamed one suppressed the biting cold in his hands and hurled dozens of shuriken towards Windflower Naruto. Humph. These shuriken are rigged with explosive tags. The moment you deflect them with those weapons, you will be obliterated. Just because I cannot reach such heights, do you presume others cannot either? I cannot fathom how you managed to achieve the rank of S-rank rogue ninja. It seems my opponents have become exceedingly dull. Windflower Naruto, unwilling to prolong the skirmish, quickly formed hand signs to conclude the battle. Ice release, 9 dragon ice. In an instant, it felt as though winter had descended upon the land. Frost began to form on the rooftops of nearby buildings. 9 serpentine ice dragons rose majestically from Windflower Naruto's side, transforming the environment, leaving the unnamed one to perceive only one hue, white. Before the scream could fully escape his lips, the unnamed one was entirely encased by the 9 ice dragons, sealed within a colossal block of ice. The ice dragons appeared vividly, like intricate sculptures adorning the frozen prison, while the unnamed one remained conscious, helplessly gazing at the unfolding events. Rest assured, I'm a figure of considerable caliber. I have shown restraint. You shall not perish just yet. Windflower Naruto stood atop the ice, offering words of solace to the unnamed one below. This individual, despite his ineptitude, was undeniably powerful. Meanwhile, woofing Minma, controlling his snake fox to tear at Scorpion, observed the magnificent ice sculpture of the 9 dragons. Ice release possesses such formidable strength, it has reignited my thirst for research. Glancing back at Scorpion, who was struggling under his assault, woofing Minma hastened his offensive. He must hasten to dismantle this fellow and then engage in a discussion with Kazekage and Naruto regarding the intricacies of ice release. At this moment, Scorpion found himself in a rather vexing predicament. As a puppeteer, he was not devoid of prowess in close combat. However, his forte lay in directing puppets for battle. Yet, the crimson-haired aberration before him played by no conventional rules. The creature he casually unleashed, with a fox's head and a serpent's body, possessed an astonishing power that was almost beyond comprehension. His puppets, upon mere contact, were reduced to cinders. This is infuriating. It seems I must reveal myself. Scorpion twisted his head a full 180 degrees, evading the fox snake while extending a metallic chain from his abdomen to propel himself to a distance. Arise, my masterpiece. As the mist dissipated, a marionette, enshrouded in rust, was summoned by Scorpion. At last, has he resorted to the third Kazekage? In the face of Scorpion's summon, Deidara was unperturbed. Indeed, he had anticipated this puppet's emergence. Magnetic release is a fascinating bloodline limit worthy of study. According to Naruto Uzumaki, it seems to possess even greater applications, though the specifics elude him. Thus, it could serve as an excellent subject for my research. I am eager to examine your form. I shall undoubtedly craft you into a magnificent puppet. Scorpion made his assertions while manipulating the third Kazekage puppet to unleash magnetic release, iron sand rain. Countless iron grains descended upon Deidara like a fine drizzle. With a casual flick, Deidara commanded a fox snake to intercept the onslaught. Is that the extent of magnetic release in your hands? How disappointingly lackluster. Fool, you have fallen into my trap. With a swift tug on the puppet strings, Scorpion's puppet formed a seal. In an instant, the fox snake that had just shielded Deidara from the iron grains was reduced to tatters by an onslaught of iron spikes. Magnetic release, black spikes. The black spikes, having pierced through the fox snake's form, grew and thrust forward, transforming the creature's tail, which connected to Deidara's palm, into a pincushion. This is disastrous. Deidara, acting decisively, severed one of his own arms just in time to evade the black iron assault. The dismembered limb morphed into a dark sphere, slowly drifting back to the third Kazekage puppet. What a pity. Such fine puppet material is now diminished by the loss of a hand. Your arrogance has truly inflated. Deidara, gritting his teeth against the pain of his severed arm and sweating profusely, taunted him. Yet, I believe you should be far more concerned about yourself, suddenly. A sense of impending danger washed over him from behind. Before Scorpion could react, all 4 of his limbs were cleanly severed, leaving only his core and head lying on the ground. It seems your third Kazekage puppet performed admirably, but you still fall short in comparison to me. To Scorpion's astonishment, another Deidara appeared behind him, deftly sealing the third Kazekage puppet within his scroll. What is happening? A shadow clone? That is impossible. I did not observe you performing any hand seals. Of course, it is not the rudimentary technique of shadow clones. I have long proclaimed myself a scientist. The dismembered figure of Nameki's Manado exaggeratedly opened his mouth, subsequently expelling a complete replica of himself. To the astonishment of Scorpion, the 2 Nameki's Manado figures astonishingly merged into one, crouching before him. This is a skill I acquired from a ninja whose essence is encapsulated in his hair. And I must admit, this secret technique proves to be quite practical. Chapter 156. The Battle Between Naruto and Minma. 2. The extensive research conducted by Nameki's Minma has not been in vain. He has successfully imbued himself with the secret techniques of wind release and, after assimilating the bodies of 4 different chakra natures, he has become an all-encompassing ninja with 5 lives. Although he was already a wielder of all attributes, it is worth mentioning that after acquiring these 5 bodies, he sought to explore the possibility of obtaining a body with bloodline limits. As fate would have it, you presented to him the body of the third Kazekage, who possesses magnet release. Ha ha ha. I must express my gratitude for this. Rest assured, I will thoroughly study your puppet techniques before absorbing the third Kazekage. As he laughed, Minma placed the scroll of Sasori into his possession. He held little curiosity about the human puppets, deeming one as a mere sample sufficient, yet the bodies of these puppets, as collectibles of the red sand Sasori, bore immense intrinsic value. Perhaps Sasori had exhausted his research, but Minma had yet to delve into them, believing these puppets might yield further discoveries. Speaking of which, I find myself short-handed again. Even with Orochimaru's assistance, I yearn for more allies to aid in my studies. On another front of the battlefield, countless fireballs erupted from Might Guy's hands. These flames were produced by the rapid friction against the air, and it is not merely the flames that pose a threat, but rather the deadly force of the air pressure generated by the punches. Water release, water shark bullet. In the face of the meteor-like barrage of Morning Peacock, Kisame Hoshigaki assumed a stance reminiscent of the Kamehameha wave and roared, unleashing an enormous water shark. Kisame had exerted his utmost effort. At this moment, he was not only fused with Samahata but had also unleashed 100 of his chakra. This move was his ultimate technique, his last resort. The colossal water shark roared, its massive jaws poised to fiercely bite down upon the airborne Might Guy. Countless morning peacocks left numerous craters upon Kisame's form, yet they could not deter his relentless advance. Almost there, just a bit more, perish. The jaws of the shark were mere moments from clashing with Might Guy, its teeth about to puncture a series of transparent holes into him. Suddenly, a remarkable change occurred. What? Might Guy unexpectedly altered his approach. In addition to his swinging fists, his feet began to move as well. The formation of the morning peacock, which initially resembled a trumpet shape, transformed into a straight line, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. The resulting punch wind, akin to a sharp blade, cleaved the water shark in two, delivering a devastating blow to Kisame. With a series of powerful strikes, Kisame collapsed weakly to the ground. This was a clash of true warriors, devoid of excessive dialogue or elaborate setups, characterized solely by the raw, visceral exchange of blows and the determination of victory. Meanwhile, the battle between Kakuzu and mechanical Naruto had escalated to a fever pitch, at least from Kakuzu's perspective. Having already lost 2 hearts, Kakuzu gasped for breath as he fixed his gaze on mechanical Naruto. I must concede, you possess remarkable prowess. The last time I was pushed to this extent was by the first Hokage. As he spoke, Kakuzu began to remove his Akatsuki cloak for greater ease in combat. In my opinion, it would be wise for you to keep your garments on. Death could be imminent. Oh, are you threatening me? Kakuzu paused momentarily, halting his removal of the cloak. At this juncture, he merely sought to buy time. His water and earth hearts had been destroyed, and continuing this battle would surely lead to his demise. The young adversary before him refrained from engaging in close combat, opting instead to bombard him with an unending barrage of artillery, all while not fully utilizing the powers of the Rinnegan, indicating that he was not genuinely invested in their confrontation. I am merely offering you a word of caution. It seems that none here wish for your life. I wouldn't want to eliminate you directly. Upon hearing mechanical Naruto's words, Kakuzu glanced around and noted that, apart from the leader, The others had indeed ceased fighting. What a bunch of useless fools. I had intended to covertly seize a few hearts. Realizing his comrades had been vanquished, Kakuzu acknowledged the unfavorable position he was in. However, surrendering without a fight was not an option, while he recognized Naruto's strength. He still deemed him inferior to the first Hokage. I am one who dares to throw shurikens in the face of Shinja Hashirama. 3 earth grudge fear threads emerged from Kakuzu's body, coalescing into a formidable chakra aimed at mechanical Naruto. Fire. The amalgamation of wind, fire, and lightning attributes fused to create a devastating beam, Kakuzu's ultimate technique. Should a typical individual be struck by such an attack, their demise would be all but certain. Would release, would wall. Trees sprouted instantly, stacking upon one another to form a wall of considerable thickness, adorned with lush foliage, signifying the essence of life. The final attack collided with the wooden barrier, yet, contrary to Kakuzu's expectations of an explosion, the combined chakra energies were wholly absorbed by the wall. I had intended to engage you with my artillery, but since you've been so adamant about your encounters with the first Hokage, I would be remiss not to honor that and resolve this with the wood release you so admire. The once square wall of trees sprouted fingers, and from it emerged a colossal wooden giant. As a senior, you may judge the merits of my wood release against that of the first Hokage. Mechanical Naruto stood atop the wooden giant, gazing down upon Kakuzu with an air of superiority. Wood release. Kakuzu involuntarily swallowed hard as he beheld the familiar wooden giant before him. The scene of being mercilessly beaten by the wooden figure resurfaced vividly in his mind. And so it began. As he spoke, the wooden figure sprang into action, raising his right hand to strike at Kakuzu. The powerful gust of wind instantly pressed Kakuzu to the ground, robbing him of the courage and strength to stand. I surrender, Kakuzu shouted from the ground, ultimately choosing to capitulate in the face of the soul-chilling wooden figure. In this moment of life and death, Kakuzu finally comprehended the truth. It was not the lack of wealth that brought the greatest suffering, but rather the agony of having accumulated so much money only to die before having the chance to spend it. Chapter 157. The Battle Between Naruto and Pain. 3. Turning his gaze back to Uzumaki Naruto, ignoring the other battles. Naruto retracted his cannon after unleashing a barrage of firepower and focused on a smoke-filled area. As a gentle breeze wafted by, the smoke gradually dispersed, revealing the silhouettes within. The other 4 panes lay shattered, and the Deva Path, possessing some defensive capability, now consisted of merely half a body shielding Nagato. It appears your mastery over the Rinnegan seems to surpass even my own, remarked Naruto, observing the Deva Path's mouth opening and closing, struggling to maintain composure before ultimately collapsing to the ground due to severe injuries. By now, you should have some understanding of my strength. With only the Deva Path remaining, Naruto felt no need for further action. He had already demonstrated his power to Nagato, and it was time for a dialogue of reason. What do you wish to discuss with me? Recognizing his inability to defeat Naruto, Nagato relinquished the idea of forcibly seizing the Nine-Tails and was now inclined to hear what Naruto had to say. You are all mere puppets, Naruto began, recounting how Uchiha Madara manipulated Uchiha Obito, who in turn orchestrated the tragic fate that befell Nagato. So, the deaths of Konan and Yahiko were all orchestrated by Uchiha Obito? The Deva Path spoke with a tone devoid of emotion. Yet the silence that enveloped him betrayed the tumultuous feelings of Nagato. His agitation and fury were palpable. The true culprits are Hans and Danzo. But it is Obito who exacerbated everything. Uchiha Obito. The Deva Path repeated the name, and even through his emotionless voice, Naruto discerned the flames of anger within. However, even if they have exploited me, the matter of the 10 Tails is indeed real, is it not? Since the 10 Tails' existence is a reality, it will not hinder my plan to make the world feel pain. Despite his profound rage, Nagato restrained himself from immediately seeking vengeance against Obito. Compared to personal grudges, he yearned for the greater goal of fostering peace throughout the ninja world. They sought to utilize the 10 Tails to enact the elusive infinite Tsukuyami, yet to me, the power of the 10 Tails stands as the most terrifying ability in existence, one that I can wield as a final weapon to intimidate the entire world. With his emotionless Rinnegan, the Deva Path observed Naruto intently. Personal emotions are of no use to me. Individuals like you, residing in the peaceful Leaf Village, cannot fathom the suffering of those from smaller nations. The origins of this conflict have become irrelevant. At this point, I must resolutely continue on the path to peace. But I will not allow you to succeed, Naruto retorted decisively to the Deva Path. You are hardly my rival. Even your Akatsuki, including Uchiha Obito, pales in comparison to my counterpart from another realm. To speak of mere ocular prowess, we possess several pairs of Rinnegan here. Do you truly believe that someone as incapacitated as yourself could stand against us? Yet, one must ponder, why must we engage in battle? If my observation serves me correctly, that creature perched upon your shoulder is none other than the Nine-Tails, is it not? Although I remain perplexed as to how you extracted the Nine-Tails without it meeting its demise, it seems that its existence is now entirely detached from yours. Consequently, our conflict appears to be rendered moot. Once we have gathered all nine-tailed beasts, I would be willing to bestow upon you the mantle of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, provided you promise to usher in an era of peace for the world. You, possessing the Rinnegan, are equally deserving of such a role. Nagato does not covet the position of Akatsuki leader. He is not enamored with the entirety of the world. His initial aspiration was merely world peace. How magnanimous of you. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the Nine-Tails upon his shoulder, who reciprocated with an equally irritable glare. I'm afraid I must decline. Why? With our capabilities, collecting all nine-tailed beasts would be a trivial endeavor. Why would we forsake such immense power? Nagato struggled to comprehend. He had offered to relinquish all positions of power. Unifying the world and filling it with peace is not a noble pursuit? I wish to respond that my strength alone suffices for world domination, or that I hold no interest in global harmony. The truth is far simpler. The Nine-Tails is my friend. How could I abandon my friend's life for the sake of power? What? You claim to have befriended a tailed beast? Nagato found this notion incredulous. In his earlier, weaker days, he had witnessed the devastation wrought by tailed beasts on the battlefield. How could such merciless creatures, capable of ruthlessly tearing apart human lives, ever become friends with humanity? Not only the Nine-Tails, but I would also not permit you to lay a hand on the others. As a friend of the Nine-Tails, I refuse to allow its kin to be exploited by anyone. Indeed, thus you might as well relent. The Nine-Tails chimed in from the sidelines. Given this, there is little left for us to discuss. The voice of Deva Pathpain grew cold once more. He had no regard for friendship or camaraderie. Anyone who obstructed his vision of world peace was deemed his enemy. Very well. Do not blame us for what follows. You? Deva Pathpain surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had unwittingly been encircled by several Narutos. Meanwhile, his subordinates had already succumbed to defeat. The nameless one had nothing to say, as he was swiftly encased in ice by Windflower Naruto. Kakuzu, with 5 hearts, was left with merely 3, yet he succumbed to terror from mechanical Naruto's would-human technique, instantly retreating from combat in despair. The scorpion fared even worse. Its entire body reduced to a mere core and a head, all its equipment thoroughly plundered, stripped away by the claws of a fox. The battle between Uchiha Itachi and the frenzied Naruto extended considerably. However, Naruto's eyes had evolved from ordinary Byakugan to the Rinnegan. Despite Uchiha Itachi's formidable combat intelligence and prowess, he ultimately succumbed to Naruto, who forcefully severed Susanoo with the Golden Wheel rebirth explosion before subduing him with would-release techniques. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that Uchiha Itachi chose not to fight earnestly and intentionally held back. As for Kisame, he was languishing in a puddle, a hefty fish, having been thoroughly knocked out by Might Guy's 8th Gate of Death. Chapter 158, Demonstrating Power. Conan, too, had been successfully persuaded by Naruto Uzumaki to cease hostilities, with the promise that Nagato's body would be restored after the battle and that their lives would be spared. As for Obito Uchiha, he had yet to be subdued by Kakashi Hatake. Naruto desired to toy with him a while longer and capture him alive. How do you expect to defeat me one-on-one? You stand no chance, let alone against so many of us. Nagato, perhaps it is time to reconsider? We were merely pawns in Obito Uchiha's game, and he has promised to assist us in resurrecting Yahiko. Would it not be better for the 3 of us to return to the land of rain? Conan urged Nagato, unable to envision a victory against such a multitude of Narutos. With so many of them present, world peace seemed tantalizingly close. Conan, Pain observed Conan's change of heart, falling silent for a moment before addressing Naruto Uzumaki. Allow me to witness your power, the kind that would strip away my desire to fight. Very well. Naruto understood that Nagato had been convinced. He merely needed a means to retreat gracefully. If you wish to see my strength, then come forth and behold it. Let the spies from neighboring nations witness the extent of my abilities. Although they were engaged in battle with the Akatsuki, this location was the capital of the Land of Fire, a place where spies from nearly every nation could be found lurking. The spectacle of Naruto's impressive techniques had already drawn attention. Behold, witness the true terror of Naruto Uzumaki. First, armor. Mechanical armor and a mechanical nine-tails enveloped Naruto, reminiscent of the Nine-Tails mode. As a formidable mechanized fox suit adorned him. Next came Sage mode. The intimidating aura of the mechanical fox dissipated in an instant. Had the onlookers not been able to see with their own eyes, they might have doubted its presence. Emerging was a white fox with 2 horns. 8 gates release. The white fox's fur was tinged with crimson, surrounded by a halo of red chakra. That should suffice. No further demonstration is necessary. Now, let me find a worthy counterpart. With a flick of his Rinnegan, a colossal meteor descended from the heavens, summoned by Naruto's will. My heavens! What is that in the sky? The spies, regardless of their strength, found themselves awestruck. It was impossible to gauge Naruto's true power amidst his transformations. Yet now, witnessing such a gargantuan meteor being pulled down, they grasped the magnitude of his terrifying strength. Has he lost his mind? Surely, even to showcase his might, he wouldn't drag a meteor down. Indeed, and this is the capital of the Land of Fire. Did he intend to annihilate the Fire Nation and perish alongside us? Witnessing the terrifying meteors plummet from the heavens, all were gripped by sheer terror, their curiosity extinguished. They could never have imagined that merely indulging in the spectacle could cost them their lives. Hey, Naruto, isn't this enough? The meteors are far too close. I am aware of your power. Nagato's heart raced as he beheld the approaching meteors. He was uncertain whether his strength could deflect such a colossal force. It is one thing to summon a meteor and quite another to send it back, although his true form was not present here, posing no threat to his life. Conan's safety was paramount. From this moment forth, I shall return to the land of rain and cease my pursuit of tailed beasts. Let us work together to send the meteor back. For Conan's sake, Nagato swiftly acquiesced. Nagato, but I feel one is simply insufficient. Bring forth a few more. Gazing at the solitary meteor above, Naruto felt dissatisfied and summoned 9 more, bringing the total to 10 descending meteors. 10 of them. Gulping. Some could still muster words in astonishment, while others had succumbed to fear, babbling incoherently. Hey, I've grasped your strength. There is no need to summon 10 more. Nagato was incensed. Summoning 1 meteor was manageable, but could a single person truly handle the return of 10? That's enough. Just witness the extent of my power. My abilities extend far beyond merely summoning meteors. It is merely a demonstration for you. With that, Naruto dashed towards the meteors like a flash of white lightning, shattering all 10 into countless fragments. The meteors have been obliterated. How marvelous! Many rejoiced at the sight of the meteors disintegrating, yet others furrowed their brows even deeper. Fool! The meteors have shattered into smaller pieces, which means our chances of being crushed have increased. Indeed. Even though Naruto had reduced the 10 meteors to innumerable fragments in an instant, those shards remained tremendously large, and their descent would wreak havoc surpassing that of the meteors themselves. Rest assured, there will be no harm. Naruto reassured the onlookers through the amplification device on his armor. Consider this a grand fireworks display. With that statement, a terrifying energy gathered in his mouth. Roaring, a beam of white light surged forth, and in the next moment, all fragments were obliterated into dust, erupting in an infinite explosion, due to the sheer number and size of the fragments. The sky above the Fire Nation appeared as though countless suns had risen. Countless orbs of light exploded, transforming the entire sky into a radiant white. Many found their eyes welling with tears, unable to withstand the brilliance of that fleeting moment. What do you think? Such strength is surely sufficient for you to abandon your quest to collect all the tailed beasts, is it not? Having eradicated the crisis he had wrought, Uzumaki Naruto returned to his normal state and approached Nagato of the Akatsuki. I have relinquished such matters. After witnessing Uzumaki Naruto's performance, Nagato found himself devoid of any inclination to oppose him. He even contemplated how insignificant his own divine status was when compared to the being before him. He hardly qualified as a mere mortal. Rest assured, your decision to relinquish your ambitions is not without its merits. When the time comes, should you wish to resurrect any dear friends or family, I shall gladly assist you in that endeavor. Observing the somewhat despondent Nagato, Uzumaki Naruto offered words of comfort from beside him. Chapter 159. Nagato borrowing Konan for a moment. Resurrection? Are you referring to the outer path, rebirth technique of the Rinnegan? Are you truly willing to relinquish your own life? As a fellow possessor of the Rinnegan, Nagato is undoubtedly aware of the techniques available for resurrection. However, while this technique can indeed revive the deceased on a grand scale, the practitioner must also pay the ultimate price of their own life. Once, Nagato contemplated using this technique to resurrect Yahiko, to bring back a fallen comrade from his Akatsuki. Yet, he ultimately chose to abandon that notion. In a world fraught with suffering, even the gift of a second life would not spare one from persecution. Thus, he resolved to create a world where all would experience pain, believing that true peace could only be achieved through shared suffering. The technique may exist, but I shall not foolishly sacrifice my own life. Naruto Uzumaki had no intention of elaborating further. He merely needed to convey his intent to orchestrate a large-scale resurrection. All right. I have already given up. Do as you wish. Nagato did not wish to dwell on the matter too much. Having not been slain by others was already a small mercy, and the possibility of resurrecting his dear brother only made the situation more bearable. Speaking of which, your arrival is quite timely. I was hoping to seek you out. Seek us out. Resurrection requires sacrifices. Yet exchanging the lives of the living for the dead seems rather unethical. Hence, I considered the white Zetsu on your side. With over 100,000 of these plant-like beings, it would be a waste not to utilize them. Naruto boldly stated his objective, knowing that following this confrontation, the Akatsuki would likely disband. As for the white Zetsu, do as you please with them. Nagato was indifferent to Naruto's plan to use the lives of the white Zetsu for his own ends. After all, the white Zetsu belonged to Uchiha Obito, and Yahiko's original white Zetsu was inextricably linked to that legacy. He had refrained from annihilating them solely due to his own incapacitation. Thus, why concern himself with their fates? That settles it then. I would appreciate it if you could come over here, Miss Konan. Naruto beckoned to Konan, summoning her to his side. Upon hearing her name called, Konan flapped her wings and approached. What do you need? I merely wish to introduce you to our resurrection operations. As Naruto spoke, he placed his hand upon Konan's form. What are you doing, Before Konan could finish her sentence, her body trembled, and astonishingly, 8 white Zetsu emerged from her being. It was akin to extracting sea cucumbers. With just a touch of Senjutsu chakra, these white Zetsu would automatically surface. Harnessing the chakra of the tailed beasts, Naruto swiftly captured the 8 white Zetsu in his grasp. Witnessing the emergence of these 8 grotesque beings from her own body, Konan was utterly taken aback. She had certainly not anticipated the presence of such repugnant entities within her. Uchiha Obito, biting down on her silver teeth. Konan cursed with fierce indignation. Uchiha Obito truly harbored the ambition of a wolf. Pain's Path, upon observing the multitude of white Zetsu affixed to Konan, felt a flicker of emotion amidst his anger. This was utterly outrageous. Regardless of their emotional turmoil, the performance by Naruto Uzumaki and his companions was set to continue. Now, prepare to witness my special skill, Naruto declared, addressing Manado Namikaze. Very well. Manado promptly expelled a canister from his mouth, densely packed with numerous scrolls. These are all the vital information I've prepared. Extracting 8 scrolls from the canister, he unfurled them entirely before executing the impure world reincarnation technique. Simultaneously, Naruto activated the 8 gates, unleashing 4-dimensional membranes that temporarily connected 5 worlds. Impure world reincarnation. Layers of earth enveloped the information within the scrolls, directly affixing themselves to the 6 white Zetsu bodies. Amidst their continuous wails, they gradually transformed into the likenesses of Manado Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Have I been reincarnated through impure world reincarnation? How peculiar. Why am I still alive? Why are there so many Manados? A number of Manados and Kushinas gazed at one another in astonishment, countless exclamations spilling forth. Ah, it's done, Manado exclaimed with exhilaration. The one on the far left is my mother, and the woman beside her is Naruto's. The couple next to them belongs to Mecha Naruto. And over there is little Naruto. Marvelous. It seems that as long as we connect the worlds, summoning the souls is indeed feasible. Seeing that the impure world reincarnation had succeeded, Naruto allowed the dimensional membranes to revert to their original positions. You are Naruto? Why are there so many of you? Did you resurrect us? Faced with the myriad inquiries from their parents, Naruto restrained his impulse to approach them, deferring the explanation to Manado. The other Narutos still needed to perform the impure world reincarnation technique once more. Now it's your turn. Manado retrieved the remaining scrolls from the canister, licking them with his elongated tongue while casting an ominous smile towards the members of Akatsuki. Wait. Surely, you aren't planning to use us as sacrifices for impure world reincarnation? The nameless figure, immobilized by ice, could only witness the unfolding events with his eyes. As Saint Naruto drew nearer to him and his companions, his heart brimmed with dread. He never anticipated such a fate, lamenting that he had wished to witness a world devoid of deception. The overweight fish, Kisame Hashigaki, lay helplessly in a puddle, self-mocking before closing his eyes. What a joke. How could I possibly die here? Scorpion attempted to struggle, yet without his limbs, he could not manipulate his puppet strings to escape. Give it up. Faced with those possessing the wood release technique, there is no escape for us. Kakuzu has resigned himself to the situation, jesting that against their wood release. Fleeing is utterly futile. Ha ha ha. Cease your struggles. You cannot escape. The deranged Naruto approaches them, laughing maniacally. This lunatic will undoubtedly be the first to strike me. The nameless figure, in despair, watches as the frenzied Naruto strides closer, extending his hand towards him. Behind him, he receives the bound form of Uchiha Obito. What does this mean? Weren't we to be sacrificed? I would indeed be curious to see if a collection of broken parts and a body entwined with threads could be utilized for the impure world reincarnation. However, it is a pity to waste you on such a purpose. You should consider yourselves fortunate to have retained your lives. Kakashi Hatake gazes coldly at the fallen members of the Akatsuki. Chapter 160, A Humiliating Defeat for Uchiha Obito. You have finally returned. Uzumaki Naruto expressed his discontent towards the tardy Hatake Kakashi. Among the members of the Akatsuki, only Konan possessed the white zetsu. The others were either mechanical or had white zetsu that fell short, or they belonged to Uchiha Obito's faction, or were individuals whose presence was met with great trepidation. Not to mention one who was merely a token, hardly worth acknowledging. This situation left me lacking the necessary sacrifices for revival. Uzumaki Naruto wore a face of exasperation as he surveyed the members of the Akatsuki. Surely, this reference to a mere token, a pawn. Could it be aimed at me? Surely not, surely not. After all, I am an S-rank rogue ninja. I should not be so dismissed. Ignoring the self-soothing nameless individual, Hatake Kakashi sat down, his expression equally disheartened. You must admit, this fellow can truly run. I was not well acquainted with Kemui's space. And with his constant shifts between the real world and the Kemui dimension, he slipped away like a mudfish. In my frustration, I activated Susanoo, finally managing to capture him. Uzumaki Naruto silently directed his gaze towards Uchiha Obito, whose face had swollen to resemble that of a pig. I can somewhat fathom your anger. With that, Uzumaki Naruto delivered a powerful kick squarely to Obito's face. Count me in, exclaimed others, as they rushed to join in the assault. Witnessing Naruto pummel Obito, all the Narutos and their counterparts surged forward, encircling him and delivering a flurry of kicks. Uchiha Obito was filled with rage. Yet his mouth had been stuffed with a wooden ball, rendering him unable to utter a sound, no matter how he struggled. Hooray! The great Apache has arrived. What a splendid occasion this is. After enduring a chaotic barrage from the multitude of Narutos, Manado and Kushina could no longer bear to watch. Naruto, perhaps this should suffice? Manado, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, interjected to halt the onslaught. All right, since you insist. At last. Under the scrutiny of their parents, the group relented, sparing the most emotionally invested ninja in the shinobi world. However, this was only in a physical sense. Did you know? We are currently organizing a revival event. Hatake Kakashi pinched his nose, grinning mischievously at Uchiha Obito. When the time comes, anyone we wish to revive, we shall. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's eyes widened, filled with longing. Yes. I have also heard that you were particularly fond of a girl who ultimately met her demise, correct? Rest assured, we will undoubtedly bring that girl back. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, tears of joy began to stream down Uchiha Obito's face. However, you certainly shall not be alive. The malevolent laughter of Uchiha Obito echoed ominously. Moreover, I have heard that in this world, Kakashi still seems to be single. Although, from what I gathered from Naruto's recounting, that girl appears to have a certain fondness for you. It seems she also holds a considerable admiration for Kakashi. I wonder, after your demise, will she choose to be with Kakashi? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Obito's gaze transformed, tears streaming down his face, as an aura of murderous intent enveloped Naruto completely. Crack! The sound of shattering filled the air as Obito, in a fit of rage, crushed the wooden sphere in his mouth with sheer force. I will. Bang! With a single kick, Naruto forcefully drove Obito's head into the earth, rendering him speechless. Enough of your jesting, you scoundrel. You ungrateful wretch. Who forgets friends in the face of beauty, a dog of low intellect? There are countless methods of resurrection at your disposal, be it the Rinnegan, reincarnation, or various forbidden techniques. Furthermore, you possess the Manjiki Sharingan, and the Rinnegan is right beside you. Yet, You chose to betray your mentors for a nonsensical dream. Everything within that dream is utterly fictitious. Even the girl you yearn for is but an illusion, even if your plan were to succeed. She would merely watch you dream happily from the realm of the dead. It is no wonder Naruto is filled with such fury. Among all the Narutos, he is the only one who resurrected his parents ahead of time. Having experienced the love bestowed upon him by his parents, his hatred for Obito has only intensified. If it were not for this wretch, how blissful could he have been? Sasuke and Kakashi would not have perished. Thus, when Naruto confronted Obito once more, his anger was palpable. He sought not only to kill, but also to obliterate the very essence of Obito's soul. He yearned to drag this self-deluded individual, who sought solace within Kimui's space, into the light and utterly shatter his spirit, for only then could he alleviate the hatred within his heart. This sentiment resonates deeply within every Naruto and their companions. Naruto. Witnessing Naruto's wrath, Manado Namikaze was engulfed in profound guilt. He was hailed as the fastest man in the world, yet he arrived late during the most critical moments. He failed to save his disciple and could not rescue his beloved wife. Ultimately, he chose to forsake Naruto, allowing his wife to see him once more. It's all right. It's all right. Have you not already reunited with us? Several versions of Kushina and a transformed Manado comforted the children, both enraged and sorrowful. Most of these children had grown into adulthood, yet each bore a profound sadness, a testament to the trials they endured. Inhale. Exhale. A cigarette slowly extinguished. Unlike several other youthful versions of Naruto, Windflower Naruto did not partake in the reunion of his companions. He also refrained from resurrecting his parents. To be candid, perhaps he too experienced anguish and confusion long ago. However, as time progressed, he found solace through the love of his comrades, ultimately establishing a family of his own with children. Thus, he was not among those yearning for affection. His heart had long been filled with love. Nevertheless, as a fellow parent, he could certainly empathize with the sorrow and heartache that these young individuals felt. At this moment, no one paid any heed to Uchiha Obito. Everyone was tightly embraced in one another's warmth. The one who wept the most heartbreakingly was Uzumaki Naruto, for at the tender age of 7, he was the one who yearned most for the love of his parents, and in this very moment, he found himself enveloped by the happiness he so desperately desired. Chapter 161. After a brief yet turbulent reunion, the tumultuous resurrection endeavor of the deceased commenced. Following an extended period of heartfelt moments, the large-scale acknowledgement of kinship reached a temporary pause. Over the years, countless children yearned to converse with their parents, yet, in truth, these individuals had not been genuinely revived. Thus, the group valiantly suppressed their emotional turbulence as they continued their grand undertaking of resurrection. Currently, they were escorting Uchiha Obito to the location where 100,000 white Zetsu were concealed, essential for resurrecting the remaining notable figures and their loved ones. Particularly fervent was the ever-empathetic Naruto, who aspired to resurrect the entire Hyuga clan. It is worth noting that, in his world, the majority of the ninja clans in Konoha had perished under the relentless persecution of Danzo, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, the revival necessitated a plethora of sacrifices for a one-for-one exchange. Fortunately, they were on the brink of acquiring 100,000 offerings, rendering the resurrection of the entire Konoha seemingly trivial. However, one must ponder the morality of disturbing the deceased and disrupting the delicate balance between life and death. This dilemma weighed heavily on the minds of both Manado and Kushina, for Manado was inherently more concerned about the world than his own well-being. Otherwise, he would not have sealed away everyone's memories upon Naruto's temporal journey, fearing the repercussions of time travel on their existence. What? Have you lost your wits from sleeping too long? Our son has expended countless efforts to revive us, and you dare utter such words? Kushina erupted in indignation. Disregarding the identity of the speaker, igniting with fervor, she clenched her fist and threatened him. You should simply wait there for our son to resurrect you, having died. Do not harbor any ambitions of becoming Hokage. Startled by her fierce outburst, Manado broke into a cold sweat and hastily interjected. I understand. Kushina, please remain calm, perhaps on matters of profound significance. Kushina would heed Manado's counsel. But this certainly did not extend to her husband's attempts to thwart their son's arduous revival efforts. Thus, under the formidable presence of Kushina, a somewhat apprehensive Manado and the others ultimately arrived at the concealed lair of the White Zetsu. This was indeed the sanctuary of the 100,000 White Zetsu. Yet they remained dormant for the time being, now they belonged to the group. Gazing at the densely packed White Zetsu below, Naruto, and the others were enveloped in exhilaration. At last, Hinata's family shall be saved. Moreover, those who perished due to the 10 tails will live again. This tiresome treasure hunt is finally drawing to a close. And we can commence the resurrection. In stark contrast to the elation of the others, Uchiha Obito observed the multitude of white zetsu below with a complex expression. With a conflicted glance at Naruto, he ultimately steeled himself and inquired, "With so many white zetsu down there, do you truly intend to revive Rin? Is it genuine?" Confronted by his arch-nemesis, Naruto Uzumaki rolled his eyes in exasperation. Although he initially wished to disregard the presence of his foe, the fact that his parents were nearby compelled him to engage, albeit reluctantly. "What do you wish to convey? Even if I were to resurrect Rin Noera, your fate remains sealed. Do not entertain such fantasies." "Not what I intended to say. If the resurrection of Rin is possible, that would be most fortuitous. If you would permit me, I would gladly wield the rebirth technique. I have once studied the method of its execution," Obito Uchiha implored, his gaze filled with fervent anticipation. "Ugh, how revolting. Do not attempt to sway me with that hideously contorted visage." The sight of such a grotesque face directed at him sent shivers down Naruto's spine. Moreover, the fact that this man was his sworn enemy made it all the more intolerable to consider offering him any semblance of kindness. Was he to wear a face of saintliness? In response to Naruto's scornful remarks, Obito remained unfazed, continuing his earnest entreaty. "I am well aware of the numerous transgressions I have committed, and I know that my demise is inevitable. However, before I meet my end, allow me to exchange my life for Rin's. This might, at the very least, redeem my image in her memory. I implore you." "No, I desire for you to perish with everlasting remorse," Naruto retorted, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at his adversary. No matter how pitiful Obito appeared, it could not elicit even a flicker of sympathy within him. Furthermore, the notion of trading his life for Rin's was utterly preposterous. Why had he not thought of this sooner? Naruto could hardly believe that Nagato, newly awakened to the Rinnegan, could ever withstand Obito Uchiha. Even with the limitations imposed by Madara's essence within him, such a life-for-life transaction might complete the tragic narrative of love he sought to maintain. Obito. Though several of Naruto's companions regarded the treacherous Uchiha with disdain, others, like the mechanized Naruto and Might Guy, felt a pang of compassion. The former was influenced by the will of fire from Konoha, while the latter, despite his flaws, was still their disciple. If circumstances allowed, Manado Namikaze harbored no desire to see Obito perish. Rather, he wished for him to live and atone for his sins. However, observing his son's expression made it apparent that Naruto's hatred for Obito had reached a boiling point, compounded by the suffering he had endured over the years. Sighing deeply, Manado ultimately chose silence, prioritizing his son's feelings over the matter at hand. Witnessing his father's quiet lament stirred something within Naruto. Initially, he had wished for Obito to perish a moment before Rin's resurrection, yet for his father's sake. He found it within himself to allow Obito to witness her return to life. In the end, Naruto softened his stance, choosing not to let Obito suffer to his death. This is not for Uchiha Obito, but rather due to his unwillingness to cause his father distress over a mere Uchiha Obito. To meet once more? Very well, very well. The thought of encountering the resurrected Rin Noera before his demise invigorated Uchiha Obito's spirit, causing several onlookers to regard this peculiar individual with renewed interest. Indeed, the thought processes of the Uchiha clan are truly unique. Soon, under the sacrificial offering of 100,000 white zetsus, various Naruto and Minma gathered the necessary genes for resurrection. Subsequently, with the assistance of Manado Namikaze, they successfully executed the impure world reincarnation. Naruto-kun? Hinata. You bastard. You killed Hinata. I will kill you. Wait, father. Chapter 162. The complete resurrection as Hinata Hizashi opened his eyes, freshly resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. His gaze fell upon the perpetrator responsible for his daughter's demise. Without a moment's contemplation, Hizashi raised his hand and initiated the 8 trigram 64 palms. The young Hinata, witnessing this scene, instinctively sought to intervene. However, her juvenile form could not match Hizashi's speed, leaving her helplessly watching as the attack was executed. In the face of Hizashi's wrathful assault, the benevolent Naruto chose not to evade but to endure the blow. Upon striking Naruto, Hizashi noted that she offered no resistance, prompting him to deliver 3 additional strikes before retracting his hand. What do you mean? Why do you not retaliate? Naruto, standing her ground, wiped the blood from her lips and spoke. I merely returned a few strikes to alleviate your fury. After all, I am the one who took your lives. Hisashi's anger flared further at her words. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that I should accept your pity as a means to vent my rage? Very well. If that is your stance, then allow me to demonstrate the true might of the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams. Hisashi declared, his voice resolute as he prepared to unleash a more formidable attack. Wait, father. Do not strike him. At that moment, young Hinata dashed forward, placing herself directly in front of Hisashi. Hinata. Both Hisashi and Naruto exclaimed in unison, confusion clouding Hisashi's mind. Hinata, why are you protecting him? Wait, what is this? Hisashi's gaze fell upon the marks on Hinata's body, and as he surveyed the surroundings and the cracks on himself, the realization struck him. Is it not enough that we were slain? Must our very corpses be manipulated as well? To think it is the impure world reincarnation. Using this technique to humiliate Hinata and the Hyuga clan. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Hisashi, though still perplexed by his daughter's defense of this boy, was undeterred in his intent to eliminate him. In a flash, he circumvented Hinata, aiming a lethal blow at Naruto's head. This strike was infused with lethal intent and immense power. Should it connect, even with Naruto's would release and cursed seal, her demise would be inevitable. What is wrong with you? Why do you not evade? Do you truly wish for us to perish together? In a frenzy within Naruto's mind, she berated, yet found herself powerless to control the body, resigned to await her fate. Just as Hisashi's palm descended, a flash of yellow intervened, firmly grasping his hand, halting it from advancing any further. Fourth Hokage, Hisashi seethed, glaring at the newcomer. The one who had stopped Hisashi was none other than the resurrected Manado Namikaze. In addition to the grip on Hisashi's wrist, 4 other Manados secured him from behind. It has been a while, Hisashi. Let us converse calmly. There is no need to resort to violence immediately. Fourth Hokage, your words may seem light, but this child must be your son, is he not? Naturally. You hold a deep affection for your own child. However, my daughter, my wife, and my kin have all been slain by your son. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan exhibited an ominous transformation as his fury surged to its peak. Sealed. In an instant, Hyuga Hayashi, Hinata, and all the individuals resurrected through the impure world reincarnation were immobilized. How frustrating. I have no desire to meddle in your familial affairs. Should you wish to quarrel, do so in your own realm after your resurrection, and do not obstruct me here. Kakashi scowled at the gathering of Byakugan users, witnessing the imminent revival of his mother while they continued to enact their melodrama. You are right. The exchanges of emotions between you can wait until later. It is now time for resurrection. Naruto Uzumaki could no longer contain his eagerness to invoke the resurrection technique. The moment Kakashi quelled their discord, he prepared to unleash the outer path. The Sharingan was embedded within the palm of his hand, and the Izanagi was activated. With great anticipation, Naruto clasped his hands together and proclaimed, Outer path, rebirth of the soul. The Rinnegan activated instantaneously, enveloping all of the impure world reincarnated bodies. To the astonishment of Hyuga Hayashi and the others, the remnants of impure corpses gradually transformed into true flesh. This is resurrection? Manado. Kushina. As the individuals truly returned to life, the constraints of impure world reincarnation were simultaneously lifted. The resurrected individuals joyously embraced their loved ones. How wonderful! We have finally returned to life. As they beheld their family fully revived, Naruto and the others could no longer suppress their elation, embracing their kin tightly. I have always longed to be held like this. I'm sorry, Naruto. We did not look after you properly, causing you to endure so much suffering over the years. It's all right. From now on, we shall always be together. The hidden land of White Zetsu fell silent, as all the resurrected individuals consoled each other with overwhelming joy. What on earth is happening? After the revival, Hyuga Hayashi regained his composure and was willing to listen to Naruto's explanation calmly. As you can see, this is another dimension, with assistance from my counterparts in other worlds. I successfully resurrected my parents and the entire Hyuga clan. Although Naruto, the compassionate savior, offered his explanation, his gaze remained fixated on Hinata, provoking Hyuga Hayashi's ire once more. Then what is the nature of your relationship with Hinata? My recollection is that you were the one who killed her. Why did you just defend him, Hinata? Because. Naruto quickly recounted his tale once more. Ultimately, I liberated all the souls from the belly of the Shinigami and then utilized the abilities of the young Naruto beside me to ensure your revival in this world. Thank you, Naruto. Hinata Hyuga gently smiled at the revered Naruto, expressing her gratitude. Although she appeared as a mere 3-year-old, her soul had accompanied Naruto for many years. fostering a profound familiarity that rendered her devoid of any shyness, treating the moment with utmost normalcy. Hey, Watergate. Doesn't it seem like our little Naruto might be on the verge of having a girlfriend? After hearing the story of Naruto, Kushina Uzumaki subtly nudged Watergate with her elbow, whispering in his ear. Ahem, isn't it a bit premature for Naruto to be involved in such matters? Hinata is only 3. Faced with his wife's expectations, Manado Namikaze could only respond awkwardly. He certainly held a fondness for the delicate and exquisite princess with wide eyes, yet Hinata was, after all, still quite young. Chapter 163, The Death of Obito and the Birthday. It's perfectly fine if she's a little smaller. It gives us the opportunity to nurture her. Just look, in the blink of an eye, our child has grown so much, and we have had no experience in raising her. However, little Hinata is different. She is so adorable and evidently has feelings for our son. We could easily raise her as if she were our own daughter. Just imagine buying her countless lovely outfits and adorning her beautifully. Cough, cough. Standing nearby, Hyuga Hisashi could hardly contain himself. Even he, the biological father, had not consented to such matters. Yet this foolish couple had already begun planning how to raise his daughter. Oh dear, Hisashi thought. We are already so familiar with each other, and given the bond between your daughter and my son, you ought to let it go. Kushina Uzumaki appeared like a specter, suddenly materializing behind Hyuga Hisashi, and began to pat his shoulder vigorously, urging him along. What kind of relationship is this? What relationship? How can my daughter and your son have such a relationship? Nonsense. There is no relationship at all. Upon hearing this fiery red-haired woman was intent on taking away his precious daughter, Hisashi could not simply acquiesce. He immediately countered Kushina's claims. Oh, come now. There is no need for concern. When your daughter grows up, she will simply run away. Kushina beamed at the sweet interaction between the two youngsters, her face radiating delight. How infuriating. Hey, that is Uzumaki brat. Yes. You are not to disturb Hinata until she comes of age. Yes. All right. Hisashi had not intended to relent so quickly. His previous remarks were merely meant to intimidate the saintly Naruto. Yet, as his harsh words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he caught sight of his daughter's expression. And reluctantly, he swallowed his fierce words. Perhaps it is best to let it go, Hisashi thought. Our family has already experienced destruction once. What could possibly be more important than the happiness of our loved ones? While everyone rejoiced in unison, one among the resurrected stood in a state of confusion. Have I been resurrected again? Everyone else is celebrating, rejoicing at the return of their loved ones. But who is it that cares for me enough to bring me back? Was it Obito? Yes, I remember now. It was Obito who requested my resurrection. Obito, where are you? Yohara Rin anxiously scanned her surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of the familiar figure. Unlike the other departed souls, her memories did not cease at the moment of her death. Her spirit lingered at the entrance of the Pure Land, observing all that Obito Uchiha had endured, witnessing how he fell into the depths of despair, relentlessly pushing his limits, only to ultimately be defeated by Naruto. Obito Uchiha desperately sought to create a world that mirrored the dream he shared with Rin, yet after his defeat, he found himself bereft of the face to meet her. Unbeknownst to him, Rin had been observing his every experience and the sins he had committed for her sake. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, with tears in his eyes, gazed at Noara Rin from a distance. He could not decipher his own emotions. Instinctively, he chose to flee once more, retreating into another realm akin to his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, evading the potential cruelties of reality. However, Noara Rin was unlike Uchiha Obito. She was relentlessly searching, unwilling to relinquish hope. Ultimately, their gazes met at a pivotal moment. How wonderful. Rin, you have truly returned, and with Naruto Uzumaki by your side, you shall find happiness. Won't you? In this era of peace, in this tranquil world. Just as Noara Rin hurried towards him, the hidden darkness in Obito's heart was unleashed. Obito, Rin, it is such a joy to see you again. In the end, Uchiha Obito concluded his life of transgressions in the embrace of the woman he cherished most. 3 months swiftly passed, and the Uzumaki family returned to Konoha, enjoying a blissful existence. During this time, Naruto Uzumaki savored the happiness that accompanies a complete family. Unlike his previous experiences in Konoha, he now walked the streets, met with fearful glances that caused people to flee. Yet, he felt no sorrow. He bore no fear and did not don a mask to conceal his face. For now, he had a family, and as long as one has loved ones, external circumstances can be disregarded. At least, that was the case for Naruto Uzumaki. The presence of his relatives had notably softened his temperament. allowing him to exchange pleasantries with several individuals in Konoha, including the original Team 7 and Might Guy. Among them, his relationship with Hinata Hyuga flourished. Their bond had always been strong, and with Kushina Izumaki and Manado Namikaze's learning of Naruto's counterparts from other worlds, they welcomed the young girl with even greater enthusiasm. They frequently invited Hinata over for meals and outings, nurturing her as if she were their daughter-in-law. Remarkably, Hinata possessed dual personas, effectively rendering her akin to having two daughters. This realization ignited Kushina's maternal instincts, prompting her to sew little garments or experiment with confectionery. Manado, help. It's toxic. Of course, where there is joy, sorrow also lingers. Hayashi Hyuga was disheartened. Ever since the trio returned to Konoha, his cherished daughter had been spirited away. After merely a few years of raising her, she seemed to hold Naruto, the little fox, in higher esteem than her own father. Such a travesty. It was precisely because of Hayashi's sentiments that each visit from the Uzumaki family to the Hyuga clan was met with disapproving glances from the entire family. Bang! Naruto. Happy birthday. As the fireworks erupted amidst the blessings of many, Naruto Uzumaki finally celebrated his 7th birthday, marking his very first birthday. Hehehe. Thank you all. Let's cut the cake quickly. This is a cake personally crafted by my mother, and you mustn't say it tastes bad. The little girl cast a threatening glance at Naruto, urging him to slice the perfect cake she had spent a week perfecting. I'm sure Hinata-chan's cake is delicious. With a silly grin, Naruto took the knife and began to cut the cake, distributing the pieces one by one. Delicious. I told you it tastes truly wonderful. Upon taking his first bite, Naruto felt a surge of happiness, showering praises upon Hinata for her cake. What? Naruto, I'm glad you like it. Overwhelmed by Naruto's compliments, the shy girl covered her face with both hands, responding in a soft voice. Chapter 164. Birthday gift. The playful interaction between the two little ones brought laughter to everyone present, except for Hyuga Hisashi, who was currently gritting his teeth in frustration. Little Hinata is truly adorable, evoking a sense of having two daughters-in-law. How remarkable that this young lad is already so adept at finding himself a partner. Kushina observed the delightful exchange between the children, feeling a sweetness that surpassed even the indulgence of cake. The more she watched Hinata, the more satisfaction she felt, already stepping into the mindset of a mother-in-law. Indeed, it seems she is almost too exceptional. Manado, with a wry smile, subtly turned his head away. Beside him, Kazuhana Koyuki, ostensibly Naruto's sister, observed the interaction with a smile, yet Manado, perceptive as he was, instantly discerned that the girl's heart was anything but tranquil. This was certainly a matter that should be conveyed to young Naruto. He was still too young, and it would be unfortunate if he inadvertently hurt the feelings of both girls. Kushina also sensed Koyuki's unusual sentiments, yet she favored Hinata more. As a staunch believer in pure love, she wished for her son to avoid making mistakes. It is indeed too early to ponder such matters, and I trust that Naruto understands, especially with me as his example. Manado, who had navigated the world of romantic pursuits, was confident that his son would not repeat such errors. Your example is indeed sound. Kushina nodded in agreement, well aware of her husband's unwavering dedication to pure love. Wait a moment, something feels amiss. Suddenly, Kushina appeared to have a revelation, her brow furrowing deeply. What's wrong? Manado felt an ominous premonition welling up within him. I've heard that in other worlds, Naruto seems to have married 2 wives. While Hinata is one of them, there is also a girl named Sakura. It suggests that your genes might not be entirely reliable. Tell me, do you harbor similar thoughts? Manado, observing his wife's demeanor, felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. If he did not navigate this topic carefully, the prospect of a peaceful night might be out of reach. Thus, he spoke with earnestness. This matter certainly does not pertain to me. I have also heard about this Naruto from elsewhere. However, he was raised by Might Guy, and undoubtedly, he has been influenced by him. After all, no matter how strong one's genes, they cannot compare to the subtle impact of upbringing. This was indeed a reasonable assertion. Kushina nodded in agreement, then furrowed her brow once more. I had thought only Jiraiya, that old lecher, would behave in such a manner. I never anticipated that Might Guy, with his thick brows and large eyes, would also lead Naruto astray. It seems I must ensure that Naruto keeps a suitable distance from him in the future. Achoo. From a distance, just as Might Guy was about to indulge in cake, he suddenly sneezed, splattering cake onto Kakashi's face. My apologies, Kakashi. I have no idea why I sneezed. Kai, it's quite all right. How could I ever be upset with a dear friend? Kakashi Ataki, his face smeared with cream, smiled warmly at Might Guy. That's good to hear, ha ha ha. Truly, you are my cherished friend, Kakashi. With that, Might Guy turned to fetch another slice of cake. A splendid opportunity. As Might Guy turned away, a glint of mischief flickered in Kakashi's eyes, and in an instant, he executed a swift maneuver. The infamous 1,000 years of pain technique struck Might Guy squarely on his rear. Oh no, Might Guy was sent flying, smoke trailing behind him. My apologies, Kai. But you must be sacrificed this time. From a distance, Manado Namikaze watched the commotion, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Continuously apologizing for Might Guy's predicament. After indulging in cake, the festivities transitioned to various entertainment activities. Naruto's home was spacious enough to accommodate all his friends and family. A far cry from the cramped rental he once occupied in the Hidden Leaf, boasting multiple rooms, including a personal space for Kurama. Of course, this was not Naruto's only residence. He primarily resided in the capital of the Land of Fire. However, since his parents preferred to live in the Hidden Leaf, he opted to host his birthday celebration there. I'm leaving now. Thank you for your hospitality today. Take care. As the night wore on, guests gradually departed, and the Uzumaki family finally found a moment to rest. How was it, Naruto? What gifts did you receive today? Seeing the mountain of presents, Naruto, immersed in unwrapping, was asked by Kushina with a smile. A wallet and gloves. Naruto proudly displayed his hands, adorned with bright orange protectors, and held up a green frog wallet. Hee. The wallet is from Hinata, and the gloves are from Rika Hinata. Embracing his gifts, he beamed with joy. Hee. This is wonderful. Watching her son's delighted expression, Kushina couldn't help but chuckle. The bond between these two was simply delightful. What else did you get? Manado approached, encouraging Naruto to unveil the other gifts. Let me see. Naruto began to unwrap presents. Sister Yukino sent a scarf, writing that winter is approaching and it will keep me warm. Ino gifted me snacks, Shikamaru gave me a book, and Temari sent a bouquet. And there's a Rubik's Cube from 1010. Naruto recounted the treasures bestowed upon him, noting that nearly all of his close friends from Team 7 had contributed, except for Sasuke Uchiha, who had left home months prior. It's a scarf, and a hand-knitted one at that. Gazing at Yukino's thoughtful gift, Kushina found herself in a moment of contemplation. What should I do? It seems her feelings for little Naruto are quite profound, and I've heard that in other worlds, Naruto even married this Yukino. Cough. It seems that the gifts from your friends are quite delightful. You must cherish them dearly. Do not dwell too much on such matters. After all, Naruto is still quite young, so why fret over events that lie more than a decade ahead? Rest assured, I shall treasure them well. Uzumaki Naruto nodded earnestly. This was indeed his first gift, and he felt compelled to preserve it with care. Speaking of which, Naruto, I have yet to give you a present. Come here quickly. Kurama, having witnessed Naruto unwrapping his gifts, spoke with an air of mystery, though pride was evident upon his countenance. Chapter 165, The Tailed Beast Chat Room. What is it? Kurama's feigned secrecy successfully piqued Naruto's curiosity. Follow me, and you shall find out. Let's head to the room. With that, the orange fox tugged Naruto along toward his chamber. Ever since Kurama had acquired the other half of his life from Naruto's father, he appeared to have gained quite a bit of weight. Observing the plump fox before him, Naruto could not help but muse. By the way, Kurama, have you been gaining weight lately? It seems your belly has grown considerably. Upon hearing this, Kurama halted, glanced at his belly, and then touched his face, evidently realizing his own corpulence, which caused his cheeks to flush. Don't prattle on. It's merely due to the excellent cuisine here. Hurry into the room. If you keep this up, I shall withhold your gift. All right. Not wishing to provoke Kurama further, Naruto chose to refrain from teasing him. Besides, he found Kurama's round figure rather endearing. Soon, the duo arrived in the room. Do not resist my spirit. Follow my lead. Kurama and Naruto sat upon the bed, both channeling Naruto's spirit. This place is. As Naruto opened his eyes, he found himself in a dimly lit spiritual realm alongside Kurama. The space appeared boundless, yet it was eerily desolate, apart from Naruto and Kurama. No other life existed within this expanse. This is our communication space among the tailed beasts, a realm accessible only to those we wholeheartedly recognize, Kurama remarked, reflecting on how this space was once filled with laughter and joy. So it is here. Naruto recalled having gleaned information about this space from his memories. However, aside from myself, I doubt any other tailed beast would willingly venture here, given the current conflicts among us. Kurama stretched lazily, his tone revealing dissatisfaction with his companions. Then why have you brought me here? To assist you, and also to aid my other companions. Kurama gazed at Naruto, his words laden with significance. I have already learned about the situation from another source. Your armor, along with that imitation of my exquisite essence, indeed possesses the potential to evolve into the Nine-Tails. To achieve this transformation, one must harness the chakra of all nine-tailed beasts. Moreover, unlike that other individual, who is entirely composed of the Nine-Tails components and thus can solely become the Nine-Tails, you are his human pillar. This means that in addition to wielding the power of the Nine-Tails, you may even ascend to the level of the Sage of Six Paths. However, perhaps we should reconsider. It must be said that upon hearing Kurama's suggestion, Naruto Uzumaki felt a surge of temptation. After all, it is the Nine-Tails we are discussing. Consider the lifetime schemes of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito in pursuit of such a goal. Achieving the form of the Sage of Six Paths could potentially grant one immortality, an immensely alluring prospect. The other tailed beasts are your comrades, so how could I possibly use them to transform into the Nine-Tails? Of course, I don't mean to use them in their entirety, Kurama exclaimed. I merely wish for them to lend you a fraction of their power. Combined with the chakra within me, we could forge the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Ah, you startled me. I thought you intended to sacrifice yourself and the other tailed beasts for me to become the Nine-Tails. That is out of the question. Kurama looked at Naruto with a bemused expression. A mere fraction of chakra will suffice. Given how much of my chakra is already mixed within you, your body contains an extraordinary amount, far surpassing that of the original Nine-Tails. However, you must understand that while you possess quantity, you lack quality. That is why I was contemplating inviting the other tailed beasts to lend you some of their chakra to facilitate a transformation of quality. Ha. So that is how it is. That is wonderful. Naruto Uzumaki laughed joyfully. If it is merely this, he was more than willing to accept Kurama's goodwill. After all, who wouldn't he desire to grow stronger? I have already spoken with the others, and they are willing to lend you their chakra. However, in exchange, you must rescue them just as you did me, Kurama stated seriously. Naturally, Naruto nodded in agreement, without needing to be told. I had already planned to free all of your kin, as we had previously agreed. Then it is settled. Do not betray this fellow as trust. Suddenly, other voices echoed around them. The other eight-tailed beasts materialized beside Naruto Uzumaki. You all. I was wondering why you took so long to arrive. Had you been hiding? Kurama remarked with a frown. You foul fox, what are you upset about? After all, he is human, and we must test him thoroughly. One-tailed Shikaku crossed his arms defiantly in response to Kurama. Huh, am I to believe my words have fallen short? Suddenly, Naruto Uzumaki burst into laughter. Heh. Thank you for your gift, Kurama. What do you mean? Why are you suddenly thanking me? Kurama replied, feeling a bit flustered by Naruto's unexpected gratitude. Rest assured, there is absolutely no problem. I will definitely release all of you, Naruto solemnly declared to the other eight-tailed beasts. Without needing to be told, Naruto understood the immense effort Kurama had exerted to gain the trust of the other eight beasts by providing him with chakra. Considering the prolonged dormancy of this space, Kurama likely had to enter the spiritual realm one by one to communicate with them. Such a task for the proud Kurama was truly remarkable. It indicated his complete trust in Naruto. Therefore, it was imperative that Naruto strive to meet this expectation. Simply releasing them was insufficient. He also needed to ensure that Killer Bee remained unharmed. The Eight-Tails, Jinchūriki, voiced his own concerns. Unlike the One-Tail, his bond with Killer Bee mirrored that of Naruto's. Thus, Jinchūriki did not wish to jeopardize his partner's life for the sake of his own freedom. However, he also longed to be free and, upon his release, would require assistance to shield himself from the Cloud Village's antagonists. Is that so? No problem. This is something that Kakashi Hitaki once researched. At that time, you just need to retain a small portion of your chakra within Killer Bee's body, and the sealing techniques he taught me will suffice. All right. Then I have no issues on my end. Chapter 166. Sutsuki likewise. Here, both of you must employ the same method to ensure her survival. The Two-Tails, Matatabi, spoke up. Rest assured, I can assist you in rescuing all the Jinchuriki. As for my Jinchuriki, it matters little. Just release me, Shikaku remarked nonchalantly. Devoid of any bond with Gaara, who was relentlessly tormenting him, depriving him of sleep night after night. All right. After addressing the requests of the eight-tailed beasts, they finally extended their fists towards Naruto Uzumaki. In turn, Naruto reciprocated their gestures, thereby acquiring the corresponding tailed beast chakra from within them. With the stirring BGM resonating, the biological armor around Naruto instinctively enveloped him. Simultaneously, the mechanical Nine-Tails in the ceiling space roared incessantly. The chakra of the 9 distinct-tailed beasts merged into the 2 bodies of the 10 tails. The biological armor in the 9 tails began to distort, sprouting spike after spike, while 10 palm-like tails emerged from the back of the mechanical 9 tails. Is this the essence of the 10 tails? Naruto had escaped from the tailed beast space, acutely sensing the qualitative shift of chakra within him. Roar! The forehead of the mechanical 9 tails erupted, revealing a total of 10 eyeballs, with the Rinnegan embedded in the center of the foremost eye. The biological armor that had enveloped Naruto vanished without a trace. What remained was a newly reborn Tsutsuki, Naruto, with white hair, twin horns atop his head, and a pallid complexion. As the third eye opened directly from his brow, 9 truth-seeking orbs materialized behind Naruto. Is this the true sensation of the 6 paths? Indeed. My conjecture was correct. You have transformed into an existence akin to the sage of 6 paths. Kurama gazed upon Naruto's metamorphosis with excitement, an indescribable joy swelling within him. I feel entirely different now. Ninjutsu seems to hold no significance for me, as if I can wield it effortlessly. This is only natural. Ninjutsu was originally devised by the sage for humanity. Those of the 6 paths caliber do not require techniques. To them, ninjutsu is merely instinct, he noted. Moreover, Naruto, feeling the transformation within his body, stepped forward with Kurama, instantaneously finding himself outside his home. Upon reaching the life level of Tsutsuki, Naruto's mastery over space became unparalleled. He no longer needed to rely on the abilities of the Sharingan for spatial displacement. Additionally, a brand new technique emerged. With a mere thought, the world he had previously perceived expanded in an instant. Standing over 2 meters tall, he now possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, exuding an impressive aura. My Byakugan has evolved into a Rinnegan, and I possess a unique ocular technique reminiscent of the 3-headed, 6-armed Ajura. Uzumaki Naruto, adorned with 3 heads, revels in a panoramic 360-degree perspective while his form has expanded severalfold. The term 3-headed, 6-armed typically symbolizes the visage of Ajura, perfectly aligning with Uzumaki Naruto's reincarnation as this very deity. Beyond merely gaining 2 additional heads and hands, the 3-headed, 6-armed form bestows upon Naruto a tripling of passive abilities. Regardless of the skill, whether fundamental or previously enhanced, he forever wields thrice the potency and effect. Moreover, these 2 additional heads are genuine. The central head bears the Manjiki Sharingan, the right a Rinnegan, and the left an ordinary eye. However, both the Rinnegan and the reincarnation eye manifest as layered enhancements, differing only in their external appearances. Thus, Uzumaki Naruto now possesses 3 pairs of Rinnegan and 3 pairs of reincarnation eyes. The remaining assistance has also seen a 3-fold increase. At the very least, the 6 paths pain can rise to an impressive 18, not accounting for the puppetry of the reincarnation eye. It is no exaggeration to assert that Uzumaki Naruto is now akin to a deity in this realm. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Naruto gazes upward to behold the moon. Upon its surface are 2 formidable chakra signatures, presumably belonging to the immense Rinnegan and Kage Tsutsuki. With a mere thought, he instantaneously propels himself to the moon's surface. Who are you? Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Naruto, the remnants of the Tsutsuki clan, still not fully eradicated, brandish their weapons in his direction. The Tsutsuki clan. You say? Though we share the same ancestry, your caliber pales in comparison to what I have heard. With a single thought, Naruto exerts gravitational pressure, pinning the Tsutsuki members to the ground. He then glides toward the magnificent Rinnegan, exclaiming, "What a sight to behold!" The reincarnation eye, fixated on this exquisite gem-like Rinnegan, a desire for acquisition stirs within him. Hinata has already bestowed a gift upon me. Thus, I could present this magnificent eye to her for her next birthday. I am certain that upon seeing this colossal reincarnation eye, she would be overjoyed. You shall not lay a finger on the reincarnation eye. The Tsutsuki on the ground, hearing Naruto's intention to gift the eye, could no longer contain his fury and began to curse. He then struggled to form seals with his hands, attempting to command the immense reincarnation eye to launch an assault against Naruto. Eliminate him. Yet, no matter how fervently this Tsutsuki tried to exert control, the gigantic reincarnation eye stubbornly disregarded his commands. What is happening? What have you done? Why does the reincarnation eye not obey my will? Faced with the disobedience of the colossal Rinnegan, the Tsutsuki visibly panicked. Without it, they appeared as lambs to the slaughter before their enemy. It seems you have employed the Byakugan to manipulate this grand reincarnation eye. Haven to you? And what of it? Indeed, the reason you are unable to wield this immense Rinnegan is that my level surpasses yours. As he spoke, Naruto Uzumaki turned around, his gaze fixed upon the Otsutsuki. The Rinnegan! How could this be? Upon witnessing the Rinnegan in Naruto's eyes, several Akatsuki members were thrown into disarray, simultaneously directing their attention to a nearby child. It is a well-known fact that only those of the Akatsuki clan can awaken the Rinnegan. Who are you? How is it that you possess the Rinnegan? In response to the inquiries of the Akatsuki, Naruto chose not to answer, instead dashing towards Akatsuki SH-10. So, you are Akatsuki SH-10. Gazing at the sight of the eyeless child before him, Naruto displayed a terrifying grin. Chapter 167, You Awakened? The surgery was successful. You are now a lovely girl with a radiant smile. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the figure of Akatsuki SH-10 before him. The malicious intent he exuded was palpable. Even to the Akatsuki, who was born without eyes and instinctively recoiled in trepidation. Yet, where could Akatsuki SH-10 retreat to? Unlike the mere bearer of the surname, Naruto was a true scion of the Akatsuki clan. He possessed not only what the Akatsuki had but also what they lacked. Typically, genuine Akatsuki were no match for him. Let alone this counterfeit. To grow into this form without eyes, it must indeed be you. Naruto was well aware of this individual. Although he had not seen the theatrical adaptations, the memories of the traveler had endowed him with ample knowledge of this character. Akatsuki SH-10, a prodigious genius who awakened the Rinnegan, had even split the moon with a single strike. Yet these feats were not the crux of the matter. The pivotal issue was that this fellow dared to compete with him for Hinata. Though Naruto was still young, his exposure to the traveler's memories and the people around him had already illuminated the truth. They were destined to be together. Moreover, he harbored a deep affection for this girl, who embodied both a gentle demeanor and a strong spirit, resolutely deciding that he would one day take her as his bride. The audacity of this boy to vie for a woman with him. While it had yet to transpire, the mere possibility was an affront. What do you intend to do? Akatsuki SH-10 quivered, his sightless eyes betraying his fear, clearly sensing the overwhelming threat posed by this unknown adversary. What do I intend to do? Ha. You should blame your lineage for this predicament. With that, Naruto raised his right hand and brought it down with great force. When Akatsuki SH-10 regained consciousness, he was astonished to find himself witnessing the first hues of life. What is this? How peculiar. Am I truly able to see? In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes, and his initial fear and curiosity swiftly transformed into sheer exhilaration. I can see. Yes, you can see. SH-10. Turning his head, he noticed an elderly man gazing at him with a melancholic expression. The voice belonged to his father? Confused, Akatsuki SH-10 hesitantly inquired. Is that you, father? Ah, it is I, SH-10, the elder replied, his brow furrowed with concern. Father, I can see. I have eyes now. Indeed, you possess sight, but... The elder's face contorted with distress as he glanced downward. What troubles you, father? Why are you not pleased that I can see? Akatsuki SH-10, puzzled, rose from his bed, eager to approach his father. However, as he stood, he felt an unsettling emptiness beneath him. Upon inspection, he was overcome with despair. Father, dear, my lower part is gone. Alas, my child, one of the Jinchūriki. Filled with sorrow, embraced Jinchūriki Shurin and wept bitterly. Not only is your lower part absent, but that person has completely transformed you into a girl. Ah. With tears streaming down his face and sniffling in disbelief, Jinchūriki Shurin cautiously reached down to discover that, indeed, apart from the emptiness, 2 additional features had appeared. How could this be? I am also at a loss regarding this matter. Moreover, upon examining historical records, we found that his appearance bears a striking resemblance to our ancestor, Lord Yumura. It is likely he is a true descendant of the Jinchūriki clan. And perhaps he has transformed you for some perverse amusement. Jinchūriki was filled with deep melancholy, for his son, who was most likely to attain the Rinnegan, had suddenly been turned into a daughter. As if that were not enough, this mysterious individual had even granted his daughter an extra pair of eyes. Truly a pair of Byakugan. Consequently, there would be no need for her to exchange eyes. It is possible that she could awaken the Rinnegan on her own. After Jinchūriki shared the situation with Jinchūriki Shurin, she began to feel more at ease. It's all right, father. Perhaps that enigmatic person had his own reasons for his actions. Besides, I now possess genuine Byakugan, and who knows, I might awaken the Rinnegan myself. After the destruction of the earth, I will merely have transformed from the son of the progenitor into the daughter of the progenitor. Perhaps I might even find several sons of the progenitor in the future. Seeing his daughter utter such words only deepened Jinchūriki's sorrow, yet he felt powerless in the face of this predicament. Resorting to grinding his teeth in curses directed at a certain individual. Meanwhile, the true culprit lay contentedly singing in his own bed. The enormous Rinnegan on the moon had already been sealed within his own body to be presented to Hinata Hyuga on her birthday. Furthermore, he intended to make another trip to the moon to seek out his ancestral grandmother in a certain sense. After all, Hinata Hyuga only possesses Byakugan at present. Her genes are incomplete, and even with the immense Rinnegan, she would not be able to control it perfectly. Thus, he needed to seek out Kagaya Tsutsuki on the distant moon to borrow the genes within her body for a transplant to stimulate Hinata's awakening of her Rinnegan. Of course, utilizing Tsutsuki Shuren's genes should yield a similar effect. However, Naruto Uzumaki was reluctant to pursue this course of action. He found the boy bothersome and could not possibly return the genes to Hinata for injection. Lost in thought, Naruto cradled Kurama and fell asleep in bed. Huh, Naruto, are you leaving so soon? Really? Can't you stay at home a little longer with your mother? The next day, upon hearing that Naruto Uzumaki was once again departing from Konoha, Kushina Uzumaki pouted her lips in displeasure. However, this was a promise I made to Kurama. Faced with her mother's displeasure, Naruto Uzumaki found himself at a loss for words, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Truly, that foolish Kurama. Very well, you may go. Your mother is not truly upset. Observing Naruto's pitiable demeanor, Kushina Uzumaki's heart felt as though it might shatter, and she hastened to offer her comfort. It was not entirely unfounded for Kushina to chastise Kurama. After all, who would not scold upon waking to find their child's vibrant hair transformed from a fiery blend of red and yellow to a stark white? Moreover, there were 2 horns sprouting from his head. Once I finish these few tasks, I shall come to Konoha, the petite boy with white hair. Standing at 1.40 meters, declared with delight. Chapter 168. Akatsuki Group. X4 Upon departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto Uzumaki hastened towards the Hidden Cloud. Since the objective was to liberate the tailed beasts, it was only natural to commence with familiar faces. Aside from Konoha, the Hidden Cloud Village was where he felt most at home. While soaring through the skies, Naruto did not neglect to communicate with the members of the Akatsuki organization using the ring in his possession. Indeed, it was the ring symbolizing the number 0. Ahem. Have you gathered any information regarding the whereabouts of the other Jinchuriki? None whatsoever. Please refrain from disturbing us with such matters. Ask Black Zetsu instead. Do not hinder our profit-making endeavors. Kisame's tone was exceedingly arrogant. Since being formally recruited by Naruto, he had taken on the role of the Akatsuki Group's manager. Tirelessly occupied with work and reluctant to engage in discussions of battles and conflicts. Indeed, the Akatsuki organization had successfully rebranded itself as the Akatsuki Group. Its principal members included Itachi Uchiha, Deidara, Kisame Hoshigaki, and Yahiko, collectively known as X4. This group was produced under the aegis of Naruto's Ukiyo Cultural Entertainment Company. Their notable works featured Itachi as the protagonist in Love Like Fire, Deidara in Dance of the Scorpion-Tailed Beast, Kisame in Your Love at 105 Degrees, and Yahiko in Unravel, the theme song for Tokyo Ghoul. Since X4's debut 4 months prior, they had swiftly captivated the entire shinobi world. Each member, with their distinct style, enchanted audiences far and wide, and their rogue ninja identities further attracted a multitude of adoring fans. Tickets for their performances became exceedingly scarce, with scalpers inflating prices to exorbitant levels. In a past interview, the former S-rank rogue ninja, Kisame, expressed his sentiments. What? Is there a risk involved? Are you joking? We became rogue ninjas for the sake of money. But robbing and killing is no quicker way to earn. Having witnessed the boy band's astonishing ability to generate revenue, Kisame became the first to concede wholeheartedly, even assisting the company in monitoring the reluctant members. One of them, who had gone undercover due to ideological differences with his father, lamented, "It's so difficult. I once requested to return to Konoha, but was denied by the higher-ups. They insisted this mission was crucial and ordered me to remain undercover within the Akatsuki for 3 years." As he spoke, he recalled the sorrowful expression on his mother's face when she came to watch his performance, tears streaming down his cheeks. During a break, Deidara was approached by a young reporter for an interview. "Mr. Deidara, regarding your grandmother's tears of joy upon learning of your success, do you have a message for her? Get lost." "All right then. Mr. Kisame, regarding the success of the Akatsuki Group, is there anything you would like to say to the audience?" "Me? I feel rather pleased. I suppose. There's no deceit, no betrayal. Although people say my dancing is oily, I take it as a compliment. Thank you, everyone. I shall be even oilier in the future. Mr. Mayahiko, there's no need to say anything. It hurts. It truly hurts. We did not intend to pose this question. But we heard that your entry into this boy band is due to your connection with a certain female executive in your company. Hey, who let you in? Stop the interview and refrain from harassing our artist. Mr. Kakuzu, of course. Naruto Uzumaki has also been interviewed. And he stated that he intends to continue increasing the number of boy band members. He mentioned a certain lad from the land of Earth who plays with mud and possesses great potential. Naruto Uzumaki ended the communication from his ring, left speechless as he continued his flight towards the land of lightning. What a nuisance! Has Kakuzu become increasingly arrogant? As Naruto grumbled, he swiftly arrived at the hidden cloud village, returning to the familiar mountains. You truly came. As Naruto landed, a familiar silhouette jumped down from beneath the old tree. Yo, long time no see, feline creature. Huh, is this how you greet me? You little rascal, you canine creature. The two men, the Jinchūriki, playfully tussled Naruto's fox-like head. Since both were perfect Jinchūriki, they were already aware of Naruto's intention to liberate the tailed beasts within them. Therefore, Killer Bee and the two Jinchūriki had been awaiting Naruto in the back mountains where he once resided. Yo, you little rascal, it's been a while, Killer Bee exclaimed, stepping forth and greeting Naruto with a cheerful demeanor. Yo, long time no see, uncle. Your words lack rhyme. The two had previously engaged in a playful scuffle. But now, thanks to the tailed beasts within them, they could greet each other amicably. After exchanging pleasantries, the two Jinchūriki furrowed their brows and addressed Naruto. While we have all agreed to release the beasts within us, the hidden cloud village is not our home. Certain matters cannot even be obstructed by the raikage. Thus, before the tailed beasts can be liberated, I fear you must endure a bit longer. The Jinchūriki were already aware of Naruto's current strength from the tailed beasts, which allowed them to meet him openly without concern. Rest assured, we had already agreed on this matter. Naruto waved his hand, indicating that he was no longer the same Naruto who had been abducted in the past. Some matters are better left unsaid if you do not mention them. They remain undisturbed, but once you do, they come knocking at your door. The nine-tailed brat. I never expected you would dare to come to our hidden cloud. Before the conversation among the three could conclude, a large group approached Naruto and the others with an imposing demeanor. Leading them was a burly man with dark skin and a single eye. Upon seeing this man, the two Jinchūriki frowned and said, Igyo. Lord Raikage has already stated that such matters depend entirely on the tailed beast's willingness. Why have you brought so many people here? Igyo vehemently criticized Uzumaki Naruto, exclaiming, It is due to my descent. We sacrificed countless lives for him, engaged in numerous battles, and even lost my eye because of him. We painstakingly rescued him from the torment within Konoha, yet he repays us in this manner, not uttering a single word before fleeing. Now he even dares to release the tailed beasts. This is utterly incomprehensible. Such idioms are misapplied. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto appeared before Igyo, forcefully twisting the finger that Igyo had pointed at him, causing him to cry out in pain. Furthermore, no matter how grandiose your excuses may be, they cannot alter the fact that you are merely kidnappers. Chapter 169. Liberation of the Eight Tails. If your intent is merely to liberate those who have suffered from their torment, I would undoubtedly express my gratitude. However, you are not merely saviors. You are nothing but kidnappers, driven solely by the desire for my identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Your claims of delivering me from suffering only serve to incite further conflict. In truth, you have simply mismanaged your own endeavors. As Naruto Uzumaki spoke, he forcefully bent Izai's fingers backward, then seized his entire shoulder, pinning him to the ground. It seems even my mother and Hinata were targets of your abduction schemes. Is that not so? While you present a facade of benevolence, the reality is that you have merely established a den of kidnappers. With each word, Naruto's fury intensified, and he was poised to break Izai's arm. Stop this at once. Just as Naruto was about to snap Izai's arm, the fourth Raikage arrived on the scene. Ah, so it is the Raikage. Do you and your entourage intend to engage me in a contest of strength? Upon the arrival of someone capable of dialogue, Naruto showed a modicum of respect, merely crushing Izai's 5 fingers before kicking him back towards the fourth Raikage. The Raikage caught Izai in one swift motion, then noticed the pallor of his index finger and remarked, Such brutality at a young age. The fault lies solely in his inability to articulate. How outrageous. Enraged, the fourth Raikage charged forward, prepared to confront Naruto. Brother, Killer Bee, witnessing the Raikage's fury, attempted to intervene, but Naruto surged forward from behind. Words are unnecessary. Let actions speak. Boldness indeed. The two fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent Killer Bee staggering backward. Cough, cough, please stop fighting, brothers. Curiously, what is this soft sensation beneath my feet? Just as Killer Bee regained his footing and aimed to continue dissuading the Hokage and Naruto, he felt something squishy beneath him. Looking down, he was startled to discover that he had inadvertently stepped on the fourth Hokage. Brother, how did you end up beneath my feet? Alarmed, Killer Bee quickly dismounted and assisted the Hokage to his feet. Cough, cough, what an alarming display of power. The Hokage surveyed his mangled right hand, recalling the recent collision. In an instant, he had been sent flying, even faster than Killer Bee had struck the ground. That overwhelming force reminded him of his childhood encounters with his enraged father, who had used his lightning release techniques against him. I have come here solely to fulfill my promise to the tailed beasts. If you insist on provoking me, I shall not hold back. Naruto brushed off his attire, casting a threatening glance at the gathered crowd surrounding him. How dare you harm Lord Hokage? Let us unite to confront him. As the fourth Hokage observed the defeat of his predecessors at the hands of Naruto Uzumaki, the surrounding cloud shinobi felt no trepidation. Instead, they surged forward in a fit of anger, intent on reprimanding Naruto. Stop right there, the fourth Hokage bellowed, quickly halting his subordinates' advance. His previous actions had merely been a test to ascertain whether Naruto's prowess was truly as formidable as the rumors suggested. After his assessment, he had come to a clear conclusion. Naruto's strength had escalated to a level beyond their control. Given that he had already consented to the release of the tailed beasts from their Jinchuriki, the conflict was unwarranted. But Hokage-sama, are you disregarding my orders? His subordinates protested, their frustration evident. The fourth Hokage suppressed the pain in his arm and sternly confronted them, stepping forward to shield them with his presence. I have agreed to release the tailed beasts, but you must ensure that this does not lead to the demise of Killer Bee and the others. Rest assured, I am a testament to that. Seeing that the fourth Hokage intended to cease hostilities, Naruto abandoned his plan to chastise the Cloud Shinobi and began preparing to release the seals on the two. Very well. Remember this. If you are to liberate all the tailed beasts, you must follow through. I respect Killer Bee's wishes, but as the leader of my village, I will reclaim the tailed beasts should our nation be threatened. Feel free to utter whatever nonsense you wish, as long as I am here. The freedom and interests of the tailed beasts shall remain unassailable. With that, Naruto readied the necessary jutsu, swiftly grasping the abdomen of Killer Bee and undoing his seal. A brilliant golden chain emerged, extracting the eight tails from within him. Roar! Gyuki, the eight tails, was unleashed, bellowing into the sky. After years of confinement, he had finally regained his freedom. However, as Gyuki was extracted, Killer Bee's complexion turned ashen, teetering on the brink of death. Naruto! Gyuki exclaimed in alarm, witnessing Killer Bee's perilous state. Rest assured, Naruto responded decisively, using the chain to siphon some of Gyuki's chakra while combining it with the enhanced version of the tailed beast cultivation serum developed by Manado Namikaze. Instantly, he conjured a substantial mass of irregular, fleshy tendrils, which he sealed within Killer Bee using the remnants of the original seal. With the chakra of the eight tails once again sealed within him, Killer Bee's pallor improved significantly. He looked up to see Gyuki, now free and gazing at him with concern, which filled him with elation. Yo, Killer Bee-sama, you look well restored. If you've also been liberated, yo, you foolish brother, you truly terrified me. The fourth Hokage, witnessing his brother's near brush with death, embraced Killer Bee tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. Brother, I can hardly breathe. Seeing that Killer Bee is safe and sound, the two wooden figures let out a sigh of relief and turned their gaze towards Naruto Uzumaki. Now it's my turn, right? Indeed. You can rest assured that this time my speed will be even greater, ensuring a painless end for you. After gaining experience from Killer Bee, Naruto assured the two wooden figures, expressing his desire to spare the sister, who had cared for him, from further suffering. You despicable fiends! How could you truly do this? Just as Naruto was about to take action, an elderly voice echoed through the air. Chapter 170. After releasing the tailed beast of the Hidden Cloud Village, upon releasing the tailed beast of the Hidden Cloud Village, Uzumaki Naruto turned to find an elderly man, shrouded in darkness, leading a throng of people who had encircled them. His imposing demeanor was such that one might mistake him for the Hokage himself. How dare you release the tailed beast, which is the rightful property of our Hidden Cloud Village? Yeah, do you intend to continue as the Hokage? Or are you solely concerned with your comrades, neglecting the welfare of the village? Do you truly deserve the title of Hokage? With these words, he rallied the crowd, surrounding everyone present. You insolent old fool! Do you dare question my judgment? Do you think I shy away from confronting you? The fourth Raikage glared at the old man, veins protruding on his forehead, ready to strike. I have served the hidden cloud since the era of the second Raikage. What gives you the right to lay a hand on me? Everything I have done is for the sake of our village. What? I thought only Konoha had such an arrogant elder. It seems Hidden Cloud has its share as well. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before him. Instantly reminded of Shimura Danzo, wishing he could deliver a couple of slaps to him. With the sound of slaps echoing, the old man was left bewildered by the fourth Raikage's sudden assault. Bakayuru, you old scoundrel, get away from me. Our Hidden Cloud is a village united. The interests of the brothers are the interests of the village. The reason you have survived since the second Raikage's time is that you shy away from danger. I truly question whether you are even a part of Hidden Cloud, yet you dare to incite trouble? Get lost. With that, the fourth Raikage forcefully tossed the troublemaking elder away. You all are the same. Anyone who wishes to cause unrest must face me first. The fourth Raikage shouted at the encircling crowd, satisfied when no one dared to approach him further. It is not just our village. All villages must release their tailed beasts. Therefore, you need not fear future attacks from tailed beasts. Everything will remain the same. All right, with the troublemakers gone, you may continue. I must admit. Fourth Raikage, your village indeed has a refreshing spirit. Observing the Raikage's fluid handling of the situation, Naruto felt a sense of admiration, noting that the onlookers showed no signs of dissatisfaction. If only Konoha had someone like you to handle matters swiftly, then we wouldn't have to deal with the likes of Danzo. If you wish, you are always welcome to visit our Hidden Cloud village, where individuals of your caliber are celebrated. Ha ha ha, a trip sounds delightful. Naruto casually replied, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Surprised that the muscular Raikage harbored thoughts of enticing talents from other villages. However, the entire Land of Fire, along with his entire violent agency, belongs solely to him now. Why would he come to the village hidden in the clouds to be commanded by others? Let us continue. Naruto Uzumaki directed his gaze toward the two wooden figures, and upon receiving their nod of affirmation, he mirrored their actions by extracting the two tails from within her. Finally, I am free. Thank you, Naruto. The two tails emerged, stretching her body and inhaling the air of freedom before expressing her gratitude to Naruto Uzumaki. It's nothing. We're all here to help one another. Naruto replied with a smile. Since the tailed beast had shown him goodwill, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Haha, look at you lot. You appear as though you've never had a chance to bask in the open air. Kurama observed the elated two tails and eight tails regaining their freedom, and his heart brimmed with joy, though the compliment that formed on his lips transformed into mockery. Humph, Kurama. You speak as if you weren't even more thrilled when you were released. Gyuki, observing the diminutive Kurama before him, refused to let the taunt slide and retorted directly. Huh? Well, I'm quite different. Naruto and I had already made arrangements. Even without the seal being lifted, I would still wish to emerge. Huh? Does that mean I can also borrow Killer B's body whenever I desire, just as I did with the previous generation? You are in a different position. Aren't you? Who would dare release you aside from Naruto Uzumaki? Just look at you now. It's evident that since your sealing, you've probably had little in the way of delectable treats. Bah, I've already savored plenty of food and enjoyed myself immensely, unlike you. Who has to even relished your true form yet? Kurama, stroking his rotund body, felt no shame. Rather, he took pride in it. TCH, what is there to boast about? Now that I am free, I too can indulge in delicious food. Gyuki muttered in defiance, though he had secretly been coveting the various delicacies for quite some time. Ever since Kurama's release, he had been flaunting his culinary experiences within the tailed beast space, all while attempting to lure them out and provoke them, despite his outward defiance. Gyuki couldn't help but envy Kurama deep down and yearned for the diverse array of tantalizing dishes he enjoyed. After the three-tailed beasts had conversed for quite a while, Naruto Uzumaki finally resolved to take his leave. Well then, with matters here settled, I shall depart. You're leaving just like that? Why not take a moment to explore our village before you go? It seems you have never wandered around our village, have you? Upon seeing Naruto ready to leave, the wooden figures wished to retain him, inviting him to tour the village as a gesture of hospitality. Let it be. I have several more tailed beasts awaiting my assistance in their liberation. Once I have resolved these matters, I may return for a visit. And perhaps you can host me then. Very well. Do let me know when you return next time. Observing Naruto Uzumaki in such haste, the two beings of wood had no choice but to relinquish their previous intentions. All right then, I shall take my leave first. With that, Naruto soared into the sky, heading towards the hidden mist village. After watching Naruto depart, The Two Tails and Eight Tails also contemplated their own departure. Oh, are you truly planning to leave, Gyuki? Seeing Gyuki's intention to leave, Killer Bee felt a pang of reluctance. When it comes to brotherly bonds, his elder brother A cannot compare to Gyuki, who had accompanied him for a longer duration. I merely intend to revisit the place where I once resided. After all, it has been nearly a century since my last visit. Fear not, I shall return to see you. The Nico also addressed the wooden beings. I too shall return to my former dwelling for a stroll, as I have grown weary of this place, the hidden cloud. In due time, I shall come back to visit you. With that, the Two Tails and Eight Tails departed from the rear mountain. Chapter 171. Reclaiming the Byakugan. It is said that since departing from the hidden cloud village, Naruto Uzumaki has made his way to the surface of the sea. His second destination is the Hidden Mist Village. Although this village is the most unassuming among the 5 great villages, it possesses an influence over Konoha that surpasses that of the other 3. This is primarily due to the fact that it was the nation manipulated by Uchiha Obito that plunged Uchiha Itachi into darkness. Since the time of the 3rd Mizukage, the entire nation had been under the control of the Uchiha clan, a manipulation that only ceased with the advent of the 5th Mizukage. The cessation was made possible by the Byakugan of Konoha. One could argue that the Hidden Mist Village has been thoroughly toyed with by those from Konoha. However, these events belong to a bygone world. In this realm, although the notorious reputation of the Land of Blood Mist persists, the Uchiha Obito who once controlled the 4th Mizukage has been vanquished. Thus, the true state of the Hidden Mist Village remains to be observed by Naruto Uzumaki himself. Utilizing the advantage of flight, Naruto swiftly bypassed the coastal defenses of the Hidden Mist Village and arrived directly above them. The Mist Ninjas, having detected the unidentified flying object, quickly gathered below and surrounded Naruto. You have trespassed upon our territory. Leave this place at once. The Hidden Mist Village does not welcome you. Due to the exposure of Naruto's strength, his identity had already been recognized by many of the Mist Ninjas, which did not surprise him in the least. Oh, have you surrounded me with such hostility? Has your Mizukage not informed you of anything? Naruto had assumed that Isabu had already conveyed the circumstances to the 4th Mizukage. Especially since Uchiha Obito was now deceased, logically, he should have regained his senses. However, before Naruto could finish his statement, the group of Mist Ninjas below erupted in fervor. What? You were involved in this matter as well. Indeed, you Konoha scoundrels shall not meet a good end. In an instant, countless water guns, water cannons, and water dragon jutsu were unleashed upon Naruto, all attempting to bring him down. This is rather dull. Such levels of water jutsu posed no threat to Naruto. With a mere flick of his hand, he converted all the water techniques into ordinary chakra through the realm of the Hungry Ghost Path, simultaneously transforming this chakra into an even colder ice release that he directed towards the attacking Mist Ninjas. Quick, evade the ice release. How is this possible? Did the Mizuno Kuni clan not perish long ago? Why would someone from Konoha wield our ice techniques? Filled with a multitude of questions, the Mist Ninjas found themselves overwhelmed by Naruto's counterattack, retreating in disarray and suffering significant losses. Nonetheless, Naruto only inflicted minor injuries upon them, refraining from unleashing his full wrath. For he still needed to secure Isabu's freedom. Should blood be shed, Isabu's fate would undoubtedly worsen. However, should they persist in their stubbornness, Naruto would not hesitate to make them bleed. The art of dissolution and the monstrous dissolution technique, a pool of yellow-brown, liquefied monstrosity surged upward, akin to a whirlpool, lunging towards Naruto Uzumaki with ferocity. Its bubbling surface exuded a pungent odor, promising that if struck, it would surely leave behind a splendid skeleton. Observing the maliciousness of this technique, Naruto unleashed a frigid breath, instantly transforming the yellow-brown liquid into an ice sculpture. Subsequently, the ice sculpture lost its momentum and plummeted to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Ah, how terrifying. How effortlessly you have dismantled my dissolution technique, little brother. At that moment, a youthful and striking maiden stood atop the rooftop. Her deep crimson hair was tied high in a ponytail, complemented by her vibrant red lips, presenting the image of a youthful dominatrix. Is that Kahaku Mei? Oh my, I did not anticipate that you would know my name. Can a humble girl like me truly reach the ears of the illustrious Naruto Uzumaki, who has vanquished an entire village? Kahaku Mei gasped, theatrically covering her lips, feigning surprise. No, I was merely pondering that if you are here, then another person must be nearby as well. Naruto paid no heed to Kahaku Mei's antics. Perplexed by her peculiar tone and demeanor, he simply continued to observe the chakra of everyone around him with his Rinnegan. Searching for someone. Are you in pursuit of the 4th Hokage? Kahaku Mei's tone suddenly turned frosty. clearly indicating that they had most likely discovered the fourth Hokage's predicament under the control of Konoha's forces. While I too am seeking your fourth Hokage, it seems I have stumbled upon a secondary target. Collecting this achievement appears to be quite advantageous. As Naruto spoke, he had already located his objective, instantaneously appearing beside it and delivering a punch that rendered the target unconscious. Hey, strutting about with Byakugan, how audacious of you. Without hesitation, Naruto extracted the Byakugan from the unconscious target's eye and preserved it within a cultivation vial. Do not inquire how he bypassed the sealing technique surrounding the Byakugan. The answer lies in the omnipotent enhancement of the Rinnegan. How dare you harm someone from our village? Kahakume seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration, yet refrained from making a reckless move, knowing that her comrade remained in Naruto's grasp. Since he bears the Byakugan, which is a unique bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, and the Hyuga clan is known to be part of Konoha, how could he not be one of your village's people? While my ties to Konoha may not be particularly strong, I am nonetheless the son of the fourth Hokage, commonly referred to as the prince. By rounding it up, Konoha is essentially mine, thus this individual is naturally under my jurisdiction. What business is it of yours if I strike my own kin? To be honest, Kahakume had never encountered such unabashed audacity, especially from a mere 7-year-old child, making it all the more incredulous. Infuriated, she erupted into a tirade of curses. You possess the elusive ice release of our hidden mist, which signifies your affiliation with the Mizunoke's clan. Thus, upon encountering me, the acting water shadow, one would expect a formal greeting, would one not? However, no. Naruto Uzumaki shook his finger in disagreement. It is well known that your land of water has persecuted the bloodline clans, annihilating the entire Mizunoke's family. How can a clan that has been decimated by the village possibly be considered a part of it? Nevertheless, the individual I hold here, devoid of Byakugan, no longer belongs to the Hyuga clan. Therefore, I shall return him to you. As he spoke, he tossed the still bleeding Ao towards Tsurumi. She deftly caught him and, upon examining him, exhaled a sigh of relief, seemingly unfazed by his condition. You certainly possess audacity, daring to return a hostage. Chapter 172. The fourth Mizukage. Do I still need to resort to hostages? Who in the entire ninja world is unaware that I can single-handedly take on the entirety of Konoha? I have already challenged them. So why should I fear the mere mist ninjas? Uzumaki Naruto dismissed Tsurumi's words with disdain, merely unwilling to carry a man around with him. Is that so? Then let me put that to the test. All mist ninjas, attack. At Tsurumi's command, everyone launched a water-style assault against Naruto. In an instant, torrents of water converged, sweeping Naruto into a maelstrom akin to a tsunami. Do not blame me for this collective attack. Blame your Uchiha from Konoha for daring to use Jinjutsu to control our Mizukage. Observing Naruto struggling within the whirlpool, a glimmer of compassion flickered in Tsurumi's eyes. What kind of Jinjutsu is this? Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the air beside Tsurumi, sending chills down her spine. She spun around to find Uzumaki Naruto standing right next to her. Upon realizing that Tsurumi had finally noticed him, Naruto flashed a toothy grin. Is this the kind of Jinjutsu you mean? Tsurumi instinctively leaped back, forming hand seals and shouting, Jinjutsu release. In that moment, the whirlpool and Naruto within it vanished, leaving all her subordinates sprawled on the ground in deep slumber. Witnessing this scene, beads of sweat trickled down Tsurumi's forehead. She had intended to question Naruto about what he had done to them, but the sight before her left her utterly speechless. Rest assured, I merely employed a rather ordinary technique known as the Nirvana Temple technique. They are simply asleep. Naruto, observing the proxy Mizukage's tense silence, took pleasure in reassuring her. Now, could you kindly inform me of the whereabouts of your fourth Mizukage? Coral Palm. A swift figure launched a surprise attack at Naruto from behind, but he reacted just as quickly, turning to counter with a palm strike that sent the assailant flying several meters away. Lord Fourth, seeing the attacker sent sprawling, Tsurumi gasped, simultaneously launching her own assault against Naruto. Lava release. Wait. Just as she was about to unleash a thick torrent, Naruto swiftly closed in and clamped it shut, delivering a powerful palm strike to her abdomen that sent her crashing through the eaves and onto the ground. Damn it, you Konoha brat. How do you know Coral Palm? At that moment, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, wore a grim expression, struggling to regain his composure, his fiery gaze fixed on Naruto. It turned out that during their exchange, Naruto had also utilized the Coral Palm technique, effectively redirecting Yagura's own energy back at him. Consequently, Naruto emerged unscathed, while Yagura found himself encumbered by an abundance of coral, rendering him immobile. "Oh, it appears that Isabu did not inform you. I have come to liberate all the tailed beasts. Those willing to cooperate may retain their lives, while those who resist will be forcibly deprived of their tailed beasts." "What do you say? Konoha, you are truly overstepping your bounds." Hearing that he would have to relinquish the tailed beast within him, Yagura was consumed by fury. Questioning who in the world does not know that a Jinchuriki faces certain death once their tailed beast is extracted. This individual dares to suggest that if one is willing, they may keep their life. It is as if he is a harlot parading as virtuous, utterly shameless. Tail beast bomb. Enraged, Yagura immediately transformed, harnessing the power of the three tails to unleash a tailed beast bomb at Naruto Uzumaki. Despite appearing to be of similar age, he was, in truth, an irascible old man at heart. Witnessing Yagura's deadly intent, Naruto did not hold back, swiftly employing the adamantine chains to bind the semi-tailed beast Yagura like a dumpling. Woe is me. Observing the fourth Hokage subdued in an instant by Naruto and sealed within a heap of coral, Mei Terumi, trapped and powerless, could only emit a sound of despair as the coral incessantly drained her chakra, leaving her unable to resist. "I offer you one final chance. Abandon your resistance. Once I extract the three tails, I possess the means to ensure your survival. The two from Kumogakure can attest to this." "Huh. Konoha has gone too far. Even if what you say is true, what difference does it make? The tailed beasts are the rightful property of our Kirigakure, acquired from your first Hokage long ago." Yagura continued to struggle against the adamantine chains, defiantly shouting, "Is Konoha preparing for war? First, they ensnared me and the former Mizukage with Jinjutsu, and now they forcibly seize our tailed beasts. No. Naruto Uzumaki shook his finger. "I am myself, and Konoha is Konoha. Although I may sometimes reside in Konoha and have relatives and friends there, I am merely a guest. I am no longer a Konoha citizen, nor a villager, nor a ninja. Do not forget, I was once among those on Konoha's wanted list. Thus, my endeavor to liberate the tailed beasts is entirely my personal undertaking, wholly unrelated to Konoha. Therefore, your claims about Konoha hold no relevance to me." Naruto elaborated on his current relationship with Konoha. "If you forcibly seek to seize our tailed beasts, is that not a form of banditry? You have imprisoned the free three tails within a human vessel, which is nothing short of blatant thievery, is it not? I am merely acting as a friend to liberate him and grant him freedom." For a moment, Yagura found himself at a loss for words, unable to fathom that he would one day be outmatched in argument and battle. Nevertheless, as the former Mizukage, "I shall never allow the interests of my village to be compromised." Yagura resolved firmly to prevent Naruto Uzumaki from taking the three tails. For years, he has been under the control of the Uchiha, inflicting considerable losses upon the entire village. If the three tails were to be lost as well, he would be deemed the villain of the entire village. Yet, bound as he is at this moment, what can he possibly do? Uzumaki Naruto crouched before Yagura, delivering fierce words. Yagura did not shy away from Naruto. Instead, he glared at him with a menacing gaze, as if he wished to devour him with his eyes. Suddenly, Yagura violently spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging as he struggled, his neck elongating in a desperate bid for air. Is he attempting to take his own life? Chapter 173. Death. Observing the lifeless demeanor of Yagura, Naruto Uzumaki understood that the latter sought to end his life in a desperate bid to perish alongside the three tails. After all, in Yagura's mind, should the tailed beast meet its demise, it would merely take a couple of years for it to be restored, providing the hidden mist village with another opportunity for capture. However, if the three tails were to fall into Naruto's hands, it would likely adopt the name of Konoha henceforth. By all means, if you wish to die, I shall not impede you, but do not drag others down with you. Witnessing Yagura's feeble state, Naruto promptly spat to staunch his bleeding while simultaneously dislocating his jaw. He even extracted a portion of Yagura's tongue from his throat, enabling him to breathe once more. With a sudden resurgence of life, Yagura, now embittered, attempted to curse at Naruto, though his speech was rendered incomprehensible due to the loss of part of his tongue. Alas, refusing a toast only invites a penalty. Though Obito Uchiha's death has liberated you from his control, why must you still court death? Naruto lamented. Originally, he intended to extract the beast from within Yagura and infuse him with a modicum of chakra, thus ensuring mutual benefit. Yet, this individual obstinately refused to cooperate. Had he died, it would have been just that, death. After 3 years, the tailed beast would resurrect, ostensibly granting him freedom. Such an outcome contradicted what Naruto had initially envisioned. Moreover, even a tailed beast would likely prefer to cling to life rather than perish. In an instant, the adamantine chains withdrew the beast from Yagura's body. With the beast joyously roaring in newfound freedom, the fourth Mizukage slowly succumbed to the end of his life. Yagura was dead. Boiling release. Art of the boiling substance. Watching the fourth Mizukage perish before her eyes, Terumi Mei could no longer contain her fury. She unleashed her boiling release, dissolving the corals surrounding them, accompanied by a caustic mist enveloping the entire area. Naruto, Uzumaki. We of the hidden mist have not come to provoke you, yet you continue to challenge us. And now you have slain our esteemed fourth Mizukage. I shall avenge him. Terumi Mei's eyes blazed with rage. In the midst of the obscuring acidic mist, she summoned a cataclysmic tsunami of melting substance, poised to engulf Naruto entirely. Ice release. Wolf Fang. Disregarding the dense mist acidity, Naruto's Rinnegan allowed him to perceive Terumi Mei's every movement with clarity. He swiftly employed his ninjutsu, freezing the tsunami she had summoned into an icy mountain, its shape as sharp as the fangs of a wolf. Curse it. The ice release is utterly debilitating against me. Observing her technique transformed into a mere block of ice, Terumi Mei was on the verge of madness, infuriated that such a repugnant display of ice release originated from a Konoha shinobi. Yield. The only reason I have refrained from taking your life is that you have yet to truly provoke me. Should I be pushed too far? The Hidden Mist Village may well lose another Mizukage, and the very existence of this village could be called into question. Not to mention the countless civilians and shinobi who lie in slumber here. Upon hearing Naruto Uzumaki threaten the lives of the entire village, Terumi Mei, her spirit utterly crushed, could only grit her teeth and utter two words: despicable. I am not despicable. With just one hand, I could overpower your entire village. The only reason I refrain from acting is to avoid harming so many innocent lives. And what of the fourth Hokage? Is he innocent? He sought to take my life, and having already succumbed to despair, I merely assisted the Three Tails in surviving. As for him, he must have already been engulfed in hopelessness. Wouldn't you agree? Naruto Uzumaki believed this man had brought his fate upon himself. He failed to communicate effectively with the tailed beasts and initiated a lethal assault, even ambushing a mere 7-year-old child. He deserved to be defeated. In contrast, the neighboring village of Kumogakure, although a bit of a rogue, at least exhibited a semblance of camaraderie. When the tailed beast was released, it was indeed freed. Yet here, this individual had hosted the tailed beast within him for so long, and despite being controlled by Uchiha Obito, he must have grasped the anguish of being manipulated. Furthermore, it was not just his tailed beast that needed liberation, but all the tailed beasts of the villages. Naruto had even assured his safety. And to refuse such a gesture was to abandon any pretense of benevolence. He was no altruistic hero, merely a selfish child. Those who treat me well, I will reciprocate in kind. Those who wish to obstruct me, I will disregard entirely. How infuriating. Terumi Mei sought to continue, but suddenly an elderly voice interrupted her from behind. Cease this, Terumi Mei. The hidden mist cannot endure further losses. Turning to see the esteemed elder, the architect of countless past Mizukage successes, she paused. But, do you not see that Naruto has already shown restraint? Even if our entire village were to unite, we likely could not subdue him. To this point, he has refrained from harming our villagers. We should be grateful. Let us not forget, the elder continued, that beside him stands the Three Tails, which harbors deep animosity towards us. His words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames of vengeance raging within Terumi Mei. Indeed, what would her anger accomplish? The entire village stood no chance against Naruto Uzumaki, should she truly provoke him. It seemed there might be no more hidden mist village left. Moreover, the Three Tails, having been confined by her own people for so long without erupting in violence, surely owed this restraint to Naruto's presence. Mei, now that Yagura is deceased, I hereby declare you the true fifth Mizukage, the elder announced. You must now shoulder this responsibility, prioritizing the welfare of the village above all else, and refrain from reckless actions. Seeing Terumi Mei persuaded by his words, the elder felt a sense of relief. This village still had capable youth to support its future. He promptly appointed her as the fifth Mizukage, to foster her growth and allow the hidden mist to recuperate. All right, I understand. Terumi Mei inhaled deeply before addressing Naruto Uzumaki. Everything you have done is beyond our ability to prevent, yet as the fifth Mizukage, I must declare that the hidden mist village will never welcome a guest of your ilk. Therefore, I implore you to vacate our village at once. Terumi Mei's malice was unmasked, Yet Naruto Uzumaki remained unfazed, for he had already accomplished his purpose in coming here. What did the attitude of the hidden mist village matter to him? With this thought, he departed from the village. Chapter 174. One Tail in the midst of a raging sandstorm. The fourth Kazekage was conversing with two cloaked figures. Gaara, I entrust you to them. We must not allow those from Konoha to seize our village's tailed beast, stated the cloaked man, his gaze resolute beneath the brim of his hat. Rest assured, Lord Raza, my subordinate, and I will not allow any harm to befall Lord Gaara, even at the cost of our lives. No, the priority is the One Tail, at all costs, even if it means sacrificing Gaara. Ensure that Naruto Uzumaki cannot obtain it. Upon hearing this, the cloaked man was momentarily taken aback, his eyes trembling as he struggled to respond. Yes, I will ensure it. Very well. I leave everything in your hands. With that, the two cloaked figures set off into the sandstorm, carrying Gaara upon their backs. Raza exhaled deeply as he watched them depart. Alas, all this is for the village. Just a day prior, Raza had received intelligence from his scouts that two-tailed beasts from the land of lightning had been captured by Naruto Uzumaki. Knowing full well that he could not defeat Naruto, Raza resolved to send Gaara away ahead of time, seeking refuge for him in the ancient ruins of Lulan amidst the storm. If the village was devoid of a tailed beast, even Naruto would be at a loss. Fortunately, he had retained the map of Lulan. In such an expansive desert, he could scarcely believe that Naruto would be able to locate him. Indeed, events unfolded as Raza had anticipated. After parting from the Mizukage, Naruto separated from the Three Tails, which returned to its ocean, while he sought out other Jinchuriki. The next target was none other than the One Tail. What? You mean you killed Gaara beforehand? The following day, Naruto arrived at Sunagakure, only to be met with an astonishing revelation. The fourth Kazekage Raza had apparently killed his own son, Gaara. Indeed, this ungrateful child was incapable of mastering the power of the tailed beast. He lost control just days prior, and I had no choice but to end his life. Raza's face was a mask of fury, though it was unclear whether his anger was directed at Naruto's inquiry or at his son's inability to submit to his authority. He's your son? Naruto could hardly believe that Raza had truly slain his own child, yet in the recesses of his memories, he recalled that such a thing was not beyond Raza's capacity. First, he was a weapon of Sunagakure, and only then my son. If he could not even wield the weapon properly, how could he be worthy of being my son? Raza's ironclad demeanor instilled a degree of belief in his words. Yet still, Naruto remained skeptical. He swiftly seized control of Raza, employing Jinjutsu to extract the truth from him. Though your village appears ravaged by the tailed beast, there is not a trace of the One Tail's chakra remaining. It does not seem consistent with the aftermath of a tailed beast's rampage. Nearby, the Shadow Guards, witnessing their Kazekage's predicament, rushed to intervene, only to be ensnared by Naruto's Jinjutsu as well. Pray tell, where exactly is One Tail? One Tail has been secretly escorted to the ruins of Lulan. With the power of the sandstorm, all routes will be buried beneath the winds and sands, without a map. Lulan shall remain an impenetrable sanctuary. Controlled by Naruto Uzumaki, Raza divulged his entire plan. I see. Knowing he could not defeat me, he chose to conceal himself. Truly, the speed of a shadow is remarkable. Upon learning the whereabouts of One Tail, Naruto released his control and soared out of Sunagakure, plunging headlong into the tempest. After Naruto's departure, Raza, regaining his senses, struck the ground in fury, sending sand flying. Damn it! That insufferable Naruto Uzumaki has gone too far. Gather the troops. We shall confront Konoha. While we may be powerless against Naruto, his father is a reasonable man. At that moment, a figure appeared, blocking Raza's path. I believe we need not pursue this course. Whether Naruto returns is uncertain. Upon entering the sandstorm, Naruto instantaneously activated his Rinnegan, akin to unveiling an all-seeing map. The ferocious tempest and swirling dust could not obscure his vision. His terrifying perceptive abilities enveloped the entire desert, allowing him to pinpoint the immense chakra unique to One Tail. Within the ruins of Lulan, 3 individuals sat around a campfire, gazing at their food. Do take a bite, Gaara. We shall be here for several months. Soon, there will be no delicacies left, and we will have to resort to catching scorpions or snakes. Gaara accepted the offered roasted bun slice and took a bite in silence. If it weren't for that Naruto Uzumaki, we wouldn't have found ourselves in this desolate place. Observing Gaara eat, Yashimara gently patted his head and sighed in resignation. The 2 companions by Gaara's side were Yashimaru, his uncle, and Maki, his teacher, one of the few who could manage to earn Gaara's obedience. Is it all Naruto Uzumaki's fault? Gaara munched on the roasted bun slice, yet held no animosity towards the name. Having been despised by countless individuals throughout his life, he had faced attempts on his life merely due to the entity known as One Tail residing within him. Moreover, because of One Tail, he could never sleep soundly, leaving him with profound dark circles beneath his eyes at such a tender age. If I could capture the tailed beast, I would find that rather agreeable. What nonsense are you speaking? Gaara's quiet murmuring was immediately heard by Maki, who rebuked him sharply. One Tail is the property of our village and must never be seized by anyone. Gaara, the One Tail within you is something we shall protect with our lives, even if it costs us dearly. However, I am unwilling. It is imperative to protect. Maki shouted fiercely, his hands gripping Gaara tightly. His gaze fixed intently upon him. He urged me, asserting that even at the cost of sacrifice, one must safeguard the tailed beast. I. Gaara was reluctant to utter such nonsensical words, casting a pleading glance at his uncle beside him. Yet, in response to Gaara's desperate eyes, Yashimaru averted his gaze. This evasion caused the light in Gaara's eyes to fade entirely, leaving him with no choice but to utter, even if someone is unwilling, one should not coerce them. Chapter 175. Those with the same fate, what kind of people are they? Upon hearing an unfamiliar voice, Maki and Yashimaru promptly drew their kunai to shield Gaara while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Were you not just uttering my name? As the voice echoed, both turned to discover a child, nearly the same size as Gaara, had appeared beside him. Naruto Uzumaki. Maki gritted his teeth, the name escaping his lips as alarm bells rang in his mind. He was utterly oblivious to how Naruto had managed to reach Gaara's side so swiftly. Indeed, it is I. Finding you is no easy feat. Had it not been for my ability to teleport, locating this place would have proven quite the challenge. Yet, upon my arrival, I am immediately met with this irksome dialogue. You continuously compel a person to endure what they detest, imposing upon them burdens they should never have to bear, all while subjecting them to the scorn of others. Without hesitation, Naruto embraced Gaara, openly expressing his disdain for Maki and Yashimaru. Let go of Gaara, Naruto, Yashimaru exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he reprimanded Naruto to release Gaara. What pretense of concern is this? Just a moment ago, when he was being tormented, you chose to turn a blind eye. Naruto cast a scornful glance at Yashimaru, tightening his grip around Gaara. Your plight mirrors mine. Both of us have been wielded as mere weapons, feared and belittled by those who fail to comprehend our existence. Are you also one of us? Upon hearing Naruto's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Gaara's eyes. It dawned on him that he was not alone in this world. There existed another who shared his burdens. Indeed, these individuals seek to exploit me while simultaneously belittling me mentally, making it easier for them to manipulate my actions. In truth, it is all utter nonsense. Just as that wretched fool said earlier, protecting the One Tail with your life, it is all a load of rubbish. You were not born to heed the senseless proclamations of these people. Your life should be governed by your own will. Naruto proclaimed passionately, his words resonating with his own past of persecution and exploitation, stirring an unsettling emotion within him as he recalled his own struggles. Gaara, do not lend an ear to his fallacies. As a ninja, what is wrong with safeguarding your village and nation? Maki cried out in desperation, noticing the light in Gaara's eyes intensifying. But was it not all coerced? Does he possess the right to choose? I believe most Jinchuriki would rather not be forced into such a role. We bear the weight for the village, yet receive nothing but fearful gazes in return. How is this fair? Gaara shouted in response to Maki, his voice filled with indignation. Indeed, how is this fair? Gaara echoed, confronting Maki with fervor. From a young age, I have been unable to sleep peacefully, tormented by this terrifying creature. The villagers live in fear of me. So why should I protect them? Why should I risk my life to guard this monster? Gaara, do you comprehend the weight of your words? Maki's furious roar silenced Gaara, as he fixed a fierce gaze upon him and declared, it is the village that nurtured you, providing sustenance and shelter. Instead of expressing gratitude, you utter such despicable sentiments. The villagers fear you because you cannot control the monster within. If you could reign in this beast, there would be no fear of you. Enough of this, exclaimed Naruto, unable to contain his frustration. He struck Maki's face with a fierce palm strike. He then turned to Gaara and said, listen to yourself. Does this even make sense? Gratitude? As adults, they fear the tailed beasts and expect a child like you to control it? You are the one who suffers each night. And the cause of this torment lies in their inadequate sealing techniques. While I hate to say it, I have never been troubled by the Nine-Tails, thanks entirely to the superior sealing techniques of our village. It is the adults who are inept, Yet they place all the blame on the children. What gratitude! You merely need a vessel to contain the tailed beast. If you are so capable, then why not deny Gaara food and drink? Would you truly let him starve? Do not be swayed by their deceit. All villages are the same. When I was in the village, I hid away from the loathsome gazes. Yet the villagers drove me from my home to exploit my spirit, subjecting me to their cold violence. Everything they say is merely a means to control you further. True education should be rooted in love and compassion, not in imposed responsibilities and obligations. Damn that insolent brat. Maki grunted as he struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his mouth, and charged at Naruto. I refuse to obey your commands any longer. Gaara commanded the sand to envelop Maki, who, eyes widening, rolled away to evade it. How dare you raise your hand against me? You would attack your teacher? Gaara, with reddened eyes, pointed at Maki and declared, I refuse to have a teacher like you. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to everything? My eye of sand and ear of sand have long eavesdropped on your conversations. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect the monster within me. The one that has tormented me for so long. Gaara. Yashimaru seemed struck by an unseen force, his voice laden with guilt. I no longer wish to live as a monster. I want to be a normal person. As Gaara gazed at Yashimaru, his heart crumbled, and tears streamed down his face. Very well. I understand, Gaara. I shall not impede Naruto Uzumaki any longer. Once the monster within you is extracted, we shall return home together. What are you saying, Yashimaru? Have you forgotten the promise you made to Lord Kazekage? Everything I have done is to protect Gaara. Yet, when Gaara is truly threatened with death, how can I, as his uncle, remain indifferent? With that, Yashimaru manipulated the chakra threads in his hand, and in an instant, Maki's body erupted. Maki could hardly fathom that explosive tags had been placed upon him without his knowledge, and that Yashimaru, this traitor, had betrayed him. My apologies. But I have long desired to do this. Yashimaru smiled as he gently closed the eyes of the dying Maki. Chapter 176. Lulan, Yachimaru. As Yachimaru personally eliminated Maki, Gaara did not feel fear. Instead, he was overwhelmed with excitement and rushed to embrace him. It's all right, Gaara. After today, you shall sleep soundly, Yachimaru reassured him, gently ruffling Gaara's hair, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Before embarking on this mission, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, had assigned him a daunting task to assassinate his own nephew, Gaara. Furthermore, he was instructed to utter the cruel words that no one loved him, thereby transforming Gaara into a true weapon. Yachimaru initially had no desire to comply with such a heartless command. However, Raza threatened that if he refused, Gaara would be killed immediately, leaving Yachimaru with no choice but to prepare for the assassination. Yet, before he could make his move, he learned of Naruto Uzumaki's intervention with the Jinchuriki. Consequently, the mission to eliminate Gaara was abandoned, and instead, it became one of escorting him to the ruins of Lulan. Although Raza had issued a command allowing for Gaara's elimination if necessary, how could Yachimaru, who deeply loved his nephew, bring himself to do such a thing? Thus, he had secretly placed explosive tags on Maki, intending to save Gaara at a critical moment. Though the situation had unfolded differently than he had envisioned, from this day forward, Gaara would indeed be free. Are you truly certain that after extracting Shikaku, Gaara will not perish? Yachimaru couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, after all. It was a well-established truth that if a tailed beast departed from its Jinchuriki, the host would inevitably die. Rest assured, look at me, as I run about. Naruto is quite unharmed, Kurama declared confidently from Naruto's shoulder. Is that so? Then I entrust you with this. Yachimaru bowed solemnly to Naruto, hoping he could save Gaara. At the critical moment, Gaara instinctively clutched Yachimaru's leg, feeling a flicker of fear. It's all right, Gaara. Stay strong. Okay. Encouraged, Gaara closed his eyes and spoke to Naruto. Let us do this. All right, I will make my move now. Boom. As Naruto unleashed the adamantine chains from his body, a thunderous sound erupted. The onlookers turned toward the source of the noise, only to witness a massive tidal wave of chakra surging toward them. What is happening? Naruto wondered, perplexed by the immense chakra emanating from beyond, realizing that such a magnitude could only come from a tailed beast. The Dragon Vein. The power of the Dragon Vein has been unleashed. Being a native of Sunagakure, Yachimaru was well aware of the legend surrounding Lulan's Dragon Vein and was immediately struck with alarm, pulling Gaara away to flee. What is going on? What is a Dragon Vein? Before Naruto could finish his question, the terrifying tide engulfed them in an instant. This is bad. It is a spatial rift. Hold on tight to me, all of you. Amidst the countless tides of chakra, Naruto Uzumaki sensed a familiar temporal fluctuation, one that distinctly accompanied his every journey across worlds. The overwhelming surge of dragon vein chakra had indeed torn open a fissure in the very fabric of reality. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp Gaara and the others tightly. Yet they had already succumbed to the dizziness induced by the terrifying chakra, and even Kurama clung desperately to Naruto's shoulder to avoid being swept away. How vexing. In the face of such a dreadful temporal disturbance, Naruto dared not open the 8 gates, fearing that doing so in such an unstable space would only further unravel the world. Instead, he extended several adamant chains to securely bind Gaara and Yashimaru. And after forcing Kurama back into his own body, he braced himself against the onslaught of the temporal turbulence. As he resisted the chaotic currents of time and space, Naruto caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting past. Instinctively, he reached out to seize it, only to find another shadow colliding with him from behind, causing him to grasp at emptiness. In the next moment, they transcended the tumult of time and arrived in a wholly new world. Upon entering this new realm, Newton seemed to reclaim dominion over physics, as gravity enveloped them, drawing them towards the ground. Thud, thud, thud. With the sound of 3 bodies hitting the earth, tranquility returned once more. As Naruto slowly descended from the sky, he surveyed his surroundings. Is this still Lulan? Yet it appeared somewhat newer than the previous Lulan. Could it be that this world's Lulan had not been destroyed? Who are you? Just as Naruto was contemplating this new Lulan, a red-haired girl stood beside him, questioning him. Have I somehow attracted red-haired individuals? Gaara, I can understand, but now there's another girl with the same fiery locks? Naruto did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he began to mutter to himself. Observing her unusual demeanor, the red-haired girl's expression shifted, and she hurried towards a mechanism behind her. However, Naruto would not allow this ready-made guide to escape so easily. He used a universal attraction technique to pull her back. The young woman, unaccustomed to such experiences, was instantly startled into a scream. Oh no. The terrifying sound waves compelled Naruto to instinctively cover his ears, simultaneously using wood release to bind the girl's mouth. Shushing her in response to her terrified gaze, he reassured her, Fear not, young lady, I am not a villain. I simply stumbled into this place by accident, and my companions are still unconscious. Could you kindly inform me where I am? Or perhaps the year, given the differing timelines of each world? Naruto could not ascertain whether the current time aligned with his own, hence his query. However, it is evident that such matters took on a different hue when they reached the ears of the crimson-haired girl. This child truly seems to be trouble. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto remained oblivious to the intricate schemes unfolding within the girl's heart and continued to converse with her. Now that I have released you, you must refrain from calling out any further. Please, answer my question. With that, Uzumaki Naruto loosened the wood release binding him. Puff, huh? Haha. The girl gasped for breath, collapsing weakly to the ground, and then addressed Uzumaki Naruto, saying, This is Lulan, a realm steeped in 800 years of history. Chapter 177, Sarah Luolan, 800 years? You mentioned the era of Luolan, but I am utterly ignorant of it. Naruto scratched his head, as he had scarcely read a handful of books, let alone about the history of Luolan. Nevertheless, it sufficed to know that Luolan had not yet met its demise. Who are you, exactly? Observing Naruto's seemingly benign demeanor, the young girl felt emboldened. As for us, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I must have crossed over from another world. Another world? Is that true? The girl remained skeptical. Even claiming to come from another country seemed more plausible than an entirely different realm. Oh. There is no need to deceive you. Given that this is still Luolan, you must be aware of the dragon veins, right? Indeed. You have come for the dragon veins? The girl's expression shifted to one of caution. The dragon veins were the foundation of their nation. And if these strangers were truly after them, she, as the queen of Luolan, could not stand idly by. No, truth be told, I know nothing of the dragon veins. I only know that in our world, Luolan has become a wasteland. Yet, it appears the dragon veins still exist. Someone forcibly opened the dragon veins, breaking through the veil of worlds, which is how we were drawn here. What nonsense! How could our Luolan possibly become a wasteland? The girl erupted in anger. Her country was thriving, so why utter such a curse? Thus, we are from another world. He must be speaking the truth. At that moment, another voice interjected, and they turned to see that the previously unconscious individual had awakened. I too was drawn here while on a mission in the ruins of Luolan, when someone forcefully opened the dragon veins. I don't believe you. You're all in cahoots. No, I don't even know them. They are likely just individuals inadvertently caught up in this. My apologies for bringing you along. The boy sheepishly scratched his head, apologizing to Naruto. You ought to be embarrassed. Had it not been for you, I would have already captured the one who unraveled the seal of the dragon veins. However, you and I are evidently not from the same world. Huh? What do you mean? Naruto looked at the blonde boy beside him, exasperated. It is quite clear that you are me. How could two of me possibly exist in the same world? What? The dragon vein. Naruto gasped in shock. Having awakened midway, he had missed Naruto's initial self-introduction. Upon being reminded, he scrutinized Naruto's appearance and realized that this child bore a striking resemblance to his younger self. You cannot truly be me, can you? But why is your hair white? Wait, the Nine-Tails. Why has it come out? Seeing the Nine-Tails perched on Naruto's shoulder, Dragon Vein Naruto was instantly taken aback. How could this creature, sealed within him, have escaped? Indeed, the mischievous spirits from other realms can be quite vexing. It is only natural that different worlds possess different hues of hair, so there is no need for such astonishment. Perhaps one day I shall introduce you to my counterpart from another world. Although this encounter with my parallel self was purely accidental, Naruto Uzumaki has long since acclimatized to such explanations, and elucidating these theories has become second nature to him. Truly perplexing. The young lady, or rather, the princess of Lulon, Sarah, observed as the two continued their increasingly absurd discourse, and thus she discreetly began to retreat. Hey, wait a moment. Naruto, noticing Sarah's attempt to escape, hurriedly sought to stop her. Alas, it was too late. Sarah had already dashed into the mechanism, and by the time Naruto burst in, she had vanished without a trace. Concurrently, dozens of puppets commenced their relentless pursuit of Naruto. What on earth is happening? Naruto exclaimed. Though he paid little heed to the fleeing Naruto, in his view, these puppets posed no threat to his counterpart from another world. His greater concern lay with Gaara and Yashimaru. Had they awakened? Hey, wake up. Are you all right? My head hurts. After Naruto's persistent shaking, Gaara and Yashimaru finally regained consciousness, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. Where are we? Gaara, are you okay? I'm fine. With Gaara's reassurance, Yashimaru breathed a sigh of relief, for the recent explosion had indeed been quite alarming. About that last surge of the Dragon Pulse, I wish to inquire about the situation. Naruto directed his question at Yashimaru, clearly aware that the previous release of the Dragon Pulse was certainly a deliberate act. I'm uncertain. The only command I received was to escort Gaara to the ruins of Lulon, Yashimaru replied, scratching his head in distress. All right. We shall ascertain the specifics once we capture the instigator. I noticed that individual was also swept into this world. Recognizing Yashimaru's genuine ignorance, Naruto chose to refrain from further questioning and led the two of them toward the passage that Sarah and Naruto had previously traversed. Upon entering, the path was initially constricted, but after walking several dozen steps, it opened into a vast expanse. Countless tall edifices loomed, bathed in the brilliant sunlight that illuminated the entire square. Is this Lulon? Yashimaru marveled at the futuristic locale before him, unable to believe his eyes. Not just you. I too find it hard to believe. The technological advancements in this world of Lulon are astonishingly high. It resembles a modernized realm, and in comparison to the neighboring Konoha, it feels like a different era altogether. Queen. The jubilant cheers echoed around them, and the trio turned toward the source of the commotion, discovering a plaza teeming with throngs of people seemingly welcoming their queen. With his Rinnegan, Naruto peered distantly, recognizing that the queen upon the elevated platform was none other than the young lady they had encountered moments earlier. Before Naruto Uzumaki could approach to greet her, the queen appeared to be unexpectedly pushed from behind, plummeting straight down. Could it be that she was assassinated in broad daylight? As the first person to encounter her in this world, Naruto could not allow her to perish, so he swiftly transported himself and Gaara to the ground. He then extended a formidable chain to catch the queen. Ah, it's you again. Just as Naruto set the queen down, another Naruto descended from the sky, seemingly also intent on rescuing her. Chapter 178. My father is the Hokage? How is it that it is once again the two of you? Sarah, awakening from her startling descent, beheld the two Naruto figures before her, her body ensnared by peculiar chains, prompting another shriek of surprise. Truly, I had just rescued you from that fall. Observing Sarah's penchant for exclamations, Naruto Uzumaki reluctantly retracted the adamantine chains. Upon reflection, Sarah realized that it was indeed Naruto who had saved her. I I must express my gratitude. Thank you for saving me. It is nothing. But are you the queen of this Lulan? Yes, Lulan is a legacy from my mother. My name is Sarah. What caused you to suddenly fall from above? Naruto of the Dragon Vein inquired, sensing that Sarah's drop was no mere accident. Perhaps, it seems someone pushed me from behind. It appears you may have found your companions. As they conversed, three figures suddenly leapt down from above, interrupting their dialogue. However, it seems you have not adhered to our agreement. Naruto of the Dragon Vein awkwardly scratched his head as he regarded the three enigmatic individuals before him. Oh, my sincerest apologies. The incident occurred so abruptly that I had to save her. It turned out that during his pursuit by several puppets of Lulan, Naruto of the Dragon Vein was rescued by these three mysterious figures claiming to be from Konoha. Yet, these three wished for Naruto of the Dragon Vein to vacate Lulan, clearly indicating that he had not honored their accord. So who exactly are you? Sarah questioned, her anxiety mounting as new mysterious figures continued to appear. Could it be that it was you who pushed me down? Naruto of the Dragon Vein immediately drew a kunai, intending to confront the three mysterious figures, but was swiftly halted by Naruto Uzumaki. Do not be so hasty to strike. I am acquainted with these three. Rest assured. They are unlikely to harm Her Majesty the Queen. Naruto Uzumaki glanced at the blonde among the mysterious trio, his gaze flickering. Oh, you know us. The mysterious figure who had intended to intervene retracted his hand, observing Naruto Uzumaki with intrigue. By his estimation, these individuals must be from the future. Yet, why did one recognize them while another did not? Of course, I know them well, perhaps too well, but this is not the place for discussion. Let us find a more suitable location to converse. The three mysterious figures exchanged glances, and the blonde at the forefront nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed. With that, Naruto Uzumaki led the group to a secluded area with fewer inhabitants. Upon my awakening, this little imp claimed to be another version of myself from a different world, and even the Nine-Tails emerged. Moreover, a multitude of inexplicable puppets came forth to pursue me, and the dilapidated Lulan suddenly transformed into something formidable. Then, this princess was pushed down as well. What a bizarre series of events. Upon arriving at the location, Naruto Uzumaki began to babble incessantly about matters he did not comprehend, bombarding everyone present with his exuberance. The Nine-Tails. Indeed, it was the Nine-Tails. The mysterious figure with blonde hair was taken aback upon noticing the beast perched on Naruto's shoulder, prompting wariness from the two individuals behind him. Humph. Fourth Hokage. You truly are insufferable at this moment. Observing the tense demeanor of the fourth Hokage, Kurama yawned dismissively, regarding him with disdain. If I am not mistaken, you must be from the future, correct? What transpired in that future? Why has the Nine-Tails emerged? Kurama revealed the identity of Manado Namikaze, whose expression darkened. If his assumptions were accurate, this blonde youth was undoubtedly his son. Thus, according to the words of his son, this white-haired child must also be his offspring. And if the white-haired boy bore the Nine-Tails upon his shoulder, it suggested that his wife might have. Well, allow me to elucidate. Naruto raised his hand, eager to clarify the relationships among them. However, before that, could you kindly remove your masks? Minato and the others exchanged glances before complying and removing their masks. Normally, we are not permitted to unmask during missions, but given the exceptional circumstances, it matters little now that you know our identities. Upon beholding his father's youthful visage, Naruto erupted into laughter. I knew it. I knew it was you, Dad. Wait, Dad. The revelation stunned the other Naruto. Hold on. You say he is your father? Then I am you, which means I am his son. Subsequently, the other Naruto collapsed, cradling his head in despair. What on earth is happening? According to my analysis, it appears that both our worlds experienced a simultaneous explosion of the Dragon Vein, drawing individuals from both worlds into this past realm. Moreover, it seems this world has yet to witness the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, does it? What is the Third Great Ninja War? Hearing the mention of war, Choji Akimichi could not contain his curiosity. Wait, it is perhaps best that we remain unaware of future events, lest we invite complications. In a fleeting moment, Manado swiftly intervened, concerned about the potential chaos that might ensue from revelations regarding the future. There is no cause for alarm. The connections between worlds are not overly intricate. Changes in the past will indeed influence the trajectory of the future, but they will only give rise to a new world without jeopardizing the integrity of the existing one. I am well acquainted with this concept. It is a jest to suggest that the multitude of different versions of Naruto exists solely due to minor discrepancies in the timeline. Had knowledge of the future alone been sufficient to cause the world to unravel, he would have long since perished. Is that so? Rest assured, I frequently traverse various worlds, and I am acquainted with numerous versions of myself, each aware that the future will not lead to the destruction of our realm. Naruto Uzumaki confidently thumped his chest in assurance. Ah, I exclaimed, why does your face seem so familiar? You look exactly like the fourth Hokage on Hokage Rock. Dragon Pulse Naruto suddenly shouted, pointing at Manado Namikaze in confirmation. Wait, did you just say he is your father? If you are my father, then my dad is the fourth Hokage. Dragon Pulse Naruto was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that his father was, in fact, the Hokage. Chapter 179, A Tail's Rampage. Listening to the fervent cries of Ryoma Naruto, while Ninja Shikaka's dark sunglasses flickered momentarily. The fourth Hokage, huh? That revelation is rather unsurprising. Honestly, I was not particularly eager to learn about the future. As Ryoma Naruto laid everything bare, Manado Namikaze could only accept the truth with a wry smile. Beside him, Akimichi CHG gleefully embraced Manado, exclaiming, what does it matter? At least it proves your dream is on the verge of realization. Indeed. Not only has the dream come to fruition, but he also boasts two seemingly remarkable sons. Manado regarded the duo, one large, one small, with a sudden discomfort. Then turned to Ryoma Naruto and inquired, you claim to be my son, but why is your hair white? Is it perhaps your mother's color? Oh, right. Ryoma Naruto responded, perplexed. You are me, yet your hair is white. Rest assured, my mother is still Kushina Uzumaki, Ryoma Naruto clarified, explaining both his mother's identity and the origin of his hair color. My hair turned white after a transformation, evolving from its original yellow to red, and then from red to white. Kushina Uzumaki, is that my mother's name? Manado inquired. That's good. Upon hearing his mother's name, Ryoma Naruto's demeanor shifted to one of uncertainty, while Manado felt a weight lift from his shoulders, relieved that his future wife remains Kushina Uzumaki. Your words suggest that neither I nor Kushina exist in your future? After receiving the answer he yearned for, Manado regained his composure and posed a more significant question to his elder son, inferring that their presence might be absent in the future. Yes, I grew up alone, unaware of who my parents were. As Ryoma Naruto spoke, a hint of melancholy crept into his voice. But his eyes soon sparkled with determination as he fixed his gaze on Manado. But now I know, I have a father, and he is the Hokage. So, it's because of the Nine-Tails, is it? Instantly understanding the reason for his son's unfamiliarity, Manado stepped forward and embraced Ryoma Naruto. You have endured much over the years. No, Ryoma Naruto shook his head, his face alight with joy. Although I did not know my parents, I had companions by my side, Sakura, Sasuke, CHG, and the others. They have been wonderful friends. Speaking of which, this uncle resembles CHG, doesn't he? Upon mentioning CHG, Ryoma Naruto pointed towards the hefty figure of Akimichi CHG, who burst into hearty laughter. Me? Ha ha ha. It seems my future also holds a splendid son. CHG laughed heartily, realizing that the prospect of the future indeed felt quite promising. The same wave Wind Watergate was smiling with pride, feeling delighted that despite the absence of both parents, their son had grown into such a remarkable individual. And what of you? How are you faring? Watergate then crouched down, looking at Uzumaki Naruto with a mix of concern and trepidation. Naruto had matured into a dependable young man, and despite his lonely childhood, Watergate felt more pride and comfort than worry. However, gazing at the 7-year-old Naruto, whose hair was entirely white, Watergate's composure began to wane. He dreaded the thought of the world losing his own existence, leaving behind such a small child to face solitude. As for me, I'm doing well. Initially, it was rather. And then Naruto briefly recounted his experiences to those present. Upon hearing his tale, Watergate's emotions became increasingly intricate, rife with guilt for the bullying his child endured, distress at how the village had treated him, and above all, astonishment at the revelation that he and his wife had been revived. Are you not exaggerating, little brat? In just 2 years, you claim to have experienced so much. Boasting is ill-advised. Dragon Pulse Naruto half-squatted, patting Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder, initially assuming the child was merely bragging. Suddenly, a crimson Nine-Tomo Rinnegan manifested on Naruto's forehead, startling Dragon Pulse Naruto into falling backward in shock. His forehead split open, revealing an eye. Dragon Pulse Naruto stammered, pointing at Uzumaki Naruto's forehead in utter disbelief. One glance would reveal the truth of his claims, wouldn't it? Ah, it's real, truly astonishing. Does this mean the Nine-Tails has been suffering all along? Realizing the veracity of Naruto's words, Dragon Pulse Naruto fell silent, coming to understand that perhaps the Nine-Tails within him was not a true monster. I don't understand. Gaara suddenly shouted from the side. The beings sealed within us are monsters, capable of taking lives with ease, and they torment me day and night. Why? Why do you still feel pity for them? Wait, Gaara. Yashimaru attempted to intervene, but Gaara forcefully shoved him aside. He then pointed an accusing finger at Watergate. And you, like my father, sealed a monster within your own child. Why do you love him so dearly? Why? Why? As Gaara spoke, the dark circles under his eyes deepened, and his body erupted with sand, strange patterns appearing all over him. This is bad. Everyone, retreat. The one tail within him is about to go berserk. Observing Gaara's distress, Watergate shouted in alarm for his child to step back while he moved forward. Intending to seal Gaara. Do not fret about this. It is merely the negative chakra of the tailed beast. The true one-tail harbors no intention of causing turmoil. Uzumaki Naruto immediately discerned the symptoms afflicting Gaara. He is currently merely swayed by adverse emotions, involuntarily exerting a portion of the chakra emanating from Shikaku, the one-tail. At this moment, Shikaku, as the essence, has no desire to unleash chaos. After all, Uzumaki Naruto has come to facilitate his release. Leave him to me, father. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto dashed in front of Manado Namikaze and gave him a thumbs up. I am already quite adept at this. Chapter 180. The relentless inducement and discouragement of Gaara. Before me stood the rampaging red-haired youth, and instinctively, Sarah recoiled, while Naruto, the embodiment of the dragon vein, positioned himself protectively behind his little sovereign. Truly, the events that transpired in such a brief span were overwhelming. What manner of creatures are you ninjas? As Gaara's murderous aura permeated the air, Sarah could only cower behind Naruto, trembling in fear. As teammates of Manado Namikaze, Akimichi Choza stood resolutely in front of Naruto, ready to shield him. Do not misunderstand. Even among ninjas, those as formidable as them are exceedingly rare. Be cautious. For the rampage of a tailed beast is no trifling matter. Choza spoke, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he began to expand his body, preparing for battle. Indeed, I had once clashed with a berserk Gaara, and had it not been for the power granted by the great Toad Sage, the very existence of Konoha would have been at stake. Naruto's expression grew grim as he surveyed the unfolding scene, already poised to employ a summoning technique. I wonder if I can still summon the great Toad Sage in this world. Having made up his mind, Naruto clapped his hands together, extracting Shikaku from within Gaara, simultaneously sealing away the rampant chakra back inside him. Whoa! Naruto collapsed to the ground, dramatically exclaiming, that was too swift. Naruto, too, was perplexed. Was it truly that fast? Gaara's seal was not particularly sophisticated, and Shikaku did not resist. Removing it from his abdomen should have been a straightforward affair. Indeed. As another Naruto, why are you making such a fuss? Kurama, perched on Naruto's shoulder, quipped at the dragon vein. Naruto, is the tailed beast truly as formidable as you just described? Observing Naruto's effortless subjugation of the rampaging form, Sarah began to doubt the words of Choza and his companions. Absolutely, it's true. Moreover, Shikaku is quite massive, nearly the size of this building. To dispel Sarah's skepticism, Naruto hurriedly rose, eager to validate his claims. Yet it doesn't appear that large to me. With that, the group followed Sarah's pointing finger. They beheld a diminutive Shikaku, resembling a doll, striking a pose in front of the young Gaara. Ha! Little brat, you can no longer seal me away. Why has Shikaku shrunk so much? Naruto, his mouth forming a perplexed X, found himself questioning life itself. Are you the creature that has been inside me all along? Upon the extraction of Shikaku, young Gaara felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet his gaze filled with resentment upon seeing the tiny Shikaku. Oh, such a gaze brimming with hatred. Indeed, most humans are like this, but the one you ought to resent is your father, not me. Resentment. Indeed. The one I ought to resent the most is my father. Gaara's gaze darkened further, yet soon transformed into a state of confusion as he stared blankly at Manado Namikaze. Questioning in bewilderment, why are both of you fathers? And both are Hokage, yet why do you love him so dearly? Observing Gaara's perplexed expression, Manado sighed deeply, pondering the nature of the fourth Kazekage, who had so mercilessly tormented his own son. To be a leader and to be a father should be two distinct roles. Should they not? Although I have yet to attain the title of Hokage, I, as Hokage, nevertheless sealed the tailed beast within my own son. Are you suggesting that the identity of a leader supersedes that of a father? No. I believe both roles should hold equal weight, or perhaps, in my view, The role of a father might even carry slightly more significance. In my estimation, the reason I chose to seal the Nine-Tails within Naruto was to ensure he would emerge as a hero of Konoha. Ultimately, I selfishly sacrificed my own life, merely to have the chance to see Naruto once more. As Manado glanced at his two sons, though he had not yet wed Kushina, he began to grasp his former thoughts. Thus, it seems, the true villain is my father. Did he regard me merely as a tool? No. I am convinced your father loves you, though perhaps his love for the village outweighs his love for you. No. Gaara's eyes grew fiercer, and the sand surrounding him began to stir restlessly. Both of you are fathers, yet the chasm between you is insurmountable. You placed me beneath the village, wielding me as a weapon for its sake. I refuse to accept that. In an instant, a torrent of sand erupted forth, surging in all directions. Wood release, wood barrier. Sensing Gaara's tumultuous emotions, Naruto Uzumaki swiftly summoned a multitude of wooden structures to shield against the oncoming sand. What is happening? Did you not extract the one tail from him? How can he still wield sand? In bewilderment, Choji Akimichi queried as the sand enveloped them. Gaara, there are those who love you. Naruto, breaking through the wooden barrier, urgently called out to the enraged Gaara. Someone loves me. Who could that possibly be? Gaara, subconsciously controlling the sand, gazed at Naruto in confusion, unable to fathom why this stranger cared for him so intently. Your mother. The very sand that protects you is the embodiment of your mother, is it not? Mother. Mom, is that so? These sands are her manifestation? But she now wishes for me to slay you all. With that, Gaara raised his hand, unleashing a tempest of sand towards Naruto. Ice release, ice coffin. Instantly conjuring ice, the swirling sand was transformed into a solid ice coffin. The act of taking a life is not the intention of your mother. She infused her chakra into the sand out of an instinctive desire to safeguard you. Your so-called urge to eliminate us and thirst for blood stems entirely from your own negative emotions and the remnants of the Shikaka chakra residing within you. To place the blame upon your mother is truly an egregious misjudgment. Understanding the life of Gaara, Naruto Uzumaki directly articulated Gaara's misguided thoughts, preventing him from succumbing once again to the dark notions of his mother's desire for certain blood. Does my mother truly love me? Is she genuinely striving to protect me? Is my propensity for harm solely attributable to Shikaku?